You were once the most powerful arms dealer that terrified the world, not only building a strong army overseas, but also controlling the economic lifeline of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even the military district commanders were your personally trained underlings. However, what you don't know is that you have a 3-year-old daughter in China, and the child's mother is a popular female celebrity in the entertainment industry. At this moment, you are lying on the beach in Sanya, basking in the sun, while a man in Zhongshan suit is respectfully reporting to you, Mr. Lee, currently there is a 30 billion order for military drones, and we are in negotiations with Bear Country. In addition, Bear Country also intends to purchase a batch of East Wind Express for 50 billion. The export of military drones is not a problem, but will Dongfeng 1 be too risky? Upon hearing this, you slowly opened your eyes and said, hand it over to foreign outsourcing companies. Dongfeng Express cannot use domestic models, otherwise it would be supporting foreign military aid, which is unacceptable internationally. At this point, the man continued, Mr. Lee, the government army in northern Myanmar would like to invite you to have a chat. Saying there is business to discuss, you lit a cigarette, smiled, and said, just push aside those small countries in the south in the future. Besides, northern Myanmar is already a mess. Such matters don't need to be reported in the future. Upon hearing your words, the man respectfully nodded, even slightly bowed, and said, all right, sir, I didn't consider it thoroughly. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would definitely be stunned. The chairman of the mighty Poly Group, Lu Hualong, one of the leaders of the Dragon Nation Consortium, actually treats a young man in his mid-20s with such deference, but only Lu Hualong knows in his heart that the achievements of the Poly Group today are all thanks to you. And when you were only 24 years old, you had already become a leader in various fields. Even the old folks in the military district regarded you as an honored guest. Suddenly, Secretary Wang Mian, who had been standing silently next to you, spoke up, Director Lu, I need to report something to you. Wang Mian looked a little serious and said, there is a woman named Yang Mi. I don't know how she got in touch with me, saying she wants to bring the child to recognize the father. She said she met you at the Peace Hotel banquet 4 years ago, and since then she has been pregnant with your child. The child is now 3 years old. Recognize the father? You narrowed your eyes, then looked calm. This kind of thing has been heard countless times. Upon hearing this news, Lu Hualong found it somewhat ridiculous. It's true that there are all kinds of people in the world. Wang Mian continued. I checked the peace banquet 4 years ago, and that woman named Yang Mi did indeed enter your room. Brother Chang, back then you might have thought Yang Mi was from some big capital family, sending her daughter to get close to you. Brother Chang, what do you think about this matter? In the past, Wang Mian would have handled it himself, but this time is different because the other party brought a child, and Yang Mi couldn't possibly know your identity, so the motive for climbing the social ladder is not significant. I see your index finger rhythmically pressing the armrest, and after a moment you say, let's arrange it and meet this child. At the same time, in the Modu Tangchen Iping community, Yang Mi was wearing a skirt, sitting on the sofa smoking. At this time, her assistant Bai Baiha sitting opposite Yang Mi said, Mi Jie, do you really plan to take Xin Bauer to see that man? But who knows if that man is reliable or not? Bai Bai said with some worry, the two of us are also good sisters in private. Yang Mi's face looked sad, took a deep breath, and slowly said, but now I have no choice in the current situation. If they find out about my child, what will be my fate? Once discovered, the gambling agreement will completely fail. Not only will I bear a huge debt of several billion, but in serious cases, it may also lead to directly leaving the entertainment industry. So the current solution can only be to leave the child with her father and take him back after the matter is over. Bai Bai sighed helplessly, unable to refute. Yes, Yang Mi really has nowhere to go now. At this point, Yang Mi suppressed the ripples in her heart and said, have you investigated Li Qing's identity? Bai Bai spread his hands helplessly and said, I found out some information. His name is Li Qing. He lives in a courtyard on the outskirts of Huangpu district. He seems to be just a laborer, an ordinary person at most, with some money at home. That guy really hit the jackpot. Honey, when are we sending the child over? Yang Mi said somewhat weakly. The other party replied to me saying to meet at the Junyue Hotel. He wants to see the child. Bai Baiha was a bit speechless. That place is crowded. You have to be careful. Make sure to cover up tightly. Otherwise it will be bad if you get caught on camera. Also, let me drive. No one else knows my car. Yang Mi nodded. For now, this was the only way. After tidying up, Yang Mi and Xian Bao sat in Bai Baiha's car and headed to the Junyue Hotel. More than half an hour later, the car stopped not far from the Junyue Hotel. At this moment, Yang Mi was nervous, and after taking Xian Bao from the baby seat, deliberately lowered her voice and said, let's get off the car first. Xianbao lay in Yang Mi's arms, pouting and asking, "Mom, didn't you bring me to find Dad? Where is Dad?" At this moment, a young man in a black Chevrolet slowly got out of the car and walked slowly in a suit to Yang Mi's side. "Miss Yang, I am Mr. Li's assistant Wang Mian. Xinggu is in the car." Hearing that Dad was there, Xianbao in Yang Mi's arms became spirited, struggled a bit, and ran towards the black Chevrolet. Wang Mian did not stop him. Instead a smile crossed his face. Seeing Xianbao running over, Yang Mi panicked for a moment, then followed behind. "Xianbao, slow down, don't fall." Click. The car door opened, and then Xianbao was lifted into the car by a pair of big hands. Standing next to the car door, Yang Mi suddenly fixed her gaze, and then she stood frozen on the spot. She remembered the night 4 years ago. It was this familiar yet unfamiliar face. At this moment, Wang Mian walked over from behind and said lightly, "Miss Yang, since there's nothing urgent, you should go back and wait for the news first." Mr. Li said he only wants to see the child. Seeing the other party's attitude, Yang Mi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What does this mean? The other party didn't even get out of the car. Watching Wang Mian, the car started and left, leaving Yang Mi standing still in a daze. What's going on? At this moment, Bai panted and ran over, looking surprised. Just like that? What an attitude! Li Qing is too much. He didn't even get out of the car and took the child away. What is he thinking? Yang Mi didn't say anything more, just walked towards the car. "Let's go back first. Over there with Xianbao. You have to keep an eye on him for me." Meanwhile, on the other side, you were sitting in the back seat holding Xianbao, staring at each other. To be honest, it was your first time interacting with a child, more or less uncomfortable. But seeing Huan Bao's lovely and moving appearance, even Li Qing was a bit moved. The bottom line is this kid, he's so much like himself. In conjunction with the previous analysis of Yang Mi's motives, Li Qing could conclude and had a strong feeling in his heart that Xianbao was his own child. Come to think of it, Li Qing couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Happy, excited, nervous, at your wit's end? He couldn't say exactly. Anyway, for the first time in all these years, Li Qing had this kind of emotion. "You're Huan Bao's poop." Xianbao looked at the unfamiliar Li Qing and didn't resist. Instead, she had an inexplicable affectionate feeling. Li Qing revealed a gentle smile. "How do you know? I'm your dad. Did your mom tell you that?" Xianbao looked at Li Qing with big eyes and said with a glutinous twitter, "It was Mama who said she was going to bring me to see poop today, and I heard that uncle call you Mr. Li, and my poop's name is Li Qing, so I thought you were my poop." Hearing these words from Xianbao, Li Qingdu was slightly stunned. Wang Mian in the front even laughed. "Brother Cheng, the child is so smart, so understanding at such a young age." Li Qing smiled with a doting face. "Oh, Xianbao, do you know your big name? Hearing someone compliment you on your intelligence." Xianbao nodded happily and said, "I know. Xianbao's first name is Li Xian. It was Mama who told me Li Xian?" Li Qing's gaze moved. Young Mi had a child all by herself, and surprisingly, she didn't let the child take her last name, but instead took her own. It was something Li Qing hadn't anticipated. "Look at the kid." Li Qing inexplicably began to rejoice, and was even vaguely excited. Himself, he's a father. "Wang Mian, when you get back, put the car with a baby seat, and ask the military engineering department of the Poly Group to order it," Li Qing said as he hugged Xianbao. "I want a personal inspection." Wang Mian's expression brightened, and he was energized by this matter. "Okay, Green, I'll go back and get this car remodeled." This Chevy, although it doesn't look like a luxury car, but in fact, the whole car was customized by Li Qing, and it was the only one on the market. And with the processing of the Poly Group, this vehicle is bulletproof, anti-surveillance, anti-mine. You can usually carry a few rockets head-on without a problem. Without waiting for Wang Mian to finish, Li Qing spoke again. "I'm not just talking about this car, but all of it." Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then laughed. "No problem. Li Qing's cars, hundreds of them. The Poly Group is back in business." Li Qing continued to think about it. He himself didn't even know that at the beginning of this moment, his emotions had been deeply affected by Xianbao. Also, after the medical checkup, the car should be equipped with the appropriate medical facilities, including spare blood, and all the configurations for Henpao's trip should be the same as mine. Wang Mian nodded and said with a serious face, "No problem. I think it's about time the cottage was renovated to be a little more child-friendly." He's an uncle. Also treats Henbold as a baby bump. Wang Mian asked again. "So, still going to the small yard?" Li Qing said, "Go straight to the Waju Juntin. Although the villa at the grand residence in Huazhou has been empty, but the maids are always at work, so it's cleaned daily. furniture maintained, etc. Schwanbauer, do you want to go to Daddy's house to have a look? Li Qing looked at Schwanbauer with the kind face of an old father. Thanks, Puppy. Schwanbauer inexplicably said this. What Li Qing said just now. Although Schwanbauer didn't understand a lot of it, she could sense that her father seemed to be doing it all for himself. Looking into my daughter's budding eyes, Li Qing froze slightly, then laughed. Who taught you that? Schwanbauer said with a serious face. It was Mama who taught me to say thank you when people give things. Li Qing was a bit guilty. This kid, he understands so much it hurts. Henpa, Daddy is no one else. No need to say thank you. Li Qing tenderly touched her little head. Soon, the car was pulling into the Huazhou Junting Villa. Although it's a villa area, but in the north end of the patch, there are no other occupants. The reason was simple. Li Qing liked the cleanliness and bought the whole piece. Looking at the great big house, Schwanbauer had a shocked look on her face. She had thought her mother's home was big enough, after all. It was some distance to walk from the living room to the bedrooms. But after coming to Li Qing's villa, the little guy looked frozen. Puppy, your house is huge. Li Qing smiled and said, does Schwanbauer like it then? Schwanbauer nodded heavily. Henpa loves it. At this point, Wang Mian walked over and whispered, Brother Cheng, the medical team is coming over. Let's take Schwanbauer for a medical checkup first. Li Qing nodded. It is necessary to give your child a medical checkup. What things are allergies, or hidden diseases, or whatever. Check them out ahead of time. Though he knew for sure that young Mimi would take the baby for a checkup, but Li Qing trusts his own medical team more. Half an hour later, in the villa's living room, Li Qing looked at Schwanbauer's medical report, and all the indicators were normal. Beyond that, there's also a paternity test. DNA determines paternity 999% of the time. Looking at the list, Li Qing revealed a smile he had never seen before. Send a copy of the appraisal to young Mimi, Li Qing said as he sat on the sofa, wanting to smoke one, but seeing Schwanbauer coming from outside, he still put the cigarette down. Chapter 5, how about giving Schwanbauer an entertainment company? Puppy, you're doing something bad, Schwanbauer said as she looked at Li Qing who was about to smoke. Mama said that smoking is a very bad habit and can be hazardous to your health. Next to him, Wang Mian watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. I can reprimand Li Qing. I'm afraid that in this world, it's only Schwanbauer. Li Qing laughed, and then threw the several $1,000 box of cigarettes into the trash. Schwanbauer knows so much. Daddy's not smoking anymore. Come here, let Daddy hold you. Li Qing held Schwanbauer in his arms, fragrant and soft and adorable. This heartfelt rejoicing that, it's something he's never had before. Brother Cheng, congratulations. Wang Mian stood on the sidelines and was heartily pleased. After all these years, Wang Mian accompanied Li Qing all the way, and his development was as if he had opened up. It can be a step in the right direction, but days like that are tedious and boring. Now suddenly there's a niece. Wang Mian heart also has a kind of indescribable happiness and flavor, as if the days have hope. Brother Cheng, can I hug her? Wang Mian gathered his courage and smiled. Li Qing smiled slightly. Schwanbauer, let your Uncle Mian hug you. Schwanbauer looked at Wang Mian, her big eyes blinking. She knows that Wang Mian is very close to her father, so also not recognizing a newborn. He climbed off Li Qing and ran over, opening his arms. Uncle, need a hug. Wang Mian, a big man of 5'8", instantly froze for a moment. Oh my goodness, my heart is melting. Wang Mian carefully picked up Schwanbauer and giggled happily. Schwanbauer is so good. Schwanbauer frowned slightly, as if she was somewhat uncomfortable. Uncle hold. It's not comfortable. Bottom line. Wang Mian's face changed. Am I pushing too hard for a different hold? Uncle, it's still uncomfortable. Schwanbauer pouted. Wang Mian is in a hurry. It's literally harder for him than being in the arms business in the Black States. Okay, you won't hug, don't hug. Li Qing opened his hand and carried Schwanbauer over, then in the hands of Wang Mian. Schwanbauer still preferred Li Qing. Puppy, Henpol is hungry. Schwanbauer flopped down in Li Qing's arms and said in a grandmotherly manner, Puppy can cook for Wanbaier. Li Qing was slightly stunned. Cooking for babies. He'd almost forgotten about it. Wang Mian, go get a team of professional toddler chefs, Li Qing said. Although he can cook, but to the child to get food, or not quite sure. After all, this is their own daughter. Everything must use the best. Wang Mian is very efficient. It took less than 20 minutes. In the courtyard of the villa, a luxury business car stopped. 8 women were then seen standing in neat rows. Brother Cheng, this is the team recommended by the chairman of the Baby Love Island Company, which has an international reputation. Wang Mian said, I've brought some supplements, so I'll give Henbane's pads first, then I'll take them to the medical checkup to fill out the report. Li Qing nodded. then looked at Xian Bauer and said, "Let's go Huan Bauer. I'll take you to eat something first. A day in the life." Li Qing for Xian Bauer's life diet. Basic solution. In addition to the international level chefs, there is even an extremely specialized children's medical team, including childcare providers, etc. Li Qing uses the best of the best. One day's consumption amounted to more than $10 million. But this money was not even pocket money to Li Qing. Humboldt has had his fill of food and drink, just playing around with a few of the villa's maids and not getting tired at all. In the living room, Wang Mian sat opposite Li Qing. "Brother Chang, a copy of the appraisal report was given to Yang Mi, and she means to place the child on our side first." Wang Mian was also a bit torn about Yang Mi's name. Although she was Xian Bao's mother, she and Li Qing were just a one-night stand, not a romantic relationship, much less a couple, so calling her sister-in-law wasn't appropriate. But to think that Yang Mi is Xian Bauer's mom, Wang Mian still reported, "Brother Chang, recently Yang Mi's situation isn't very good. According to the investigation, Yang Mi's popularity is very low after she left Jiayin Info and suffered from the squeeze from her peers. And of course, there's the betting agreement with Jiayin Info. She was forced to come to you with her child. Hear this." Li Qing just raised his eyelids and didn't react much. Yang Mi and the entertainment industry. He had not been concerned. Now listen to what happened to young Mimi. But it's because Xian Bauer, after all, is her real mother and has raised Xian Bauer alone for 3 years. There's a lot that's not easy about it. "Poopy, Mommy just called me." At this time, Xian Bauer stumbled and trotted over, and immediately jumped into Li Qing's arms. Looking at Munchkins, Li Qing hugged her onto his lap and smiled. "What did Mama tell you on the phone? You're so young and you have a cell phone?" Xian Bauer proudly shook her wrist and smiled. "Mama bought me a watch that makes phone calls and has video. Mama told me to listen to Daddy here and not to run around by myself. And say. Xuan Bauer was too young to understand a bit in one breath. Li Qing said patiently, "There's no rush. Take your time and think about it." Xian Bauer thought for a moment and said with wide eyes, "Ma also said that when some time passes, she'll come to me." Li Qing laughed. "Huan Bauer is so good. Do you like it here?" Xian Bauer said innocently. "Aha, Henpa likes it." Saying that, Henpa looks like she's thought of something. The smile on his face faded quite a bit as he looked at Li Qing and said with some loss, "Poop, why can't Mama let others see me? I see other children. All have Mama take out to play. Did Mama send me here because I caused her trouble?" A word from the little guy. It made both Li Qing and Wang Mian freeze in their ears. It's hard to imagine that. A 3-year-old. It's amazing how much you know and can think about so many things. Meanwhile, as a father, Li Qing, a twinge of guilt rose within. 3 years of not growing up with her. It's true that there's been some lack of due diligence, while there are many factors that contribute to that, but Li Qing isn't going to shirk his responsibility. Xuan Bauer isn't the trouble. It's because Daddy is busy and Mommy sent Xianbao here. Li Qing touched Xian Bauer's head and smiled gently. "Mom won't be in trouble. She'll take you out later." When Xian Bauer heard what Li Qing said, her eyes widened in happiness. Puppy will keep his word. Pull the hook. Li Qing pulled the hook with Xian Bao and asked with a smile, "Does Xian Bauer have any dreams? Or what do you want to do in the future? Humboldt seemed to know what dreaming meant, and milked the wine. "I'm going to be a big star like Mommy." But soon Henpa was torn again. As if, big stars aren't good either. Mom can't take me with her whenever she goes out. Li Qing smiled slightly. Then Daddy will buy a movie studio and give it to you so that all the big stars will listen to you. Is Henpa awesome like that? Chapter 6, Tell her not to be too hard on herself. Next to him, Wang Mian heard this and, in his heart, he already knew that Li Qing was going to make a move. Humboldt doesn't know what a movie studio is, but she hears that all the big stars listen to themselves, and that does look pretty awesome. That way. And on top of that, it was bought by Dad. Huan Bauer was so happy she was jumping up and down. Puppy is awesome. Then Schwanbauer will earn lots and lots of money to spend for Daddy in the future. Li Qing had an old fatherly look of relief on his face. This kid, he really knows his stuff. Puppy, Schwanbauer is going to play with Auntie. Humboldt is so happy. Come down and run outside to play. The servants in the villa were all employed by Li Qing all year round. Very reassuring. And it was surrounded by extremely professional bodyguards. Secretly protected. Chang, from what you're saying, it's time to spend. Wang Mian smiled. Wang Mian was like a roundworm in Li Qing's stomach. The two are almost 100% in sync. Seeing the little guy go out, Li Qingkai secretly lit a cigarette. Purposely opened the ventilation of the living room before lighting it. Well, for the baby's sake. On Yang Mi's side, don't make it too difficult for her. Nini Yang was pregnant until she gave birth to Humboldt. In 4 years, a woman has made it this far in show business. It was not easy, and the mother and daughter suffered a lot in the middle. So it's for the sake of the kids too. Wang Mian nodded. He knew the weight of the words, "Don't make it too hard for her. I'll take care of this myself." Meanwhile, in the Estee Lauder Company building in Magic City, Mr. Chen, isn't this a breach of contract on your part? In the office, Yang Mi sat on the sofa with a slight frown. The endorsement contract was already negotiated before, and now we are talking about switching. It's not reasonable, is it? Just now, Young Mi got a call from Estee Lauder Company, claims that previous cooperation is null and void. It's a little hard for her to accept that. It's important to realize that at this stage, because after quitting Ka Nympho Entertainment, Yang Mi's theater and collaborations would have been few and far between, needing a large amount of finances on hand to fulfill the betting agreement. But it was at this time that Estee Lauder, the only successful partnership, also broke its contract. I'm sorry Ms. Yang, I know it's not compliant, so the breach of contract fee will be fully compensated to you. Chun Yu, general manager of the branch, said seriously, so please sign, and the liquidated damages will be credited to your card later. Beside, He Bai was furious and said, what makes you guys like this? Is it because Honey left Jiayoi that you guys think Honey is useless? White. Yang Mi stopped He Bai from getting angry. At this juncture, getting angry wouldn't serve any purpose. Instead it would look childish. Mr. Chen, can you tell me the exact reason? Yang Mi said with a cold face. Chen Yu revealed a bitter smile. These things still need me to explicitly say. I'm also just a manager. Some things are not up to me. Yang Mi took a deep breath and nodded. I see. So who did you get to work with? Chen Yu did not hide it. After all, everyone would know after the endorsement advertisement came out. We were told to look for Ms. Fei Wu from above. Hearing the name, Yang Mi frowned slightly, her face somewhat unsightly. Carrying, she's very familiar, and a former co-worker. In the case of Ka Nympho, the two are just arch rivals and not on the best of terms. Now after leaving the company, without the advantage, the other side this started to grab the cooperation. He Bai was equally angry. I can't believe it's her. On what grounds? Just because she has an amazing boyfriend behind her? Just because she's close to Jiayoi? Chun Yu looked at He Bai without saying anything, but inwardly, he sneered. What? Isn't this enough? Alright, White, let's go back. Yang Mi is not a procrastinator. She knew that since the other party had absolutely broken the contract, there's no point in disagreeing with that anymore on your own, so you simply sign, take the liquidated damages and leave the building. Downstairs, the two had just exited the elevator. Then He Bai's face sank. Follow the gaze, only to see that not far away, a woman wearing toadstools was walking slowly. The woman was wearing a short dress, stepping on high-heeled shoes. Between the pace will vaguely reveal thighs a piece of fair white, body proud, that collagen-filled face, while beautifully, but there was a hint of bad taste. Sister Honey, it's really a wrongful death. He Bai is a bit angry. The woman who walked up was none other than the current popular star and the head honcho of Jai Media, Carrying, Yang Mi's nemesis. They say that when enemies meet, they see each other, but Yang Mi wasn't in the least bit in the mood to try to be general with her, pulling He Bai forward. He didn't even say hello. However, Wu Yufei stopped and said with a surprised face, is that Honey? Honey, what are you doing here? We haven't seen each other in a while. Sister Honey, are you here to talk about endorsements too? Carrying is a drama queen. Obviously it was meant to discuss Yang Mi, and that endorsement partnership. The same Carrying who had Japa Nympho running the show behind the scenes, along with her boyfriend's connections, smoothly just kicked Yang Mi's ass, getting millions of dollars in endorsements for yourself. Yang Mi's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice, so, are you here to show off to me? What a bore. Having said that, Yang Mi headed out the door without looking back, but Carrying, who ate the blockage, won't just let it go. She took 2 steps after her and smiled. Yang Mi, you remembered to pay the default fee for the betting agreement. I'm looking at a villa over in the East End at the moment, waiting for the money. The villain's desire to gain an inch of ground was embodied by Carrying. He Bai couldn't bear it anymore and turned his head to dislike angrily. Wu Yufei, are you that boring? Hearing that, Wu Yufei's face immediately turned cold. What did you say? She didn't expect that a small assistant beside Yang Mi would dare to scold herself. It's a reversal. Wu Yufei walked forward and raised her hand and threw it up with a slap. But He Bai was quite resourceful and dodged with a retreat. Yang Mi's face sank as well. Wu Yufei, if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for not being polite. Looking at Yang Mi with her gloomy eyes, Wu Yufei subconsciously lowered her hand. Though young Mimi is out of power now, but Carrying understands that with Yang Mi's temperament, she was really daring to make a move on herself in public. It's just not worth it to be embarrassed that way. Wu Yufei sneered. Yang Mi, Yang Mi, if you could change your temper, wouldn't you have been famous long ago? Okay, we'll see. I'm going to sign the contract. Bye. Having said that, Wu Yufei got on the elevator. After signing the contract, Wu Yufei came downstairs with a quick look on her face. Embraced by security personnel, Carrie got into a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Dong Zhang, guess who I just saw? Wu Yufei got into the car and looked at the woman next to her with a smile on her face. The woman was in her 40s, and was none other than the chairperson of Jiapoi Media. Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, dressed in a suit, sat in the back row and said faintly, "Yang Mi? Chapter 7 Poop said to make me a star boss." Wu Yufei nodded, a smug smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. "I now know what it means to be a fallen dog. But Yang Mi, the one who has no one in her sight and pretends to be noble, still hasn't changed. Sooner or later, I'm going to put her underfoot." Zhang Jia glanced faintly at Fei Wu. She's a woman like that, arrogant, careful, and vindictive, but it's also true that it can be a lucrative business for the company. She knows how to fawn, change her mind, do anything for a fire, plus the background of Carrie Ng's boyfriend. Zhang Jia, this is what made her a popular person in Jiayi Media. Yang Mi has already left Jiayoi. There is no possibility for her to win the betting agreement. Zhang Jia said gently, "I understand if you're targeting her, but don't interfere with normal work. You can't rush a lot of things." Wu Yufei laughed. "I know, Dong Zhang, don't worry, I will do my job well. Oh yeah, my boyfriend said to buy you dinner when you're done with this time." Zhang Jia raised her eyebrows slightly and faintly said, "How can Chen Xiao treat me? When there is time, you save up a game. I'll treat you." Wu Yufei laughed. "Good, it's still Mr. Zhang Dong's atmosphere." Being patted on the back, Zhang Jia naturally accepted it and smiled. "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I'll give you 2 points when Yang Mi loses the betting agreement." Hearing that, Carrie Ng's eyes were glowing. 2 points, or 2%. Yang Mi's betting agreement is for $500 million. 2% of $500 million. That's $10 million. Although Carrie Ng is a popular star, but $10 million? That's a lot of money for a star. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Wu Yufei was incredibly excited and fawned over Zhang Jia even more. Zhang Dong is really atmospheric. This year, our company, we can definitely go to the next level. Zhang Jia just smiled and, she's being nice to Carrie Ng, but she's got a little agenda, too. With Yang Mi gone, it's only natural to support a new one, and Carrie Ng has a boyfriend with a great background. Plus people are more uptight, and they're popular stars. This ATM, naturally, has to play nice. Buzz buzz. Just then, Zhang Jia's cell phone rang. "Turn on your cell phone." Zhang Jia's gaze slightly condensed, because the caller, who came from a somewhat large source, was none other than the investment bigwig behind her. "Hey, Mr. Chang," Zhang Jia said in a respectful tone. "But soon." I don't know what the other guy said. Zhang Jia's face became tense. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yufei asked with some curiosity, "Sang Dong, is something wrong?" Zhang Dong shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'll take you back to the office first. I have something I need to take care of." Looking at Zhang Jia's nonchalant face, Carrie Ng knew something was up, but she didn't dare ask, so she just sat down and was honest. Meanwhile, on the other side, back home, Yang Mi was sitting on the couch, a little down in the dumps. "I met this disgusting woman, Carrie Ng, today. It made Yang Mi uncomfortable. It's so infuriating, sister honey. That Fei Wu. What a? He bye-bye fought for Yang Mi and said, isn't that purely insulting of her? Still trying to hit me, arrogant and bossy." Yang Mi comforted. "Well, don't get angry about everything. There's nothing anyone can do when it comes to people like that. Right now, we still have to think about it, and go get a movie and endorsements as soon as possible, or else when will this parley be completed?" Speaking of receiving cooperation, he bye-bye deflated again, with a disheveled look on his face. "Sister honey, many of the companies we worked with before are now turning us away, knowing that the entire circle of people, after you left Coninfo, are deliberately distancing themselves from us. That's the way it is in show business. When you're powerful, you're surrounded by good people, and there's plenty of them coming up to lick you, but once you're out of power, those people will alienate you, and they hate that you can never hold your head up." Yang Mi's thoughts were a little confused. Looking at the empty room, it was a bit cold without Henbold. "I'm going to go make a video call with Henpa." Yang Mi took out her cell phone. He bye-bye nodded his head. Right now, Yang Mi's only spiritual support was Xian Bauer. The video call went through quickly. Immediately afterward, Xian Bauer's small red face was seen on the screen, giggling. "Ma." Humboldt was so happy that a fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Yang Mi asked with some curiosity, "Baby, what are you doing? Why are you still so tired?" Xian Bauer giggled. Ma, I'm making a game. It's so much fun. Mama, do you want to come and play? Watching Henpol having so much fun, the unpleasantness in Yang Mi's heart was also much reduced. Schwanbauer can't play too crazy. You can't just take off your clothes when you're sweating. You'll catch a cold. Daddy didn't stay with you. Shen Bauer laughed. Daddy's busy. He says he's going to buy me a big. Shen Bauer had somewhat forgotten how Li Qing had said, thinking for a moment before continuing. Puppy told me he was going to buy me a movie studio and make me the boss of Big Star. Mama, Puppy is awesome. Hearing that, Yang Mi just laughed lightly. Inwardly, he was shaking his head. How could Li Qing coax a child like this? Promising something that is nothing is consuming your child's trust. Yang Mi smiled gently. Listen well and study hard in the future. Shen Bauer nodded her head and said in a very good manner. Schwanbauer, remember. Mama, when are you coming to see me? Can you live with Daddy? Daddy's house is big. Saying that, Humboldt shines a light on the living room. The large living room, with its array of decorations, is understated yet luxurious. Yang Mi couldn't help but be slightly stunned by. She remembers, doesn't Li Qing live in a courtyard? But looking at the size of the living room and the decor, it seems to be bigger and more luxurious than this Townsend's own. Mama, do you want to come sleep with Daddy? Shen Bauer's words pulled Yang Mi back from her doubts. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed for a moment, then even coaxed a smile. I can't. Mama has work to do right now. I'll visit you after a while. If you're not used to living there, just tell Mama and Mama will pick you up. Haha. Zhuan Bayer nodded. I know. Mama, I'm going to play. Yang Mi smiled helplessly. Okay, blah. You go play. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi was also relieved that she was relieved to see her daughter having fun. And at this point, Zhang Jia, who was on her way, was anything but happy. Upon receiving a call from an investor, Zhang Jia was informed to meet a big shot to discuss matters, and it's still about Carnival Corporation. This made Zhang Jia a little nervous. Big man, Zhang Jia murmured softly. That can make the investors behind it say it's a big deal. How much weight can it carry? Zhang Dong, who are you meeting this time? The address given is very remote. In the eastern suburb of Huangpu District, Assistant Dawn said as she drove the car. There's not a lot of restaurants and cafes in that place. I don't think? Zhang Jia was also a bit confused and just said, alright, get over there as soon as you can. Chapter 8, Scared Less. How did Jiayoi offend the Poly Group? The car soon stopped at the eastern suburb of Huangpu District, outside a courtyard. Not far ahead, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked there. There's a little pavilion next to the. A youth was sitting on a stone bench, playing with a lighter in his hand, looking a little bored. Get out of the car. Zhang Jia stepped on a pair of high heels and, walking on the dirt floor was more or less uncomfortable. Come under the pavilion, Zhang Jia said with a smile and extended her hand. Hello, I'm the chairman of Jiayi Media. Zhang Jia, you're the one who wanted to see me about something. I don't know what to call you? Zhang Jia's scene stealing was spot on. She's very good at holding these second-generation guys. Wang Mian lit a cigarette and slowly inhaled it, then casually waved his hand and said, sit down first. I came to you today to talk about something. This attitude of the other side. It made Zhang Jia faintly. This is too much of a pretense. You're at least the owner of an entertainment company, and it's very disrespectful to smoke when you're talking business with a female boss. She pretended not to care, though, smoothing her wraparound skirt and sitting down on the slab. Zhang Dong, right? My last name is Wang. Wang Nian picked up the teapot. Zhang Jia was about to hold the tea bowl as a sign of courtesy and politeness. However, Wang Mian only poured a bowl for himself and then put it down again. Zhang Jia was a little embarrassed. People don't even try to pour for themselves. Mr. Wang, I wonder what kind of cooperation you've called me here to talk about. Zhang Jia still kept his rhythm. Wang Mian took a sip of tea and said with a hint of a smile on his face. Dong Zhang misunderstood. There's no cooperation to talk about. I just want to acquire Jiayin info. Bottom line. At once, Zhang Jia froze. She was so full of surprise and confusion that she couldn't even believe her ears. WH. What? Zhang Jia said with some disbelief. Wang Mian smiled. I said, the acquisition of Japa Nympho. I hope Dong Zhang will cooperate. After confirmation, Zhang Jia's face sank, and she stood up and, the generous gentleness from before instantly disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile. Mr. Wang, did you ask my investor to call me here to tease me? A clay bodhisattva still has some fire in him. As the chairman of Jia Nympho's board of directors, Zhang Jia is also not a good person. The other side wants to buy the company. That's not teasing, is it? Seeing this reaction from Zhang Jia, Wang Mian just smiled slightly, his expression still calm as he said, sit down. I'm just letting you know first. You'll be told exactly what's going on in a moment. A clear flash of disdain crossed Zhang Jia's face. He even suspected that the man in front of him was sick. You're talking about acquiring Jayaphilia? Let's not talk about the market capitalization of Nympho. For that matter, it's not a conversation that can be had in a single sentence. Zhang Jia was all set to call the investor and ask for clarification. What kind of oddball is the other guy? Amusing himself? Zhang Jia forced down her displeasure and sneered. Mr. Wang, don't you think this joke is boring? Acquiring Con Nympho. Ha! The smile on Wang Mian's face gradually disappeared, and then his gaze narrowed slightly. Zhang Dong, I'm not here to negotiate for you. Buzz. At this point, Zhang Jia's phone rang again. Calling at this hour. A sense of foreboding inexplicably rose in Zhang Jia's heart. After seeing the caller's message, Zhang Jia instantly frowned, then looked at Wang Mian with suspicion and answered the phone. Zhang Jia, are you at Mr. Wang's? On the phone, it was an older man's voice, and extremely unpleasant. Didn't I tell you? The other party is coming from a big place. Are you being a dead man now? Hearing the backer get angry, Zhang Jia froze slightly, then stepped aside and lowered her voice. Mr. Zhang, he said he wants to acquire Jayapoi. Isn't that a joke? Zhang Jia couldn't understand it, and really couldn't. Mr. Chang, as she called him. In fact, it's Jia Nympho Entertainment, the investor behind it, which is sort of Zhang Jia's money tree and backing. A lot of things are superficial, especially in an entertainment company like theirs, where the chairman of the board, for the most part, is just a butler in plain sight. On the phone, Mr. Zhang said in a deep voice. No kidding, I only just found out about the acquisition of Con Info, so I didn't tell you ahead of time. Zhang Jia, who have you offended? Otherwise, with the power of the other side, they won't look at your little company. Zhang Jia froze. Small company? Listening to the words of the backer, Zhang Jia gave Wang Mian an extremely incredulous look. She realized that the other party could be really big. Otherwise Mr. Zhang wouldn't have said that. Mr. Zhang, who exactly is the other party? Zhang Jia was getting a little scared, but she still didn't want to sell Jia like that. After all, it's something you've been working on for years and has your own shares in it. But acquiring a company, something as big as that, can't be something we have to hand over just because of one word, can it? Zhang Jia wanted to test if there was any room for maneuver. Even if we have to force a takeover? Then according to the current market value of Japa Nympho, there are 3 billion, the other party according to the rules, but also have to double it, right? But the next second, Mr. Zhang's words sent a chill down her spine. Zhang Jia, you're overthinking it. A hoarse voice came over the phone. Jia Yoi is meant to be given to the other side, and you need to get your attitude right or I'm going to get dragged down with you. You should know exactly what's in store for you if things go south. Zhang Jia froze. Holding his cell phone, he stood still the whole time a bit frozen. Did you hear that? Mr. Zhang said again. Zhang Jia managed to come back to her senses and took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock and disbelief in her heart. Zhang Jia's voice trembled. Can you tell me who the other side really is? A few moments of silence on the phone, then rasped. The other party is from the Poly Group and seems to be the guest of honor. As for the rest, I'm not sure. You should be well aware of the weight of the Poly Group. Going against it is no different than committing suicide. You'd better think about who you've offended. Well, hurry up and give it the company and get your ass back here to see me. Chapter 9, Acquiring Jiayoi for $3. With that said, the other party hung up, listening to the busy signal coming from the phone. Zhang Jia was flabbergasted and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. The Poly Group kept echoing in his head. Although Zhang Jia is an entertainment company owner, but she knows something about the Poly Group. After all, this is one of the 4 largest consortia in the country, a group involved in dozens of fields and outstanding in military exports. His own entertainment company was no better than an ant in front of the other party. No wonder one's own investment bigwigs would be so afraid of the other side. Kozengo wondered. She couldn't get it out of her head that, how did one provoke the other? It's like an ant. How can you hold a grudge against an elephant? How many levels of difference are there between these two sides? Dong Zhang, how's the consideration going? Hearing Wang Mian's voice, it took Zhang Jia a moment to come back to her senses. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with disbelief and a touch of awe. She shuddered to think that this youth in front of me is actually from the Poly Group. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Jia slowly walked over to Wang Mian, her voice much lower than before. Wang, Mr. Wang, Wang Mian interrupted with a smile. Don't be nervous, Zhang Dong. Sit down and chat. Zhang Jia gulped and, how can one not be nervous about that? She was now wincing at what she had just said. If we really offend the Poly Group, I don't even know how I'm going to die. Mr. Wang, I really don't know where I went wrong. Gathering her courage, Zhang Jia said with the intention of asking for clarification. The company you are. You shouldn't be able to look at my little family business, should you? Can you make it clear? So that I may also know where I have made a mistake, and have some understanding in my heart. Wang Mian leaned on the pillar behind the stone bench and faintly said, Yang Mi. Hearing Yang Mi's name, Zhang Jia froze, confusion written all over her face. Mi Young? Zhang Jia thought of countless possibilities of offending the polygroup, but how could she not expect that? Surprisingly, it's something to do with Yang Mi. Yang Mi, she's just a star, and doesn't have much of a background. And, how did Yang Mi get involved with the polygroup? This, for Zhang Jia, it was just a little too magical. There's a difference of several classes between these two parties. Mr. Wang. Zhang Jia's mind went blank. She really didn't know what was going on in between, but she explained anyway. Yang Mi left Jiayoi, only simply because of the contract. Without waiting for Zhang Jia to finish, Wang Mian interrupted. Dong Zhang, let's sign the contract if there's no problem. The words fell. A youth next to him handed up a contract. Faced with the situation at hand, Zhang Jia couldn't digest it at all. It happened so suddenly that there was no preparation at all. But when I think of the words of the big investor behind it, Zhang Jia didn't dare to hesitate any longer. The other side is the Poly Group. If you really want to offend them, no need for Poly to step in. His own investors will screw themselves. Good. After the shock passed, Zhang Jia accepted the contract with a face ashen. After a few casual scans, she signed the contract. As for the content, there's no point in watching it or not. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry about Yang Mi. After signing the contract, the next step was to salvage the relationship, and Zhang Jia said with a sincere attitude, so we won't charge a single penny for the transfer of Jiapoi Media, even as an apology to you. Do you think it's okay? Though Zhang Jia knew she was in no position to curry favor with Polly, but she was only doing this so that the other person wouldn't hold a grudge against her. In case there's something about the other side that doesn't sit well, you can be miserable yourself. As for the company's losses, Zhang Jia didn't care too much about it. Anyway, there was someone behind the scene to pay for it, and he was just a housekeeper. Wang Mian flicked the ashes of his cigarette and smiled slightly. That's how it works. I'll accept the contract, but I'll pay for the associated costs. It's reasonable to say that the contract paper is from Zhang Dong, so give Zhang Dong a settlement for the printing fee. Zhang Jia looked confused. A young man came up next to him and took out 3 $1 dimes and placed them in front of Zhang Jia. Looking at the $3 on the table, Zhang Jia only felt her face burning hot and the embarrassment and insult made her want to find a crack in the ground. After a few moments of frozen, Zhang Jia revealed an extremely forced smile. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Wang Mian nodded in a serious manner and put away the contract, saying, if there's nothing else, please return. Having said that, Wang Mian got into the Rolls-Royce and the car slowly drove away. Only Zhang Jia is left, looking at the 3 one-piece dimes in a daze. $3 for Jiapoi. Zhang Jia can imagine. After the news broke that Nympho was being bought out by, what a shakeup is going to happen within the entertainment industry. And all of this, surprisingly, it's just because of Yang Mi. Yang Mi. Zhang Jia's brow furrowed. How could she not dare to think why Yang Mi would be related to the Poly Group? As for Yang Mi's family background, Zhang Jia knows all about it. She's really just a regular person, except for being a star in her own right. Is it hard to believe that she's hiding some identity? Zhang Jia began to ruminate. A moment later she gave a bitter smile. Things have happened. What's the use of thinking about it yourself and feeling remorse? Briefly organizing his emotions, Zhang Jia drove the car and hoofed it to the company. Since the company was transferred, she had to give notice anyways. Meanwhile, Ka Nympho Media Company, in the office building, a large lounge. Some of the sign artists are chatting. Outside of work, the company's artists enjoyed having some afternoon tea in the lounge. The days went by comfortably. Sister Yufei, I heard that you signed an endorsement deal with Estee Lauder? A third-tier star said with immense envy. That's awesome blah. I heard that the signing fee alone is more than $5 million. Another artist chimed in. There's no doubt about our Miss Yufei's strength. I guess next, our Zhang Dong will arrange for the movie lead. I heard that it was Yang Mi who collaborated before, and I've been saying for a long time that Yang Mi doesn't have that ability at all, and now it looks like I guessed right. Where can Yang Mi be compared to our sister Yufei? A group of artists have made Carrying a star. Carrying is at the height of her popularity. It was also Jia Nympho's Red Man, and the people below naturally had to kiss good ass. In the face of all this horse asterisk, Wu Yufei was naturally very flattered and said with a smug look on her face, oh, if there's one for me, there's naturally one for everyone. Yang Mi is good looking, but all aspects of her abilities are still lacking. I'm not holding it against her, but that's just the way it is. A crowning remark. It made even Carrying feel like she had pushed herself a lot. The people next to him naturally chimed in. Just then, the vice president of the company walked in. Everyone hurry to the conference room. Dong Zhang has something important to announce, the VP said as he stood in the doorway. All over in 3 minutes. Wu Yufei and the others were slightly stunned, then laughed. Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Ah, so anxious. A nearby artist smiled. Sister Yufei, it's not your praise meeting, is it? To give out bonuses? Wu Yufei laughed. Nonsense. Talking about it. But in her heart, Carrying has been expecting bad things for a long time. She couldn't wait for the convention to get Zhang Jia to put on a big wave for herself. The VP didn't know what meeting was going on and smiled faintly. Oh, you'll see in the past. Anyway, make it quick. Upon hearing this, Wu Yufei felt even more in her heart, stable. Chapter 10, let's write Xian Bauer's name for the company. The group hurried to the conference room with anticipation. Front and center, Xing Dong sat in his chair with a grave expression on his face, feeling apprehensive. When the crowd is seated, Zhang Jiakai spoke faintly. Calling everyone over is an urgent matter to talk to you about. The crowd was looking forward to it, but seeing that Zhang Jia's face didn't look quite right, there was some doubt in his mind. At this time, Wu Yufei smiled. Dong Zhang, is it true that our company has received some new movie or TV show? Carrying is used to being in front of Zhang Jia. It's not uncommon to grab words. Zhang Jia glanced at Fei Wu. An irritation rose in his heart. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have gotten into such a mess with Yang Mi myself. Japa wouldn't have gotten this far. But Zhang Jia didn't dare to say anything about Yang Mi. After all, Mr. Chang warned himself before. There are some things that you can't talk about. Zhang Jia took a deep breath, which seemed to have consumed a great deal of courage before she made up her mind to say, I have an announcement to make. Carnival Media. It's been bought out. From now on, I'm no longer the chairman of the board and I'm going to say goodbye to all of you. The words fell. At once, everyone in the conference room, all froze. There's so many people who don't even react to that. Thought I had misheard. Director sang. What did you say? Wu Yufei, who was very close to Zhang Jia, asked with some confusion. Zhang Jia said again. The company was bought out. That's all. Having said that, Zhang Jia's entire body breathed a sigh of relief. The tightness of spirit on his face also dissipated at once, and he looked exhausted. This time, the crowd heard it loud and clear. Everyone, all of them were heavily stunned, and the conference room was dead silent. Next, it was in an uproar. What the hell? Dong Zhang, are you kidding? Several popular artists were beyond shocked. What's going on here? Ah, Zhang Dong. Good for nothing. How to sell the company? Including the two shareholders, who were even more shocked. Dong Zhang, the company was acquired? You're not kidding? Why did you make this so sudden if you didn't discuss it with everyone? Sure, the one who was most shocked was Carrying. As the head honcho of the company, she's in the midst of a career surge. She was just fantasizing about what good project Zhang Jia would give her. Results. The company was acquired? This is for Carrying. It's almost as if the sky has changed. Director sang. What's going on here? Wu Yufei was a bit nervous, and even more scared. She was afraid of burying the future she was just about to get. In the face of the crowd's explosive reaction, Zhang Jia looked a little drained inside. I know, it's a bit sudden, but it really is that sudden. Fei Wu and the rest of the crowd were confused for a moment. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Zhang Jia continued. For the two shareholders, I will give you the corresponding compensation fee, so don't worry about that. Okay, guys, anything else? Zhang Jia didn't want to stay in the company for a moment. Anyway, the contract's been signed. There was no need for her to worry about handover procedures or anything else. After all, the Poly Group doesn't use any process at all when it comes to doing things. Wu Yufei said as she stood up. Dong Zhang, can you tell us what this is about? What exactly happened? Zhang Jia gave her an impatient look and said in a deep voice. I'm not saying tongue anymore. No comment on what happened. Wu Yufei looked forlorn, but more than that, she was resigned. Seeing as I'm about to take off, it turned out to be such a turn of events. Wu Yufei continued to ask. Dong Zhang, then our previous contract, does it still count? Zhang Jia said faintly. You can talk to the new chairman tomorrow. Returning the contract. I've offended Yang Mi. I don't think it's going to end well. Tomorrow. Zhang Jia didn't bother to talk nonsense to someone who was about to go offline and got up. Alright, that's it. Adjourn. Having said that, Zhang Jia left the conference room without looking back. And the conference room, all of a sudden, exploded. The company was acquired. And there's no telling what was acquired. It also means that the old pattern will be broken. More likely, Could it be that the company was bought out because it was in trouble? A group of artists are all in a state of anxiety. Carrie Ng was even more apprehensive. The foundational relationships that you've worked so hard to build. Now, I'm afraid it's all for naught. However, she still reassured herself that, as long as you flatter the new chairman of the board, the company's popular artist headliner, or his own. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa yard, Li Cheng, who was worth an uncountable amount of money, was accompanying Xian Bauer to play with mud. Poopy, are you tired? After Xian Bauer watered the flowers she had planted, she sat on her butt on the ground and looked at Li Cheng in a cute manner and said, looking at Huanbao's hands covered in mud, Li Cheng couldn't help but laugh and said, Daddy's not tired. Are you tired, Henpa? It's in the nature of children to play in the mud. It's also the earliest exposure to nature that. Li Cheng does not think this will affect the health, but will also enhance the child's immunity, and it's scientifically proven. Xian Bauer was sweating profusely as she was busy and playfully laughed. Xuanbauer isn't tired either. Poopy, look, I planted flowers. Li Cheng touched Xian Bauer's fleshy cheeks and laughed. Huanbauer grows such beautiful flowers. Daddy is giving you a big garden. Do you want it? Upon hearing that there was a large garden, Xian Bauer was incomparably happy and said, Henpa wants it, and Poopy is so nice. Saying that, Xian Bauer kissed Li Cheng's cheek. Soft, Li Cheng's heart was incomparably warm. Brother Cheng, things are arranged. At this time, Wang Mian returned. Walking behind Li Cheng, Wang Mian smiled and greeted Xian Bauer. Xuanbauer is planting flowers. It's so pretty, taking on the tone of a child. Wang Mian is a bit incestuous. Li Cheng smiled. Xian Bauer, you play here first. I'll chat with Uncle Wang. Xian Bauer was so mesmerized by her play that she didn't raise her head. Got it, Poopy. Poopa, Xuanbauer still wants to go out and play. When can Poopa take me out? Li Cheng was slightly stunned. Only then did it occur to him that Xian Bauer hadn't been out to play yet, and immediately said gently, I'll take you out tomorrow. Okay. After coaxing Wanbeier, the two came to one side. Wang Mian smiled. Brother Cheng, Jiayoi has already acquired it. It's similar to $0 purchase. That old man, Zhang Maoshang, still knows his stuff. Zhang Maoshang, the very investor behind Zhangjia. Li Qingfeng Qingyun said, let's put the company under the name of Huanbauer. Get someone to manage it. Wang Mian nodded. Well, the people have been found. By the way, Chang, Jacqueline, the CEO of Bondpoint Group, has invited you to the Magic City Foreign Enterprise Party tonight. In addition, there are Estee Lauder, Gucci and other international brands such as the Chief Officer CEO intends to meet you in person. It is estimated that the recent entry into the new branch want to see your attitude in advance to worship the mountain. It. Li Cheng raised his eyelids and Bondpoint is an international high-end children's clothing company with a huge domestic market as well, and the Poly Group has also taken in a lot of shares. However, Li Cheng didn't care that the other party came to pay homage to the mountain. Instead, he looked at Xian Bauer and murmured, children's clothing, just in time, have Jacqueline design a few dresses for Huan Bauer. Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then laughed. Ha ha, it's still Brother Cheng who is careful. Chapter 11 An international wine dinner with a smoking ban. In a few moments Jacqueline will presumably come to invite you herself. She's already checked in with me. Wang Mian stood in the courtyard and looked at Xian Bauer, who was covered in dirt, and said with a smile, you don't say, Brother Cheng, having Jacqueline personally design a dress that suits our Xian Bauer is indeed a good idea. Jacqueline, as CEO and design director of Bondpoint Children's Clothing, Inc., for children's clothing design is quite avant-garde. Bondpoint Children's Clothing is one of the top children's clothing brands in Gaul, the capital of romance. Many international celebrities and even the presidents of some countries call on her to design children's clothes. And, after Jacqueline's deep integration of Oriental culture, there is also a large upper market in the country. Moments. Outside the courtyard, led by security personnel, a tall foreign woman with blonde hair slowly walked in. The woman was in her late 30s, with blonde hair, wearing an evening dress that, light luxury with a touch of romance unique to the Gallic country. Hello Mr. Li, we meet again. After arriving in front of Li Cheng, the woman bowed deeply and said with incomparable respect in a fluent Longhua dialect, it's been a year and 3 months since we last met. The woman is none other than Jacqueline, CEO of Bondpoint Kids. Speaking of which, Li Cheng was also considered Jacqueline's honored person. Jacqueline wouldn't have so much business in the country if it weren't for the Poly Group giving her the market. Of course, a large portion of the profits go to Li Cheng. After all, in the beginning, Jacqueline had given quite a few shares as a token of appreciation. Li Cheng nodded his head and faintly said, you don't have to be so polite at home. Jacqueline smiled slightly, guffawing and moving. Mr. Li, there's a banquet tonight. It's all the chief officers and chairmen of internationally renowned companies, and all of us would like to invite you to attend. Mr. Lee, are you free? Not a social call, just a simple party. And Jacqueline made a point of explaining that she knew Li Qing didn't like that kind of occasion. Li Qing did not reply, but waved his hand towards Shen Bauer. Huan Bauer, come to daddy. Hearing the call, Shen Bauer bumbled over with a happy smile on her face. Puppy's going to play with me. Li Qing smiled as he picked up Shen Bauer and tenderly said, Xuan Bauer want new clothes daddy will buy them for you. Shen Bauer blinked her big eyes, then nodded heavily. Yeah, but Shen Bauer still has a lot of clothes. Shen Bauer can't waste them. Li Qing smiled and, it seems that Yang Mi has educated her pretty well. Don't look at Shen Bauer's small size, but her basic 3 views are all very positive. That's what mommy bought for you. Daddy hasn't bought it for Henpai yet. Li Qing had a pampered face. This aunt is the most famous children's clothing designer in the world. I'm sure Schwanbauer will love it. Schwanbauer didn't understand very well what she was hearing, but she knew that the foreign aunt in front of her seemed to be a friend of her father's and was going to buy herself clothes. In general anyway. Shen Bauer flashed an extremely cute smile towards Jacqueline. Hello auntie. And at this point, Jacqueline, who was watching this scene in front of her, had her entire body in a state of incomparable shock. She had big blue eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. This little girl, she actually called Li Qing daddy? But she had never heard that Li Qing was married and already had a child. Even Jacqueline was beginning to fantasize that, to be able to marry a man as close to God as Li Qing. What must that woman be like? Jacqueline, Henpal is giving you a talking to. Next to him, Wang Mian whispered to remind Jacqueline, who was in a daze. It was then that Jacqueline came back to her senses, and then looked at Shen Bauer with a smile on her face. Xuan Bauer don't need to be polite to auntie. Looking at Huan Bauer's appearance, Jacqueline was surprised to find out that she really did have a shadow of Li Qing. Too much of a resemblance. Li Qing smiled. Let me introduce you to Li Xian, my own daughter. Jacqueline's heart rippled wildly. Li Qing really did have a daughter. She then smiled. Meet the little princess O. Henbolt was amused by Jacqueline. Thank you auntie. Little kids talking with superlatives was cute and caused Jacqueline to get a little motherly. Li Qing said, I'd like you to order a few outfits for Shen Bauer. What do you think? Jacqueline stared slightly. Then her eyes widened in delight. No problem. I'll measure Schwanbauer later. I personally designed it for baby and guarantee that it is absolutely the best looking children's clothing in the world. Bar none. Jacqueline is very confident in herself. And the fact that Li Qing was able to give her this task was, in a way, an acknowledgement of herself. This made Jacqueline very happy inside, even a hint of excitement. Then Mr. Li, tonight you, Jacqueline wished, very much, that Li Qing had been able to attend tonight's reception. Li Qing smiled faintly. I'll be there in half an hour. Hearing that, Jacqueline was inwardly delighted, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you Mr. Li, then I'll go back and get ready. Having said that, Jacqueline left the villa with a massive shock in her heart. Get in the car, the aide inquired. Seeing Jacqueline's nonchalant face, Miss, what's wrong with you? Is Mr. Li refusing to come forward? Jacqueline's eyes twinkled in seriousness. No, it's something heavenly that I'm going to have to hurry up and give those people the word. Come on, let's go to the Peace Hotel first. The reception was set at the Peace Hotel. Soon, after coming to the hotel, Jacqueline went straight to the banquet hall. At this time, there were already many foreign entrepreneurs seated in the banquet hall. The waiter pushed up the individual drinks and desserts. 2. There was also the famous orchestra in the corner. Piano, violin, etc. Ready to play. Not far away, there were a couple of famous entrepreneurs who were carrying tall glasses and cigars in their hands with nobility and elegance. Among them was Estee Lauder's chairman, William Lauder. I heard that your company is planning to open 3 more companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Good luck Mr. William. A bald man in a suit smiled. The man is none other than Gucci's president, Evita. Standing across from Evita is William Lauder, chairman of Estee Lauder. William smiled. Thank you Mr. Evita, but that's still up to Mr. Li. Hearing Mr. Li, all of them nodded their heads. Everyone knew that to enter the dragon market, they needed to follow the rules and say hello to Li Qing. This is something we all know by heart. William continued, but it is said that Miss Jacqueline has personally gone to Mr. Li's home to invite him, so I believe it should go well. At this point, not far away, Jacqueline was walking briskly, looking at this woman of honor. All the corporate bigwigs were very respectful. After all, she was the one who had a better relationship with Li Qing. William stepped forward and smiled. Oh, dear Miss Jacqueline, may I ask how things are going with Mr. Li? Jacqueline looked at the cigar in his midst and looked serious. Please, All of you, put out your cigarettes, and make sure to dissipate all the smell of smoke in the hall before Mr. Lee arrives. This party, it's going to be non-smoking. Chapter 12, Juan Bayer's mom calls, silencing all the $100 billion bigwigs. Hearing this from Jacqueline, especially with her extremely serious face, it left the crowd in a daze. Not understanding what was going on, Evita said with a slight frown, "Ms. Jacqueline, what's going on? Tonight is considered an international party. Isn't it normal to have cigarettes and alcohol?" William, the old smoker, added, "Yes, and according to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, the party, oh no, it should be called a drinking party, where cigarettes and alcohol are mandatory, and besides, smoking is allowed in the Peace Hotel." Jacqueline, who knew Eastern culture in depth, looked helpless. These gringos, indeed, are one-dimensional when it comes to the human condition and only recognize deadlines. Jacqueline faded. "Don't you guys ever wonder if it could be because someone doesn't like the smell of smoke?" William Lauder froze for a moment, then with a sudden look of realization. He was beyond surprised. He said, "Oh geez, does that mean Mr. Lee quit smoking?" Jacqueline hated it. "No, it's Mr. Lee who's bringing his daughter. Smoking in front of young children is inherently inappropriate." With these words, at that moment, the few people present all froze for a moment. William, in particular, asked with a dumbfounded look on his face as if he hadn't heard correctly. "What? Ms. Jacqueline, please say that again." Jacqueline said solemnly, "I have an announcement to make to you. Something very important. Mr. Lee is bringing his 3-year-old daughter to this banquet tonight, so I would like everyone to get ready and no smoking. Is that okay?" After the words fell, a crowd of people around them, their eyes widened, their faces covered by a touch of shock. "Mr. Lee, got a kid? And it's 3 years old. Doesn't it mean that Mr. Lee has been married for a long time? And something this big? It's amazing that people haven't heard a peep about it. That's why it's so shocking. Because Li Qing was in the hearts of the people. That was simply a man close to God. In his early 20s, he had already reached heights that were beyond the reach of the masses. It's like nothing they've ever seen before. And for such a man who was so good that he's against all odds, you got married and had a kid without saying a word?" The crowd couldn't help but wonder who Li Qing's wife would be and what the child would look like. After the shock, the crowd was talking. Chairman of Estee Lauder, William was surprised. "I didn't realize that Mr. Lee had actually gotten married and had children." Saying that, he hurriedly put out the cigarette in his hand. Li Qing brought her children to the party. "If you smoke yourself, it's not nicotine you're sucking up. It's your future. Oh God, I need to go get a new outfit first, to make sure there wasn't a whiff of smoke on them." William Lauder left in a hurry and simply changed into a new outfit. Next to Gucci President Evita, the same hurriedly put out the cigar, followed William to change clothes. After learning that Li Qing has a daughter, in the Peace Hotel, a dozen or so bigwigs of internationally renowned companies have been nervous. Get in touch with the restaurant to get some of the kids' favorites, to the highest standards. Hall air purification. Even a host of chairmen and presidents, dressed differently to look as pleasing to small children as possible. Half an hour later, inside the lobby of the Peace Hotel, it looked like a direct change of decor. There are cartoons all around. There's also an assortment of small desserts that kids love to eat and more. At this point, outside the door, with the welcoming ladies standing neatly in 2 rows, on the red carpet, a young man holding a little girl, slowly walked in. See the situation. Jacqueline was the first to look, then stepped quickly over on her heels to greet her. "Mr. Lee, you're here." Jacqueline smiled and then said hello to the little henpaw. When the group of bigwigs behind them saw Li Qing, all of them showed a surprised expression. Li Qing really has a child, or a lovely daughter. Evita and William and the others, looking at it with great clarity. This little girl has Li Qing's shadow in her mold. She is just too cute and pretty. "Hello Mr. Lee. Hello Mr. Lee." A group of bigwigs worth hundreds of billions of dollars came forward to greet Li Qing respectfully. Li Qing nodded his head. He wasn't interested in this kind of occasion. "I've come to bring Schwanbauer for a bit of fun. Kids love to have a good time and more importantly, they love to eat and drink with lots of people." "Wow, Puppy, where is this place? What a big restaurant." Shen Bauer sat in Li Qing's arms, her big eyes filled with curiosity. From birth, it was the first time Shen Bauer had really gone out and met so many strangers. She was curious about everything around her. All the time, Li Qing smiled and touched her nose and said, "Here's the restaurant. And in a little while Puppy will take you out for a nice meal." Shen Bauer touched her little tummy and said happily, "Really? Puppy is so nice. Schwanbauer is hungry." A father-daughter conversation. It made William and the others next to him look away. First of all, it's this little guy, And he's so cute too. It was so cute that it melted the hearts of the crowd. Secondly, this attitude of Li Cheng, this look of a kind old father, gentle and doting, was something the crowd had never seen before. It was completely different from the usual Li Cheng. Mr. Li, is this your daughter? William Lauder stepped forward with a goofy grin on his face. What a cute kid. Mr. Li, we have specially prepared the dessert that the little princess loves. Please. William and the others were very gentlemanly. That respectful look made Li Cheng look like the emperor. The little guy didn't see any outsiders and smiled at the crowd. Thank you, uncle and auntie. A 3-year-old, who's both adorable and so well-mannered. The crowd loved Xian Bauer from the bottom of their hearts. And even more so, they marveled at the fact that she deserved to be Li Cheng's daughter, and had been so outstanding since she was a child. A large banquet. The crowd gathered around Schwanbauer, taking her to eat this and that, and a few female entrepreneurs would even hug her and love her. You keep an eye on Wanbeier. I'm going to the bathroom. Li Cheng handed Xian Bauer over to Wang Mian. Wang Mian was a little embarrassed because he didn't know how to hold a baby. Beside her, Jacqueline seemed to look out and smiled gently. Mr. Wang, I'll hold her for a while, just so I can take measurements with Xianbao. Wang Mian nodded. It wasn't like he would have security problems here anyway. Jacqueline was worthy of being a famous children's clothing designer, and in the effort of teasing with Schwanbauer, she had memorized her various sizes precisely. And will go about designing clothes based on Wanbeier's personality and so on. Just then, the small cell phone in Humboldt's pocket rang. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Xian Bauer took out her cell phone, and then an excited smile appeared on her face. It's a video call from Ma. The little guy's not very loud. The crowd next to them, however, heard it extremely clearly. The hearts of several people, especially William and others who were nearby, stuttered and, the little guy's mom, a video call? It would be a lie for the crowd to say they weren't curious. Including Jacqueline was curious as to who the woman who could give birth to Li Cheng would be. Hey mama. While the crowd was incredibly curious, the little guy answered the phone. Chapter 13, Estee Lauder's chairman panics. Upon hearing Henbauer answer the phone, the people in the hall had unconsciously quieted down for fear of interfering with her phone call. Juan Bauer, what are you doing? In the video, Yang Mi was sitting on the sofa, looking at Xian Bauer with a doting face. Xian Bauer smiled happily and said with some arrogance, Baba brought me out to eat. Look, Mama, what a big restaurant. It's even bigger than the one on TV. With that, the little guy took his cell phone and took a picture of the surrounding pattern. And across the way, Mimi Young, after seeing the environment clearly, he was also slightly stunned. The lobby was full of foreigners in suits. There's also a band playing, and the food is as luxurious as it gets in terms of ambience. Yang Mi couldn't help but be a little surprised that Li Cheng would bring a child to a place like this. In other words, at his level of spending, isn't it not quite right? Henpa, where's your father? Yang Mi got a little curious. Do you know where this is? Xian Bauer said in a broken voice. Daddy went to the restroom, and now I'm being held by a foreign aunt and Uncle Wang. Xian Bauer let Wang Mian show his face with Jacqueline. Yang Mi was relieved to see Wang Mian. She knew it was Li Cheng's assistant, but when she saw Jacqueline, she frowned and, this foreign woman, how seems to have met somewhere. Mama, Puppy's back. I'm going to eat. Without waiting for Yang Mi to think, Xian Bauer's grandmother said, Mama, have you eaten yet? The child knew to care about herself. Yang Mi smiled tenderly. Mom has eaten. Then you go eat. Remember to eat less sweet. Oh, Mom told you. Schwanbauer snaps. I know. If you eat too much sweet, you'll get cavities later. Yang Mi smiled in relief. Good boy. After hanging up the phone, Schwanbauer was very happy because Mama complimented her. Auntie, I'm going to find Puppy. And at that moment, Jacqueline, who was holding Henbauer, long ago, he froze on the spot, because just now, she clearly saw who Xian Bauer's mom was. Isn't that the big star of the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Mi? Yang Mi's popularity is still very high. Even those who don't follow her will have seen her from some advertisements or push news. And she, actually, is Henba's mom? In other words, Yang Mi is Li Cheng's wife? Good lord, this is great news for Jacqueline and others. No wonder, there's no news at all about Li Cheng having a child. So it's to protect Yang Mi? While not knowing exactly why, but at least, that's what Jacqueline thought inside. Okay da baby, go find your poop, Jacqueline said in the tone of a child communicating, setting Henball down gently. Then she turned to William and the others and said in a tone that was as unobtrusive as possible, Did you guys see that? Behind, William Lauder had been petrified on the spot long before. Nothing but shock. How is this possible? Mr. Li's wife is actually Yang Mi? Inside, William Lauder was in utter disbelief. He's met Yang Mi, Because of his previous product endorsement under his banner, he was still planning to work with Yang Mi, so he concluded that he wouldn't be mistaken just now. With that, fear rose in William Landay's heart. Just recently, Estee Lauder has broken its contract with Young Honey's endorsement partnership. He didn't really care about it at the time, because stars are a big difference to them in who they use, as long as they're on fire. But now that we know Yang Mi is Li Qing's woman, William is scared to death. If this offends Li Qing, won't he be finished? It all happened so suddenly. William wondered if God had deliberately screwed himself to death. Mr. William, are you not feeling well? Jacqueline asked out of the kindness of her heart as she watched William blush. William slowed down, his glass shivering in his hand. Oh God, I seem to have messed up one thing. Jacqueline and the others frowned. They didn't know about something as trivial as Estee Lauder changing its spokesperson and asked, "Why? Is something wrong?" William's face stiffened, then forced a hard smile. "No, it's okay, guys, carry on." He had already decided that as soon as the banquet was over, he would personally make a trip to the Magic City branch. Otherwise, Estee Lauder is afraid of a change. In the midst of the crowd's shock, a few people saw Wang Mian, who was watching them again. As for Wang Mian's identity, several people knew very well that it could be said that he represented Li Qing when he wasn't there. The identity goes without saying. And noticing Wang Mian's gaze, Jacqueline, along with William and the others, also seemed to understand something. Mr. Wang, for this matter, we will keep it 100% confidential. Jacqueline stepped forward, incredibly serious. William and others have likewise demonstrated an attitude of people who are in this segment are people who have brains and know how to behave. They understand the importance of this matter. It's clear what to say and what not to say. Wang Mian also just smiled faintly. It doesn't matter what they know about young Mimi. There's nothing to it. None of this matters. Soon, the banquet began. A banquet came down, all centered around Li Qing and Xian Bauer. During the process, William kept going to toast Li Qing. The words were strongly indicating that he had been abroad recently, and that he hadn't taken much care of his company in Longwa. In fact, it was to find a good excuse in advance, so that when the time came to blame, he had a room to beg for forgiveness. Because of Wanbayer, the party didn't continue very late, and was almost over by 8 o'clock. After watching Li Qing leave with Xian Bauer, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Though Henpai is having fun, but the crowd was tired enough to. It's been a short hour. A few of the bigwigs could be said to have taken all of their lifelong experience with children. It looks like both Mr. Li and Xian Bauer are in a good mood. Evita smiled. We should have a good time doing business in the future. 2. Mr. Li leave. Let's have a good drink. Jacqueline was also very happy. Yeah, maybe we'll work together in the future too. The crowd didn't drink much just now. What follows is a moment of total relaxation. William, however, was stony-faced and obviously had something very much on his mind. Gentlemen, I have some company business to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself. Strongly holding out for the end of the feast, William didn't want to stay a second longer. All he wanted to do now was hurry back and deal with the endorsements. After saying hello, William hoofed it to the Magic City branch. Magic City, inside the Estee Lauder office building. At this point, Chun Yu, the branch boss, was working diligently on the documents. After signing the contract with carrying, in the last few days, Chen Yu has been preparing for the work of publicizing the new product. Mr. Chen, go to the parlor. Just as Chun Yu was about to take a break, the secretary rushed in a panic and said, Mr. William has come to inspect the company. Chen Yu had just laid down on the sofa. What? Mr. William, the chairman is here? The secretary nodded. Yes, he's in the parlor now. And, seemingly upset. Bottom line, Chen Yu was not calm. His face clouded over as he said, I thought he went to a party. Why would he still come to the office? I guess something didn't go his way at the party. It's okay, I'll head over there now. Chapter 14, You and I, in person, apologizing at the door. With some trepidation, Chen Yu took a pack of fine good tea from the office and came to the parlor. Upon entering, Chen Yu then saw that William was sitting on the sofa with a sad and angry face. See the situation. Chen Yu was a bit nervous and squeezed out a smile and said, Mr. William, how did you find the time to come over here yourself? Saying that, Chen Yu rushed up to serve tea and pour water. He also put the new tea leaves that had just been brought on the table and said with a flattering face, Mr. William, this is the finest tea I brought over from the south. Rainy day dragon well. Try it. William didn't even look at it. Sulking. Manager Chen. What the hell is wrong with you? William's tone was unfriendly, leaving Chen Yu a bit confused. Just now when he came to the road, Chen Yu was thinking, I don't think I've done anything wrong lately. and the company is thriving these days. Chen Yu's face was puzzled and he smiled awkwardly. Mr. William, am I doing something wrong? William said in displeasure. Please don't call me Mr. William, call me boss. Chen Yu took a deep breath and nodded his head. Yes, boss. William lit a cigar and spoke coldly. Did you change the product spokesperson? Chen Yu was slightly stunned, then reacted and said, yes, there is this matter. Before it was endorsed by Yang Mi, but then because of certain things, Yang Mi was replaced with the now popular Carrie Ng. Chen Yu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled inwardly. Why is the chairman suddenly asking about such trivial matters? William asked in a deep voice with a slight frown. Did Yang Mi take the initiative to cancel her contract with us? He still holds a hint of fluke. If it is Yang Mi initiative to terminate the contract, then things are still good. Chen Yu bowed his head and said, it was us who took the initiative to terminate the contract, and for some reasons, fearing that Yang Mi would affect our product, we replaced her. Hearing that, William's brow furrowed as his hanging heart finally died. Fark! William slammed the table, his eyes wide with rage. Why did you break the contract? Do you realize what this will bring? In anger, William is a little out of control because this is just too big for his entire company. But Chen Yu was flabbergasted. He wasn't at all sure how the chairman of Estée Lauder, as he was called, could be so furious with himself over such a trivial matter. It puzzled him. Boss, Yang Mi is just a star in the Dragon Kingdom. Just break the contract and compensate for some liquidated damages. This doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to have any serious consequences, right? Chen Yu's voice was like a mosquito, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at William. William wanted to get angry, but on second thought, Chen Yu didn't know what was going on here, and he couldn't reveal it himself, so he could only bite his teeth. What do you know? When did we Estée Lauder do something like this to break a contract? Whatever you do, terminate that star's contract immediately tomorrow, and then you personally came to the door to apologize and work with Yang Mi for an endorsement. No, I'm going to apologize in person too. The words fell. Chen Yu's entire body froze. Standing in front of William, Chen Yu looked at him with a surprised face. He doesn't understand. How could his own boss react so badly? It's just a Yang Mi. It's not that bad, is it? But look at William's face. Chen Yu didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal and could only tremble. Boss, you still want to apologize in person? Without waiting for Chen Yu to finish his sentence, William interrupted in a hushed voice. What? You have a problem with that? To be a business, the most important thing is to be honest. When you do that, it's like slapping me in the face. You know what I said. Can you do it? If you can't, I can get someone else. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately panicked. How are things so serious that they have to be replaced? Boss, I promise I can do it. Chen Yu swore in assurance, fearing that if William was unhappy, he would really let himself roll away. William grunted. I'll still come to the office tomorrow, and I'll personally supervise you in this matter. Having said that, William rose and left the parlor without looking back. No need to send me. Chen Yu is standing in the doorway, still in a state of confusion. What's going on with the chairman today? What's with all the fuss over a Yang Mi? Mr. Chen, what's wrong with the chairman? The secretary asked, standing in the doorway with a confused look on her face. It can't be Yang Mi, making a scene where he is? Chen Yu glanced at him and said with hatred, you can say such retarded things? What is Yang Mi's status that he has access to the chairman? The secretary sweated and said, but, it shouldn't be then why is the chairman so interested in the matter of Yang Mi's termination? These words also stumped Chen Yu. Without time to think, Chen Yu said in a deep voice, no matter what, grab a hold of Carrie Ng and terminate the contract. I'll go to Yang Mi myself tomorrow. William's words were nothing short of holy writ to Chen Yu. He's climbed to this position with great difficulty. He didn't want to get fired for that little thing. At this point, in the Thompsons' neighborhood, 10 o'clock at night, the lights were still on in young Nini's living room. For some time now, Yang Mi was in an anxious mood and didn't have a trace of sleepiness in the evening. Next to him, assistant He Bai was working diligently. Sister honey, there's a small company endorsement tomorrow. Do you want to take it? The endorsement fee is $350,000. There's another concert cameo. Want to take it? After leaving Nympho, young Nini's future began to be uncertain because of the intentional alienation within the circle of, resulting in her not having much of a doorway right now. Big cooperation can't be negotiated. Small cooperation Yang Mi doesn't want to take. Forget it, Yang Mi said after a moment of thought. Smaller companies don't have guarantees, and if something goes wrong with the product, then how do I answer to the public? As far as guest concerts go, I'm just not in the mood. Seeing Yang Mi's distracted look, He Bai's eyes flickered, then guessed. Sister honey, are you thinking about Li Qing? Yang Mi looked back and didn't deny it. Well, when I was videoing with Xian Bauer tonight, Li Qing took him to the banquet. And I think I saw 2 celebrities. He Bye blinked and asked with some curiosity. Celebrity? Who? Yang Mi frowned slightly and said with some uncertainty. It seems to be Jacqueline, CEO of Bondpoint Kids, and William, chairman of Estee Lauder. But these 2 I've only seen in the papers. Not really sure. Hearing that, he Bye laughed. Honey, what are you thinking? What do you mean? Li Qing brought Xian Bauer to the banquet and dined with these newspaper bigwigs? Chapter 15. Tell Fei Wu to pack her bags and leave. Yang Mi revealed a bitter smile, and then was puzzled. I just saw those 2. They really look alike. And the restaurant where Li Qing brought Xian Bauer to dinner was of a very high specification, higher than any of the banquets we've attended before. I really don't know anything at all about Li Qing, so maybe I'm imagining things because of that. He Bye was a bit speechless. Sister honey, Li Qing even attended the Magic City feast back then. There are tickets for all these banquets, so maybe Li Qing also has a clear conscience and is putting down blood money to make it up to Xian Bauer. As for those celebrities, it's not a joke. Foreigners all look alike. It's normal for you to be mistaken. Young Mimi laughed and shook her head. She knew that he Bye was right. She was purely concerned. Well, hurry up and go to bed honey. It's getting late. After he Bye smoothed out his work, he went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Huazhou Junting Villa. In the courtyard, a man in his 40s stood in the courtyard, dressed in a suit and incredibly serious. A few moments later, Wang Mian walked out. So early, Mr. Lu. With a smile on his face, Wang Mian stepped forward and said, anxious to get into office are you? Seeing Wang Mian approaching, the man bowed respectfully, then smiled. I'm very honored to be working for Mr. Li, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. The man is called Lu Yinbin, a competent business manager under Wang Mian, and he came to Li Qing's villa early in the morning. It's also carrying a special mission. That is the last chairman of Jiapoi Media. In fact, for the small chairman Xian Bauer, management of the company, Wang Mian said as he lit a cigarette. You've read all the relevant information, right? You should know exactly what to do when you get to Jiayoi. Lu Yanbin nodded and said solemnly, don't worry Mr. Wang, I understand everything. After reading the information yesterday, Lu Yanbin's heart set off shocking waves. He really didn't expect that there was such a shocking string of events behind Li Qing's acquisition of Jiayin Info Entertainment. Yang Mi gave birth to a little princess for Li Qing. Wang Mian said, you don't have to worry about anything. It's no secret that Mr. Li has a daughter. Just do what you need to do, and the rest, you don't have to worry about. As for Yang Mi's side, you take care of it a little. After all, it's Xian Bauer's mother. Lu Yanbin said immediately, please don't worry, Mr. Li, a little care. Lu Yanbin could know too well the gold content of this sentence. Wang Mian on behalf of Li Qing. Lu Yanbin has already thought about how to go back to Jia Nympho's gang of stinky fish and shrimp. One by one, to be screwed up. Wang Mian thought for a moment. After a basic explanation, it was said, okay, it's getting late, so go to the office. After Lu Yanbin left, it was only then that Wang Mian returned to the living room of the inner courtyard. Brother Cheng, it's all accounted for. Wang Mian sat across from Li Qing and smiled. That Lu Yanbin guy, after reading the information I gave him last night, he's so nervous today that he can't even speak properly. Li Qing drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, just let him do what he needs to do. As for Yang Mi's side, we can't let Xian Bauer be sad. Li Qing has no feelings for Yang Mi, but it's not the same with Huan Bauer in the middle. If Huan Bauer is sad because Yang Mi is not living well, then this is also Li Qing's incompetence as a father. Wang Mian nodded and said, Yang Mi's current situation, Lu Yanbin has all been informed. I believe he can do it. Li Qing then put down the teacup and walked towards the bedroom. I'll see if Huan Bauer is up yet. It's time to call her for breakfast. Looking at the worried Li Qing, Wang Mian couldn't help but smile. The man who used to fight in various fields had now become a stay-at-home dad. Meanwhile, after a day of fermentation time yesterday, the news of the takeover of Jiaplasty Media finally came out on the internet. And Zhang Jia, the chairman of the original company of Jiaplasty Media, also posted a statement on the scarf. For a moment, the showbiz world has stirred up a lot of ripples. Cophelia Media was suddenly bought out. This is a big deal for the entertainment industry. Many people in the circle have been discussing what happened to Jiayin Info, and as the head honcho of Japa, carrying a popular figure in the entertainment industry, equally moody. Early in the morning, Wu Yufei took a Maserati and arrived downstairs at the company. Honey, do you think the new chairman will affect my future? Wu Yufei was a little distracted, looking at her boyfriend in the driver's seat and couldn't help but pout. If I'm having a bad time, you'll have to back me up, my good husband. Although Carrie Ng doesn't have much of a background herself, but she's hung up on a boyfriend with a background. The young man in the driver's seat was none other than Arthur Chan, the real son of Kyoto's director Chen. Suffice it to say, Arthur Chen's position in the capital circle was such that anyone who saw him had to give him 3 points of face. Carrie Ng is also relying on this. It was only in a very short period of time that she was made famous and became a popular person in Jiayin Info. Squeezing Yang Mi out, Arthur Chan lit a cigarette and smiled. Don't worry baby, I'll set you straight no matter what. I'll make an appointment with your chairman tonight, come out for dinner, and everything will be a non-issue. Arthur Chan is well connected. Although young, the circle of friends around him are almost all famous directors, or bosses of entertainment companies, so he was still very confident in his own strength. Hearing that, Wu Yufei looked like she had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and the sorrow on her face suddenly disappeared all of a sudden. I knew you were the best for me. Wu Yufei laughed happily and winked flirtatiously at Arthur Chen. Honey, I'm going to work. After Carrie Ng left, sitting in his car, Arthur Chen looked at the office building of Jiayin Info, his gaze narrowing slightly. As a young man in the capital, Arthur Chen's sense of smell in the circle is still very sensitive. He can feel that the sudden acquisition of Japan Info, in the middle of it must have happened some unknown things, because Zhang Jia fired off a statement that it looks more like a rush. However, none of this mattered much to him. Watching Wu Yufei's long-legged back enter the building, Arthur Chen smiled, then drove off in his car. In the conference room of Nymphomedia, all the leaders above the middle level, artist agents, all were there. There are still some welcome cards to be played when a new chairman takes office. As the crowd waited for the soon, Lu Yanbin, who was in his 40s, walked in. Good morning, Lu Dong. All mid-level leaders and above, and brokers all bent over to say hello. When faced with the new emperor, everyone wants to make a good impression. Lu Yanbin swept a glance at the crowd and said with a nod, well, hello everyone, all sit down first. After the crowd had taken their seats, Lu Yanbin smiled slightly, his face looking amiable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yanbin. I'm your new chairman. You can call me Lu Dong, or you can call me boss. For the company, you don't have to worry. The salary, including your previous contract, is still valid. Lu Yanbin continued. You guys just go to work at your old pace. Lu Yanbin himself is still relatively good-natured. Together with a calm tone of voice, it made the crowd feel relieved. It seems that a new official is not absolute. By the way, who is Carrie Ng's agent? Lu Yanbin looked at the crowd and suddenly asked. Wu Yufei's agent was slightly stunned, then stood up and said, hello Director Lu. My name is Qi Lu. I'm Wu Yufei's agent. Qi Lu couldn't help but speculate in her mind. It can't be that Director Lu just took office and wants to draw closer to Carrie Ng, right? After all, Carrie Ng is now the signature of Jiayoi Media. Lu Yanbin glanced at Qi Lu and faintly said, next, I have an important announcement to make. For some reasons, the company has decided to fire Fei Wu. After the meeting is adjourned, Qi Lu, you inform her to pack up and leave. Chapter 16, Blocking a Popular Star for Yang Mi? The words fell. Moment. The people in the entire conference room were all stunned. What the hell? The new chairman of the board is crazy. Just assumed office to be fired Wu Yufei. She is the company's current money printing machine. With that, the crowd stirred. Qi Lu even looked at Lu Yanbin with a confused expression. The news really caught her off guard. Genus didn't understand what was going on. Qi Lu said with some disbelief. Dong Lu, you are. Carrie Ng is the best artist in our company, and for what reason are you firing her? Qi Lu said this. Quite a few others are helping out, too. Carrie Ng can earn money, and many people can enjoy the benefits that. For Lu Yanbin to suddenly do this was tantamount to moving a lot of people's cakes. But Lu Yanbin had expected this. In the face of the situation at hand, the face remained like a sunken waterway. Because of her unorthodox style, she is a bad influence on the public. I'll have the secretary send you all information on the specifics later. Besides, I'm the chairman of the company. You guys still don't have the right to ask what decisions I make, right? Lu Yanbin's gaze was slightly condensed, and the amiability on his face disappeared, giving an extremely strong sense of oppression. If any of you feel uncomfortable, you can leave the company. I won't force you to stay. See the situation. The crowd that was chattering just a moment ago, they were all muted once. At the same time, the ruthlessness of the newly appointed chairman was really seen. Qi Lu didn't dare to speak. She's just an agent. If she offended her boss, then she wouldn't even do well in the entertainment industry. In the face of such a forceful attitude from Lu Yanbin, some senior leaders quickly realized that things didn't seem so simple. The way Lu Yanbin did this, it clearly looked like he was taking revenge, but the crowd couldn't figure it out. How could Fei Wu offend the new chairman? Without waiting for the crowd to react, Lu Yanbin then spoke. Alright, nothing else, let's adjourn for now. By the way, take Yang Mi's previous contract and get someone to send it to my office. After saying that, Lu Yanbin left the conference room, and the people in the conference room, all of them looked at each other with incomparable amazement. Especially Lu Yanbin's last sentence. Depends on the contract before Yang Mi. That's a statement that's just too much information. The company. It seems like something is going to happen. An executive's face clouded over as he said, the new chairman. Is he having some kind of trouble with Fei Wu? A leader next to him murmured. Or is it something to do with Yang Mi? Lu Yanbin just took office, and without saying anything, he directly fired Carrie Ng. Then it's time to look at Yang Mi's previous contract. Meaning most likely that you want Yang Mi back? Everyone knows that Carrie Ng and Mimi Young are arch rivals, so it seems, things might actually have something to do with Yang Mi, but what's hard to figure out isn't Yang Mi just an ordinary star with little background? Back in the office, Lu Yanbin sat in his chair and handed a piece of information to his secretary. Wu Yufei is not only fired, but also blocked, and told other companies that whoever dares to use him again is messing with Jianinfo. The information. It was all because Lu Yanbin used his interpersonal connections overnight to get the black information about Carrie Wu. With a little work, enough to ruin her reputation. Honestly, Lu Yanbin even thought it was too cheap for her. Offending Yang Mi, the woman who gave birth to a daughter for Mr. Li, Wu Yufei is not worthy of death. The secretary looked at Lu Yanbin in a daze. Dong Lu, Carrie Wu has a lot of influence now. Will she make a scene? Lu Yanbin sneered. Haunting? I do hope she makes a scene. She can try. The secretary gulped and, she knows that Lu Yanbin must have energy if he can buy Jianinfo. Carrie Ng really didn't dare to make a scene. After the secretary went down, Lu Yanbin took out his cell phone and directly called several other entertainment company chairmen. There is only one thing in the content, and that is that Carrie Ng has to be blocked and no one can appoint her. The other party saw that it was the chairman of the board of directors who acquired Jianinfo. I wouldn't dare not to lose face. After all, to be able to suddenly buy Jianinfo, must be all capable people with backgrounds and backstage. It would be better to sell a person's favor. Soon, the dark information about Carrie Ng came out on the internet, under the operation of Lu Yanbin. Whether it's the Waterboys or the marketing numbers, they're all joining in on the fun. Hashtag smoking in public and Carrie Ng is a bad influence. Hashtag rockstar Carrie Ng, suspected of being adopted by a man. Hashtag Carrie Ng mouths off and swears at groupies. Hashtag, for a moment, Carrie Ng is directly on fire on the hot search. Immediately following, major media reviews criticized and countless fans cursed. 1 minute it's all red and purple. The next second the persona just collapses. And at this point, Carrie Ng, still in her lounge, wearing beautiful makeup. I also don't know how Arthur is going to communicate with the chairman tonight. I hope Dawn Lu can give face to it. Carrie Ng was in a beautiful mood, chatting with her personal makeup artist. The makeup artist smiled. With Chen Xiao's background, who wouldn't have to give face? Besides, you are already excellent. Lu Dong definitely wants to reuse you. He just took office. He needs to pull in the excellent backbone of the company. This is always the rule. By the makeup artist. Wu Yufei became even more complacent and laughed. Do you think if Yang Mi hadn't been so pretentious and rigid in the beginning, she wouldn't be as miserable as she is today? It's not that I hold it against her. She's just unlikable. The makeup artist concurred. It's just a passing star. It's worthy of competing with you. Just then, clunk, the door to the lounge was violently pushed open. It's no good, Fei. Something's wrong. Broker Chi Lu rushed in at once, her face extremely flustered. In a sudden flash, the makeup artist was taken aback by that. It resulted in drawing lipstick directly onto Carrie Ng's face, looking like a half-drawn clown. Wu Yufei was startled, then turned her head and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Don't you even know how to knock?" Chi Lu didn't care that Wu Yufei was having a seizure, and said with a few ragged breaths, "Yufei, Lu Dong just had a meeting. You're fired. Let me come over here now to talk to you." Chapter 17. Firing yourself just to invite Yang Mi back? Hearing the agent's words, Wu Yufei first froze for a moment, obviously not reacting. Then she asked with wide eyes, "What did you say?" Chi Lu took a deep breath and said again, "Fei Wu, you're fired now. Director Lu asked me to let you know." Chi Lu's tone of voice was no longer polite. On weekdays, she had long since had enough of Fei Wu's arrogant and bossy behavior. "The only reason I put up with it before was for the paycheck. Now that Carrie Ng has lost her big moment, Chi Lu wouldn't spoil her." Wu Yufei was stunned. A look of disbelief filled his gaze with confusion. "What? Chi Lu, you tell me clearly. What's going on?" Wu Yufei couldn't believe that Chi Lu was telling the truth. After all, it was so sudden and, well, Unjustified. I didn't do anything myself. The chairman is also on his first day on the job. So how can he just fire himself? This is a joke, Shi Lu said faintly. Indeed. If you're not convinced, you can go ask Lu Dong. Having said that, Shi Lu turned away, not wanting to care at all. Upon learning this news, Wu Yufei's entire brain went blank. She froze in place for a long time. No, that's absolutely impossible, Wu Yufei muttered to herself, having completely panicked inside, because she knew that her agent would never joke about something like that. Wu Yufei was confused and angry. I'm going to look for Lu Dong. What the hell is going on? Saying that, Carrying is about to go out, and just then, the cell phone in her pocket rang. When I opened it, it was a call from my best friend. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Yufei answered the call. Then the voice of her best friend said from the other side of the phone, Fei, what's wrong with you? Did something happen on your end? Wu Yufei froze and asked, how did you know something was wrong on my end? Creek, I'm telling you, our chairman. Without waiting for Carrying to finish, the opposite BFF then spoke sharply. And how do I know that? Just take a quick look at the internet. Now the internet is full of your black material. Your persona is falling apart. What's going on? Is your company trying to shut you down? Hearing the words of a bosom friend, Wu Yufei's heart stuttered. What? I'll check it out. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yufei hurriedly opened her cell phone, and then she saw the internet. Something about her black material. Immediately, Wu Yufei only felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and she was dumbfounded. Looking at your own blackmail on the internet, Wu Yufei's brain first went blank, then a little dizzy. The whole thing shook twice and would have fallen on the floor if it weren't for the makeup artist holding it up. What the hell is going on here? Wu Yufei couldn't accept it and couldn't believe the scene in front of her. How is it that, for good reason, one has suddenly exploded? It's obvious that someone is deliberately screwing themselves, but Carrying simply couldn't figure out who could screw herself like this. After all, he had offended too many people. No, I have to go find Lu Dong. After slowing down, Wu Yufei rushed to find Lu Yanbin. Come to the door of the chairman's office. Wu Yufei directly pushed the door and rushed in, speaking sharply. Lu Dong, what the hell is going on? Lu Yanbin, who was in the office, raised his head and said with a slightly sunken face, don't you know how to knock when you come in? So unruly. Wu Yufei froze, then walked up and asked, Dong Lu, on what grounds are you firing me? Wu Yufei was used to being arrogant, and her tone was not kind. Lu Yanbin frowned and snorted coldly. You're Carrying, aren't you? You still have the face to ask me? Can't you see the black material on the internet? I'm not just going to fire you. I'm going to make you pay for the company's damages. Carrying is confused. It's outrageous enough to fire yourself, and you have to pay for some bull ****** damages? Lu Yanbin said in a cold voice. Do you know how bad the company will be affected after your persona collapses the room? You are in breach of contract, and according to the previous contract, you should have to pay $10 million for breach of contract. You'd better hurry up and get ready, or I'm going to go through the legal process and press charges against you. A word to the wise. For Carrying, it's a sentence-by-sentence blitz. Excessive. Wu Yufei couldn't bear it anymore, and her big lady temper exploded out at once. Do you realize that I'm the face of Jiayoi Media? How dare you want to fire me? Lu Yanbin sneered. Facade? You're nothing but a street rat now that people are shouting at you. Fei Wu, please put yourself in your place. Carrying's face flushed red. She had no reason at all to dislike it, so she raised her voice. Do you know who my boyfriend is? My boyfriend won't spare you if you do this. I advise you to hurry up and get your company PR to squash the online thing, or else. Without waiting for Carrying to finish her sentence, Lu Yanbin said with a smirk. Oh, those things about you, among other things, were exposed by the company's publicist. Honestly, I gagged at the sight of it. Okay, hurry up and remember to pay the default fee on time. As for your boyfriend, you could have tried. Having said that, Lu Yanbin then lowered his head, not wanting to bother with Carrie Wu anymore. This woman is just a brainiac. Wu Yufei's face turned red with anger. She unintentionally glanced at the papers on her desk and, in the next second, the face changed, because the document on Lu Yanbin's desk was exactly about Yang Ni's contract. Carrying is not calm anymore. It's like pins and needles in the eyes when you see that, she said with a look of surprise and anger. Lu Dong, what is this? What's Young Mimi's contract doing here? Lu Yanbin glanced at the contract, then smiled faintly. You mean this? This is Yang Mi's previous contract. I'm going to personally come to the door and ask Yang Mi to come back after I fire you, and I'm going to double all the perks on the contract. Oh, what am I talking to you for? It has nothing to do with you. Hearing these words, Wu Yufei looked at Lu Yanbin with extreme incredulity. This What do you mean? Fire yourself and invite Yeonmi back? Wu Yufei suddenly realized that the person who screwed himself seems to be the Lu Dong in front of him. You, what the hell do you mean? Wu Yufei questioned loudly. Why did you do it? Why? Dong Lu, may I ask where I offended you? She couldn't figure out where she had offended Lu Yenbin. After all, he didn't even know him. Lu Yenbin said coldly. You have not offended me. Only, you have offended the wrong person. Well, you'd better get going before I lose my patience completely. Wu Yufei froze. Offended the wrong people. Does that mean that it's because he offended Yeonmi? And then Lu Dong targeted himself? Carrying can't figure it out. She really couldn't figure out what connection Yeonmi and Lu Yenbin could have with each other. After all, one is a regular star and the other is a big shot who just bought out Kanayant. Dong Lu, is there any misunderstanding in the middle? Wu Yufei was unwilling. She wanted to ask for clarification. Lu Yenbin slammed the table and said impatiently, Get out, don't ever make me say it again. Carrie Eng's eyes are red. It feels like I'm just too aggravated. Well, we'll see. Wu Yufei threw out a harsh word and stepped on her high heels to walk out of the office. Come downstairs. Wu Yufei couldn't hold back any longer and took out her cell phone to call Arthur Chen. Honey, I'm being bullied. Woo. Chapter 18, Shin Xiao. Do you have a big face? When the call came through, Wu Yufei just couldn't help but cry. After so many years in the entertainment industry, she had never been so wronged. Kicked out for no apparent reason. Blackmail was exposed all over the internet. The original company had to bring back their nemesis, Nini Young. It was worse than killing her. On the other side of the phone, Arthur Chan asked in a confused manner. What's wrong, Yufei? Who bullied you? Wu Yufei cried out. Honey, I'm fired. I've been expelled from Kanayant. Now the whole internet is going to block me. And Jia Nim's publicist even exposed my black information. Across the room, Arthur Chun froze. What? Fired? Didn't the new chairman just take office? How did you offend him? Carrying is crying. A brief account of what had just happened. After listening, Arthur Chen frowned slightly and, it's just so strange and completely baffling. You mean the new chairman is doing it for Yang Mi and then kicking you off? On the phone, Arthur Chen said with some confusion. But Yang Mi doesn't have much of a background herself. It's not that simple. And did you mention me to the chairman? Wu Yufei cried. Mentioned it, but they didn't even give it a second thought. And said you could try it big time. Honey, I'm really aggravated. You have to take it out on me. Arthur Chen's voice sank a few points, obviously a bit displeased. I'll meet him in person. Granted, he didn't care much for carrying, but the other guy is so desperate when he knows he exists. That's a complete disregard. Look at the entertainment industry. Who dares to be so wild as to not give himself any face at all? Even if we go over to Waya, you can have a few faces yourself as usual. Arthur Chen said in a cold voice. Alright, don't cry either. Don't panic for a while. I'll figure out what to do online. I'll be there in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Carrying is in a better mood. She looked back towards the office building of Jiayin Info, her gaze filled with hatred. Yang Mi, wait for me, Wu Yufei said viciously. An hour later, a Porsche 911 slowly pulled up under the office building. After seeing the car, Wu Yufei stepped on her high heels and jogged over in a hurry. This is none other than Arthur Chen's car. Honey, you're finally here. Fei Wu ran off with a smile on her face, followed by a sob. Husband, I'll you do it for me. When have I ever been so wronged? That Lu Yanbin is just too much of an asshole to even give you face. Arthur Chen's face sank slightly. A generation of Beijing Circle's great young man. He really wanted to see what kind of bull the other side was. When you're in the entertainment industry, your own face is no good anymore? Doesn't that mean that even his own father isn't in his sights? Go, take me up. Arthur Chen didn't care about Fei Wu's mood and stepped forward. Upon entering the Nymphia office building, Arthur Chen quickly attracted a lot of attention. As the youngest man in show business, known as the Crown Prince of the Beijing Circle, Arthur Chen is still very famous. A lot of executive leaders and artists, seeing Arthur Chen from afar, he took the initiative to move forward to greet him. Then it stood aside and whispered, Young Chen actually came to the company in person. Is it possible that it's about Fei Wu? Definitely. Chen Xiao is Carrying's boyfriend. And when something happens to his girlfriend, people will definitely come to get a statement. To me, our Lu Dong doing things is not too tough. This is not purely offended. Chen Arthur is not a light. His old man is the big brother of the entertainment industry. Listening to the whispered discussions of the Wu Yufei's chin was almost tilted up to the sky, as if she was saying, you guys watch, I'll show you the background of this young lady in a while. After getting on the elevator, the two came to Lu Yanbin's office. Dong Lu, busy? Arthur Chen walked in, a small smile on his face. First of all, Congratulations to Director Lu Ah, the acquisition of Jiayin Info, and now also the chairman of Jiayin Info Media. Upon entering, Arthur Chen is still very polite. He knew that the other party was able to acquire Jiayin Info, definitely not a simple person. It's better not to tear your hair out until it's necessary. Seeing Arthur Chen approaching, Lu Yanbin raised his head and smiled lightly. Oh, if it isn't Chen Xiao, why are you free to come to my place? Lu Yanbin knows Arthur Chen. When he took over Kan Info, he had crammed a lot of information on the entertainment industry. It also makes it easier to help people in the future. Arthur Chen laughed. Dong Lu, I'm here. You should know what it's for, right? Lu Yanbin also does not intend to beat around the bush, said to himself, lighting a cigarette. If young Chen is here for Fei Wu's business, then you'd better go back. The matter is settled. Lu Yanbin's one sentence killed the conversation. Arthur Chen's face sank, and the smile on his face gradually retracted. Dong Lu, you fired and blocked Yu Fei. What's the reason? I'd like to hear what reason could make Lu Dong not even give me face. Lu Yanbin raised his eyebrows in mock surprise and looked at Arthur Chen and said, Chen Xiao, your face, is it big? The words fell. The atmosphere in the office, at once, became tense. Arthur Chen froze for a moment, then frowned fiercely. He didn't expect that Lu Yanbin would talk to himself like this. Is this picking a fight and looking down on yourself? Arthur Chen said with a slightly deeper voice. Lu Dong, chatting is not like this. Jia Nympho Media in the entertainment industry is also considered a large company? Lu Dong, if so do. I'm afraid, business will not be too long, right? Arthur Chen's tone already had a threatening flavor to it. Behind her, Wu Yufei became more and more agitated. She just wanted to see her husband take it out on himself. Lu Yanbin flicked his cigarette ash and sneered. Do you have anything else? It's okay, hurry up and get out. Don't keep me from my work. I had just taken over the company. Lu Yanbin is very busy. How can he have free time to bowl with a bowl young man? Arthur Chen glared, somewhat surprised. He looked at Lu Yanbin. In the face of this attitude of Lu Yanbin, Arthur Chen is so angry he's going to break his defense. How can a titular entertainment company chairman not know anything at all? Or rather, a chairman of the board dares to be so wild with himself? But Arthur Chen didn't throw a fit. Being a true second generation, the basic city is still there. Since Dong Lu said so, there is indeed no need to talk about anything else. Arthur Chen said with a slightly condensed gaze. However, I would like to know, what in the world is Lu Dong doing this for? There has to be some reason for an outrageous thing, right? Lu Yanbin smiled slightly. You want to know the reason that badly? I think it was Carrie Ying who told you to ask, right? It's okay, it's not like it's a secret. I'm just trying to get young me to come back, and I understand about Carrie Ying's previous style, so I decided to block her. Of course, I'm not the one who wants young me back. I'm just a part-timer, so I advise you to think it over. Chapter 19, Getting Blackballed by Estee Lauder. Secretary White. See the guests off. Seeing that Lu Yanbin is starting to kick people out, naturally, Arthur Chen won't stay like a clown any longer. With that, he pulled Fei Wu out of the Jaboy building. Downstairs, Arthur Chen looked confused and shocked. Chairman Nympho was making such a big move for a starlet. Yang Mi? And it wasn't Lu Yanbin himself who was behind bringing Yang Mi back. That is to say, behind Lu Yanbin is the real behind the scenes. The information would be great. Arthur Chen could vaguely sense that. There must be something hidden in the middle of this thing that is not known. Behind Yang Mi, there's someone else backing her up? Arthur Chen murmured as he narrowed his eyes. Next to her, Carrie Ng looked frustrated. Honey, is this just going to go away? On what grounds? Is she worth that much? A Yang Mi? After learning that it was because of Yang Mi that he ended up in such a situation, Wu Yufei broke the big defense. At the same time the hatred in her heart pulled full. Arthur Chen said in a deep voice. Okay, it's not that simple behind this thing, but it can't just be left alone. I've lost a lot of face today. Arthur Chen couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. Just hold steady. Aren't there still a few big collaborations left? Hurry up and finish them. Arthur Chen said coldly. Don't be concerned about online opinion. I'll set you straight. Wu Yufei nodded, her mood easing slightly and said, okay, I got it. She also knows that she's in a bit of danger right now. And, if we don't work together soon, we may have to fly all the ducks in our mouths. Just then, Wu Yufei's cell phone rang. Buzz buzz. The ringing distracted her. Who is it? It's annoying. Wu Yufei took out her cell phone and saw that it was none other than the boss of the Estee Lauder branch. Hey, Mr. Chen. Wu Yufei's tone became different. On the other side of the cell phone, Chen Yu's voice was serious. MS. Wu, our cooperation is cancelled. Come over here and go through the formalities. Hearing that, Wu Yufei froze and her heart went cold. She asked immediately and sharply, Mr. Chen, we had a good deal. How can you suddenly break the contract? Chen Yu snorted coldly. Breaking the contract? You're the one who broke the contract, right? Look at the negative impact you're having. It's a good thing you weren't approached for endorsement or you wouldn't have been able to pay for the damages. Carrying is a fool. That's a real bummer. Just got kicked out of the company 1 foot. And now a collaboration with a big name has blown up. Chun, Mr. Chen, can you give me another chance? Wu Yufei said with a sobbing voice. I can get half the endorsement fee. Is that okay? Shen Yu said in a cold voice. And half less? I'm not in the mood for your jokes here right now. At this point, Arthur Chen came and took the cell phone from Fei Wu's hand and said, Hello Mr. Chen, I'm Arthur Chen. Chen Yu was slightly stunned, then said with some impatience, Arthur Chen? I don't recognize it. Yu Chen is the president of the Estee Lauder branch. Normally, I basically don't follow the entertainment industry, especially the men. With a slightly embarrassed face, Arthur Chen coughed twice and said, My dad is Director Chen. Shen Yu was silent for a moment, then said, Oh, so it's Director Chen's son. Is there something wrong with Mr. Chen? Arthur Chen smiled faintly. I think there's more to talk about with the Rainy Fei partnership. I'll smooth over the online opinion. By this afternoon, when the time comes, it will definitely not affect your company's product sales. On the other side of the phone, Chen Yu frowned. This Arthur Chen obviously came to back up Fei Wu. If it were normal, he might even look at Director Chen's face and weigh in on the matter. But right now, there's no door, because William, the chairman of the board, had given himself a death warrant. Carrying has to cancel her contract. I'm going to have to go to the door later to apologize to Yang Mi in person. Chen Yu chopped his head off. I'm sorry Xiao Chen. It's not a matter of public opinion. Headquarters has already decided. I'm just a part-timer. That's all for now if there's nothing else. After saying that, Chen Yu was about to hang up the phone. Arthur Chen pursued in a deep voice. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's not a matter of public opinion? Does that mean there's something else? Chen Yu said indifferently. The above has already decided that it's time to replace Fei Wu, asking to be replaced with the previous endorsement. Yang Mi, I almost got fired for this very thing. Okay, I'm going to get busy. Having said that, the other person then hung up. Carrying is standing by. The content of the conversation just now was clearly heard. What? To replace it with Young Honey? Carrying's jaw is about to drop. She's a little confused right now. What in the world happened? How all of a sudden? The benefits all let Yang Mi take over? Arthur Chen had a dark face and a grim gaze. He's a little confused, too. Why? All of a sudden, are they all open to Yang Mi? Nymphia was bought out of the blue. Then the new chairman blocked Carrying and brought back Mimi Yang. Then, Estee Lauder's side of the endorsement partnership is just like Jiayoi's. That's a coincidence. Or is there really someone behind Yang Mi? Honey, what now? Wu Yufei cried. How come whatever favors? All let Yang Mi that get them. Where did I go wrong? Arthur Chen was not in the mood to coax Fei Wu and just said in a cold voice. Come on, what's the use of crying? Why don't you take a trip to Estee Lauder first? For my sake, the breach of contract fee won't let you take much. Arthur Chen now wants to go back and check. What kind of connections did Yang Mi use? Or, of course, one may be purely overthinking it. Wu Yufei said as she wiped a tear from her eye. Good, you'll have to back me up on that one. Husband, I'll do anything if you can help me get through this. Carrying has thought it through. As long as Arthur Chen helped set herself straight, she was willing to pay whatever price. Arthur Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, I'll take care of it, and we'll talk about everything else tonight. Having said that, Arthur Chen drove off in a 911. Meanwhile, in the Thompsons' neighborhood, Yang Mi was sitting on the couch, picking out clothes for Xian Baoer from her cell phone. After Xian Baoer was sent to Li Qing's side, there's not much of a change of clothes, so Yang Mi thought of buying more for herself and delivering them. After all, things like buying clothes for little kids, leaving it to Li Qing, a big man, she really didn't feel at ease. Honey, oh my god, there's great news. Next to him, he Bye suddenly sat over, holding the cell phone with an excited face and said, Sister Honey, take a look. Jiayoi Media has actually been acquired. The previous chairman, Zhang Jia, is gone. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in a somewhat misguided manner, What? Info was bought out? He Bye couldn't help but smile. Excitedly, there's an even more explosive one. It seems like Carrying's persona has collapsed, and she has, now, been expelled from Kagami. Look at the news on the internet. Young Mi hasn't been caring about the internet, didn't really care much about what had just happened. After getting the cell phone, Yang Mi slid the page and looked at the hot search on the bib. Subsequently, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes gradually widened as she said with a surprised face, "What's going on all of a sudden? How did Kan Yo get bought out for good reason?" And carrying was suddenly exposed. Chapter 20. The corporate bigwig came to the door to apologize. Yang Mi was confused. He bye looked like he was gloating. "Ha ha, the deserved it. She made it purely on her own. Rumor has it that the new chairman of this Jia Nympho, the first thing he did on the job was to fire carrying. Now other companies are afraid to take her, though it has nothing to do with Yang Mi herself. But it has to be recognized that Yang Mi is still quite happy in her heart. After all, carrying was two before." After reading the news on the internet, Yang Mi returned the cell phone to He Bye and faintly said, "It's kinda relieving, but it's nothing to do with us anymore. You hurry up and help me see which dress is suitable for Xian Bauer." Looking at Yang Mi's single-minded focus on Xian Bauer, He Bye laughed somewhat helplessly. "Sister honey, are you still the same boss Yang as before? Look at you now. What's that saying? No progress, no thought. What's the difference between you and swinging for the fences?" Yang Mi ignored it and just smiled slightly. "I'm not swinging for the fences in any way. It's just that there's nothing I can do about it right now. And rushing won't fix the status quo. Might as well be quiet and live a good life. And besides, taking good care of Huan Bauer would be a step up." He Bye has been shut down by Yang Mi's words, said as she scooted her ass over to Yang Mi. "Honey, the baby is in the care of her father. You should, now, think about a career. Honey, don't you think this is an opportunity?" Yang Mi stared daggers at the online shopping page and said faintly, "What chances? You mean back to Kanayant?" He Bye nodded and said, "Yeah, now that Carrie Ying is facing closure. With her gone, won't your chance come? Besides, our honey is so good." Yang Mi raised an eyebrow. This is a question that actually does deserve some thought. Only, Yang Mi felt that it was unlikely that Jia would ever accept herself again. It is impossible for a major entertainment company to accept an artist twice. "Forget it, I've already been labeled as snowed in since I left from Kagami in the first place." Yang Mi sighed, breathless. "No entertainment company will accept an artist who is snowed under by the circle. If you accept, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules, and then the company would be alienated from the circle." He Bye bristled. "Well, then won't we have to drink the northwest wind from now on? But it's not that bad. Really can't sell the house. We start a business to do other business. Then I'll give honey as president." Looking at He Bye's optimistic look, Yang Mi also smiled in relief. Buzz. At this point, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming message, Yang Mi's face changed slightly. It was none other than the Estee Lauder branch's boss, Chen Yu. "Mr. Chen, why is he calling?" On the side, He Bye was puzzled. Yang Mi shook her head, then answered the phone. "Hey, Mr. Chen." On the phone, Chen Yu's voice was extremely enthusiastic. "Ms. Yang, I'm Chen Yu. Are you home now?" Yang Mi and He Bye were both stunned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Yang Mi said, "At home. Why Mr. Chen, is there something you want?" Chen Yu said with some embarrassment. That. It's like this. There was a bit of a misunderstanding before, and it was my fault for doing it. Our chairman came back today, and he said he wanted to come to the door and apologize in person." The words fell. Yang Mi was even more confused, including He Bye next to him. He was equally dumbfounded. Apologize? What the hell? And the chairman himself? Now this situation, the Real Yang Mi will not be able to hold. "Ms. Yang, are you listening?" On the phone, Chen Yu asked. Yang Mi came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Oh, I'm listening." Chen Yu was very respectful. "That. Ms. Yang, are you at home? If it's not convenient, we can go downstairs to talk." Yang Mi was a little clouded. "That, and I'm home with my friend," Chen Yu said. "Then open the door for us." Yang Mi froze. "The other side is already here? So suddenly?" "Hang up the phone," He Bye said with a surprised face. "Honey, what's going on here? The chairman of Estee Lauder is coming to visit?" Yang Mi was equally confused. I can't figure it out. I'll get the door first." Open the door. What came into view was a blonde foreigner in a suit. Chen Yu stood behind him. Yang Mi froze, and then recognized it. The foreigner in front of him was the chairman of the Estee Lauder company, William Lauder. And, to Yang Mi's surprise, this man seemed to be the man who appeared in the video that night, when Xian Bauer attended the banquet. "Hello Ms. Yang, I'm William, Chen Yu's boss." When he saw Yang Mi, William was very respectful, and even slightly bent over and bowed after he finished. This made Yang Mi somewhat flattered, and she hurriedly said politely, "Hello Mr. William, come on in." When he came in, He Bye knew that the big man was coming and hurriedly made tea. William and Chen Yu both stood in the living room and, immediately following, Behind them, a few youths, carrying some packages, walked in. "Hello Ms. Yang. A little gift. No honor." William smiled and had something placed in the living room. "See these gifts." Yang Mi was a little scared because it was so expensive. What Polly Riley Core's Naturalist be bum. A bottle is only 150 milliliters and sells for $21,000. William moved straight to a box, and that's just one of the things. Other than that, what with hundreds of thousands of dollars of deep-sea ginseng, etc. A mere scan of these things tells you that you will never be able to take them down without $1 million. Young Mimi looked at William, very confused. He didn't understand what the other side really meant. "Mr. William, this is too valuable. Please take it back." Yang Mi is a little weak and nervous. After all, she wouldn't dare accept a gift from an unknown source. As if seeing Yang Mi's worry, William was quick to explain. "Ms. Yang, don't worry. I just came to apologize to you. These gifts represent my sincerity. You must accept them, otherwise I will." William can't seem to think of the dragon vocabulary. Holding his tongue for a moment he continued. "Otherwise I'll be very bedraggled." Looking at this display of William's, Yang Mi really froze. She really can't figure out. "Chairman of Estee Lauder, why are you suddenly so deferential to yourself? Or even say, look a little in awe?" It's abrupt. Next to Bye has long been dumbfounded. The tea in his hand poured full or overflowing. Yang Mi took a deep breath, intending to ask what the hell was going on. "Mr. William, we don't seem to have any conflicts, do we? You're doing this." William froze, then somewhat reacted to the fact that he was indeed making Yang Mi nervous by doing so. So William hastened to explain. "Previously, Chen Yu broke his contract, which is a serious violation of the company's discipline. This is an inequality and disrespect for you, and that's why I'm here to apologize to you. And hopefully, you will continue to endorse with Estee Lauder. I hope Ms. Yang can disregard her former suspicions." After a few words, Yang Mi's mood calmed down a bit but she still can't believe it. It's just a broken contract. It's a normal little thing for a big company like this. Is it worth it to the other side? Obviously it's not possible. Yang Mi forced down the doubts in her heart and said, "So Mr. William, you're just in it for the co-endorsement?" Chapter 21. The transit was too fast for Yang Mi to adapt. Seeing that Yang Mi is still uneasy, William said very seriously, "That's right. I just want to ask Ms. Yang to cooperate with our company. Your potential and influence will make our products a very good market in the Dragon Kingdom." This is the conclusion reached after our company's internal, long-term observation, discussion and vote. It's just that Chen Yu broke the contract without authorization before I even gave my decision, and this matter makes me very angry. William didn't dare to tell Yang Mi about Li Qing. After all, it's not his place to talk too much about it. He couldn't afford it if anything went wrong. Hearing that, Chen Yu, who was next to him, was confused for a moment. Isn't that pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Chen Yu does not understand why the chairman of the board attaches so much importance to Yang Mi, but he didn't dare to say or ask either, so he could only nod his head and admit his mistake. "I'm sorry Ms. Yang, it was indeed my problem. Please forgive me." Chen Yu's attitude was extremely sincere, enough to rival that of a movie star, but he had his own little plan in mind, high and low enough to make the chairman bleed. "As long as you work with Estee Lauder, all the conditions, you can mention whatever you want. For the endorsement fee, our company can offer 3 times as much." Not only was William Lauder not heartbroken, he was a serious man. That's right, the words of 2 men. Yang Mi are listening in awe. She always felt that it wasn't that simple at all, but for the immediate future, doesn't seem to be a problem. Seeing that Yang Mi hesitates, William Lauder was a little sullen and a little worried. "Ms. Yang, are you still not willing to cooperate with us?" Bye can't stand it anymore. She instantly pushed Yang Mi's arm and whispered, "Sister honey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and say yes. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Yang Mi said with a frozen nod as she came back to her senses. And of course I'm willing to work with you guys, but these things, I don't see the need for them. Do you?" Yang Mi didn't want to receive such an expensive gift from someone for no reason. Chen Yu smiled. "Ms. Yang, this is from the company. Don't worry about taking it, otherwise we are, in our hearts, over the moon." Seeing that Yang Mi agreed to cooperate, William said with a big smile on his face, "That's great. Well, then, let's have fun working together." Yang Mi smiled, her gaze still somewhat in disbelief that this was true. "Oh, good cooperation." Chen Yu took the contract out and put it in front of Yang Mi and said, "Ms. Yang, we'll pay $15 million for the endorsement, and the profit from the sale, you will take a point." Yang Mi was shocked. Once again, $15 million for an endorsement? That's a high price that none of the bigwigs in the entertainment industry ever pay. And most importantly, the profit from sales has another point for itself, which is a 1% share. Doesn't sound like much, but Estee Lauder sells extremely well. For a series of products, how can the annual sales profit be more than $1 billion? You can get tens of millions of dollars a year less in dividends yourself. Janet couldn't believe it. Is Estee Lauder crazy? Not waiting for Yang Mi to get over her shock. William then added, in addition, we've decided to have Miss Young endorse every series of products in the future. Young Mimi was almost out of breath. It was like a big piece of pie fell from the sky for her and took off violently. Yang Mi was a bit overwhelmed. Chen Yu respectfully said, Ms. Yang, take a look at the contract. If there's no problem, let's sign it now. Take the contract. Yang Mi looked it over cautiously. She was afraid that there might be a trick in it. After all, how could it be so good for nothing? There's really nothing wrong with the contract, though. With the three of them watching closely, young Mimi nervously signed the contract. Seeing that Yang Mi signed it, William's hanging heart, at last, dropped. I'm glad to see it's finally working. Otherwise, if they offendedly Qing because of this, then Estee Lauder would definitely have no good luck in the future. Congratulations Ms. Yang, happy cooperation. William Lauder was very happy. Since the contract has already been signed, we won't disturb Miss Yang's rest much. The endorsement fee will be credited to Ms. Yang's account later. William and Chen Yu prepare to leave. Yang Mi called out asking, Mr. William, Mr. Chen, that when are we going to shoot the endorsement advertisement? After the money is taken, it is always uneasy to work without hurrying. William paused and turned his head to smile. There's no rush Ms. Yang, I'll let you know when it's taken care of over there. You can rest in the meantime. Having said that, William and Chen Yu gently closed the door and left the neighborhood. After the two left, Yang Mi stood dumbfounded, looking at the room full of gifts and the sky-high contract in front of her, feeling incomparably trance-like. Is it true? What the hell is going on? He froze and gave Yang Mi a look, then jumped up happily. Oh my god. Honey, we're going to be rich. Honey, you're like a god to me. He danced around happily and, hugging Yang Mi and wanting to kiss him hard a few times. Good thing Yang Mi reacted quickly and dodged. Wait, you say this? True? I always thought something was wrong. He said excitedly. What's wrong with that? I read the contract too. It's perfectly fine. Honey, you're just so good. Even you don't realize you're so good. Looking at the gifts in the house, he couldn't help but marvel. Geez, Estee Lauder is too posh. All these cosmetics must be worth over $400,000. With everything else, no less than $1 million. A luxury car thrown out. Yang Mi frowned slightly as she was puzzled. But don't you ever wonder why they're suddenly being so nice to me? The other party is the chairman of Estee Lauder, an internationally famous entrepreneur. He would be so respectful to me. A star. For no reason? He froze, and then thought carefully about it. Yes, there was something fishy about this. Yeah, look at that gringo just now. It's like he's begging you. Afraid you won't sign the contract. This is indeed a bit abnormal. Is it possible that all foreigners are like this? Yang Mi said as she rolled her eyes. You think too much. But the contract is signed. So let's just leave it at that. And if there's really something going on, maybe we'll find out later. He nodded, then continued with excitement. Yeah, well, enjoy it first. Sister honey, you're a proper rich woman now. Just then, Yang Mi's cell phone rang again. He said with a start. Geez, they're not going to raise you again, are they? Yang Mi gave her a blank look and said, thinking about what? Upon opening his cell phone, he found an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Yang Mi asked calmly. A middle-aged man's voice came over the phone. Hello Ms. Yang, I'm the chairman of Jayapoy Media, Lu Yanbin. Can we talk? Chapter 22, Ka Nympho's Sudden Olive Branch. Yang Mi raised an eyebrow, obviously caught off guard. And, Chairman Jayapoy, why are you calling yourself? Yang Mi replied in a hurry. It's Lu Dong ah. Good day Lu Dong. May I ask Dong Lu, are you looking for me for something? Ho Bai is standing by. The heart cannot help but feel a little worried. It will not be because of the previous in Jianayo. Left what did not deal with things, right? Now that the new chairman is here, it's important to understand what happened before. On the other side of the phone, Lu Yanbin smiled. Ms. Yang, do you have a moment now? Yang Mi hesitated, then said, not busy, if you need anything. Lu Yanbin said, it's like this, since Ms. Yang has time, can you come to the company? There are some things I want to talk to you about. Look, is it convenient? Lu Yanbin's tone was very respectful. If you don't know, you'll think it's a call from a salesman. Yang Mi was a little uncomfortable and could sense that something was definitely up. Dong Lu, can you tell us first, what is it about? Lu Yanbin chuckled. You don't have to worry, Ms. Yang. I am trying to, please, ask Ms. Yang to come back. Of course, it's all up to you, and I hope you'll come by the office and we'll talk in person. Yang Mi froze. This operation of Jayapoi is really a bit sudden and perverse. However, soon a trace of joy rose in Yang Mi's heart. Could it be that it was really like what Bai said, that he had a chance to return to Jai? Ms. Yang, what do you think? Lu Yanbin continued. If it's not convenient, I can come over and pick you up. Yang Mi nodded and said in a rush. No, I'll go over there, the owner of the company. How can you be so kind as to ask people to come and pick them up in person? After a few more conversations, it was only then that Yang Mi hung up the phone. Beside, Bai said with incomparable shock. Geez, honey, is this your lucky break? Chairman Jayapoi personally called you and invited you over to sign the contract. What happened this morning? It made Bai's mood surge. Young Mimi was sitting on the couch and, one is a bit confused. It's all so sudden and counterintuitive. She's still dreaming about it. First, the chairman of Estee Lauder personally came to the door to apologize and the endorsement partnership was signed. And then immediately after that, Jayaplasty Media is about to invite themselves back. It's all good. And it's coming too soon. Yang Mi is a little uncomfortable with all this. It felt as if an ordinary person had suddenly won $100 million in the lottery. At the same time, Yang Mi was a bit vain. After all, she knew that she, herself, wasn't worth that much at all. Why would they, all of a sudden, be so nice to themselves? Without waiting for Yang Mi to think clearly, Bai then urged from the side. Sister honey, stop gawking. Let's go to Ka Nympho Company. Yang Mi took a deep breath and, anyway, what's happening now is a good thing. So let's go there first. Come on, take my car, Yang Mi said. And then the two of them drove the car and arrived under the office building of Jai Media. Upon entering the building, soon, Yang Mi attracted a lot of attention. For the crowd, Yang Mi can be considered an old acquaintance. Seeing Yang Mi arrive, the crowd was amazed. What's she doing here? But no one said hello to Yang Mi. All stood around, discussing in whispers. It's Yang Mi. What's she doing here? I'm not sure. It's hard to believe that she wants to re-enter the company after seeing Carrie Ng get screwed over, right? Is it hard to believe that it was Yang Mi who screwed Fei Wu down? How is this possible? Yang Mi doesn't have much of a background, but Carrie Ng getting screwed is also pretty big. She's really not as good as Yang Mi. But right now, we don't know if Yang Mi is a friend or foe, so let's not get close. Listening to the men whisper, Yang Mi didn't care. The corner of Bai's mouth on the side was curled up high, with a look of a great lady's arrival. And that qualification was like saying, how to kick us out, now how to invite us back. All watch and see. Yang Mi doesn't care that Bai is like this. After all, she was a little girl by nature, not to mention having suffered too much following herself. Under the watchful eyes of the two took the elevator up. As soon as you get out of the elevator, a youth was seen, standing at the entrance of the elevator. Ms. Yang, Ms. How are you? I'm Lu Dong's secretary by Yaqiang. The youth bowed. Respectfully, Director Lu asked me to pick you up here. I'll bring you. Yang Mi nodded. Politely, that would be a problem. Follow. Bai whispered. Sister honey, look at you now, the specs are different. The secretary came to greet you personally. Yang Mi didn't say anything. To be honest, she was a little apprehensive. Upon entering the lounge, Lu Yanbin, who was making tea, immediately stood up and walked over, incomparably enthusiastic. Miss Young, you're finally here. Come, both of you come in and sit down. Secretary White, pour the tea. Lu Yanbin was extremely enthusiastic, just like meeting a superior leader. Young Mi is a bit of a whole won't. After sitting down, Yang Mi smiled. Dong Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Yanbin shook his head repeatedly and said, Nowhere, that's all I should do. Secretary Bai poured tea for Yang Mi and Bai, then left the lounge with good sense. The parties are seated opposite each other. Yang Mi was the first to speak. Dong Lu, did you call me here to discuss the matter of signing with the company? As things stood, Yang Mi only wanted to quickly figure out what the other party was up to. Lu Yanbin smiled slightly, then nodded his head. That's right, I'd like to invite Ms. Yang to join Gioi. Of course, the conditions can be whatever Ms. Yang wants. For example, the previous signing fee, which was $15 million for 2 years, can be given up to 3 times that amount. Or $45 million for 2 years, after we've discussed it. Ms. Yang, what do you think? Chapter 23, How did the cooperation come to you? Yang Mi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. Her gaze filled with a touch of shock. $45 million over 2 years? A signing fee like that is a price that even the big players rarely pay. How could the other side offer such an outrageous price for themselves? And look at Lu Yanbin's attitude. Seems to be very much thinking about signing up on his own right away. Seeing Yang Mi's concern, Lu Yanbin smiled. Don't think too much of it, Ms. Yang. It's purely because we see your potential. I've always been a good judge of character, and I'm sure your future accomplishments will be dazzling. So these conditions, you don't have to worry about. That's all Lu Yanbin could say. After all, he didn't dare to say anything more about Li Qing. In case that statement is wrong, one is at the end of one's rope. Yang Mi is a little stunned and confused. She was a bit unconvinced by these words of Lu Yanbin, which is so outrageous. But since we're signing up, Yang Mi is still happy to be there. She's barely earning anything now, and the thought of having to bring up and support a child later in life, it was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Dong Lu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yang Mi revealed a smile and respectfully said, so can we see the contract? Seeing that Yang Mi agreed, Lu Yanbin inwardly rejoiced that he had finally done something for Li Qing. That's kind of being able to prove yourself. It's all due to Ms. Yang's own excellence. This opportunity would have been yours, Lu Yanbin said with incomparable politeness, then took out a stack of contract books from under his desk. Here's the contract. Ms. Yang read it. After Yang Mi took the contract, looked through it with he bye-bye. 10 minutes later, Yang Mi read through the contract, and not only did she not have any problems, but she was shocked by the conditions on it. Some of the treats that are not available to the big stars. Ms. Yang, are you still satisfied with the contract? Lu Yanbin smiled. If it's satisfactory, then let's sign the contract now. Yang Mi nodded and laughed. Thanks. From the moment I got the call from Nympho, to the point of signing the contract now, it took Yang Mi just an hour, and she wasn't even a little bit comfortable with it. Lu Yanbin had a big smile on his face and was very happy to say, Ms. Yang, let's have a good cooperation. From now on, Ms. He bye-bye is your agent. In addition, the company has decided to give Ms. Yang a car, and these secretaries will take the two of you. He bye-bye looked excited and gave Lu Yanbin a bow. Thank you, Lu Dong. Lu Yanbin smiled and said, well, if there's nothing else, Ms. Yang can go back to rest first, and let the secretary take you to choose a car. Yang Mi and he bye-bye walked out the door. Secretary White smiled as she walked in. Director Lu said that Ms. Yang can pick a luxury car over $2 million. After all, you are the face of Jia Nympho. Also, the appropriate offices are separate from the restrooms. Yang Mi was a little surprised that, you just signed a contract and you're getting $1 million luxury car? The welfare benefits given by Mr. Lu. It is really surprising. After a morning of optional, Yang Mi is finally busy. Back home, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, thinking back on the events of the morning, all feeling a little unreal. Whitey, what do you think is wrong with this? Yang Mi frowned slightly, although all these things were good, but she always felt that something was very wrong. Yang Mi said as she wondered. Think about it. Jia Nympho Media was suddenly acquired. After that it was Carrie Ng who was blocked, and then Estee Lauder came to resume the endorsement partnership. That attitude was surprisingly counterintuitive. And then there's Carnival Media, which followed right on the heels of inviting me back to the company. Don't you think that's odd? Listening to Yang Mi, he bye-bye frowned and said, it's true that it's a bit strange. They're all big shots. They're not even on the same level as us. There's no need to be like this, and there's no reason for it. Yang Mi murmured, why do I always feel like there's someone behind it? He bye-bye sat a little closer and questioned, Sister Honey, you don't have any hidden background, do you? Yang Mi gave a blank look, then laughed. How do I have any background? If I had a background, why would I have left Japa in the first place? He bye-bye said, then don't you think twice about taking the chance that comes your way. Yang Mi nodded and, anyway, I can't get a feel for it now, so I might as well just be honest and take it as it comes. After calming down, Yang Mi said as she took out her cell phone again, let's not talk about this. First help me show Xian Bauer which pieces of children's clothing are appropriate to pick. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Estee Lauder Magic City branch downstairs. Fei Wu stood downstairs in a gray head, her makeup all cried out, because of the unwillingness to be released from his contract. 20 minutes ago, Wu Yufei came to the company building with the intention of discussing with Chen Yu. I didn't even get in the office door. I got a bad rap, as well as paying out $5 million in liquidated damages. Damn Yang Mi, if it weren't for you, where would I be so miserable? Wu Yufei cursed viciously. She attributed all of her current misery to Yang Mi. A few moments later, a Porsche 911 pulled up in front of her and it's none other than Arthur Chen's ride. Honey, you're finally here. Wu Yufei trotted forward, crying pearly and miserably. Get in the car, Arthur Chen asked, smoking a cigarette. What's the matter? It's just a termination of contract. No need to be like this. For Carrie Yang's crying misery, Arthur Chen had no pity and was a little bored, but to save face, he still had to reflect his second-generation demeanor. Okay, I'll find you another one when the endorsements are gone. Wu Yufei sobbed. Hubby, I don't care. I can't be a worse mixer than Yang Mi. It's harder to see her get rich than it is for me not to make money myself. And why are these guys suddenly so nice to Yang Mi? Don't they look at you at all? By Fei Wu. Especially the last sentence. Arthur Chen's face sank, and he said in an unsavory manner, my face? If they don't give it today, they'll have to give it sooner or later. Alright, I'll take you on a trip to watching public relations, and all your negative press will be gone by tonight. Carrie Yang stopped crying. He was so happy that he changed his face faster than turning over a book. Really? Honey, I knew you were the best. Watching public relations is the #1 public relations company in Magic City. Even if you look at the whole country, that's a top 3 existence. Black can be described as white. White can be described as black. There's no opinion in it that can't be changed anyway. Arthur Chen snorted coldly. It's only for my dad's sake that people would pick up a hot potato like you. Wu Yufei said gratefully. Honey, thank you for doing this for me. I'll be sure to listen well from now on. The unattainable showbiz goddess out there. But at this point, in front of Arthur Chen, it's no different than a lackey. Arthur Chen enjoyed Carrie Yang's attentiveness. Now I'm going to take you to Wanqing. Half an hour later, Arthur Chen took Fei Wu and arrived at the office building of Wanqing Public Relations. In the chairman's office, in front of Arthur Chen, there sat a man in his 50s. The man's name is Zheng Yong, and he's none other than the chairman of Wanqing Public Relations. Zheng Yong was a bit balding, but dressed in a suit and sitting on a plush leather sofa. He had plenty of pizzazz. Young Chen, I didn't expect you to come in person. Zheng Yong briefly exchanged pleasantries with Arthur Chen. Although Arthur Chen carries little weight in his eyes, but his old man, he can't be underestimated. Director Chen, after all, is from the Beijing circle and a leading figure in the domestic entertainment industry. His public relations firm, the most projects I've taken on are in the entertainment industry. Director Chen is considered one of Zheng Yong's very important clients. Arthur Chen put on a smile and said humbly, I feel very honored to meet Mr. Zheng. This one beside me is Fei Wu. Her matter, Mr. Zheng, do you think you can? Arthur Chen didn't finish his sentence, but Zheng Yong could tell what kind of relationship Carrie Yang had with Arthur Chen. After all, there's a lot of breaking news on the internet. Zheng Yong laughed. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. There's no problem at all. Chapter 24, The Weight of the Crown Prince of the Capital Circle. Seeing Zheng Yong's easy promise, behind her, Wu Yufei heaved a sigh of relief, while a trace of joy rose in her heart. As soon as their own negative public opinion is resolved, then with his own popularity, and Arthur Chen's connections, getting into another major entertainment company at random is just a matter of minutes. Oh, then thank you, Mr. Zheng. Arthur Chen smiled. Zheng Yong smiled and said, I will definitely take care of the things that Young Chen has explained, but to be honest, Miss Wu's current situation is indeed a bit tricky. Arthur Chen was uptight and said, don't worry about this, $2 million, it will be on your card later. Zheng Yong was slightly stunned. Sure enough, it's still the second generation that makes the best money. Zheng Yong then laughed. Good point, give me an hour's time and Miss Wu's black material will definitely disappear. Arthur Chen nodded. Then thank you, Mr. Zheng. However, there's one more thing I need to trouble Mr. Zheng with. Zheng Yong raised his eyebrows and said, oh, what else does Young Chen want Mr. Zheng to do? Arthur Chen took out a card and placed it on Mr. Zheng's desk and said, Mr. Zheng, there's $1.5 million in this card. I want Yang Mi's reputation to be completely tarnished online. Hearing that, Zheng Yong looked at Arthur Chen with some surprise. Young Chen, you still have a problem with Yang Mi? When he finished speaking, Zheng Yong suddenly realized that Carrie Yang and Nina Young have always been arch rivals. Arthur Chen is helping his girlfriend out. Mr. Zheng, can you do it? After talking about Yang Mi, Arthur Chen's face became visibly gloomy for a few minutes. After all, those guys could give themselves no face at all for Yang Mi. Arthur Chen just wanted to show them. The actress you want to make famous. I can destroy her with the snap of my fingers. Otherwise, where should I put my reputation as the crown prince of the capital circle? Zheng Yong nodded. No problem. Honestly, it won't take that much money. Yang Mi doesn't have much of a background, and the circle is basically suppressing her right now. so it's easy to get some public opinion going. Arthur Chen smiled. The extra money, consider it a treat for Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zhang, then I'll wait for your good news. Saying that, Arthur Chen got up and prepared to leave with Fei Wu. Zheng Yang followed and sent him out the door. Take care, Chen Xiao. I'll give you news in an hour exactly. After Arthur Chen left, Zheng Yang immediately called for his secretary. Inform down. Tell the 3 main departments of the company to put down the work at hand and go all out to turn back the public opinion of carrying. Make sure it's within an hour. In addition, black out Yang Mi. No matter if it's rumor mongering or finding a water army. Completely collapse her persona into a room. The secretary nodded his head back and forth. The chairman of the board personally ordered this. It must be an incredibly important event. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go arrange it right away. An hour later. At this time, carrying was in Arthur Chen's villa. A lot of passion. Wu Yufei sat on the sofa and looked at the torn stockings with a bad smile. Honey, I got this new Parisian house, Arthur Chen said as he lit a cigarette and straightened his shirt. Have more on hand for later. Wu Yufei smiled. Got it, hubby. By the way, it's been over an hour, so I don't know if I've resolved things yet. Arthur Chen opened his cell phone and laughed. See for yourself. Carrying on the bib. Then a flash of surprise appeared on his face. Only online. All the dark information about myself is gone. Not just disappearing. There's even a lot of black material that's been whitewashed. Hashtag Feiwu has been maligned and much has been debunked. Hashtag carrying donates $1 million a year to Project Hope. Such a kind star. Yet she's being spoofed. Hashtag. Underneath all this news, countless water armies are whitewashing carrying. The tide of public opinion was immediately reversed. See these. Wu Yufei exclaimed. Sure enough, spending money makes a difference. Ha ha ha. Hubby, thank you. Wu Yufei got on top of Arthur Chen and gave him a hard kiss. Public opinion was reversed. Carrying will have a chance to flip the script, and when she joins a better entertainment company later, it will be a breeze. Arthur Chen inhaled a cigarette and said with a smile on his face, Don't worry, the best is yet to come. Didn't Jiafi Media and Estee Lauder have to use Yang Mi? I'll make them regret it. Just then, on the cell phone page, black information about Yang Mi suddenly popped up. Hashtag Young Mimi is suspected to have been bagged. Hashtag Young Mi used to use her power to squeeze employees. Hashtag. Similarly, numerous blackouts have come to light on various platforms. Yang Mi instantly caught fire on the hot search. Many netizens have seen that. They're all frozen. The high-flying goddess in your heart has a day to collapse the room? In addition to the netizens, people in the entertainment industry all detected a hint of gunpowder. A day in the life. First, carrying was fired, blasted blackmail and blocked. And then all of a sudden, public opinion gets washed away again. On the contrary, young Nini was hacked. Plus, carrying and Nini Young were already arch-rivals. One has to wonder, are these two fighting? Meanwhile, Magic City Riverfront Villa. In the large living room, an old man in his 60s was sitting on the sofa. The old man, with his thinning hair and not-so-kindly face, looked at the news on his cell phone in a robe, a hair-raising smile curling the corners of his mouth. The old man is none other than the famous director, Feng Pants, known as the sixth master on the routes of the imperial city in the circle of Beijing's old guns. Although Feng Pants is from Kyoto, but it still has an untouchable position in the Shanghai circle. The trip over here was not just a vacation, but a search for films and people to make. Oh, these two, Carrie-Ing and Yang Mi, are at each other's throats. Von Pants narrowed his eyes and smiled. Looks like it's going to be a lively one these days. The assistant stood next to him, smiling down. Sixth master, since when are you also interested in these little stars of theirs? Feng Pants shook his head and smiled while those yellow teeth showed. Oh, I'm not interested in them. I just wanted to see if Arthur had grown. Feng Pants and the great director Lao Chen, the two are considered close friends. For this reason, Arthur Chen called Feng Pants his uncle. Uncle and nephew are very close to each other. Feng Pants also watched Arthur grow up, and having no children of his own at his knees, he naturally regarded Arthur as his own son. The assistant nodded and smiled. Chen Xiao is young and vigorous. Yang Ni was cyber-violated, so I guess it's just Chen Xiao's anger for the redheads, isn't it? With Chen Xiao's ability, overpowering a Yang Mi isn't a piece of cake. Von Pants laughed. It's a shame about Yang Mi. This woman is honestly very interesting, and her posture is a top-notch existence in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, it's just too shafted to offend anyone. Okay, not to talk about these small things. Right. Is Director Lee's script ready yet? The job I arranged for him, tell him to hurry up. The assistant said with a quick nod. Director Lee Wenwu is ready, just missing a female lead. Also, some of the casting for the script wasn't very manageable, and he's still working on it. Hear this. Von Pants waved his hand in a somewhat bored manner. I know. I'm going to take a nap. At this point, in Townsend's, Yang Ni just got a delivery. Sister honey. Schwanbauer grows up very quickly. I'm afraid these clothes won't fit before they're worn. Looking at the piles of children's clothes on the couch, he bye-bye cried and laughed a little. We can't spend like this even if we're rich. It's so extravagant. Just now, Yang Mi and he bye-bye both had been picking out clothes from Schwanbauer, and it's all through the Green Channel. Exclusive to VIPs. After placing an order, the manufacturer will deliver to your door at the store nearest to you, using the same city delivery shipping method. So the order was just placed and the delivery arrived in 10 minutes. Yang Mi laughed indifferently. It's okay, these Henbauer will love them. She'll be fine even if she wears one a day. Yang Mi was in a good mood and her motherly love was overflowing, so she let go of the luxury. These clothes cost over $50,000, a year's salary for an average person. He bye-bye laughed. Alright, Henpaul will be overjoyed. Seeing that Yang Mi was fully engaged in unpacking the courier, he bye-bye sat on the sidelines and started swiping his cell phone in boredom. But just open it. In the next second, he bye-bye's brows furrowed. Then the face changed drastically. Asterisk. He bye-bye stood up at once, incomparably surprised. Honey, come over here and see what's going on. Chapter 25. Yang Mi was countered. That one was afraid to clean up the people. Hearing he bye-bye startled and Yang Mi hurriedly raised her head and asked, what's the matter? You've had a net of shock all day. He bye-bye's face was flustered and her voice trembled a bit as she said, Sister honey, something big has happened. The internet is full of your black news. The words fell. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes frowned. Then she hurried to he bye-bye's side. What's going on? He bye-bye opened his scarf. The next thing Yang Mi saw on the hot search, there had to be 8 out of 10 hotspots for herself. And it's all black. See the situation. Yang Mi was instantly nonplussed and it happened so suddenly that it caught her a little off guard. What the hell is going on here? How did this happen all of a sudden? Yang Mi's face became grave. Right now she's just transiting, reunited with Estee Lauder, overpriced by Jaffilia Media. But then something like this happened. Once public opinion festers, the consequences are unimaginable. Ho clicked into a couple of hot takes for nothing. It was then revealed that all of these black materials are empty and random rumors. Obviously, this is someone deliberately messing with young honey. This is pure rumor and slander. He bye-bye's face turned red with anger. Sister honey, they even rumored that you were adopted, and also rumored that you were suspected of withholding and suppressing employees. That's just bull. Sister honey, this is definitely someone deliberately hacking you. As a broker, he bye-bye can know too well the tricks of the trade in the entertainment industry. She's seen a lot of this kind of smearing and using public opinion to bring down stars. Just didn't realize that. One day his own boss Young faced this dilemma. Sister honey, do you think it could be carrying? He bye-bye has a pretty flexible brain when it counts. This has Arthur Chen behind her. With Arthur Chen's background resources, it really isn't hard to mess with you like that. Yang Mi frowned, her face slightly cold. She knew that carrying wouldn't let it go. But I didn't expect that the other side would strike so fast. And it's down to the wire, too. By the looks of it, the other party was trying to hold himself down completely. 80% it's her. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes stared up. No, I have to go find Lu Dong immediately. Something like this happens. Yang Mi was worried that the cooperation she had just signed was going to blow up, and she might have to pay back the liquidated damages. He bye-bye worried. Sister honey, Lu Dong won't kick you out directly because of this, right? And the Estee Lauder partnership? Yang Mi's face was cloudy and, seriously, she had a feeling this might be going to be the end of her for real. Alone and alone. No resources, no background, couldn't find the PR to fight back at all. Besides, Nympho, along with Estee Lauder, will likely be removed. After all, no one will work with, to the detriment of their own interests. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Prepare for the worst. He bye-bye's brain went blank. It had just turned around and thought life was taking off. I didn't realize it was God playing a big joke on Yang Mi. At this point, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Buzz. Seeing the incoming message, Yang Mi couldn't help but thump in her heart. It was none other than Lu Yanbin. Hey Lu Dong. Yang Mi answered the phone, very nervous and even prepared for the worst. Lu Dong, you listen to me. MS. Yang, don't worry, the company will take care of things online. Not waiting for Yang Mi to finish her sentence, Lu Yanbin interrupted. You mustn't worry about this, since we're working together. The company will take full responsibility to the end. You'll stay out of the house for a while and wait for the company to take care of it. Time to eat and drink. Don't worry. Lu Yanbin's words. It's a little confusing for Yang Mi. I was prepared for a bad situation. What's the result of all this? This was really a bit of a surprise to Yang Mi. Yang Mi didn't even know how to thank her for a moment, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Thank you, Lu Dong. It's really troublesome for you." "Sorry," Lu Yanbin said evenly. "Oh, nothing troublesome, Miss Yang, relax. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up and go take care of things." After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi just heaved a sigh of relief. The good thing is, things don't seem to be at that bad of a bottom, but Yang Mi is a little confused. Because of Lu Yanbin, it's just a bit of an anomaly, having such a big problem of his own. How dare Japa not defend the company's interests in the first place? It's hard to believe that Lu Yanbin is a great guy. Yang Mi doesn't believe me. Anyone who has gotten to this position is a good person. He Bai stood next to him and froze. That's it? Is Lu Dong a great benefactor? Yang Mi shook her head doubtfully and said, "I don't know. Not sure. Forget it, don't think about that much. Things are not something we can control. Let's listen to God's fate. And I don't know if it's going to affect the Estee Lauder side." He Bai fell into thought. Then his eyes twinkled as he said, "I don't think it should be a problem. Last time I saw how William treated you. I don't think he'll be able to break his contract easily." Yang Mi sat down on the couch and began to unwrap the delivery. "Not necessarily. Foreigners don't do sentimentality. They're more focused on profit and loss. Alright, I'd like to contact Li Qing and find a time in the evening when I need to meet the kids and drop off these clothes on the way. It's been a while since Humboldt left himself." Yang Mi really wants a child, also worried that the child won't be able to see him slash herself and will cry. At this point, in Estee Lauder's Magic City branch, in the general manager's office, Chen Yu was sitting in his office chair with a sad face. Just a moment ago, the secretary reported on the matter of public opinion about Yang Mi. This worried Chen Yu. The company's new product endorsement is about to start. As a result, at this juncture, Yang Mi unexpectedly had this incident. How can this be? Mr. Chen, right now we must quickly terminate Yang Mi's contract, the secretary said with some urgency. Otherwise, not only will the products not sell, even the stock market will be affected. And it's not our fault that we cancelled the cooperation. It was caused by Yang Mi herself. Listening to the secretary, Chen Yu's brows were furrowed. Of course he knew the seriousness of the matter. Only he was hesitant about what the attitude would be on the chairman's side. William's attitude towards Yang Mi before was just so counterintuitive. Chen Yu even felt that Yang Mi had some big background, didn't she? Why else would the chairman be so respectful of a minor star? Well, I'll be right there to discuss it with the chairman. Chen Yu made up his mind. He still planned to ask for clarification in person before saying anything. The words. The office door was then pushed open. Then a middle-aged foreigner walked in. The man is none other than William Lauder, chairman of Estee Lauder. "Boss, I was just about to come to you." Chen Yu came and hurriedly reported the matter of Yang Mi. Then asked, "Boss, look at the situation now. Should we break off the cooperation with Yang Mi?" William Lauder said with a serious gaze. "I came to see you precisely to talk to you about Miss Yang. Regarding Ms. Yang's cooperation, it will remain business as usual. Absolutely no changes will be allowed. Otherwise, you don't have to work as a general manager anymore." Chapter 26, Fighting with Mr. Li. All circles must be given in vain. Hearing this from William, Chen Yu and his secretary were both confused. No. Is the boss stupid? Chen Yu felt something was wrong. "Boss, Yang Mi is likely to affect our stock market." William raised an eyebrow and sulked. "Am I the boss or are you the boss? Even if the stock market goes down, it has nothing to do with you. Do your part properly." Being lectured like that by William, Chen Yu also stopped talking and nodded. "Yes, boss." Chen Yu doesn't care. Anyway, if the company loses money, you won't lose much yourself. At least you're covered. As for this silly geezer, I don't know what kind of confusion I'm in. Love it. Having said that, William said as he lit a cigar and sat on the couch, "Do you know why Ms. Yang suddenly has so much blackmail? Do you know anything about the domestic entertainment industry?" Chen Yu was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that this boss, how come he still cared about the entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Yu said, "Boss, I don't know much about these things, but by the looks of it, Ms. Yang should have been deliberately smeared. She's in a hostile relationship with that Fei Wu from before." William nodded, and then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, it seems that very few people know Miss Yang's true identity. Otherwise there wouldn't be any ungrateful ones looking for death. William is well aware that. Next, the circle will not end well no matter who is hostile to Yang Mi. One only needs to hold on to the big tree of Yang Mi, disguised as a way to get closer to Li Qing. I believe it will definitely take off in the future." On the other side, in Huazhou Junting Villa yard, Li Qing was drawing with Xian Bauer. "Pupi, do you think the drawing is good?" Xianbao took the paintbrush and got covered in paint. His little face was like a little flower cat, but Li Qing didn't care. In his eyes, Xianbao being happy was the most important thing. On the drawing board, a patch of grass with 3 people with extremely exaggerated features, standing on it. On either side were adults, a man and a woman, with a little girl in the center. Xianbao laughed. Pupa, this is you. That's my mama, and I'm in the center. Did Xianbao draw well? See that? Li Qing couldn't help but be a little moved. He knew that Xianbao longed to have a complete family like ordinary people, the most common things that ordinary kids do, but it has become Huanbao's biggest dream. Li Qing smiled gently. Huanbao draws so well. Receiving the affirmation, Xianbao was very happy. Hey, Henpa is awesome, isn't he? Saying that, Xianbao looked at Li Qing with anticipation again. Baba, when will you be able to take care of Xuanbao with Mama? I miss Mama. Li Qing touched Xianbao's head and said gently, Mommy hasn't been able to take care of you with Puppy because of some things. After a while, they'll be taking care of Huanbao together. For the Henpa thing, Li Qing was also a bit torn. Maybe when it's later, it'll be with Yangmi to take care of Xianbao. Of course, it's just on the surface. These are not things to consider right now. Xianbao nodded her head contentedly with a serious face. I know Mama is busy right now. She has her own things to do. Xianbao doesn't blame Mama. Li Qing smiled, but was a little heartbroken. Xianbao is only 3 years old, yet she already knows so much. This is due to her experience of lack of love. Humboldt happily pulled out his little cell phone and clumsily figured out the camera. I'm going to take a picture of Mama and show Mama the picture I drew. The cell phone of Xianbao was a special cell phone that Yangmi had bought in order to contact Xianbao. Although small, but the performance is the same. You can access the internet, but of course underage mode is set inside. Li Qing smiled and said, yeah, take a few more pictures to show Mama. Look how great our Xianbao's drawing is. At that moment, the villa butler came over and said, Mr. Li, Miss Jacqueline has arrived. Li Qing nodded. Jacqueline is none other than the president of Bontoin Children's Clothing. The last time I promised to work out clothes for Huanbao, it was ready in just 2 days and delivered in person. An executive stretch Rolls-Royce, parked in front of the compound. Subsequently, a woman with a full head of blonde hair came down on a pair of high heels and long legs. Mr. Li, Jacqueline gave a respectful smile. Xianbao's clothes are done. Only 3 sets were made first. Let's see if Xianbao likes them. Jacqueline herself walked in with carrying a pink leather bag. Of course, these had already been checked by security. Li Qing nodded and smiled lightly. Have a heart. Huanbao, come over and see your new clothes. Humboldt kept looking down at his cell phone. It was as if she had discovered something new and fascinating. Next, Humboldt looked up and stumbled over with his little cell phone. Look, Poopy, I saw the news about Mama. Though Huanbao can't read much, but the word young honey, and a few other simple words were still recognizable. Poopy, are they scolding my Mama? Humboldt's eyes quickly reddened and she knew that her mom was a star and that there would be a lot of attention paid to her mom on TV and online. Humboldt flipped through the news that popped up and quite a few of them have the words disgusting and asterisk off in them. She knew that it was a curse word. Xianbao pouted her lips while being a little scared. Poopy, did Mama do something wrong? They don't seem to like Mama anymore. Is it because Huanbao? Seeing that Xianbao was about to cry in aggravation, Li Qing picked her up and a slight frown followed the look at the phone. Seeing Li Qing frowning at this detail, Jacqueline said instantly and sagely, taking a step back, Mr. Li, you go ahead. I'll wait here. Li Qing didn't care about Jacqueline. Instead, look at the news online. For 2 hours just now, Li Qing had been accompanying Xianbao to draw, and hadn't really paid attention to what was going on outside. At this point, outside the yard a black Land Rover came to a sharp stop. Opened the door. Wang Mian walked over quickly. Brother Cheng, something happened and your call didn't go through, so I just rushed back. Ms. Young. As he was talking, Wang Mian suddenly noticed the aggrieved Xianbao and said, it was done by Mansing Public Relations. Chapter 27, Those That Rise Up. Pinch them all off. In front of Huanbao. If he said Yangmi directly, Wang Mian was afraid that Xianbao would be even more worried. Looking at Wang Mian, Xianbao said weakly, Uncle Wang, will my mama be in danger? Xuanbao, though she did not know what was going on, but she could feel as if her mom was in trouble. Wang Mian revealed a gentle smile. With Qing here, your mom won't be in danger. Xianbao looked at Li Qing and asked in a small voice, Poopy, can you help Mama? I don't want anything to happen to Mama. Li Qing hugged her hard and smiled. Poopy won't let anything happen to Mommy. Don't worry humbug, don't you trust Poopy? Xianbao said seriously. I believe in Puppy, and Puppy is the greatest man in the world. Li Qing laughed. Then Huanbauer, let's take a look at your new clothes first. I'll take care of mom's business. Jacqueline's been standing over there for a long time. Seeing Li Qing walking towards her, she smiled. Mr. Li, if you're busy, I can come back another time. Li Qing said indifferently. Show the new clothes to Huanbauer. Jacqueline opened the pink leather bag and 3 sets of clothes were then removed from it, each packaged in a vacuum bag. Jacqueline said as she put on her gloves with extreme care and removed the children's clothes inside. Mr. Li, this is sterilized. The baby can wear it without worry. Jacqueline brings out the best in children's clothing. Xian Bauer, who was in Li Qing's arms, immediately widened her eyes. Children's clothes are basically pink and white, and beige, all the colors that kids love, and from the design to the material. As you can see, all of them are top of the line and definitely qualify as the Rolls-Royce of the kids scene. It wasn't just Henbold who looked dumbfounded. Even Li Qing, who could tell the clothes were in high-class taste. Jacqueline lives up to her reputation as a world-class designer of children's clothing. Henpa, do you like it? Li Qing asked with a smile. Like to have auntie take you to try on clothes. Xian Bauer nodded heavily, her mouth watering. Puppy, Huanba likes it. It's so pretty. Li Qing put Xian Bauer down and let her hold the little dress herself and go to her room to try it on. After changing into new clothes, Xian Bauer's entire aura was instantly raised by more than one notch. That high-class princess feeling. It's unmatched by any set of children's clothing on the market. Standing in front of a mirror, Xian Bauer looked at herself repeatedly, her eyes filled with amazement and joy. Puppy, this dress is so pretty. Xian Bauer was overjoyed. She had never worn such nice clothes. It looks better than the kids' clothes on TV. See, Schwanbauer all love it. Aside, Jacqueline finally breathed a sigh of relief and he had finally lived up to Mr. Li's high expectations. And not surprisingly, from now on, it's going to be a costume designer exclusively for Humboldt. If one day the crowd learns that Li Qing's daughter has been wearing her own design, then he or she will leap to become the world's #1 children's clothing designer. Jacqueline was already lost in fantasy. Li Qing smiled. MS. Jacqueline, then I'll have to trouble you for Xian Bauer's children's clothing from now on. Getting appreciation from Li Qing, Jacqueline was very joyful and said repeatedly, thank you Mr. Li and Xian Bauer for recognizing me. As long as Xian Bauer likes it, everything I do is very worth it. In the future, I will personally design all of Xian Bauer's children's clothing. Saying that, Jacqueline became a bit torn and said, Sir, I have a small favor to ask. Li Qing nodded. Just say what's up. Jacqueline smiled. On Xian Bauer's clothes, I still printed our company's tiny logo. This, you won't mind, right? Li Qing smiled slightly. Oh, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't detract from the aesthetics. Jacqueline was inwardly delighted that Humboldt wears her own design and the logo speaks for itself. At the same time, it's the biggest publicity for Bonpiant. Jacqueline laughed. Thank you, Mr. Li. Then, in that case, then I'll leave you alone for now. I'll go back and design a few more sets of clothes for Xian Bauer. After Jacqueline left, Li Qing let Xian Bauer, who was wearing new clothes, follow her aunts to play first. Brother Cheng, it's Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan. They've approached Wan Xing Public Relations. In the living room, Wang Mian said faintly, Yang Ni seems to be very unpopular in the entertainment industry, but now Lu Yanbin has started working on it. Li Qing sat on the sofa, his face rippling. And don't let Lu Yanbin waste his time. This matter is something you should go and deal with directly. Take the ones that pop up, and just pinch them off, and get to the root of this thing. Thinking of Xian Bauer's aggrieved look just now, Li Qing couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. Yang Mi has no feelings for herself, but she was Xian Bauer's real mother. No matter what, it was right to help her for the sake of the child. Besides, it's such a small thing. For Li Qing, it was just a matter of words. Wang Mian nodded and said, well, bye tonight. Having said that, Wang Mian left the villa. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Magic City Administration Building, next to the family building. In an ordinary room, a man in his 50s was cleaning up a yellow rosewood tea table, a 30 square meter living room. Although it looks small and the decor is plain, 2 rattan chairs, a solid wood tea table, and a purple clay pot tea set. Various administrative planning documents were displayed on the liquor cabinets on either side of the. There are also some dusty medals of honor in proper executive style. Mr. Wang you don't usually come here. I don't even have someone to drink tea with, the man said as he cleaned up. Say hello to Mr. Li for me, and I'll buy him dinner if he comes by one of these days. A smile spreads across the man's face and the relationship with Wang Mian was obviously very familiar. The man was no one else but the hand of the Magic City Internet Supervision Bureau. Li Yoguang. For internet-related things, especially self-publishing and news, etc. Li Yoguang's department, which specializes in this area. In terms of rank, he was also a front-row figure in the entire Magic City, and Li Yoguang's credentials run deep. He can influence more than just the Netflix piece. Wang Mian smiled. I know. Okay, Li Bureau. Don't be busy. Sit down and have some tea. It's not like this table is dirty. Li Yoguang smiled and shook his head. That won't do. It's not easy for you to come to my house once. I have to treat you well. Don't look like the house is broken. But I still have some good tea in my collection. Saying that, Li Yoguang took out a tile jar from the cabinet and placed it on the tea table. This is authentic rainy day dragon well. My apprentice gave it to me. And of course I paid him for it. It's not a disciplinary offense, huh? Wang Mian smiled faintly. Still so outgoing with me. Li Yoguang personally made tea for Wang Mian. After sitting down, the two of them smoked cigarettes and drank tea, and chatted about everything. A moment later, Li Yoguang smiled. Mr. Wang, I don't think you came to see me this time to simply drink tea, right? Chapter 28, Various internet bigwigs can't sit still. Wang Mian drank a mouthful of tea and smiled lightly. Bureau Li, there's something I need to discuss with you. Hearing that, Li Yoguang's face became slightly more serious then. At the same time there was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that as soon as Wang Mian said that he wanted to discuss things, that things were more than likely not open to half discussion. Li Yoguang laughed and said, Mr. Wang is straightforward. Wang Mian lit a cigarette and faintly said, I want Bureau Li to call a meeting to ban all rumor-mongering comments about Yang Mi from the entire internet. And, Wang Mian briefly talked about the matter about Yang Mi. After hearing this, Li Yoguang first froze, then widened his old eyes, full of incredulity. Mr. Wang, you're not joking for my old Li, are you? Is that what Mr. Li meant? Li Yoguang can't believe it. Li Cheng would make such a big move for a showbiz star? Li Yoguang couldn't understand it even if he thought about it. It's just a star. Even if it was the daughter of any powerful family, it would be impossible to climb into a relationship with Li Qing, right? Li Qing that height, how could you do such a childish thing? At least, in Li Yoguang's eyes, this was a very outrageous thing. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Bureau Li, this shouldn't be too hard for you, should it? Li Yoguang laughed bitterly. Mr. Wang, this is too childish, isn't it? You have to give me a reason for what I'm doing, right? Li Yoguang, as the head of the city's network monitoring directorate, if for no reason at all, for the sake of a minor celebrity, to personally run an operation like this, wouldn't that be laughed at and even more despised if it got out? Wang Mian had expected this expression from Li Yoguang and then smiled lightly. Reason? If I were to say that Yang Mi gave birth to a daughter for Mr. Li, do you think this should be done? Boom! With these words, Li Yoguang only felt a bolt from the blue. What did you say? Li Yoguang stood up at once and, the whole person was incredibly energized as if they were high on drugs. Li Yoguang's eyes widened. His gaze was no longer steady, and after that extremely shocked demeanor burst out, it made his entire person seem as if he was a few years younger. You said Yang Mi gave Mr. Li a daughter? Li Yoguang's voice was trembling a little. Really? This is too unbelievable. Wang Mian faintly said. You think I would joke about something like that? You don't need to know anything in between. It's enough for you to know that Yang Mi has a child with Mr. Li. Li Yoguang couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. As far as he could remember, Li Qing is simply like a man of God. At such a young age, his achievements have already reached the heavens. Even the position he sat in today was due to Li Qing casually mentioning it. Yang Mi actually had a child with Li Qing? This is something that is really too shocking. After a reprieve, Li Yoguang said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang, I'll do it now. Ensure that Ms. Yang's reputation is restored. And in addition those companies that created rumors, I will definitely punish them severely. You wait for my news. Saying that, Li Yoguang didn't dare to delay a moment, grabbed his mid-mountain jacket and headed out the door. Wang Mian was slightly stunned, then laughed. What's the hurry? I haven't finished this tea yet. Li Yoguang pulled up Wang Mian and said in a hurry. What's with the tea? This is something I need to get on with. Learning that Yang Mi gave birth to Li Qing, Li Yoguang felt that the sky is going to change. If this matter is not done well, then he is a hand of the network supervisor. It will be in vain. Half an hour later, Kyoto, headquarters of a certain jumping company. In the chairman's office, jumping chairman Zhang Ming received some phone calls. The whole person is anxious. Quickly, hurry up and buy me the airplane ticket with the closest time. I want to make a trip to Magic City immediately. Zhang Ming put down the phone, then grabbed his jacket and hurriedly headed out. The secretary, seeing her boss in such a hurry, looked puzzled and worried. Dong Zhang, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. I just received a message from above that I have to go to Magic City immediately to hold an emergency meeting. Everyone is required to be there in 3 hours. Hearing that, the secretary stumbled. The journey from Kyoto to Mordor is not a short one, and the requirement to be there within 3 hours is too sudden and too hasty, isn't it? Without waiting for the secretary to respond, Zhang Ming said again, also, you immediately convene a board meeting for me. Notify all departments under the company. As long as the negative news opinion about Yang Mi on the internet, first all blocked, no one can send out. Even the official media can't pass muster. At least, on our company's platform, it can't be posted. And all those that have been posted are deleted and taken down. The secretary stumbled. What's going on here? Why is Yang Mi involved? Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. Do you hear me? The secretary nodded his head back and forth. I can tell something big is going on just by looking at the chairman. At this critical juncture, he didn't dare to talk too much about it, and nodded his head back and forth. Okay Dong Zhang, I'll do it right away. Zhang Ming said. Well, be quick. If we're late, we're afraid our company won't be able to keep it. The secretary looked startled. Ha, he didn't think that it would be this serious. I'm on my way. The secretary ran out in a hurry. As for Zhang Ming, after buying the airfare, he went to the airport without stopping. Meanwhile, such a scenario is not only played out at a certain jumping company, certain wave group. The company is on fire. All the members of all the people were all busy, especially the department responsible for the scarf. The leaders are busy because the chairman suddenly ordered that within an hour, everyone must all take down the news post about Yang Mi's title, and the chairman of the board, Mr. Chao Wei, has already departed, traveled to the Magic City for an important meeting. Beyond that, including corporate internet companies such as Doom, Penguin, and so on, playing the same picture. It's only because of the notification from above that it is requested that by 6 o'clock tonight, make sure that for the sake of Yang Mi, the whole net is netted, while the group of chairmen don't understand what's happening. After all, Yang Mi is just an entertainment star. It's perfectly normal to pop a little scandalous opinion or something, but hearing the tone from above, no one dares to disobey, but to rectify the situation immediately. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, inside the office building of Huangpu District, Magic City, in the large conference hall. At this point, various internet giants had already taken their seats, which sits at the very front, as you can see by the table cards. Ma Tang, Zhang Ming, Chao Wei and a host of other internet bigwigs all looked grave. Sudden emergency meeting, almost wore these guys out. What's this? Why did Elder Li suddenly call an emergency meeting? Chapter 29 A word, just for Yang Mi. Chao Wei was sweating profusely. Hundreds of kilometers all the way. Even on the elevator are running up. It's wearing me out. I'm out there talking to people about working together. Li Youguang, as a handful of webmasters, he doesn't just run Magic City. More importantly, Mordor was an important location for the internet supervisors meeting, so Li Youguang had full authority to have these big internet businessmen come over for a meeting. And the Magic City Council isn't just any city council, it's provincial. You can't be a great businessman, but you wouldn't dare to stand up to the official bigwigs at the provincial level. It can't be because of Yang Mi, can it? Martin pushed his eyes up and couldn't help but open the mineral water and take a sip. Have you all been notified that no topic about Yang Mi can appear online? Zhang Ming frowned slightly with a deep thought. Well, I asked other companies and basically got that message. I think this meeting is most likely because of Yang Mi. An internet bigwig next to him raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What? Because of Yang Mi? Dong Zhang? This is impossible. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. Yang Mi is just a star. Which of the people present is not a big shot worth billions or tens of billions of dollars? Yang Mi in their eyes. But just a playwright. A handful of webmasters who would suddenly call an emergency meeting because of a star. What an international joke. How is this possible? Chao Wei's face was cloudy. Judging by reason, it's unlikely that Yang Mi will be the centerpiece of the meeting. But in terms of feeling, he really thought that it had something to do with Yang Mi. Just then, the attendant came over and whispered, "Bosses, Director Li is arriving." Immediately thereafter, the crowd at the scene shut up and the conference room was quiet. Immediately following, the crowd then saw that an old man in a Chinese mountain suit walked in with a serious look. The old man was none other than the net supervisor's hand, Li Youguang. "Gentlemen, it's been hard work for such an anxious meeting." Li Youguang's pleasantries were perfunctory and then opened his mouth. "I've suddenly called all of you bosses here today to inform you of a very important matter. The reason for the offline meeting is also because this is so important." Li Youguang's tone It made everyone a little nervous, especially some medium-sized internet companies. Thinking to myself, this is not a nasty attempt to straighten out the internet, is it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but none of them dared to speak and could only wait quietly for the following. Li Guang said in a deep voice, "From now on, no negative news and opinions about Yang Mi are allowed to appear on your platforms. If I find an omission, then don't blame me. In addition, for those who rumorize and make unlawful statements, I hope that you will actively report them and provide evidence, and I will give out the corresponding rewards." After the words fell, at once, all the internet bigwigs present, all froze. Nobody can believe that. Such an urgent and grand meeting of the webmasters. I can't believe it was convened around a young starlet. Yang Mi. Isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for Li Guang's weight there, the crowd is afraid to stand up and say psycho. Zhang Ming and Ma Tang, who were several people, had puzzled faces. These leading figures of theirs. Again, he didn't understand why Li Guang had given such an outrageous notice. No wonder we need offline meetings. And at the very opening of the meeting, all communication devices were put away. You can't even talk about this kind of thing online. Seeing the crowd murmuring, Li Guang's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "Why? The bosses seem to have a problem with that. Boss Zhang Ming, come on, what's your opinion? Your jumping company, is it that you don't want to rectify the situation?" Zhang Ming was stunned. His heart thumped, he was going to behead himself. Zhang Ming hurriedly stood up and said, "Director Li is mistaken. I will go back and will immediately convene a board meeting to send these things down. Promise there won't be a single slip-up." Don't look at Zhang Ming's worth tens of billions of dollars, but he doesn't dare to break bread with Li Guang. The other party is an official bigwig, and if they say there's something wrong with your company, then there's something wrong. Li Guang didn't look at Zhang Ming. Instead, he looked to the others. "What do you think?" Martin and a host of other entrepreneurs echoed. "We'll go back and rectify it immediately." See the situation. Li Guang's face only loosened up. "Well, that's it then. Adjourned. This meeting today is just a private chat, so go back to your bosses." The crowd understands that. When Li Guang said that, it meant that the meeting would be kept secret. After the break, various internet gurus hoofed it to their companies. Hurry up and pass the notice on. In the conference room, Li Guang took a drink of water. The hanging heart finally dropped a bit. "Director Li, I'm a little confused." Next to him, the secretary who had followed Li Guang for 10 years couldn't help but say. Li Guang smiled faintly. "I know, you're curious as to why I'm getting all worked up over a star, aren't you?" The secretary nodded and said, "Yes, after all, you represent the crown, and if you give notice like this, it's inevitable that there won't be suspicion down there." Li Guang sneered. "They can guess all they want. They won't dare to say anything anyway, and they will do what I say." As an official provincial bigwig, Li Guang was still very authoritative outside except in front of Li Qing. Li Guang continued, "As for the matter of Yang Mi, this is something you don't need to know. I've been asked to do the same. On trust?" Hearing this, the secretary was extremely shocked inside. Someone who could make Bureau Li do this. How high does it have to be? Chapter 30, The Two Meet. Xian Bao's divine assistance. But since Li Guang has said so, the secretary didn't dare to ask anything more. Meanwhile, in the Thompsons' neighborhood, for a couple of hours, Yang Mi had been sitting on the couch, keeping an eye on the internet. Sure enough, with the operation of the Nymphoid's public relations, the tide of online opinion has indeed shifted, but at this rate, he himself is still in danger. "Sister Honey, don't worry too much. Didn't Director Lu say that this matter has nothing to do with you?" Seeing that Yang Mi was a bit worried, he comforted. "Alright, it's almost time. We're going to go meet Zoenbear." Yang Mi frowned slightly and said in a still calm tone. Arthur Chan and Fei Wu came on strong, and they obviously went to a top-notch PR firm. Jia Nympho is a bit strained. Besides, if the loss reaches a certain level, Lu Dong will definitely give up on us. We have to be psychologically prepared for this. Yang Mi knows Arthur Chen's background. This Beijing Circle's youngest, the Crown Prince, was not in the entertainment industry for nothing. If Nymphia really loses more than she brings to the table, then Jiayoi would absolutely give up on himself. Yang Mi was still very self-conscious about this. But speaking of Henbauer, Yang Mi was in good spirits again, squeezing out a smile and saying, "Aha, I haven't seen Xian Bauer for a few days, and I've been unsure in my heart. I don't know if she's grown taller again or if she's not listening." He laughed. "It's only been a few days. How can it grow so fast?" "Honey, I have to warn you," Yang Mi said with a slight blink of an eye. "Reminder of what?" He said with a serious face. "You're going to meet Li Qing in person this time. Maybe you guys will even talk or something. And it's in front of one bear. What will the boy think if you two are two strangers?" Hearing that, Yang Mi was stunned inwardly, and then her face became a bit unsettled. Yeah, how should one face Li Qing in front of the child? Think of that man's face. Yang Mi was internally complicated for a while. She and Li Qing, to say that they had a relationship, could be said to be complete strangers, and she didn't know anything about him at all. But nay, the two also had a conjugal affair. He had given him his first time. In the face of such a man, Yang Mi didn't really know what to do with herself. Honey, have you figured out how to face it yet? He Bye asked. Gotta be prepared. Yang Mi was a bit torn, and even now her mood was starting to get apprehensive. Then she looked at He Bye and said, Bye, what should I do if you look at it from a spectator's point of view? You asked me? He Bye was filled with surprise, and then her beautiful eyes became somewhat complicated. Honestly, can I give advice on this? Yang Mi looked a little rushed and said, it's okay, just use your senses. What should I do? He Bye pondered for a moment, then said with incomparable seriousness, I think, right, you should try to go relax and even pretend to be more in love with Li Qing. This is so that Wan Bayer won't notice. As you know, although Schwanbauer is young, she is very understanding and much smarter than the average bringer of children. If she thinks you guys are wrong, I'm afraid it will have an impact on her. Growth-wise, after hearing what He Bye said, Yang Mi nodded thoughtfully. She knew that He Bye had a point, but it's easier said than done. Pretending to be familiar with a stranger from a one-night stand it's just too hard, isn't it? Yang Mi said with a sigh. Ugh, I'll try. Well, it's almost time. Let's go over there. Packing up the clothes I brought for Humboldt, Yang Mi drove with He Bye and secretly went to the location agreed upon with Li Qing. About an hour later, Yang Mi's car, not far from Li Qing's small suburban yard, stopped. Exempt, this is so out of the way. Absolutely no paparazzi would expect you to come to this place. He Bye smacked his lips and said, get off the car and see where Xin Bauer goes. Yang Mi covered up tightly. At this juncture, one has to be extra careful when going out. Just get out of the car. Young Mini then saw, not far away, a young man, holding a girl, stepped out of the familiar Chevy SUV. Sunset. The dusky sunlight was spilling over the youth's face. In addition to being handsome, there's an indefinable beauty to it. Seeing Li Qing again, Yang Mi still had a complicated feeling in her heart. There was also some nervousness and apprehension, as if he didn't know what to expect. Take a deep breath, Yang Mi said with a smirk. Schwanbauer, look who's here. Yang Mi walked towards Xian Bauer, who was being held in Li Qing's arms. The big, moving eyes lit up instantly when she saw her mom approaching. Poopy, it's Mama who's come to see me. Li Qing smiled. Yeah, get over there to Mom. Li Qing knew that during the few days that Xian Bauer had left Yang Mi, must be missing Mom. A normal child would have cried a long time ago, and she's been good for so many days. Huan Bauer stumbled and ran towards Yang Mi, then all at once he flung himself into her arms. Mama, I miss you. Xian Bauer lay on her back in Yang Mi's arms, feeling the warmth of her mother's warmth, making the little one feel incredibly at ease. Baby, Mommy misses you too. Yang Mi was extraordinarily happy, and her apprehensive mood instantly relaxed after seeing Xian Bauer. Let Mommy kiss you. Yang Mi gave Henbald a kiss on the cheek. Zoenbayer gave Yang Mi a kiss just the same. Watching mother and son get along, especially the happy smile on Henbauer's face, Li Qing was slightly moved in his heart. Ha ha, did Schwanbauer miss Auntie? He Bye came from behind and said with a bright smile. Yo, I see that Xian Bauer has really grown a bit taller. White and chubby. Humboldt smiled. I miss my aunt too. Puppa lets me eat a lot of good food every day. And Zoenbayer has gotten fat. Saying that, Humboldt even had the decency to touch his belly. Both Yang Mi were amused by Xian Bauer. Well, did you have a good time at Puppy's? Is there anything you're not happy about? For Humboldt life, Yang Mi was concerned. Xian Bauer flopped down in Yang Mi's arms and said happily, Mama, Puppy is very good to me. He plays games with me every day and teaches me to read and draw. Humboldt blah blah blah. That is, what Li Qing did with himself every day. A set of running accounts. However, when Yang Mi heard it, a touch of guilt could not help but rise in her heart, because in the years that Henbauer has followed him, one has never really been there for her. Come to think of it, Yang Mi couldn't help but look towards Li Qing who was not far away, pursing the corners of her lips and casting over a trace of gratitude in her gaze. After reliving the love of a mother, Xian Bauer's mood was also unusually happy. Pulling Yang Mi's coat, grandmother said, Mama, you and Puppy haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you miss Puppy? You'll all be happier when you hold Henbauer together. Hearing this, Yang Mi froze and looked at Xian Bauer in surprise. She's only 3 years old. How does she know all this? He Bye was surprised. Xian Bauer, who did you learn all this from? No, How come you know so much? Xian Bauer said seriously. All the kids on TV have moms and dads with them. I have a puppy too. So isn't that what it's all about? Looking at Xian Bauer's serious face, Yang Mi was a little overwhelmed. He bye-bye revealed a bitter smile. Honey, let's see how you play this. I'll stay out of this. Having said that, he bye-bye then stepped aside. After all, this was Yang Mi's private matter. Yang Mi looked at Li Qing with slight embarrassment. Then holding Xian Bauer in his arms, as if he had gathered enough courage, he slowly walked over. Chapter 31, World-Famous Designer. You wouldn't know Li Qing, would you? Coming to Li Qing, looking at his extremely handsome and clear face, Yang Mi was a bit nervous and the complexity of the situation suddenly suppressed the courage that had just sprung up. Li Qing, hello? After a moment of silence, Yang Mi ghostly said this. Then she blushed a little at how incoherent she was. Behind her, he bye-bye almost spat out blood. I've explained everything before I came here. How is it that once you're there, you're stupid? Is this still the same boss Yang who was windy and stern? He bye-bye couldn't bear to look on and turned his head to get into the car. Wyatt. Xian Bauer seemed to sense Yang Mi's abnormality and milked her voice. Mama, did you and Puppy have a fight? Yang Mi was slightly stunned, then forced out a smile and said, how can you fight? Mom and Dad are very much in love. Having said that, Yang Mi raised her head a little awkwardly and looked at Li Qing. In the eyes, there was a hint of innuendo. Of course Li Qing knew what Yang Mi meant. She was just acting to keep Xian Bauer from seeing the signs, thus affecting Xian Bauer's upbringing. For the sake of Xian Bauer, Li Qing said along with Yang Mi's performance, it's been hard for you to take care of Xian Bauer these past few years. Huan Bauer, Miss Mommy? Xian Bauer nodded her head and said as she lay down in Yang Mi's arms. Aha, Puppy, why don't you sleep with Mama? Henpa wants you all to sleep with me. Looking at Henbald's serious look, Yang Mi had a bad feeling in her heart. That intense embarrassment surged even more. In the face of this strange man she'd slept with, Yang Mi really can't imagine that if there's another time that, how would one feel? It's embarrassing to think about it. It's so weird. However, Yang Mi couldn't show too much abnormality and just smiled. Xuan Bauer be good. Mama has some things to do right now. When Mama is finished with her work, she will stay with you with Daddy later on. Xian Bauer be good and obedient, okay? Li Qing looked at Xian Bauer and tenderly said, yes, Mama is very busy. Xian Bauer follows Daddy first. Does Xian Bauer not like Daddy? The two of them are singing together. The little one was quickly defeated and obedient. Henpa will listen to Mommy and Daddy. Yang Mi was relieved when, at the same time, in his heart, he was a little grateful to Li Qing for accompanying him in the drama. Adjusted his mood. Yang Mi looked at Li Qing and revealed a faint smile. I came here this time to check on Xian Bauer and bring her some clothes on the way. In the future, if there is any trouble or something you don't understand in Xian Bauer's daily life, you can look for me at any time, and I'll just pay for all the expenses. Looking at Henbauer all dressed up, after being even more refined than before, Yang Mi was still more grateful to Li Qing. Li Qing smiled faintly. Xian Bauer is my daughter, and I treat her, more than anything else. Li Qing's gaze was always as calm as water, but to Yang Mi, it was incredibly serious and pure. For a moment, Yang Mi suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed to be quite charming. Yang Mi froze for a moment, then nodded and said, thanks. At this point, Zuanbayer climbed off Yang Mi. Mama, I've got clothes for that, and Papa has bought a lot of pretty clothes for Xuanbauer. Does my dress look good to you, Mama? Xian Bauer wore her new clothes and spun around twice in front of Yang Mi. Yang Mi's eyes were a little awed by to be honest, from the first moment she saw Xian Bauer, she felt that Xian Bauer had become even more refined than before. Now, Huan Bauer made a point of showing Yang Mi the clothes. Yang Mi just realized that this kid's outfit by Humboldt is just stunning. With her experience and vision, this is definitely very high-end children's clothing. And when young Mimi saw the Bonpiant Kids Only logo, eyes also lit up for a moment. And this brand of children's clothing is not cheap. Just this one on Xian Bauer, Yang Mi hasn't seen it online at all. And it's edgier and more stylish than any other on the market. Maybe it's expensive too? Yang Mi's gaze towards Li Qing was even more somewhat different. She can see that Li Qing was really good to Xian Bauer. Baby looks great in it. Yang Mi praised Xian Bauer while glancing at Li Qing and continued to say to Xian Bauer, listen to Daddy here and be good. Hearing Yang Mi's compliments, Xian Bauer was very happy to say, Mama, I'm very obedient to. Papa praised me for being good. Xuanbauer's new clothes were specially made for Xuanbauer by a foreigner that Papa found. Xian Bauer knew what Li Qing had done for her, and told all these things, very proudly, to Yang Mi's. Yang Mi laughed, then gave Li Qing a curious look. She knew Humboldt wouldn't lie, so a little curious. Li Qing got a foreigner to design the clothes for Xian Bauer? After all, Bonpiant is indeed a foreign brand. And just then, suddenly and inexplicably, it occurred to Yang Mi that before, Li Qing brought Xian to a dinner party. The video does show a foreign woman hugging Bao, and at the time, he himself felt that the woman looked like Bonpian's chief designer. Come to think of it, Yang Mi couldn't help but have a bold guess inside. It's hard not to. That foreign woman, is she really Bonpian's chief designer? But soon Yang Mi shook her head and, Jacqueline is the president of Bonpian Enterprises. How could a man worth tens of billions of US dollars cross paths with Li Qing? It's something that's unthinkable. But Yang Mi is still having a great time. After all, Li Qing was so good to Xian, she could usually rest assured. Mom also brought you some clothes. Usually you have to love clean and hygienic. Oh. Yang Mi handed Li Qing the clothes she had brought with her. She then looked at the time, her face showing dismay. It's getting late. Yang Mi knows she should go back to the right now. He's still in hot water himself, and there are a lot of things he hasn't dealt with yet. Xuanbao, Mommy still has some things to take care of, so I'll come back to see you in a couple days, okay? Yang Mi is inwardly reluctant to give up. Not being able to spend time with Henbauer is a pain in the ass, both for the mom and the kid. Xianbao seemed to be able to see that something was wrong with Yang Mi and said in a milky voice, Mama, do they all dislike you? Being asked so suddenly by Xianbao, Yang Mi froze for a moment. Huanbao, what are you talking about? Mommy didn't understand. Xianbao said seriously. I saw it on my little cell phone and it had so many bad things to say about Mama. Yang Mi blushed with some surprise. She didn't realize that Henbald could read the news. It's hard to believe that Li Qing told her. It shouldn't be, right? Without waiting for Yang Mi to react, Xianbao said in a comforting tone. Don't you worry, Mama. Puppy said he'll help you out. Chapter 32 Public opinion all gone? Wu Yufei's sky has fallen. Ma, don't be sad. Hearing Xianbao's words, Yang Mi revealed a hint of a smile, then glanced at Li Qing with a complicated expression. She knew that this was perhaps Li Qing's way of comforting Xianbao before he said that he would solve the trouble, and apparently Xianbao believed it. But Yang Mi was still grateful to Li Qing. He didn't denigrate himself in front of his kids because of what happened online. Yang Mi smiled gently. Xuanbao is good. Mama is fine. Okay, Mommy will come to see you next time. After hugging Xuanbao, Yang Mi looked at Li Qing and said, Thanks. Li Qing said indifferently. It's okay. Yang Mi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After instructing Xuanbao again about some of the trivialities of life, it's back to Bai's car. Watching Yang Mi leave, Huanbao was a little sad and disheartened. Puppy, when is Mama going to live with me? Li Qing gently picked Xianbao up and tenderly said, Xuanbao be good. When Mama is done with her work, she will be able to stay with you every day. For that matter, Li Qing was still a bit torn for a while. Yang Mi doesn't have any feelings for herself, and the two are not from the same world. But if we really don't let Huanbao live with Yang Mi, that's also an injustice and torture to Huanbao. A childhood without a mother's love is incomplete. Perhaps there will be a way to have the best of both worlds when it's behind us. It wasn't long after Yang Mi got in the car. Bai stepped out of the car and then he walked straight to Li Qing. Mr. Li, this is the bank card that Honey gave you. It has $1 million in it. Bai said seriously. Sister Honey is worried about you taking care of Xianbao. It might cost a lot of money. Worried about you financially. Anyway, you take it. Sister Honey's thoughts. Seeing this, the Wang Mian beside him were slightly stunned. And then he couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Good man. The first time I've seen someone worried about Li Qing's lack of money. Knowing that Yang Mi means well, Li Qing didn't refuse, and after accepting the card, he faintly said, Aha. Seeing Li Qing with a cold look on his face, Bai didn't say much and walked back after sending down the money. It's getting dark, too. Li Qing hugged Xianbao and smiled. Let's go Xianbao. You should be hungry. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. As soon as I heard about the good food, Xianbao was instantly much happier, clapping her little hands. Yeah, Puppy, how much did Mama give you? Li Qing raised his eyebrows and laughed. Little Xuanbao, do you want any new toys? Xianbao bristled and held her tongue for a few seconds before saying, I'm not. Xianbao flopped down in Li Qing's arms and wrapped her arms around Li Qing's neck and said, Puppy, Mama is so good to you, and Puppy will be good to Mama, won't she? Hearing these words from Xianbao, Li Qing couldn't help but be slightly stunned, then smiled gently. Of course, why else would Puppy help Mama out? Xianbao happily kissed Li Qing. Puppy, you're so nice. Li Qing smiled and, as long as Xianbao is happy, it really doesn't matter what she does. This is, perhaps, the change of heart that comes with fatherhood. Li Qing carried Xianbao to the car, handed the bank card to Wang Mian. Wang Mian smiled and said, Ms. Yang is really kind-hearted. Afraid that Brother Ching doesn't have enough money to spend. Li Qing smiled. Okay, go ahead and drive. Meanwhile, on the way back, Yang Mi sat in the co-pilot's seat, her mind reeling. Seeing Li Qing this time, she had been paying attention to the details, interested in learning what kind of person Li Qing really was. Do you think Li Qing, is he hiding some identity? There was silence in the car for a few moments before Yang Mi snapped out this sentence. It always felt like he was. Well, not as simple as he appeared. He bye-bye. Who was driving the car? Frozen said with some confusion. No honey, what are you rambling about again? Saying that, he bye-bye glanced at Yang Mi and laughed. Sister honey, you can't think that Li Qing is not simple just because he is handsome, right? He bye-bye is not teasing Yang Mi. There's one thing to say, Li Qing is really handsome. Ho has been in the entertainment industry for so many years for nothing. I've seen tons of good-looking guys, but every single one of them that was taken out and compared to Li Qing was thrown off by 10 streets. Yang Mi said with a wave of her hand. Seriously, let's just say you took that $1 million and handed it to Li Qing, and he didn't seem to have any reaction. Did he? It's like, $1 million is nothing in his eyes. He bye-bye nodded. That's true, but Li Qing shouldn't be very short of money. After all, he has a car and a house in Magic City, and he's a native. Yang Mi added. And what Schwanbauer is wearing, is Bonpiant children's clothing? Schwanbauer also told me that it was a French aunt who personally designed it for her. Plus that time when I was videoing with Juan Bauer, the foreign woman who was hugging Juan Bauer really looked like Bonpiant's designer Jacqueline. With these two associations, I always feel that it could be possible that Li Qing really isn't simple. A word to the wise. He bye-bye all stared in disbelief. Honey, what's wrong with you? No, you're not going to start fantasizing about, like, a dominatrix scenario, are you? Yang Mi frowned. What a bully. He bye-bye laughed. It's after a one-night stand, and then years later, bringing a child to the door to recognize his family, and discovering that the child's real father is actually a certain super soldier king with $1 trillion family fortune. Yang Mi gave he bye-bye a blank look. No kidding, I'm serious. He bye-bye laughed and said, okay, I'll stop, but I think you're really overreacting. Let's just say what Jacqueline's family is. That's a super president and designer worth $10 billion US. Even the bigwigs in the circle are hard to meet. How did Li Qing get to know her? Yang Mi nodded, without saying a word, and, just looking out the car window at the night scene out of focus. Maybe it's because of the kids. Let her treat every detail with the care it deserves. But Yang Mi believed that her intuition would never be wrong. Li Qing was definitely not as simple as what she saw. At this point on the other side, in the Magic City Sky Hotel, on the 45th floor of the building, Arthur Chen, wrapped in a layer of robe, leaned against the couch and, looking out into the night, he took a deep drag on his cigarette. The feeling of relaxation was very comforting to him. Took a sip of his drink. Wu Yufei took her cell phone, intending to take a picture of the hotel's luxurious specifications and upload it on her scarf. Showing off is what she does best. What's going on? Is the internet down? Wu Yufei's face was puzzled and she kept fiddling with her phone as she realized that she couldn't log into her scarf account. After a few fiddles, Wu Yufei looked at the cell phone page and her whole body was dumbfounded. Your account has been banned for a recent violation. Unblocked. Look at the page prompt. Wu Yufei was instantly confused. Her own scarf account was actually blocked, and it's been sealed for a full 500 years. What is this? Wu Yufei was not calm. Her scarf account was very important. Honey, my scarf account is blocked. Carrying logged out of the login page. Without realizing it, I saw the words hot search about myself. After a closer look, Wu Yufei froze again, because on the hot search, all of them are about their own black material, and the public opinion that was previously whitewashed, all disappeared. On the contrary, all those rumor hotspots about Yang Mi have disappeared. It's bad, hubby. Something seems to have happened. Chapter 33, Evil. Yang Mi has a backstage? With a fierce tug from Fei Wu, Arthur Chen was confused for a moment, then got a little impatient but before he could react in any way, Wu Yufei put her cell phone in front of him and said, Honey, what's going on here? How is it that all of my dark information has been blown out again, and the ones from Young Mi, all gone? Arthur Chen frowned, then snatched the cell phone. Let's see. Only online. Blackmail abounds for carrying. Even the top 10 hot searches, all of them are about her black material, and it's even more fierce than before. Arthur Chen's face grew more and more somber. Then look up Young Mimi's black stuff on the bib. But to his disbelief, surprisingly, none of the negative opinions about Yang Mi have disappeared. What is this? Arthur Chen was also confused, and then he sensed something big was wrong. Experience has taught him that this is definitely being countered. But Arthur Chen didn't believe that Yang Mi had such a great ability. He was looking for Wanqing PR company in the first place. Carrying is crying her eyes out. Good cannot just want to whitewash their own. But now the result of the public opinion of the sky cannot be suppressed. And all the negative public opinion of the arch-rival Yang Mi disappeared out of thin air. What the hell is going on here? Can't it be that Manhing Public Relations takes money and doesn't do anything? Honey, say something. What's going to happen now? Wu Yufei cried. I thought you said it would be easy. Now why can't you handle it? Arthur Chen said with some impatience. Come on, don't cry. You just know how to cry. I'm going to ask what's going on over at Wanqing now. Something like this happens. Arthur Chen is also bored out of his mind. It's really a bit of a slap in the face after all. Taking out his cell phone, Arthur Chen directly called Zheng Yong, the chairman of Wanqing Group. A few moments later, phone call connected. Mr. Zhang, what's going on here? As soon as the call was connected, Arthur Chen was the first to ask. Have you seen what's going on online? What's going on with carrying? On the other side of the phone, Zheng Yong said with some urgency. I just noticed it too. The situation is something I'm looking into, so take it easy for now. Arthur Chen's face sank as he said, Mr. Zhang, this matter can't be wrong. You should know how important it is. Zheng Yong said in a deep voice. Don't worry, young Chen. You don't need to say this. I am now suspecting that there might be another company helping Yang Mi, but I will soon find out. I'll get back to you on that later. After saying that, Zheng Yong hung up the phone. After putting down the cell phone, Arthur Chen looked at Fei Wu and said, I've already told Mr. Zhang. He's looking into it on his end. Don't worry, there should be results soon. Wu Yufei was then slightly relieved. Hubby, I can't afford another accident, or I really won't be able to make it in the entertainment industry. Saying that, Wu Yufei's face turned sinister as she said in a cold voice, Yang Mi, this nemesis, no matter what method I use, I will make sure that she will never be able to raise her head in front of me. Young Chen, if she really found help, she's also slapping you in the face. Arthur Chen knows this about carrying. When she said that, she was just trying to get herself to help her more. But Arthur Chen didn't care, because right now, he's also disgusted with Yang Mi, especially with carrying's secondary blackmail. It's a bit of a slap in the face really. If word gets out, the crown prince of the capital circle can't even protect his own horse. Wouldn't that be a laugh? Arthur Chen said coldly. Punch me in the face? Yang Mi, she doesn't deserve it yet. Wait for Mr. Zheng to call me back. Meanwhile, inside the Magic City's Wanqing PR firm, it was 9 o'clock at night, but still the lights were on. In the chairman's office, Zheng Yong frowned slightly with a gloomy face. Just because carrying was flipped and the black material was exposed for a second time, it gave him a headache. Meanwhile, Zheng Yong also felt a little puzzled. His own takeover of carrying was basically known to his peer companies. So who, exactly, dares to go against himself? And Zheng Yong also couldn't figure out what kind of people Yang Mi had found to help her fight back in public opinion. At this point, the secretary came through the door. Mr. Zhang, I checked them all just now, and there's no PR firm that took Yang Mi's order. The only one who's against us is the PR company that Yang Mi has signed up with now. Jia Nympho Media. Zheng Yong's face changed in confusion. Just one Jiayoi Media? This can't be right. Jiayoi Media is just an entertainment company. The level of public relations in his company is not as good as one of our departments. Although Jiaphilia Media is a famous entertainment company. However, in this aspect of PR, it is far inferior to the professional Wanqing PR. Zheng Yong continued. All of Yang Mi's opposing opinions have disappeared. This is clearly a masterstroke. There's no way that Jiayoi Media has that kind of energy. The secretary frowned. Then this is even more strange. Apart from Jia Nympho Media standing up for Yang Mi, Yang Mi no longer has any assistants. Zheng Yong was puzzled. That's wicked. Several of our peers didn't intervene. So who's got it? Forget about that for now. Notify all departments and counterattack immediately. The words. Outside the door, a man in his 40s walked in. It was the project manager in charge of the Fei Wu project, Li Shuo. Mr. Zhang, things are a bit tricky. As soon as he entered, Li Shuo didn't be polite and went straight to the matter. All those authoritative bloggers that our PR sought out have been blocked. And the water armies have all been blocked. No matter how you send things about Fei Wu or Yang Mi, you can't send them up at all. Hearing Li Shuo's report, Zheng Yong's face sank and he locked his brows. What? All blocked? For what reason? Isn't there a red line standard for each online platform to block accounts? Just let the water army avoid it. Li Shuo took a deep breath and said, it's not a matter of sensitive content, but whenever there's information about Yang Mi, it can't be sent at all. It can't be vetted. Not just the platform of the scarf. The whole network is like this. I doubt. Is it behind Yang Mi? There is a big background? Otherwise there is absolutely no way it could have affected the entire network. Zheng Yang froze. He never thought that the matter of Yangmi could actually come to this point. A network-wide ban. Who else can do this but the officials who have this ability? Could it be that there's an official backstage behind Yangmi? That's not possible. Before that, Zheng Yang got his hands on all of Yangmi's information. In addition to having a Japa media, there is no power behind it. Zheng Yang sat in his boss chair in deep thought. The office was somewhat silent for a moment. Seeing that Zheng Yang can't make up his mind, Li Shua said with some urgency, Mr. Zhang, you need to make your decision quickly. I suggest that we don't take this job. I'm afraid that if Yangmi really has a backstage, we might suffer a loss. Li Suk, who has been playing with public opinion for years, is experienced in this area. If Yangmi doesn't have a powerful background behind her, it's simply not possible to destroy and seal off all public opinion. This energy, obviously not something Wanqing PR can deal with. Zheng Yang shook his head heavily and said, No, we've already taken this job, and it's still Young Chen himself who came to me. I have some friendship with his father, Director Chen, and besides, they gave more than $2 million. Hearing that, Li Shua sighed and didn't say anything else. Zheng Yang said in a deep voice, No, I'll contact a few other companies and see if I can help. Against Yangmi, I really don't believe I can't take it. Chapter 34. What do you think? Honey, really think Li Qing domineering president? At this time, inside the Thompson small area, Yang Ni and He Bai was sitting on the couch, looking at his cell phone with a surprised look on his face. Obviously, the information on the internet shocked both of them as well. Honey, what's going on here? It's starting to backfire? He Bai said in surprise. Look now, all of your negative public opinion has disappeared. It couldn't be because of Jiayin Info Media doing it for you, right? Yang Ni had a pretty face, revealing a hint of doubt while being happy. She still has an understanding of the strength of Jiapoi Media. If Arthur Chen went to a major PR firm, you can't make it this clean with the skills of Carnival Media. After all, the entire network is blocking public opinion. This is a force that is definitely not something that an ordinary private company can do. I don't feel like it, Yang Mi said with a twinkle in her eye. Jiapoi Media doesn't have that much energy. It would have to be official to do that, right? He Bai had a surprised look on his face. Officially? Are you kidding me? The officials will help us. How is that possible? Yang Mi put down her cell phone and pondered. That's why I'm curious too. Who's really helping us? Carnival Media is definitely contributing, but the action certainly isn't as strong as it could be. Thinking about it, Yang Mi seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze became somewhat deeper. He Bai glared at her beautiful eyes and asked, Honey, what did you think of? Yang Mi said faintly, When I went to see Henbauer tonight, Henbauer also said that her father would take care of it for me. I can't help but think. He Bai had an expectant look on her face, and upon hearing this, she was instantly somewhat speechless. Honey, what are you thinking? You're really fantasizing about a bully plot, aren't you? Yang Mi laughed and shook her head. I'm just imagining things, but in my heart I always feel that Li Qing is not that simple. Of course, I know he's not capable of doing it in this case. He Bai sighed and said bitterly, Sister Honey, you're not thinking of him, are you? That's right, who wouldn't be moved by such a handsome man? Yang Mi blushed and glanced at He Bai and said, What could I have moved on? The two of us never had feelings in the first place, and that incident, it was just a drunken impulse, I guess. He Bai nodded and said, Then you also gave him a layer of filter. Li Qing is not even in the same world as us. How can he help you? Even if he wants to help, he can't do anything about it. Yang Mi didn't have the strength to retort, because she couldn't find a shred of evidence that could refute that either. Maybe it really is just a psychological thing. Anyway, now that public opinion has calmed down, there's a scare. Yang Mi was in a much more relaxed mood. Wait until tomorrow. We have to go to the company, thank Lu Dong properly. After all, the moment of crisis, people did not give up on us. By the way, ask Lu Dong what is going on here. He Bai sipped his water and laughed. Aha, that's the way it should be. Sister Honey, don't you realize? It seems like you've really turned the corner now. Everything is looking up. Yang Mi smiled and laughed. That's not bad. We'll definitely get better in the future. Despite the words, but young Mini knew in her heart that all of this happening seems to be driven by a big hand behind the scenes. Just don't know yet. Who is this big hand behind it? Early the next morning, Carrie Ng's blackmail, after a night of fermentation, has become more and more uncontrollable on the internet. A crowd of netizens who are eating, all of them watched the online hotspots with fascination. And there's not a single word to search for about Yang Mi. This made netizens wonder that, what the hell? How come all the negative publicity about Yang Mi has disappeared? Sure, there are a number of users who can guess that. It may not be that simple in this case. After all, it's not uncommon for the entertainment industry to fight each other's battles. It's all about who's got a strong enough hand. At this point, early in the morning, Arthur Chen traveled with Fei Wu to watching public relations. Damn, how come Zhang Yang hasn't taken care of it in one night's time? In the car, Arthur Chen's face was somber and he waited all night for Zhang Yang to recover. Beside, Carrie Ng's eyes are red. She's been outraged all over the internet. Now, the image completely collapsed. At this rate, I'm afraid my entire acting career will be over. Honey, what's going to happen now? What's going on with watching PR? Wu Yufei was anxious and angry. Sitting in the passenger side with a foul face, Arthur Chen said in a cold voice, "All right, I'll ask him myself when I get to the office. Get out of your nature and stop throwing your face in my face." Being chastised by Arthur Chen, Wu Yufei froze for a moment, but then she was honest and stopped throwing her little tantrum. Following Arthur Chen, she knew exactly where she stood. Soon, upon arriving at watching public relations, Arthur Chen and Fei Wu then arrived at Zhang Yang's office. In the office, Zhang Yang's eyes were red and bloodshot, and it was obvious that he hadn't slept well. "Chen Xiao, you're here." Zhang Yang hadn't slept all night and sounded very uninspired when he spoke. "I know things aren't under control, but I did the best I could." "Chen Xiao, no, you can't find someone else. Yang is really trying his best." In one night's time, thousands of employees up and down the company were working overtime all night long. But public opinion simply won't turn over. Yang is skeptical. Is there an official backstage behind Yang Mi? Hearing that, Arthur Chen froze, then looked at Zhang Yang incredulously and said, "Mr. Zhang, what did you say?" Arthur Chen didn't realize that. It's amazing that Yang wants to throw in the towel. "I don't know what to do at this juncture. Where would one find another company?" "Mr. Zhang, I've given you all the money. You can't leave this matter unattended. Can you?" Arthur Chen said in a deep voice. "What's more, our two families are related here." Zhang Yang sighed and said, "Chen Xiao, I advise you to stay out of it too. We suspect that there are big forces behind Yang Mi. People I can't afford to mess with. Otherwise, my entire company won't be able to shake the other side no matter how hard they try." In front of Wu Yufei, Zhang Yang spoke bluntly. Without waiting for Fei Wu to speak, Arthur Chen said with a frown, "Mr. Zhang, are things really that serious? That shouldn't be. There's nothing else behind Yang Mi but a Jiayoi. Besides, Jiayoi isn't that capable." Zhang Yang said breathlessly, "Who says it isn't? But the facts are here. What can I do? What if the other Yang Mi really has a backstage and didn't show it before?" Just then, the secretary suddenly ran through the door. "Mr. Zhang, the officials from the tax bureau are downstairs, and there's a police car." The secretary gasped. "Is something wrong? I rushed to let you know." Chapter 35. The circle shook as the PR firm was seized. Zhang Yang violently stood up from his chair and frowned. "What? The IRS? What are they doing here? Didn't they just check the books last month?" The secretary's face was grave. "There are not only people from the tax office, but also the police. I doubt it. Is something wrong with our company?" Zhang Yang's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "What could possibly go wrong? Our company has been fine." The secretary then lowered her head and said, "Yeah, but you might want to check it out." Zhang Yang nodded, inexplicably panicking a little in his heart. "You can sit here first. Young Chen, I have to deal with this." Arthur Chen didn't say a word. He couldn't say anything when people were in a hurry. Zhang Yang straightened his clothes and planned to go down and take a look, but before he could walk out the door, outside, a group of men in uniforms walked right in. "Mr. Zhang, where is this going?" At the head of the group was a man in his 40s. The man was wearing an executive jacket, obviously an official cadre. Zhang Yang said with a quick smile, "It's Leader Wu. What brings you here?" "I was just on my way down to pick you up." The man's name is Wu Lingsong. He's a cadre in the Magic City Taxation Bureau. Zhang Yang is also considered very familiar. Wu Lingsong looked serious without a half-smile. "Mr. Zhang, we've received a report and have the evidence. Your company is suspected of tax evasion amounting to $760 million. On top of that, it's also suspected of rumor-mongering and illegal incitement of public opinion, causing serious harm to our people. So please come with us, and the company will, from now on, be temporarily seized and reorganized and cease operations." A word to the wise. Zhang Yang's entire body was confused. What the hell is this? Why are there so many charges all of a sudden? But Zhang Yang is also very vain. Own tax evasion. That's true, but obviously those rotten accounts have been washed out. How can they still be found out? Without waiting for Zhang Yang to react, Two police officers came forward and directly held Zheng Yang's arm, forcibly taking away. Zheng Yang instantly panicked. What? What are you doing? Wu Lingsong said in a deep voice. What for? You're now in serious trouble with the law, and I have a warrant for your arrest. Zheng Yang struggled twice, then his tone softened and said, Come on, there's a lot of people watching at the office. I can walk on my own. Wu Lingsong ignored it and said lightly, Cuff it. A pair of silver bracelets for Zheng Yang to wear, taken downstairs in front of a large crowd and escorted to a police car. Arthur Chen, who witnessed the whole process, standing downstairs, looking a little misplaced. It happened so suddenly. He's just arrived. He hasn't discussed it with Zheng Yang yet. It resulted in an arrest. Now, the matter of Fei Wu is completely unresolved. And, Arthur Chen felt inexplicably strange in his heart. The officials just said that, saying that Zhang Yong spread rumors and incited malicious public opinion. It's hard to believe that this is because of what happened to Yang Mi. After associating the two, Arthur Chen was a bit finicky inside. Come on, let's go back first. Arthur Chen pulled carrying into the car and left. Car. Wu Yufei's eyes were dull and she was in a bit of a trance. She seemed to have seen that her future was completely over. Ooh-hoo. Wu Yufei couldn't help but cry. Honey, what's going to happen now? This is the end of me for good. Arthur Chen's face was grim, and he was a bit impatient with Fei Wu's crying and wailing. Aren't you usually pretty good? Why do you cry and cry when things go wrong? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure it out. No matter what Yang Mi has found, I still don't believe that she can make much of a wave. Things have come to this. Arthur Chen is upset in his heart. Not that he was so heartbroken about Fei Wu. To put it bluntly, to Arthur Chen, carrying is just a bed partner, but a little girlfriend who can't even protect her is undoubtedly a loss of face within the circle. Especially for a great young man like him. Face trumps almost everything. Arthur Chen drove his car and left Wanqing PR. Soon, the news of the seizure of Wanqing PR firm broke out on the internet. And, regarding Wanqing PR's manipulation of Carrie Ng and Yang Mi's public opinion, it's also all over the internet. Countless melon-eating netizens saw that. There was a shocked look. Sure enough, Carrie Ng was previously cleared for corporate manipulation, and Carrie Ng has Arthur Chen behind her, and that's what everyone knows. If something happens to her, behind her back Arthur Chen will definitely stand up for her. But right now it seems that, behind Yang Mi, there seems to be someone more powerful. Otherwise, Carrie Ng wouldn't have failed. For a moment, Carrie Ng versus Nini Yang. It was hotly debated by netizens across the web. There's even been quite a bit of speculation that Wanqing PR was censored. Is it because of the backstage behind Yang Mi? Meanwhile, in the Magic City Riverfront Villa, after reading the script, Feng Pants was sitting on the sofa, quietly playing a game of chess. He's sitting opposite him, also Feng Pants' assistant, Ding Yu, 6th Master. Your chess skills are really getting more and more exquisite. I just can't keep up. Ding Yu was killed by Feng Pants, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I'm losing this game by a thin margin. Feng Pants said quietly, don't care about winning or losing in chess. After all, you can replay the game, but you can't do things like that. Once you lose, you don't get a second set. Ding Yu nodded and said, Master 6. The black information about carrying on the internet is now all over the place. Do you think Chen Xiao has lost? In addition, the PR firm that worked with Young Chen was just seized and the chairman was taken away. Hearing that, Feng Xiaojing slightly raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise on his face. Wanqing Public Relations has been seized? Saying that, Feng Xiaojing showed a hint of a smile and seemed interested. Oh, so there's backing behind Yang Mi. Perhaps the game of these two women will be a little more interesting than expected. Ding Yu mused. Rather, it's a game between Chen Xiao and Yang Mi. It's all speculated on the internet now. Carrying was bullied. Arthur Chen couldn't do it to Yang Mi. Young Chen has always been a good face. He won't swallow this. Feng Xiaojing had a calm face and said lightly, it's normal to be young and angry. It seems that at the moment, no surprise, Arthur is coming to me. Ding Yu nodded his head. Director Feng is Arthur Chan's uncle. Director Chen is not there, so Director Feng is Arthur Chen's backstage. The words, outside the door, a man and a woman walked in and, it was Arthur Chan and Carrie Ng. Feng Pants laughed hoarsely, but speak of the devil. Chapter 36, Feng Pants, the energy of the 6th Master of 49 City. Uncle Feng, were you just talking about me? Walking in, Arthur Chen said with a smile on his face, I just heard you say, speak of the devil. Arthur Chen placed the 2 bottles of listening flowers in his hand to the side and came to Feng Pants respectfully. Uncle Feng, you still love playing chess so much. Arthur Chen laughed. Arthur Chen is very familiar with Feng Pants, and has been following Feng Pants since he was a child. Just like his own uncle. Von Pants stood up, narrowing his eyes and grinning. I was just talking to Ding Yu about you, and then you came in the door. Have a seat. Ding, make some tea. After seeing Von Pants himself, Wu Yufei stood in the doorway, feeling a little nervous. Before, Arthur Chen only said he'd take her to meet someone. I didn't expect it to be Director Feng, a big director in the Beijing circle. It made her a little excited and nervous that, for a star like her, Feng's status, as far as the entertainment industry is concerned, is close to a ceiling figure, and Feng Pants comes from the Beijing circle. When I was young, I followed the gang in the compound. The people and resources held in his hands are far more than just the entertainment industry, and his background is deep and scary. Uncle Feng, that's carrying, an okay entertainer. Arthur Chan reluctantly introduced himself, not mentioning that it was his girlfriend. Von Pants understands that. The scene is still there for him to go over. Oh, Yufei come and sit down. Wu Yufei looked flattered and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Feng. Carrying is sitting next to Arthur Chan. The mood is beginning to stir. It seems to see countless hopes. Just now, she heard it clearly. Arthur Chan always called Uncle Feng. That means that Arthur Chan's relationship with Feng Pants is extraordinary. Wouldn't your own future be secure? After they're all seated, Feng Pants didn't mention what happened to carrying online. Instead, a proper tea is made. Hanging foam, rolling tea, shaking fragrance, into the sea. A set of tea ceremony line. Arthur Chen couldn't help but compliment. Uncle Feng, your skill in making tea is really exquisite. It's not proper art. Von Pants laughed. Less ass kissing. This tea drinking The most important thing is not the drink, but the steps. Brewing tea can make one's mind quiet. Only by quieting one's mind can one do something well. And even as a human being, one must quiet one's mind. It is not good to be in a hurry and fidgety. Hearing the words of Feng Pants, the smile on Arthur Chen's face tightened a little. He could hear that Von Pants was pointing at himself. Arthur Chen smiled. Uncle Feng, I know, there are things that are indeed too hairy for me. Two men talking. Next to her, carrying couldn't understand a thing. She just complimented Feng's pants as she thought they were very forced and elegant looking. Director Feng, the tea you made must be delicious. Feng Pants just laughed and didn't say anything. Only Arthur Chen knows. It's a contempt. After pouring a cup of tea for each of the several people, Feng Pants said with a slightly hoarse voice, Fei, what happened on the internet? Is it true? Suddenly the words of it made Fei Wu, who was drinking tea, freeze for a moment. The mood snapped up. After putting down the teacup, Wu Yufei said in a hurry, Director Feng, what the internet says about me is all false. It's all someone maliciously fabricating facts. And that Yang Mi? I suspect she's the one who deliberately hacked me. She and I have never been on speaking terms. Without waiting for carrying to finish, Arthur Chen then coughed twice. Interrupting her, Feng Pants said lightly, it's not a good habit to keep thinking about denigrating people. Obviously, Feng Pants doesn't even look at carrying. That is, for the sake of Arthur Chen, Feng Pants just let her sit here. Otherwise, she's not even qualified to enter the door. Arthur Chen said, Uncle Feng, Yufei's words were inappropriate, but what she said was indeed true. And I've approached the new chairman of Info before, but they didn't give me any face at all, and were close to blowing me out of the room on the spot. Arthur Chen had a bitter smile on his face. This was said to Feng Pants to let Feng Pants know that it's not that people don't give me face, but they don't give face to our people in the capital circle. Of course Feng Pants knows what Arthur Chen means, but he remained calm and said, everyone has their own position. Your face, it's not universal. Youthfulness is understandable, but sometimes, one needs to put down one's stature and forge more of one's strength. One can't spend one's life holding on to the title of your father and your Uncle Feng, right? Arthur Chen nodded and said, Uncle Feng's lesson is right. I will remember. Don't look at Arthur Chen as arrogant and domineering outside. Having said that, Feng Pants said with a twist of words, but the fact that the other side doesn't give you face means that the other side doesn't even give your father and me face. It does seem a bit unorthodox for Japa to do this without even saying hello. Arthur Chen asked cautiously. So, what do you think I should do? Feng Pants said without any hesitation. To get the field back. Of course. I'm lecturing you on youthful exuberance because I want you to plan clearly when you do things, not to concede defeat. You're on the upswing of your career right now, and you need to make a name for yourself while you're young, so that you can manage taking over the family business from your father and me later. Hearing this, Arthur Chen's gaze lit up. Then he firmly said, I understand Uncle Feng, this new chairman of Info Media. It seems like he's not a small person. It's not a simple role to be able to easily acquire Japa. Feng Pants nonchalantly sipped his tea and breezily said, he couldn't be more uncomplicated. As long as he wants to be in this circle, then he has to abide by the rules. Otherwise, there's only out. The water in the capital circle is deep, and not one or two have drowned. Arthur Chen was a little excited inside, with Uncle Feng backing him up. Then the next thing you know, you can have fun yourself. Arthur Chen strikes while the iron is hot. Uncle Feng, the incident was caused by Yu Fei, so I guess my first step is to keep her seat? If she does get kicked out of showbiz, then I'll lose face no matter what I do. Feng Pants said faintly. It's natural. Director Li Wenwu, who has collaborated with me on a movie and television drama, happens to still be missing a female lead. You tell Yu Fei to meet with director Li Wenwu and cast her as the female lead in this drama. Online opinion is opinion, but it doesn't affect her ability to continue filming. The internet has no memory, and in no more than 3 months at the most, her public opinion will naturally dissipate. By the time we get to this segment of Von Pants, the artists under their belt could care less about online opinion, as long as the officials don't step in and shut it down. Then you can continue filming without affecting your future in the entertainment industry in any way. Arthur Chan's eyes lit up as he laughed. Uncle Feng, that's a big thank you. Saying that, Arthur Chen turned his head to look at Fei Wu. Why don't you hurry up and thank Director Feng? Carrie Ng's expression froze, still not over the shock and joy. Feng, Director Feng, thank you so much. Wu Yufei stood up and bowed towards Feng Pants, incomparably excited. I really don't know how to thank you. The conversation between Feng Pants and Arthur Chen just now. Carrie Ng can hear you loud and clear. The amount of information shook her to the core. It was as if, with just a casual remark, Director Feng could decide the fate of an artist's life. What's even more surprising to Carrie Ng is that the Director Feng actually cast himself as the female lead in a movie. This is an opportunity that's just going to take off. At this moment, Wu Yufei was extremely fortunate that she had hugged the thigh of Arthur Chen. Otherwise there would be no now. In the face of Carrie Ng's gratitude, Feng Pants did not have any emotions on his face and just said lightly, benefits. Not for nothing. You should understand, right? Wu Yufei froze, then said, Director Feng, I understand. I'll do whatever Director Feng asks me to do in the future. Feng Pants said lightly, your goal, take down Yang Mi first before you can talk about working for me. Chapter 37 Huanbauer wants to visit the place where Mama works. Chapter 37, though Fei Wu doesn't catch the eye, but it has to be said that her kind, which has little character, happens to be able to eat well in the entertainment industry. If we cultivate it a little bit later on, some of those acts are not out of the question. Arthur Chen is just now picking up steam and needs some help. That's why Feng Pants gave Carrie Ng a chance. It is also indirectly cultivating power for Arthur Chen. Hearing the words of Feng Pants, Wu Yufei's eyes brightened even more, and a hint of sinister flashed in her gaze. Director Feng, I won't let you down. Nini Yang. In the eyes of Fei Wu, it had long been a thorn in her eye and a thorn in her heart. Even if we don't need to talk to Pants Feng, she had also made up her mind to get rid of Yang Mi. As long as Yang Mi remained in the entertainment industry, she herself would be threatened. Feng Pants raised his eyelids and faintly said, well, turn around and contact Director Li with Arthur. He'll give you the word on the crew. Wu Yufei said with a heavy nod. Thank you, Director Feng. Arthur Chen was equally grateful. Uncle Feng, thanks. Feng Pants looked meaningfully at Arthur Chen and said hoarsely, your dad expects a lot from you. Don't let him down. If you guys are busy, get busy. After Arthur Chen had a few polite words with Feng Pants, he then pulled Fei Wu out of the villa. Meanwhile, in the Thompsons' neighborhood, young Mimi, who had breakfast, sitting on the couch was watching the news on his cell phone. Beside, Bai's eyes flickered, and his face was filled with joy. Ha ha, sister honey, you've won hemp this time. Fei Wu is completely going to be cold. Her black material, all over the net, is considered a complete collapse of her persona, and she should have no face to stay in the entertainment industry anymore. The corner of Yang Mi's mouth hooked up into a smile. She couldn't help but be happy to see her old rival fail. It might be able to be a little smoother down the road. After a brief moment of joy, Yang Mi said calmly, although this matter is resolved, we still don't know who really helped us. Honestly, Yang Mi has been wondering in her mind. She was sure that Info Media alone would not be able to quell the public opinion. After all, Lu Yanbin is not related to him. Wouldn't help myself so plainly. There may be other things hidden behind this. But who is this man? Really? Yang Mi couldn't guess. Bai took a sip of coffee and laughed. You're still thinking about it. I've told you. Xin Bauer said that her father helped you. It must be Li Qing who gave Xin Bauer the word that he himself would help you. And he was also trying to coax Xin Bauer. What does a child know? Yang Mi shook her head and said, I didn't say Li Qing. Even if it's not Li Qing, then there's always someone behind the scenes helping us, right? But we don't even know who this person is. and I dislike this feeling of being kept in the dark. He bye didn't deny it. The public opinion was quelled so cleanly that it must have cost a fortune. So it's definitely not just Kanai Media. Ugh, where are we going to find out about this? He bye said. Sister honey, but we still have to go and solemnly thank Don Lu before we can do that. After all, people have also helped us in a practical way, and not abandoning us in this kind of critical situation is already a great favor. Yang Mi nodded, then looked at the pile of gifts placed in the living room. Those gifts were the very things that the previous Estee Lauder chairman, William, had brought. Let's go to Jianympho now and thank Don Lu properly, Yang Mi said as she got up, just in time to pick up some gifts, all those high-end supplements and whatnot, and a couple bottles of fine wine. Bring them all. For gift giving, Yang Mi doesn't really know what to buy, solely just take the gifts that William brings, and they're all appropriate in terms of value. He bye nodded. Okay honey, I'll go pack up and we'll leave in a little while. At this point on the other side, in Huazhou Junting Villa, Humboldt was dressed in anew. It was standing at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at Li Qing with anticipation. Pupi, where are we going to play? Schwanbauer has been familiarizing herself with the villa over the past few days, often want to get out and about. So in the morning, after a full meal, Li Qing was going to take Schwanbauer with him and go out for a stroll. In all these years, Henpa has never really gone out to play yet. Li Qing picked her up gently and smiled. Where does Schwanbauer want to go and play? Put Humboldt in the seat. Li Qing sat next to her and said gently, let's go play wherever Schwanbauer wants to go. Schwanbauer said happily with her eyes wide open. Henpa want to see the building. Li Qing was slightly stunned and could not help but laugh. Look at the buildings? There are plenty of buildings out there. Schwanbauer shook her head with some effort. No, not those buildings. I want to go to where Mama works. Ma said she works in a building. Puppy can show me. Li Qing smiled and, Humboldt is missing her mommy. Also, the child is just over 3 years old. She's been with Nini Yang before. I'm sure I'm going to miss Mom now that I'm following myself around in the cold. Li Qing smiled very favorably. Yeah, Puppy's taking you right now. But meeting Ma. Without waiting for Li Qing to finish, Schwanbauer then grabbed the answer. Schwanbauer knows that you have to pretend you don't know each other outside. Mama taught me that before. Saying that, Schwanbauer was a little lost. Her little mouth pouted up and said, but why can't I call Mama outside? All the other kids can. Li Qing smiled slightly. Henbauer can scream if he wants to when he sees Mama. Although this would have resulted in the exposure of young Mimi. But for Li Qing, it didn't matter at all. For Schwanbauer's sake, he didn't mind pulling the strings a little bit, allowing Yang Mi to directly become a top existence in the entertainment industry. But Huanbauer seems to know more than she thinks. She shook her head. Firmly. I'm going to listen to Mama. I can't get her in trouble. Pupi, let's go. Li Qing smiled. Yeah, Wang Mian, go to Jianympho Media. Wang Mian sat in the driver's seat and laughed. Brother Cheng, should I notify Lu Yanbin in advance that you personally made a surprise inspection? So as not to scare him out of any heart attacks. Li Qing smiled faintly. Not so much. Drive on first. I'm just showing Wanbei around. He can do whatever he needs to do. The car departs. An hour or so later, it slowed to a stop in front of the Carnival Media Building. Chapter 38. The real little boss is here. Pupi, is this where Mommy works? Looking at the tall building in front of her, Schwanbauer felt very surprised. She'd only seen it on cell phone TV before. Now that he had seen the tall buildings with his own eyes, the little one was deeply shocked. Outside world. It seemed more interesting than she had expected. Li Qing smiled. Yeah, this is where Mama works. Want to go in and take a look? Schwanbauer's eyes flickered as she nodded and said, can Puppy take Wanbei inside? Li Qing picked Schwanbauer up from the baby seat and tenderly said, Daddy's taking you in. Wang Mian got out of the car, opened the door for Li Qing and smiled. Brother Cheng, let's go up. Li Qing was holding Schwanbauer. Wang Mian followed at the side, and the three of them walked into the building. It quickly drew a lot of stares, especially some of the young ladies. When they saw Li Qing come in, their eyes went straight, because they've never seen such a handsome man. Li Qing's face for them, that's a real feast for the eyes. And there's not a single handsome man in the entertainment industry who can match that. Those fresh meat, even more so, were thrown off by 10 streets. Who is this? Is he a star in the circle too? How come I've never seen it before? My God, so handsome. This face value. It's not going to be a debutante, is it? And he doesn't seem to be wearing any makeup. It's unbelievable. Okay, don't look. They're holding a baby. If you look twice more you'll be pulling out the threads underneath. A few 4th or 5th tier stars discussed it. And even the lady at the front desk had eyes that were nearly drawn. Seeing the gang's gaze, Li Qing has long been accustomed to the fact that sometimes looking too handsome is not inevitably a bitter thing. Xian Bao looked at the gazes of so many people, all gazing over to her side, and said somewhat timidly, "Poopy, why are they all looking at us like that? Shouldn't we be in here?" Wang Mian followed behind and laughed. "It's that Henpa is so cute, and your poop is so handsome, they can't help but look at you guys." Xian Bao nodded her head and said proudly, "Poop is just very handsome." Li Qing was happy in his heart. Being complimented by his little cotton jacket for a handsome sentence was far better than the stunning gazes of others. After walking to the front desk, Li Qing faintly said, "If you're looking for Lu Yanbin, just tell him that Li Qing is here." The receptionist lady froze, and then her face turned red. Facing such a handsome man in front of me, Missy's breathing was quite tense. Sir, are you looking for our chairman?" Li Qing nodded. The front desk lady said enthusiastically, "Yes sir, I'll convey that. Just a moment." A few men beside him looked at Li Qing with some envy and jealousy. You get pushed around by the front desk when you want to see a minor leader yourself. This youngster, who directly wants to see the chairman of the board, is being received so warmly. Damn good looking is different. Moments. The receptionist said in an extremely respectful manner. "Hello sir, Lu Dong has come down to pick you up." Conveyed just now. Front desk but clearly heard. Lu Dong said Mr. Li, but also personally down to receive. This meant that the handsome man in front of him was still a big shot. "Sir, would you like some tea?" The receptionist was respectful and then had to busy herself with pouring the tea. Li Qing interrupted. "No, I'll go in by myself." "Get in there." Li Qing held Xian Bao and prepared to get on the elevator and take her for a stroll inside. The little guy kept looking around as if he was looking for his mom. Li Qing smiled. "Baby, Mama doesn't work on the first floor. She should be up there. With any luck, you'll see her." Xian Bao nodded happily as her grandmother said, "Really, I want to see Mama, but I won't disturb Mama. It won't affect her work." Zuan Bayer's face was serious and very cute and understanding. Ding! The elevator opens. The next thing the three of them saw was that Lu Yanbin came out of it in a flurry of wind. "Mr. Li." Seeing Li Qing, Lu Yanbin was very excited and bowed very respectfully. "I really didn't know you were coming to the office. I'm sorry to have missed you." Li Qing's real-life face. Lu Yanbin had only met him twice, and he knew the weight of the man in front of him. "Even if you look at the world, you are at the top of the pyramid." Li Qing calmly said, "I'm just taking the kids for a stroll, so you go about your business." Having said that, Li Qing led Xian Bao into the elevator. Lu Yanbin carefully stood aside and asked, "What floor is the gentleman going to?" "Please," Li Qing said indifferently, "let's go to where they work. Henpa wants to see it." Lu Yanbin glanced at Xian Bao, his heart filled with shock, because he knows that the real chairman of Jaffilia Media is called Li Xian. It's probably this little girl, his boss. Upstairs, Li Qing took Xian Bao to hang out. Wang Mian, on the other hand, called out to Lu Yanbin, "Mr. Li is just taking the kids for a stroll. You don't have to be so nervous, just do what you need to do." Wang Mian faintly said, "And about Huan Bao, don't mention it to anyone else in the company." Lu Yanbin nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I understand, Mr. Wang." Mr. Wang, yesterday's matter about Miss Yang's public opinion. Without waiting for Lu Yanbin to finish, Wang Mian calmly said, "It was Mr. Li who did it, and I know it's a little inconvenient for you to go on an errand in your position. In the future, you'll just do your job as the chairman of Info, and deal with some of the big issues. Mr. Li will let me take care of it. As for Yang Ni's side, just take care of it normally." Lu Yanbin breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Mr. Li would blame him for not getting the public opinion thing done in time, even though he's under Wang Mian's hand. But when you do something, you don't dare to directly play Wang Mian's banner, so you are a bit tied up. And after hearing Wang Mian say this, your heart is suddenly much easier. "Yes, Mr. Wang," Lu Yanbin said respectfully. He then gave a tangled look and said, "Mr. Wang, Miss Yang just called me to say that she's coming to the company. Look, do you want to give Mr. Li a heads up?" Chapter 39, Li Cheng? What's he doing bringing a kid to the office? Hearing Lu Yanbin's words, Wang Mian raised his eyebrows and faintly said, "Well, I'll give Mr. Li the word. There's nothing more for you to do here, so go about your business. Remember, you're just the chairman of Jayapoi Media now. Just do your part." Lu Yanbin nodded respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Wang." Lu Yanbin knows very well in his heart that, I'm afraid no outsider knows about Yang Mi and Li Qing's relationship. Moreover, the fact that Li Qing was helping Yang Mi behind the scenes was unknown to Yang Mi herself. These things, Lu Yanbin understood that he had to keep his mouth shut and just do his own thing. Li Qing brought Xian Bao to the place where the stars had their offices. Here, every now and then, Humboldt gets to see the stars that have appeared on TV. Poopy, the place where Mama works is so big. Xian Bao's eyes flickered as she gazed in amazement. I saw several ants I've seen on TV. Are they like Mama? Kids are curious about everything. Li Qing said patiently. Yeah, they're all stars, only Xian Bao's Mama is a big star and will become a superstar in the future. Li Qing put it this way. Xian Bao was happy and said with a big wink. Really? Mama so powerful ah? Li Qing smiled slightly. Yeah. Hen Pa, do you like it here? Xian Bao was a bit confused as to what Li Qing meant and just nodded and said. Like. Li Qing smiled. If you like it, I'll give you all the buildings when you're a little older. Xian Bao froze, then looked at Li Qing with some shock. Ah, Puppy said he was going to give this place to Zuanbear? Li Qing nodded. Yes, then Xuan Bao can watch Mama go to work every day. Everyone will listen to you. Xian Bao didn't doubt Li Qing's words in the slightest. She trusted Li Qing 100%, and to Xian Bao, Poop was Superman. Poopy, this will be expensive blah blah blah. Xuan Bao doesn't want Poopy to spend a lot of money. Xian Bao was very understanding. Li Qing was very pleased in his heart. However, the thing about money is that it's the most worthless thing to him. Oh, as long as Xuan Bao likes it, the stars and the moon Pupa can pick them for you. Li Qing held Xian Bao in his arms and kept on loitering. Many celebrity artists have seen the two. There were a lot of awestruck glances thrown at the. After all, this big and small, handsome and adorable, is so attention-grabbing. At this point, Wang Nian walked over to Li Qing and said softly, Brother Cheng, Lu Yanbin said that Miss Yan will be here in a while. Li Qing looked calm and said, well, she's working her shift and I'm taking Wan Bear shopping. No conflict. We'll go for a walk somewhere else later when Xuan Bao gets tired. At this point, the other side, on Phoenix Avenue, He Bai is driving an executive Range Rover on the road. Sister honey, this car is really comfortable ah. Lu Dong really spare. Give us with such a good car. He Bai said with some excitement. Who gives an artist $1 million limousine just after signing? Yang Mi sat in the co-pilot and shook her head with a faint smile. Honestly, the more it goes on, the less solid it is in my mind. Lu Dong invested so much. If we don't make some achievements, it really can't be said. He Bai said indifferently. Sister honey, with your strength, it's not a matter of minutes to earn a few $1 million luxury cars. Yang Mi smiled and laughed. Alright, let's hurry over. Don't let Lu Dong wait too long. 40 minutes or so. He Bai parked the car under the Jiayin Info building. Unbuckle your seatbelt. He Bai unintentionally glanced at it, then froze. Honey, look, Yang Mi said with some confusion. See what? Then she followed He Bai's gaze. Only a black Chevrolet SUV was parked next to it. Yang Mi's gaze was slightly fixed. This car, it just looks so familiar. This is Li Qing's car? Yang Mi said, not quite sure, but in her heart, she was already sure that this was Li Qing's car. After all, this SUV, in addition to this one on the market, she had not seen the second one. He Bai was surprised. Right, it looks like Li Qing's car to me too. But him, how did he come here? Yang Mi got out of the car in a hurry. When he came to the car and saw the license plate, a hint of surprise once again appeared on his face. This car is Li Qing's car. Li Qing, why are you here? Yang Mi was puzzled, and at the same time a little apprehensive in her heart. He couldn't figure out why Li Qing had come here. Just as Yang Mi was staring at the car wondering, He Bai exclaimed in a low voice beside her. Sister honey, Li Qing is out. Yang Mi was startled, and instinctively turned her head to look at the, and then you see, Li Qing is holding Xian Bao in his arms. Slowly, he walked out of the Jiapoi office building. Behind, Lu Yanbin even followed him out. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi was a little confused and in a nervous mood. She can't figure it out. Why would Li Qing bring Xian Bao here? Could it be possible that the company already knows about his own affairs? For a moment, Yang Mi had all sorts of internal speculations, standing next to the car not knowing what to do, and upon seeing Yang Mi, Xian Bao's eyes also lit up. Han Bao didn't call Mama, though. Instead, he looked to the side frequently, as if trying to restrain himself from exposing Ma. After coming over, Li Qing also just lightly glanced at Yang Mi, then hold the baby and get into the car. For a few short seconds, Yang Mi was in a very nervous mood. In this kind of public place, in case he and Li Qing revealed a hint of something wrong, after being exposed, the consequences were unimaginable. Until Li Qing's car left, Yang Mi just breathed a slow sigh of relief. He Bai kept her gaze fixed on Li Qing's car, waiting until the car had disappeared into the street. He said with some surprise, Sister honey, what the hell is going on here? Li Qing, what is he doing bringing a child to our company? Yang Mi frowned slightly and shook her head after a moment of contemplation. I don't think so, or else Shen Bauer would have called me just now. Shen Bauer's understanding of the situation put Young Mi at ease. If just now, in front of so many people, Shen Bauer had shouted a mama towards herself, then it's all over. Yang Mi said as she exhaled. I don't know what's going on. Wait until we go back and ask Li Cheng. Just now I saw that Lu Dong also came out. Could it be that Li Cheng knows Lu Dong? He Bai frowned. No way. Indeed some strange. If Li Cheng does not know Lu Dong, then Lu Dong will not come out to send him off. Something like this happens. Both of them were a bit confused and couldn't make sense of it at all. Yang Mi took a deep breath and said, Let's go up first. I'll ask Lu Dong what's going on. Chapter 40, surprised he's helping us? With some trepidation, the two entered the building and went straight to the chairman's office. Clang, clang, with a knock at the office. Sitting on the chair, Lu Yanbin revealed a bitter smile. He knew that it was Yang Mi who had come to see him. Just now, downstairs, when he sent Li Cheng away, Lu Yanbin saw Yang Mi. He then rushed back to his office in order to prevent the reveal. But now it seems that young Mimi was sure to come to herself to inquire about the situation. Come in, Lu Yanbin faintly said. When the two Yang Mis came in, Lu Yanbin feigned a hint of surprise and laughed. Ms. Yang, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Lu Yanbin got up and greeted him politely, while playing chairman himself, but there's still polite respect. After all, this is Mr. Li's woman, at least, that's what Lu Yanbin thought. Yang Mi walked in and smiled. Dong Lu, you don't have to be polite. A few people sat down and Lu Yanbin poured tea for Yang Mi and he bye. Those who don't know think that Lu Yanbin is a small follower, and Yang Mi is the big boss. Yang Mi was very uncomfortable and said in a hurry, You mustn't be so polite. Lu Dong, this time I came to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lu and the company, for helping me through this difficulty. Lu Yanbin froze for a moment. It then became clear that Yang Mi was talking about the calming of public opinion online. But the matter of public opinion, it wasn't even a matter of setting yourself up. That was handled by Li Cheng. Lu Yanbin inwardly became a bit terrified. It's a bit of an unearned favor yourself, Lu Yanbin said with a quick smile. Oh nothing. That. Lu Yanbin's brain was running frantically and was somewhat stuck. Yang Mi had been thinking about Li Cheng in her mind at this time. Didn't even notice that something was wrong with Lu Yanbin. I really thank you for that. Otherwise I don't know what I would have done. Saying that, Yang Mi paused and asked with a tentative smile. Oh right Lu Dong. Just now I saw below. Saw a friend. Did he come to see you about something? Hearing Yang Mi ask that, Lu Yanbin had no difficulty analyzing the Yang Mi's relationship with Li Cheng was really kept secret on purpose. But Lu Yanbin could only play dumb. Your friend, coming to see me? Which one? Seeing Lu Yanbin's puzzled face, Yang Mi continued to ask with a smile. That's the one holding the baby. He's my friend. I'm just asking Lu Dong. Do you know him? Lu Yanbin had some difficulties in his heart. Looks like Yang Mi really wants to ask what Mr. Li is doing here. It's not her fault. Of course. Seeing Li Cheng appearing here, it was inevitable that Yang Mi would be worried in her heart. Moreover, Li Cheng was still holding the baby. In case something came to light, it would be to her disadvantage. Lu Yanbin decided to just go with the flow of nonsense, while saying in a serious manner, Oh, you're talking about Li Cheng. Yang Mi's gaze stared slightly, and her heart lifted. Yes, it's Li Cheng. Dong Lu, are you and Li Cheng friends? Lu Yanbin took a sip of tea and laughed. Kind of a friend. We went to school together before, but we haven't really socialized much since. Ms. Yang, I was just about to tell you about this. Actually, this online thing is thanks to that friend of yours. Lu Yanbin said on his lips, but in his heart he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What friend? That's my boss's boss. This company is all run by you. I'm just a part-timer. The words fell. Yang Mi and he bye. Both of them froze for a moment, especially Yang Mi. A pair of beautiful eyes first froze, then their gaze flickered up in disbelief. Dong Lu, you're not kidding, right? Can you elaborate? Seeing Yang Mi's attitude, Lu Yanbin immediately understood that Li Cheng helped Yang Mi, something Yang Mi did not know. So Lu Yanbin faintly said, I didn't realize Li Cheng was your friend before. It wasn't until you had an accident that Li Cheng suddenly contacted me, saying that he wanted me to find a relationship and help you calm things down, for which Li Cheng spent a lot of money. Otherwise, I honestly wouldn't have put out that much money and slammed it all into the various PRs. Lu Yanbin put it this way. Neither revealed too much about Li Cheng's identity. And by the way, this credit is returned to its rightful owner. After all, it wasn't he who quelled the public opinion in the first place. If Yang Mi is only interested in thanking herself, what will Mr. Li think when he finds out? As a subordinate of Lu Yanbin, do people this piece are pinpointed quite in place? are the human condition. Yang Mi, who heard all this, already a bit frazzled. These messages. It was a bit unbelievable for Yang Mi. How could she not have thought that, after his own accident, Li Qing would actually do himself a favor? Suddenly, Yang Mi again recalled what Shin Bauer had said earlier. She said that Daddy would help Mama with it, though Yumi had thought about it too much. But I really didn't think it was true. Come to think of it, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel warm and more than a little touched inside. Just now, Lu Yanbin said that Li Qing also spent a lot of money, begging for all kinds of relations to be accommodated. It must have cost him a lot in the middle to do that. And no wonder. In that crisis situation, Lu Dong did not give up on himself. In this, perhaps Li Qing had pleaded for himself. Yang Mi looked towards Lu Yanbin and said gratefully, Dong Lu, thank you, it's really troublesome for you. I can't thank you enough. Lu Yanbin sweated and said in a hurry, Ms. Yang, this is all what I should do. Actually you should thank that friend of yours who spent quite a bit of money to get me to unblock the relationship. Yang Mi nodded, her gaze sincere. I know, I'll be sure to thank him later. But how could this have been handled if it weren't for your willingness to smooth things over? And it's only right to thank you. In the face of Yang Mi's gratitude, Lu Yanbin was terrified. But he didn't dare to show any abnormalities and could only return the favor. Yang Mi and he Bye were thankful for a while, and then also bring up gifts as a little token of appreciation. This scared Lu Yanbin straight away. In his eyes, what's Yang Mi's is Li Qing's. Li Qing's things he wouldn't dare to accept with 100 guts, so he casually found a few reasons and politely refused. After a little more chatting on both sides, Yang Mi and he Bye only left the office. Back in the car, Yang Mi sat in the co-pilot, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Her mood was very complicated. Sister honey, I really didn't expect that. In this matter, it was actually Li Qing who helped you. He Bye was incomparably shocked. He's really something. He's actually able to climb into a relationship with Lu Dong. Yang Mi didn't hear what he Bye said. All that's been going through her head is that he and Li Qing, in fact, have no feelings of their own. In a time of crisis, the other party actually helped himself without hesitation, and he didn't know anything about it at all. This inevitably moved Yang Mi's heart, even guilt. It would have been a pain in the ass for him to take care of the kids. Now he's even helping himself. He's really doing the best he can in terms of benevolence and righteousness. You say, on this matter of Li Qing helping me, he must have quite a few difficulties. Chapter 41, Can you be arrogant just because you have a background? Yang Mi sat in the car, her eyes looking ahead as she tried to calm down. Lu Dong treats us so well. Is it also Li Qing behind the scenes, sending gifts for us? He Bye froze and said, I suppose so, but Lu Dong valued you. Certainly not all Li Qing's reasons. After all, send some gifts. Absolutely will not let Lu Dong give you with a car or something. The vast majority of the reasons. Or honey sister, you have your own value. Yang Mi sighed softly. Anyway, Li Qing has helped us a lot. We're the ones who bother him so much, and I wanted a chance to thank him properly and talk in passing. He Bye nodded and said, Aha, Li Qing is a man with a baby. It's not easy, and now he's helping us so much. Alas, I feel a little guilty. Yang Mi didn't say anything. She's got Li Qing on her mind right now. There were also some details from the conversation with Lu Yanbin just now that made her a bit puzzled, especially when he thanked Lu Yanbin himself. The other party's attitude towards himself seems to be too respectful, doesn't it? Even. It's a bit flattering. Pondering all this, Yang Mi's brain was scrambled for a moment before she said, Go back and thank him properly. And by the way, get some more cash ready. This must have cost him a fortune. He Bye nodded, then let out a laugh. Sister honey, why do I feel like you're earning money to support a man now? Yang Mi froze for a moment, then gave her a blank look and said, Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for them, we'd be finished by now. Besides, people are not obligated to help us, so it's only right that we thank them. He Bye laughed. I know honey, I was just kidding. Let's go. Go back and I'll help you make an appointment with Li Qing. This time you'll go and thank him in person. You can't use me as a messenger. Yang Mi smiled. Okay, I know. Let's go to Estee Lauder first. The endorsements are about to start. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magic City Hangdian Studios, in a large lounge, led by Arthur Chen, Carrie Ng met the famous director Li Wenwu. Sitting on the couch, Wu Yufei smiled respectfully. Director Li, it's such an honor to meet you, and really thank you for the opportunity. After finalizing the cruise business, Wu Yufei was so excited inside that she wanted to fly. It really feels like nirvana. It's her first time making a movie, and it's still the lead female role. If it's red, it's a step up, so to speak. Li Wenwu laughed and laughed, although he despises Carrie Ng, but he didn't dare not give Feng Pant's face. Director Lee Won-woo owes his achievements to Pants Foam. Plus there's a second-generation Arthur Chen. This female lead can only go to carrying. Yufei is self-effacing. You yourself are very suitable for this movie. Choosing you. It's definitely right. I always believe in my vision. Lee Won-woo habitually spoke against his will. Work hard and try to get to the next level with this movie. Wu Yufei was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Director Lee, for the affirmation." Director Lee, so when are we going to start shooting? I've read all the scripts. I think I can handle it. Lee Won-woo smiled slightly and said as he lit up a cigarette, "Guess it's just a matter of days. However, there's something I have to trouble young Chin about." Arthur Chan raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "What is it? Just tell me, Director Lee." Lee Won-woo inhaled a cigarette and laughed with some embarrassment. "For our shooting this time, we need a special place for framing, and we have to use the framing for a long time. It's the Peace Hotel. I don't know their boss. It's a bit hard to talk, so I'd like to ask Chin Xiao to get in touch and see if it can be wrapped up." Hearing that, Arthur Chen frowned slightly and, "It does seem a bit difficult to charter the Peace Hotel, or to use it for long-term filming. The boss behind the Peace Hotel doesn't show his face. It's going to take a lot of connections to get in touch with him." But Arthur Chen continued to say, "Okay, I'll take care of this. Don't worry, Director Lee." Lee Won-woo's face was delighted as he laughed. "Ha, then thank you, young Chen." Arthur Chen smiled. "A small matter. Director Lee only needs to let Yufei shoot the movie properly. The rest is fine." Lee Won-woo hurriedly said respectfully, "Don't worry, Xiao Chen. I'll take care of Yufei's side. It's still early. Young Chen can take Yufei to see the crew and familiarize himself with the actors for future work. When it's time for dinner, I'll take you guys out for dinner." Arthur Chen smiled faintly. "Good. Then we'll leave Director Lee to work for now." The two men came to the lower crew. Quite a few second-tier stars, and even one first-tier star. Everybody's talking and laughing about the script, and some of them are still trying on costumes and rehearsing their acting. The arrival of Carrie Ng and Arthur Chen quickly attracted many people's attention. "It's Fei Wu. Why is she here? You don't know? People come over to take the lead role at Director Lee personally named. What the hell? Director Lee is crazy. Her persona has collapsed and she's still starring? Oh, don't you see who people follow? That's Chun Xiao. What can you say with a background?" The artists have been whispering and discussing that. All kinds of stares. But wait until Carrie Ng comes along. Everyone, yet again, all greeted each other warmly. "Sister Yufei, I didn't expect to see you here." "Yes, I heard that Sister Yufei is in the lead role. Everyone is so happy. Sister Yufei is so pretty and her temperament fits our heroine." A group of entertainers laughing and enthusiastic. Seeing Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan was like seeing a relative. See the situation. Wu Yufei couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in her heart. "You guys work as bulls and I'm just a word away from a starring role. That's the difference." Everyone's fallacious. Wu Yufei greeted her perfunctorily. Then it was time to hang out, take pictures and post roundups. The previous account was blocked, so Wu Yufei directly asked Lee Won-woo to get her a new account. On the scarf, Carrie Ng posted directly with the selfie. "Oh, thanks to Director Lee's care, a new movie is in preparation, and for my first time as a lead actor, I'll definitely work hard. Of course, I personally know about the recent storm, but it's just someone deliberately disgusting people behind their backs. It's not like I forced you to leave Jayapoy in the first place. Now you want to bite me. Let's try it." Chapter 42 Sister Honey. Another $1 million or so for him. Fei Wu couldn't have been happier inside after posting the post. This feeling of rolling over on the background of the circle that it made her show off her vanity, afraid that people would not know that she was able to continue filming. For these, Arthur Chen didn't bother. Anyway, he also looked at Youngmi with displeasure and was looking for a chance to kick her out of the entertainment industry. Soon, the post caused quite a stir online. Carrie Ng is making a comeback once again. Under the bombardment of public opinion, it is still able to receive the play and take the lead role, which is not expected by the majority of netizens. Quite a few people were able to guess that it must be Arthur Chan who helped Carrie Ng find her way into the theater. Sure enough, having a background is everything, and even if one's persona falls apart, one can still continue to hang around. And as for the object of Carrie Ng's illusion, obviously, it's Young Honey. As you can guess, there were quite a few fans of Youngmi, who went to 8 Youngmi, and the discussion was unusually heated. Meanwhile, many fans are worried that, can Youngmi fight Carrie Ng? The other party's background? It's too deep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, busy with Estee Lauder endorsements, Youngmi returned to the villa. "Sister Honey, you're really going on a date with Li Qing tonight," he bye-bye said as he packed out a bank card. "There's $1 million in this card. That should be enough for him to spend for a while, right?" Youngmi pondered for a moment and shook her head. What I gave him last time was probably spent on favors and gifts, so let's give him more. And there's also the fact that Henpa has a lot of spending money, so we can't let him live too confined. He bye-bye froze, then laughed. My goodness, now you've made a 180-degree turn in your attitude, and you're just being nice to him? Yang Mi said with a blank look. Isn't it only right that people help us so much? He bye-bye nodded and said, if you ask me, Li Qing is also a little bit of money. After all, he can know someone like Lu Dong. His own status is not that bad. Yang Mi didn't refute that. However, recognizing is just recognizing. Lu Dong also said, just many years do not contact classmates. It was only when Li Qing was willing to spend a lot of money that people were willing to give face. So for Li Qing's thanks, Yang Mi still planned to give a little more. $1.5 million. We won't be able to use much money now anyway. Yang Mi said calmly. 7 p.m. Same place. You drive me. He bye-bye said. Okay, you say how to do. Let's do. After packing up, he bye-bye said as she sat on the sofa and swiped her cell phone. Sister honey, you've seen what happened to Carrie Ng, haven't you? Yang Mi said as she looked up. Well, she went back to filming, presumably to Arthur Chen's studio. He bye-bye frowned. Honey, we have to watch out for her a bit. This is not a good person. You didn't see her. She's still openly provoking you online. It's infuriating. I want to slap her twice. Yang Mi said faintly. Alright, what's the use of getting angry? Let's just do well for ourselves. When we're strong, she naturally can't do anything to us. Besides, people have backgrounds and arrogant capital now. No matter what, young Mimi always manages to keep her cool and not get emotionally involved in these things. This was something that he bye-bye greatly admired. Also, we'll see. He bye-bye pouted and said, with this arrogance, she wouldn't even survive 3 episodes in a TV show. Yang Mi laughed. He bye-bye was this nature. Buzz. At this point, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Opened the cell phone to see. The caller is precisely Lu Yinbin. It's Lu Dong. Yang Mi said as she perked up and answered the phone. Hey Lu Dong. On the phone, Lu Yinbin smiled politely. Ms. Yang, are you busy now? Yang Mi smiled. Not busy. Why? Lu Yinbin said. It's like this. Our company has just received a new drama, and we plan to let you be the lead actor. I'll send you the script and information later. Hearing that, Yang Mi's eyes instantly lit up. Himself, at last, to open. Yang Mi hasn't received a new movie for 6 months. Okay Lu Dong. Yang Mi said with some excitement. Thank you very much for giving me such a great opportunity. Lu Dong. Lu Yinbin laughed. Should. Ms. Yang, the information scripts have been sent to you. You receive them. Yang Mi said, nodding her head back and forth. Okay Lu Dong. I'll receive it here. Lu Yinbin smiled. Also, I have a very important announcement to make. Yang Mi said seriously. Lu Dong, you said. Lu Yinbin said. This time the movie and television drama. You come to be the director. The company has already decided. Miss Yang must not excuse herself. Hearing this, Yang Mi froze. Obviously some reaction. Directing yourself? This means that one's status. One has to go up a level. The gold of self-direction. It's super high in the entertainment industry. And usually only the big players can do it. For a while, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel some excitement within her heart. But of course, it was more of a nervousness. Dong Lu. Would this be too hasty? I've never directed anything. And, without waiting for Yang Mi to finish, Lu Yinbin then said, then don't push it. The company has decided. Besides, there has to be a first time. So this time you'll be practicing. I've assigned you 2 directors to assist you. And with the crew pickups and all, the company's all set for you. You just need to butt in again. Yang Mi was excited inside. This opportunity was undoubtedly a chance for her showbiz status to jump over the top. Dong Lu. This can be a really big surprise for me. Yang Mi couldn't help but thank him. Thank you for believing in me. Lu Yinbin said in a hurry. You mustn't say that. Ms. Young. What's that? There's something else going on over here. Why don't you read the script first? After saying that, Lu Yinbin hurriedly hung up the phone. I was afraid that Yang Mi would thank herself again and make her heart feel strange and scary. After putting down the cell phone, Yang Mi and he bye-bye looked at each other. Sudden news. It was just too much of a surprise. The room, silent for a moment. Then, he bye-bye let out a sharp popping sound. Honey, we're going to be rich. He bye-bye directly hugged Yang Mi and said with incomparable excitement. You're upgrading to a big director here. A big smile appeared on Yang Mi's face. The surprise came too suddenly. After all these years, it's finally time to take it a step further. I'm also surprised. I didn't expect Director Lu to let me be the director. Yang Mi said as she calmed down a bit. But it's a test for me. After all, I haven't directed anything yet. He Bye said excitedly. You'll be fine for sure. Have faith in yourself. And didn't Lu Dong also say that he found you 2 mentoring helpers? Yang Mi nodded and, while the heart is filled with joy, there is still some doubt. She always felt that Jiayoi Media hadn't been too good to her, had she? Especially from the beginning until now. Lu Dong's attitude towards himself is really a little hard to understand. It's hard to believe that there's Li Qing's shadow behind this, but thinking of what Lu Dong said, Li Qing and him are just old classmates who have not been in touch. Although I can do some favors, but definitely not to the extent that Lu Dong could treat himself so well. Unless Li Qing invested to become the major shareholder of Jiayin Info, but that was obviously impossible. Shake your head. Yang Mi intends not to think about this mess for now. If you can't figure it out now, you'll always figure it out later. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yang Mi took her bank card with her and He Bye drove off. Same old place. More than an hour later, the car stopped outside Li Qing's suburban yard. Chapter 43, Sister Honey, so happy to give away money? Far out. Yang Mi then saw Li Qing's car. Honey, I won't get off this time, huh? He Bye handed the bag to Yang Mi and smiled. Thank people properly. Receiving the bag. For some reason, Yang Mi was in a very nervous mood. Although it's not the first time I've seen Li Qing, but there was still an indescribably complicated feeling inside. Watching Yang Mi blush slightly, He Bye revealed a hint of a bad smile and said, What's wrong, honey? You're not shy, are you? It's also true that it's normal for a woman to be shy when looking at Li Qing when he's that dumped. Yang Mi didn't want to care about He Bye and said with a blank look at her, Well, I'll go over there and be back soon. He Bye laughed. I'm not in a hurry. Just talk a little longer. Young Nini got out of the car. Long, slender legs, walking slowly on high heels. Li Qing. After coming in front of Li Qing, Yang Mi was a bit nervous. The relationship between the two was really a bit awkward. How come I haven't seen Henbald? Yang Mi had a small smile on her lips, even a bit coy. Li Qing looked at her calmly and smiled lightly. I didn't call her after taking her around all day and falling asleep from exhaustion. After talking, Yang Mi's mood calmed down quite a bit, looking into Li Qing's eyes and said seriously, Thank you. I didn't even realize that you helped me so much today to find Lu Dong. He told me that you find him to spend a lot of money on relations. I really appreciate it. The gratitude to Li Qing was from Yang Mi's heart. Li Qing's gaze was calm. After hearing what Yang Mi said, he knew that after the last time he had left from Jayapoi, Yang Mi must have gone to Lu Yanbin. Lu Yanbin did not dare to tell his identity without authorization, so he made up some reasons. It's okay, Li Qing said indifferently. Henpa cares about you. Yang Mi nodded and, Li Qing's coldness she had now adapted to. However, she didn't resent it at all, and even felt somewhat that Li Qing was sincere instead. Cold on the outside, but a very nice person. Otherwise it wouldn't have helped itself. Yang Mi secretly thought in her heart, then took out a bank card from her bag and gently handed it over and said, Li Qing, there's $1.5 million in this card. It's not a lot, but you can take it and use it first. I know you've spent a lot of money to go through favors, plus Juan Bauer is with you. Yang Mi didn't continue to say anything further, but just said with a sincere gaze, I hope you don't refuse. See the bank card. Li Qing nodded without saying anything, accepting it naturally. Yang Mi laughed with relief in her heart. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll come over to see Xin Bauer when I have time. Having said that, Yang Mi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Then he said hello and went back to the car, watching the car pull away. Next to him, Wang Mian finally couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chang, MS. Yang is a good person. This is the second time she's sent money. Li Qing also smiled faintly. He didn't realize that he would one day be given a handout. It's not quite accurate to say that, but it's the truth. It's kind of an extra income, Li Qing said indifferently. Take the money for now. With that, Li Qing threw the bank card to Wang Mian. Wang Mian laughed lightly. I'm not taking it. It's from MS. Yang, in case you don't have money to spend. Evening. After returning home, Yang Mi was in an extraordinarily relaxed mood, sitting on the sofa and looking at the script and information with great interest. Honey, you're still so happy to give away money. He Bye sat next to him and laughed. Yang Mi smiled. Come on. You're just getting more and more into making fun of him lately. I'm reading the script material. Do you want to familiarize yourself with the assistant's job ahead of time? It's time for you to pick it up. He Bye nodded. No problem. I'll be sure to set you up securely when the time comes. The two men were each looking at the script materials that, prepare yourself for what's to come. After watching it for a full hour, Yang Mi sort of took in the information. Lu Dong has put blood money into this drama. The supporting cast are all first-tier stars. After reading it, He Bye said with some surprise, and there's not a single Yokohama location in there. It's all reality locations. Inside, they rented the Peace Hotel outright for 3 months. Yang Mi was equally a bit surprised that she didn't realize that she'd invested so much in her first directorial play. It made her all a little nervous. Yeah, the Peace Hotel contract rent alone is estimated to cost a lot of money, Yang Mi said as she took a breath. Most of those shots, they were set in the Peace Hotel. There's even a need to redecorate the hotel a second time to vividly recreate the 1950s style. Peace Hotel, in the Magic City, is considered a historical symbol. After all, it's been through the war years. In those windy times, it became an iconic area of the Magic City. Wasn't there a saying circulating at the time that, no matter what you've done outside, no one can touch you once you're inside the Peace Hotel, not even the rent-a-crowd? It can be seen that the Peace Hotel is in the status of the Magic City. And this play, directed by Mimi Young, the setting itself is the old Magic City, so the Peace Hotel is unavoidable. It seems like I have to put in some effort, and I mustn't let down Lu Dong's expectations, Yang Mi said calmly. Right, let's make a post in a while. Lu Dong asked us to announce the crew information in advance as publicity. He bye-bye nodded, and a lot of shows need marketing before they even start shooting. It's also about sucking the heat out of it before it hits theaters. Next, he bye-bye edited a paragraph of text and posted it on Yang Mi's Scarf account. I've kept you all waiting. The new drama is about to start filming. I'll give you a sneak peek of the cast in advance. He bye-bye edited the names of several first-tier stars up. A few of the more recognizable set locations were then revealed. After the post was published, in less than 5 minutes, there was an immediate backlash of opinion online. And the heat is rising fast. Soon rushed to the Scarf as well as the major online platforms' hot search. Many netizens have seen there was a flurry of. No one expected that Yang Mi would actually officially announce her comeback. After more than 6 months of silence, young Mimi is back again, thrilling countless hardcore fans. Many famous bloggers have sent their best wishes, and at this point, it's not just the internet that's seeing this news. Wu Yufei, who was inside a certain villa in Magic City, similarly saw the message. Chapter 44, You, the owner of the Peace Hotel, a big shot? Honey, in the villa, Wu Yufei, who had just finished a visit, looked at her cell phone with wide eyes. Hubby, look, Yang Mi has announced that she's going to do a new movie too. What does she mean by posting some kind of drama promotion at this time? Isn't it obvious that she's trying to steal my heat? Seeing all the online buzz about young honey, Wu Yufei was angry. The normal place to be publicized when it's all about one party posting first, and then waiting a while before the other party posts. This avoids competition for traffic, and Young Mi followed closely behind. For carrying, that's grabbing heat from yourself. Next to him, Arthur Chan reads the news on the internet and his face fell slightly, and he was obviously a little less than pleased as well. You and Yang Mi were originally arch-rivals, and you had been screwing her over before, and now that people have turned over, it's natural for them to retaliate. It's normal, Arthur Chen said as he smoked a cigarette. There's no rush. When Yang Mi's crew starts shooting, I'll look for an opportunity so she can't shoot. Since the last public opinion incident, Arthur Chen has lost a lot of face, so it's not to say that there is a deep hatred towards Yang Mi, but it's also a bond. Honey, it's broken, something's going to happen. Look, at this time, Wu Yufei said with another shock. Young Honey's main location, just like us. Arthur Chen's eyes narrowed. Then he came to Fei Wu's side and said, What's going on? Wu Yufei put her cell phone in front of Arthur Chen and said, Hubby, look. Yang Mi said in the publicity that their drama set, mainly in the Peace Hotel too. But our venue, too, is the Peace Hotel. Isn't this robbing us? Carrying is furious and red-eyed. The heat's been grabbed. The location's been grabbed. She'd hate to just block Yang Mi right now, but she just doesn't have the skills to do that. See this message? Arthur Chen frowned. He didn't know if Yang Mi was doing it on purpose or not. But playing like this is clearly blocking your own path. During the day today, he had also told Director Lee that he would leave the matter of the cruise set to himself, and someone else got in first. This was a bit much for Arthur Chan. What's the point of mixing circles if you're putting a hand to the face? Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Arthur Chen said in a deep voice, I'll find a way to get the Peace Hotel to break its contract with Yang Mi. This happened. Normally, both crews would communicate and try to rotate together, or simply find another location for the set, which isn't impossible. But this was different for Arthur Chen. Behind this is a game. As long as it's gaming, not a single point should be conceded. If concessions are made, then one's face would be lost in the circle. Now, after all, there are a lot of people in the circle watching themselves. Wu Yufei asked with some concern. Honey, do you know the owner behind the Peace Hotel? Though carrying is arrogant and domineering, but she wasn't stupid. The Peace Hotel wasn't just a hotel alone. The boss behind it is a big shot with his hand in Magic City. As the crown prince of the entertainment industry, it was not certain that Arthur Chen could say anything. I may not be able to, but Uncle Feng won't not help me, Arthur Chen said with deep eyes. If Uncle Feng spares a few connections and lets Boss Yu know what's at stake, Boss Yu is a smart man and will definitely terminate his contract with Yang Mi. The man Arthur Chen called Boss Yu is also the boss behind the Peace Hotel today. Yu Liang. Hearing Uncle Feng, Wu Yufei's gaze brightened some. As a great director of the Beijing Circle, Feng Pants has 3 faces wherever he goes. With such a wide range of connections, he does have the credentials to talk to Yu Liang. Arthur Chen extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and faintly said, "Let me call Uncle Feng later first." Meanwhile, inside the Riverside Villa, the large living room was brightly lighted and Feng Pants sat on a pure yellow pear tie-shirt chair, quietly sipping tea. Beside, Li Wenwu sat on a wooden stool, as respectful as a schoolboy. "Director Feng, you know all the news, right?" Li Wenwu said carefully. "Yang Mi just made a post to promote her new movie. Is this intentional? There's also the fact that Yang Mi's location actually clashes with us, which is a bit much, isn't it? It can't be because of the grudge between her and Carrie Ying that she's purposely picking a fight, right? Hear this." Feng Pants hurriedly rolled a cigarette and said after lighting it with the coals of the tea stove, "The odds are it wasn't intentional." Li Wenwu frowned. "Then it doesn't make sense," Feng Pants said with deep old eyes. "Your crew pickup was not revealed publicly online, so Yang Mi basically wouldn't know. And since she's already released a post to publicize the heat, it means that Jiayoi Media has been talking to Peace Hotel for a long time. And people have always been ahead of you. It's just a coincidence." Feng's Pants are calm and sophisticated. No matter what you're faced with, you look at things with an outside eye. This was something that made Li Wenwu, as a student, deeply admire. Li Wenwu frowned inside. "In that case, what should we do? Change the location?" Feng Pants glanced at him and calmly said, "Where would you put Arthur's face if you did that?" Upon hearing this, Li Wenwu immediately changed his face and hurriedly changed his words. "Then I'll find a way to make Boss Yu break his contract with Yang Mi." Feng Pants ignored his words and said nonchalantly, "You should know that in the middle of a game, as long as the other side gets in the way, then you have to move it. Otherwise, it's not just face that's lost, but your authority. So whether Yang Mi did it on purpose or not, the Peace Hotel can only be used by you, never by Yang Mi." Li Wenwu nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Director Feng. It's just that it might be a bit difficult to do." Yu Liang from the Peace Hotel. People who were not low in status in Mordor, who were involved in both black and white, would most likely not give themselves any face at all. So Li Wenwu was a little skeptical that he, himself, could swing it. Feng Pants said lightly, "You don't have to worry about that. I'll give Boss Yu a heads up and just have Arthur butt in when the time comes." Li Wenwu sighed in relief, his eyes lighting up. "If you, Director Feng, step in, then this will be a good thing," Feng Pants said in a salty manner. "Alright, you go back first, and tell Arthur to go straight to the Jinghai public house tomorrow to look for Yu Liang." Li Wenwu nodded. "Okay Director Feng, then since there's nothing else, I won't disturb your rest." Having said that, Li Wenwu quietly retreated. After leaving Riverside Villa, Li Wenwu's heart rippled. Yang Mi, in this way, and Chen Xiao is completely against each other. Even in a sense, Yang Mi has already offended the Beijing Circle, half of the entertainment industry. Oh, it looks like there's going to be another beauty missing from the circle. Li Wenwu lit a cigarette and drove off into the night. 10 o'clock at night, not far from the Bund area of the Magic City, situated in a quieter old townhouse, the Jinghai Mansion, in the Magic City of modern society. Jinghai Mansion fully qualifies as a home with historic preservation value, having weathered 100 years of stormy public relations. Despite having been renovated several times, it still reveals a solemn and deep sense of heaviness, especially at night. Iron flower hollowed-out yellow street lamps, illuminating half of the townhouses, have the feeling of bringing people back to the old Magic City. The owner of this century-old mansion is Yu Liang, the man behind the Peace Hotel. In the parlor of the public house, Yu Liang, dressed in Atang pajamas, was sitting on a rattan chair, quietly enjoying a foot soak. Nearly 60 years old, Yu Liang has a head of white hair, but his spirit is burning and his face is rosy. Those in charge of soaking his feet were also chosen to be young girls of 18 or 19. Every year, Yu Liang's housekeeper recruits, on a special website, 18 or 19 years old, highly educated, and to be extremely beautiful, young girls, to serve Yu Liang. To put it bluntly, they are servants. Master, Feng Pants just had a box of gifts delivered. The narrator, a butler in his 40s, whispered with his head down. I opened it and looked at it. and it's a pair of Ming Dynasty Palace porcelain vases. Yu Liang relied on his chair and closed his eyes, then faintly said, "Oh, the gang from 49 City has been obsessed with antiques for so many years. To be able to give away a pair of Ming Dynasty porcelain vases, Feng Pants, he's really generous." The butler whispered, "Master, it's better to be solicitous of nothing than to be a thief. This Feng Pants, is there something he's requesting of you?" Yu Liang let out a faint laugh. "It's not a big deal. He's shooting a movie and wants to occupy the Peace Hotel for a month and rent the whole thing. It's just that I've rented it to Chairman Khan Nympho before, and Feng Pants is just trying to get me to break the lease." Chapter 45, on the surface, calm, but undercurrent. The butler raised an eyebrow and stood next to Yu Liang and whispered, "Master, didn't you just sign a cooperation with Japa Nympho the day before yesterday? And now Feng Pants is asking you to break the contract. Isn't that making things difficult for you?" Yu Liang slowly opened his eyes and a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So, it's not for people to come and deliver antiques. Tomorrow Arthur Chen will pay a visit, and that second generation will talk to me in detail about the specifics." The butler said, "Arthur Chen? Is that Chen Ji's son? For this small matter, these directors of the Beijing Circle all want to get involved. Our Peace Hotel is not that sought after, right?" Yu Liang smiled faintly, a deep light coming out of his cloudy old eyes. "It's far more than just shooting behind the scenes. If you are simply filming a movie, there is more than one place in Mordor that can replace the Peace Hotel for a scene." The butler's gaze was slightly condensed, though he tried after a few moments. "What your lordship means is, could it be that behind the matter, it's related to the dispute between Yang Mi and that Fei Wu?" Saying that, the butler's expression was a bit surprised and puzzled. "This can't be right. It's just a fight between two small stars. What kind of person is Feng Pants that he would care about this kind of thing?" Yu Liang took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "Oh, it's not as simple as you think. Carrie Wu is Arthur Chen's pony, and for public opinion to explode so tragically is equivalent to directly hitting Arthur Chen in the face. Arthur Chen is Chen Ji's son and has a pivotal position within the entertainment industry, so naturally he wants to get back at it. So it's no longer as simple as a starlet's chokehold between them, it's a game between both sides." Hearing that, the butler smiled. Feng Pants stepped in. "It's not even called gaming anymore. Yang Mi won't end up too well." Yu Liang smiled and then said, "It's nice to say so, but nothing is absolute. How do you know that there's no one behind Yang Mi? If there was no one behind Yang Mi, Estee Lauder wouldn't have continued to endorse her, and Jiayi would not have been dead set on protecting her." Old Zhang. Look at things with more brain thinking. However, as things stand, Yang Mi's chances of winning are slim. After all, it's not an individual she's messing with, it's a circle. Hearing Yu Liang's words, the old butler nodded deeply. Yu Liang looks at things, always long-term, analyzing the problem, always catch the details. "So, do you mean, master, to help Feng Pants?" the butler asked. "If I help Feng Pants, I'm afraid I'll fall foul of insincerity. Yu Liang has developed to this position. Money, antiques, or women, there's been no shortage of them for a long time. Most importantly, that's reputation." Yu Liang understood the butler's meaning. Still, he smiled and said, "Reputation is important, but more importantly, weigh the pros and cons. I promised Chairman Jayapoi before because I wasn't sure about Lu Yanbin's ability, thinking that he was able to acquire Jia Nympho Media in one go. He must have a powerful background, so let's just say that he made a friend. But now that he's encountered this mess, he definitely wants to help an old friend. Feng Pants and Chen Ji's backgrounds aren't simple, so it's time to give face." The old butler nodded without another word. Early the next morning, in front of the Jinghai mansion, a Mercedes-Benz business slowly stopped. Subsequently, Arthur Chen and Fei Wu stepped down from the car. Behind the two men, there was also a young man following, holding a small wooden box. Having just reached the door of the public house, a man in his 40s came to greet him. "It's Mr. Chen, isn't it?" The man was none other than Yu Liang's butler. Arthur Chen smiled. "Hello, I'm Arthur Chen, here to see Boss Yu." The butler smiled and nodded. "Come with me." Following the butler, the two quickly arrived at the second floor of the public house, the parlor. Although the public house doesn't look very large when you look at it from the front, but after entering the parlor, it was realized that it was more than 200 square meters, a wide variety of display cases, ornaments, and decorations. At the far end, a tea tray carved from a whole solid piece of wood. Yu Liang is sitting inside. Seeing the two men enter, he said with a smile on his face, "Young Chen is here, please have a seat." Arthur Chen walked forward enthusiastically and respectfully. "Meet Boss Yu." Wu Yufei was both nervous and excited, and said with a slight bow, "Meet Boss Yu." Yu Liang laughed. "No need to be so polite. Come sit down, I just made tea." Arthur Chen walked up to the front and back and slowly sat down across from Yu Liang. Then the youth behind him handed up the wooden box. Boss Yu, it's no honor to meet you for the first time. Arthur Chen opened the wooden box, and there was a goldfish lying inside. Not a literal goldfish, of course, but a fish made of gold, weighing 3 pounds. A little token of appreciation. I hope Boss Yu accepts it, Arthur Chen said respectfully, glancing at the goldfish. Yu Liang's gaze didn't linger too much but laughed. Young Chen didn't have to do this. This goldfish plus the craftsmanship is less than $1 million. I didn't do anything. How can I receive such an expensive gift? Chen Arthur understood that when Yu Liang said this, he was just pointing himself out. So hurry up and say what's going on. Arthur Chen smiled and said, to be able to enter this public house and meet Boss Yu, this yellowtail has realized its value. Upon hearing this, Yu Liang broke into a smile and, sure enough, the capital circle's great young man wasn't vain. He still had something, at least in terms of emotional intelligence. To put it mildly, Yu Liang got right to the point. Young Chen is trying to get me to break my contract with Yang Mi and work with you guys, right? No problem. Arthur Chen was slightly stunned by that. He didn't expect Yu Liang to be so blunt. Yu Liang smiled faintly. Yesterday, your Uncle Feng already talked to me on the phone. A little thing, you don't have to feel troubled. When you see Director Chen back in Kyoto, tell him I said hello. Arthur Chen came back to his senses. His eyes flickered, and he was grateful. Boss Yu, thank you so much. Next to her, Carrie Ying was even more excited. Now that's a complete reversal of fortune, and Fei Wu has decided to go even further. Boss Yu, thank you so much. Wu Yufei stood up and thanked him. There's actually a little something else that I want to trouble you about. With these words, the expression on Yu Liang's face changed slightly. Then he smiled faintly. Oh, what else is going on? MS. Wu. Chapter 46, Weighing the Pros and Cons. The Mordor's Big Brother's Reckoning. Arthur Chen swept a glance at Carrie Ying. Just by looking at the calm expression on his face, he knew what Fei Wu was going to say. Wu Yufei said with some embarrassment. Boss Yu. Honestly I know I'm not qualified enough to talk to you. Yu Liang interrupted. MS. Wu. You're Young Chen's person. Of course you're qualified. Just say what you have to say. There are no outsiders here. Wu Yufei took a deep breath and said. Boss Yu. The remaining ones in Mordor. Similar to the Peace Hotel. You know their bosses, don't you? Hearing that, Yu Liang frowned slightly, then revealed a hint of a smile and said. Does MS. Wu mean that she wants me to communicate that the rest of the few, none of them can cooperate with Yang Mi's crew? Wu Yufei froze, then laughed. Boss Yu. You know all about it. Can you do us this favor? Yu Liang raised his eyebrows and said lightly. You guys? Chen Xiao, is this what you mean too? Arthur Chen smiled slightly and said respectfully. Boss Yu. Yang Mi has gone against me several times, so I naturally have to counteract her, or else I won't be able to save face in the Beijing circle. Of course, I won't let Boss Yu do me this favor for nothing. Yu Liang's face sank a bit as he leaned back in his chair and said. Chen Xiao, I can work with you and terminate Yang Mi's contract. That's polite enough, isn't it? Now you're asking me to do this. Don't you think it's abrupt? Arthur Chen got a little nervous inside. He understands that what Yu Liang means is that we don't have much of a friendship, and it's a bit out of line to do this. But Arthur Chen is convinced that, as long as the money is there, fellowship and all that can be bought. Boss Yu. $3 million. Arthur Chen said very respectfully. You just need to get on the phone with a couple of the other owners and say a few words, and they all rejected Nini Yang. It's really just a matter of Yu Liang's words, taking $3 million for this small matter. Arthur Chen is already generous. Yu lit up a cigarette and said with a somewhat hair-raising smile on his face. Chen Xiao, do you think I'm very bad at this $3 million? Arthur Chen froze, then quickly said with a smiling face. Boss Yu. You misunderstood me. Boss Yu's sentiment can't be measured in terms of money. I'm sure there will be many more opportunities for us to work together in the future. Besides, my father would like to get to know you. I'm doing this because I want to leave a good impression on Boss Yu. I really don't have any other ideas. Arthur Chen is a good talker. Being in the entertainment industry for so long isn't for nothing. And when Yu Liang heard this, the smile also became kind. And he was able to pull so much from Arthur Chen that it was also just for Chen Ji's sake. Although he wasn't in the same circle as Chen Gu. But Chen Gu is far more than just a big director. Regardless of his connections or background, with people like that, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Yu Liang smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, Chen Xiao. I'm just joking for you. Since the words have come to this, wouldn't it be petty of me to refuse? Alright, I'll take care of this. You guys can go back. Seeing Yu Liang's promise, both Wu Yufei and Arthur Chen were overjoyed and thanked them. Then thank you, boss you. Saying that, Arthur Chen put a bank card on Yu Liang's desk, took Fei Wu and left the public house, waiting for the two to leave. Yu Liang looked at sitting in the chair with a small smile on the corner of his mouth. Next to him, the butler stood back and said, Master, Arthur Chen is really generous enough to throw out a few $1,000,000. Millions. It may not be worth much in an online comment section, but in reality it's quite a bit more, and it's just a meet and greet. Yu Liang smiled faintly. Normal people in the entertainment industry wouldn't be so generous and don't have the financial means to do so. That's why Chen Gu and Feng Pants, both of them are not as simple as ordinary directors. It's a better deal to sell them a favor, the butler said with a nod. His lordship says so. I really don't know what Yang Mi was thinking, actually choosing to offend them. You said there might be forces behind Yang Mi. Who do you think it could be? Yu Liang took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, It doesn't matter who it is. What's important is that if the other party makes an enemy of the entire circle for the sake of one Yang Mi, then it can only be said that the other party's segment is just like that because the thought is just as stupid as it is. Not to mention me, even those at the very top of Magic City wouldn't dare to say that they're against the entire capital circle. The butler nodded and, he trusts Yu Liang's vision and judgment. After all, a person who has been in the Magic City for decades, weighing the pros and cons have their own unique characteristics. Meanwhile, Jayaplasti Media. Inside the office building, a large office, Yang Mi was discussing the new movie with a group of stars, and the director. Honey, I really didn't expect you to get the lead role. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, a second-tier star said very politely. Work-wise, I still hope that Honey will help us more and guide us. Another one of the top stars laughed. Sister Honey, I think we can start this off with this. I wonder what your opinion is. The first day I got the lead role, the crowd showed their goodwill towards Yang Mi. Even the two directors who were in charge of assisting were polite to Yang Mi. This made Yang Mi a little less comfortable and could only smile at each of them. At this point, He Bai came from not far away, holding Yang Mi's cell phone and said, Sister Honey, you have a call from Mr. Yu, the owner of the Peace Hotel. Hearing that, Yang Mi was slightly stunned, then said to the crowd, Excuse me while I take a call. After coming to the side, Yang Mi said with some surprise, The owner of the Peace Hotel? Why are you calling me? He Bai laughed. You're a director now. People butt in. Of course they'll come to you. I think it's something about a theater set. So pick it up. Without much thought, Yang Mi answered the phone. Hello, boss Yu. This is Yang Mi. A mellow man's voice came over the phone. Oh, MS. Yang, I'm here to let you know. Yang Mi said with a nod. Is it a theater set thing? On the other side of the cell phone, Yu Liang faintly said. That's right MS. Yang, because of some special reasons, I'm sorry I can't work with you. I'll pay the price for breach of contract. Hearing that, Yang Mi froze in her tracks. This news is a bit sudden for her, seeing as the crew was about to start filming. How can that work when the main location suddenly changes? Yang Mi asked instantly. Boss Yu, didn't we talk about it and have signed a contract? Now that the crew was about to start filming, as you know, most of the shots for this drama are in the Peace Hotel. Without waiting for Yang Mi to finish, Yu Liang then interrupted. I'm really sorry. I'll give your company the liquidated damages. It's just cooperation, and there's really a special reason for that. I'll give your boss the specifics. That's all. After saying that, Yu Liang hung up the phone. Listen to the busy signal. Yang Mi stood still for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 47. Half of the entertainment industry. How will she cope? Honey, what's wrong? Looking at Yang Mi's face, He Bai asked with some worry. Yang Mi said with a frown. Boss Yu said that he wants to cancel the cooperation with us. At this juncture, the shooting is about to start, so I'm afraid this will delay the process greatly. He Bai's beautiful eyes froze. Then she said with wide eyes, how can this be? How can we break the contract at this time? So what do we do? Go find another one? Yang Mi said after a moment of thought. Well, let's go ahead and contact other similar hotels to the Peace Hotel as a location, avoiding the worst. Honestly, Yang Mi still has it in her heart that she doesn't want to use any other restaurant. After all, the Peace Hotel, which has a history of its own, choosing it as a location can go a long way in ensuring a sense of immersion in the work. Besides, this is the first time Yang Mi has directed herself. Any detail wants to be perfect. He Bai said. Okay, I'll get in touch right away. But this matter, let's talk to Lu Dong first, right? Let's see how Lu Dong's side handles it. Yang Mi said. Aha, I'll go over there and inform Lu Dong. You go ahead and contact the others as a backup plan. Upon receiving this message, Yang Mi wasn't in the mood to discuss the script, either. After all, if you don't choose the location well, you can't shoot the movie. Just then, a third-tier starlet, carefully came in front of Yang Mi. Honey. The young starlet held her cell phone with some worry and nervousness on her face. Yang Mi turned her head to look, then revealed a hint of a smile and said, "What's wrong, Sayaka?" Actor Sayaka said, "Honey, did you see what happened online? I just overheard that Carrie Yang's new drama is going to start filming, and the location is the Peace Hotel. I was thinking, isn't the Peace Hotel our set? How come she's also filming at the Peace Hotel? So will there be any conflict? Yang Mi and Carrie Yang don't get along. It's been known online for a long time, so it's not much of a secret." Hearing that, Yang Mi raised her eyebrows and her gaze froze, and he Bye, who was next to him, was directly surprised. What? Immediately afterward, he Bye opened his cell phone to check. Several people then saw that on the hot search, there is news of Carrie Yang promoting her new movie. Hashtag new play shooting day finalized. I'll give you some news about the new play. Hashtag Carrie Yang and Lee Wonwoo have been calling for the new drama online, and with a special proclamation of a few of Magic City's famous set locations. Among them, the Peace Hotel is inside. Even Arthur Chen has given his little girlfriend a wave of publicity, and a special thank you was posted on the bib. Thanks to Boss Yu's support, being able to choose the Peace Hotel as a location, I believe that this movie will come out even more exciting than imagined. After seeing these, he Bye's face was red with anger. What does that mean? He Bye said with great indignation. Yu Liang is breaking his contract with us and turning to work with Carrie Yang? This is too much. Yang Mi first froze for a moment, and soon, her beautiful eyes gradually narrowed, her face cold and terrifying. No wonder Yu Liang broke his contract. It turns out that Carrie Yang snatched it. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to calm down. At this time, the less you can rush. You can't lose your mind because of anger. I'll go and report to Lu Dong first, Yang Mi said in a deep voice, then left the office and went to find Lu Yenbin. And he Bye was too late to scold Carrie Yang. Hurry up and go to the next house. After all, the play still needs to be shot. In the chairman's office, Yang Mi stood in front of Lu Yenbin and reported out the things that happened at the location. Mr. Lu, Yu Liang terminated his contract with us. The shooting schedule will be greatly delayed. Should we change the location? Yang Mi asked, tentatively. To be honest, she felt guilty in her own mind after what had happened. After all, it was because of himself that the location was suddenly taken away from him. Seeing that Yang Mi has been standing, Lu Yenbin also didn't dare to sit by himself and stood in front of Yang Mi and said, I know about this, don't worry Ms. Yang, I'll take care of it. The crew can slow down a bit, there's no rush. Yang Mi didn't expect Lu Yenbin to be in such no hurry, but she's in a hurry, herself. First-time director, make sure you do it right, Dong Lu. Then I'll go find another cooperation first. Our publicity has already been sent out. If we can't release the movie on time, that's just too bad. Yang Mi said, this, in fact, is also my reason for causing trouble for our company. Lu Yenbin said with a quick smile, Ms. Yang mustn't say that. You can change the location. No big deal. Nothing's wrong. Go ahead and go about your business. There's really no need to worry. Seeing that Lu Yenbin didn't say anything, Yang Mi nodded, then left the office and went with He Bye to look for a partner. Seeing that Yang Mi is gone, Lu Yenbin's face sank. Sitting on the couch, his gaze gradually coalesced and sharpened somewhat. Dong Lu, Yu Liang broke his contract with us. It's actually because Wu Yufei found a relationship and squeezed us out. Next to him, Secretary White said in a deep voice, would you like to talk to Mr. Yu again? Lu Yenbin waved his hand and said, it's not necessary. Arthur Chen and Feng Pants, they must have already discussed this with Yu Liang. So what's the point of me going again? Lu Yenbin knows in his heart that his own current identity, all given by Wang Nian, and also just need to do a good job as chairman of Jayapoi. As for arm wrestling, it's really not a good idea to get involved yourself. Come to think of it, the corner of Lu Yenbin's mouth hooked up into a light smile. Yu Liang, you're really looking for death. Wang Nian will know about this soon. By the time Li Qing said something, Yu Liang's promising life would end here. At this point, the secretary suddenly said, Lu Dong, there is a sentence that I don't know whether to speak or not. Lu Yenbin raised his eyebrows, then laughed. What can't you say? Say it. Secretary White nodded, then whispered, Dong Lu, Carrie Wu's relationship with Yang Mi is now well known. The two of them had a falling out. Lu Yenbin laughed lightly. What's wrong with that? I know about it. Everyone does. Secretary White said. I mean, not to support Yang Mi. To be honest, I don't understand why you think so highly of Yang Mi. When she offended Fei Wu to death, she actually offended Arthur Chen. And behind Arthur Chen there's Feng Pants and Chen Go. Half of the entertainment industry can be in each other's hands. Yang Mi is bound to lose. Our investment will only go down the drain. The more the secretary spoke, the more urgent the She thinks that if Lu Yanbin continues to rehire Yang Mi, sooner or later, Ka-Nympho Media is going to collapse. After all, if an entertainment company has a problem with the entire entertainment industry, what kind of entertainment company is that? And Lu Yanbin, who heard this, the face that had been tinged with a smile went cold. Chapter 48 The Professor of Ancient Chinese teaching in person. Seeing that Lu Yanbin's face doesn't look right, the secretary lowered her head at once and asked cautiously, Dong Lu, where did I go wrong? Lu Yanbin coldly grimaced and faintly said, in the future, I don't want to hear anything like that, including in the company, understand? I'm the chairman of the board. Everything about the running of the company is up to me, and there's no one who can say anything about this matter. The secretary froze a little, moodily. Yes, Dong Lu, I understand. Lu Yanbin didn't continue to dwell too much on the topic. After all, the secretary doesn't know the truth of the matter. Alright, you go down and get busy. This matter doesn't need to worry you, Lu Yanbin said as he took a sip of water. The secretary nodded, then walked out of the office. After standing up, Lu Yanbin looked out the window at the traffic. This place in Mordor has a nice view, but underneath the face of prosperity are all waves. It's still safer to report to Mr. Wang, Lu Yanbin said to himself, then took out his cell phone and called Wang Mian. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the Thompson small area, Yang Mi sat on the sofa, looking at the takeout in front of her, without a bit of appetite. Starting in the morning. During that time Yang Mi and he Bai didn't stop for a moment. Both were contacting other hotel partners. But here's the strange thing. These hoteliers, it's as if they've negotiated in advance. All of them turned Yang Mi away. In the whole of Magic City, there are only a few well-known ones. Now Yang Mi is really a bit desperate. Sister honey, what are we going to do now? Are we going to find a partner somewhere else? He Bai was extremely disappointed and anxious at the same time. I have a feeling that it must be Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan who are behind this. It's just deliberately not giving us a chance to live. Yang Mi's face was a bit grave, her face cold and, after a morning of negotiation work, she could feel that these hotel owners must have discussed with each other. All deliberately do not cooperate with themselves. Behind this, it's safe to say it's 100% Carrie Ng's doing, and it has nothing to do with Yu Liang. Yu Liang, as a famous figure in Magic City, and the owner of the Peace Hotel, and the leader of the catering industry, definitely can have a knack for leading the pack. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Mi exhaled and said, Fei Wu wants to make things worse, but we can't just sit back and wait. This is my first time as a director, and I definitely can't make too many mistakes. I'd like to go to Yulian one more time to see if there's any wiggle room, so go get some cash ready. He Bai froze for a moment, then was surprised and said, Honey, are you going to give a gift? Yang Mi said in a deep voice, is there anything else to do in this situation but give gifts? No one is going to with profit, and if it doesn't work, it's just not enough money. After the endorsement as well as the signing of the Jayapoi, Young Mi has made a lot of money in a short period of time, so there's also some money to be made. Besides, this society even so, no relationship can only use money to smash to dredge up the relationship. It's unrealistic to want to do good things when you don't want to give. He Bai commiserated for Yang Mi. That's not fair. What kind of a person has to pay for their own movie? Despite the words, but he Bai couldn't do anything about it and sighed. I'll contribute a little too. I have quite a bit of private money from all these years. It won't be a problem to give you $1 million or so. I'll give it up. Even if I lose money, I have to embarrass Fei Wu. Yang Mi knew deep down that it was impossible to reconcile her relationship with Carrie Ng, even if you don't want to talk to her. But Carrie Ng won't let herself go, so it would be better, instead, to just go hard with the other side. Let's start with $4 million. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled as she said, I'll make a trip to Yuliang first and see how the other side is doing, while holding on to the mentality of confronting Carrie Ng. But inside, Yang Mi was still very unsure. On his own, calling the shots with Arthur Chan and Pants Fang's gang, the difference in strength was too great. He Bai comforted. Honey, you don't have to be so intentional. If it's not possible, we'll go to a place outside of Magic City. It's not like we have to film here all the time. Yang Mi nodded and didn't say anything, her gaze looking like she was thinking about something. At this point on the other side, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, in a garden in the backyard, Huan Bauer was sitting peacefully on a stool, looking attentively at the illustrated book. Next to her was a woman in her 30s who was teaching Schwanbauer to read and write. Teacher, is this word pronounced Li? Humboldt was interested in these unfamiliar fonts, and had a good memory for the. Basically, the teacher said it once and she was able to memorize it. Called Xin Bauer, literate woman called Lin Han, only 35 years old, Magic City University professor of ancient Chinese, is a veritable talent in Magic City. To be able to have this professor come in and give a 3-year-old one-on-one. It was only Li Qing who had this treatment. Of course, for Lin Han, it was her greatest honor to teach Xian Bauer. Xuan Bauer is so smart. Teacher only said it once and you memorized it. Lin Han spoke in the tone of a child. Even though she wasn't usually very approachable, she liked Xian Bauer from the bottom of her heart because Xian Bauer was truly otherworldly smart. Hearing the teacher's compliments, Xian Bauer was very happy and smiled. Teacher, how do you write the character for green then? Lin Han froze slightly, then seemed to understand the little one's thoughts and said gently, the teacher wrote it for you. On the paper, Lin Han wrote the word Qing in block letters with a pencil, just as it was printed. Xuan Bauer's eyes widened and, after seeing the word, his eyes flickered and he just kept staring. Lin Han asked with some curiosity, Xuan Bauer, why do you keep staring at it? Xian Bauer returned to her senses and winked and laughed. Xuan Bauer should remember this word. My father's name is Li Qing. Saying that, Xian Bauer picked up a pencil and wrote the word Li Qing steadily on the paper. Seeing the slate font, Lin Han, who was a professor, was a bit surprised. A 3-year-old who can write kanji so well when he's just getting started. And to be able to memorize kanji at a glance is indeed too much of a gift. Wow! Wan Bayer is amazing. Lin Han didn't mince words in his praise. At this time, Xian Bauer got down from her stool and looked not far away and laughed. Poop is here. Teacher, I want to go play with Poopy for a while. Lin Han smiled. Sure, go ahead. After Li Qing came along, being gently led by her pants by Henpa, she walked over to the small table. Poopy, see if I've written a good word for Poopy's name. Li Qing looked at it, and then his gaze was filled with satisfaction as he looked at Xian Bauer and said, Xian Bauer is so great. That's awesome. Poopy will take you to a nice dinner tonight. Receiving Li Qing's praise, Xian Bauer was even happier than before, opening her arms for Li Qing to hold her. Watching father and daughter, Lin Han stood gently to the side, smiling, while in his heart he couldn't help but sigh. So worthy of being Li Qing's daughter, only 3 years old and already showing excellent talent. Mr. Li, Xian Bauer's learning ability is extremely strong. In fact, after a while, she can completely go to kindergarten. Lin Han stood next to him and said respectfully, of course, kindergarten isn't about learning, it's about getting her better at living with her peers and making friends. Li Qing nodded. At over 3, it's indeed time for kindergarten, and Humboldt will be happier that way. Well, wait a while, Li Qing said indifferently. At this time, not far away, Wang Mian walked over, as if he had something to report. Li Qing looked at Xian Bauer and smiled. Xian Bauer, wait for a while, your Uncle Wan wants to see me for something. Wang Mian walked in front of and behind Li Qing and said, Brother Chang, there's something to tell you. It's about Ms. Young. Chapter 49, someone behind the scenes is about to make a move. Li Qing glanced at Xian Bauer, then faintly said, talk. Wang Mian said, Lu Yanbin just came to me to report that Ms. Yang is now experiencing some difficulties regarding the filming of a new movie. Wang Mian reported briefly about the sanctioning of Yang Ni's location. Brother Chang, these guys still aren't quite dead in the water. Just like a dog's skin. Especially that Arthur Chen. Wang Mian's gaze was slightly condensed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Hearing these messages, Li Qing looked calm and said, I know. Go ahead and take care of this matter. Just don't be too high profile. Hearing that Yang Mi is trapped. Although Li Qing's heart was not rippling, after seeing Xian Bauer, the idea of helping Yang Mi still arose in his heart. She's Xuan Bauer's real mother, after all. Besides, Yang Mi also sent money to herself 3 times. Not much, but it was still kind of heartfelt. Wang Mian smiled. Brother Chang, I'm afraid I don't need to come this time. Someone is already going to make a move. Lu Huataki came to see me today and said he wanted to ask you to go to the Peace Hotel to do a debriefing for this month. You see, Li Qing revealed a hint of a smile. Lu Huataki purposely asked himself to go to the Peace Hotel, obviously to secretly help Yang Mi, but also to curry favor with himself. However, Li Qing didn't care about this and said indifferently, Lu Huataki is well informed, but the report is even. Let him go to the Peace Hotel to eat by himself. Wang Mian understood what Li Qing meant. That's for Lu Huataki to let go. He, a chairman of the Poly Group, going to help Yang Mi deal with the entertainment industry. I guess it'll be interesting. Wang Mian laughed. Li Qing looked at Xian Bauer and said gently, Xuan Bauer, Daddy will take you out for a little while, okay? As soon as I heard we were going out, Xian Bauer ran over happily. Poopy, really, where are we going to play? Xian Bauer's big eyes twinkled in a very cute manner. Then she looked at Teacher Lin again and asked with a smile, Teacher, can I go out and play? Lin Han smiled faintly. Yeah, you can. I've done enough homework for the day. It's time to go out and relax. With permission. Xian Bauer got excited. She really enjoyed following Li Qing out. Lin Han walked up to Li Qing and nodded slightly. Mr. Li, since Xian Bauer's homework is over for today, I'll go back to the university first. There are still some things over there. Li Qing nodded and said, well, take your time, Mr. Lin. After Lin Han left, Li Qing held Xian Bauer in his arms and walked out from the garden. Poopy, where are we going? Xian Bauer said with curiosity. Are we going to the amusement park? Or to the mall? Li Qing gently shook his head and smiled. Poopy take you to buy clothes? Last time that auntie made a lot of clothes for you. Does Xuan Bauer want to go and get them? By the way, Poopy is taking you for a stroll. Hearing the clothes, Xian Bauer's expression froze, and then her gaze was greatly released. Really da? Xuan Bauer loves the clothes that auntie made. They're super pretty. Looking at Xuan Bauer's happy appearance, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. It was true. Girls were interested in clothes from a young age. Learning that he was going to Jacqueline's side, Wang Mian smiled faintly. Brother Chang, for those children's clothes, just have Jacqueline send them directly. There's no need for us to make a trip in person. Li Qing said indifferently. It's fine. I happen to want to take Xuan Bauer out for a stroll. Staying at home all the time isn't good for her growth. Wang Mian nodded without another word. Then it was off in the black Chevy SUV with the crowd. At this point, the other side. Hopefully, Main Street. A Range Rover is traveling. The very same car that Yangmi is driving. Sister honey, we've prepared $2 million, so we should be able to talk to Yu Liang, right? In the car. He Bai drove the car with some apprehension. If that doesn't work, then let's not beg them, but let's go somewhere else. Yangmi sat in the co-pilot. Her gaze was a bit gloomy. To be honest, this time she had absolutely no bottom in her heart when she looked for Yu Liang to negotiate. Because Yummy knows that. The reason why Yu Liang would target himself was solely because of the connections behind Fei Wu. It's not really a good idea to just drop money on it yourself. But either way, she was going to try. It's not just for the crew shooting. More than that, it is a fight with Wu Yufei. Not to fight for buns. Yangmi does not want to eat this dumb loss. Let's try it anyway. Yangmi said in a deep voice. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, take a gamble. Just saying. Next to him, He Bai suddenly stared and frowned. Honey, look ahead. Yangmi followed He Bai's gaze, then narrowed her eyes similarly. Not far ahead was a black Chevrolet SUV. And wasn't it none other than Li Qing's car? It's Li Qing? Yangmi said. It still seems to be his car. He Bai wondered. Magic City is really small. You can meet Li Qing even when you go out of a door. I wonder if Xian Bauer is in the car. Yangmi smiled slightly. Maybe he's bringing Xuan Bauer out to play. Okay, let's go do our own thing. After He Bai passed Li Qing's car. Then he turned at the next intersection and drove towards the Peace Hotel in the Jing'an district. Meanwhile, not far from the Peace Hotel, in the eastern suburb of Ding'an district, in the Jinghai mansion, in the backyard of the public house, there was a large green area. This is Yu Liang's private golf course. On the course, there were caddies driving carts to pick up balls, and on the stage, Yu Liang was sitting on a small white chair, drinking tea with incomparable leisure, next to a couple of friends. It was none other than Feng Pants with Arthur Chan and a few others. Oh, boss Yu, your stamina is just great. I'm sweating after these fights. Feng Pants took a sip of tea and couldn't help but light a cigarette to relax. I think this place, there's a chance it could be a location for the show as well. With such a historic public house and the ballpark, it's straight up compelling for the play. Hearing that, Yu Liang laughed. Director Feng, you're thinking about this little thing of mine. Oh, no problem. I'll just vacate it for you guys to shoot when the time comes. Face the Von Pants. Yu Liang still carries a trifle of respect for him. Feng Pants from Kyoto. From that circle, connections are extraordinary. If you can befriend someone like that, you won't have to worry about using them in the future. Von Pants laughed. Then I'll thank boss you in advance. Feng Pants then looked towards Arthur Chen and Fei Wu. You guys, what are you looking at? The two men reacted. He hurriedly came to Yu Liang to thank him. Thanks, boss Yu. Being honored in this way, Yu Liang's heart is very comfortable and vaguely proud. We're all on our own. No need to be polite about this little thing. I've heard that Yangmi seems to have had a bad time with Chen Xiao recently. There shouldn't be much she can do about this location fight, right? Wu Yufei's eyes flickered with a smug look on her face. That's thanks to boss Yu. You made a move. Where can Yangmi find a location partner? Unless she leaves Magic City. Yangmi was stepped on by herself this time. Wu Yufei was very happy in her heart. She couldn't wait for Yangmi to be stepped on by herself for the rest of her life until she quit the entertainment industry. At this point, not far away the butler came slowly and, after coming to Yu Liang's side, he whispered, Mr. Yu, Yangmi made an appointment to see you at the Peace Hotel. She should want to discuss the previous cooperation. The words fell. The two of them, Wu Yufei and Arthur Chen, suddenly had a slightly sunken face. Yang Mi, surprisingly, is still not dead. The corner of Yu Liang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Tell Yang Mi that I'm not available. Some other time. Chapter 50, Yu Liang is stupid. Chairman Polly came to me? A word from Yu Liang. The meaning was already clear. That is, not to give Yang Mi a chance. Hearing this, Wu Yufei, as well as the two of them, Arthur Chen, their brows instantly relaxed. Boss Yu, Yang Mi is really a bit uneducated. Wu Yufei sneered. Is this a situation she can't see? And she wants to come to you to negotiate. How does she think? I think that's what she's. Without waiting for Wu Yufei to finish, Feng Pants interrupted hoarsely. Don't be complacent with a momentary gain. Behind Yang Mi, there will be some bottom cards. Guaranteed. Feng Pants' deep eyes glanced darkly at Wu Yufei. Noticing Von Pants' gaze, Wu Yufei's heart thumped. Then she realized that she was talking too much. On this occasion today, if it weren't for Arthur Chen, he wouldn't even be qualified to sit here. Wu Yufei nodded awkwardly, then honestly closed her mouth. Yu Liang sipped his tea and said lightly, what Feng said is not unreasonable. Yang Mi seems to be alone without any backing, but before your two sides fought, you could vaguely sense that there were other forces supporting Yang Mi behind her. Otherwise, in terms of public opinion, how could Qin Xiao lose Yang Mi by a head? Speaking of matters of public opinion, Arthur Chen's face heated up. A battle of public opinion. He actually lost to Yang Mi, belonging to a little shame. Arthur Chen said in a deep voice. Boss Yu's analysis is good. And I also think that Yang Mi should have someone else besides Jia Nympho's support. However, even with the support of others, I guess it won't make much waves. I just don't believe that she alone can break with the whole circle. Von Pants just laughed and didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with Arthur Chen's words. Yu Liang smiled slightly. Young Chen is right. With Director Feng and Director Chen around, the entertainment industry will never change. Let's just see, nowadays Yang Mi, how to break the situation. A few people were drinking tea and chatting while the atmosphere was pleasant, and the fate of many people could be decided by talking and laughing, like the business economy, or who the entertainment industry is trying to develop, who could be the next new talent, etc. Just then, the butler came again, only this time, he was a little flustered. Master, there's something big. Jogging all the way behind Yu Liang, the butler panted heavily and said, you must hurry to the Peace Hotel now. Looking at the housekeeper, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly startled, Yu Liang suddenly frowned. What's going on? Speak up. What's the rush? The butler said with a deep breath. Master, we just received a notice that, said Lu Dong is coming. Hearing that, everyone frowned, a hint of doubt on their faces. Yu Liang questioned. Lu Dong? Which Lu Dong? Lu Yanbin? The butler said. No, it's the chairman of the Poly Group, Lu Hua Taki. Yu Liang froze for a moment, obviously didn't respond to which company Poly Group is. Likewise, Feng Pants and the others were even more confused. Chairman of the Poly Group? What Poly Group? But soon, Yu Liang's face then became violently grave, as if he suddenly thought of something. The Poly Group? You mean that Poly Group? Yu Liang's face was incredibly serious as he said. The butler nodded, anxiously. That's the one. One of the biggest corporations in the country. With these words, Feng Pants and a few others also froze. Of course they know about that Poly Group in the country. That's one of the big four consortiums. And the Poly Group covers military exports, which is even more famous. Only, how did the chairman of the group in this position get to Yu Liang? It's hard to believe that Yu Liang isn't that simple behind the scenes. Arthur Chen and Feng Pants, several people had already begun to brainstorm. Yu Liang, on the other hand, was apprehensive and incredibly nervous. What the hell is going on here? Yu Liang said in a deep voice. The chairman of the Poly Group. Why would he come to me? The butler said, shaking his head. I don't know the specifics. I just received word that Lu Huataki came to the Peace Hotel for dinner and to see you. You hurry over now. I guess Lu Dong has already started waiting. Yu Liang is not calm anymore. It was a big deal that such an adult had descended on his hotel and wanted to see him. If you'll all excuse me for a moment, I'm going to head out. Yu Liang got up and said, Director Feng, you guys play here first. I'll come back and we'll talk. Having said that, without a moment's pause, Yu Liang hoofed it to the Peace Hotel. Road. Yu Liang, sitting in the car, had a deep, tense look on his face, because he wasn't sure what exactly the other party was looking for him for. After all, Lu Huataki, like a big man, with himself is completely two worlds of people. There is no possibility of conversation. But now that the other party had named himself, it was puzzling. Yu Liang doesn't look too good, the butler said as he sat down. Master, don't be too anxious. Maybe, Lu Dong just wants to feast on whoever, and then let you vacate the hotel for a bit, and call you over just to say so. Yu Liang took a deep breath and said, that would be best. I guess it shouldn't be a big deal. Yu Liang, who's been in the Magic City for decades, and I think I've been through a lot, but now that he had to face the chairman of the Poly Group, his mind could not be stabilized. Half an hour later, Yu Liang stepped out of the car. After coming down, Yu Liang went straight towards Lu Huataki's box with the butler. Chuanhai Hall, the most exclusive box in the Peace Hotel. Yu Liang had just entered the corridor when he saw that the corridor was 3 steps forward and 5 steps back. There are bodyguards inside and out. Such a formation has an extremely powerful aura. Excuse me, is Director Lu inside? After coming to the door, Yu Liang carefully asked towards the bodyguard. I'm the owner of the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang, and I heard Dong Lu call me. The bodyguard swept a glance at Yu Liang and faintly said, I'm sorry, I need to search you first. Saying that, the bodyguard took out a scanner and searched Yu Liang's body. Apart from taking high-speed trains and airplanes, it was the first time Yu Liang had been subjected to a private body search, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Get in. After the inspection, the bouncer let Yu Liang go in alone. With great trepidation, Yu Liang pushed open the door and walked in, and then it came into view. It was an old man of about 60 years old who was sitting on a chair and drinking tea, and several dishes had been served on the table. The old man wore a suit and his hair was a bit gray, but he was in high spirits and revealed a subtle majesty. Yu Liang nodded his head and even bent his waist a little unconsciously, standing in front of Lu Huataki and whispering, You are Lu Dong, right? Lu Huataki ignored it and chucked a dish to himself, then took a sip of tea before turning his head to look at him and said, Oh boss, you was here. Have a seat. Lu Huataki's tone was easygoing, but Yu Liang was scared in his heart, because he knew that the bigger the person, the more low-key they did things, but also the more dangerous they were. Maybe they could get you killed with a smile. Yu Liang squeezed out a small smile and said, That. I won't sit down. I'll stand here and listen to you. You have tea. Saying that, Yu Liang took the initiative to walk forward, picking up the teapot to pour tea for Lu Huataki. The attitude was extremely humble, almost more attentive than a waiter. Although Yu Liang is the owner of the Peace Hotel, he has very hard connections and power in Magic City, but if he was any more bullish, he was just a sesame seed grain in front of the big mountain that was Poly Group. It's like social ruffians versus the official forces. There's no comparison at all. Lu Huataki revealed a smile and calmly said, Boss Yu, there's no need to be so polite. Why? Looks nervous. Is something wrong? Chapter 51, Yu Liang, don't just stand there. Go serve the food. At such a question, Yu Liang was stunned, and then immediately laughed. Nah, a little nervous indeed. I really didn't expect that you would see me. I don't know what Lu Dong came to find me for. Yu Liang was going to take advantage of the conversation opening up and try to find out what the other party was here for first. Lu Huataki also did not hide. Directly to the point. Boss Yu, I heard that recently. You were renting out your restaurant for a movie, right? Hearing that, Yu Liang froze and said with some uncertainty, Yes, Lu Dong. You are. What is the problem? Yu Liang can't figure it out. How can the chairman of the Poly Group still be concerned about such a trivial matter that has nothing to do with anything? Lu Huataki faintly said, Problems? Indeed. Peace Hotel. You're working with someone else. You can't rent it to Arthur Chen. The words fell. Yu Liang face full of surprise and doubt. Completely do not understand. This Lu Huataki in the end to do what? How can a chairman of a consortium, domestic famous consortium, still care about showbiz? This cannot be right. Yu Liang asked cautiously. Dong Lu, that. You came to find me. What exactly is the matter? I'm a little short on brains, so you specify. Lu Huataki lit a cigarette and said in a light-hearted manner, It's not really a big deal. I'm just here to let you know that I changed my cooperation partner to Yangmi. As for Arthur Chen's side, you notify all the hotels and restaurants in Magic City that they can't cooperate with him. It's as simple as that. A word to the wise. Yu Liang's entire body was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears at all. These words actually came out of Lu Huataki's mouth? It's just outrageous. Even he wondered if this person in front of him was really the chairman of Poly Group or not. After all, how could the chairman of the Poly Group meddle in the entertainment industry and help Yangmi? There's no way at all that these two sides are going to cross paths with each other. Does Yangmi know Lu Huataki? This can't be. If you know Lu Huataki, then the entertainment industry would not have been her world long ago. Just as Yu Liang was in shock, the phone in his pocket rang. Opening it, Yu Liang's eyes stared. It was the call from his big brother behind him. Lu Dong, can I take a call first? Yu Liang is talking a little bit. Just a minute. Lu Huataki didn't care at all. just waved his hand and said, "Pick it up." After answering, in 10 seconds or so, Yu Liang's face completely changed, because his own boss behind him said the polygroup was onto him. And let yourself deal with a load of. Now, Yu Liang was completely terrified. How did he, in his own confusion, offend the behemoth that is Poly? Is it because of Yang Mi? After hanging up, Lu Huataqi glanced at Yu Liang and said, "Boss Yu, have you thought about what I said?" Yu Liang gulped and his face went white. "Lu Dong, you, I really didn't expect that this little matter would alarm you." Yu Liang trembled. "And I really didn't know Miss Yang knew you. The way things are going." Yu Liang was certain that Yang Mi must know Lu Huataqi, otherwise how could the other party back her up? Lu Huataqi's face sank slightly, his gaze no longer kind. In its place was depth and sharpness. In an instant, Lu Huataqi's temperament changed drastically as he spoke in a deep voice. "Boss Yu, you just need to do as I do. The rest isn't for you to worry about. Also, everything in the Peace Hotel is decorated according to Miss Yang's requirements, and as for the cost, it's free. Do that and I'll think twice about keeping this store of yours." Yu Liang stood in front of Lu Huataqi. His body couldn't help but tremble. Facing such a great person, he didn't dare to raise the slightest thought of resistance, but only said in a hurry, "I'm sorry Lu Dong. It's me who did something before without looking long. I'll do whatever you say. I'll immediately break off my cooperation with carrying." At this time, Yu Liang had absolutely no leisure time to guess why Lu Huataqi would help Yang Mi. He was now bent on having a way out. Otherwise, 1 century-old store, say close the door. The Peace Hotel used to be great, but times are different now. People's Poly Group, that's a big tree. Seeing Yu Liang's attitude, Lu Huataqi was only slightly satisfied and said, "Okay, just do what you need to do. Remember, as soon as you let me hear any more bad news, your store, along with the people, will have to disappear." Yu Liang trembled inwardly and bowed his head. "Yes Dong Lu, I will definitely follow your requirements. On Miss Yang's side, I'll personally go to make amends and apologize." Don't look at Lu Huataqi, who was well-dressed and usually amiable. Once you're ruthless, you can kill. Otherwise, how can you sit in that position of chairman of the Poly Group? Yu Liang knows this kind of capital everyone. The ruthlessness behind it. Lu Huataqi ignored it and sipped his tea after turning his body and faintly said, "Okay, you go serve the food." Yu Liang froze, but he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and smiled. "Okay Lu Dong, you wait a moment." Chapter 52, Huan Bao's first bucket of money. Billions to start with. In front of Lu Huataqi, Yu Liang has no weight. Honestly, being able to personally serve Lu Huataqi's food was all an honor for him. Meanwhile, inside the Magic City Bonpoint Children's Clothing Dragon Branch, in the chairman's office, Xuan Bauer is so beautiful. Jacqueline looked at Xian Bauer with incomparable admiration. Her eyes filled with joy. "Xuan Bauer, do you like this outfit?" During this time, Jacqueline herself designed a number of dresses for Humboldt. The selected materials are imported from various countries and are rigorously tested before they can be made as Hen Bauer's clothes. Looking at the new clothes on my body, Xian Bauer's eyes were full of amazement and she stood in front of Li Qing and said with incomparable happiness, "Pupi, do you think Zuan Bayer's clothes look good?" Xian Bauer wore brand new children's clothes and spun around in front of Li Qing. Li Qing smiled gently. "Good looking. Xian Bauer is the best looking." Seeing that Humboldt likes it, Jacqueline smiled with relief in her heart as well. "Mr. Li, all of Xian Bauer's clothes exist in my lounge. There are 88 sets in total. I will personally deliver them to your villa later." Li Qing smiled. "Thank you Ms. Jacqueline then." Jacqueline nodded. "It's an honor to design and make children's clothing for Hen Bauer." Xian Bauer's big eyes blinked, revealing her small white teeth and smiled. "Pupi, am I better looking than the kids on TV? I like it. I'm going to wear it every day from now on." Li Qing laughed and said as he touched Xian Bauer's head, "There's still plenty of clothes left. Huan Bauer can wear one a day. Humboldt is just growing up. Clothes may not last more than a few months. Well, Puppy will take you somewhere else to hang out." Getting the new clothes, Li Chang wanted to take Xian Bauer to go shopping somewhere else again. Walking the baby was too attractive to him. At this point, Jacqueline came forward, somewhat cautiously. "Mr. Li, there's something I'd like to discuss with you," Li Qing said indifferently. "What is it? You can just state it." Jacqueline bowed her head a little deeper. "Respectfully, Huan Bauer is just so beautiful and cute. I've never seen such a perfect child before. That's why I have the audacity to ask Xian Bauer, for my children's clothing products, to do an endorsement. I wonder what Mr. Li thinks." Jacqueline was in a nervous mood. She didn't know if Li Chang would agree, and would she look a bit utilitarian if she said that? But Jacqueline is really because Hen Bauer is so perfect that it would be too appropriate if Hen Bauer did the endorsement. She can guarantee that her product will absolutely set the world on fire. It's just that Jacqueline can't be sure that. Would Li Qing agree? After all, people don't lack money. Watching Jacqueline get so nervous, Li Qing's face was calm as he turned his head to look at Xian Bauer and smiled gently. Zuan Bayer, do you want to be an endorsement? Xian Bauer was very confused. Poopy, what's an endorsement? Li Qing picked up Xian Bauer and patiently explained. An endorsement is when Henbauer wears beautiful clothes, takes pictures to promote them, and then kids from all over the world see them and come to buy the clothes. And then Henpa will get a fortune too. Hearing that, Xian Bauer's eyes lit up, taking pictures to show the other kids their new clothes and getting paid for it. What else is there to do? Xian Bauer immediately clapped her hands. Yes, POA. Schwanbauer wants endorsements. Schwanbauer wants to make money for POA to spend. Li Qing smiled. His heart warmed. No man could refuse the love of a little cotton girl. For the endorsement thing, Li Cheng actually didn't care that the outside world didn't know about Xian Bauer right now, as long as Wan Bayer likes it. Furthermore, Xian Bauer will not be able to avoid the world's attention in the future, so let her grow up and get used to it first, Li Qing said as he looked at Jacqueline. Since Xian Bauer agrees, then you pick a time to do a little endorsement work. With Li Qing's consent, shocked and delighted, Jacqueline thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Li, for giving me this opportunity. The endorsement fee we will give Xian Bauer $15 million, and the product will give Xian Bauer 50% of the dividends. $15 million, just the endorsement fee, and the real bulk of it is the dividends. 50% is definitely considered the highest split for endorsements in the world. Generally speaking, celebrity endorsements rarely pay dividends. Li Qing was unimpressed and said indifferently, well, send the clothes over. It'll be noon soon. I'll take Schwanbauer to dinner. Jacqueline was enthusiastic. Mr. Li, why don't you eat lunch at the office? I have professional chefs here, including a children's chef, Li Qing said as he hugged Xian Bauer. No, I'll take Xian Bauer outside for a stroll. Seeing Li Qing's refusal, Jacqueline didn't force herself and followed behind until she sent the two of them to the outside of the company building. Schwanbauer sat in the baby seat, in a very excited mood, and said, Poopy, isn't Wan Bayer going to make a lot of money? Having just heard tens of millions coming out of Jacqueline's mouth, Xian Bauer only thought it was astronomical, not realizing it could be so much money. Li Qing smiled faintly. It's not much, but it's quite a lot for Henpa. Is Schwanbauer hungry yet? Puppa will take you to eat. It was already mealtime and I figured the little one would be hungry already. Xian Bauer nodded and said, nah, Henpa has been hungry for a long time. Puppa, Schwanbauer still wants to go to the place where we ate last time. The food there is so delicious. Li Qing knows that. The place Juan Bauer is talking about is the Peace Hotel. It just so happened that this place was not far from the Peace Hotel. So Li Qing faintly said, go to the Peace Hotel. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Okay. The car was traveling towards the Peace Hotel. Meanwhile, in the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang stood next to him and kept quiet as he waited for Lu Huataki to eat his lunch. There's one thing to be said for you. You've got a bit of a problem being a human being, but the restaurant's food is still okay. After eating his fill, Lu Huataki drew a piece of paper towel and wiped his mouth and said, you have memorized everything I've explained to you, haven't you? Being reprimanded by Lu Huataki, Yu Liang could only nod his head respectfully. Lu Dong, I've memorized it all. I'm really sorry about Miss Yang, I really didn't know. Without further ado, I'll just see how you get things done. Lu Huataki interrupted. It's giving you a chance to look like I'm being bossy by just shutting you down, but if you don't do a good job, I'll shut you down and leave. You don't have to wonder. Yu Liang nodded repeatedly and said, yes Dong Lu, I know what you mean. Thank you for giving me a chance. I promise, I won't let you down. Facing the bigwigs of the Poly Group, Yu Liang did not dare to have the slightest emotion. The other party this is considered to be a good talk. If you're really offended to death, a single word can shut you down and get you out of the way. Or even people have to disappear. Capital giants. No joke. Lu Huataki walks out of the box. He then headed outside, accompanied by a group of bodyguards. For Lu Huataki, this was considered doing something useful to Mr. Li, but just as I got to the door, Lu Huataki then stopped in his tracks, looked at the front and froze a bit, followed by a quick step up and said, Mr. Li, what brings you here? Chapter 53, Chairman of Poly Group. Bowing to him, seeing Li Qing and Xian Bauer walking over, Lu Huataki rushed forward to greet him. At the same time there was some tension in his heart. Can't it be that Mr. Li is here about Yu Liang? And Yu Liang in the back. Upon seeing Lu Huataki being so respectful to a young man, his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Is there another big shot coming to their hotel? Although all the people who usually come to the Peace Hotel are rich and famous, but there's never been one in Lu Huataki's segment. The youth who could make him all be so respectful was expected to have an extremely deep background. Just as Yu Liang was analyzing inwardly in amazement, Li Qing walked in holding Xian Baoer, then glanced at Lu Huataki and faintly said, "Bring your child to dinner. Lu Dong, you are here too." Lu Huataki nodded and bowed. "That, Mr. Li, I came over here to do some business, and then there's the company report for this month. Do you want me to talk about it now?" Li Qing waved his hand. "No need. Just go back and report directly to Wang Mian. I'm with the kids right now and don't have much time," Lu Huataki said in a hurry. "Okay, Mr. Li, I'll leave Mr. Li alone then." Having said that, Lu Huataki secretly glared at Yu Liang. Noticing Lu Huataki's gaze, Yu Liang's whole body was pumped up. He knew that Lu Huataki's eyes just now were telling him that to entertain the youth, and the conversation between the two just now, it was even more jaw-dropping for Yu Liang, the chairman of the Poly Group, to report to this young man in his 20s? This is not a mistake, is it? At once, a horrible speculation rose in Yu Liang's heart. Could it be that this youth was the person in charge behind the Poly Group? Even if the speculation is too outlandish, but Yu Liang couldn't think of any other reason. Thinking carefully, Yu Liang no longer dared to think further. It was better to entertain first. Walking forward, Yu Liang said with incomparable enthusiasm and respect, "Sir, please come with me. Have a seat in the elegant room on the second floor. I'll make you some tea." Li Qing glanced at Yu Liang, then realized what was going on and said, "You're Yu Liang, right?" Yu Liang giggled in his heart and laughed dryly. "Sir knows me?" Li Qing said indifferently. "Go ahead and order." Yu Liang lowered his head and said, "Yes sir, please follow me." The Great Hall. All the waiters and managers were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This was their boss, a big shot in the Magic City, and he had actually been working as a waiter today. What was this young man's origin? Upon arriving on the second floor, Yu Liang took the tablet and stood respectfully next to it. "Sir, you can order from here." Li Qing ignored him and said as he held Xian Baoer on the seat, "Xuan Baoer, what do you want to eat? Order yourself." Oh. As soon as I heard that I was allowed to order my own food, Humboldt was incredibly happy and was excited to swipe on the tablet. "Poopy, I want this big blue lobster." Li Qing smiled. "Good." Xian Baoer continued to watch, and after her little finger had ordered 3 or 4 dishes on it, she milked it. "Alright, Xuan Baoer, just order these. More than you can eat will go to waste." Li Qing smiled faintly. Xuan Baoer knows so much. After saying that, Li Qing gave the tablet to Wang Mian. "See what you want to eat?" The relationship between the two was not that of a boss and subordinate. After all, Wang Mian was called Brother Cheng. Wang Mian laughed. "I'll do whatever. Yu Liang, you just watch and get it. Cheng, I'll go out first." Having said that, Wang Mian's gaze condensed slightly as he glanced at Yu Liang. Then both of them walked out. Yu Liang's heart is a little cold. He could sense that nothing good was going to come of his being called out. But he screamed in his heart. He obviously didn't do anything. Wasn't serving him good enough? Walking out, the smile on Wang Mian's face was gone and he looked at Yu Liang with a cold face and said, "You're the owner here?" Yu Liang nodded and smiled. "Yes sir. What are your orders?" Wang Mian faintly said. "Lu Huataki should have told you what happened, right?" Bottom line. Yu Liang's body shook violently. His brain raced and he immediately realized that could it be that what happened to Yang Mi wasn't directly related to Lu Huataki, but the youth sitting in the room? Looking at the frothing Yu Liang, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and said, "Asked you." Yu Liang came back to his senses and said carefully, "Sir, Lu Dong has already instructed me. I really didn't mean to offend you." Wang Mian sneered. "Big boss Yu doesn't have a lot of energy in Mordor. He can rule the restaurant, right?" Yu Liang was sweating like a pig and his legs were shivering. "Sir is joking. I'm nothing." Under extreme tension, Yu Liang was a bit incoherent. Wang Mian laughed and patted Yu Liang's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, boss Yu. I was just joking. Remember to serve the food quickly. It's getting late." Yu Liang froze. The youth in front of him was cloudy and uncertain, making him even more afraid. "Yes, I'll personally go to the back kitchen and urge it on." Yu Liang bowed slightly before slowly leaving. A few moments later, Yu Liang pushed the cart and served the food himself. This midday has kind of worn him out. Looking at the table full of people, Xian Baoer was a little surprised. "Poop. I didn't order that much." She remembers that she clearly only ordered 4 dishes. How to get on so much? Yu Liang smiled. Hey, it's a delivery dish. "Sir, it's a kid's package. Absolutely safe and fresh." Li Qing followed and fed Xian Baoer, but Xian Baoer preferred to take the chopsticks and feast on her own. Not a big person. Not a small meal. Catching the good food. Frame show off. Wang Mian laughed. Brother Chang, look at how hungry the child is. As soon as Yu Liang heard this, he knew that he was knocking himself out and quickly compensated with a smile. Sir, I'm really sorry. This is all freshly made food, not pre-made, so the timing has kept you waiting. Li Qing ignored it and instead lowered his head to eat. After eating and drinking, Li Qing said indifferently, check out. Yu Liang bent over and smiled. Sir, it's an honor to have you here for dinner. Saying that, Yu Liang said as he handed over a card. This is the membership card. Whenever you want to come to eat in the future, it's free of charge, enjoying the most luxurious box, no matter when it's reserved for you. Li Qing didn't be polite with Yu Liang. He didn't like to push his luck. Let Wang Mian collect the card and head out. Xian Bauer in her arms said with some confusion. Poopy, why don't you have to pay for your meals? Eat to pay. In the eyes of Xian Bauer this is a must thing. Not to pay is not a bad person? Li Qing froze slightly, not expecting the little guy to be quite meticulous in his thoughts. Next to him, Wang Mian smiled. That's because Uncle Mi paid the money in advance and charged a card. In the future Zonbear want to come to dinner, are free without spending money. Hearing this, Xian Bauer said with wide eyes, Uncle Wang is so powerful. Looking at Xian Bauer's adoring eyes, Wang Mian couldn't help but be pleased. Ha ha, that's right, I'm going to get the car. With that, Wang Mian walked towards the outside, and immediately after, before he could walk out the door, he froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Li Qing. Brother Chang. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, only to see in front of him, two women walked down from a Land Rover. The two were none other than Yang Mi and He Bai Bai. Chapter 54. Yang Mi was puzzled. Boss Yu was like a different person, though the two Yang Mis wore masks but it couldn't escape Li Qing's gaze, and even Xian Bauer, who was in his arms, recognized it. Poopy, is mommy coming to dinner too? Xian Bauer asked in a small voice, her big eyes looking straight at Yang Mi. Yang Mi, who noticed the two of them, her gaze flashed with a touch of surprise, then she slowly walked over and stood in front of Li Qing and said, you guys, what are you doing here? To meet Li Qing and Xian Bauer here. Yang Mi was a bit surprised, not expecting this to be a chance encounter. Li Qing held Xian Bauer and faintly said, brought the kids for dinner and was just leaving. A few people stood in the doorway. There were no people here except Yu Liang who stood in the distance, so Yang Mi didn't worry about being exposed to be mobbed for autographs. Yang Mi took off her mask and gave a gentle look at Henbauer and then he looked at Li Qing and said in a gentle tone, Li Qing, the spending here is very high. You don't have to bring your child to this kind of upscale place. Eating at home is the best value and healthier. Since the last time Li Qing helped himself, Yang Mi's heart was just always grateful. Now that I see Li Qing bringing his child here for dinner, the heart was both happy and a little bit unnecessary. After all, Li Qing himself spends a lot of money. Good to the child should also be based on their own living situation. Li Qing smiled faintly and calmly said, come out to play. The kids are hungry. Deal with a few bites here. Xian Bauer flopped down in her arms and looked around to see that no one was there before she opened her mouth to speak to Yang Mi, but she still deliberately lowered her voice. Mama, eating here is free because Puppy has some kind of card that doesn't cost anything anyway. Mama, you can eat for free too. Xian Bauer was a little proud to show off to Yang Mi. Li Qing was Superman in her heart, the most powerful person in the world. Yang Mi smiled faintly, not taking Xian Bauer's words to heart. Well, now that you've eaten, let's go back. Yang Mi smiled faintly. Huan Bauer, listen well to what Puppy says. Mom's got a few things to do, so you guys go home first. Xian Bauer was very well behaved. She knew that it had not been easy for her mom and nodded her head. Got it, Mama. Me and Puppa are going out for the afternoon. Let's go. Li Qing took Xian Bao and left the Peace Hotel. Yu Liang, on the other hand, was not able to react, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that Li Qing's car was all gone. Just now, Yu Liang watched as Li Qing talked to Yang Mi. At this moment, Yu Liang's heart set off waves of shock. Yang Mi, actually know a character like Li Qing? No wonder. Lu Huataki would knock himself out for Yang Mi. Yang Mi knew Li Qing, and it all made sense. But what puzzles Yu Liang is that, how could a small star like Yang Mi, who was a small person in her own eyes, possibly cross paths with a big shot like Li Qing? You should know that Li Qing, but he was able to make even Lu Huataki respectable, overriding the chairman of the Poly Group. How could such a figure at the top of the domestic pyramid cross paths with Yang Mi, a minor star? Snapped. Yu Liang's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. Li Qing, Yang Mi, and Li Qing's daughter. Could it be? Yu Liang had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that Li Qing's relationship with Yang Mi is that of a husband and wife? And that little girl is actually the child that Yang Mi had with Li Qing? Yu Liang was trembling madly inside. If that was really the case, then he had really killed himself by targeting Yang Mi. Fortunately, there's still a chance to make amends. Yu Liang's heart trembled and his back was drenched in sweat after this speculation surfaced in his mind. At the same time, Yu Liang was glad that, luckily, he hadn't taken things too far, or else he would have definitely died in a blur. Take a deep breath. Yu Liang hurriedly walked towards Yang Mi. Ms. Yang. Yu Liang jogged all the way to Yang Mi's body and said with incomparable respect, Ms. Yang, I was just about to look for you. Suddenly I see Yu Liang coming. Yang Mi was stunned. You are, Mr. Yu? Yu Liang nodded. Yes, Ms. Yang, I'm Yu Liang. Yang Mi and he Bai both froze. Eyes puzzled. Moody. It's because Yu Liang's attitude is a bit abnormal, isn't it? Yu Liang smiled. Miss Yang, Miss He, the elegant room is ready. Let's sit down and talk. Having said that, Yu Liang led the two to a tea house. Boil water bubble tea. Are Yu Liang personally? Not to say no shelf. Simply more than the waiter still authentic. Miss Yang, Miss He, please have some tea. Yu Liang gently put the teacup in front of the two Yang Mi. How about you guys try it first? Yu Liang's attitude. It can be considered that Yang Mi and he Bai will not be able to be organized. What's going on here? It was meant to be a plea. What's the matter? The other guy has something to ask for? Or is this boss you up to something? Yang Mi was inwardly confused for a moment, with some doubt hanging on her face. Boss you don't have to be so polite. Yang Mi took a sip of tea, then put it down and said, Thank you boss you for your hospitality. Boss you, I've come to find you this time. In fact, I thought, why don't we discuss again the matter of the cruise location? Of course, the money, it's negotiable. Hearing this from Yang Mi, Yu Liang giggled inwardly. It's finally time to get to the point, and you must take advantage of it yourself. If you can't serve Yang Mi, so much for your own life. Yu Liang took a deep breath and said with an incredibly serious face, Ms. Yang, it's all good, but Ms. Yang, do you have time to sit at my home? Right now, Foam Pants and the others are all at my house, and this is something that I would like to discuss together. Chapter 55, Since Big Star Wu doesn't know how to behave. I'll teach you. The words fell. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes narrowed and her face sunk slightly. Yu Liang's words made her feel strange. On the one hand, he said he'd talk it over, but on the other, he said he'd let himself talk it over with Arthur Chan and his gang. What's in Yu Liang's gourd? Yang Mi kept pondering inwardly, then said, Boss Yu, I have, indeed, come with sincerity this time. Yu Liang nodded slightly. Don't worry too much, Ms. Yang, I will definitely cooperate with you on the matter of the location. I invited you to the public house because I want to break off communication with Foam Pants and the others in front of you, so as to dispel the misunderstanding between us. Hearing this, Yang Mi froze. The original deep eyes also became confused. Yu Liang's attitude was too elusive. Before or against myself. What's with the big attitude change now? Is it just because you're willing to pay for it? But for Yu Liang, even if he gave enough money, it wouldn't make him so uptight to work with him, would it? And what's the point of drawing a line in the sand with Von Pants? Yu Liang is too abnormal. So much so that it made Yang Mi feel as if there was something not so simple behind the scenes. But for now, Yang Mi couldn't figure it out. So he might as well go along for the ride and talk about it. Boss Yu, are you agreeing to work with us? Yang Mi said with a hint of a smile on her face. Yu Liang nodded and smiled. Yes, Miss Yang. It's a great honor to work with you. It's getting late. Why don't we go to my public house now? Foam Pants and the others are all still there. The level of respect in Yu Liang's attitude made Yang Mi feel abnormal. But she couldn't ask what was going on, so she could only promise for now. Okay boss Yu, let's go then. Get in the car. Yang Mi said as she sat in the driver's seat and let out a breath. Bye. What do you think of this boss Yu? Exactly? He Bai was equally puzzled and said with a cloudy face. Yeah, is Yu Liang on the wrong medication? Before, they were targeting us and blocking our resources in all directions. But now how did they become so? Especially his posture. Why did he put it so low? Yang Mi's brain was a bit confused and she waved her hand. Forget it, before we figure things out, let's follow Yu Liang and see what he really wants. Thinking of facing Fei Wu, Arthur Chen, and Pants Fong next, Yang Mi was inevitably a little apprehensive in her heart. What if Yu Liang is trying to sabotage them? Will he or she get screwed over? After all, they were so powerful that they didn't even have half a chance of resisting them. He Bai started the car and said, Can't it be that our boss, Lu Dong, helped us out? Or is Yu Liang seeing money? Yang Mi shook her head and denied them one by one. I contacted Lu Dong when I came here, and he said in words that he can't do anything about it, and asked me to look for filming locations outside of Mordor, and said that if I can't do anything about it, I'll just change the script. Apparently Lu Dong didn't address the matter. As for the money, it's even more impossible. Yu Liang would do this to us because of money? Besides, we haven't even said how much we'll pay him yet. He Bai took a deep breath and said, that's unclear. Let's follow it first and see what Yu Liang wants to do. Half an hour later, Jinghai Mansion, on the back lawn. Arthur Chen played a few rounds of golf with Feng Pants, and Fei Wu, sitting under the canopy resting and drinking tea. Uncle Feng, Boss Yu has been gone for so long, why isn't he back yet? Arthur Chen said with some boredom. Shall we go back first? It's been almost 2 hours since Yu Liang left. Feng Pants calmly said, Boss Yu has gone to entertain some big shot, but at this time of day, he's probably already almost back. Since Boss Yu told us to wait here, let's wait a little longer, or it won't look good if we leave. Arthur Chen nodded. Feng Pants has always been a stable person in the world, and he couldn't say anything. At this point, Wu Yufei, who had just put down her club, suddenly froze for a moment and, then he violently tugged on Arthur Chen's arm and said, Honey, look over there. Being called husband by Fei Wu in front of Feng Pants, Arthur Chen frowned slightly, obviously a little displeased, and said in an impatient tone, What's wrong? Wu Yufei was a bit surprised. Why is Yang Mi here? Look, if it isn't Yang Mi. Following Fei Wu's gaze. Next, Arthur Chen then glared, followed by narrowing his eyes. Yang Mi, what's she doing here? Arthur Chen gazed and then saw Yu Liang follow Yang Mi and walk over. See the situation. Feng Xiaojiang was also a bit surprised. Still, he had a calm, natural greeting on his face. Boss Yu, done working? Oh, MS. Yang is here too. Yang Mi smiled and nodded. Director Feng. Though privately the two sides have fought it out, but the scene is still there. Yu Liang came forward with a faint smile on his face, but the whole person looked as if he was harboring other emotions. See Yang Mi. Wu Yufei was cold and furious, but on this occasion, it's still not quite daring to let loose until you find out what's going on. Wu Yufei sneered. If it isn't honey, this place, it's not your place, is it? Yang Mi glanced at her, not really wanting to bother with her. Behind him, he Bai didn't spoil Wu Yufei and sneered. Big Star Wu, still the same as before. Ah, dog-eyed. If you can come, why can't our Mimi come? White. Yang Mi interrupted he Bai and said softly, there's no need to get on her bad side. We're here to talk business. Wu Yufei's face turned red with anger at he Bai. An assistant. How dare he scold himself like that? Young Mimi, if you can't control the dogs under you, don't bring them out. Wu Yufei coldly grunted. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind disciplining you for you. Wu Yufei had always been high-minded and proud, and this time, with so many big shots backing her up, she naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Yang Mi frowned and was about to say something and just then, Yu Liang walked up and blocked in front of he Bai and Yang Mi. Seeing that the main man is here, Wu Yufei laughed. Boss Yu, why is Yang Mi here? It's not like you want to kowtow to us and apologize, is it? The words fell. In response, there was only a slap from Yu Liang. Pop. The slaps were crisp and loud, and it was so strong that it slapped Fei Wu's nosebleed out at once. Shasta. Everyone present, all froze, especially Fei Wu. Her mind went blank. A fiery pain came to his face. He then looked at Yu Liang with a shocked face. Wu Yufei couldn't believe it and didn't understand it. Why would Yu Liang do it to himself? Beside, Chen Arthur looked at Yu Liang in surprise, not at all sure what was going on. Only Feng Pant's old eyes stared slightly, his face as if he was in deep water. After coming back to her senses, Wu Yufei covered her face and cried as tears flowed out at once. Boss Yu, what are you doing? Seeing Carrie Yang's pitiful look of a victim, Yu Liang became even more angry inside. It's all because of this. Harmed himself by almost dying under the polygroup. What for? Yu Liang snorted coldly with a gloomy face. To teach you a lesson. Of course. After saying that, Yu Liang's big slap once again smacked Wu Yufei's face. Chapter 56. What a great young man, but also have to take a big pocket. Pop. Another resounding slap hit the other half of Wu Yufei's cheek. Now that's symmetry on both sides. Wu Yufei only felt her ears ringing. Eyes watched as the nosebleed dripped out of his nose and onto his clean white shirt. Looking at Yu Liang's vicious eyes, Wu Yufei was scared in her heart, but her mind was even more confused. She didn't know what she had done to provoke Boss Yu. Wasn't it fine before this? Standing behind Yu Liang, Yang Mi and he Bai were both equally incomparably shocked. Yu Liang's behavior really made Yang Mi feel surprised and doubtful. Sister honey, what's wrong with Boss Yu? He Bai was shocked by Yu Liang, but slapping carrying is indeed refreshing. Yang Mi didn't say anything, she just felt that this was definitely not simple behind the scenes, perhaps hiding something she didn't know. Boss Yu, you've gone too far. Seeing Yu Liang hit so hard, Arthur Chen came forward and blocked in front of Wu Yufei and said in a deep voice, Boss Yu, If Yufei speaks out of turn again, you can't hit someone like that, right? What's more, Yang Mi was scolded, but she deserved it. Boss Yu, if you don't give me an explanation for this, then we can't discuss it. Although Arthur Chen usually respects Yu Liang, but it wasn't so much that he was afraid of Yu Liang. After all, behind him, it was Feng Pants backing up Qin Gu. Today, Yu Liang slapped his little girlfriend so recklessly in front of him. Isn't that the equivalent of punching yourself in the face? Beside, Von Pants didn't say anything. Just the old eyes narrowed and looked deeply at Yu Liang. Von Pants knows that Yu Liang definitely hit out at Fei Wu because of something else. Completely clueless right now. Though, why don't we let Arthur Chen continue to test Yu Liang? Yu Liang swept a disdainful glance at Arthur Chen. Give you an account? Even if I waste Fei Wu here, what can you do? Yu Liang is imposing. It doesn't give Arthur Chen half a face at all. If it were before, Yu Liang would estimate the underbelly of that gang in the Kyoto Circle. But now that I've learned of the power behind Yang Mi, that's one of the 4 largest consortia in the country today. Especially that young man in his 20s who's looking down on the chairman of the Poly Group at such a young age. So contrasting. Arthur Chen is nothing, and Von Pants is nothing. Hearing Yu Liang's words, Arthur Chen was slightly stunned and his face was horribly gloomy. Why is Yu Liang suddenly flipping out like a mad dog? Is it hard to believe that it's because of Yang Mi? Arthur Chen looked at Yang Mi with a fierce gaze and said in a deep voice, Boss Yu, I think there's some kind of misunderstanding between us. I wonder what kind of cooperation Miss Yang has reached with you? Yu Liang sneered. Oh yeah, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Now I'm going to make an announcement. From now on, our cooperation is cancelled. And, you won't get any hotel cooperation in Magic City. Don't ever doubt what I say. The words fell. Arthur Chen's gaze widened instantly, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Wu Yufei was even more incomparably shocked as she looked at Yu Liang. She couldn't believe it and couldn't think of any reason why Yu Liang would fall back. What conditions could Yang Mi have that would make Yu Liang treat herself like this? Yang Mi, on the other hand, was even more shocked and even felt a little bit in a trance. Why is Yu Liang suddenly on his side? That's no sign of anything. Not waiting for the crowd to react from their shock, Yu Liang walked up to Feng Pants and faintly said, Director Feng, this matter, let me make it clear to you. Between us, there is absolutely no possibility of cooperation in the future. So you guys can leave. Feng Pants' face sank slightly, his eyebrows revealing doubt. Boss Yu, can I hear your reasoning? What kind of conditions can Yang Mi give you that would make Boss Yu mess with me like this? Has Boss Yu really thought this through? Last sentence. Hiding the hidden threat of Von Pants, the face of his great director of the capital circle is also wanted. Yu Liang, however, was unconcerned and laughed lightly. I've already considered this matter. Director Feng doesn't need to be reminded. Arthur Chen came aggressively, stood in front of Yu Liang, and said fiercely, Boss Yu, are you playing with us? I'm afraid such an explanation is not enough. Saying that, Arthur Chen dragged Wu Yufei over and looked at Yu Liang as he continued. These 2 slaps from Yufei are not to be taken in vain. Yang Mi, come here. Arthur Chen won't dare make a move on Yu Liang. But he, however, had to get some face back, so he reached out to Yang Mi. Yang Mi frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, Arthur Chen, what do you want? He stepped forward to protect Yang Mi and said indignantly, if you want to make a move, you can try. Pop. Suddenly, Yu Liang threw out another slap, smacked Arthur Chen directly in the face. If you dare to disrespect Miss Yang again, I'll even clean you up. Yu Liang gave a cold shout, and then around the courtyard, a dozen youths ran over and surrounded the several people of Arthur Chen. After so many years of socializing in Magic City, Yu Liang has always had a lot of fighters around him. Arthur Chen covered his face and looked at Yu Liang with surprise. He never expected that Yu Liang would actually make a move on himself or slap himself. The shame of hitting someone in the face. It's too great. Yu Liang, you've gone too far. Arthur Chen pointed at the tip of Yu Liang's nose and cursed. I'll give you face and call you Boss Yu. But if I don't give you face, I'll come back and screw you. Yu Liang sneered. Yeah, well, let's see if you can walk out of here first. Believe it or not, one word from me and I can waste you here? Alright. At this point, Feng Pants, who had been silent, finally spoke. Von Pants slowly came forward, pulling Arthur Chen behind him and, then he raised his eyes to Yu Liang. Boss Yu, it's fine for the juniors to fight, but aren't you crossing the line by doing this? Could it be that Boss Yu is going to be here, too, and waste me? Feng Pants' tone was calm, but the aura on his entire body was not at all comparable to that of Arthur Chen. After all, this is a Kyoto veteran. There are decades of sedimentation. Yu Liang said with a hint of a smile on his face. Oh, Director Feng is too kind. However, if Director Feng is as unforgiving as young Chen, then I can only be offended. Von Pant's face sank. Being refuted by Yu Liang made the fire rise in his heart. But the situation at hand is clearly not a time for head irons. Arthur, let's go, Von Pant said grimly, and after saying that, he walked towards the outside. Arthur Chen's face was unwilling. How could he just leave after being slapped? Uncle Fong, just let it go? Arthur Chen's chest heaved. I can't swallow this breath. Von Pants squinted at Arthur Chen and said hoarsely, can't you hear me? Sensing that Von Pants is really pissed off, Arthur Chen didn't dare to say anything else, but could only snort coldly and, like a lost dog, he followed Von Pants towards the outside, the entrance to the compound. Von Pants paused and faintly said, Boss Yu, I hope you don't regret your actions today. Yu Liang laughed disdainfully. Von Pants, let me also advise you that offending someone you shouldn't offend won't end well. Chapter 57, is he the big hand behind the scenes? After watching Von Pants leave, Yu Liang turned around and slowly came to Yang Mi, saying respectfully, Ms. Yang, we can sit down and talk, please. Yang Mi and he Bai are both in a bit of a trance, totally confused as to why Yu Liang did what he did. Sit down. Yu Liang had someone replace the tea set with a brand new one and personally served Yang Mi tea in poured water. Taking a sip of tea, Yang Mi still hadn't been able to get over the scene she had just witnessed. A few moments later, Yang Mi took a deep breath and decided to ask for clarification. Boss Yu, I think, let's talk openly. Why are you helping me out like this? Anyway? Yu Liang smiled slightly. Ms. Yang, I just don't like the way they are. Not to mention that Ms. Yang said she still has to give me favors, so that's why I'm helping you. From the very beginning, Yang Mi showed great doubt and confusion, so Yu Liang concluded that the matter of Li Qing operating behind the scenes with the Polygroup was unknown to Yang Mi herself. Since Polygroup and Li Qing are hiding it from Yang Mi, Yu Liang didn't dare to show Yang Mi what he knew, lest you leak what you shouldn't and find mischief. And from the looks of things, perhaps Yang Mi's relationship with Li Qing is also kept secret from the public. Even Yang Mi didn't know Li Qing's true identity. Yu Liang is meticulous. These are his guesses. Yang Mi frowned slightly and smiled faintly. Boss Yu, this reason of yours is too unconvincing, isn't it? I want to know the real reason you're helping us. Seeing that Yang Mi can't stop asking questions, Yu Liang was also very torn inside. That's true. How should I explain this to Yang Mi? You can't say, it's the big guys who are helping you behind the scenes. That would be talking out of your ass. Why don't we first try to test the waters and figure out the situation? Ha! Yu Liang remained calm and smiled. Ms. Yang, I want to ask you something. Yang Mi put down her teacup and said, please ask. Yu Liang took a deep breath and seemed to gather courage to say, you and Mr. Li Qingli, what is your relationship? Hearing the question, Yang Mi's gaze immediately stagnated. Her beautiful eyes flashed once in surprise, but then she calmed down. Boss Yu, you know Li Qing? Li Qing and I, we're sort of friends. Yang Mi told a little lie, but it wasn't really a lie, was it? After all, the two of them were still just friends now, despite breaking through that line. Hearing that, Yu Liang's heart was set. Yang Mi and Li Qing have an absolutely extraordinary relationship, and Yang Mi didn't know Li Qing's real identity. Maybe Yang Mi doesn't even know how deep Li Qing's background is. In that case, then you have to keep your mouth shut yourself. Yu Liang pondered inwardly. At this time, Yang Mi asked with some curiosity, Boss Yu, how do you know Li Qing? This matter, does it have anything to do with Li Qing? Yang Mi was already starting to lose her cool inside. Somehow, from the time Yu Liang asked what his relationship was with Li Qing, Yang Mi then felt that behind this matter, there must be Li Qing's shadow. Suddenly, Yang Mi thought of meeting Li Qing at the Peace Hotel. Could it be he's here about himself? And also at that time Henpa said, coming to dinner will be free. Li Qing. It had already messed with Yang Mi's mind. Miss Young, Mr. Li and I, how should I put it? Consider yourself a friend. Yu Liang could only lie and make it up in a serious manner. Mr. Li offered a big price, and I'm supposed to be a businessman, only for profit. So I worked with Miss Young. Since we're talking about cooperation, let me get into the specifics. Yu Liang took a sip of tea, and inwardly kept thinking about how he could both smooth things over and still push the credit onto Li Qing, or else Yang Mi will only be grateful to herself. Back there, that's pretty dangerous for yourself. Yu Liang had been through many battles and was naturally able to deal with such things. From now on, the Peace Hotel will be used by Ms. Yang, and the decoration style will just be modified according to your needs. There's no limit to the dates. Just let me know when the crew is done filming. As for the money, Mr. Li has already paid for it, so Miss Yang doesn't need to worry about it. Yu Liang told a little lie. Inside, he was laughing bitterly. Ugh, and paying for it. I almost gave the restaurant to Mr. Li myself to save my life. A word to the wise. Yang Mi was already filled with shock, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. Just a moment ago, she was still speculating about this matter and whether it would be related to Li Qing. I didn't realize that. It was really Li Qing who did it. But Li Qing, how can he climb up with Yu Liang? Furthermore, how much does it cost to get the Peace Hotel? Does he have that kind of money? Upon learning this news, a series of questions erupted in Yang Mi's mind. Seeing Yang Mi's expression, Yu Liang hurriedly added, Ms. Yang, the contract has been drawn up. If there's no problem, let's sign the contract later? Yang Mi came back to her senses. Still full of incredulity, he said in a somewhat misplaced daze, Boss Yu, are you sure you've thought this through? Things happened so suddenly and shifted so much that Yang Mi was a little bad at accepting it. Yu Liang said seriously, Ms. Yang, do you have any more questions? Anything else you need me to do? You can just say so. Yang Mi shook her head repeatedly and said, Boss Yu, how much did Li Qing pay you? Yang Mi was grateful, even a little guilty. In her heart, Li Qing must have given a lot to be able to convince Yu Liang. Yu Liang shook his head and laughed. There isn't much money in it. Ms. Yang, let's talk about cooperation. Yu Liang brushes this off. The assistant then brought over the contract. Yu Liang politely said, Ms. Yang, take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, let's sign it. Yang Mi nodded, and the moment she saw the contract, her heart finally saw infinite hope. Even though Yang Mi's mind is now full of speculations about Li Qing's, but right now, it was still important to seize this opportunity, and not waste Li Qing's help to himself. Picking up the contract, Yang Mi carefully read it a few times, and then was constantly surprised and amazed inside. The content of this contract, it's basically the same as giving the Peace Hotel to yourself. No problem, Boss Yu. I'll sign then. Yang Mi smiled. The haze in her heart before had long disappeared. See young Mimi after signing the contract. Yu Liang, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The conflict with Yang Mi was finally resolved. Managed to pick up a life himself. Ms. Yang, let's have a good cooperation. Yu Liang said as he stood up happily. If there's anything or a problem back there, Ms. Yang can inform me at any time. Yang Mi was in a bit of a trance, a smile on her face. Thank you, Boss Yu. Yu Liang laughed. Miss Yang is polite. Since the cooperation has been reached, let me send Miss Yang away. I guess in a while, Arthur Chan and the others will come and make trouble. Seeing Yu Liang say that, Yang Mi was more or less overwhelmed in her heart. After all, it was because of himself that Boss Yu was feuding with Feng Pants and the others. After being escorted out of the public house by Yu Liang, Yang Mi and He Bai both drove away slowly. After seeing Young Mi off, it was only then that Yu Liang eased back into the public house. In the living room, Yu Liang sat on the sofa, his mood finally calming down quite a bit. Next to him, the butler poured Yu Liang a cup of tea and said with some confusion, Master, what's wrong with you today? Yu Liang's behavior just now, it was simply incomprehensible in the eyes of the housekeeper. Wasn't Yang Mi a small star surrounded by the entertainment industry? How come the master suddenly turned his head to help her while offending a few well-known figures with backgrounds? Yu Liang exhaled and said as he lit a cigarette, You're curious as to why I'm helping Yang Mi, aren't you? The butler nodded. Yes, you made a move against Arthur Chan in public, which is considered a deadly feud. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to defuse it later. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yu Liang's mouth. Slap him? I'm already giving Feng Pants face if I don't waste him. Hearing that, it was even harder for the butler to understand, but he knew that there had to be something else behind it. Otherwise his lordship would never have done it. Yu Liang said faintly, Behind Yang Mi, there are big people backing her up. The old butler asked tentatively with a puzzled gaze. Big shot? Yang Mi is the enemy of the whole circle. What kind of big shot can back her up? Yu Liang's eyes narrowed and his expression sharpened. Oh, compared to the one behind Yang Mi, the entire entertainment industry is nothing but a joke. Even if Feng Pants joins forces with the gang from Kyoto, it's just for nothing. Chapter 58, Identity is getting more and more confusing. Yang Mi makes another appointment. Hearing that, the old butler's gaze flashed with a flash of shock. What kind of segment of character must it be that could make his own master make such a comment? I'm afraid, this class level is simply out of reach. Seeing that the housekeeper wanted to ask something else, Yu Liang directly interrupted. Okay, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Knowing too much is bad for you. Remember, in the future, if Yang Mi has any difficulties, you have to report them to me in time. We must serve them well. Otherwise, neither you nor I can live. I heard Yu Liang say it was so serious. The butler looked serious. Yes, master. I remember. He Bai hadn't gotten over what had just happened. The surprise, too, came too soon. Sister Honey, I really didn't expect it. Li Qing is actually this capable, he Bai said with incomparable surprise. He was even able to find you Liang and was able to convince the other party to cooperate with you. I always feel that this Li Qing is not as simple as we think. Young Mimi was sitting in the co-pilots. The eyes looked ahead, a little out of focus. Today's news. It can be said to have given Yang Mi a great shock. How could I not have thought that? The one who was silently helping himself behind the scenes was unexpectedly Li Qing. And what amazes Young Mi even more is that the Li Qing's background of strength was so strong that he was able to convince Yu Liang to cooperate with him? That Li Qing. How much it must have cost. Yang Mi's heart was not only grateful, but also vaguely guilty, and even a little heartbroken. He's a man with a child. It must be hard to still be paying so much for yourself. Seeing Yang Mi ignoring herself, he Bai glanced at her and said, "Honey, I'm talking to you. Have you wandered off? Are you thinking about Li Qing?" Yang Mi glanced at he Bai inside lightly. "Aha, Bai. I want to talk to Li Qing," he Bai asked. "Talk about what? You don't want to go on another face-to-face date with him, do you?" Yang Mi said calmly, "If he's helping us like this, there must be something in between that's not easy that we can't imagine. I don't want to. I'm disturbed. Besides, in case Arthur Chen's gang, if they know about Li Qing's existence, they will definitely make a move against him, and by then, Li Qing will definitely be in danger." He Bai drove the car and was silent for a moment, then analyzed. "Sister honey, don't you think that Li Qing is perhaps not as simple as we think? Maybe it's really like what you guessed before. He's really a bully." Yang Mi blushed, then faintly said, "What a mess. Get to the point." However, when you said that, I also realized that it seems like we've never really understood Li Qing. Yang Mi thought back on what had happened in the meantime, from the public opinion war with carrying, and then now. Yu Liang took the initiative to apologize and cooperate with himself. It's all Li Qing's role behind it. But if Li Qing was just an ordinary person with a little money, could he have so much energy? Even if he had millions and millions, without a certain status, you can't even meet these big shots, let alone send money to talk about cooperation. Why didn't I think of that before? Yang Mi's beautiful eyes were slightly knitted, and her mind was full of Li Qing. This man, more and more, was piquing her curiosity. Yang Mi suddenly said seriously, "Xiao Bai, I want to meet Li Qing at night, and want to ask him face to face what's going on." He Bai's beautiful eyes turned and said, "I think it's okay. I really need to ask him. Li Qing is definitely not as ordinary as we thought. There might even be a surprise." Yang Mi didn't say anything, her eyebrows wondering what she was thinking. After returning to Jayapoi, Yang Mi set the time for the crew to start filming and announced a successful collaboration with Peace Hotel. Inside the conference room, there was a round of applause. "Sister Honey is really great, easily solving our problem. Then Carrying is not a good person. No wonder she was kicked out by our chairman. I have a hunch that this time, Sister Honey will definitely be on fire, and we'll follow suit." In the conference room, a group of star performers in the crew complimented. Previously, Carrying grabbed the location of the filming site. It's all over the company. Everyone thought that Yang Mi would definitely fall on her face this time. I didn't realize how quickly things would work out. Chairman Lu Yanbin smiled. Since Ms. Yang has already solved the problem, let's wish Director Yang good luck with the shooting of the new drama and a big hit. A round of applause greeted the conference room. Sitting in the conference room, a smile spreads across Yang Mi's face, and this time, it was a high point she hadn't had in a long time. She knows everything that he himself had now that he had reversed the situation was actually influenced by Li Qing. After the adjournment of the meeting, Lu Yanbin says goodbye to Yang Mi alone. He knew very well that Yang Mi was able to recooperate with the Peace Hotel, and behind this, it must be Mr. Li who made the move. But Lu Yanbin didn't say much. It's good that things work out. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Mi packed up her things at home and sat down in front of the mirror to put on her makeup. "Geez honey, where's the re-makeup?" He Bai laughed with great interest. "Nowadays, when you meet Li Qing, you have to dress up so delicately?" Yang Mi blushed slightly and gave He Bai a glance and said, "What? It's not normal to go out and wear makeup." He Bai skimmed his lips and laughed. "Yeah, why are you still a little red in the face, honey?" Yang Mi said with a wave of her hand. Asterisk 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 you. Where's the red? Alright, go pack up your things. I've talked to Li Qing on the phone. He'll send me the location in a while, so we'll go over there. Yang Mi looks calm. Inside, however, there was inexplicable nervousness and a bit of anticipation, but she herself didn't know why. She always had mixed feelings whenever she faced Li Qing. And now, the feeling is getting stronger. An hour later, Yang Mi finally finished her makeup. Ding dong, a message came on the cell phone. Yang Mi opened her cell phone and saw that it was Xin Bauer who sent the voice. "Oh, The little one doesn't even bother to call me now. Yang Mi smiled, then tapped on the voice. Mama, I heard that you're coming to see me at night. Mama, I miss you. Humboldt is very cute with her grandmotherly voice. Poop said that Mama can come and eat together. Oh yeah, I'll send you the location. Hearing Xian Bao's voice, Yang Mi revealed a happy smile. Subsequently, Humboldt sent the location over, but after clicking on it, Yang Mi froze. Huazhou Junting? It couldn't have been sent by mistake, could it? Chapter 59, Huazhou Junting. Li Qing lives in a villa? Looking at the location sent by Huan Bauer, Yang Mi is a little confused. Isn't it in the eastern suburb? How did you locate it to Huazhou Juntian? Huazhou Junting is a famous luxury villa in Magic City. Each set is several $100 million, and even the most expensive set of villas is as high as $800 million. Li Cheng wouldn't, by any chance, be living in the Huazhou Grand Court, would he? This is really a bit unrealistic for Yang Mi. Just to be sure, Yang Mi sent a voice to Humboldt. Xian Bauer, see if the positioning is wrong? Soon after, Humboldt replied to the voice. No, it's Poop got it for me. He said that's the location. You can find it day when you turn on the navigation. Yang Mi sent a hugging emoji to Xian Bauer, somewhat surprised. He then put away his cell phone. At this point, he bye-bye also packed up his things and came over and said, Honey, have you put on your makeup yet? It's getting late. We should get going. Come back early for dinner. Yang Mi seemed to be a bit torn and said, That, I might not come back for dinner tonight, so eat with Xian Bauer and the others. He bye-bye froze, then laughed wistfully. Aha, eating with Li Qing. Ha, then isn't it inappropriate for me to go? After all, you're a family. Isn't it purely redundant if I don't go? Yang Mi gave he bye-bye a blank look. What nonsense. It's Xian Bauer who misses me la and asked me to have dinner with her. He bye-bye smiled and nodded. Okay, go to Li Qing's house for dinner? It's just the right time to see what Li Qing's home looks like, and to see Xian Bauer's living environment. The two of them came downstairs and drove to the car, still with he bye-bye as the driver. Navigate a bit. Yes, it's the same eastern suburb yard as before, right? He bye-bye took his cell phone and found out the navigation record. Yang Mi said, shaking her head. No, Xian Bauer sent me the location. It's in Huazhou Junting. He bye-bye froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Yang Mi with a puzzled expression. Ha? Huazhou Junting? That aristocratic villa? Yang Mi nodded, calmly. I don't know how. Anyway, Xian Bauer said so, and the position was also given by Li Qing. He bye-bye said with a face full of surprise. Li Qing has a villa in Huazhou Junting? Holy, it can't be. The villa there can't come down without a few $100 million. It's hard to believe that Li Qing is really deep in hiding. With the help of Li Qing on these two occasions, he bye-bye really kind of believed that Li Qing might really be rich, and having a villa in Huazhou Junting was also possible. Good lord. I've never been in a villa as lofty as Huazhou Junting. He bye-bye said with great interest. I might be able to dabble in your favor this time and grow. The two of them traveled all the way. For over an hour. The car finally drove into the range of Huazhou Junting Villa area. Looking at the lack of any cars on the road, he bye-bye couldn't help but be a little curious. This is the internal road of Huazhou Junting. Good lord, how come there isn't a single car? We're not going to get stopped later, are we? Yang Mi said faintly. It's fine. Just follow the navigation and keep going. Probably the whole East End. The occupancy rate is not that high. As she got closer to her destination, Yang Mi's mood became more and more nervous. Finally, according to the location that Huan Bauer said, Yang Mi and he bye-bye both found the villa gate. The car just stopped. The pole in front of the gate went up, and it was released directly. Even the two young security guards standing at the door saluted. Looking at the big villa in front of me, bright and cozy streetlights, the surrounding sea of flowers made he bye-bye's eyes widen. Her gaze filled with amazement. Sister honey, poverty limits my imagination. I didn't realize that the inside of the villa was so big and advanced. He bye-bye said while parking the car. I'm so in your good graces. Look at the setting. Yang Mi was equally odd. Although Yang Mi has lived in a number of upscale villas, but it's the first time that a price point like Mordor Huazhou Junting has come in. After parking the car, the two walked off. Mama, a childish voice came from a short distance away. And then Yang Mi saw that Xian Bauer came from inside the villa, trotting all the way over. Looking at the kids I haven't seen in a couple days. Yang Mi's eyes twinkled and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Slow down Xuan Bauer, don't fall. Yang Mi greeted her and picked up Xian Bauer. Huan Bauer, why do I feel like you've grown taller? Yang Mi was filled with joy. She felt like she hadn't hugged Xian Bauer in a long time. Xian Bauer was equally happy and snuggled into Yang Mi's arms, wrapping her arms around Yang Mi's neck and said, Mama, I miss you. Yang Mi gently kissed her. Mama misses you too. Beside, He bye-bye walked over with a doting smile on his face. Boy, don't you miss your auntie Ho? Shen Bauer smiled cheekily. I want to. At night I want mama and auntie He to hold me and sleep. He bye-bye immediately laughed. Yeah, I'll wash and send Schwanbauer. But after saying that, he bye-bye felt that something was wrong. Now Shen Bauer is staying at Li Qing's house. If Sister Honey slept with her, wouldn't she be living directly at Li Qing's house? He bye-bye couldn't help but look at Yang Mi. Yang Mi just smiled. Schwanbauer, will mama have dinner with you tonight? I heard that I can have dinner with mama. Shen Bauer was incomparably happy, her pair of moving eyes twinkling. Yes mama, Shen Bauer wants mama to feed her rice. The two of them were amused by Huan Bauer. At this point, Li Chang and Wang Mian slowly walked over. After seeing Li Chang, Yang Mi's expression instantly became a bit unnatural. The mood was starting to get tense, and there was an indescribable mix of emotions. Li Chang. Yang Mi walked forward holding Shen Bauer and said with a smile on her face, thanks for this time. Before she came, Yang Mi had quite a few other opening lines in her head. It was like projecting the scene of meeting Li Qing. But now, in the face of Li Qingjin, Yang Mi, however, was at a bit of a loss for what to say. This inexplicable tension made Yang Mi feel strange inside. Li Qing wasn't as icy as he had imagined, but instead revealed a faint smile. Let's go. Dinner is ready. Shen Bauer should probably be hungry too. Yang Mi nodded gently and he then followed Li Qing into the villa. After walking into Li Qing's living room, the two of them, he bye-bye and Yang Mi, had flickering gazes. One cannot help but be awestruck and amazed at the sight of these luxurious finishes. A dazzling array of antique vases, paintings, and crystal lamps, all solid wood furniture, Chinese-style decoration, is the most burnt. And after seeing these, Yang Mi suddenly raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel as if she had seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, Yang Mi remembered that when Shen Bauer opened a video phone call with herself earlier, this is how Li Qing's home is decorated. At the time, one would have thought that Li Qing's yard in the eastern suburbs is nicely decorated. As it turns out, it now appears that Li Qing didn't even live in a suburban yard. Instead, he had been staying at the Grand Villa at the Grand Court in Huozhou. So what is he? Really? If you can buy a villa here, you must not be an ordinary person. Yang Mi was filled with questions inside. Li Qing was as if he was covered in layers of veils, giving people the urge to uncover and see his true colors. Ma, let's go eat. Just as Yang Mi was immersed in her thoughts, Shen Bauer said in her ear, grandmother, I want mama to sit with papa, and Shen Bauer to sit with auntie He for dinner. Chapter 60 Puppy, are you guys divorced? Hearing that, Yang Mi couldn't help but stare, somewhat surprised, at Shen Bauer. He bye-bye was also stunned, then laughed. Honey sister Schwanbauer seems to know a lot. Yang Mi blushed and, if she really let her sit with Li Qing, she was really a bit shy. Even though Yang Mi and Li Qing were once husband and wife, but they're still strangers. That time was just an accident. It's kinda awkward to sit together now that you're sober. He bye-bye glanced at Li Qing in front of him, noticing that Li Qing was sitting on the table cleaning up the dishes. He then looked at Shen Bauer and whispered, Hen Pa, did your puppy tell you to say that? Shen Bauer shook her head with a serious face. Other people's poopers eat together. Humboldt wishes he was like the other kids and saw puppy together. Hearing that, Yang Mi can't help but feel a bit sad and guilty. Shen Bauer has not received enough love since she was a child. That's why she has always envied other children. Humboldt got down from Yang Mi's embrace and then trotted over to the side of Li Qing's seat. Puppy, is it time to eat? Shen Bauer laughed cheekily. Her appearance was adorable. Li Qing smiled as he picked him up. Yeah, is Schwanbauer hungry? Eat more in a while. Oh. Shen Bauer nodded and said, Puppy, why don't you sit with mama? Will Schwanbauer sit with auntie He? Hearing that, Li Qing was slightly stunned, then revealed a hint of a smile. Why doesn't Humbug sit with Puppy? Shen Bauer turned her big round eyes and said with a serious face, Puppy, you and mama, are you divorced? A word from Humboldt. It made everyone present. All of them froze for a moment. No one expected that. It's amazing that a little kid of 3 years old knows about things like divorce. In the face of Shen Bauer's soul torture, Li Qingdu froze for a moment and cried and laughed. Huan Bauer, where did you learn all this? And you know about divorce? Shen Bauer had a serious face and pouted. Henpa knows what divorce means. It means that the poopers aren't together anymore. Puppy, you've always been separated. So that means divorced. Hearing Shen Bauer's words, Yang Mi was incomparably embarrassed. And in addition to embarrassment, in her heart, there was some guilt towards Shen Bauer. Humboldt can think like that. It's the family environment that causes it. Yang Mi didn't want it to be like this. But nah, the relationship with Li Qing was. It's a bit complicated. There's no way to explain it to Shen Bauer. For a moment, Yang Mi didn't really know what to say in the face of Xian Bao's question. Li Qing pinched Xian Bao's cheeks and laughed. Little one, you know quite a bit. But Puppy didn't get divorced. It's just because Puppy was so busy working far away all the time before. Now that I'm back, I won't be separated from Zuanbei in the future. Mama also has no time to take care of Xian Bao right now because of her work. But Mama will come to see you often. Li Qing's tone was gentle and his gaze was full of favor as he looked at Xian Bao. Xuan Bao nodded with seeming understanding. Anyway, it was believing what Li Qing said. Then in the future, when Puppy is done working, will you stay with me together? Li Qing smiled faintly. Of course, it shouldn't take long. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Xian Bao's face again. Then Puppy will have to sit down to dinner before Henpa will believe it. Li Qing promised. Yeah. What Li Qing said to Xian Bao. Yang Mi had heard it all and couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Li Qing was able to explain to Xian Bao in this way. It shows that he's really a competent father. Yang Mi was inwardly happy, but somewhat conflicted. And, would it hurt Xian Bao too much to pick him up when he's done with his busy schedule? Furthermore, how long can we keep this from Henbauer? When she was a little older and fully aware, she would surely notice. And then how would she explain herself? Thinking of all this, Yang Mi couldn't help but have a bold fantasy that, how nice it would be if it was actually a family of 3. Mama, dinner's ready. At this moment, Xian Bao's voice interrupted Yang Mi's rambling thoughts. Yang Mi smiled and, with a slightly flushed face, she came and slowly sat beside Li Qing. The two looked at each other and just smiled faintly without saying anything. Simply sitting next to Li Qing, Yang Mi then felt, as if her ears were burning. The thought of blushing made me more and more embarrassed inside. The meal lasted a good 40 minutes or so, and, after Xian Bao had eaten and drank her fill, Yang Mi played with her for a while. Tired of playing, Yang Mi held Xian Bao in her arms and came to the room to coax her to slowly fall asleep. Finally asleep, he bye-bye let out a breath and whispered, Sister honey, today Xian Bao is really a god's help. The little guy set you two up. Yang Mi whispered, Don't talk nonsense. He bye-bye smiled. Come on, still shy. Let's go. Don't you have questions for Li Qing? Go ask them. In the living room, Yang Mi sat opposite Li Qing. Her mood was still a little nervous, and after a long slowdown, she prepared herself mentally and said, Li Qing, there's something I want to ask you. Li Qing said with a calm face. Ask. Yang Mi took a deep breath and said, Li Qing, what do you do? Just what kind of work? After opening the topic, young Mimi, who also had a lot more courage, continued, I realized today that you were helping me with the Peace Hotel thing. 2. Boss, you told me that you spent a lot of money to negotiate the cooperation down. Honestly, I'm grateful and surprised at the same time. Can you talk about something about you, or what you do for a living? Sort of like I'm trying to get to know you. With the last sentence, Yang Mi's voice was significantly lower. In response to Yang Mi's query, Li Qing remained calm, as if he had known that Yang Mi would ask. Chapter 61 Small Business, International Trade. International trade, doing some business. In response to Yang Mi's inquiry, Li Qing spoke plainly, but for Wang Mian, that's really not a bad thing to say. Arms trade, military exports, it's kind of a foreign trade business. Hearing that, Yang Mi nodded thoughtfully and, no wonder, Li Qing was able to help himself thrice. Maybe the foreign trade business is doing well and has quite a bit of money. Otherwise how could they afford a villa here? Yang Mi was still grateful. She said, Li Qing, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know how I would have gotten through it. Right now, Li Qing accepted Yang Mi's gratitude, but he's only doing all this because of Huan Bao. But Li Qing wasn't going to explain. He does what he does without explanation. Grateful. Yang Mi's gaze, on the other hand, became a bit worried as she looked at Li Qing seriously. Li Qing, I'm grateful to you, but don't help me in the future. Don't get involved in this mess. If they find out you're the one helping me, they won't let you off the hook. Showbiz is deep. To Li Qing's exhortation and reminder, it's from young Mimi's heart. Yang Mi really didn't want to get Li Qing into a quagmire because of herself. Hearing that, Li Qing revealed a hint of a smile and faintly said, Perhaps, it shouldn't be as bad as you think? Yang Mi's tone was a bit more serious. I'm not exaggerating at all. Really, Li Qing, I don't want you to be in danger. Saying that, Yang Mi's face reddened a few more points without self-consciousness, and added in succession, After all, you have to take care of Zuanbei. Next to him, he bye-bye also emphasized, Yes, brotherly, Brother Chang, those people in the entertainment industry are very bad. This circle is not as simple as it looks. The water is muddy. Li Qing has helped Yang Mi so much. He bye-bye respected him quite a bit, and she also felt it was appropriate to call him brother. Looking at the two of them in all their nervous earnestness, Wang Mian, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. It was kind of not nice, but he really didn't hold back. With that little water in the Kyung circle, if you want to get muddy, then it depends on how Chung plays it. Play enough to clear the entertainment world the next day, because Yang Mi and he bye-bye are kind. So Li Qing didn't say anything more than a vague statement. Good. Yang Mi nodded her head, still somewhat relieved, and said, really, you need to protect yourself. Don't ever get into danger again. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Yang Mi stood up and, after saying hello, he bye-bye left the villa. After watching Yang Mi leave, Li Cheng stood in the courtyard and slowly took a drag on his cigarette. His deep eyes seemed to be pondering something. Beside, Wang Mian seemed to have read Li Cheng's mind, and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Cheng, you don't really want to have fun with the entertainment industry, do you? Li Cheng exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and white smoke rose from his fingertips as they slowly caressed across his face. I have nothing to do. Find something to do. Also as a way to get back some interest for the aggression Xian Bauer has suffered these 3 years. Hearing that, Wang Mian's eyes flickered as a trace of excitement crossed his face. Cheng, are you serious? Oh, playing with showbiz. This is so much fun. Over the years, Wang Mian had followed Li Qing all the way around various countries, and in the process of developing his business, he didn't know how many forces he had played with, and how many people had died in a game. Of course, the only one who ended up winning every time was Li Qing. Now back in the country, Wang Mian has basically nothing to do except to supervise the major companies on a daily basis, and his days are boring. Now if we were to have a little fun with the entertainment industry, it would also add a lot of fun to a boring life. If most of the stars in the entertainment industry disappeared, I really don't know what would become of inner entertainment, Wang Mian said with some anticipation, then looked at Li Qing with a serious face. Brother Cheng, in fact, if you find any random person, you can make Arthur Chen and Feng Pants, including that Fei Wu, disappear completely. Li Qing knows that. What Wang Mian said about disappearing wasn't telling them to get out of the entertainment industry, but rather the entire big living person disappeared. Li Qing flicked his cigarette ash and said, this isn't a foreign country. It's better to do things as low-key as possible. Besides, do you call that playing? It's not half as fun. Wang Mian smiled. Just as well. Green the first know what to do. After finishing a cigarette, Li Qing turned his body towards the inside of the villa. Alright, how it plays out will be determined by developments. It's getting late, time to rest. Meanwhile, Magic City, inside a villa, the lighted parlor. Feng Pants was sitting on a chair, his old eyes drooping, his face very ugly, sitting on the side. It's none other than Arthur Chen, Carrie Ying, and the director, Li Man Mo. The faces of all the people did not look good, and the atmosphere in the living room was depressing. After a few moments of silence, Arthur Chen spoke coldly. Uncle Feng, this Yu Liang is just too much. I can't swallow until I get rid of him. Of course, Yang Mi can't be spared either. Arthur Chen was slapped by Yu Liang in public today inside the Jinghai public house. This great shame made him murderous. Arthur Chen is a prince in the entertainment industry. If word gets out that you've been slapped around and can't get away with it, how can you have the face to hang around? Von Pants has a grim look on his face. Yu Liang did this again, in his face. Even more, it was openly provoking the entire Beijing circle. However, Feng Pants was extremely deep in the city and naturally knew that behind the matter, it was definitely not simple. Things aren't that simple. Yu Liang is so abnormal. There must be something hidden behind it that we don't know. Feng Pants rolled himself a cigarette and lit it, his voice a little hoarse. He's a businessman. He won't offend us for no reason, much less go and make a mess. So Yu Liang must have had a bigger bargaining chip in his hand to fall back. And the stakes must be huge. Hearing Feng Pants' analysis, Li Wenwu couldn't help but nod his head and said, Director Feng is right. Yu Liang's reversal must be because Yang Mi has made some kind of leverage behind the scenes, allowing Yu Liang to get a greater benefit. Behind this, it may be more complicated than we think. Arthur Chen didn't say a word. He also knew that Yu Liang must have fallen on his sword because of his interests and made a deadly feud with himself at any cost. But Arthur Chen couldn't think of anything. What exactly is the interest that could make Yu Liang do this? After all, Yang Mi was just a small star. What benefit could she give Yu Liang? Besides, Yu Liang should know what happens when you go against the entire entertainment industry. Knowing the consequences, he still does it. After thinking about this, Arthur Chen frowned. In that case, behind Yang Mi, there really is someone high up? Listening to a few people talk. Next to her, Wu Yufei had an incredibly complicated mood. The situation now seems to be long out of her control. Yang Mi, who used to be easily suppressed by herself, looked like she had leapt to become unattainable. But what kind of backer can Yang Mi have? Wu Yufei couldn't help but ask. Could it be the chairman of Jayapoi Media, Liu Yanbin? This can't be right. Before Yu Liang didn't give Liu Yanbin any face at all. Speaking of the backers behind Yang Mi, the crowd was silent. Even Von Pants, who had a confused look on his face. He has a handful of positions in the entertainment industry, and he knows Yang Mi's background very well. But now, the energy that Yang Mi displayed was completely not something that an ordinary star could have. A moment later, Arthur Chen suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Before this, didn't Yu Liang go to the Peace Hotel and say that the chairman of the Poly Group was looking for him? Is it hard to believe that this has something to do with Poly?" After saying this, Arthur Chen felt a bit retarded. The Poly Group, how could it be involved with Yang Mi? This is too outrageous. Foam Pants swept a glance at Chen Arthur and coldly snorted with some disdain. If it was really the Poly Group, a few of us wouldn't be sitting here in one piece. So there's something else going on here. Arthur Chen lit up a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said with some impatience, "I don't care who's behind Yang Mi. In short, starting from this slap, I definitely won't let Yang Mi continue to stay in the entertainment industry. Since the other party doesn't want to come out yet, let's get Yang Mi, get Yu Liang, and force the other party out." Arthur Chen's eyes were sinister and his tone was even sharper. Even Carrie Ying was a bit taken aback. She also didn't expect what was supposed to be just a celebrity feud. Now it's become a game of two forces, which means that things have escalated to another level. Foam Pants said in a deep voice, "Yang Mi is definitely to get rid of, but you must not be too impetuous in what you do. The more critical the time, the less you can make mistakes and let the other side seize the handle. Next, the matter of the location. I'll figure it out. Just start shooting the new movie as usual. As for Yang Mi, we still need to add some means to force the person behind her out." Chapter 62, Behind the Scenes. It's time to get tough. Von Pants' words fell. A hint of viciousness flashed in Wu Yufei's eyes, and after a moment of thought, she said, "Director Feng, I do have an idea that can get to the root of Yang Mi." Wu Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her face carried a kind of ruthlessness that was unique to women. Arthur Chen glanced at him and said coldly, "What could you possibly have in mind?" Wu Yufei murmured, "Isn't Yang Mi going to make a movie? Let's start with that. I'm going to make her, for the rest of her life, unable to film." Hearing Fei Wu say that, next to him, Li Wenwu came to be interested and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what does Ms. Wu mean to do?" Wu Yufei coldly said, "There are many ways to make her unable to film, such as if there's an accident in filming, or if Yang Mi is disfigured. In short, it's safest to get rid of her directly from the root." With these words, the few people present were all slightly stunned, and their gazes towards Wu Yufei became surprised. No one expected that Fei Wu's heart could be so poisonous. However, thinking about it, what Carrie Ying said was indeed fine. It's no shame to game the game to a certain point and have to resort to such black tactics. After all, who didn't have blood on their hands at the beginning of the primitive accumulation of capital? Li Wenwu couldn't help but appreciate Wu Yufei a little. Ms. Wu, this idea of yours is quite the sword. If we really want to do this, we can't do it alone. We're just filming professionals. This kind of work, we'll have to find someone else to do it. Seeing that the other man agrees with his idea, Wu Yufei's eyes were glowing, and her mood was even getting excited. "Director Li, with your connections, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to introduce a local landlord in Magic City, right? A local snake, that is, a local bull, is usually a social big brother who has people in black and white." Li Wenwu did not answer Wu Yufei, but instead looked at Feng Pants next to him and asked tentatively, "Director Feng, do you think that there is something wrong with this matter being done this way?" Li Wenwu follows Feng Pants. No matter how big or small the matter was, he had to enlist Von Pants' opinion. Otherwise, it is unintelligent. Feng Pants' old eyes stared at Wu Yufei, causing her to feel a bit fuzzy inside. But in a moment, a wry smile appeared on Feng Pants' face. "Oh, the latter. This idea. Not bad. Director Li, you go find someone. The specific things, leave it to Fei and Arthur. This kind of thing is dangerous, though, but in the eyes of Von Pants, the genus is normal." Back in the 80s and 90s, Von Pants has really been through a lot of this kind of thing. From the struggle for capital to the struggle for turf. If you don't negotiate well, don't you just resort to underhanded tactics? These tactics don't make the grade, but they do work. These days the rule of law is just for ordinary people. Remember, you have to be steady in what you do, especially with this kind of thing. And if something goes wrong, clean up your own mess. Feng Pants barred 2 puffs of smoke, then looked at Arthur Chen and said, "You're kind of practicing with Yang Mi, and in the future, you'll be able to do less of that." Arthur Chen nodded, a touch of determination and ruthlessness between his brows. "Uncle Feng, I will definitely do it." Arthur Chen turned his head and glanced at Carrie Ying. Honestly, Wu Yufei, this time, had impressed him a bit. In the past, this woman who only knew how to cry. It's amazing how ruthless it can be when it matters. Li Vanwu said. Young Chen, MS. Wu. Then tomorrow, I'll take you to meet someone. Arthur Chen nodded. Then I'll trouble Director Li. After leaving Von Pant's villa, Arthur Chen and Fei Wu checked in directly at a nearby high-class hotel. The couch. Arthur Chen, dressed in a white robe, smiled with a glass of red wine. After this one is over, you'll have no more opponents. Thinking about the loss of face because of Yang Mi before, a touch of hatred then rose in Arthur Chen's heart. This woman. It was time to get rid of her. Wu Yufei sat next to Arthur Chen and laughed lightly. Honey, it's not just about getting rid of Yang Mi this time. We still have to finish off that old thing Yu Liang. We definitely can't let him have a good time. At the mention of Yu Liang, Arthur Chen was furious and said in a cold voice, Yu Liang, this old things, honestly I really want to get him killed. That slap from Yu Liang. It became a permanent pain in Arthur Chen's heart, and it's gotten around in circles. Many of the second generation even inquired personally, making Arthur Chen's face very disgraced. It was too humiliating. But seeing Carrie Yang's sultry face put Arthur Chen in a better mood. Early the next morning, Arthur Chen had breakfast with Fei Wu, and downstairs, Li Wenwu had been waiting for a long time. Sitting in a Maybach, Arthur Chen lit a cigarette and smiled. Director Li, who are you going to show me this time? Li Wenwu laughed. Sort of a friend of mine with some local cachet. The owner of Magic City Night, Zhang Ao. Hearing this name, Arthur Chen froze, then laughed in surprise. Director Li, you're really well connected. You know all the bosses of Magic City Night. That's done. Magic City Night is a famous nightclub in Magic City and ranks in the top 3. The usual reception is for some big shots. Those who can play in it are either rich or rich. For example, the second generation like Principal Wang are all regulars of the Magic City Night. Zhang Ao, on the other hand, is the big boss of Magic City Night. People who can work the nightclub to the top 3 in Magic City. The background strength is already needless to say. People like that. It's usually black and white locally. How can you play a nightclub without some tricks and connections? Not to mention something like Magic City Nights. Speaking of the Magic City Night, Carrie Ying was also a bit shocked. In her perception, Zhang Ao was the local snake of Mordor. In a way, it's a bit more bullish than Yu Liang. After all, he's a local. Director Li, when we go to see Mr. Zhang, shouldn't we bring some gifts? Wu Yufei was a bit worried. Li Vanwu smiled. MS. Wu is overthinking it. Mr. Zhang doesn't like that few dollars. Let's go. Don't keep Mr. Zhang waiting. 40 minutes or so later, the car stopped under the Magic Night building. Just get out of the car. I saw a couple of male models in suits, and a pretty girl in a cheongsam walking up, standing next to the car door. 2 neat rows. Welcome boss. The models bowed respectfully. Seeing this scene, Arthur Chen was surprised for a moment and then laughed. Isn't Magic Night open at night, and this specification during the day? Li Vanwu smiled. Chen Xiao. In fact, the real programs of Magic City Night are all during the daytime. I'll take you to experience them in a while. Chapter 63, Night in the Magic City. What is meant by high society? Arthur Chen raised an eyebrow, coming to attention. Oh really? I really need to experience it then. Led by a group of models, Arthur Chen and 3 others entered the Magic City Night. It's pitch black in there. It's just like a movie theater. It doesn't look any different than at night, except for the pilot light. Not a single ray of sunlight could come in from outside. It's all open from 4 p.m. until 6 a.m. when it clears out. As he walked, Li Vanwu introduced himself. But the nightclubs are for the rich little kids. The real projects are in the daytime, hidden in the shadows. Arthur Chen laughed. Director Li, it's hard to tell. You're quite knowledgeable. Leavenworth smiled in embarrassment. In our line of work, sometimes you have to attend occasions. Besides, Mr. Zhang and I are friends again, so it's not normal to come and play. Arthur Chen said with some curiosity. So what are the programs? During the daytime proper? Li Vanwu smiled slightly. You think of it, you don't think of it, it's all there. A few people chatted as they walked, and soon followed the stairs to the second basement level. At the sight of going underground, Wu Yufei was curious. This nightclub is still underground? Li Wenwu explained in a somewhat proud tone. The daytime program, it's all underground, because none of these programs are very bright. They are hidden. It's also placed in the daytime because it's safer because it's basically closed during the day, and there won't be any plainclothes people making unannounced visits. Hear this. Wu Yufei's eyes were full of surprise. It can still be like this. Sure enough, the world of the truly rich is not something we can imagine. Arthur Chen, on the other hand, seemed much more calm. When he was in Kyoto, he'd heard of this kind of nightclub. I've never had the chance to play it, because I'm too strict at home. It's a small wish to fulfill today. Soon, several people came to an office door. Several people. Mr. Zhang is inside. Please come in. The leader bowed to the Li Wenwu people and then left. Li Wenwu knocked on the door and a man's voice came from inside. Director Li, come in. Pushing the door in. The two of them, Arthur Chan and Fei Wu, immediately revealed a flash of surprise, because what came into view was a bit of a stretch. This office, alone, is 400 or 500 square feet in size. The sound and lighting equipment was fully equipped and even set up a couple of card tables. Holy, this is an office? Wu Yufei couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Honey, this is too much. Chen Arthur is also a little surprised. Really did not think that there is a great deal to say. Upon entering, only a man with an obese figure stood up from the sofa and laughed. Director Li, I've got this wine ready, so you're finally here. The obese man was no one else but the owner of this nightclub, Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao greeted Li Wenwu warmly. Then he glanced at Arthur Chan and Fei Wu and said with surprise on his face, "Oh, if it isn't Chen Xiao, with Big Star Wu. Yo, the friends you mentioned. Director Li, are these two?" Zhang Ao was very enthusiastic and walked up to greet the two Arthur Chen. Arthur Chen was humble and respectful. Mr. Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. Wu Yufei was equally warm and respectful. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Li Wenwu laughed. Mr. Zhang, let's sit down and chat. Zhang Ao froze, then laughed. Look at me. I can't do anything. I forgot to ask you to sit down. Come. Chen Xiao. Sit. Sister Hong. Open 2 bottles. Next to her stood a woman of 5'8". The woman was dressed in a long red dress with open thighs, her slender legs revealing snow-white skin in a charming manner. Sister Hong, Zhang Ao's personal secretary, was likewise the general manager of Magic City Nights. Come on, Director Li, Young Chen, Miss Wu, let me pour the wine. Sister Hong was nearly 30 years old, but her skin was incredibly young and she had a mature flavor that was far from being comparable to that of a little girl. After pouring drinks for a few people, Sister Hong sat next to Zhang Ao very naturally, and her elegant temperament was revealed between laughter and conversation, making it hard to believe that this was a woman who came out of a nightclub. Zhang Ao laughed. I've long heard that Chen Jr. is young and talented, and today when I see him, he really does have an extraordinary temperament. I'm not much of a talker. It's all in the wine. Having said that, Zhang Ao picked up his glass of wine and muffled it in one gulp. Seeing how Zhang Ao acts, Wu Yufei couldn't help but be a little skeptical. This was the nightclub owner, the big man of the Magic City land? Why do you look more and more like a big old man? Isn't it said that the general big brother are all suited and booted? There is a sense of the city is extremely deep. Zhang Ao looked almost like a Liangshan bandit. Arthur Chen picked up his wine glass and praised it repeatedly. Mr. Zhang is a good drinker. I can't even compare to this. Despite the words, Arthur Chen dried up, and his respect for Zhang Ao did not diminish by half, because Arthur Chen knows that this looks like a big man, but it's just the surface. A dignified social bigwig in the Magic City area is definitely not a stupid bigot. Otherwise how could he achieve this position? Zhang Ao's surface is only pretending to outsiders. Director Li, introducing me to 2 friends today. You're not just here to have fun, are you? After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Ao took the initiative to enter the topic. I heard that recently Ms. Wu and Chen Young and Yang Mi fell out unpleasant. Between also involved you Liang Peace Hotel things. Lead director to find me. Will not be for this matter, right? After being singled out by Zhang Ao, Li Wenwu smiled. Mr. Zhang has guessed it all. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Today, I came to see Mr. Zhang, because I want to trouble Mr. Zhang, to find a few people, to find a chance to move a little bit when Yang Mi is filming a movie, so that she, forever, will leave the entertainment industry. Hearing this, Zhang Ao was not a bit surprised and calmly said, Director Li, it's not hard to get rid of an ordinary, but Yang Mi is a public figure after all. Now that the fight between you two is being speculated on the internet, and public opinion is paying a lot of attention to it, it's a bit dangerous to make a move at this juncture. Zhang Ao didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. Li Wenwu knows in his heart that Zhang Ao was making a condition. Li Wenwu knows Zhang Ao very well. Don't look at him as big-headed, very much like a man of nature, but in fact, the inner ghost is very much. Without enough benefits he will not take risks. Oh, Mr. Zhang, with your means and connections, it shouldn't be very difficult to find a few professional people to do this, right? Li Wenwu poured a glass of wine for Zhang Ao. Mr. Zhang, For this drama, how about sharing 30% of the dividends with you? With these words, Wu Yufei was instantly shocked and looked at Li Wenwu with an incredulous expression. A 30% cut? Is Director Li out of his mind? If this drama makes $30 million, then Zhang Ao alone will take $9 million. It's a little too much to take. However, Zhang Ao's demeanor remained calm and he said lightly, 40%. Li Wenwu's face sank slightly, obviously a bit reluctant. Noticing the change in Li Wenwu's expression, Zhang Ao smiled slightly. What I can guarantee is that for the rest of her life, young Mimi will not be able to see anyone. Chapter 64, You're quite a player, aren't you? Li Wenwu's gaze narrowed slightly as he put away his smile and said, Mr. Zhang, you can't joke about that, can you? Zhang Ao said with a calm demeanor. Director Li, how many years have the two of you been friends? When have you seen me joking about such things? As you know, there are no less than 10 actresses who have been ruined in my hands, right? I'm talking second tier and above. Not to mention the third, fourth, fifth and sixth string ones. Those are just special DJs at my venue. Zhang Ao wasn't exaggerating. As the head of Mordor proper, the energy he possessed was not something an ordinary person could imagine. In the night of Magic City, many flower girls are used by Zhang Ao to receive big shots. These starborn flower girls were also held hostage by Zhang Ao through coercion and enticement. Zhang Ao's words surprised Wu Yufei. After all, she was a star herself. I didn't realize that celebrities are really playthings when it comes to these. After Zhang Ao finished speaking, Li Wenwu pondered for a moment and clenched his teeth. Okay then, 40%. A smile appeared on Zhang Ao's face and he resumed his big grin. Ha ha, Director Li, happy cooperation. Li Wenwu smiled. Happy cooperation. You have to promise that young me will never be able to appear in the entertainment industry in the future. Zhang Ao patted his chest and said, You put your mind at ease. To be honest, it's a bit of a pity. Yang Mi is so pretty a beauty. I ruined it with my own hands. Alas, if I get it over as a chaperone. Li Wenwu couldn't help but laugh. Chaperones? I'll find you a few from the circle later. Splitting out 40% of the profits. The heartbroken expression on Li Wenwu's face instantly disappeared after the cooperation was reached. In fact, for Li Wenwu, the profit from a single drama was not enough to cause him much heartache. So he considered it as spending millions and millions of dollars to take his relationship with Zhang Ao a step further. More importantly, to develop in Magic City, Li Wenwu could not be separated from Zhang Ao's care. Zhang Ao lit a cigarette and laughed. Director Li, with that in mind, I'll do you another favor along the way. Li Wenwu pretended to be curious. Oh, is it hard to believe that Mr. Zhang still wants to give me some kind of surprise? Zhang Ao took a sip of wine. I heard you couldn't find a location because of Yu Liang, right? There's a 5-star hotel under my banner that's free for you to use for filming. And the specifications are no worse than the Peace Hotel, which is just a name. Hearing that, a flash of joy appeared on Wu Yufei's face. With the location settled, it's time for your own heroine to make her debut. Shooting a movie early is very important for carrying. After all, her heat is very hot online right now. Leavenworth froze, then filled his mouth with laughter. Oh, Mr. Zhang is so polite. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang. After saying that, Li Wenwu finished a cup. Next to the red sister, very eye over. Consider it, pour a cup of wine. Director Li is a good drinker. When you have the chance, introduce a few sisters to your sister. Sister Hong's voice was sexy, and Li Wenwu said with great openness, That's for sure. There are quite a few art students in the circle this year. I'll let them come if there's any suitable ones. The wine was almost drunk and the crowd was happy. Arthur Chan laughed. Mr. Zhang, they say that the daytime project is good, but I've never seen it, so I don't know. Without waiting for Arthur Chan to finish his sentence, Zhang Ao then waved his hand to interrupt. Chen Xiao, I know what you mean, ha. I've specially prepared fun for you guys to come today. Only, oh, it's not quite right for you. Young Chen. Arthur Chen froze and asked with a smile. What's inappropriate? Zhang Ao laughed. That, and you have a girlfriend. How can that kind of program be appropriate? In one sentence, a few seconds, Wu Yufei was even more embarrassed. She understood what that kind of program was, but she was also very clear about her position. Men, as long as they're good, it doesn't matter if they're a little flamboyant. I can take it. Zhang Ao was stunned. Then his gaze appreciated. Ha ha, young Chen, you've really found a good girlfriend. But Ms. Wu, the project in a moment. It may not be too friendly to the ladies. Would you like to recuse yourself? Wu Yufei was a little torn inside. The project that Zhang Ao was talking about was definitely the Warbler, and it was indeed a bit awkward for him to be here. But to fit in with them, one has to accept it. Not to mention, one has to move on to higher things in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Yufei smiled. Mr. Zhang, you're being overly concerned. I happen to want to see an exciting scene as well. So just take it that I don't have much insight and want to gain some insight here with you. Arthur Chen couldn't help but glance at Wu Yufei, with a hint of surprise and appreciation in his gaze. I have to say, carrying has really grown up a lot in this time. Zhang Ao smoked a cigarette and laughed. In that case, I'll be polite. Sister Hong, take your newly recruited little sisters and bring them in. Sister Hong nodded, then slowly walked out on her high heels. For a few seconds, Sister Hong then walked in with 7 or 8 women. The women, all dressed in lovely suits, were all top-notch, both in terms of face and body. See the situation. Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu were a few people, but they were a bit puzzled, because these women, they look like kind of young. Mr. Zhang, these ladies look very young. You shouldn't have recruited. Li Wenwu laughed wistfully. All new? Zhang Ao laughed. Don't worry, they're both adults and just started college. Chen Arthur looked these girls up and down, and had to say that the youthfulness was really full. The girls, however, looked as if they were a bit very constrained, and even a bit scared, as one of them couldn't stop her body from shivering all the time. At this time, Sister Hong came over and introduced herself with a smile. Mr. Zhang, these are the ones whose loans have not been repaid, and according to the contract, came to accompany the guests. Saying that, Sister Hong looked at Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu again and laughed. Chen Xiao, Director Li, just let go. Don't be formal. Don't be nervous, sisters. There's money to be made if you keep these 2 gentlemen company. Chapter 65, Animalistic Things. Hearing Sister Hong's words, Arthur Chen's gaze lit up, and a trace of surprise flashed through his heart. This total is really a bit of a doorway. This kind of thing is done openly and honestly. Although Arthur Chen also knows that many nightclubs are less likely to have such a hookup. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I still feel some excitement. Oh, Sister Hong, are you sure people are willing? We can't do anything illegal. Arthur Chen smiled and snorted. These guys, they look like they just turned 18? Sister Hong laughed. Don't worry, young Chen, we all have a contract. And where is this place? This is the Magic City Night. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Sister Hong's words gave a few people a peace of mind. Zhang Ao laughed with a big grin. Ha ha ha, young Chen, haven't you ever played in Kyoto? How come it seems like it's your first time playing? Arthur Chen was a bit embarrassed on his face and smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang is joking. Kyoto is tightly regulated at home, so I really haven't played yet. Wu Yufei said with a smile on the side. Honey, pick one. I think that little sister is nice. Sister, come here and talk to your sister. As Arthur Chan's girlfriend, Carrying wasn't the least bit jealous, because she knows in her heart, these women, just playthings, will not get the slightest benefit here in Chen Arthur. To their own is not the slightest threat. He himself could obtain better resources in his career if he coaxed Arthur Chen into doing so, and it was all just in exchange. Besides, how can a woman not be generous? Arthur Chen followed Carrying's gaze. Standing there is a 18 or 19-year-old female college student. Looks very beautiful, skin white and smooth, a pair of long legs, wearing black silk high heels, all over the body overflowing with youthful atmosphere. It has a sense of innocence and purity that beautiful women in the ring don't have. As good as the young woman royalty is, the teenage white moon is the best place to be. Here, you come here. Arthur Chen lit a cigarette and waved toward the girl. The girl, on the other hand, was mute, her body constantly shaking, and she looked nervous. Sister Hong walked over and gently patted the girl's shoulder, saying gently, "You Fei, Chen Xiao is talking to you." Being spotted by Chen Xiao, "It's your heaven-breaking fortune." Yu Fei gently bit her lips and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Red, Sister Hong, can I not receive customers? I can go to clean for my brother to pay off the debt. Can it?" Sister Hong's face sank slightly, a faint smile still hanging on her face. "My good sister, are you kidding me? It's only a few bucks to clean. Do you really plan to work here for most of your life? I'm telling you, Chen Xiao is a veritable magnate from a wealthy family. Chen Xiao definitely won't treat you poorly. Get on with it." Sister Hong pulled Yu Fei over and made her sit next to Arthur Chen. "Looking at the churlish girl in front of me." Surprisingly, Arthur Chen had the feeling of returning to his student days. This would have been a proper white moon goddess in college. Only, the white moonlight in the eyes of others. But by the rich man stood up and boarded. At the thought of this, there was some sense of evil playing with the world in Arthur Chen's heart. A vague excitement that thrilled the senses. "Oh, don't be nervous, sister. Let's play a game first." Arthur Chen took a sip of wine and went straight to work. Zhang Ao and Li Wenwu also picked one, with only Wu Yufei watching the fun from the sidelines. Arthur Chen smiled. "Take it easy, come on, I'll teach you the game. Upon hearing Arthur Chen's words, Yu Fei did not blush, but had turned white with fear. Chen Xiao, please, don't do this. Okay. Yu Fei's voice was small, afraid of angering Arthur Chen. Young Chen, I really can't. Chen Arthur's face stiffened, but thinking that the little girl hadn't experienced it for the first time, he didn't care and just laughed. Don't be nervous, sooner or later you have to go through it. What are you afraid of? Said Arthur Chen himself. This time, it scared Yu Fei, and in this environment, she, who was already extremely nervous, instinctively reacted by pushing Chen Arthur away. The drunken Arthur Chen. His body was pushed back and his head hit the wall. Bang! A dull. Arthur Chen covered his head buzzing. Arthur Chen couldn't help but curse as he looked at Yu Fei with a grim face and said in a deep voice, Sister Hong, are all your people here so ill-mannered? See the situation. Next to her, Yu Fei hurriedly came up to check, incomparably distressed. Honey, are you okay? Ouch, let me see where I hit. Is it serious? This happens. Zhang Ao, who was playing, was a bit upset. Arthur Chen is at least a young master from Kyoto. If you don't have fun in your own field, won't your face lose face? A great day has been spoiled by this pussy. Zhang Ao slowly stood up, narrowing his eyes with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Here, come over here for a minute. Yu Fei was terrified, but in the face of Zhang Ao's words, she dared not disobey. Walking up to Zhang Ao, Yu Fei trembled. Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I really didn't mean it. Zhang Ao didn't say anything, but copied a beer bottle and smashed it on her head without the slightest hesitation. Wow! The beer bottle should shatter. Then, blood flowed down from Yu Fei's head. Yu Fei screamed in pain and couldn't help but cry. Seeing the little girl's misery, Zhang Ao didn't feel any pity at all. Instead, he was more than a little excited. Yes, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. Wipe the blood off your head and go accompany Qin Xiao. Don't forget your brother's debt. It would be a shame for him if you didn't help him pay it. Hear this. Yu Fei's body trembled and she fell to her knees at once, begging for forgiveness. Mr. Zhang, you must not hurt my brother. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Yu Fei stood up and slowly walked to Chen Arthur. 2 lines of tears slowly fell on that pure and white face. The music bouncing around the room covered up all the evil. 10 minutes later, Li Wenwu left with the 3 Arthur Chen. Zhang Ao sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette leisurely. At that moment, Sister Hong slowly walked in from outside and, after taking a few women out, he folded back and sat beside Zhang Ao and said, Mr. Zhang, I've done some checking, and Yang Mi, the actress, doesn't seem to be that simple. She's supposed to have background support. After Zhang Ao decided to help Li Wenwu, Sister Hong then immediately set to work and checked Yang Mi out. Discover the hidden agenda behind all this business with young Mimi and the entertainment industry. Zhang Ao narrowed his eyes and sneered. Li Wenwu, this old fox. If Yang Mi really didn't have a background, he wouldn't have found me. That's why I want 40% of the profits. I don't do losing business. The background behind Yang Mi. It wouldn't be Jiayoi Media. Would it? A Jiayoi Media. I wouldn't put it in my eyes. Sister Hong shook her head and thought. It shouldn't be Jia Nympho Media. It can make Yu Liang turn his back and go out of his way to feud with Feng Pants to help Yang Mi. Jia Nympho Media doesn't have this weight. I suspect that there is someone else behind Yang Mi. Chapter 66. What inspection work? Just taking the kids to dinner. Zhang Ao shook his wineglass and said without any concern, no matter who's behind her, we just need to destroy Yang Mi quietly. When the other side settles the score at that time, they can only find Li Wenwu's head. Sister Red nodded. That Fei Wu. What's the plan? I heard from Li Wenwu that the idea came from Fei Wu. At the mention of Fei Wu, Zhang Ao was somewhat interested. Oh, that wannabe is quite the poisonous. You'll know the specifics when the time comes. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I'm in the way of Xiao Chen's face, I would have wanted to keep Fei Wu today, so that she could play a role in receiving VIPs in the future. Sister Hong was a little worried. Mr. Zhang, this joke is not funny at all. Don't underestimate Fei Wu. This woman, she's not a light. Zhang Ao smiled disdainfully. What woman planted with me is simple. Okay, enough about that, let's get some men and get them ready. Right, get someone to keep an eye on Yang Mi. Anything related to Yang Mi. Sister Hong said with a serious and earnest face. Mr. Zhang, is it to spy on Yang Mi? Zhang Ao sneered. Yang Mi has power behind her. We need to check it out as well, just in case there are future problems. At this point on the other side, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa. Poop. I'm done with the homework, Mr. Lin left me. Can we go out and play now? On the small stone bench in the courtyard, Xian Bauer finished her homework for the day and stretched her back to ask. During this time, Lin Han, Xian Bauer's exclusive teacher, assigns her some homework every day, and Humboldt was happy to do it, basically every time with ease. Li Qing came and slowly sat beside Xian Bauer, looking at her well-written handwriting and smiled. Puppy check on henpole. Xian Bauer obediently picked up the book and handed it to Li Qing's hand. This is an ancient poem that Henbold has mimeographed. On the book, Henbauer's self is crisp, bedtime. It's hard to imagine that a 3-year-old who hasn't been to kindergarten is already able to mime ancient poems. Li Qing read it over. There wasn't a single typo, and nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. Xian Bauer is progressing quickly. Puppy's taking you out for a ride and dinner. Hearing that she could go out and play, Xian Bauer was very happy and said, "It's so good. Puppy is so good." The outside world had always been full of curiosity for Xian Bauer, even if she had already gone out a few times. At this point, Wang Nian walked over from a short distance away. Brother Cheng, Zhang Lei, the general manager of China Resources Group, would like to make an appointment to meet you to discuss about the international trade cooperation between the two sides. Wang Nian smiled. These days, our military trade exports have increased, and CR can't sit still. Li Qing ignored it, not even raising his eyelids. Let him come back in a couple of days. I'm taking Wanbeier out now. Wang Nian nodded. Okay, I'll send him back. Since having Xian Bauer, Li Qing didn't want to worry about the company's affairs at all. Get in the car. Li Qing took Xian Bauer to several amusement parks in Magic City, while traveling with only one vehicle. However, under Wang Nian's arrangement, the ones that were covertly protected were 7 or 8, including vehicles for counter-surveillance, medical care, and emergency treatment, each responsible for a different task. One day, Xuan Bauer can be considered to have fun, playground, parent-child activities, etc. These are experienced all over the place, with a trip to Jacqueline's kids' clothing in between, having shot an endorsement video and photos for Humbrex. $15 million in endorsement fees, straight to Xuan Bauer. 5 p.m. Wang Nian drove the car and began to prepare for the return trip. Green, where are we going to eat for dinner? Wang Nian asked leisurely as he sat in the driver's seat. Xuan Bauer, what do you want to eat for dinner? Uncle will take you there. Li Qing smiled and said, I guess Xian Bauer definitely wants to go to the Peace Hotel. Xian Bauer looked at Li Qing with some surprise and astonishment. Puppy, how do you know what's going on in Henpa's mind? Li Qing laughed. Because I'm your father. I must know. Xuan Bauer, did you want to see mommy? Li Qing knows that. The biggest reason why Xian Bauer wanted to go to the Peace Hotel was because last time, she met Yang Mi in the Peace Hotel. Previously, Xian Bauer had even told Yang Mi that she wanted her mom to come here for dinner in the future, and it was still free. Xian Bauer was a bit shocked, and after being guessed, she smiled shyly, which was very endearing. Puppa is so powerful. Xuan Bauer didn't even say anything, but Puppa knows it all. Li Qing touched Xian Bauer's head, and then the group drove towards the Peace Hotel. At this time in the Peace Hotel, after agreeing to work with Yu Liang, Yang Mi followed the script and, personally on site to direct renovations and decorative additions. Ms. Yang, as you requested, all the lights have been replaced. Yu Liang stood next to him and smiled. At this rate, in less than 3 days, the renovation will basically be complete. Hotel decoration. Yu Liang is very consciously as a supervisor, all the time to please Yang Mi. He knew that if he served this one well, he would be able to keep his hotel. Watching the crew get busy with the fire, immediately being able to shoot a movie, Yang Mi was inwardly excited. That's good. The first act of the play is set here, and it won't take more than a few days to start shooting. Just then, a lobby manager walked over in some haste and glanced towards Yu Liang. Obviously something was up. Yu Liang said faintly, "What is it? Just say it here." The lobby manager said, "Boss Yu, Mr. Li is here." Yu Liang was so busy with the fire that he frowned and asked, "Which Mr. Li?" The manager whispered, "It's the one who came last time, Li Qing." "Mr. Li, Boss Yu, isn't it Mr. Li, coming to inspect the work?" When he heard that it was Li Qing, all of a sudden, Yu Liang's heart twitched. Quickly, Mr. Li is a VIP. I have to greet him personally." Yu Liang's movements were a little bit unsteady in his excitement, and at the same time there's a little bit of panic in the back of my mind. I've been working hard these past few days. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? And Yang Mi, who was next to her, heard the two men's conversation, and her complexion became a bit unnatural. Why is Li Qing here? It's hard to believe that he brought Xian Bauer to dinner again? Or did you come to see yourself on purpose? Yang Mi shook her head, all but wondering if she was being sensitive inside, always putting on a show. with Yu Liang out to greet. Yang Mi was getting nervous inside. Seeming to see that Yang Mi was out of sorts, he bye-bye walked over and asked curiously, "Honey, what's wrong?" Yang Mi said faintly, "I just heard Boss Yu say that Li Qing is here, and Li Qing is also Boss Yu's guest of honor." Boss Yu went out to greet him. He bye-bye froze, then laughed. Li Qing must have spent a lot of money when he chartered the Peace Hotel. Of course he's Boss Yu's guest of honor. And Li Qing come you panic what? How? See the domineering president. Heart nervous ah? Ho bye-bye snickered, causing Yang Mi to relax internally. Well, it's probably bringing Henpa to dinner. The two were talking. Then he saw, not far away, Li Qing was holding Xian Bao and walking slowly, while Yu Liang was following behind, like a waiter. After coming forward, Yang Mi's eyes inexplicably avoided, a little afraid to look at it head-on. To be honest, she didn't know what was wrong with her. However, after seeing Xian Bao, Yang Mi still revealed a smile. Xian Bao was very peaceful in Li Qing's arms, and when she saw Yang Mi, her pair of big eyes couldn't stop staring. But nay, there were too many people at the scene, and Xian Bao didn't greet Yang Mi for fear of causing trouble for her. "Li Qing, are you here?" Coming to the front, Yang Mi still felt that it was necessary to say hello, since outsiders didn't know what their relationship was anyway. Chapter 67, Someone Seeks Death, Then It's Not My Fault. See Yang Mi. Li Qing just smiled slightly. After all, the child was here. He couldn't act too cold. Bring the kids for a meal. Li Qing swept a glance at the hall that was being renovated and said indifferently, "Is the crew going well now?" Hearing this, next to him, Yu Liang's heart tightened. Sure enough, he was here to inspect the work. Yang Mi smiled slightly. Well, everything went well. In a couple of days, it's going to start. Li Qing nodded, then looked at Xian Bao and said, "Come on, let's go eat." Xian Bao nodded her head, lying in Li Qing's arms, and blinked towards Yang Mi as if she was responding to a secret signal. Yang Mi smiled in response, happy to see Xian Bao in her heart. Although the hall was under renovation, the private rooms Yu Liang had reserved for Li Qing were on 24-hour standby. No matter when Li Qing came, he could sit and eat in the best private room, and after that, Yu Liang also specializes in paying high prices and hiring children's chefs who are responsible for making some children's set menus. Watching Li Qing go upstairs, he bye-bye asked as she stood beside Yang Mi with a gossipy face. "Wow, honey, he came to see you specially. He's quite concerned about you. I suddenly realized that my Chung brother is quite good too." Hearing this, Yang Mi's face flushed red and she didn't have the good sense to say, "You don't talk nonsense out there. He's just bringing Wanbei for dinner." Having said that, but there was still an inexplicable joy in Yang Mi's heart. He bye-bye pouted and said, "That's a deal. I won't tease you about the crowds outside. I'll have a nice chat with my sisters when I get home." Yang Mi sighed, helplessly. "Well, go home and talk about it at home. Get to work. It's almost time to get off work." For the better part of an hour, Li Qing finished his meal and walked out with Xian Bao. Yu Liang remained like a servant, respectfully following behind until Li Qing's car disappeared. A group of people ate a full meal. Play-tired Xian Bao, directly lying in Li Qing's arms, fell asleep. Wang Mian drove the car leisurely. The afterglow, however, kept scanning the surroundings. "Brother Cheng, just now, next to the Peace Hotel, there were a few suspicious people. Only after Xian Bao fell asleep did Wang Mian speak. Probably behind us by now." Li Qing looked calm, as if he had already noticed it. "It seems that certain people, they don't see the coffin. Slow the car down and wait for them." Wang Mian nodded and slowed the car down. "I've already informed my brothers down there to stop them at any time," Li Qing said without caring. "There is no need to stop and, if necessary, simply dispose of it urgently." Hearing that, Wang Mian's expression was corrected. "Emergency disposal." It seems that Qing is really a little angry. The cars on the elevated. Wang Mian's afterimage noticed in the rearview mirror that an Audi S6 has followed us all the way. He could conclude that this was either a paparazzo or someone's eyes planted around Yang Mi. These people are pretty stubborn. They're going to get on the elevated and they're going to follow. The corner of Wang Mian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. "It's hard to say if you want to get killed." Li Qing was sitting in the back row, his eyes slightly closed, his face like sinking water, and there was already a hint of impatience between his eyebrows. Wang Mian knows that. Li Qing was really a bit angry, not because the other party arranged for an eyeline. Rather, it was because Xian Bao was still in the car, and the other party still wanted to follow her, which was no different from committing suicide. A moment later, Li Qing opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Let's dispose of it urgently, and then find out where the other side is coming from." Wang Mian nodded, and inwardly became somewhat excited. This was still a rare occasion for Li Qing to use unconventional means in the country. At this point, A few hundred meters back from Wang Mian's car, an Audi S6 was sitting with 4 people in it. These 4 men, all in ordinary dress, but the molds looked individually stern, and with shooting tools in each hand. They were not ordinary people at first glance. Boss, the filming doesn't go in. That car film seems to have been specially treated. And the license plate number, I've looked for connections to check, but I can't find it. Sitting on the passenger side, a sharp-tongued man with a furrowed brow said, "That's not supposed to be a fake license plate. And the SUV looks a little strange." Sitting in the back seat, a man with sunglasses, with the same somewhat puzzled face, said, "Indeed. I don't remember Chevrolet having this model either. It's strange how you can get on the road when you can't find out by taking pictures." The sharp-tongued man asked, "Are we going to keep following it?" The sunglasses man lit a cigarette and sneered, "Nonsense. Sister Hong has explained that as long as there's a relationship with Yang Mi, we have to check it all out, especially this kind of unknown origin. It's more important to check, maybe which one, is Yang Mi's backstage." The sharp-tongued man laughed. "I don't think so. This male is only in his 20s. What kind of background can he have? I reckon, maybe it's the little white boy that Yang Mi has adopted, with that handsome look, almost catching up with you, boss." The corner of the sunglasses man's mouth hooked. Then he said in a cold voice, "Cut the ass-kissing. Keep up, they'll be on the elevated in a minute." The sharp-tongued man got serious and urged his driving companion to pick up the pace, run the red light and catch up to him. The words, bang. There was a loud bang. At the same time the door of the car next to the sharp-tongued man dented violently. Boom! Without the slightest preparation, the 4 people inside the car instantly tumbled. A Volvo 90 directly hit this Audi S6 more than 10 meters, and then flipped on its side next to the road. Chapter 68, Send someone to follow and directly exterminate. What kind of tough guy is the other side? Go up to the stoplight in front of the elevated intersection. A Volvo XC90 knocked an Audi S6 out more than 10 meters away. The whole car dented in the middle and almost turned into 2. Many people in the neighborhood were startled, and onlookers gathered around. Asterisk 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 crashed like this. Hurry up and call the police for an ambulance. It's over. Ran a red light. Full responsibility for the white collision. Or maybe you have to pay for someone else's Volvo. Regardless, it feels like someone will be killed. So let's call for help. The onlookers stood around talking, but none of them came to the rescue. At this point, only the Volvo. A man in a suit opened his car door and slowly stepped out. Because of the Volvo's safety features and the fact that it was an active impact, the man didn't suffer any damage to his body other than a slight bruise on his forehead. Come to the Audi. The man crouched down, reached out and grabbed the shattered window and violently ripped it off. Anyone else who can breathe? The man crouched down and looked in to fade out, then took the filming equipment inside into his hands. In the car, the sharp-tongued man was sitting in the front row and was in pretty good shape. Just a broken leg and no major head injuries. The sharp-tongued man was a little confused, and had wanted to thank the good Samaritans for rescuing him. And then the other guy comes up and grabs his camera. At once, the sharp-tongued man knew that he had been caught sneaking around. What are you doing? What are you doing with my stuff? The sharp-tongued man panicked a little, then with difficulty cocked his head and shouted towards the back. Boss, how are you? The man sneered. Your boss is broken. You better be honest. Who sent you guys? The sharp-tongued man's face paled. He finally realized that the man in front of him was the one who had hit himself with his car. To add to his horror, this man is definitely a tough guy, because he even dares to kill. In just a few seconds, the sharp-tongued man knew that he had messed with the wrong one, and that youth was definitely not an ordinary person. Asked you. It's full of evidence of your sneak peeks. The man's eyes stared straight at the sharp-tongued man. I'll give you a minute to think about it, and if you don't tell me, there'll be another car to fill you in. Believe it or not, you're on your own. Upon hearing this, where did the sharp-tongued man dare to play smart? He said in a hurry, "It's Sister Hong. Sister Hong told us to do it." The man frowned. To be clear, who is Sister Hong? And is there anyone else behind her who is directing her? The sharp-tongued man didn't dare to hesitate and said in a hurry, "Sister Hong is the general manager of Magic City Night. She, behind her, is Zhang Ao, Mr. Zhang. That's all I know. Nothing else really." The man removed the internal cards of these filming devices and then sneered, "Tell Zhang Ao to prepare his own coffin." Having said that, the men left the Audi just as the paramedics and instructor staff arrived. Because the sharp-tongued man was running a red light, the man wasn't worried that he would have problems. And besides, with Wang Mian in his pocket, nothing would happen at all. At this point, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Li Cheng and Xian Bauer's few people had just gotten off the bus. After carrying the sleeping Huan Bauer into the room, Li Cheng came to the courtyard and slowly lit a cigarette. tell us the situation. Wang Mian nodded and said, well, the car that was following was flipped over by someone down there, but left one alive. The one spying on MS. Yang is the boss behind Magic City Night. Zhang Ao. Li Qing's gaze didn't have half a ripple. How dare a nightclub owner interfere? Wang Mian faintly said. Zhang Ao is considered a local snake in Magic City. And if we talk about social status alone, it's about the same as Yu Liang. But Zhang Ao started out doing dirty work, so some of the tactics that don't make it to the top, a lot of people would ask him to help. I checked. This morning, Li Wenwu and Arthur Chan in Fei Wu went to Magic City Night, presumably looking for Zhang Ao, in the planning to deal with MS. Young. Hearing these news, Li Qing didn't have a trace of surprise and exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, the surveillance has been pulled out, and next, Zhang Ao's movements will speed up. You arranged the staff. Wang Mian nodded and said, don't worry brother Qing, I've arranged everything. Saying that, a touch of cruelty appeared in Wang Mian's eyes as he smiled. If Magic City Night is empty, it will barely be included in the Poly Group, and by the time it's done, we'll acquire the other casinos in Magic City and organize all this pandemonium. As for the Fei Wu ones, I'll make them disappear one by one. After smoking a whole cigarette, Li Qing remained the butt on the ground and later crushed it out with his foot. Well, after being busy for this period of time, let Yangmi come and Xian Bao'er for a few days. These days, the child misses his mom. Today Wanbeier wants to go to the Peace Hotel. Li Qing then guessed that Xian Bao'er missed Yangmi. It was only that Xian Bao'er was too understanding to say it explicitly to herself. This was something that actually touched Li Qing's heart a lot. From Wanbeier's point of view, a child's childhood, father's love and mother's love is indispensable. The family of origin for the healthy development of children is very important, and can even affect the child's life. Wang Mian said seriously, okay, I'll arrange to notify MS. Young. All the relevant confidentiality will be ready. Li Qing's expression was calm, but his eyes were thinking about something. Secrecy. Perhaps by the end of this game, the secret won't even need to be kept. After all, what else could affect Yang Mi when the entertainment industry changed its course? 10 o'clock at night. In the Magic City nightclub. Gorgeous lights, powerful music, young men and women on the dance floor twisting their waists and limbs. Youthful craziness, but also revealed a rotten and putrid smell. On the second basement level, in the chairman's office, Zhang Ao was sitting on the sofa with a frown on his face. What? Your men were caught following? Zhang Ao said as he looked at Sister Hong with some displeasure. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to find someone reliable and professional? Sister Hong was a bit aggrieved, but she didn't dare to show it and just explained. Mr. Zhang, the ones I've found are professional. They're all nationally renowned paparazzi teams, and they'll even take on private detective jobs. Zhang Ao said with a cold face. How can that still fail? Sister Hong sighed, then said with a somewhat serious face. Mr. Zhang, I have a hunch that the person behind Yangmi is really not simple. Our paparazzi were discovered, and the other side even got someone to knock over the paparazzi's car in such a short time. That's a direct run to kill. The stolen video photos were taken and 3 people died. Someone who can have such ruthlessness and tactics, their background definitely can't be bad anymore. Hearing these words, Zhang Ao, who had been drunk a moment ago, instantly sobered up. Yeah, it's a short time to spot a stalker and arrange for a direct silencing. I'm afraid the other party is some big shot in Magic City? But Zhang Ao is even more confused. The few ruthless people in Magic City, whether they are more powerful than themselves or less powerful than themselves, they all know who the hell is this behind Yang Mi? Thinking for a moment, Zhang Ao was upset and then even more so the more he thought about it. Asterisk. No matter who he is, if he dares to get my people, I'll waste Yang Mi even more. Zhang Ao lit a cigarette and took a sharp drag and said, tell Li Vanwu that the spots are hard this time, and tell him to raise the money. Chapter 69, the prologue officially begins with a new movie. Seeing that Zhang Ao was a bit angry, Sister Hong carefully said, Mr. Zhang, then I'll talk to Director Li's side? Zhang Ao said in a deep voice. Well, and, get the guys down there to speed up the process. We've already been exposed. The other side will definitely be on guard. We must speed up our movements, lest the night grows long. Sister Hong nodded. Yes, I'll set it up right away. The day Yang Mi's new movie starts shooting. Let's do it and take her by surprise. Zhang Ao took a sip of his wine, sinister brewing in his deep eyes. After so many years in Magic City, spending so much money and raising so many people, isn't this the time to use them? After Sister Hong contacted Li Wenwu, the two sides once again reached a new cooperation, with Zhang Ao's share reaching 50%. On top of that, after Yang Mi stepped down, the two sides would also join forces to divide the Peace Hotel. including the 2 pieces of cake that is Japa Nympho Media. Together. Upon learning this news, Zhang Ao had a smug look on his face. This was something he was bound to do well. If we do eat these 2, then his status in the Magic City was even higher, and he could completely be among the circle of celebrities. Meanwhile, in the villa of Feng Pants, after dinner, Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen, several people, had come to Feng Xiaojiang's residence for a meeting. After becoming antagonistic to Yang Mi in gaming for so many days, Feng Pants Villa is on the verge of becoming the gang's base. Director Feng, I promised Zhang Ao that afterward, I would give him 50% of the dividends from this new movie. Li Wenwu said with a slight frown. There is also, is Yang Mi after getting rid of Jia Nympho Media and Peace Hotel, we have to pull out. These 2 pieces of cake profit can be really not small. Hearing that, a flash of surprise appeared on Wu Yufei's face. Give him a 50% cut? Director Li, this is too much, isn't it? Carrie Ng has read the script of this new movie, and with her current hotness, she will definitely make a lot of money at the box office after the movie. But now, Zhang Ao alone is going to take half of it. If this play can make 500 million before and after, wouldn't Zhang Ao alone take 250 million? It's too much. Hearing Carrie Ng's words, Li Wenwu frowned slightly and looked at Feng Pants and said in a deep voice, Director Feng, it's not as simple as we think. This evening, Zhang Ao arranged for a private detective to spy on Yang Mi, and found a youth at the Peace Hotel who was suspicious. Then, Li Wenwu told the story before and after, including following 3 people who were run over and killed, with only 1 survivor, and with all the filming equipment destroyed, etc. As Li Wenwu's words fell, the faces of all present changed, especially the 2 of them, Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan. Who is this youth? Wu Yufei asked with some fear. What's his relationship to young Mimi? Has anyone found out? Hear this. Wu Yufei was inwardly incomparably shocked and even a little afraid, because things were already more serious than one could have predicted, and human lives were already being involved. The other side has the guts to kill people? What's more, Arthur Chen was equally shocked and had a premonition in his heart that perhaps this youth was the supporter behind Yang Mi. To be able to have such ruthlessness and tactics is definitely not an ordinary person. Li Wenwu looked towards Feng Pants and said with a slightly sunken face, Director Feng, it's because the other party's strength background is genuinely confusing. That's why Zhang Ao wants to raise the price temporarily. So I thought, that's normal, and said yes to him. Upon hearing these messages, Feng Pants had a pair of cloudy old eyes. The pupils slowly shrunk, and his gaze was sharp and deep. Lighting a cigarette, Feng Pants rasped, the benefits Zhang Ao wants are nothing. This youth who knows Yang Mi is probably the backer behind Yang Mi. To be able to have such a means, no wonder Arthur lost the previous few games. It's no wonder that Yu Liang went out of his way to offend us to help Yang Mi. He's obviously been threatened by something. Feng Pants pondered deeply. Through these things, it was already possible to judge that this youth by Yang Mi's side was most likely some mysterious second generation, right? At this time, Arthur Chen, who was on the side, said with an ironic face, but I basically know all the second generation in the Magic City circle, and we all know the people who can have such means. But this youth, no one has seen him before. Hearing that, Feng Pants sneered. Magic City is so big, can you guarantee that you know every single one with a background? Let's just say the strongest capital in Magic City, the Wang family. You all know the young master of the Wang family, also known as Principal Wang, who spews showbiz every day. Can you guarantee that the Wang family has only one young master? Principal Wang? How can outsiders be fully aware of the real family business? Them people. Hearing the words of Feng Pants, several people were silent, pondering in their hearts. Indeed, the youth that appeared beside Yang Mi might also be the illegitimate son of some big capitalist. Oh no, big entrepreneur boss. How else could they have such means and energy? Things discussed here. Wu Yufei was already full of confusion and upset. Originally, she only wanted to overwhelm Yang Mi, a small star. But I never thought that it would come to this under the chain reaction of all these things, and more big names, too, are involved. The situation was completely out of her own control. Fei, why? Is there something on your mind? Seeing that Wu Yufei was a bit distracted, Arthur Chen glanced lightly and said, doesn't it seem that things are a little out of the ordinary? Wu Yufei nodded. Yeah, I didn't realize that there was actually someone behind Yang Mi, and as things have developed to this point, more and more big shots are involved. The words fell. Arthur Chan sneered. Where is this? The so-called big man is not as tall as you think. In the end, the source of the matter is still Yang Mi. As long as Yang Mi is completely resolved this time, the supporters behind her will also naturally close their hands. That youth is only in his 20s. Maybe it's Yang Mi's recognized godfather. It's not uncommon for such things to happen within the circle. Li Vanwu said thoughtfully. Young Chen is right. It depends on Zhang Ao's side, when he will start to act. Zhang Ao is in Magic City, specializing in this kind of dirty work, so I believe nothing should go wrong. Foam Pants was silent, just bearing his cigarette, his eyes pondering something, and after a moment said, "Alright, it's getting late. You all go back to rest. Next, just wait for a letter from Zhang Ao's side." 3 or 4 days have passed in the blink of an eye. It's been pretty quiet for a while, inside the Peace Hotel, with Yu Liang spending a lot of money and personally supervising, and quickly following the crew's requirements. Finish decorating the inside of the restaurant. It looks even more dated, and on Yang Mi's side, she's ready to start shooting. In the hotel, there are a lot of actors and actresses. There were a few other stars, too, who had changed their clothes, including Yang Mi, who likewise wore the cheongsam popularized in the modern Republic of China. Peace Hotel, as if really back to that blood-filled era. Sister Honey, everything is ready. The ribbon cutting is done. We can officially start. Supervisor Lu Zhang stood next to him with a serious face. Cameraman ready. All crew ready. Ka, with the assistant director hitting the board. It was official. And the first shot of the new movie is about some gang in the old Magic City, coming to the Peace Hotel to find someone to cause trouble. And then Yang Mi, who is the female lead, comes out to calm things down. Yang Mi, dressed in a cheongsam, stood in front of the hall door and, behind them stood dozens of men in Zhongshan suits, just like the female bosses of the old Magic City. Chapter 70, Sulfuric Acid? Don't even think about running away. Wu Tian, you've been here for so many years, don't you know this rule? The main drama started, and Yang Mi quickly got into the mood. All in the Ling Li Dao. Come to my place to arrest someone and still want to get out alive? Wu Tian, a carny gang leader in the play, comes to the Peace Hotel to ask for someone as well. Sister Cheng, I naturally know the rules, but he killed my own brother, Wu Tian said with a scowl on his face. Sister Cheng, in reason, you have to hand over the person today. In the entire Devil's capital, there is no one who dares not give me Wu Tian face. The actor who plays Wu Tian is very committed, and his step-by-step sharpness makes the scene tense. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes were cold, her gaze was dead set on Wu Tian, and she said in a deep voice, "Your face is worthless here. Since there's no negotiation, you can try, but you have to think about whether the several hundred people of your Chevron gang will still be able to gain a foothold in Magic City in the future. In other words, the so-called boss of the Chevron gang can always find someone to replace him, and as I see it, there are quite a few outstanding youths on the scene who are perfectly capable of taking on the Chevron gang." Wu Tian gritted his teeth, his face hardened. In that case then don't blame me for not being polite. Brothers, go! With a command, a group of 18 line actors, as well as the group actors they found, swarmed towards Yang Mi, and the Zhongshan-suited bodyguards behind Yang Mi similarly rushed up with machete props. In the Peace Hotel, the scene was heated at one point. Looking at the effect, the director couldn't help but show a face of satisfaction. He didn't expect that just after the start of shooting, all the actors entered the stage so quickly. Not only are they professional actors, even the group actors were unusually committed. Brothers, kill, avenge second brother. A group of old Mordor carters, armed with knives and axes, went straight to Yang Mi, acting as if it were real. And among those groupies, the fastest to rush were two strong young men. The two were filled with hatred and acted with immense dedication, running so fast that they even surpassed the Wu Tian actor. Bang bang bang! After rushing forward, the two men directly fought with the Zhongshan-suited bodyguards, knocking over 3 or 4 people with a few punches, and then rushed towards Yang Mi. See the situation. The director and the other actors were shocked. The acting was too realistic. Why did it feel like a real fight? Could it be that this is still a veteran actor? Without waiting for the crowd to recover from their astonishment, only to see the two men from the tattered clothes, took out 2 glass bottles, and then opened the bottle mouth, violently threw towards Yang Mi face. In this scene, the cameraman and the director several people saw, first froze for a moment, and then their faces changed greatly. How could the few people present not understand that this was someone ambushing the group show to hurt Yang Mi? Look out! The director stood up with a prancing voice and shouted. In the meantime, wow! 2 bottles of white liquid were thrown towards Yang Mi's face. At this point, the Zhongshan-suited bodyguard actor who had been flanking Yang Mi not far away dodged to Yang Mi's side with great speed. Then out of nowhere, he took out a black box and held it up in front of him, stopping all the white liquid. Alert the others and lock down the Peace Hotel. The man with the purse in his hand had an extremely serious face and said with one hand pressed against his earpiece, "Someone attacked Ms. Yang. Blockade the hotel immediately." Meanwhile, another bodyguard actor had come to the 2 group actors. Bang bang! With a swift, Clunking 2 punches, the 2 groupies were put down. Then handcuffs were taken out and the 2 men were clamped down. Seeing this, the group of actors and actresses all froze. What the hell? What's the matter with you? Without waiting for the crowd to react, immediately afterward, a group of youths in black suits rushed down from the second floor, hooting and hollering. It instantly surrounded the entire first floor hall. It looked like there were 70 to 80 people. The main door was also closed and locked, and the motorized blackout curtains closed automatically. Seeing this scene, the director is also doubly confused. When did this hotel hide so many people? And by the looks of it, it looks like a bunch of beaters. A strong uneasiness rose in the director's mind. Ms. Yang, are you okay? A bodyguard walked up to Yang Mi and said with a slight nod, saying, the other bodyguards surrounded Yang Mi with tight protection. Yang Mi is in a state of shock. She could guess that the white liquid must have hurt. Honey, how are you doing? You didn't get splashed with any of that stuff, did you? Bai rushed up with a fiery, eager face. She saw it clearly just now. These 2 groupies are clearly trying to harm Yang Mi. But before he could get close to Yang Mi, Bai was stopped by the bodyguards. No one can go near Miss Yang until things are cleared up. Miss Yang needs to be 100% safe. The bodyguard was very serious and issued a warning to Bai. Bai was concerned and said with an angry face, isn't my relationship with Honey okay? The bodyguard had a serious look on his face. No way. Anyone I say includes you, and anyone else present. Yang Mi knew that these bodyguards must have been deliberately arranged by someone before. As for who it was, she wasn't in the mood to guess right now. And his heart was full of fear for what he had just done. It's clear, the unknown liquid just now is sulfuric acid. A bouncer came and said, Ms. Yang, you're sure you didn't get any acid splashed on you, right? Hearing that it was sulfuric acid, Yang Mi was inwardly nervous, and subconsciously felt her body to make sure she hadn't been splashed. No, the sulfuric acid was all blocked by that package just now. The bodyguards heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Yang Mi was fine. Luckily nothing happened to the people. These conversations were all heard by the people next to them. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that. During the filming of the movie, someone actually tried to harm Yang Mi. Sulfuric acid. This is to bring Yang Mi to death. If someone hadn't suddenly gotten in the way. Those 2 bottles of sulfuric acid thrown on Yang Mi's face just now. The consequences were simply unimaginable. Blindness and disfigurement are certain. At that time, Yang Mi is afraid that the future is all over. Showbiz career ends here. This life is over. Bai was incomparably shocked, then said angrily, who the hell did this? There must be someone behind them. The dirty tricks of the other side are horrendous. A few directors and managers trembled in their hearts. Yang Mi is now a popular star at Jayapoi Media. As a result, on the first day of shooting for the new movie, something like this happened. I'm afraid it's hard to blame him. And, look at this. The whole restaurant is on lockdown. I'm afraid things are not going to end well. Everyone, don't panic yet. The bodyguard, who was in the lead, stepped forward and said, this happened today. So no one on the scene, no one can leave. Everyone, under investigation. As for these 2, saying that, a group of fighters drew out their short knives and held them in their hands, separating the group performers from the stars, one by one, watching them individually, and no one can make any small movements. Chapter 71. Since you don't want to play, then don't even play. For a while, everyone present was controlled except Yang Mi. All the video recordings followed. Communications equipment went offline. Even the signal blockers were taken out. Seeing this, the director and everyone else panicked. What is this? Who are these people? Again? However, thinking that these people were here to protect Yang Mi, the director and the others weren't that scared in their hearts. Just, those 2 people who had sneaked up on Yang Mi, however, had a startled look on their faces. Let go of the old man. What are you doing? One of the assassins, lying on the ground, kept struggling, fighting, but was being held down by death. At most squirming, no different from maggots. The bodyguard in the lead sneered. What for? Next, I'll ask you a few questions, and you'd better give an honest answer. Don't ever lie. First, who sent you? Hearing the bouncer's words, the assassin, who was being held down on the ground, said through clenched teeth, no one sent me. I just have a mental illness and like to disfigure beautiful big stars. It satisfies the pleasure in my heart. Also, I've broken the law. I should be handed over to the security bureau. You're just a bunch of security guards with no authority to sanction me. Next to him, his scar-faced accomplice similarly grimaced. Let go of me, or I'll come out and kill your whole family. Listening to the harsh words of these 2, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. She knew very well that the other party was just talking nonsense. There was definitely someone behind the scenes. As for who, Yang Ni's heart was already clear. Besides Fei Wu and the others, who else could it be? The crowd on the sidelines had likewise guessed that. What's the deal with these two villains? It must be that Yang Ni had a grudge against Fei Wu before, and now people are coming for revenge. Only, no one expected the gang's retaliation to be so vicious. The bodyguard laughed angrily. In his eyes, there was no difference between these people and the dead. Just have to keep it for now. Very well, you have hard mouths. The bodyguard sneered. I hope to be as hard-headed as I am now in a few moments. With that, the bodyguard picked up a short knife and stabbed it violently into Scarface's face. Pust! The tip of the knife went through his cheek for an instant, and then with a violent stroke, half of his face was cut right through. The inside is showing all the teeth. Blood clattered out, and his mouth full of white teeth was vaguely visible from the outside. Instantly, intense pain spread throughout Scarface's nerves. What started out as screams of pain turned into crying. Even a ruthless person could not withstand such vicious and perverted tactics. Seeing this scene, everyone present was scared white and their legs were shivering a bit. There were even a few actresses that were scared to tears on the spot, after all, who had never seen such a scene, except for the fear. The crowd couldn't help but think inwardly, this Yang Ni's bodyguards, who in the world had arranged them, were just too ruthless, and Yang Ni was equally taken aback by but not a bit of pity could rise within him at the thought of his own near miss. I'll give you one more chance, say it or not. The bodyguard held a short knife, his sharp gaze looking straight at the two men, causing the able-bodied villain next to him to tremble. I say. Finally, the defense of the two people's hearts directly collapsed. It's Sister Hong, the general manager of Magic City Night. Behind Sister Hong is Zhang Ao, the owner of Magic City Night. Get this information. The bodyguard wiped the short blade and casually tossed it to the following hitman. Getting the news and keeping Yang Ni safe. Their mission was accomplished. Very well, later, someone will come to collect you. The bodyguard sneered. Both of them were relieved to hear this. And, if only the sheriff's department would come. It's better to go in and squat for a year or two than to face these perverted security guards here. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Li Cheng, who had just finished counseling Xian Bauer, stood in the front yard and slowly smoked a cigarette. The only thing Li Cheng wasn't too comfortable with when he stayed with Xian Bauer was that he couldn't smoke. Brother Cheng, something happened on Ms. Yang's side. At this time, Wang Mian came from outside and said with a somewhat serious face, Ms. Yang was filming today. Wang Mian didn't have any nonsense, and talked about what happened in the Peace Hotel in detail. After the words fell, Li Cheng's face, which was always calm, was staring between his eyebrows. Wang Mian knew that this matter. Li Cheng's really a bit angry. Inhaling a mouthful of smoke, Li Cheng slowly exhaled and turned his head to look at Xian Bauer, who was quietly reading. Then his face became unusually calm again, only to give the impression that it was like the calm before a rainstorm, with a kind of oppressive mountain rain. It's Zhang Ao, right? Li Cheng's tone was cold and seemed to carry no emotions. Wang Mian nodded and said, well, Zhang Ao sent someone to spy on Ms. Yang before, and followed us. Since then, I've arranged for quite a few people to secretly protect Miss Yang, and as expected, they finally started to act today. Brother Cheng, it's time to level the Magic City Night, right? Wang Mian's eyes cold light appeared. He hadn't moved his body for a long time. He had long been suffocating in the country. This is just the right time to find the feeling when he was abroad. Li Cheng flicked his cigarette ash and said, someone will beat us to it next. Take advantage of this opening to prepare the relevant information. Hearing this, Wang Mian raised his eyebrows and then realized what it meant. Zhang Ao's information is ready. There's also Arthur Chen with Fei Wu and the others. Just clean them up together. Li Cheng's gaze was deep and calm, but it wasn't hard to see in the pupils that a hint of a murderous aura was gathering in the ring. Notify the local authorities. Let them be prepared. Lest things get out of hand and some ungrateful person comes looking for death. From the moment that the other side moved to use such means, this game, it's gone completely sour. If Yang Ni was really hurt, the one who would be affected the most would be Xian Bauer. If you don't get yourself killed, you'll be waiting for New Year's Eve. Wang Mian's heart was shaken. Next, Mordor was afraid that it was going to be a real sea change. Wang Mian nodded heavily. Well, I'll get right on it. Chapter 72, Boss, you panicked. Everyone has to die if something happens to Yang Mi. After Wang Mian left the villa, Li Cheng came to Xian Bauer's side, and his eyes became gentle. Huan Bauer, how are you doing with the questions? During this period of time, under the teaching of Professor Lin Han, Xian Bauer made great progress in her studies. At the age of 3, addition and subtraction within 100 is done casually, and even Xian Bauer has realized multiplication. That's a lot of talent for a 3-year-old to start showing. Xian Bauer raised her head and looked at Li Cheng and smiled. Poopy, I'm almost done. Check on Puppy later. Li Chang watched Xian Bauer write and draw on the paper and couldn't help but laugh. Good. Then Xian Bauer must work hard. But don't get too tired. Write for a while. Keep your eyes looking away and rest. For Li Chang, it doesn't matter if Wan Bayer studies. At this age it's mainly physical development that counts. But Wan Bayer is the one who has a unique love for learning. Writing and reading and counting and having fun seemed more fun than going to the playground. Puppy, after Schwanbauer finishes writing later, can we go out to eat? Xian Bauer tilted her head, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Li Qing. I've heard that Mama has started filming a movie, and Xian Bauer wants to go see it. Since childhood, Huan Bauer knew her mom was a big star. She's been on TV a lot and has done all sorts of dramas, and she's beautiful. But Huan Bauer had never seen Yang Mi filming, and she felt curious. Hearing that, Li Qing was slightly stunned in his heart, then smiled extremely gently. Mama is very busy right now, and filming is not allowed to be entered by others. Oh, when there's a chance in the future, I'll bring Xian Bauer to see Mama filming. Xian Bauer wasn't very disappointed, but laughed. Okay, then Daddy must keep his word. After saying that, Xian Bauer continued to lower her head and began to do the math. Li Qing straightened up, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked into the distance, seemingly pondering something. At this point on the other side, inside the Jinghai public house, Yu Liang was sitting on the large sofa in the living room, was leisurely embracing the beauty, smoking a cigar, and living a very bashful life. After settling the matter of young Honey's location, Yang Mi is also now finally starting shooting successfully, which is great news for Yu Liang. In this way, he or she is considered not to be in trouble by the Poly Group. Just when Yu Liang was trying to get some cardio in the couch, the old butler, however, suddenly burst in from outside. It's not good, master. Something's happened. The old butler's face was a little alarmed, and he came up for air. Master, something's happened in our hotel. Yu Liang was scared by the housekeeper and said with a blue face, what's going on? Don't you know how to knock when you come in? The old butler froze, then saw that the two on the couch were in a somewhat ungainly position. The old butler turned away in disbelief. Master, it's urgent. Hearing that something happened to the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang also reacted violently and said, what the hell is going on? Isn't Yang Mi filming there? How can something still go wrong? The old butler said hastily, it's just something that happened to Yang Mi when she was filming. Two of the people who attacked Yang Mi in the cruise group show threw acid at Yang Mi. The people are now under control, but the entire hotel is blocked off by a group of people. This is still the news that you had specially arranged a secret sentry to protect Yang Mi before and secretly passed on the news. Hearing these messages, Yu Liang pranced off the sofa, as if electrocuted. His heart almost went into a cardiac arrest, and his whole body panicked to death. Why didn't you tell me before something so big happened? Yu Liang's steady image couldn't care less and casually put on his clothes and jogged out towards the outside. Notify the brothers below to follow me to the Peace Hotel. Tell me specific things on the way. Car. Yu Liang sat in the back seat, and the old housekeeper told the story of Yang Mi's matter in detail. Listen to the whole thing. Yu Liang was covered in cold sweat and his lips were a little white with fear. Hooray, hooray that the people are okay. You lit a cigarette to ease the tension inside that was so great. Yang Mi is in his hotel, the first day of shooting for a new movie, and there is such a situation. He has the responsibility that cannot be escaped. However, there's still a chance to salvage all this. If something happens to Nini Young, that's where it all ends. Yu Liang took a few deep breaths, then his gaze sharpened. You mean, it's someone Zhang Ao arranged? He let this good knight of Mordor go without running it, and he even dares to do this kind of thing in my territory? The old butler said. I don't know how that group of people in the entertainment industry hooked up with Zhang Ao. Anyway, I investigated. Ms. Yang's nemesis, Carrie Wu's filming location for the movie, is on Zhang Ao's side. Put it this way. Yu Liang understood in his heart what was going on. It must be Fei Wu and Feng Pants who, after breaking with themselves, turned their heads and found Zhang Ao, then let Zhang Ao come back to deal with Yang Mi and himself. Yu Liang was both flustered and angry in his heart. Zhang Ao not only made a mistake, but he also wanted to drag himself to the back. Drive faster. Anxious about this, Yu Liang couldn't help but urge on. Half an hour or so, the car finally stopped in front of the Peace Hotel. Seeing the door closed and all the curtains drawn inside, Yu Liang's heart tightened. Gather your courage and lead the way. Bang bang bang. Yu Liang knocked on the door and only after declaring his identity did someone inside open it. Come in, only to see all the stars, as well as the group actors and directors, all being controlled. Boss Yu, right? The bodyguard in the lead looked at Yu Liang with a calm face and said, since you're here, then boss you should know what to do, right? Yu Liang nodded and respectfully said, I understand. I can't shirk my responsibility when something like this happens. Don't worry, everyone, I will definitely give Mr. Lee an explanation. By the way, is she okay, Ms. Young? The bodyguard at the head of the group said faintly. If something happened to her, you wouldn't be standing here as well as you are now. Miss Young has been sent back. Next, I'll leave this place to boss you. After saying that, a group of bodyguards huffed and puffed and left the hotel. See the situation. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief that things were finally coming to an end. Some group actors feel aggrieved. They just come to run a dragon set, earn a little meal money, did not expect to actually encounter this kind of thing. Good thing it will soon be over. Some people had already started walking slowly and leisurely towards the entrance of the restaurant, ready to go first, until all the people arranged by Wang Mian left. The stone in Yu Liang's heart only fell heavily. Next, as long as he behaved better and satisfied that Mr. Lee, there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. Yu Liang took a deep breath and waved his hand. Close the door. The following minions are aware of God. Hooting and hollering, they dispersed and brought everyone under control. And the doors of the Peace Hotel closed again. The crowd had just eased their faces, but now that they saw this situation, their hearts were once again tense. Gentlemen, a little delay. Yu Liang's old eyes are deep and sharp, and with his position in Mordor, he is not angry. I didn't expect that someone would actually dare to make such a thing in my territory. I know, there may be other accomplices in your group show, so guys, you can't leave until I finish my investigation. Don't worry, I'll take care of the lunch. It's definitely the fanciest set menu in the Peace Hotel. Hearing Yu Liang's words, most of the stars, and the director, were in a much more eased mood. Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm here for a free meal, and the key is to watch the show. There were only a couple of groupies that didn't look so good. Chapter 73. Who is it behind the scenes that helps her out every time? Yu Liang's gaze slowly swept over everyone, but none of them made much of a stop. At this point, a little brother came with 2 cell phones and stood up beside Yu Liang and said, "Boss, we found out from these 2 cell phones that there was a deal with Sister Red of the Night of the Magic City, and there were some information that hadn't been deleted cleanly. I recovered them all before Yu Liang arrived. Those bodyguards, then, had already put away everyone's cell phones, lest someone tipped them off first. So as soon as Yu Liang arrived, he started checking, looking for clues from everyone's cell phones to see if there were any more leaks." Yu Liang's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked away and said, "Cell phones are checking out. Stand up for yourself." The words fell. Everyone looked curiously to see if it was their phone. Of the controlled crowd, 2 bearded groupies walked out slowly. I admit, I'm with both of them. Together, the 2 men's faces were calm, but their brows revealed ruthlessness. Both of these men know in their hearts that things have been exposed and accomplices have been caught, so it's only a matter of time before they find out about themselves. Might as well take the initiative and stand up for yourself, and look honorable too. Seeing the 2 men step forward, Yu Liang sneered coldly. Oh, quite courageous. Dare to do it. Having said that, Yu Liang asked towards the little brother behind him. Anything else? The little brother said, shaking his head. Nope boss, all checked out. Just this 4. Yu Liang nodded, then scanned the crowd and gently waved his hand. Everyone else, go away. Having said that, the doors of the Peace Hotel opened and everyone, including the director, ran out. When the crowd had left, the doors closed again. Yu Liang slowly pulled a chair and sat down. Really good. I don't know how much Zhang Ao paid you guys to dare to come to my territory and mess around. Yu Liang hated these 4 people when he saw them. Tell me about it. One of the 4, Scarface, said, Boss we were only instructed by someone. If you want to make a move, you shouldn't have rushed us either. Besides, it's not your turn to deal with us breaking the law and committing crimes. Boss, you don't be confused. Sooner or later this will come to light today. If you make a move on me, you won't be able to eat it either. Hearing this, Yu Liang froze, and then almost all but laughed in exasperation. Oh, well, you've got some balls. 4 criminals, lecturing me about the law? Little 5. Do it. The words fell. A young man with an inch head behind Yu Liang came forward with an iron bar. Looking at the 4 people standing in front of him, a hair-raising smile hooked onto the youth's face. It might hurt a bit next, so bear with it. After saying that, the youth swung the iron rod towards one of them and ruthlessly smashed it. Click. At once, the thighs of those who were smashed broke instantly. The whole thing lolled to the ground at once, and lay down in a wailing heap. But the youth didn't stop moving. Then toward the other 3, greeting one by one. Click, click, click. 4 people. All of their legs were smashed, turning into cripples lying on the ground constantly wailing. Yu Liang, if you dare to do this to us, Mr. Zhang will never let you go. Scarface's eyes were tearing up in pain, but he still kept his mouth shut. Damn. You wait, When I come out from inside, I'll kill your whole family. Yu Liang's face sank, and his eyes suddenly became more vicious. How dare you threaten me? I'll waste you first, and then I'll go exterminate that Zhang Ao who doesn't know how to die. Without saying a word, the youth once again copied the iron rod and slammed it down towards Scarface's leg. I see that all you've got is a stiff upper lip. There's no hurry. I'll even cut your mouth. The other half, open later. Clunking. 3, 5, 2. The youth smashed Scarface's leg to pieces. Blood trickled down his pants leg and crumbs of broken bone showed the scene. The other three were so scared that their faces turned white and they even wanted to vomit. 2 legs smashed to this point. Scarface is considered a waste. Even if sent to the hospital, only amputation of the end, the rest of his life can only be spent in a wheelchair. You 3, is there anything else you want to say? Yu Liang coldly looked at the remaining 3. Meeting Yu Liang's gaze, the 3 of them shuddered. They had usually heard that Yu Liang was known as a ruthless man in the Magic City. I just didn't realize that it was that tough. In the middle of the day, blatantly in a restaurant, to the death. He is not the least bit concerned about the consequences? Yu lit a cigarette and smiled. On the law and order side, I'm guessing it'll be here in about half an hour. Enjoy yourselves, all of you. During this half an hour later, the 3 were carried out of the Peace Hotel, unable to move anything on their bodies except to gasp for air. There was no need to go to the sheriff's office at all. It went straight to the hospital. On Yu Liang's side, he just went through the process and found a few scapegoats along the way, and things calmed down. 3 p.m. After things have festered, the news quickly reached the internet and immediately sparked a huge outcry. Yangmi was nearly disfigured on her first day of filming when an unknown person threw acid on her. The miscreants have been subdued and the scene is gruesome. These messages are making the rounds on the internet. Shocked countless netizens. This happened to Yangmi, and most of the netizens realized that there was definitely no simplicity behind the matter. It must be that someone was deliberately trying to harm Yangmi, so they sent someone to make such underhanded tactics. On major online platforms, a mountain of discussion on the internet. Many speculated that this said it was done by Yangmi's nemesis, Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan. After all, Yangmi offended the showbiz bigwigs. It's been known all over the internet for a long time. At this point on the other side, Thompson. On the couch, Yangmi held hot tea, her mood only gradually improving after a morning's rest. But when I think of the morning shooting scene, I still can't help but feel scared. If those 2 bottles of acid had actually been thrown in your face, then one's acting career would definitely be over for good. And down the road, life will be ruined. Honey, you're doing better. Bai was very concerned about Yangmi and sat next to her and kept relieving her constantly. Luckily, a bodyguard came out in time to block it, and we weren't harmed. Don't get too scared now or you'll develop a mental illness. Seeing Bai's concern, Yangmi squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine white, just a little backed up. Why do you think the owner of that Magic City night is trying to hurt me? At the time those 2 were questioned. It wasn't far from Yangmi, so Yangmi heard what the other guy said. They were sent by Zhang Ao. At the mention of this matter, Bai's face turned cold and indignant. It must be Carrie Ng and Arthur Chan. They found someone Zhang Ao to harm you. We offended Feng Pants and the others before because of the location thing. And Arthur Chan even got slapped. Now they've come to get back at you. They just didn't realize that the means would be so poisonous. Bai and Yangmi both. How could they not expect that the Carrie Ng and the others, they'd use such ruthless tactics, directly seeks to jeopardize personal safety. Likewise, for the first time, Yangmi is looking squarely at these big names in the entertainment industry. There is truly no bottom line when they start to get tough. It's no wonder, in the 70s and 80s, so many stars in the Hong Kong circle were persecuted. In fact, many of the bosses and big shots in the entertainment industry have a strong social background. Honey, it's all over the internet about you right now, Bai said. But the strange thing is, outside our neighborhood, we can't see a single reporter or paparazzi. Yangmi's heart was in a whirlwind, and her mind couldn't help but review the scene that happened in the morning. A few moments later, Yangmi said with some confusion, those bodyguards, you said, who arranged them? Seems like the director doesn't even know about the bodyguards, right? Thinking about those bodyguards that showed up out of nowhere in the morning, Yangmi then felt strange. It was as if they knew in advance that they would be in danger. Being quietly placed on their side ahead of time. But who is this person behind it? Chapter 74. He really is a qualified father. At the mention of this matter, Bai froze slightly, then thoughtfully said, yeah, those bodyguards are from the group show. Someone obviously arranged it long ago to protect you in the shadows. Is it hard to believe that Boss Yu did it? That's not right. There's no reason for Boss Yu to do that. We're just in a partnership. He doesn't even need to be in charge of the filming. Then there's Chairman Kanyo, but there's no chance of that. After all, he's not very aware of what's going on here. Yang Mi frowned. In fact, the moment he was protected himself, she had pondered it in her mind and had a guess as to who it was. Do you think it could be Li Qing? Yang Mi looked at He Bai and said seriously, to help us cooperate on the location. It was Li Qing who helped because I offended someone. He knew I would be in danger, so he secretly arranged bodyguards to protect me? Of course, he must have done so because of Henbauer as well. It must be said that Yang Mi has strong analytical skills and remains calm and thoughtful after the accident. He Bai froze, but after thinking about it, he agreed with Yang Mi's guess. Sister Honey, maybe, it's really Li Qing who's helping you. He's helped every time you've had an accident since you put Wanbei in his care. This time, it's likely that Li Qing is also helping you behind the scenes. Come to think of it, He Bai couldn't help but be a little envious of Yang Mi. Sister Honey, if it's really Li Qing, then you owe Li Qing a huge favor. Honestly, I'm a little envious of you. A man who can protect you in everything like this. It's better than nothing. Seeing He Bai like this, Yang Mi couldn't help but be a little stunned. Your focus, always so peculiar, is not the time to talk about men. That said, but Yang Mi was also warm inside, and grateful. If it's really Li Qing, Yang Mi didn't even know how to repay him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mi forced down the complex emotions in her heart and couldn't help but show a few moments of worry between her brows. But I've told him before to stay out of helping me, and now he's definitely in danger. It wasn't that Yang Mi didn't appreciate Li Qing's help. Rather, he was afraid that Li Qing would help himself and get himself involved. In that case, one would really live with the guilt for the rest of one's life. He Bai nodded and said, yeah, if Brother Qing does this, when Zhang Ao and Feng Pants and the others find out, they will definitely retaliate against Brother Qing. But I don't think Qing is an ordinary person. He won't be in danger easily. After all, he's so rich. Yang Mi shook her head, her gaze worried. It's not a matter of having money or not. You should know that there's never a shortage of people with money in the entertainment industry, especially in the capital circle. They all play with means and connections, and without a background, it's impossible to play with them even if you're rich. He Bai sighed and looked at Yang Mi with some anxiety and said, what should we do then? Why don't you hurry up and give Brother Qing a word so he can hide? With something as big as this, He Bai was also a little unsure of how to react. How could she not have imagined that things had gotten so grim? Yang Mi said with a soft sigh, with his character, he won't listen. Let's hope the Von Pants gang all come at me themselves. He Bai let out an ouch and continued, honey, you'd better instruct him again, even if you give him a call. Besides, people are so nice. You have to be thankful anyways. Yang Mi was a little hesitant, though she appreciated it from the bottom of her heart. She really didn't know how to ask for it. Facing Li Qing always made her feel nervous and overwhelmed. After agonizing for a few moments, Yang Mi finally gathered her courage and called Li Qing. Moments. Phone answering. Yang Mi was waiting for the other party to speak first, but nay, there was a silence across the room, so she had no choice but to speak first herself. Li Qing. Hello, I'm Yang Mi. Yang Mi was nervous and the way she spoke instantly made He Bai next to her laugh. Put. He Bai couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then whispered, honey, don't be so nervous. Wow. Yang Mi gave her a blank look, then said with a deep breath, Li Qing, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have really been ruined. Today, Yang Mi didn't ask, but directly thanked, because she was sure that it was Li Qing who was helping her behind the scenes. On the other side of the cell phone, Li Qing slowly opened his mouth, and a magnetic voice came out. It's been a bit rough lately, so take care of yourself and don't let Shen Bauer worry too much. Li Qing's tone was flat, but to Yang Mi's ears, it was a warm current inside, even if the other party did it because of Shen Bauer, but it's enough to prove Li Qing is a qualified father. Yang Mi was incredibly grateful. Li Qing, I really thank you. I also thank you for Shen Bauer. Li Qing said indifferently. Huan Bauer doesn't need to thank me. I've never treated her as I should. Yang Mi didn't retort and exhaled a breath and said, Li Qing, I'm actually making this call with you because I want to tell you that you're actually in a bit of a dangerous situation right now. It's better for you to hide first. If they know about it, they will definitely not let you go. If I put you in danger because of me, I will really feel guilty for the rest of my life. After getting the topic out of the way, Yang Mi's mood gradually rose and her concern for Li Qing was expressed even more strongly. Really? No, you take Wanbei out to hide for a while. You'll come back when it's over here. When things are almost done. On the other side of the phone, hearing all this, for a moment, Li Qing had a bit of a crying and laughing feeling inside. A moment later, Li Qing said, so you, yourself, can handle all this? Hearing this, all of a sudden, Yang Mi was speechless. But between us, one of us has to be safe. Things happened because of me. You were supposed to be innocent. And besides, I trust you now that you're able to take good care of Zuenbear. If anything does happen to me, I'm relieved to have Schwanbauer at your place. Chapter 75 The City of the Big Man of the Beijing Circle. He is just a young man. Yang Mi said all this from the bottom of her heart. She knew that she had gotten herself into big trouble, and if she abilited this calamity today, she didn't know how many more there would be down the road. It was all she could do at this point in time. Hearing what Yang Mi said, next to him, He Bai couldn't help but wave his hand and whispered, "Sister Honey, what are you talking about? Why are you making it sound like it's like the two of you are parting ways?" Yang Mi didn't bother with He Bai, but continued, "Li Qing, can you promise me what I said?" On the phone, after a moment's reprieve, Li Qing's calm voice came, "Juan Bauer loves it here, and as for them, I'll take care of it." After saying that, without waiting for Yang Mi to speak again, Li Qing hung up the phone, left sitting on the couch. Yang Mi was a bit frozen. Next to him, He Bai said with a curious expression, "How? What did Qing say?" In the face of He Bai's name calling of Li Qing, Yang Mi had already gotten used to it and faintly said, He didn't say anything, and said he'd take care of all this." He Bai was astonished. "Ha? Is that all?" Yang Mi nodded numbly. "Aha." He Bai's face was surprised, then became full of admiration. "Sister Honey, Qing is such a man. I wonder if you guys could try." Not waiting for He Bai to finish her sentence, Yang Mi blushed then interrupted. "It's that time of year. What are you thinking about?" He Bai retorted. "Sister Honey, messing with a whole circle. Such a big trouble. He reasons to help you carry it. This is not a real man? Besides, he's Xian Bauer's real father." Hearing this, Yang Mi immediately stood up, her ears red at the roots. All right, now hurry up and figure out how to respond to the public opinion online. Now all the netizens and media, but they are all watching me." He Bai recovered his seriousness and asked, "What are you going to say to this matter? Or do you choose to keep your mouth shut?" Yang Mi's gaze flickered. "Say what you need to say." He Bai nodded with great approval. "That's right, directly tell that Zhang Ao and expose him. Soon." In the face of various online opinions, and the concern of his fans, young Mimi then posted a statement on her scarf about, being attacked. After the incident, first of all, I'm very grateful to the netizens for their concern for me, and I'll explain the matter in general below. This morning, while shooting a new movie at the Peace Hotel in Magic City, 2 of the actors threw acid on me. Luckily, a security officer held it for me, and I'm grateful to them here. And, in the scene, those 2 people who attacked me admitted in person that they were under the orders of the general manager of Magic City Night, the so-called Sister Hong, and the boss behind her, Zhang Ao. Yang Mi elucidated the whole thing, all in one breath. Once the post is up, there was a huge outcry on the internet, especially since the owners of Mordor Night are exposed. It shocked everyone even more. No one expected that. This thing, surprisingly, had all involved the owner of Magic City Nights. Opinion is running rampant in the major platform circles. Quite a few people have speculated that. Before that, Yang Mi fought back by working with Yu Liang, the owner of the Peace Hotel. Carrying and others after the defeat, must have found another partner and launched another attack on Yang Mi. I just didn't realize that. Arthur Chan and the others. It was surprising that they were able to work with a nightclub owner. And not just any nightclub. After all, Zhang Ao's status in Magic City was obvious to all. For a moment, the night of Magic City, too, was rushed onto the hot search, and everyone was waiting for Zhang Ao's own answer. At this point, in the villa of Vaughn Pants, Li Wenwu, Wu Yufei and Arthur Chen were all sitting quietly inside the living room. The faces of a few people didn't look good, for the attack, though it was only close, failed, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Ao were exposed. Wu Yufei lowered her head and looked nervous, because she was the one who brought this whole thing up in the first place, and now she's partly to blame for the failure. If anything really happened, the first one to take the blame and go in would probably be himself. After a moment of silence, Li Wenwu was the first to speak. I really didn't expect Zhang Ao to mess this up, and got himself killed. Yang Mi really dodged a bullet this time. Fong Pant's face slightly sullen, lit a cigarette and said, "It's far from a fluke dodge." After taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Vaughn Pants continued, "I got word from people on the set that the 2 assailants did a perfect job when Yang Mi was filming, and everyone didn't react at the time. But what is unexpected is that Yang Mi side also planted bodyguards, and quite professional. It is said that the gaffer bag are bulletproof and explosion-proof. Obviously, someone has secretly protected Yang Mi for a long time, and the person who can have this kind of security ability means is definitely not an ordinary person." Von Pant's words fell. The first person who came to mind in the crowd's mind. It's the youth who killed Zhang Ao's private investigator, Li Wenwu said with a frown on his face. Could it really be that youth? The youth in Li Wenwu's mouth was naturally Li Qing, and several people had seen Li Qing's picture. Arthur Chan's face was grim. What is this youth's origin and how can he have so much energy? And what's his relationship with Yang Mi and why would he be dead set on protecting her? Fong Pants flicked the ashes of his cigarette, his gaze calm, his throat raspy. Let's not talk about what kind of relationship he has with Yang Mi. Just from the current performance, this person, indeed, is a bit of a come-on. Maybe it's really a certain, hidden second generation. However, gaming is not as easy as one might think. The other party's knife is certainly sharp, but while it is sharp, it is easier to break. It's normal for young people to come up in a flurry of wind. Chapter 76, The Night of Magic City was smashed. Boss, you came in person. A word from Von Pants. It eased the crowd inside. No matter what time of the day it was, Von Pants was always able to keep his composure and look like he was winning, which is why he was able to be the crowd pleaser. Chen Arthur's brows relaxed quite a bit, but he was still worried. But now Yang Mi is going to fight us to the death. She directly exposed Zhang Ao. What if Ao is investigated and gives us up? By then, even if you don't die, you'll have to shed your skin. Hearing that, Wu Yufei shuddered inwardly. Honestly, this was the situation she was most worried about. The idea of finding someone to attack Yang Mi was her own idea. She's the mastermind. Once something happened, he himself might even be pushed out by the crowd and become cannon fodder. Wu Yufei's face clouded over as she said, I don't think so. How could Mr. Zhang be brought down so easily? Fong Pants took a drag on his cigarette and said in a deep voice, that's something you don't really have to worry about. Zhang Ao is a cunning person, and after so many years in Magic City, how could he be subdued by public opinion? Taking a step back, even if the sheriff's department wants to investigate him, they definitely won't be able to find any evidence. At most, they can find a scapegoat to throw out, and the matter will be settled. Wu Yufei was secretly shocked in her heart. Until today, she had never realized firsthand that they, the capitalist bigwigs, all played like this. Ordinary people's lives seem like they're worth nothing in their eyes. At this point, Fong Pants' assistant came through the door and whispered, Sixth Master, Zhang Ao is here. The words fell. Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu and the others were all stunned. Zhang Ao is here? What's he doing here at this juncture? Isn't this getting himself into trouble? A cold smile spread across Fong Pants' face. Oh, this general manager Zhang. Probably afraid that after the accident, we'll pat ourselves on the back. Zhang Ao is here now. It's bound to be noticed. Next thing you know, there will definitely be rumors outside that Zhang Ao has dealings with the entertainment industry and is in the same boat. In this way, Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen, among others, would truly be tied to Zhang Ao. This Zhang Ao really has a heart. Arthur Chen's face was unhappy, but there wasn't much he could do. The people had already arrived. Director Fong, Director Li, everyone is here. A man's voice came from the door and then he saw that Zhang Ao, who was dressed in a suit, slowly walked in from outside and had a smile on his face. Director Fong, it's an honor to meet you. In the face of Zhang Ao's enthusiasm, Fong Pants also did not refute the face of the other party, got up and laughed. Mr. Zhang is polite. Have a seat. Zhang Ao sat down and lit a cigarette and said, everyone doesn't look like they're looking very good. I've come here to talk to you all about this, too, as an old friend of Zhang Ao. Li Wenwu said with a bit of impatience. Mr. Zhang, if you hadn't messed this up, this wouldn't be the case now. Now that the internet is waiting for your response, and I'm guessing the sheriff's department is concerned about you, it's a bit unkind of you to come to us at this juncture, isn't it? Hearing that, Zhang Ao flicked his cigarette ash very calmly and smiled. Director Li, you're hurting people's feelings when you say that. I'm here now solely to confer on what to do next with Yang Mi. Do you all want to dump this mess all on me? Zhang Ao was smiling, but anyone could tell that there was a threat and anger hidden under that smiling face. Seeing the two on the verge of an argument, Fong Pants stepped in and said lightly, Mr. Zhang may have misunderstood Director Li's meaning regarding online public opinion and the side of the security department. Has Mr. Zhang figured out how to deal with it? Fong Pants changed the subject and threw the question to Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao smiled and said, these are not problems, I just need to not admit it. Young Mimi says this, she doesn't have any substantial evidence. Even if the sheriff's department came to investigate, they couldn't find anything wrong with me. What we need to discuss now is whether the person behind Yang Mi should be found out as soon as possible and eliminated. Arthur Chen said with a furrowed brow. Has Mr. Zhang investigated who that youth really is? For him to have so much energy to make Yu Liang work for him, he must not be a nobody in the Magic City. Speaking of the youth behind young me, Zhang Ao became slightly more serious. This man, I did look into it. His name is Li Qing. He doesn't seem to be a local of Mordor. As for the rest, I haven't found out yet. Arthur Chen said with some disappointment. Mr. Zhang, you have your hands full in Magic City. Can't you find out about a youth? Zhang Ao frowned slightly and glanced at Arthur Chen. Do you think I'm an immortal? Mordor is so big that I can just say I'll check it out in one time? But now we can conclude that this youth has some background, and we'll have to work harder to find out. Saying that, Zhang Ao looked at Feng Pants. Director Feng, you have so many contacts in the Beijing circle. It should be simpler than me if you want to check on someone, right? Von Pants sneered inwardly. This Zhang Ao is really not a saving grace? In 3 or 2 words, he dumped the job on himself. However, Feng Pants was not displeased, but calmly said, well, it's being checked out. Mr. Zhang, next, you have to guard against the other party's retaliation. With the character of his previous tactics, it looks like a vindictive person. Zhang Ao sneered. I waited for him as when he came to move me. As long as the other party makes a move, they'll reveal their cracks, and then we'll all do it together. And whoever comes, will have to be planted. Director Feng, we're also considered an alliance, right? When the time comes, your entertainment industry, you must not stand by and do nothing. Feng Pants' cold smile. Are 1,000 years of foxes play what chatting ah? Oh, what did Mr. Zhang say? From the moment Mr. Zhang walked in the door today, we've been tied together. Isn't that something Mr. Zhang knows best in his heart? Zhang Ao smiled and said, that's good. In that case, I've got something in mind. Director Li, don't be angry. We are all friends. Li Wenwu smiled skinlessly and didn't say a word. Anyway, it's come to this. We're all in the same boat. There's nothing more to say. Just then, Zhang Ao's cell phone rang, buzzing. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was Sister Hong who was calling. Zhang Ao said after answering the phone. Sister Hong, something wrong? On the phone, Sister Hong said in a somewhat hurried tone. Mr. Zhang, something has happened on our side. 2 KTVs have been smashed, and there is also a new hotel construction site to the south. Some people are causing trouble, and work has stopped. Now Yu Liang is at our Magic City night and says he wants to see you. Zhang Ao frowned and said with a stern gaze. What? Yu Liang came to pick a fight? Is he letting this good day go by? You hold him back. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ao's face wasn't very pretty. Von Pants asked next to him. Yu Liang came looking for trouble? Mr. Zhang, what's the situation? Zhang Ao said coldly. Humph. This Yu Liang doesn't know what kind of medicine he's taken wrong, but he's directly waging war against me, and got someone to smash my venue, and now he's waiting for me at Magic City Nights. I'll go back first, and we'll talk about everything else later. Having said that, Zhang Ao then left Feng Pants Villa and drove straight to Magic City Night. At this point, Magic Night, in the lobby on the first floor, Yu Liang sat on the sofa, an old face gloomy, followed by 70 or 80 minions behind him, looking like a social big brother in the 80s and 90s. In fact, people like Yu Liang and Zhang Ao, ostensibly, they are all businessmen, with various hotels and establishments under their umbrellas, but in reality, the essence is no different from that of a social bigot, only with a new skin. Tell your general manager Zhang that if he doesn't come, I'll smash the first floor first, then the second. Yu Liang sat down here and didn't make any sense at all. Starting now, Chapter 77, if you mess with him, just wait for death. Seeing Yu Liang's behavior, Sister Hong was also unusually nervous in her heart. She's been hanging out in Magic City for so many years, so she naturally knows what kind of person Yu Liang is. This was a character that could be on par with Zhang Ao. Once the fire starts, it's a real dare to break things. Before Zhang Ao came, Sister Hong could only say with a smiling face, Boss Yu, who made you so angry? What is it? Our two families have always been friends. Don't break the peace. Yu Liang sneered. Don't flatter yourself. You still have the face to talk to me about peace? Yang Mi is filming at my venue. What did your Mr. Zhang do? You should have some idea in your heart, right? Dare to mess around even in the Peace Hotel. I see that you, Magic City Night, really don't want to open. As the owner of the Peace Hotel, Yu Liang has his own arrogance. Sister Hong blushed, then laughed. Because of that Yang Mi thing. Boss Yu, don't be confused. Yang Mi is just a star. For her sake, do you, Boss Yu, have to make a mistake? I know this matter is our general manager Zhang's fault. We compensate. As long as Boss Yu stops, we are willing to compensate. Sister Hong has been running the nightclub for so many years. For the coaxing piece, it's simply impossible to pick a fault. but Yu Liang didn't eat this and slammed the table and said, "Compensation? In that case, let's not talk about it. Do it." With a command, a group of juniors copied the iron bars and began to smash around the hall on the first floor. Whoa whoa whoa! Marble tables, stained glass lamps, booze and all that. The minions are smashing it up like a champ. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything and it's great to smash. Seeing this, Sister Hong's face sank. The previously friendly smile disappeared. "Boss Yu, you're going too far. I'm perfectly fine with calling the police right now. It's not going to be easy for anyone when the sheriff comes." In the face of Sister Hong's threat, Yu Liang just laughed. "Call the police? You report it. Big deal. Let's arm wrestle and see if your general manager Zhang's door is wide or my path is hard." Sister Hong frowned. The heart is incomparably anxious. When exactly will Mr. Zhang come back? Otherwise this is really bad. Just then, a group of people rushed in at the door. "Boss Yu, the fire is too much, isn't it?" Only to see a fat man in his 40s walk in slowly and, followed by 100 or so minions. They're all nightclub beaters. The fat man is none other than Zhang Ao. Seeing Zhang Ao coming, Yu Liang sneered. "Brothers, take a break first." Sitting on the sofa, Yu Liang's pair of old eyes stared tightly at Zhang Ao, making people feel uncomfortable. Walking up to Yu Liang, Zhang Ao took a look at the mess in the hall and didn't get the slightest bit angry. Instead he laughed. "Boss Yu, calm down. I know that I, Zhang Ao, have offended you and done something wrong. No, hurriedly came to apologize to Boss Yu. Zhang Ao is in Magic City." Naturally, knowing Yu Liang's strength, it's not that he's afraid of him. It's just that we're all in the same circle, keeping our heads down and trying not to make too many grudges. As long as it's not a life and death feud, we can talk. Having said that, Zhang Ao waved his hand towards his little brother on the side. The little brother held a small box and put it in front of Yu Liang. The box opened and inside was a sheet of coated coins. "Boss Yu, here's $5 million. Zhang Ao smiled respectfully. "I'll make amends to you for what happened in your store, if that's okay with you." In the face of such a low stance by Zhang Ao, Yu Liang didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Little Zhang, you've been hanging out in Magic City for so many years. You should know what Peace Hotel is. No one, in 100 years, has dared to make trouble on my territory. Let me put it this way, you Magic City Knights, from now on, close your doors." With these words, at once, Zhang Ao and the others present all froze for a moment, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Zhang Ao was a bit surprised, and then he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, is Boss Yu joking with me?" Yu Liang slowly stood up and looked at Zhang Ao with a gloomy gaze. "You think I'm kidding you? Mr. Zhang, do as I say and maybe you'll still have a chance to live." Zhang Ao laughed and lit up a cigarette. His eyes widened as he looked at Yu Liang and said, "Boss Yu, you're older, and on the surface I've always given way to you. We're all from Mordor. Don't give a." The minions behind Zhang Ao rushed up at once. One jumped at the chance. "And Yu Liang's fighters, likewise, protect Yu Liang. There's a lot of gunpowder on both sides. It's just like in a movie or TV drama. When two social big brothers want to have a firefight. It's just more than a little surprising that it's happening in this day and age." Yu Liang drooped his eyelids and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The latter, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know what you have offended?" Zhang Ao said with a very impatient expression. "My Boss Yu, are you senile, or have you gone back to life more and more? Just for a little starlet, Yang Mi? Oh, being funny. Stars like Yang Mi are a dime a dozen. I can get her into bed to serve me whenever I want, so I really can't figure out why on earth Boss Yu is so protective of him and would rather the two of us have a deadly feud. It can't be that Li Qing, right?" Yu Liang's gaze condensed and he said in a deep voice, "You know Mr. Li?" But on second thought, Zhang Ao knew that Li Qing wasn't surprised. After all, he must have done enough research during this time. But Yu Liang is certain that Zhang Ao didn't know Li Qing's real identity, or else he could be so deadly? Boss Yu, I still want to ask, who exactly is this Li Qing?" Zhang Ao laughed. "A 20-something-year-old brat can make you bow and scrape for him. Ha, a handful of old bones. Don't even want this face." Yu Liang's face turned green with anger and he said in a deep voice, "Let me advise you, Li Qing, it's not something you or I can mess with. Since you're bent on seeking death, there's nothing I can do." Having said that, Yu Liang then led the way, heading outside. With over 200 personnel on both sides, it would be more trouble than it was worth if they really clashed and made a big deal out of it, so Yu Liang wouldn't do something so stupid. Seeing Yu Liang leave, Sister Hong walked up and said, "Mr. Zhang, just letting this old thing go?" The smile on Zhang Ao's face retracted and was replaced by a gloomy face. What else do you want? Keep him and make him pay? Don't be too naive. Yu Liang is also the #1 person in Magic City anyways. A head-on conflict is not favorable. Besides, if we make a scene, and the sheriff's department comes, it'll be even worse. So it's better to be private and see the real thing. Sister Hong nodded and, it was the first time he had seen his boss suffer. Mr. Zhang, why is this Yu Liang so determined to help young me? Sister Hong was a little confused. Is it really because of that Li Qing you mentioned? In the face of this problem, Zhang Ao was also in a mess inside. He also did not know. What kind of person was this Li Qing? And what was his relationship with Yang Mi? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ao said in a deep voice, let the brothers below pay attention these days. Yu Liang, this old thing has always been true to his word. Don't let him put a cold shoulder to it. Chapter 78. The winds are rising and both sides are on fire. Thompson. After Yang Mi's accident, many people came to visit, including Lu Yanbin, the chairman of JAPA. Looking at the gifts, big and small, Yang Mi sat on the sofa with somewhat mixed feelings. No, I have to make some adjustments. I have to keep shooting for the new movie. Yang Mi took a deep breath of encouragement. I'll really be considered a director when I get my work out early and when it's successful. He bye-bye looked at the cell phone and comforted. Sister honey, after such a shock, you should rest at home for a few days. And this matter hasn't been resolved yet. Look, Boss Yu and Zhang Ao, both sides are fighting. Yang Mi was slightly stunned and somewhat confused. How did Boss Yu get involved? He bye-bye said helplessly. I'm not too sure. Anyway, I just received news that in the afternoon, many of the KTVs and hotels under Zhang Ao's umbrella have people going to cause trouble. It's rumored that Boss Yu also took someone to Magic City Night and smashed the first floor dance floor hall. Anyway, the two sides are in an uproar right now. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. Her gaze flickered with surprise. Things had actually gotten this big, and the situation had been continuously escalating. How could Boss Yu help us so much? Yang Mi mused. Logically speaking, Zhang Ao arranged for someone to make a move at the Peace Hotel, and he did indeed provoke Yu Liang. But Boss Yu isn't so bad as to have a deadly feud with the other party. Is he? Could it be? Is it Li Qing? Yang Mi didn't know why she was the first to think of Li Qing every time. It's as if it's a sixth sense. He bye-bye froze, then said, no way. It can't be Li Qing for everything. I think you're more or less bewitched. However, what you're saying is somewhat reasonable. After all, Li Qing is Yu Liang's partner. But does Li Qing have that weight to make Boss Yu prefer to go and feud with Zhang Ao? Yang Mi shook her head, her mind in turmoil, and said as she lay on the couch, ugh, I'm in over my head. Things are getting out of control. He bye-bye said indifferently. Anyway, it's already like this. Just go with the flow. The car will be there. The acid being thrown at Yang Mi has been festering on the internet for a while now. The news quickly spread throughout the entertainment industry. Whether it's the Shanghai circle or the Beijing and Hong Kong circles, most of the stars and directors, it's all in the mindset of watching the show. Many stars feel that Yang Mi must have crossed the line too badly and was suppressed by the circle. This time it could be dodged. But down the road, it certainly wouldn't be easy. After all, Carrie Ng's lineup is horrible. Lee Man Mo, Arthur Chan, and a Feng Pants, plus Arthur Chan's father, Director Chan. These people, operating casually, can drive half of the entertainment industry's connections. Besides, there's Zhang Ao, the big brother of Magic City. Yang Mi, what's the fight with? Even if there was a mysterious backer behind him, what resistance could there be in the face of such a great power? But over the course of the next few days, the way things have progressed, however, is directly beyond the public's expectations. On the first day that acid was thrown at Yang Mi, 3 of Zhang Ao's KTVs were smashed and some were even forced to close. The next night, at the nightclub Magic City Night, there was a disturbance that resulted in 15 people being injured. Then the Peace Hotel was set on fire during the night. Yu Liang's house construction site was vandalized by a crowd rioting. Zhang Ao and Yu Liang are in a dead heat. Anyway, either you set fire to my KTV today, or I'll bring people to smash your nightclub tomorrow. The two of them are in the Magic City, putting on a kooky show. And every time something happens, it's put out on the internet to the point where it's discussed all over the internet. Seeing the two making such a mess, many of the big names in the circle are a bit confused. Has Yu Liang lost his mind? How could Yu Liang, the owner of the Peace Hotel and a famous social bigwig in Magic City, be so desperate to help Yang Mi out? Yu Liang has lost more than $10 million in this time alone. If you want to count the damage to your reputation, that's even more immeasurable. What's even stranger is that the matter has become so heated, and the officials have not come out to express their views, nor have they intervened in the investigation. This, then, is even more intriguing. Many netizens and industry insiders have speculated that Is it possible that behind Yangmi, there is an unknown background? Otherwise Yu Liang. Absolutely not with crazy. Without regard to the cost of hard with Yu Liang, as things progressively evolve, whether in the circle or in the eyes of the netizens, Yangmi became more and more amazing. Of course, what everyone is more curious about is who is behind Yangmi. A week has passed quickly. A week of bloodshed. Yu Liang and Zhang Ao both fought fiercely and both sides suffered heavy losses. Losses from the Magic City night alone exceeded more than $8 million a week. Because of the struggle and game between the two sides, many people who are afraid of their lives are simply afraid to go and spend money. Together with other hotels, KTVs and bathhouses, Zhang Ao's rough calculation of losses reached more than 15 million. Luckily, there were people like Li Wenwu and Feng Pants who sponsored the funds, so Zhang Ao was not so uncomfortable. But on the contrary, on Yu Liang's side, his losses were even greater. Inside the Jinghai mansion, Yu Liang was sitting on the 8 centimeters table in the living room, drinking tea with a calm face. It didn't seem to be a concern about the events of the last few days. Next to him, the old butler's hair turned quite white with anxiety. Master, you can't go on like this. This short week, we've already lost nearly $30 million. The old butler bent over and pleaded with immense respect. What are you trying to do? Do you really want to fight Zhang Ao to the end? Master, what's wrong with you? And there are rumors about you in the outside world. That you're dying. I mean the Yu family's estate is dying. The loss of your reputation and authority is too serious. Yu Liang sipped his tea very calmly. In the face of these losses, he didn't seem to be worried at all, but instead smiled meaningfully. Oh, what is this loss? Honestly, the more I lose, the safer I'll be when I get beaten up by Zhang Ao and the entertainment industry. Hearing this, the old butler was confused. Chapter 79, Third in Command. It's time for you to take care of the bottom. Ha? The old butler looked at Yu Liang with a puzzled face and asked, Master, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that behind this thing, there is something else? Yu Liang smiled with a look of sophistication. Oh, I have something in mind, so don't ask what exactly. Yu Liang has been fighting with Zhang Ao for so many days. There is nothing but one purpose. Atonement. Yang Mi had such an incident at her hotel. If Yu Liang didn't show some sincerity and deal with Arthur Chen, Zhang Ao and the others, then he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the sanctions of the Poly Group. And during this time, Wang Mian never made any moves. Yu Liang also knew that this was Li Qing giving himself a chance. That's why Yu Liang left no stone unturned and fought Zhang Ao to the death. The old butler nodded with a nod. Yes, master. Then do we have to continue fighting with Zhang Ao next? At this rate, I'm afraid the official side, too, will notice us, Yu Liang said with a deep gaze. Don't worry. Next, it's not our time to perform. Someone will step in to clean up Zhang Ao. The entrance of the gods, shrimp like us, at most, is just cannon fodder. Yu Liang's words, keeping the old housekeeper in the clouds. Yu Liang's series of maneuvers during this time were very confusing, but the butler knew in his heart that there must be a reason in it for the old master to do so, and he was not someone who would make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Lin Han, a professor at Magic City University, was teaching a class for Xian Bauer, and the garden was peaceful with birdsong and flowers, accompanied by the sound of the two reading. Front yard, under a laurel tree, Li Qing sat on a rattan chair with a cigarette in his hand, the tea in front of him boiling. I heard that Mordor has been very busy lately. Hearing Li Qing's words, Wang Mian smiled faintly and said as he poured a cup of tea for Li Qing. Yu Liang has a strong desire to survive and has been fighting Zhang Ao for a while now. Now that both sides are sort of defeated, Yu Liang is vaguely a bit overwhelmed. Li Qing didn't care in the slightest and said as he took a sip of tea, it's about time to make a scene, so let's end it early. Try to keep things low-key. It's not a foreign country after all. Wang Mian nodded. Okay Qing, give me an hour. Put down your cup of tea. Wang Mian got up and left the villa. If he said 1 hour, he must finish his business in 1 hour. Wang Mian's trip was unprecedentedly low-key. Half an hour later, an Audi A6, slowly parked in a suburban neighborhood. The neighborhood looks a little old, but this neighborhood is really not simple, because it is the retirement place of many big shots in Magic City. Get out of the car. Wang Mian took the elevator and arrived at the 5th floor of the district and knocked on the door of a residence. Clang. Moments. An older man with dyed black hair and a shirt opened the door. The old man looked to be in his 60s, but the face was spirited, the dress ordinary but neat, a traditional cadre look, and when the old man saw Wang Mian, he immediately showed a look of surprise, followed by a full smile. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Wang Mian laughed. Leader Lu, can't I come? Am I disturbing your old man? Leader Lu, in front of you, It was the former third-in-command of the Magic City Security Bureau, Lu Ian. Lu Ian froze, then laughed. Ha ha, you, still so shady as ever. Come in. You sure know how to pick your moments. It's just about mealtime. Wang Mian walked in empty-handed, took a deep breath, and laughed. I said whose cooking smells so good? I asked outside the building. So it's your home, Leader Lu. Lu Ian smiled sarcastically. Empty-handed. Come in with his own home. The whole Magic City is only Wang Mian can do it. Lu Ian hailed. What leader? I have retired. Call me old Lu Line. My wife is cooking. You sit down for a while. Haven't seen you for so long. Let's have a drink later. Wang Mian nonchalantly sat on the sofa and touched the huazi on the table to light one. Old Lu, I haven't even said what's going on yet. So you're in a hurry to say you've retired. TSK. What? Don't treat me well? Lu Ian froze again, then laughed somewhat helplessly. I can't even talk about it. Sitting across from Wang Mian, Lu Ian took out the tea from the clay pot and started to brew it. We haven't met for 2 words, and you are the one who has to catch me at every turn. Gotta have some good tea to taste before you drink. Wang Mian sat on the sofa with a look of enjoyment and smoked 2 puffs of cigarettes in an extremely relaxed manner. Conditions can be good. All pumped up on the wazoo. This tea doesn't smell too bad, Lu Ian said in a serious manner. You're going too far. I'm retired. I can't smoke some good cigarettes. After a lifetime of serving the people, you can't enjoy yourself before you die. Wang Mian smiled and said, okay, no kidding, I came here to tell you something. Let's get down to business. Lu Ian's face also became slightly more serious as he looked up at Wang Mian and said, why? What happened? Or, Mr. Li has an explanation? Speaking of Mr. Li, Lu Ian's tone became respectful, and his gaze was much deeper. Wang Mian took out a small stack of documents and placed them on Lu Ian's desk. A little something, you know Zhang Ao, right? Lu Ian lit a cigarette and said, Zhang Ao, I know, the owner of Magic City Night, has been getting a lot of notoriety lately, and seems to have clashed with the owner of the Peace Hotel. This Zhang Ao, does it have anything to do with Mr. Li's account? Lu Ian was a little curious. Zhang Ao is nothing more than an entertainment club owner. In his eyes, he's a lowly man, and how could an existence like Li Qing get involved with this kind of minion? Wang Mian faintly said, here's some criminal information on Zhang Ao. You should seal all his clubs immediately. I'm going to get rid of him. The words fell. Lu Ian immediately froze, seemingly somewhat unable to believe that Wang Mian would make a move against such a small person. In Lu Ian's perception, although Wang Mian is Li Qing's assistant, can deal with the characters, that is not the hand of the sky, or the business giant. So Lu Ian was surprised. How could a shrimp like Zhang Ao provoke Li Qing and Wang Mian? Lu Ian was curious and said, let me ask, how did Zhang Ao offend Mr. Li? He's nothing more than a merchant owner. Not waiting for Lu Ian to finish his sentence, Wang Mian then interrupted. You don't need to know the specifics. These are some of his information. Hurry up and do it. Lu Ian nodded, knowing that there must be some reason for this. No problem. I'll read the information first. For what Li Qing explained, Lu Ian never slacks off. After all, he and Li Qing had a previous relationship. Moreover, Li Qing's identity was something that Lu Ian respected and admired greatly. After taking the information, Lu Ian swept a few eyes, and then his face became grave, incomparably angry. This Zhang Ao, how dare he act so recklessly? Is there any heavenly law left? Wang Mian laughed gently. Oh, you should ask those students of yours about that. Lu Ian's old face reddened with indignation. He's been retired for several years now, and nowadays the people running the showdown there are his own former students. Now Zhang Ao's entertainment place is rotten. Lu Ian's old face was very hard to bear. Mr. Wang, I'll immediately notify the people below to look into this. Give me 2 hours. Lu Ian was in a somewhat exuberant mood. This is not just an errand for Li Qing, it's an errand for the public. Wang Mian faintly said, 2 hours is too long. I promise Mr. Li, just half an hour. Lu Ian's face stiffened, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded his head and said, okay, just half an hour. Letting those entertainment clubs stay open for a moment longer is also disrespectful to the public order. Chapter 80, Magic City Night and a series of other entertainment clubs, all seized. Wang Mian sipped his tea and said, okay, then I'll go back and wait. Oh, and by the way, give a shout out to the students below you, and don't make a fuss about the commotion. Hearing that, Lu Ian inwardly trembled. It was hard to believe that Li Qing was going to do it himself. If that's true, then Mordor is really going to change. Although Lu Ian didn't know exactly what the reason for But he knew very well that if Li Qing went up against these people from the devil's capital, he was afraid that he would only be pushed all the way to the ground. Even those with big capital may have to liquidate. Lu Ian nodded and said, I see, Mr. Wang. That, can you tell Mr. Li that if something is really going to happen, I hope Mr. Li won't be too high profile. Li Qing, what person? Lu Ian heart or a little number? If we were to follow the previous style of acting abroad, then things would really get out of hand, and the pressure on him would be unimaginable at that time. Wang Mian smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Li said he would keep a low profile. Lu Ian shook his head straight in his heart. Keeping a low profile, I guess, is never going to happen. So it's better to be a little prepared yourself. I won't eat the meal. I'll leave without anything else. Wang Mian happened to finish the cigarette in his hand, and after pressing out the cigarette, he got up and walked out. At this point, Magic City Nights, second basement level. In a large, secluded private office, in the middle of the day, there was not a single ray of sunshine in the room, but only red lights in green wine. A dozen or so dancers, on the dance floor, lightly veiled and thinly clad, dancing enchantingly. Mr. Zhang, it's still you who can enjoy yourself. Next to him, Arthur Chen sat on the sofa and smiled. Unlike us, it's been a sad few days. In Zhang Ao's office, Arthur Chen, Carrie Ying and Wen Wu Li were sitting together. The last few days of fighting had made a few people a bit anxious inside. That's why I came to see Chang Ao today. I want Zhang Ao to take care of Yu Liang as soon as possible, and then make a move on Yang Mi. And at the same time, we'll force out the one behind Yang Mi. Let's see what kind of bull ***** is going on. Zhang Ao inhaled a deep breath of smoke and laughed. Chen Xiaoa, I'm still enjoying myself. I'm not going to lie. I've lost a lot of money in the past few days. Yu Liang, that old guy, not so good to deal with. I lost tens of millions of dollars in the bar KTV alone. It's getting harder and harder to do business. Li Wenwu squinted at Zhang Ao. Mr. Zhang, don't forget, I'm sponsoring you, and there's also the dividends from the movie. These are all money. Besides, we're on the same boat now. If you eat Yu Liang down, you'll get the biggest profit. Zhang Ao laughed. I'm just complaining. And look at Director Li taking it seriously. Wu Yufei poured a glass of wine for Zhang Ao and said with some small grudges, Mr. Zhang, Yang Mi has been filming for many days now. If she really makes a comeback this time, then in the future, we'll be in even more trouble. Besides, do you think Yang Mi will let you go after she's capable? The people behind her won't just let it go either. Being knocked by a star, Zhang Ao frowned and faintly said, Ms. Wu, there's no need for you to say these things, right? I know these things naturally. Wu Yufei smiled with her. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Zhang, I'm just kindly reminding you, don't be angry. Having said that, Wu Yufei leaned on Arthur Chen's side, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Arthur Chen smiled. Mr. Zhang, Yufei was also kindly reminded. We really need to speed things up a bit, now, and it's rumored that Yu Liang has capable people behind him as well. This also frees up your hands to put your strength into Yang Mi. Zhang Ao put down his wineglass and leaned on the sofa and sneered. There's no need to find someone else to team up with yet. The cake wasn't big enough to begin with. To put it in context, who doesn't have a little background anymore? I know in my heart, 3 days at most, I'll eat Yu Liang's. Having said that, Zhang Ao shook his glass and smothered the red wine in one gulp. Just then, outside the door, Sister Hong came in a panic. Mr. Zhang, there's a situation. Zhang Ao swept a glance at Sister Hong and faintly said, What's wrong? Come over here and have a drink first. Is there a problem at another venue? Sister Hong blushed a bit nervously and said, No, there were a couple of sheriff's department officers, and regulators. There's a lot of hooters and hollers coming, and I see 4 or 5 other cars outside our bar. Mr. Zhang, is something wrong? Hear this. Several people's faces changed. There was a project going on right now. If they were found out, it would not be a good thing. Li Wenwu glanced at Zhang Ao and said with a somewhat cloudy face, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Hurry up and get these women down. Arthur Chen put down the cigarette in his hand and pulled Wu Yufei to stand up and said, We're just here to drink. We're not undertaking any illegal projects. See the situation. Zhang Ao frowned and waved his hand towards these dancers and said, Why don't you guys hurry up and get down there? You know what to say later if anyone asks, right? Don't forget. I still have the money you owe along with the video photos. A few women nodded and were then led out by Sister Hong. Zhang Ao lit a cigarette and said, Don't panic everyone. You're just here for a drink. Don't be nervous. Sister Hong, come with me for a moment. After sending the dancer out, Sister Hong came to Zhang Ao's side. Mr. Zhang, do you have any orders? Zhang Ao whispered. suddenly coming to check. I guess the other side came prepared. If something does happen, remember what I told you before about pulling those scapegoats out to cover. Sister Han's face stiffened a bit, but she nodded and said, I know Mr. Zhang. Zhang Ao walked out with a few people. Just after arriving at the lobby on the first floor, he saw a middle-aged man in a police uniform walking over this way. The man's name is Wang Mang, a brigadier of the Jinghai District Security Bureau. Mr. Zhang, I was just about to look for you, Wang Mang said with a calm face. I thought you'd run away, but I didn't expect to look quite so calm. See Wang Mang. A small smile appeared on Zhang Ao's face. He runs a nightclub and naturally knows Wang Mang, having dealt with him quite a bit before. Captain Wang, what are you saying? What am I running for? It's not like I've committed anything. Zhang Ao smiled with a calm face. It's broad daylight. The bars are all closed. Is there something wrong with Teen Wang coming here? Wang Mang's face sank as he said, closing? Why do I hear? You're a bar that has more fun during the day. Zhang Ao froze, then pretended to be confused. Ha, Teen Wang, what you said. I kind of don't understand what it means. Saying that, Zhang Ao looked at the several people next to him, Arthur Chen, and laughed. Team Zhang, you said they are just friends who came here to chat and have a drink. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? Wang Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice. Zhang Ao, you are now suspected of gathering a crowd of illegal fundraisers and taking up both yellow and gambling. The evidence is overwhelming. Come with us. Also, from now on, Magic City Night, Starry Nights K, and other entertainment venues under your banner, all of them will be seized and rectified. Having said that, two vigilantes came and handcuffed Zhang Ao. Looking at a pair of silver bracelets, Zhang Ao's complexion shook violently. Then his face changed drastically and said, Teen Wang, you are responsible for saying that. Do you have any proof? Who are you to arrest me? I'm a good citizen. Chapter 81, Sitting on the Mountain and Watching the Tigers, the old wisdom of the Beijing Circle's old guns. Wang Mang snorted coldly. Good people? We have all the evidence, so if you have anything to say, let's talk about it at the office. Without waiting for Zhang Ao to react, the two vigilantes immediately twisted his arm back over and escorted him toward the outside. Seeing this scene, the three of them, Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen, all had their pupils shrunk. An extremely strong bad feeling rose within. Something might really be going wrong this time. Director Li, I think we'd better hurry. Arthur Chen stood next to Li Wenwu and whispered, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Li Wenwu's face was cloudy and he did not expect that things happened so suddenly. Look at the other side of this style of action. Up to arrest people, obviously have prepared in advance. Let's go. With that, Li Wenwu took several people from Arthur Chen and left the Magic City Night. As for Zhang Ao's situation, that was not for them to decide. And as things stood, they could only ensure their own safety first. Soon, 10 minutes later, Zhang Ao was then taken away by the sheriff's department, and the Magic City Night was sealed. It's not just Magic City Nights. Several other entertainment venues in Zhang Ao, even including hotels, have been seized for rectification. With the arrest of Zhang Ao and the seizure of Mordor Nights, soon the news spread throughout the entire Magic City. Learning of the seizure of Magic City Nights, many people were stunned, completely unable to believe that this news was true. Realize that Magic City Night is the most representative nightclub in Magic City. The background of the power behind it is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And for such an awesome nightclub, it's amazing that it would be suddenly seized, and the power of that can be imagined. This news, likewise, quickly spread in the upper class of Magic City, especially people in the same circle as Zhang Ao. Everyone caught a whiff of blood. A number of people have speculated that Zhang Ao was suddenly gotten and the Magic City Night was seized, and behind it might have something to do with Yang Mi. After all, Zhang Ao fought with Yu Liang before because of Yang Mi's accident, but this time Zhang Ao was cut down to size. Everyone's wondering who's really behind this. To say that Yu Liang, he definitely doesn't have the strength. Is there someone else behind Yang Mi? For a while, things got fuzzy and Yang Mi's real background, who's behind it, becomes more and more mysterious in Magic City. There are even a lot of netizens who make up nonsense about Yang Mi being some kind of invisible family of luxury and so on. After leaving from Magic City Nights, Li Wenwu several people drove the car and quickly arrived at Feng Pant's villa. In the living room, a list of scripts sat next to Vaughn's pants, and there were unburned butts in the ashtray next to them. In that case, this big hand behind Yang Mi has finally started making big moves. Feng Pants frowned slightly, his old eyes glowing with ghostly candlelight. It seems that this time the other party has come with ferocity, and to be able to bring Zhang Ao off the stage in a sudden manner, the energy is truly extraordinary. Upon learning of Zhang Ao's arrest, Feng Pants also couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought about that young man behind Yang Mi. Surely he'd touch base with Zhang Ao, but I really didn't expect the two sides to play so fast. Out of the blue, he stomped Zhang Ao into the mud. Li Wenwu said with a frown on his face. Director Feng, this Yang Mi is just too uncomplicated. That Li Qing guy is coming from a bit of a big place. Seeing Zhang Ao being easily brought down, Li Wenwu was in a mood that couldn't be calmed down for a long time. He's been friends with Zhang Ao for years. Zhang Ao's depth was clear to him. The fact that the other party was able to be so quick to cut through the trouble meant that the strength background was not a little bit stronger than Zhang Ao. Arthur Chen was silent, his face a little embarrassed. He knew that he seemed to have really kicked the bucket this time. How could he not expect that Yang Mi had hidden so deeply? At the same time, his curiosity towards Li Qing grew stronger and stronger. Uncle Feng, have you investigated what Li Qing is about? Halfway through the day, Arthur Chen finally spoke. It's really not a good idea to make a move when you can't figure out where the other side is coming from. And the other party made a move this time without revealing any information at all. It's like, one word from the other party and Zhang Ao is finished. At this rate, we're like headless flies. Listening to Arthur Chen. Next to her, Wu Yufei lowered her head, not even daring to raise her head to look at anyone. Things had developed to the point where she, a popular star, was nothing but a fart. There was no talk at all. Von Pants said as he took a drag on his cigarette, revealing his yellowed incisors. I've sent someone to check the information. Only, it's a bit tricky and will take some time. As for your comment about headlessness, yes and no. As far as this game is concerned, we now have a clear target, and that's Yang Mi. As long as we find a way to get rid of Yang Mi, the other party must not be exposed. Li Wenwu's gaze was contemplative, and after thinking for a moment, he seemed to have summoned up enough courage to say, Director Feng, for the sake of a Yang Mi, stirring up such a big commotion, isn't it a bit, not quite worth it? To be honest, Li Wenwu has always felt that the root cause of the incident was caused by carrying, but it's the two celebrities joking that brought all this back to the forefront. If you lose too much money because of this little thing, it's just not worth it. Hearing that, a flash of displeasure appeared on Arthur Chen's face. Director Li, that's just not true. If I just let it go, where would that put my face? Still the crown prince of the capital circle, spreading the word. Aren't I losing face for my Chen family? Leavenworth snapped. Young Chen, that's not what I meant. Without waiting for Li Wenwu to explain, Feng Pants hoarsely said, I know you're worried, picking up the pieces and losing them, but you have to realize that things are long past the point where, back in the day, two starlets were at each other's throats. To a lesser extent, it's this old face of Arthur's with me. On a larger scale, if it's all over like this, how will the Beijing and Shanghai circles be able to stand up in the future? When these words came out, Li Wenwu's heart thumped and his face began to become serious. If it really involves the Kyoto circle, this, then, really isn't about the individual. After all, it's humiliating for a circle to be punched in the face. Von Pants flicked his cigarette ash and said, now that Zhang Ao has gone in and hasn't involved us yet, it means that the other side doesn't dare to make a direct move against the capital circle, the one behind Yang Mi. Since he has this scruple, it means that his background won't be too big. It's not true that Zhang Ao has a high status in Magic City, but in Feng Pant's eyes, there was no comparison to the group of people in the deep end of the capital circle. The three circles of entertainment, Beijing circle of power, Shanghai circle of money, Hong Kong circle of ruthlessness, no matter which, are not individuals can resist, not to mention directly offending two circles. I'm afraid you can't find anyone with such a hard head in the whole country. Don't be in a hurry. Zhang Ao being done is not necessarily the end, but rather just the beginning. Feng Pants had a face of sophistication and a face as deep as water. Don't forget that Zhang Ao was able to develop and start a business in Mordor. It's not like he doesn't have a backer behind him. The people behind him won't let it go now that he's in trouble. Li Wenwu's face was shocked and he was somewhat surprised. Director Feng, are you saying that there is someone else behind Zhang Ao? I don't really know. Li Wenwu has known Zhang Ao for many years, but never knew, much less seen, that he had a backer behind him? Even Li Wenwu thought for a moment that Zhang Ao really did start from nothing. Feng Pants laughed softly. Do you really think he's going to start with nothing? In this society, there can be a few that can start from nothing, except for the surname Lei, the rest of those few, who are not relying on others to start behind the scenes. There's someone behind Zhang Ao, and, moreover, it's a great power. Listening to Pants Feng, Li Wenwu's eyes lit up. Director Feng, do you mean that next, we just need to wait for the person behind Zhang Ao to collide with the person behind Yang Mi? Let's, sit back and reap the benefits? Feng Pants sneered. It's just a matter of sitting back and watching. The other side definitely has scruples about the Beijing circle, so they can only break it off with Zhang Ao's side first. In less than 3 days, this will come to a head. Chapter 82 Chin Clan. Remnants of the 50s. Von Pants is always calm and collected. This kind of unperturbed temperament in the face of events made Li Wenwu and the others once again filled with confidence. Uncle Feng, do you know the person behind Zhang Ao? Who is he? Arthur Chen asked with some curiosity. If Zhang Ao's backstage had stepped in, wouldn't this matter have ended? The two sides had been at loggerheads for so long, and Arthur Chen only wanted to bring Yang Mi down sooner, including the one behind her. The longer you put it off, the more damage you'll do and the more trouble you'll be in. Feng Pants said with a calm face. Who is behind Zhang Ao? It won't take long for you to find out. Okay, let's just watch. 4 p.m. Zhang Ao's matter had already spread all over the internet after most of the day's fermentation. Many media smelled the hidden mystery, so intentionally the Magic City night boss, Zhang Ao, was investigated things. In the major network platforms released out, the title of a more than one eye-catching, #Magic City's famous nightclub, Magic City Night, was seized, and the boss behind it, Zhang Ao, was taken away for investigation. Hashtag Magic City Nights collapsed. Is it related to Young Mimi? Hashtag Yang Mi has revealed that she was almost thrown with acid and Zhang Ao was behind it. Now that Zhang Ao has been arrested, are the two incidents related? Hashtag. A series of headlines were posted out on internet platforms. If we're talking about Zhang Ao alone, the heat is definitely not that high, but adding Yang Mi is a different story. She's one of the hottest stars these days. Soon after, the news sent a huge public outcry shaking the internet. Many netizens were shocked when they saw it. We all know that Yang Mi doesn't get along with this social bigwig, and Zhang Ao seems to be from the Beijing circle. The two sides are in the middle of a game. But now, Zhang Aoju was suddenly gotten in there. Many of the netizens who ate it felt that. Is there really some kind of backer behind Yang Mi? Otherwise, how could it be so easy to bring down Zhang Ao, who was the big brother of the Magic City nightclub? While the online opinion is all over the place. Inside a villa near the outskirts of Hongkou district, Magic City. It's more like an estate than a villa. This is because the home is already upwards of 20 acres in the suburbs. Large yard enclosed with villas, fish ponds, swimming pools, vineyards, configured with everything. To put it mildly, it was just like a small palace. On one of the greens of the estate, a man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, was swinging a golf club. The man had a beard, a pair of spectacles, and an erect figure that. There was a hint of literature in the majesty and nobility. The man's name was Chen Zhaoguang, a native of Mordor, chairman of the Chen Group. Chen's group, in the lower level of Magic City, is not very famous, but if you know carefully, you will know the status of Chen's group in Magic City. Chen's group has a wide range of fields: electrical, transportation, export, including domestic entertainment, film and television. There are not small industries. Of course, the most important point is the predecessor of the Chen Group, Chen, in the 50s, but there was a capable person, although he was not in the mainland, but there are many groups in the mainland. That capable person, who perhaps most people had already forgotten about if they were to mention it now, was Chen Qi. Chen Qi, in the 1950s and 1960s, developed Bamboo Union to extreme strength, and although he was eventually sanctioned by the law, his family, however, has always prospered in secret. By now, in the modern world, the Chen family had been completely cleansed, becoming a formal industry on the surface, but behind the scenes it was stained with blood. Chen Zhaoguang is Chen's offspring. Because of Chen's development reasons, his lineage stayed in the mainland Magic City. The business development is incomparably red hot. Behind the resources is at hand. Bang! With Chen Zhaoguang's swing, the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and disappeared into the green field. Next to him, the young assistant served tea, always waiting. Mr. Chen, down there today. Something happened. The assistant, named Li Xian, stood behind Chen Zhaoguang and respectfully said, Zhang Ao was suddenly investigated, and entertainment clubs, such as Magic City Nights, were closed in the afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zhaoguang merely paused for a moment and did not react in an unnecessary manner. The ball was then placed and another swing was taken. After hitting a shot, only then did he set his club aside and walked over to sit under the canopy. Zhang Ao was investigated. This matter, I just saw it on my cell phone. Chen Zhaoguang wiped his sweat and picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. How much do you know about things? Facing Chen Zhaoguang's inquiry, Li Xian faintly said, basically understood. During this period of time, Zhang Ao has been working with the entertainment industry's Li Wenwu, Chen Arthur and others, intending to block an artist, Yang Mi, and not long ago Yu Liang also got involved. Zhang Ao had a big fight with Yu Liang, but Yu Liang quickly withdrew from the board. Followed by what happened today, when Zhang Ao was suddenly taken away by the authorities and the evidence of the nightclub's violations was overwhelming. Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly, seemingly not caring at all about Zhang Ao being brought down. When did the group down there, for the sake of shutting down an artiste, get so soft that they can't handle one artiste? If it's really being brought down by someone else's artist, then Magic City Night, it's time for a change. Li Xian shook her head and said, Mr. Chen, according to my investigation, there is actually a backstage behind Yang Mi. I've inquired through a few giants in the entertainment industry that Yang Mi has a relationship with a youth named Li Qing. This Li Qing, who seems to have a not-so-small background. The seizure of Magic City Night is presumably the work of this Li Qing. Li Xian had a lot of connections, and these things could be found out in an hour or two. Chen Xiaoguang's face was calm as he smiled lightly. It's not normal to have a relationship. A place as big as Mordor never lacks people with abilities and backgrounds. However, he did have some skill in getting Zhang Ao in there so quickly. Have you checked this person out yet? Speaking of this, Li Xian frowned slightly and said, looking into it, but nothing yet. This person's information, it seems, has been processed, and it's hard to find out any useful information. The corner of Chen Xiaoguang's mouth hooked up into a smile, and some interest seemed to flash in his gaze. Oh, you can't even find out? He. It seems that this Li Qing, a little bit of head, Li Xian said in a deep voice. Give me some time, I'll find out. But now that Zhang Ao is still under interrogation, and the nightclubs and casinos below have all been seized, do you think we should? Without waiting for the assistant to finish his sentence, Chen Xiaoguang interrupted. Zhang Ao will definitely find a few scapegoats to help him operate, so let's bail him out for a bit first. Even if it's one of my dogs, it can't just be beaten up. Otherwise, what is the face of the Chen family? Chen Xiaoguang has been rooted in the Magic City for decades. Zhang Ao is just a tool for him to make money, and it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's a working boy. But hit the dog, look at the master. If Zhang Ao just wrenched down Chen Xiaoguang in the same circle, the face is also not good. Li Xian said with a nod. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get someone to do it right away. After finishing a cup of tea, the young lady who stood not far away walked over with a good eye and poured tea for Chen Xiaoguang. By the way, investigate this Li Qing. Chen Xiaoguang's fingers knocked rhythmically on the desktop. Let's see what kind of ungrateful rich kid this one is. Bam! Chen Xiaoguang was talking. The lady pouring tea next to him, without paying attention, knocked down the golf clubs, right on Chen Xiaoguang's feet. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm sorry. The young lady was very flustered and lowered her head, apologizing repeatedly. Her body couldn't help but shiver. Li Xian, on the other hand, stared at him and fiercely reprimanded. Why are you so hairy? What are you doing for food? Seeing that the leader was angry, the woman cowered in fear, bent over and kept apologizing. A gentle smile appeared on Chen Xiaoguang's face. New here, right? It's okay, anyone can be inattentive at times. Sort the pole out for me. Oh, and please put the ball there for me. Chapter 83. Don't be in a hurry. The big fish just came out of the water. Seeing that Chen Xiaoguang wasn't very angry, the woman was relieved in her heart, and she hurriedly smoothed her short skirt, squatted down and picked up the golf clubs and handed them to Chen Xiaoguang, then carefully picked up a ball from the caddy and placed it on the tee. The woman was just about to get up. Chen Xiaoguang came behind her and faintly said, set the ball in the right position. The woman froze, then very carefully placed the ball again and turned back to Chen Xiaoguang. Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly. Turn your head. The woman was a little confused as to what it meant and was a little nervous, but turned her head away. Next, Chen Xiaoguang picked up the club and swung it violently. Bang! The cue ball slammed into the woman's temple instantly. At once, the woman lay on the ground, followed by blood slowly flowing out of her head, coloring the green red. Chen Xiaoguang sighed, threw the club aside, and lit a cigarette and slowly inhaled it. Ugh, I'm getting bad at this. Tell someone to carry it out, and pay for the medical bills properly if it doesn't die. If you die, then pay attention in your next life. Watching the scene, Li Xian was not at all surprised and even calmly said, okay, Mr. Chen. By the way, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing to tell you. Mrs. Chen asked me to tell you that in a couple of days the little young master will be due for kindergarten after his birthday. Her ladyship means that it should be for you to find a suitable nursery for the young master. Chen Xiaoguang sat under the canopy, drank a mouthful of herbal tea, and slowly said, going to kindergarten. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Zihan already has to go to school. Zihan is none other than Chen Xiaoguang's only son, Chen Zihan. Chen Xiaoguang had a happy smile on his face. Which is the best kindergarten in Magic City? Of course my son wants to go to the best place, Li Xian said with her head bowed. It's Mordorfu High Kindergarten, international class, Chen Xiaoguang breezily said. Just arrange to go there, and take this matter into your own hands, Li Xian said with a nod. Okay Mr. Chen, then I'll go deal with Zhang Ao's matter first, and I'll give a word to Fu Hai's side about young master's matter first. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, in the backyard by the pond, Li Qing was sitting on the edge of the pond with a fishing rod in front of him. The pond covers an area of 2 acres and is turquoise and clear with a refreshing breeze. It's always been a place for koi before, but ever since Xian Baoer, it had become a perfect treasure trove for Li Qing to walk his children. On a small table next to the table, there are all kinds of fruits and healthy snacks. Pupi, did you catch a big fish? Xian Baoer took 2 pieces of watermelon and walked over to Li Qing's side grandmotherly. Pupi, eat gua gua gua. Li Qing smiled slightly and took a piece of watermelon. Not yet. Has Xuanbauer finished painting? Xuanbauer nibbled a mouthful of watermelon and ran to the small table in the back with a happy look on her face. From a pile of watercolors, he picked up a drawing board and came to Li Qing. Pupi, look what I drew. Xuanbauer not only likes to read and learn, but also enjoys drawing and painting. Every time Li Qing brings her to play in the backyard, she would all take watercolors and write and draw on her drawing board. Li Qing also didn't find a professional teacher for Xian Baoer. To him, at Xuanbauer's age, he didn't need a teacher. He could just draw entirely by his own hobby. Getting a teacher to guide you instead sets the rules too early and binds the talent. On the drawing board, the green lake, and the pavilion, although the painting is not so regular, but the mold is all shown. At the edge of the pond, there sits a small man with a fishing rod in his hand, none other than the painting of Li Qing. After looking at the painting, Li Qing smiled with a satisfied face. Awesome, Xuanbauer draws really well. Receiving Li Qing's praise, Xian Baoer was overjoyed. The two sat by the pond and kept talking and laughing. Every second is blissful for Humboldt with Puppy in tow. A few moments later, Xian Baoer quietly sat next to Li Qing, staring with a pair of big eyes, looking at the float together with Li Qing. At this point, the float, at 4.5 eyes, suddenly paused 2 eyes down. Watching the float move, Xuanbauer became a little excited and nervous. Poop, a fish is on the hook. Li Qing did not hurry to lift the rod, but calmly waited. Seeing this, Xian Baoer was a bit anxious. Poop, why don't you catch the fish? It's eating the hook. Li Qing smiled gently. There's no rush. Walleye will try to feed. The more you rush, the less you'll catch. There's a saying, put in for the long haul. Hearing Li Qing's words, Xuanbauer nodded thoughtfully, though she didn't know exactly what that meant. But she knew that just because Dad said it, it had to be right. At this point, the surface float sank hard into the water. A standard big black drift. Whoosh! Li Qing didn't hesitate for a second. Instantly lifting the fishing rod up, the fish line broke the wind and exploded out of the water. Next, the rod presented a large curved bow, and the tip of the rod was constantly wobbling. Obviously, a big fish. Watch how much the rod bends. Xian Baoer, who was on the side, jumped up in excitement. Wow, what a big fish. Pupi, you've got to catch it. Li Qing stood up unhurriedly, lifted the rod up and slipped the fish along with its strength. After wrestling with the fish for 10 minutes, finally, a fat koi, half a meter long, surfaced and Li Qing then copied it up with a plunge net. Looking at the struggling koi, Xian Baoer squatted down very excited. It was the first time she had seen Li Qing fishing, and it was still a big fish. Li Qing removed the fish hook and smiled. How's that for a big fish? Xian Baoer nodded heavily in excitement. Great! Puppy is great! Baba, can we eat this fish? Looking at Xian Baoer's face of serious anticipation, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. Baby, this is koi. Ornamental fish cannot eat. Oh, we'll put it back, and when it grows a little more, Henpa will fish it up. Xian Baoer jumped happily and said happily, yeah, when I learn how to fish later, I'll catch it too. Xian Baoer took a picture of the fish with her watch and then released the fish back with Li Qing. At this point, not far away, Wang Mian slowly walked over. Qing, fishing. Wang Mian smiled and greeted Xian Baoer again. Xian Baoer knows how to fish too? So good? Xian Baoer hammed and hawed. I'm learning to fish from Pupa. Is Uncle Wan coming to fish too? Wang Mian touched Xian Baoer's head and said gently. Uncle Wan came to find Brother Qing for something. Xian Baoer was very understanding and knew about adult matters. Knowing that Li Qing had something to be busy with, she said, Poop, Xuanbauer has gone to study, and Mr. Lin is coming to class later. Li Qing had a kind and pleased face. Go on Henpa. Puppy will be over there with you in a little while. After Xian Baoer left, Wang Mian lit a cigarette and said, Brother Cheng, just as you judged, behind Zhang Ao, there are backers. It's estimated that Zhang Ao will be released in another hour. A few scapegoats came out of the night of Magic City and helped Zhang Ao stop some of the charges. Hearing this news, Li Qing wasn't the least bit surprised, because all of this had long been expected by him. Li Cheng placed the fishing rod on the stand and said with a calm expression, "You didn't intervene when Zhang Ao was released, did you?" Wang Mian smiled. "No, just waiting for the big fish behind him to come out of the water. I've made all the arrangements. Once Zhang Ao comes out, we'll give him a big gift," Li Qing said indifferently. "A long line for a big fish. And after the big fish shows the water, there's no need to wait. Let him hurry up and land it." Wang Nian nodded and took a deep drag on his cigarette. But during this period of time, over in the Beijing and Shanghai circles, it's quiet, and Feng Pan's gang is as good as secluded. On the Yangmi side, they didn't strike again either. Li Qing smiled faintly, but then his gaze became a little bit bitter. The old fox in the capital. This is trying to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. But this game of chess is not something he can just quit if he wants to. When we put in a long line, I guess Feng Pants and the others all thought that we were wary of the capital circle, and that's why we were slow to strike at them. Saying that, Li Cheng put the fishing rod away and the fish guard was taken aside. Collect a few first, the showbiz guys, they've been jumping around for quite a while. Chapter 84, How powerful can a playwright's backer be? Wang Mian threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, faintly saying, "Well, Mordor will be buzzing soon." After Wang Mian left, Li Qing then came to the garden in the front yard. Not far in front, Xian Baoer was sitting on a stool, obediently listening to Lin Han's lecture. "Well, have you memorized these strange new words today, Xuan Baoer?" Lin Han was giving Xian Bao a lecture on words, taken straight from inside the Tao Te Ching. Though Hen Baoer didn't know the meaning of it, but words, she was able to memorize. "Teacher," Xuan Baoer remembered. Xian Baoer nodded her head very nicely and said, "But Henpa will have to write it a few more times." When he saw Li Qing walking towards him, Lin Han told Xian Baoer to practice a few more times before walking forward and nodding slightly. "Mr. Li." Li Qing nodded his head and faintly said, "Is Xuan Baoer studying okay?" Li Qing attached great importance to Xian Baoer's education. Lin Han's beautiful eyes flashed as she said, "Mr. Li, Xian Baoer is the most academically gifted child I've ever seen, bar none. But she's coming up to school age and needs to have interactions with her peers. IQ is key, but emotional intelligence with people can't be left behind." Li Qing does not deny this. Children need to be able to communicate with their peers. They need to make friends on their own. This is the complete childhood. Li Qing said, "It's time to find a kindergarten and let Henbold go to school." And she's always wanted to go to school. Lin Han smiled. "Yeah, speaking of which, I do have a suggestion. With Mr. Li's status, Xuan Baoer is perfectly capable of going to the international class of Fu Hai Kindergarten nearby. Fu Hai is the best kindergarten in all of Mordor, and it's close to our place, so it's undoubtedly the best choice." Lin Han, as a professor-level figure at Mordor University, there is a far more judgmental approach to school selection. Fu Hai Kindergarten. Li Qing nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have someone arrange that later." The time soon came to 6 o'clock in the evening. At this point, a group of reporters were standing in front of the entrance to the security bureau of the Jinghai district of the Magic City, waiting for it's like there's going to be some kind of big shot coming out. A few moments later, only a man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, slowly walked out. The man was no other than Zhang Ao, who had been arrested earlier. Under the operation of backstage Chen Zhaoguang, Zhang Ao quickly found a few scapegoats, and with the previous preparation to exploit the legal loopholes. So after the statement was taken, he was released. "Mr. Zhang, the brothers are waiting for you outside, but there are many reporters." At the door of the interrogation room, Sister Hong said respectfully, "We lost a lot of people in this accident. The vice president of Magic City Night, and the general manager of the Flower Front in Moon Bath City, all have been arrested. But it is fortunate that you are all right." Hear this. Zhang Ao's face sank as his gaze revealed a touch of ruthlessness and anger, while out on his own. But this time, it has to be said, the losses were too great. Zhang Ao said in a deep voice, "I know. Go back first. As long as I'm okay, what they should pay back, they will." Step outside. Zhang Ao straightened his clothes and a touch of calmness and a smile appeared on his face. And after seeing Zhang Ao, the reporters hollered and surrounded him, followed by all kinds of questions. "Mr. Zhang Ao, may I ask if you are aware of the serious violations in your entertainment industry? Mr. Zhang, may I ask if there is really a personal grudge between you and Yang Mi, as the internet said?" In the face of these questions, Zhang Ao acted calmly and said in a serious manner, "It is true that I personally have no knowledge of any violations at my entertainment venues. As for me being released now, it is of course because the violation issue has nothing to do with me. those who broke the law have been arrested, and that I will rectify the relevant entertainment industry when I return. I have nothing to tell you about the questions you have asked about young honey. Having said that, under the protection of a group of bodyguards, Zhang Ao got into the car and left. Zhang Ao out of the sheriff's office in this scene. It was captured by many journalists and media and was the first to be uploaded online. This message, it quickly reached the ears of many of the upper echelons of Magic City. For a moment, everyone shuddered, especially those who closely followed Yang Mi's game against the Beijing-Shanghai Circle. I thought that Yang Mi had a backstage and would definitely put Zhang Ao to death this time. I didn't realize that it would be just a thunderstorm. In less than 4 hours, Zhang Ao was acquitted. Sure enough, the owner of Magic City Night, his strength background is not imaginary. Yang Mi is still too little energy for a star. On the executive Range Rover, Zhang Ao sat in the back seat, casually swiping the news on his cell phone, and couldn't help but have a sneer on his face. Although I don't know that Li Qing behind Yang Mi, what kind of person is he? But if I come out this time, I will definitely not let him go. Zhang Ao's gaze was cold. It's the first time a little starlet has gotten me into such a mess. Sister Hong sat on the side and kept massaging Zhang Ao's loose shoulders. Mr. Zhang, you were released. Is someone helping you behind the scenes? During that time, a man named Li Xian found me, and those scapegoats that were sent in were arranged by him. Hearing the name Li Xian, Zhang Ao's face became serious. Well, if it weren't for Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to get out this time. But since Mr. Chen can help me, he must know what's behind this as well, whether it's Yang Mi or that Li Qing or not, being targeted by Mr. Chen. Ha! For Mr. Chen, as Zhang Ao said. Sister Hong wasn't aware of this, and she asked with some curiosity. Mr. Zhang, who are you talking about? Mr. Chen? Zhang Ao's face was serious as he looked out the window before slowly saying, after following me for so many years, you should have heard of the Chen Group, right? Sister Hong froze slightly. The Chen Group? Which Chens? Zhang Ao faintly said. Magic City Chen Group. Besides that one, is there anyone else? With this reminder, Sister Hong instantly understood who Chen Zhong was in Zhang Ao's mouth, and then her face became unsettled. You mean, Mr. Chen Xiaoguang Chen? I can't believe you and he still have. Sister Hong was shaken up inside. As a native of Mordor, she certainly knew who Chen Xiaoguang was. That's the famous chairman of the Chen Group. According to rumors, Chen Xiaoguang has a background in Bamboo Federation, even though it's a stain. But all the same, a halo that is enough to shock anyone. Sister Hong didn't expect that her own boss could actually be involved with the Chen Group. But think about it. Can in the Magic City in just a dozen years to mix to such a point? Behind the back without a backer. How can? It's just that the backing is really a bit big. Zhang Ao slowly inhaled a cigarette and said, well, that's something, just so you know. So, with Mr. Chen around, Mordor, no one can turn over the sky. Saying that, Zhang Ao gradually narrowed his eyes and laughed. Yang Mi, a starstruck. Even if that little white boy Li Qing comes, I'll have to make the parents behind him stand up and kowtow to me and apologize. Clunk. As he was talking, all of a sudden, the car came to a sharp stop, as if it had hit something, and Zhang Ao and Sister Hong, both of them, had no defense against it, hit the seat in front of him head on. What's going on? Sister Hong was confused for a moment, then her face turned coldly to the driver and said, how do you drive a car? The driver was startled. too. I was driving well when the car in front of me suddenly changed lanes and cut myself off, and the car was directly rear-ended. Chapter 85. I'll let you pick up your ears. The driver's face was white with fear. His own boss had just come out of the bureau, and he even got into a little car accident on the way, which was too bad luck. Mr. Zhang, a car suddenly don't stop us. Tailgating. The driver shuddered. Mr. Zhang, Sister Hong, how are you doing? Do you need to call a car? Zhang Ao touched his forehead, his face turning blue. Just now, I bumped into it, and although there was nothing wrong with the person, my mood was bad to the extreme. Go down there, take care of it and get going. Zhang Ao was not in the mood to count these things. He only wanted to hurry back. So many fields were still waiting for him to deal with. The words, only to see four youths come down from the Maybach in front of them. The four of them came straight this way. The driver got out of the car with a sullen face and a cold voice. Are you guys blind? How do you drive? Hurry up and pay up or. Without waiting for the driver to finish, one of the youths stepped forward and punched him. Bang! The punch landed solidly on the driver's nose, and the man fainted for a moment. See the situation. Zhang Ao's brows furrowed fiercely, and a sense of disfavor rose in his heart. Sister Hong, hurry up and call someone. Zhang Ao said on the spot. Tell the brothers in the back to hurry up. Wow! A youth directly broke the window of the car and grabbed Sister Hong's hand and snatched the cell phone. With that, he opened the car door again. Mr. Zhang, come with us. The youth, wearing sunglasses, looked at Zhang Ao and said indifferently, "We, Mr. Wang, have something to talk to you about." Zhang Ao sat here, and although he was a little nervous in his heart, his expression remained calm. "Mr. Wang, who are you people? Besides, do you just invite people to talk?" Behind the car, Zhang Ao's dozen or so bodyguards who followed the car rushed over with their guys, which gave him a lot of backbone. In Magic City, Zhang Ao has never been afraid of a few people. Besides, this way, you'll be safe if you alert the sheriff's department in a while. Seeing Zhang Ao's bodyguards coming over, the youth did not panic in the slightest, but calmly said, "Mr. Zhang, who said we're here to invite you?" After saying this, the youth grabbed Sister Hong's arm and violently yanked her out of the car, followed by two people forcibly holding it down to the car in front. Meanwhile, two more commercial vehicles came by a short distance away. A total of more than 20 strong men. After coming over, they directly blocked Zhang Ao's people outside. Both sides fought on the roadside. In less than a minute, Zhang Ao's bodyguards were all put down on the ground. "Let's go, Mr. Zhang." The youth bent down and grabbed Zhang Ao's collar with one hand, dragging him down. Seeing this, Zhang Ao was truly flustered. "What are you guys going to do? In broad daylight, you guys still want to kidnap me?" Zhang Ao kept struggling. He really didn't expect that the other party would be so bold and daring. Straight down the street in the road, forcibly abducting himself, Zhang Ao roared loudly, "Do you know who I am? In a moment, my men will come." Snap! Without waiting for Zhang Ao to finish his sentence, the youth threw a heavy slap on his face. "Scream again and I'll reimburse you now," the youth said in a cold voice. "Load him in the trunk." A few youths tied Zhang Ao up, stuffed cloth in his mouth and loaded it into the trunk. Then all of them got into the car and sped away, disappearing into the street. About 2 hours later, 8 o'clock at night, the car stopped in the western outskirts of Mordor, in an abandoned mine. "Get out of the car." The youth in the back seat removed the mask from Sister Hong's head and pulled her out of the car. Sister Hong's face was incredibly tense and a pair of beautiful legs couldn't help but shiver as she looked around at her ragged, dark surroundings. "You, what the hell are you doing?" Sister Hong dress is very flirtatious. Short skirt, black silk water snake waist, stepped on a pair of high heels, and the surrounding environment has a strong sense of contrast, a scared beautiful face to provoke life. "What is this place and why have you kidnapped me?" the youth said in a cold voice. "You and Mr. Zhang have an unusual relationship, so it's only right to invite you." Saying that, the youth walked to the back of the car and, click, the trunk opened, and inside, Zhang Ao was tied up in 5 different ways. The two men lifted Zhang Ao out and untied the lower half of his body, saying, "Mr. Zhang, we're at the place." Zhang Ao's 2 eyes were dark. Looking at his surroundings, he knew that he had been kidnapped to the outskirts of the countryside. That fear and nervousness came over me. "You're kidnapping. It's against the law," Zhang Ao said in a deep voice. "My men will surely call the police. You let me go now. You still have a chance." In this case, Zhang Ao knew that it was definitely useless for him to beg for forgiveness, so he could only put up a fight. But in response, all he got was a slap. Snap! The youth who walked in front of him backhanded and slapped Zhang Ao's face fiercely. "Any more nonsense and I'll get you killed for Mr. Wang right now." The youth's gaze slanted as he coldly said, "Mr. Zhang, do you know that after tonight, the Magic City Night will change ownership? Now I call you Mr. Zhang, as a way to remember you." Being thrown a slap, a fire rose in Zhang Ao's heart, but it was quickly suppressed. After all, in the current situation, he was just meat on the table. Zhang Ao frowned tightly. "What do you mean by that, brother?" The youth sneered. "What do you mean? You'll just find out in a moment." At this point, in front of the mine compound, 2 beams of bright light shone in, and then a Maybach was seen, slowly driving in. Behind the Maybach, there are 7 or 8 Range Rovers. This battle, at first glance, is not ordinary. Zhang Ao's brows were furrowed, his face was gloomy, and his heart was even more bottomless. Under this society, what kind of person would dare to blatantly kidnap himself on the street? Soon after the car stopped, from the car came down a young man, 25 or 26 in appearance, wearing a suit, very bored, with a kind of sternness. "Hello, Mr. Wang." A host of minions bowed to greet them. The person who came was none other than Li Qing's assistant, Wang Mian. "Good evening, Mr. Zhang." Coming before and after Zhang Ao, the little brother immediately moved a chair. Wang Mian sat down and smiled. "Why are you tying Mr. Jung up like this? How bad is this? Untie him. The two juniors untied the ropes from Zhang Ao's body. Looking at the strange young man in front of me, Zhang Ao's gaze stared as he tried to calm down. Mr. Wang, we don't seem to know each other, do we? You do this today. Tell me, what do you mean? Wang Mian laughed and lit a cigarette and said, no other meaning, just let you give up all the casinos under your banner. Hearing that, Zhang Ao was stunned, obviously confused by Wang Mian's words, but immediately afterward, Zhang Ao smiled coldly. Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? He said he'd give up the Magic City Knights casino. No one would dare to say that, even if they were a lion's share of the money. Zhang Ao had lived half a lifetime and had never seen such an arrogant scion. Wang Mian slowly inhaled a cigarette and smiled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I'm not kidding you. Since Mr. Zhang thinks I'm joking, let's put on a little show to cheer Mr. Zhang up. As the words fell, a junior brother next to him understood and, walking over and grabbing Zhang Ao's ear, followed by his right hand pulling out a dagger and slashing down. Click! The blade slashed down from the root of the ear without the slightest resistance. Zhang Ao's entire left ear was cut off and thrown to the ground in a bloody mess. Chapter 86. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The ear was thrown so quickly that Zhang Ao's brain was first blanked out by the shock for a moment. A strong pain followed, coming from the root of the ear with the brain. Ah! Zhang Ao covered his ears and screamed out in pain. Looking at his hands covered in blood again, Zhang Ao's entire body was stunned. He was truly surprised that the other party had struck so hard. Sister Hong, who's standing in the back, even more so. He blanched at the scene. This group of people of unknown origin are too ruthless, cutting off ears at the drop of a hat. This is a complete group of outlaws. But look at the way this group of people are dressed and groomed, as if they are from the upper class. So it could only mean that this youth was not some outlaw, but a ruthless person with a strong background. Nima, how dare you do this to me? Zhang Ao covered his ears and bared his teeth in pain. What the hell are you doing? Looking at Zhang Ao's bloody face, Wang Mian was physically and mentally pleasurable. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed to the ear on the ground and said, pick up your ears. Pick up your ears. Zhang Ao didn't understand what Wang Mian was up to. This youth in front of me was a madman. Although Zhang Ao was incomparably angry and wronged in his heart, he didn't dare not to do as he was told and bent down to pick up the ear from the ground. Wang Mian laughed. Eat him. Zhang Ao froze, and his entire body was dumbfounded. You, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Ao was a bit devastated. He was tied up here. He didn't understand things at all, and he got one of his ears cut off, and now they're letting themselves eat their own ears. What a ing pervert. Wang Mian said calmly. I told you, I just want the Magic City Knight, and the shares of your casino. I've drafted all the transfer letters. As long as you sign and put your handprints on them, that's all. Zhang Ao inwardly thumped violently and he stared at Wang Mian's eyes dead on, and he could tell from his gaze that Wang Mian wasn't joking. The other side really wants all their assets, and Zhang Ao didn't doubt for a second that if he resisted, there would still be a few less of his parts today. Enduring the pain, Zhang Ao forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang, I know that people have to bow their heads under the roof, and now I'm not qualified to make conditions with you, but to be a man, you have to be clear and bright, right? We two don't know each other. We don't have any grudges, do we? Why are you doing this to me? Or, you, are Yang Ni's people? Zhang Ao thought about it. He hasn't offended any tough guys at all in the past 2 years. The only one who could arm wrestle with himself was the most recent Yang Mi. Someone like Wang Mian who came out of nowhere and came up to take his life might be the person behind Yang Mi. Being guessed by Zhang Ao, Wang Mian was not surprised and instead smiled. Mr. Zhang, you still have some brains. One inaccuracy though. I'm not Yang Mi's man. I'm Mr. Li's man. Zhang Ao's gaze stared fiercely. Li Qing? The same person who has been supporting Yang Mi behind the scenes all this time? You guys are playing such a big game with me for a Yang Mi? Aren't you really afraid of drawing fire? Wang Mian threw the cigarette butt at his feet and stomped it out before slowly standing up. Drawing fire? It looks like you're the one who's on fire right now. And this ear, do you eat it, or don't you? Facing Wang Mian's stern aura, Zhang Ao pressed without any semblance of anger and said through clenched teeth, Mr. Wang, I think we can talk now. It's nothing more than an entertainer. I'll double back what kind of benefits Yang Mi can bring to Mr. Li. If only you'd let me go. Zhang Ao has been in the Magic City for so many years. There is still some mental capacity. In the face of such a situation, still trying to calm down to find a chance of survival. But Wang Mian didn't give him that chance, and gently waved his big hand. Give Mr. Zhang a boost. A youth carrying an iron rod came up and directly swung on Zhang Ao's thigh without saying anything. then it slammed down hard toward the ankle. Click. Thighs. Ankles. Should break. Especially the ankles. The crumbs of bone from the breaks pierced through the skin and exposed it, and blood quickly crimsoned the legs of his pants. Ah. Zhang Ao sat down on the ground at once, the intense pain making his forehead veins bulge. Wang Mian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he faintly said, Mr. Zhang, how's the consideration going? How about I just kill you and forget about it? Zhang Ao's tears are coming down from the pain. The torture, both physically and psychologically, was more than he could bear. I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. Zhang Ao paralyzed on the ground. The other party does not follow the rules at all. Completely a living hell. Zhang Ao cried and begged. I have money, big brother. I'll give you all my money. Don't ever kill me or torture me. The owner of Magic City Knights, an unrivaled figure in Magic City. Now, in the face of death and torture, they too had to kneel and beg for mercy. Looking at the miserable Zhang Ao, Wang Mian was not half as interested. I don't want to say my words a third time. If you had pleaded guilty to going in and stepping on the sewing machine, then I would have considered letting you go. But since you chose to come out, it's not up to you to decide what happens to you. The sidekick brought over a sheaf of contracts and it is the transfer of shares in entertainment clubs such as Magic City Knights, Flowers Before the Moon, and others. Wang Mian has already checked. Zhang Ao owns more than 50% of the shares in these casinos, so as long as we get Zhang Ao's shares, then these casinos, too, will change hands. Sign it. The little brother placed a neutral pen in Zhang Ao's hand. Looking at the transfer of equity, Zhang Ao's entire body was constantly trembling. You have to know that this is his entire fortune. This is the family business that he has accumulated only after decades of fighting in the Magic City. What's the difference between robbing these and taking his life? But having said that, in front of death and inhuman torture, Zhang Ao still felt that living was the most important. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Wang Mian started counting down. 3, 2, feeling the pain in his calf. Zhang Ao didn't dare to hesitate any longer and said in a hurry, I'll sign it. Picking up a pen, Zhang Ao looked at a contract that signed in tears as the person next to him recorded the video. Sound of a crash. Page after page of the contract turned over, and with every page signed, Zhang Ao's heart couldn't help but twitch. It's the heartache that hurts more than the physical pain. After signing and pressing his handprint, Zhang Ao only felt as if his soul had been drained away and almost fainted. That's all that's left. Zhang Ao's face was full of dead ashes. From now on, he had nothing, not even a beggar. An extremely strong remorse rose from Zhang Ao's heart. If only I hadn't gotten involved in young me's with the entertainment industry in the first place. You can still drink and play with women on Magic City Nights yourself. But now, there's no use regretting it. It's too late. Wang Mian took the contract and nodded with a fairly satisfied nod, then looked at Zhang Ao and smiled. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. At least, you're still alive, aren't you? Chapter 87 Master Feng. A dead man was thrown in at the door. Alive. Looking at Wang Mian's devilish smile, Zhang Ao murmured with a dull expression. After signing the transfer contract, Zhang Ao seemed to not even be able to feel the pain in his body. His heart kept convulsing, and the feeling of having nothing in an instant made him want to die. Magic City Nights. Flowers Before the Moon. These entertainment venues in Magic City. It brings him hundreds of millions of dollars in net profit every year. But now, nothing. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ao's dead gray eyes looked at Wang Mian and said, Now, can you let me go? Wang Mian nodded thoughtfully. Letting you go? That's natural. I'm a man who always keeps his promises. Only, before you leave, you'll have to pay back some interest. You have to pay back the debt for arranging for someone to throw acid on young me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao, who had been wilting, suddenly stared at Wang Mian with some horror and said, What more do you want? I've signed the contract. I've ceded all my property. I have nothing, okay? Zhang Ao sort of roared out in tears. In this short hour, he, who had endured so much aggravation and pain, had long since broken down. Looking at Zhang Ao's pitiful, Wang Mian, however, did not care, and in his eyes, Zhang Ao this kind of person, but crocodile tears, open nightclubs to force female college students to engage in. Zhang Ao has never been soft when it comes to making money in those gray industries. Mr. Zhang, it's good enough that you didn't die, Wang Mian said coldly. The words fell. The two youths next to him moved, and both of them pressed Zhang Ao to the ground in a deadlock at once. Then another junior came and propped Zhang Ao's hand out, straightened it out, and then held it in a death grip. He then took an axe and chopped heavily towards Zhang Ao's wrist. Pus. Blood splatters. The hand rose and fell sharply and crisply, and Zhang Ao's right palm fell to the ground. Zhang Ao's eyes widened and he let out an inhuman shout as if he was in a hurry for his life. Then he fainted at once. Wang Mian waved his hand in a sweeping manner. Stop the bleeding and bandage him up. Then, get him where I said. The minions carried Zhang Ao to the side, and there was a professional doctor on the scene, giving Zhang Ao a simple bandage, at least not to let him die now. After briefly stopping the bleeding, a few juniors packed Zhang Ao into the car and then drove away from the plant. And at the moment, Sister Hong, who saw all this, had already been scared to the point that her legs were soft, and her face was white as a sheet as she covered her mouth. In a pair of beautiful eyes, tears were constantly swirling. Filled with fear, she can't believe it. Wang Mian's gang was so bold. This is his own boss, the Magic City night boss. Just to cut off the hands and feet to waste, the various nightclubs to grab over. He really do not worry about the consequences at all? Realize that, in the situation of modern society, there are rules for everyone to fight openly and secretly, and no one dares to overstep the red line so blatantly. But the other side, they had the guts to do it. Sister Hong was constantly trembling in her heart. She knew that this Li Qing was either a madman or had an extremely powerful background behind him. Your name is Red, right? Just as Sister Hong was immersed in her fearful heart, Wang Mian's words scared her. I'm Sister Hong, who was once steady and had seen big scenes, also became fearful in the face of Wang Mian. Brother, I'm just a part-timer, can you spare me? Sister Hong's eyes pleaded. She was truly afraid that she would be tortured all over again. Wang Mian smiled and said, of course, I never embarrass a woman. You can go now, big sister. Sister Hong looked at Wang Mian with a terrified expression. It was a bit hard for her to believe Wang Mian's words, but under the desire to survive, Sister Hong still took a hard step towards the outside of the factory building. With the crowd watching, Sister Hong was incredibly nervous, her clothes soaked with sweat as she tiptoed outside the plant. Looking at Sister Hong who left, Wang Mian smiled faintly, then took out his cell phone and edited a message and sent it out. Outside the plant, after getting out of sight, Sister Hong could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and took off her high heels and ran violently towards the distance, not caring about the stones or thorns under her feet. Huffing and puffing. Just like that, Sister Hong kept gasping for air and ran far away in one breath until she couldn't see the factory building behind her. And then she stopped. The taut strings loosened, and Sister Hong only felt as if she was deflated, and she sat down on the floor at once. A pair of jade feet had already been worn to rags by the rocks and branches, and the stockings were torn and bloody, but she couldn't care less about the pain. What he had to do now was to hurry up and escape from here. In case Wang Mian backtracked, wouldn't he end up in the same place as Zhang Ao? No panic, no chaos, no police. Red shivered with her cell phone, struggling to keep her brain calm and planning to contact a friend to pick her up. And just then, not far away, 3 or 4 police cars with flashing lights were rapidly coming their way. After a sharp brake, the police car stopped in front of Red. 4 or 5 vigilantes then came down, looking serious as they walked towards Sister Hong. Seeing the vigilantes coming, Sister Hong's face stiffened, but in her heart, she was also relieved, thinking that Zhang Ao's minions should have called the police to save him. But the next second, Sister Hong was confused. You're Lu Hong, right? Sister Hong of the Magic City nightclub. A vigilante at the head of the group stepped forward, flashing his credentials, and said, we have received relevant reports, as well as information on evidence. You are suspected of organizing the sale of asterisk, forcing a number of underage girls, and a series of other illegal and criminal activities. We are now placing you under arrest. We have the evidence so far. Don't try to resist. Hearing that, Sister Hong, who was just about to catch her breath, suddenly looked at the other party with a shocked expression. It's a little sudden. How does the sheriff's department suddenly know all this stuff? And the timing. It's about time. Come to think of it, Sister Hong, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly revealed a helpless smile and, no wonder Wang Mian let himself go. It turned out that the other side had arranged all this long ago. Sister Hong didn't struggle. After all, it was all in vain, and she knew that what awaited her would be the rest of her life, never to get out. I'm coming with you, Sister Hong said, breathlessly. Compared to Zhang Ao, he was already considered good, and at this point, the internet is still mostly full of news about #Zhang Ao being acquitted, especially since Chang Ao left the sheriff's department to be interviewed by the media. All of this news has created quite a backlash online. Many people believe that, how can you be the owner of Magic City Knights and not have a couple of tricks up your sleeve? With Yang Ni's status and position, it was a pipe dream to bring Zhang Ao down, even if she still had someone behind her. With Yang Ni setting the table with the entertainment industry, the game between the two sides has been extended to all forces. More and more eyes are gathering over there are Beijing Circle, Shanghai Circle, even Hong Kong Circle side. Everyone is watching Yang Mi, a small artist. How dare you jump like that? And the mysterious backer behind Yang Mi is getting more and more curious. After all, Yang Mi's fight with Arthur Chen, the first few times they clashed, it was Yang Mi who got the better of them. Uncle Feng, Zhang Ao has been released this afternoon. In the living room of Feng Pant's villa, Arthur Chen sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his hand and laughed. It looks like the people behind Zhang Ao have stepped in to intervene. After Zhang Ao left the sheriff's office in the afternoon, the news quickly spread throughout the entire Magic City as various circles. This news is certainly good news for people like Arthur Chen. As long as the person behind Zhang Ao made a move, then it would be impossible for the one behind Yang Mi to continue hiding in the shadows. Feng Pants is always smoking a cigarette. Face calmly said, "Things have been going the way we judged them to go, and that's a good thing. During this period of time, Li Bin and Fei Wu, you have to make the new movie. It's a great opportunity to build momentum for us." Li Wenwu nodded, his eyes carrying excitement as he said, "Don't worry, Director Feng, the new movie is going well." Carrie Ng was sitting on the sofa, in an equally happy mood. All this time, the heat's been rising because of his own fight with young Mimi. Releasing the new movie on its own would definitely make it a hit. The beauty of a great future beckons. At this point, the butler of the villa ran in from outside in a panic. Sixth Master, something's happened outside." The butler's face was incomparably flustered, and his body looked like he couldn't help but shiver in fear. A car came outside a while ago and left a bloody, sloppy person on the doorstep. It looks like a corpse. Chapter 88, chop off the arms and legs and throw them in front of Feng Pant's door. The moment the butler said this, everyone in the living room, all froze for a moment, including Feng Pants. All of their faces changed as their gazes looked at the butler with extreme suspicion. "What did you say?" Arthur Chan asked with a frown. "What body? Where?" The butler faltered. "It's right at the door. Master 6. You guys should hurry up and check it out." Hear this. The crowd was a bit unresponsive, but they all stood up and headed outside. Von Pants is at the front of the line. The party had not yet reached the entrance of the villa, and from a distance a man was seen lying outside the door, bloody and extremely visible under the streetlight. What is this? Seeing this, Arthur Chen couldn't help but be startled. While having a bad feeling in his heart, Von Pants frowned, but stepped forward. Right now, a man lay on the ground, covered in blood, with a broken ankle that showed bone inside. And even more frightening, the man had one hand severed from the wrist, and the palm was thrown on the tarmac next to him. Seeing this scene, Chen Arthur's heart was beating much faster. This was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene, and his stomach turned a little. And next to her, Wu Yufei directly turned her head and threw up on the side of the road. Wu Yufei couldn't care about her image in time and bent down to vomit directly in front of Feng Pant's house. But at this moment, Feng Pants didn't have the heart to care about Fei Wu. Instead, he looked at the man on the ground with a frown on his face. What's going on? Even though Feng Pants had seen big scenes, the sudden scene of it's really diabolizing to have a corpse thrown in front of your house. And in the back of my mind, I always felt that 90% of the time, someone did it on purpose. Suddenly, Li Wenwu, who just now had a face that was guilty of nausea, was the one who became greatly alarmed. Isn't this Zhang Ao? Li Wenwu was shocked and almost lost his voice, followed by growing alarm. Director Feng, this is Zhang Ao, the owner of Magic City Night. By Li Wenwu. Arthur Chen also couldn't help but go for a closer look, and then realized that the man lying on the ground was really Zhang Ao. Arthur Chen has met Zhang Ao twice and is so impressed that he can be sure that the man on the ground was Zhang Ao. There was no mistaking it at all. Uncle Feng, this is really Mr. Zhen. Arthur Chen was immensely surprised, his eyes staring in disbelief. He couldn't believe how the old boss of Magic City Night was made to look like this, and purposely thrown in front of Feng Pants' villa. Hearing the words of Feng Pants' face darkened. At the same time, a somewhat creepy speculation couldn't help but rise within. Zhang Ao gang was released by the sheriff's department this afternoon, and it's still making waves online. And yet now, mutilated like this, dumped on their doorsteps. This was clearly a warning from someone. More precisely, threatening himself. Let's not worry about what's going on. Let's call the police first. Feng Pants sucked in his breath, his face a bit grave and gloomy. Let's call an ambulance. And the sheriff's department. People are thrown on their own, and it's imperative that they be dealt with first. As for the specifics, we'll just have to go back and investigate. Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly took out their phones to contact the hospital and the security bureau. Soon, the The men from the security bureau came to Fong Pants Villa, but the Von Pants guys aren't under any kind of investigation. The sheriff drove off after watching the surveillance and getting a few people to give statements. In the living room, everyone's brows furrowed and their faces clouded. Even Von Pants had some sadness on his brow. When something like this happens, for the crowd, it is not to say that they are panicked, but they can't stand it any better. Uncle Fong, this is obviously someone threatening us. After a long silence, Arthur Chen couldn't help but speak. This thing, could it be behind Yang Mi? That Li Qing did it? Zhang Ao has just been released by the sheriff's department. And that's what ended up happening at night. Anyone with a brain could guess that this must have something to do with Li Qing, even though there was no evidence whatsoever. Von Pants rasped. For you to ask that question, you've actually guessed it in your mind. Other than Li Qing, there shouldn't be a second person who would do this. The faces of the crowd became grave, and their hearts were even more shocked. In this society, even those top capitalists wouldn't dare to waste a person so blatantly, let alone intentionally dumping them in front of someone's house. Such a tactic was too ruthless and even more arrogant. Li Vanwu took a deep breath and said, "It seems that the other party is not as scrupulous about the capital circle as we thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't have threatened us like that. It even says that this Li Qing has his eyes on us." Director Fong, what do you think? What should we do next? When something like this happened, Li Wenwu's heart was a bit bottomless. It was the first time he had met such a ruthless person. Even the boss of Magic City Night dared to openly abolish it. Fong Pants pondered for a moment, his old eyes deep and scary. To be unchanged, Zhang Ao being invalidated is not a bad thing. First, we didn't suffer any substantial losses. And second, this will completely piss off the one behind Zhang Ao. By then, Li Qing will have no time to worry about us. So let's just continue and sit back and watch the tigers fight. Fong Pants is very calm in his work. Even in the face of the current situation, you can calmly make a thought. Li Wenwu nodded, then sighed and said with a distant gaze, with this incident with Zhang Ao, I'm afraid that the Devil's capital is about to set off a big storm next. It won't take long for this matter to come to light, and by then, many people won't be able to sit still, right? Even the officials, they will notice the game. Von Pants lit up a cigarette he had rolled and took a deep drag. Well, by doing this, Li Qing is breaking the rules and breaking the balance. Once things fester, those who have their eyes on Li Qing are not just you and I. I don't know how many people will want to get rid of him at that time. No matter how ruthless Li Qing is, his fate of death will not change. Hearing the words of Fong Pants, the hearts of the people were only slowly stabilized, and felt that, indeed, this was so. Arthur Chen's eyes were sorrowful as he said, Uncle Fong, then next, Li Chang and Yang Mi, will soon have nothing good to do. Early in the morning, because the shooting was in a hurry, Yang Mi got up early. Sister honey, we're filming these days, so we still have to be careful. He bye-bye said as he yawned and ate his breakfast. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Ao was released. It's a big deal on the internet, and everyone's talking about you. Yang Mi took a sip of porridge. This news she also read yesterday afternoon. Aha, I know. No matter what, we have to hurry up and finish the scene smoothly. Now that Carrie Ying and the others are progressing quickly. If they release it first, we lose our advantage. He bye-bye sighed. Sister honey, Zhang Ao has a big background behind him, and he and that group of people in the entertainment industry will definitely not let us go. And, I wonder if Li Qing will be involved. Chapter 89, How Dare He Cross the Line? Shaking the Magic City. When Zhang Ao was arrested earlier, both of them had speculations whether there was Li Qing operating in the middle of this. After all, Li Qing had repeatedly helped Yang Mi and had also worked with Yu Liang. At the mention of Li Qing, Yang Mi's chopsticks for eating paused, and her face clearly became a bit tense before she said, I'll ask him myself about that. After saying that, Yang Mi was a little bit anxious to speak again, showing some worry between her eyebrows. I told him he should just listen to me in case he gets caught up in this. As soon as Li Qing was mentioned, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel guilty rising in her heart. Having a child being raised by someone else is already adding to the trouble. Now people are helping themselves so much, and if they really get into a crisis because of them, that Yang Mi really can't take it inside herself. Seeing Yang Mi looking sad, he bye-bye felt that he had talked too much and let Yang Mi go to work early in the morning with something on her mind. Honey, don't think too much about it, he bye-bye said. Right now, the security bureau is definitely still keeping an eye on Zhang Ao and the others, and they definitely won't go overboard with that matter of you getting acid thrown on you before the investigation is finished. Saying that, he bye-bye couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. It's abominable. It's too unfair. Just because you have money and a background you can be lawless? Grab and Go can still be released again. Yang Mi patted the back of he bye-bye's hand and comforted him. Okay White, let's eat first. That's the way this society is. The weak are the strong, and no one will give you justice. Let's take a step forward. Although Yang Mi was comforting, the powerlessness in her tone was really not hard to hear. After dinner, Yang Mi began to pack her things and put on her makeup to get ready to go out. Bye-bye. On the other hand, was holding her cell phone and sitting aside to arrange the schedule and things related to today's shooting. And just as bye-bye was carefully editing the form, suddenly, a page of news popped up on the cell phone page. Bye-bye instinctively tries to upstroke and ignore it, but immediately afterwards she jerked her head and, because the news push had a word that was as solid as a nail in Bye-bye's eyes. Boss of Magic City Night? Zhang Ao? Bye-bye hurriedly found the pushed news and opened it. Then I saw a big headline, Zhang Ao, the owner of Magic City Night, was brutally injured and disabled. Seeing a news headline like this, Bye-bye's eyes instantly widened. His face froze, and then his mood became excited. My God, what's going on? Bye-bye hurriedly opened his scarf. It was then seen that the news about Zhang Ao had hit the hot search. Hashtag Magic City. Zhang Ao, owner of the Magic City nightclub, was brutally murdered last night and lost his arms and legs. Hashtag Magic City Night's boss Zhang Ao is rumored to have been dumped in front of famed director Fong Pant's villa after he was brutally wasted. Hashtag Magic City Nights and a series of other casinos that changed ownership overnight and Zhang Ao's shares were transferred to a mysterious group. Hashtag about Zhang Ao being wasted. The news broke early in the morning out of nowhere, and instantly created a huge storm on the internet. Photos of Zhang Ao's tragic condition. It is even more popular online, even if the platform is managed, but it cannot hold the netizens to forward it privately. A bunch of netizens were all taken aback when they saw this. Nobody can believe that. The owner of the Magic City nightclub, who was just released by the sheriff's department yesterday afternoon, then the evening was set up, and the hand is extremely ruthless, directly cut off the arms and legs, just hanging half-breath. What is even more shocking and intriguing is that at the same time, the shares of the nightclubs related to Zhang Ao were all acquired by the mysterious group. In other words, all of Zhang Ao's resources were taken captive. There's a constant stream of opinion on the internet, and the netizens were quick to speculate that it seemed obvious that it had something to do with this. Under the news headlines, public opinion continues. Zhang Ao's only enemy, that's Yang Mi, and the other party threw Zhang Ao at Fong Pant's door after he wasted him. Isn't this a warning to the entertainment industry? That's too arrogant. To do it directly like that? Is it possible that Yu Liang, the owner of the Peace Hotel, did this? Impossible. Yu Liang doesn't have this ability, and was almost killed by Zhang Ao before. According to the gossip, behind Yang Mi, there is a big backer. What kind of backer can screw up so brightly? A host of netizens have been engaged in a heated online discussion that, after all, the fact that Zhang Ao was wasted was too explosive and involved the entertainment industry. It was a big melon. Because of what happened to Zhang Ao, the conversation about Yang Mi has been equally hot. And many netizens are speculating that behind Yang Mi, what kind of backer is there? Not just online. Zhang Ao's hands and feet were chopped off and thrown at Fong Pant's door. This incident is like a deep water bomb. It exploded in the upper class of Magic City. Many of the capital bosses of the Magic City, especially those who were on the same level as Zhang Ao, couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this news. Mordor, perhaps there really is a dragon coming out of the water, and the situation is already shaking violently. A lot of people have already smelled the blood. Next, the peace in this city is finally going to be shattered. After seeing all this news online, Bye-bye's entire body had been too shocked to speak. After sitting on the couch and freezing for a moment, Bye-bye came back to her senses and immediately ran towards Yang Mi's dressing room. Sister honey, great news. Pushing the door into Yang Mi's dressing room, Bye-bye said with incomparable excitement, look at the news on your phone. Something big is going on. Seeing Bye-bye so excited, Yang Mi was stunned and froze for a moment. What's wrong, White? What happened? Bye-bye casually pulled over a chair and sat next to Yang Mi, holding her cell phone, and said, Zhang Ao had his arms and legs chopped off and was thrown in front of Fong Pant's villa. This is something that happened last night, and it's just now coming to light, and it's already completely festering on the internet. Hear this. Yang Mi couldn't help but be stunned, followed by a flash of shock on her face. What? Zhang Ao was chopped off his arms and legs? Yang Mi was a little disbelieving, but after seeing the news on Bye-bye's cell phone, the whole person was a bit dumbfounded. And then Yang Mi took her cell phone and looked at the news online. After being shocked for 5 or 6 seconds, Yang Mi looked at Bye-bye with wide eyes. What the hell is going on here? Bye-bye was still in the middle of the excitement and said, I don't know, but I think that there must be someone behind this, helping you to get rid of Zhang Ao, and everyone on the internet is saying that you must have something to do with this. in response to He Bai Bai's words. Young Mi did not retort, for at the time she learned the news, there was actually a guess in mind. It was just a little hard to believe. Who would help themselves like that? The first name that appeared uncontrollably after Yang Mi asked herself, and for some reason, was Li Qing. Noticing that Yang Mi looks complicated, He Bai Bai asked tentatively, "Sister honey, it can't be that Li Qing helped you like this, right?" But soon, He Bai Bai dismissed his speculation. Who could dare to do this in Mordor? To waste the boss of Mordor Knights? This kind of thing has crossed the red line. And all of Zhang Ao's properties have also been acquired. This meant that the person who had laid hands on Zhang Ao was extremely energetic, even heavenly. Li Qing, he can do this? Yang Mi didn't answer He Bai Bai. Even after taking a deep breath, it was difficult to suppress the silence and doubt in his heart. After a moment of silence, Yang Mi said slowly, "But besides Li Qing, who else will help me? Although I find it hard to believe as well. I can't think of anyone else but Li Qing." Yang Mi's beautiful eyes were deep, her brows slightly knitted, her emotions somewhat complicated. He Bai Bai sat on the side with a skeptical look on his face. But how could Li Qing be so capable? This is Zhang Ao. Even Yu Liang can't hold it. Chapter 90. Quite a blast of content. Speaking of Yu Liang, Yang Mi's eyes flickered as if she thought of something and looked up at He Bai Bai and said, "I suddenly thought of a question. Shall Bai you say, were we wondering before why Yu Liang suddenly helped us?" He Bai Bai said uncertainly. "Yeah, this whole thing was supposed to be weird. If Li Chang and Yu Liang are just purely cooperating in a deal, surely the other boss you won't fight Zhang Ao in a firefight for us." Yang Mi analyzed. So, is there a possibility that Li Qing's energy and background is much greater than Yu Liang's? Yu Liang helped us because of Li Qing? With these words, He Bai Bai's brain went down for a moment, then incredulously said, "Sister honey, this imagination of yours is a bit too big, isn't it? Li Qing is just a businessman. How could he have that much background ability?" Despite the words, but when He Bai Bai thought about it, Yang Mi's conjecture, but there is still some basis to follow. About Li Qing's identity, He Bai Bai never found out. Plus, Li Qing lives in the Huazhou Grand Court, and he's still able to hook up with many bigwigs. There's also a real possibility that Li Qing has a powerful background. Yang Mi put down the eyebrow pencil in her hand and said as her mood became calm, "All of this, it's not certain, but this matter, I always feel, and can even be sure, that it is Li Qing who is behind this. No, I have to find Li Qing and ask him about it." At the thought that it might be Li Qing helping himself, in addition to gratitude, Yang Mi's heart was more worried and guilty. If Li Qing really did this, then, the consequences would be too serious, and all the trouble would surely all find its way to Li Qing's head. Even if the authorities can't find out about Li Qing, then these people in the capital world in Mordor, as well as the giants of the entertainment industry, would definitely not let Li Qing go. Hearing Yang Mi's words, He Bai Bai froze. You want to ask Li Qing for a clarification? How are you going to ask? Yang Mi said seriously. Just ask directly. He's also the father of the child. It's not too much of a stretch if I want to get to know him. He Bai Bai hesitated. That's true, but I think it's better if you ask someone else first, to have a good idea. Yang Mi asked. Ask someone else? You mean, go ask Yu Liang? He Bai Bai nodded and said. Yeah, Yu Liang can help you so much. He must know Li Qing's identity background. Why don't we go and ask Yu Liang first? I think it's better. Yang Mi thought about it for a moment and figured it was a way to go. So she said, well, then I'll make an appointment with Boss Yu and ask him on a trial basis first, before asking Li Qing in person. With this happening to Zhang Ao, I guess the Magic City won't be quiet for a few days. Meanwhile, inside the lobby of the Magic City nightclub, after getting Zhang Ao's shares, Wang Nian personally came to the place and replaced all the managers with his own. Well, it's not much money, but it's a place to land. Wang Nian sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his hand, looking calmly at the luxurious clubhouse. Although Magic City Nights is, in Magic City, considered a top nightclub, but in Wang Nian's eyes, it is really not on the stage, and the income from the nightclub is even more than one hair of a nine cow. The reason why Zhang Ao's industry all swallowed. The only starting point, just want to give the Magic City this gang, the so-called upper-class society people, on the eye on the medicine. Mr. Wang, we found the stuff. At this time, a junior brother walked over to Wang Nian and said, then took out a flash drive. We found a compilation of all the hidden cameras in the clubhouse in Zhang Ao's office. These videos contain many famous capitalists, celebrities, and even, in Magic City, that kind of video. Of course, Arthur Chan and Carrie Eng's. Likewise, this should be something Zhang Ao had someone secretly film, leaving these celebrities in their wake. Hearing this news, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Nian's mouth. This flash drive, It's a good one. Come on, project it. I'll see how flowery young Chen and Big Star Wu play. The little brother nodded and found a computer to project directly in the lobby. Because Magic City Nights is in the midst of being revamped, so inside the clubhouse, there was only Wang Mian and his party. The large hall has become a movie theater directly at this moment. Soon, Arthur Chen went up on the screen. One morning, Arthur Chen came to Magic City Night by himself. Afterwards, under the guidance of Sister Hong, they arrived at the second basement floor. Then after going into a room, Sister Hong led a row of her sisters and stood in front of Arthur Chen. Then Arthur Chen picked a few big-legged girls. All of them are some 18-line starlets and showman photo stars. What followed was some juvenile images. Looking at such an exciting picture, the little brothers beside Wang Mian each had a serious expression. Just like ignorance, only Wang Mian grinned. Young Chen is in good spirits. Change it to Carrie Wu's. Let's see if our big star, Wu, has any powerful black information. The little brother said with a nod. To be honest, I think carrying is more skillful than Arthur Chen. Wang Mian raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled lightly. I was kind of looking forward to it when you boys said that. Introductions. The little brother said with a serious face. Don't look at carrying as a goddess star in front of the screen, or Arthur Chen's girlfriend, but in private. Simply, doesn't think of herself as a human being. Ever since carrying and Arthur Chen met Zhang Ao and that Sister Hong, both of them cheated on each other. On 3 occasions, carrying has come to Magic City Night by herself, all behind Arthur Chen's back, looking for excitement. Without further ado, Mr. Wang, please look at the big screen. Having said that, the little brother then dropped the video of carrying on the big screen. 11 o'clock noon. A red Ferrari stopped, and then down came none other than the disguised Fei Wu, stepping on a pair of high heels, long black silk. The body is beyond enchanting. Don't look at carrying. She's not a very nice person, but her biggest contribution to making it so far in showbiz is her body, and her little look and figure are indeed perfect. After walking in, led by Sister Hong, Wu Yufei similarly arrived at the second basement floor, only this time the room that, unlike Arthur Chen's, it also has to be different because it's extremely hidden, because it's in Sister Hong's office, the dark room in the study. Yufei, Chen Xiao doesn't know about you coming out this time, does he? In the video, Sister Hong's voice could be clearly heard. Carrying said as she took off her mask. No, don't worry Sister Hong, I told Arthur. I came to see you to discuss how to deal with Yang Mi. Red said with a nod. That's good. If Xiaochen knows that Ms. Wu came to me for a quickie, then Xiaochen definitely won't be able to spare me. Sister Hong then laughed softly. But it's not too much to ask for Qin Xiao to come often, and for you to only come occasionally. Wu Yufei lit a cigarette and sneered. Oh, each other, I guess. Sister Hong, is there any special program? Those creamy boys, to be honest, I really don't like them very much anymore. Hearing that, Sister Hong covered her mouth and laughed softly a few times. Ms. Wu is changing her tastes. Ha! Wu Yufei's beautiful eyes flickered and she didn't say anything. Sister Hong looked Wu Yufei's figure up and down. The height of 1.7 meters. Weight is also more than 110 pounds. Slender legs, water snake waist. Then pretended to hesitate. I'm just afraid. Miss Wu's little body. I have foreign imports here. Wu Yufei froze, then said with some concern. Is it safe? Sister Hong laughed. That's a relief. Wu Yufei nodded, then walked into the dark room. Moments. Only 2 men who were 1.9 meters and weighed what looked to be over 200 pounds walked in. The 2 men were tanned, with majestic thighs and beefy pecs, each muscle on their bodies practiced to the extreme of natural bodybuilding. See here. Wang Mian took a sip of wine, and a hint of surprise finally appeared in his gaze. Big Star Wu is so bold. The little brother standing next to him laughed. Mr. Wang, it's what comes next that's explosive enough. Chapter 91 Jinghai Mansion. Yang Mi explores Li Qing's identity. After my little brother finished speaking, not only Wang Mian, all the minions around him all stared at the big screen. The camera switches to the inside of the dark room. After an hour or so of watching the video, Wang Mian, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but scream and laugh. Big Star Wu has extraordinary hands. Keep this flash drive well. A little more copying of the contents will come in handy soon. The little brother said with a nod. It's Mr. Wang. Also other brothers wrote in. Besides this flash drive, we searched the entire Magic City Hotel including the vacation villas, and also found the video of Arthur Chen with Fei Wu. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Back it all up. I'm going to give Chiorasphere a big surprise. In these few days, give these nightclubs a good overhaul, and open them as early as possible, or else they'll be idle. If it weren't for the fact that all these nightclubs are downtown, Wang Mian would like to directly demolish Add a few military factories to the group, forget it, when the time comes to trade and export. In the Magic City, Linhai is also very convenient. After all that, Wang Nian quickly returned to the Huazhou monarch's court. Front yard. Pupi, when can I go to school? Xian Bauer said as she came into Li Qing's arms after doing her little craft. I heard from the teacher that Pupi found kindergarten for Wanbei. After learning that she would be going to school, Humboldt had been excited and looking forward to it. After the gradual understanding of the Humboldt knows that children have to go to school, and you get to meet lots and lots of kids at school. For this kind of collective life, Xian Bauer has actually always been very eager and full of anticipation. Because from a young age, Zuanbeier always played alone and never had any friends. Li Qing touched Xian Bauer's head and said very gently, Xian Bauer wants to go to school so much? Xian Bauer nodded, her plump face revealing a cute smile. Zuanbeier wants to go to school. And Mrs. Lin said that there are lots of kids at school. Li Qing pinched Xian Bauer's face and said, in a little while, after the summer vacation, Huan Bauer will be able to go to school. Xian Bauer asked uncertainly, Pupi, what's summer vacation? Li Qing explained patiently. Summer vacation. It's when it's very hot. The school will take a vacation. Let the children go home and rest for 2 months. This is called summer vacation. It's very understandable. But the term summer vacation is still a bit hard to understand for Henbauer, but you will understand it after school. After all, experience is the best way to understand. Not far away, teacher Lin Han walked over and stood beside Li Qing and smiled. Mr. Li, on the side of the Fu Hai kindergarten. I've already greeted them. When the summer vacation is over, Wanbeier can go to school. Li Qing nodded and said, have a heart. Fu Hai kindergarten, arguably the best kindergarten in the Magic City. The education method is also the most advanced in the world and has international classes. The bottom line is this kindergarten is close to home and Li Qing can always see Xian Bauer. Xian Bauer said as she looked at Lin Han with an innocent face. Teacher, you will also go to kindergarten with Schwanbauer, so you will still teach Schwanbauer then. During this period of time, Xian Bauer had developed a teacher-student bond with Lin Han. Lin Han smiled. Teacher won't be there but teacher will be at home to give Xian Bauer tuition de. Lin Han made a very cute face, causing Xian Bauer to be very happy. At this point, Wang Mian came through the courtyard gate. After seeing Wang Mian come over, Lin Han walked to Xian Bauer's side with great insight and said, Xuan Bauer, let's go. Teacher will take you to paint, okay? Xian Bauer looked up at Li Qing. Li Qing smiled gently. Go Xian Bauer, I have something to talk to your Uncle Wang. Xian Bauer was very well behaved and followed Lin Han towards the backyard. Brother Chang, the things over at Magic City Night are all done. After coming to Li Qing's side, Wang Mian said, the funniest thing is that I've been in nightclubs and I've found quite a few videos. Saying that, Wang Nian took out a flash drive from his pocket and laughed. Arthur Chan and Carrie Ng, as well as quite a few well-known entrepreneurs in Magic City, have messy private lives, and their privacy, all of them, is on this flash drive. Li Qing's expression was calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It could liven up the entertainment world. Let's do it in a couple of days, when Carrie Ng's new movie is done. Hearing these words, Wang Mian realized in his heart, Carrie Ng has been rushing through her shooting this whole time, and Li Wenwu has invested a lot in her, and a lot of capital in the entertainment industry has been spent on Carrie Ng. When the new movie is finished and it's announced that it's about to be released, and this YouTube is mailed out, it's going to be even more hilarious. Li Qing continued. Other than that, the rest of the people's videos, save them for now, they'll come in handy later. Wang Mian nodded, his eyes flickering. 6 p.m. Jinghai Mansion. On the second-floor balcony, Yu Liang leaned on a chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, looking at the blood-red sunset. After learning about Zhang Ao's accident, Yu Liang's entire body was taken aback, and at the same time his heart relaxed. Sure enough, once Mr. Li made his move, things ended instantly. Yu Liang sipped his tea and sighed heartily. It's a good thing I lost my way in the first place, or else the one who was crippled would have been myself. Yu Liang was well aware that Li Qing had come from an unusual place. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that the chairman of the Poly Group was treating him with respect. Master, Miss Yang and Miss He are here. In the back, the butler walked over with a serious face. I just let them in. Would you like to see them? Hearing Yang Mi come, Yu Liang froze, then hurriedly stood up from his chair. Ms. Yang is here? Why didn't you say so? Yang Mi is now for Yu Liang. That's a big Buddha that must be offered at all times. Saying that, Yu Liang hurriedly put on his jacket heel and headed downstairs. Once downstairs, Yu Liang then saw Yang Mi and He Bye Bye, just walking into the public house. Ms. Yang, you're here. Yu Liang was incomparably enthusiastic, slightly bending and nodding his head as he went and greeted respectfully. MS. Yang, MS. You didn't even say hello when you came. It's a waste of time to welcome you. For Yu Liang's enthusiasm. Yang Mi had gotten used to it in the meantime and smiled politely. Boss Yu doesn't have to be so polite. I took the liberty of coming and disturbing Boss Yu. Yu Liang hurriedly shook his head and said repeatedly, what are you talking about? MS. Yang, come in. Yu Liang didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, respectfully following beside. He led the two Yang Mi towards the living room. MS. Yang, what is it that you came to see me about? While walking, Yu Liang gathered his courage and asked tentatively, is it the hotel shooting side? What's the problem? Yang Mi smiled faintly. No, everything is going well with the shooting. I'm here. In fact, there are some things that I want to ask Boss Yu. Hearing this, Yu Liang's heart thumped. What could Yang Mi ask herself? However, Yu Liang didn't show worry and continued to smile naturally. MS. Yang, if you have any questions, just talk to me directly. Yang Mi nodded and smiled. It's really nothing. I just want to ask about it. About Li Qing. Chapter 92 His Identity. MS. Yang should ask it herself. The words fell. Yu Liang couldn't help but pause, his face stiffening for a moment. Asking about Li Qing? Yu Liang exclaimed in his heart that it was not good. Why did Yang Mi suddenly find herself to ask about Li Qing? This kind of thing. Yu Liang then felt it was a giveaway. If he said something he shouldn't have, wouldn't it be the end of the game? Boss Yu, is there something you want? Seeing that Yu Liang's face looked a bit off, Yang Mi asked. Yu Liang hurriedly resumed his usual smiling face. No, come on, both of you have a seat. Upon arriving in the living room, Yu Liang greeted the two men and sat down. Then he made the tea himself, with more respect than a waiter. Looking at Yu Liang treating himself like this, Yang Mi was even more sure of herself that she was quite right to come and ask about Li Qing. Since Zhang Ao was crippled, Yang Mi then guessed that the big hand that pacified Zhang Ao in the night of Magic City was Li Qing. For so long, as Li Qing continued to help, Li Qing's identity, too, became more and more enigmatic. As things stand, Yang Mi planned that it would be better to simply ask for clarification. So before the appointment with Li Qing, Yang Mi then wanted to come to Yu Liang's place to see if she could ask for some useful information first. Moreover, judging from Yu Liang's attitude towards himself, Yang Mi knew that Yu Liang must have known that Li Qing was not an ordinary person. Otherwise how could he have treated himself with such respect? After all, he's the big boss of the Peace Hotel. Boss Yu doesn't have to be so polite. Yang Mi smiled. We'll just do it ourselves. Yu Liang remained polite and respectful. Miss Young, you just said you came to me to ask about Mr. Li. I don't know what you want to ask. Anyway, it could not be avoided. Yu Liang simply opened the door and went straight to the subject. Yang Mi pondered for a moment, and then, her face became somewhat serious as she asked, Boss Yu, can you tell us what kind of person Li Qing is? Yang Mi was in a state of mind to ask for clarification, so as soon as it came up, the question was pretty straightforward. This caused Yu Liang to faintly freeze, obviously not expecting that Yang Mi asked so bluntly. Yu Liang is also in a bit of a bind. He pressed on, not knowing what he should or should not say. In case Li Qing doesn't want to disclose about Polygroup, if you say it yourself, it's not like you're talking too much. Thinking for a moment, Yu Liang took a sip of tea and smiled. Miss Young, then can I ask you, what is your relationship with Mr. Li? Then, Yu Liang knew that Yang Mi's relationship with Li Qing was by no means unusual, and had even speculated himself that both of them might have that relationship. So Yu Liang concluded that Yang Mi would never admit it, sending out a question of her own that would surely put her on the spot. At the same time skillfully changing the subject and taking the initiative into his own hands. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes stiffened, but she quickly returned to normal and laughed. Li Qing and I, we're just former classmates now also friends. Yang Mi lied because it was really hard to say anything about her current relationship with Li Qing. And, if we say it now in front of outsiders, Yang Mi was worried that it would cause more trouble for Li Qing. Upon hearing Yang Mi's reply, Yu lit up and nodded, internally getting some sense of proportion. It seems that Yang Mi's relationship with Mr. Li is really unusual, definitely not that kind of ordinary classmate friend or something, but Yu Liang didn't care. Knowing more would be bad for him anyway. Yu Liang continued to seize the initiative and said, Miss Young, since you and Mr. Li are both classmates and friends, you should know Mr. Li better than I do. There's absolutely no need to ask me. Sitting next to him, He Bai was a little anxious. How could she not see Yu Liang's tactics of playing Tai Chi? Yang Mi gently patted the back of He Bai's hand, signaling her to be at ease, then looked at Yu Liang and said, to be honest, I don't know much about Li Qing. Li Qing has been helping me since my accident. And I'm grateful but also worried. That's why I wanted to ask Boss Yu if he could tell me something about Li Qing. Yu Liang took a sip of tea, and although he was tense inside, his face feigned calmness and said, "Oh, I actually don't know Mr. Li very well. Between us, we have a friend who introduced us, and it's just a partnership." Having said that, Yu Liang inwardly sweated and screamed, "It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's that I'm really afraid to say more. When you immortals fight, can you not keep involving a little person like me in it?" Yang Ni smiled and calmly said, "Boss Yu, do you think you believe that yourself? If it's just a simple introduction from a friend and a cooperative relationship, would Boss Yu be willing to offend the entire entertainment industry for the sake of a small artist like me? Not to mention, you're secretly fighting with Zhang Ao. Can you explain all this?" After hearing these words, Yu Liang froze, not because Yang Mi is so smart, but simply did not expect that the Yang Mi was so determined to break through the sandpaper to the end. Like this kind of thing, as long as one is vague, the other party can basically see that they don't want to answer, and naturally they will no longer ask. But Yang Mi was different this time, and was totally in the mood to get to the bottom of the matter. Yu Liang knows that being evasive on your own won't work. Took a sip of strong tea. Yu Liang sighed and couldn't help but have a bitter smile on his face. After thinking for a moment, Yu Liang said, "Ms. Yang, since you really want to ask for clarification, then I'll talk about it. But I don't really know much." Seeing that Yu Liang is about to speak, Yang Ni was shocked, and her whole body was refreshed. It couldn't be helped that her curiosity about Li Qing was now far greater than a cat's. Even He Bai Bai, who was next to him, perked up his ears. "Boss Yu, go ahead," Yang Ni said. Yu Liang said faintly, "Mr. Li is indeed not an ordinary person. How can I put it? He is rich and powerful. I'm not worth a damn in front of Mr. Li, but to say what Mr. Li does, I don't really know." Yu Liang wasn't lying about that. After all, he really doesn't know what Li Qing does. Just know that the chairman of the Poly Group are listening to him. One cannot say, Li Qing may be playing arms? That kind of talk should never be said until it's clear. Yu Liang's words, the two people, Yang Ni and He Bai Bai, both showed surprise on their faces. Especially He Bai Bai, her eyes rounded a bit, her gaze revealing obvious incredulity. Although Yang Ni had been psychologically prepared, she was still shocked when she heard Yu Liang say it in person. Li Qing actually has a higher status than Boss Yu. And from Yu Liang's words, it wasn't hard to hear that Li Qing's background was quite a bit stronger than Yu Liang's. This, more than anything else, intrigued Yang Mi. Li Qing is also becoming more and more mysterious. But Yang Mi is still not dead, because Yu Liang said too vague. In addition to saying that Li Qing is very powerful, the rest did not say anything. Boss Yu, can you tell us more about it? Yang Mi's eyes flickered. Yu Liang had already aroused her curiosity. It was too hard not to ask and understand. Yu Liang's expression was a little guilty as he looked at Yang Mi and smiled bitterly. "Ms. Yang, it's not that I don't want to say, it's that I really don't know. Think about it, how could I know about a capable man like Mr. Li? To be honest, instead of you asking me here, why don't you just go and ask Mr. Li directly? What do you say, Ms. Young?" Chapter 93, a veil that arouses a young girl's curiosity. Seeing that Yu Liang really won't talk, Yang Ni was a little disappointed, but since people had said so, she was too embarrassed to ask again, or else she would be unreasonable. Yang Ni had to smile. "In that case, then thank you for today, Boss Yu." Yu Liang finally sighed inwardly with relief and said, "Ms. Yang is polite." Having asked what she had to ask, Yang Mi intended not to bother Yu Liang anymore and got up. "Boss Yu, we'll go back if there's nothing else." "Thank you, Boss Yu." With Yu Liang's respectful escort, Yang Mi and He Bai Bai left the Jinghai mansion. Car. He Bai Bai drove the car, still not calmed down inside. The information that Yu Liang said, the two were just too amazed. "Geez, sister honey, could it be that you've really picked up a treasure?" After holding his tongue for half a day, He Bai Bai ghostly said this. "Listening to Boss Yu, my brother Ching is also an upper-class person. If you guys really have sex in the future, I'll be able to take advantage of it too." Hearing He Bai Bai's words, Yang Mi froze, then blushed and coughed twice and said, "What are you talking about? White, don't talk nonsense. You still don't understand my relationship with Li Qing. Even if they have the ability and background, it has nothing to do with us. It's already very kind of them to help us so much." That said, but Yang Mi still had more or less a very strange feeling inside, like a hint of inexplicable excitement and apprehension. A woman's emotions, even Yang Mi herself couldn't tell. "Take it easy honey, just take it as me saying it for fun." He Bai Bai laughed. "But what do you think? What's the deal with Ching? It can't really be Some big family clan son. A domineering president or something, can it? Yang Mi gave He Bai Bai a blank look and said, have you been reading too many novels? Although Li Qing's identity is not simple, but not quite as outrageous as He Bai Bai said. He Bai Bai laughed. Ha ha ha, that's not what you think. Honey, what woman hasn't fantasized about being a one-night stand and then being pampered by a super hidden bigot? Sister honey, you dare to say you haven't fantasized about it? Yang Mi was speechless to He Bai Bai, so she simply ignored it and changed the topic and said, according to Yu Liang's words, then this all makes sense. No wonder Li Qing was able to suppress public opinion for us, as well as cooperating with Jiayin Info and helping us out in various ways. What I can be curious about now is, what exactly does Li Qing do? Within these powerful people in Magic City, I've never heard of anyone with the surname Li. Yang Mi was curious about Li Qing's identity before, and now that Yu Liang had said so, her curiosity was even greater. Coupled with the fact that Li Qing is Xian Bao's real father, Yang Mi should at least know what her daughter's father actually does, right? He Bai Bai pondered for a moment, then said, Sister honey, in my opinion, you should still find some time and go with to personally find Li Qing for an interview. Isn't that what you intend to do? Yang Mi said with a nod. Well, in the next few days, I'll go look for Li Qing once. It's time to have a chat with Li Qing. When she thought of Li Qing, his appearance appeared in her mind. Yang Mi's inner emotions were incredibly complicated. And just then, He Bai Bai, who was driving the car, suddenly slowed it down and then looked at the advertising sign not far away. Yang Mi was a bit unsure and looked at He Bai Bai and said, what's with the parking? He Bai Bai dropped the car window and said with a somewhat dumbfounded expression, look, sister honey, isn't that Xian Bao? Yang Mi raised her eyebrows and hurriedly looked towards the front, but after looking around she didn't see Xian Bao. Where is it? How could Henbold be here? He Bai Bai said, pointing to the advertising sign on the flyover in front of him. Look at the top of that advertisement. Isn't it Henbauer? Or did I read it wrong? But I feel like that's Xian Bao up there. Hearing He Bai Bai say that, only then did Yang Mi look up and immediately afterward, her beautiful eyes stared. This, how did Huan Bauer end up on a children's clothing advertisement? Yang Mi said, a little fuming. The big sign on the runway was an advertisement for none other than Bonpoint Children's Clothing, and the spokesperson on it was Hen Bauer. As Xian Bao's mother, Yang Mi believed that she would never be mistaken. It's just that she's shocked and confused that, how did his own daughter become the spokesperson for the famous international children's clothing brand, Bonpoint? Yang Mi and He Bai Bai were both dumbfounded and looked at each other, and a brief silence fell over the car. A few moments later, Yang Mi seemed to think of something and said, it's Li Qing? He Bai Bai froze. Ha, this also has something to do with Li Qing? Yang Mi was thinking very clearly and said calmly, do you still remember that Li Qing brought Xian Bao to a banquet once before? I was on a video call with Xuanbao, and at the banquet, several international brand celebrities appeared, including the chief designer of Bonpoint Children's Clothing, Jacqueline. Yang Mi recalled the events of that time. The heart also grew more and more shocked. At that time, I thought I was mistaken, but now that I think about it, Li Qing may, indeed, know Jacqueline. And then Xuanbao wore clothes, also all Bonpoint Children's Clothing. Xuanbao also told me that it was an aunt who made her clothes. This aunt, I'm afraid, is Jacqueline. As young Nini kept talking, He Bai Bai also pondered quietly from his doubts, and then fell into great shock. Sister honey, are you saying that Li Qing and Jacqueline also know each other? And their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise how could Xian Bao become the international spokesperson for Bonpoint's Children's Clothing? Yang Mi said with some excitement, that's the only possibility. I accidentally found out that Hen Bao does international endorsements for Bonpoint, while Yang Mi was shocked and excited. To Li Qing, it was even more unimaginable. In front of Jia Nympho Entertainment Media, then Estee Lauder extended the olive branch to himself, and force shook the entertainment circle, and took out Zhang Ao, the social bigwig of the Magic City, and even Bonpoint Children's Clothing of Gallic countries, will look for Xian Bao to be the international endorsement. Li Qing's identity was too fascinating for Yang Mi. Yang Mi couldn't wait to go to Li Qing right away, wanted to ask about it all. Sitting in the driver's seat, He Bai Bai, inwardly incomparable shock, small face full of surprise and confusion. Sister honey, my brother-in-law. Surprisingly, he's so powerful? That's a big international brand Bonpoint. Hen Bao was chosen as an international spokesperson. Yang Mi ignored He Bai Bai's nonsense and just took a deep breath and said, go back first. I want to go find Li Qing and ask what's going on. Meanwhile, Mordor Honko District, Chenjiazwang Garden. In the large manor, there was a permaculture pond, next to which were sitting a few middle-aged men who were fishing. Although the pond, but covers an area of up to 5 acres of land, blue water ripples, to the manner added some Jiangnan flavor. By the pond, Chen Xiaoguang, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, was holding a fishing rod, sitting on a bamboo rattan chair, chatting with the middle-aged man next to him. Mr. Wang, I've heard that the Yangmi in your circle is making a lot of noise lately. Chapter 94, Big Star. Show you a nice video. Chen Xiaoguang held a cigarette in his hand and said in a breezy manner, "It wasn't too long ago that one of my junior staff, who was under my hand, got caught up in it. Those casinos at Magic City nights, they're all gone, too." The middle-aged man sitting next to Chen Xiaoguang, when he heard this, his face was only slightly stunned. Then he smiled lightly. Oh, this whole thing did come as a bit of a surprise. However, since Mr. Chen said so to his face, I will definitely give Mr. Chen an explanation. The middle-aged man who spoke, it was the chairman of the famous domestic movie and entertainment company, Huayi Media, Wang Lei. There's a saying in show business, that's the entertainment jungle, with the Wang brothers taking up half of it. It was Wang Lei, and his brother Wang Jun, two brothers, who joined forces to found Huayi, and the two have occupied a pivotal position in the entertainment industry. This time, when Wang Lei came to Magic City and found Chen Xiaoguang, it was also because of Yang Mi's matter. At first Yang Mi was in the circle. Wang Lei didn't care at all. Even Yang Mi and Carrie Wu tearing each other apart was nothing but a fart in Wang Lei's eyes. But the way things are going, ruthlessly gave Wang Lei a social lesson. It's amazing how a minor character, originally dispensable, has made such a big deal out of it. It directly affects the interests of Magic City Chan, especially after hearing that the owner of Magic City Night, Zhang Ao, had his hands and feet broken, and that the major entertainment clubs had changed ownership. Wang Lei could no longer sit still and flew directly to Magic City to visit the Chen family villa. After all, Chen Group weight, for Wang Lei really cannot be underestimated. Hearing what Wang Lei said just now, Chen Xiaoguang just smiled faintly and looked at the float in the water and said, actually, the loss of one Zhang Ao is not a big deal. So Mr. Wang doesn't have to take it to heart. It's just that there are some people in your circle that I don't really like. Wang Lei frowned slightly, then understood the meaning of these words. I understand what Mr. Chen said. Foam pants and their attitude is indeed a bit negative. Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly. It's better to call it negativity in a nice way, rather than just say that it's nothing more than wanting to sit back and watch the tigers fight, isn't it? In the storm of struggle during this time, the Foam Pants group of people had been hibernating, not sharing the same enemy at all, clearly using Zhang Ao as a vanguard and a shield. How could Chen Xiaoguang not see this point? Wang Lei said with some embarrassment. Mr. Chen, Foam Pants has always been this character. He's after all mixed up in 49 City and has too much oil on him. But I'll go and warn them that they have to give an explanation for something like this happening to Zhang Ao, or rather, make them listen to Mr. Chen's command. Chen Xiaoguang picked up the bait next to him and threw a handful of it towards the floating position, faintly saying, Mr. Wang is overly concerned. There's no need for you to warn them. Soon, Foam Pants will be on fire. All I have to do now is nest and wait for the big fish to take the bait. These words of Chen Xiaoguang let Wang Lei had to ponder over the fact that people at this level would always say something that sounded cloudy. But soon, Wang Lei figured it out and smiled. Does Mr. Chen mean that he's going to take Foam Pants and the others to fight the nest and catch the big fish out? But what makes Mr. Chen think that Foam Pants will definitely be willing to be the bait to lure the one behind Yang Mi out of the water? Chen Xiaoguang faintly said, with the one behind Yang Mi, I think his name is Li Qing. With Li Qing's style of doing things, Fei Wu and Arthur Chen, plus Li Wenwu and Foam Pants, a few of them, Li Qing will definitely not let go. Next, the two, Carrie Ng and Arthur Chen, will be the first to die. Wang Lei said with a deep gaze. In that case, the Beijing circle would be caught in a passive situation. And Mr. Chen, you would be the protagonist sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight. I have to say, Mr. Chen's heart cultivation is high. But Mr. Chen, do you know anything about Li Qing? Bottom line, it made Chen Xiaoguang's expression slightly stagnate. He really didn't know much about Li Qing. However, Chen Xiaoguang remained calm. It doesn't matter to me whether I know Li Qing or not. The words, just see Chen Xiaoguang rod float, instantly dragged into the water by the fish. The standard big black drift. Chen Xiaoguang let out a light laugh. Look, the big fish is about to come out of the water. Having said that, Chen Xiaoguang violently lifted the fishing rod, and the rod also violently bent. The sound of the fishing line breaking the wind came to the face. Obviously, this is indeed a big fish. Seeing this, Wang Lei picked up the plunge net from the side and waited until Chen Xiaoguang slipped the big fish to the shore and quickly copied the fish with the plunge net. Congratulations Mr. Chen, the big fish is really in the net. Wang Lei laughed. After this conversation, there there is a newer understanding of Chen Xiaoguang. Of course, it's definitely not about catching this fish coming in, but about to catch the big fish behind Yang Mi. Looking at the big fish in the protection, Wang Lei praised, Mr. Chen, this fish is quite fat. Chen Xiaoguang hung up the bait and threw the hook back into the water before sitting down and smiling. This fish eats meat, so of course it's fat, but soon it will be a down-home dish. Chen Xiaoguang has something to say. Wang Lei heard it, but would not point it out and just said lightly, I've already started checking Li Qing's information. This matter, as long as Mr. Chen has an explanation, I will definitely help Mr. Chen. Chen Xiaoguang lit a cigarette and smiled. It's enough to have Mr. Wang's words, but at the moment, there is no need for Mr. Wang to make a move. Let's wait for the big fish to enter the nest first. A few more days have passed and the news of Zhang Ao and the Magic City Night had gradually returned to calm. During this time, instead, both Yang Mi and Carrie Yang's hotness continued to rise. With the help of Von Pants, with Li Wenwu as the director, Carrie Yang's latest first movie has been successfully declared shot and is just waiting to be released. Yu Fei, in a while, the new movie launch, you have to adjust your state in advance and do a good job of publicizing it. Behind the scenes of the offline launch, Li Wenwu sat next to Wu Yufei and said with some excitement in his mood, by the fact that you've been fighting Yang Mi openly all this time, you've reached the peak of your hotness. Now with the re-release of the new work coming to theaters, this wave of heat is expected to make a whole new history. Looking at that face of Carrie Yang, Li Wenwu was as if he saw the future of big money beckoning to him. Nowadays, with Carrie Wu's hotness, even if she made a bad movie, she would still make a lot of money, let alone a movie that she directed herself. Carrie Yang was in an even more excited mood. After so much time and so many twists and turns, I was finally able to get out. It could be said that as soon as this drama was released, he or she would be promoted to a top-tier star. Thank you, Director Li. I'll make the best of it. After saying that, Wu Yufei looked at Arthur Chen and smiled. Honey, give some encouragement. Arthur Chen sat next to him and said as he held Fei Wu's hand very gently, Baby, it's all up to you this time. I'm sure it won't disappoint. As long as once it's released, then from now on, in the capital circle, there's a seat for you. Wu Yufei couldn't help but smile happily and then said, Thanks hubby, I'll be on in a few minutes and I'll consolidate my script. Having said that, Wu Yufei then took the prepared speech and memorized it carefully. Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu also went to the audience, sitting in the front row in advance, and had to prepare to speak on stage later. Looking at the speech, Wu Yufei actually has no heart at all, full of thoughts of glory and wealth, and likewise revenge on Yang Mi. Release the movie yourself first. It's already quite a bit ahead of Yang Mi, and a solid head-to-head squeeze is on the cards. He, Yang Mi you have someone behind you. I also have someone behind me fight with me, you can only lose. The corners of Wu Yufei's hooked mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. Ding dong. Just then, a message came from the cell phone sitting next to him. Open it up and it's a friend ad prompt. Wu Yufei raised an eyebrow. Her own private contact information was not something that people would normally know. Worried if there was something wrong, Wu Yufei tapped agree and added her friend with the other party, then put her phone aside again. I had just put it down when another message came on my cell phone. Big star Wu, I'll show you something good. Wu Yufei frowned and typed a few words and sent them over. Hello, and you are? Instead of replying, the other party sent several videos in quick succession. What is it? Curious, Wu Yufei clicked on the video. After looking at it for a few seconds, Wu Yufei's eyes widened at once, and her heart snapped into her throat. Chapter 95, Public Apology for New Drama Launch. What operation? This? Where did this come from? Just by watching the beginning of the video, Wu Yufei's heart was in turmoil, and cold sweat instantly dripped from her palms. Next, Wu Yufei hurriedly looked around and found that no one was standing beside her before she dared to open her cell phone again. Finding that video just now, although Wu Yufei knew what it was about, she still wanted to make sure with her own eyes. Otherwise she really couldn't believe it. Randomly fast-forwarded through it. Then the sound of tigers and wolves came out from the cell phone, scaring Wu Yufei so much that she hurriedly turned off the screen. After turning the volume to mute, Wu Yufei dared to continue watching the video. Just see the video. It was Carrie Ng herself, who messed up the Magic City Night. Looked at it for a few seconds. Wu Yufei's face turned red, cold sweat oozed out from her forehead like beans, and her whole body's nerves tensed up. And for the few remaining videos, it's also all about the kind of things you do on your own, including with Arthur Chen. It's all in the video. How is this possible? Wu Yufei hurriedly exited the video. Her heart rate was out of control. Her mind was blank, and her heart was filled with fear. How could a video like this be in someone else's hands? If it ever gets out, the consequences. Fei Wu didn't dare to think about it. Right now this is the time for the launch of a new movie. And if this kind of video goes out, that life is directly over. Wu Yufei took a deep breath and hurriedly stood up and prepared to walk towards the outside. Right now she had to hurry to figure out what was going on. Who the hell is the other side and what exactly is their agenda? Fei, what are you going to do? Seeing Wu Yufei heading out, Arthur Chen casually asked. Wu Yufei paused, her heart in her throat. Still, she forced herself to stay calm, turned around and squeezed out a small smile as she said, a little nervous, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute. Arthur Chen didn't see that something was wrong with Fei Wu and just smiled lightly. Hurry back, it's your turn in a few minutes. Wu Yufei nodded and said, okay, I'll be right back. After walking out of the lounge, Wu Yufei came to the bathroom and locked the door right after. Directly took out her cell phone and called the opposite side. A few moments later, a man's voice came over the phone, but with a voice changer. Big Star Wu, you finally called me. Wu Yufei's body froze. Then she hurriedly whispered, who are you? Where did these videos come from? The man's voice was unhurried on the phone. Big Star Wu, since you dare to do it, are you still afraid that others will see it? I have to say, Big Star Wu is in pretty good shape, and his body is pretty hard. Wu Yufei was anxious and angry, and said with a sobbing voice, enough, who the hell are you and what did you say you were going to do? Is it money? Tell me, how much? I'll give it to you. The man chuckled. Money? I don't like money. I'm just letting you know that I have your video. When the time comes, I'll also send a copy to your good boyfriend. I wonder how young Chin will react when he sees this. Hearing this, Wu Yufei almost went into cardiac arrest. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of consequences would happen if this video of her messing around was seen by Arthur Chen. I'm afraid Arthur Chen will kill himself. Wu Yufei's heart completely broke down, covering her mouth and not daring to cry out. What the hell are you doing? Please don't me, okay? Did I offend you somewhere? The man faded. You didn't offend me. But think about it, who did you offend? Wu Yufei froze, then suddenly realized and whispered in surprise. You're the one behind Yangmi? The man sneered. Mr. Li said that everything must have a beginning and an end, so prepare yourself, Big Star Wu. With that, the man hung up the phone and only Wu Yufei was left holding up the phone dumbly, her eyes empty and dazed. Carrie Ng has been completely dumbfounded. The mind was in such disarray that it didn't know what to do anymore. She doesn't know how the other guy got his hands on those videos, but she knew that this kind of handle was in the hands of the other party, and she, now, was going to be completely finished. Yufei, not out yet? It's about to start. Outside, came the urging of Arthur Chen. Hurry up and get ready for the stage. Wu Yufei shivered and said back, oh, I know, I'll be right out. My stomach was a little upset just now, maybe I was too nervous. Wu Yufei hid the contents of her cell phone, then looked in the mirror and gently wiped away the tears and organized her emotions. No matter what happens behind the scenes, there must be no mistakes in the present launch, though thinking about it, but doing it, which is not so simple, especially when Carrie Ng thought that once the video was exposed, his life is completely over, and despair and fear unconsciously take over his heart. Walking out, only to see that Arthur Chen was standing in the doorway, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Wu Yufei tried to squeeze out a smile and said, honey, I'm on my way. Arthur Chen walked up and patted her on the back and said, Yufei, don't be nervous, as long as after the movie is released, your status, you'll never be the second-tier star you were before. Wu Yufei nodded. Inside is incomparable despair and fear. If the video is known to you, I am afraid that you will even have the heart to kill me. On stage, Wu Yufei's emotions were incredibly tense, and even her legs, which were stepping on high heels, couldn't help but soften. The shadows of those videos, and the conversation with that mysterious man just now, it all lingered in Fei Wu's mind. That's it. Carrie Ng, who was standing on the stage, just kept fuming for 2 minutes, until Li Van Wu in the front row whispered a reminder. Fei, what's going on? Wu Yufei was stunned for a moment, a soulful look on her face, the script she had memorized earlier all forgotten. Letting out a deep breath, Wu Yufei squeezed out a smile to the public, trying to look less perverse as she stammered. I'm thankful that everyone came to the launch of my new work. Well, I hope the upcoming movie production will be enjoyed by everyone. Carrie Ng stumbled, like a student being questioned in class. The people on stage were all puzzled and many bigwigs couldn't help but shake their heads. This is the new popular actress? This quality, too, is too bad. Noticing the looks on everyone's faces, Wu Yufei was getting more and more scared and was almost about to cry. I'm actually here to say sorry. There were a lot of things I did wrong before. I hope everyone can forgive me. I will definitely not go back to getting into arguments with people in the future. I will definitely be a good person and do what an artist should do. I hope, Yang Mi, that you'll forgive me for my previous transgressions, please. Carrying didn't know how, probably really scared, so scared that she didn't know what to do, and began to speak incoherently on stage. After that, there was a deep bow towards the audience. Seeing this scene, all the spectators present, including Lee Won-woo and Arthur Chen, were dumbfounded. Chapter 96, Daddy, can you sleep with Mama? This Carrying, what's the situation? It's also too inexplicable, isn't it? Why are you suddenly saying these things? Is it to hype up traffic? That was the first reason that many of the bigwigs could think of after they were puzzled. This is all about face for traffic? Many in the audience were somewhat contemptuous. These celebrities can kind of figure out traffic, but looking at her, it doesn't look like she's faking it. Oh, people are actors, how can they not know how to act? The crowd on the stage has been talking about it. Only Lee Won-woo and Arthur Chen saw the anomaly in Fei Wu. The launch of the new play is over. When they reached the curtain, the two of them, Lee Won-woo and Arthur Chen, surrounded them. Fei, what's wrong with you? Arthur Chen said with a gloomy face. Did you just have a brain fart? Lee Won-woo's brain was also a bit down, completely unable to understand the operation that Wu Yufei had just done. Is it really about traffic? But for the sake of traffic, you can't lose face at all. Apologizing to Yang Mi in front of so many people? What kind of operation is this? Isn't this a slap in the face of the capital circle? Lee Won-woo said with some displeasure. Fei, I want an explanation. Wu Yufei looked at the two men, especially when he saw Arthur Chen. He couldn't help but be scared inside, and his mind was all about Arthur Chen's reaction after seeing the video. Director Lee, I just want traffic. Carrying's voice was like a mosquito. That should get the heat up. Carrying could only lie alone. Even though she knew there was no fire in the paper, she wanted to put it off for a while. Arthur Chen said in a cold voice, firing up the heat. Thanks for coming up with something like that. I've lost all my face to you. After saying that, Arthur Chen walked out without looking back. This kind of thing is so humiliating. Lee Won-woo looked at Wu Yufei. His heart was angry but he couldn't say anything. After all, this can indeed hype the new movie to the hottest. Alright, young Chen is someone who cares about face. It's a bit excessive for you to do this. Lee Won-woo said faintly. Aren't you the equivalent of, well, a hard slap in the face to the curio? Ugh, this is definitely going to be on the hot seat. After Lee Won-woo left, only Wu Yufei was left alone in the lounge. Puff! Wu Yufei sat paralyzed on the ground at once. Tears welled up in her eyes at once. The fear and despair within her heart completely exploded at this moment. She didn't know when the other side was going to expose herself to the, and that waiting time is the most torturous. Picking up her cell phone, Wu Yufei called the other party again, but to her despair, the other party had already deleted herself. No, I can't be destroyed like this. Wu Yufei cried and stood up, a mentality of begging for forgiveness and remorse filling her entire body. The only chance now, and that was to go to Yang Mi and plead for mercy. Climbing to her feet, Wu Yufei scrambled to dry her tears and rushed out with her car keys. And in the meantime, Carrie Ng's movie launch, the live video is already on fire online. The performance of Carrie Wu on the scene left all the netizens dumbfounded. They have always been rivals with Yang Mi, and during this time they have been fighting behind each other's backs. But the launch of the new movie, how come you suddenly bowed your head and admitted you were wrong? This operation, it's just so fascinating. Many people speculate that Carrie Ng doesn't want to lose face for the sake of traffic, but more people are finding that the kind of nervousness and fear of confessing that Carrie Ng had in the scene didn't look like a performance at all. All sorts of speculative comments have been made, but no matter what, this operation of apologizing by Carrie Ng has really brought shame to the K-pop circle. Wazhou Junting, Brother Chang, I had someone send the video to Big Star Wu. Wang Mian sat on the sofa in the living room and smiled. This woman, she even put on a show at the launch of her new movie. Li Cheng drank a mouthful of tea. His expression didn't fluctuate half a bit, and he faintly said, she's been dancing long enough. Wang Mian smiled faintly. After tonight, there will be no more of her in show business. I guess those videos, too, will be a surprise for Chen Dazhou. Li Cheng put down the teacup and poured another cup of hot tea and said, Feng Pants is sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, and nowadays, I guess the one behind Zhang Ao thinks the same way. Come along and speed things up. Wang Mian nodded, a hint of excitement and ruthlessness coming through his brows. Then I'll go ahead and make the entertainment world completely buzz. Wang Mian had just left with his front foot. At this point, Humboldt came out of her bedroom, dressed in a cute bunny pajamas. Poop Wu. Xian Bauer stood at the corner of the corridor, her large eyes reddened, obviously crying. See the situation. Li Cheng, who had just had a cold face, froze for a moment and then hurriedly walked. What's wrong, Henpa? Why is the baby crying? Humboldt stood there, tiny, with his pajama hat with 2 rabbit ears, rubbing his eyes in aggravation. And Li Qing couldn't stand it straight away. His heart was breaking. Walking over to Xian Bao's side, Li Qing held her in his arms and inquired worriedly, "What's wrong with Wanbei?" The servant next to him came in a panic and stood beside Li Qing and bent down. "Sir, just now Miss Nightmare." Xian Bao was lying in Li Qing's arms with teary eyes. "Poopy, I'm having a nightmare and I'm scared." Li Qing waved his hand and told the maid to go out, then said as he sat down while holding Xian Bao, "Xuan Bao is not afraid. Oh, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid." Xian Bao was clingy and wrapped her arms around Li Qing's neck. "Well, Xuan Bao isn't afraid," Li Qing asked gently. "Can you tell Daddy what nightmares Xuan Bao had?" Xian Bao said weakly, "I dreamed that on a big road, many people wanted to play Mama and to beat Henbauer. In the end Henbauer couldn't find Mama." As she said that, Xian Bao shed tears again, and it seemed that she was truly frightened by the nightmare. Li Qing slowly patted Xian Bao's back, distressed. "Xuan Bao, don't be afraid. With Daddy here, no one can bully you and Mama." Li Qing cupped Xian Bao's fleshy face and said seriously, "Does Humboldt trust Daddy?" Seeing Li Qing, Xian Bao felt a powerful sense of security in her heart and nodded her head obediently and said, "Aha, Poopy, Xuan Bao misses Mama." Xian Bao pouted her little mouth, somewhat aggrieved. "Xuan Bao hasn't been with Mama for a long time. POA. I want to find Mama." Looking at Xian Bao's big, sincere eyes, Li Qing couldn't help but be moved in his heart. Xuan Bao is only 3.5 years old. At this age, it's the time to rely on your parents. And for these reasons, leaving Yang Mi's company for a long time was undoubtedly cruel to Xian Bao. "Then will Daddy bring Mama over to keep Xian Bao company?" Li Qing revealed a hint of a smile and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Xian Bao's eyes. "Xian Bao, good boy, oh, don't cry. Evening Daddy give you to do good food, okay?" Hearing Li Qing's words, Xian Bao wiped the corners of her eyes, and her appearance became much happier. "Really? Yeah, little children are very easy to coax. One second they are teary-eyed, the next they are smiling and happy. Poopy, can I sleep with Mommy at night?" Xian Bao looked at Li Qing with a cute face, her gaze filled with supplication. "Xuan Bao hasn't slept with Mama in a long time. Can we have Henpa lie in the center and Poopy sleep on either side?" Li Qing was slightly stunned and couldn't help but smile as he tickled the tip of Xian Bao's nose. "Let Mama sleep with you. Poopy, I have other things to do at night." For this kind of request, Li Qing could only find a random excuse to put it off. But Xian Bao was unforgiving and said, "Why doesn't Poopy sleep with us? You've never slept with Mommy?" Chapter 97 Makeup, asking Li Qing to dinner. Li Qing stayed for a moment. He truly did not expect Xian Bao to be able to ask such a question, but childish talk. Li Qing did not intend to dwell too much on the question of whether he had slept or not and smiled. "Poopy's got something to do. Humbug is good and obedient." Xian Bao nodded with slight disappointment. "Well then, blah." Seeing that Xian Bao had finally settled down, Li Qing carried Xian Bao to the backyard. Just in time, he bumped into Lin Han walking with a stack of exercise books in his arms. Li Qing laughed. "Xuan Bao, your teacher Lin has brought you something good. Check it out." Xian Bao looked at it with wide eyes. Then after getting off Li Qing, she stumbled and ran towards Lin Han. Seeing how dorky Henpa is, still in his pajamas, Lin Han couldn't help but like it and smiled gently. "Yeah, our Xuan Bao just woke up?" Xian Bao nodded her head and said with a curious look at the practice problems in Lin Han's hand. "Teacher, what is this?" Lin Han smiled and said, "This is a practice problem. There are arithmetic problems on it. Oh, does Henbauer want to play arithmetic?" Upon hearing that it was an arithmetic question, Xian Bao became much more energized. "Wow, Humboldt's favorite is doing arithmetic problems. Teacher, can I give all these questions to Zuenbeer?" Lin Han froze. In his heart he was amused. Other children see these are avoided. Headache. But Xian Bao is the complete opposite of the others. Has an above-average love of learning. Lin Han touched Xian Bao's head and laughed. "And these are for Henpa." The two of them walked to the backyard, and Huan Bao couldn't wait to start working on her second-grade math practice problems. Meanwhile, Thompson, the couch, he Bye-Bye was looking intently at his cell phone. Good lord, Fei Wu is so cheap. He Bye-Bye looked at the hot news online and was furious. Sister honey, she really doesn't want any face for the sake of heat. The news of Carrie Eng's launch, it had already stirred up a lot of public opinion online, and both he Bye-Bye and Yang Mi already knew about it. Yang Mi was a bit speechless. She can do what she likes, as long as it doesn't affect us, and she's not afraid to lose face, so go ahead and do it. Although Yang Mi felt disgusted by this kind of hype from Carrie Eng, there wasn't a single thing she could do about it, and quite a few people on the internet now They are also all asking if Yang Mi accepts Carrie Ng's apology? But Yang Mi did not answer such questions. Let's not talk about Fei Wu for now. I want to go tonight, to see Xian Bauer, Yang Mi said as she gathered her things. That said, it's been a long time since I started filming this movie. I haven't accompanied Hen Bauer, right? Bye put down her cell phone and looked at Yang Mi and laughed. Yeah, but honey, you're going to my brother-in-law first, aren't you? Didn't you say you couldn't wait 2 more days to get busy and go? Yang Mi gave Bye a blank look and said, don't be ridiculous, but there are some things that I really want to ask Li Qing about in person. It's been on my mind since the last time we talked to Boss Yu. Bye nodded thoughtfully and said, Qing's identity is so fascinating. Not to mention you. I'd like to know, which rich son of the family is Qing? That even Boss Yu said he's not simple. In that case, it seems that Xian Bauer is quite safe when she follows brother Cheng. Speaking of Xian Bauer and Li Qing, in addition to the relief in Yang Mi's heart, there was also guilt, especially now. Li Qing had helped himself with so many things and had gotten caught up in this whirlwind, which made Yang Mi's heart feel indescribably uncomfortable. Yang Mi said seriously, this time when we go, besides asking Li Qing, there's also the fact that we can't let him do something so dangerous again. Now how many people in the Magic City have begun to stare at him? Bye sat next to Yang Mi and smiled. What? Are you starting to get upset? If you ask me, what if Qing really is a low-profile high roller? One wave of the hand and all the trouble for you. Yang Mi laughed softly and shook her head. I don't want him to get in trouble, much less get the kid involved. Saying that, Yang Mi's gaze suddenly lost some of its color. How can the power of an individual fight against the entire capital? As Bye listened to this, her heart was similarly a little sad and lost. She didn't know if Yang Mi was referring to Yang Mi herself or Li Cheng when she said personal power, but whoever it was, they couldn't escape that feeling of powerlessness. Bye held Yang Mi's hand and smiled comfortingly. Honey, don't think so. It'll get better. Let's go. Let's pack up and bring some gifts over to Xian Bauer. She hasn't seen you for so long. She must miss you. The words. A message from Huan Bauer came on Yang Mi's cell phone. Voice, Mama. Puppy said he invited Mama over for dinner tonight. I miss Mama. Can you come and see me? Poop said Uncle Wan will pick you up de. Listening to Henpa's voice, Yang Mi was incredibly warm inside, as if she had found a home. Next to him, Bye said with a bit of surprise, Sister honey, you mother and son really do have a heart of gold. You were planning to go and Xian Bauer just happened to be looking for you too. You don't need to call Li Qing either. Wan Mian will come to pick you up in a while, right? Yang Mi flashed a sweet smile. This little guy. I'll go ahead and touch up my makeup. Bye pretended to be contemptuous. Ha! Dating is more important than even filming. Yang Mi was just about to go to her bedroom to put on her makeup when a call came in on her cell phone right after. After glancing at the incoming message, Yang Mi's brows frowned slightly. Why is she calling? The caller was none other than Carrie Ng. Yang Mi was a little curious as to what the two were calling themselves for when they were at the point of having a deadly feud. Still, Yang Mi answered the phone, so maybe something was up. Something wrong? After answering the phone, Yang Mi asked coldly, and on the phone, came the voice of Carrie Ng crying and begging. Sister honey, I was wrong. I won't dare to go against you again sister honey. Honey, can you spare me just once? Just this once, please honey. Listening to Carrie Ng's cries on the phone, Yang Mi's original disgusted expression suddenly became a blank stare. What the hell? Honey, can you hear me? On the phone, Wu Yufei sobbed. Please, don't send out those videos, okay? Yang Mi's cell phone was on external playback, and she looked confused. Next to him, Bye was even more confused, and hurriedly walked over and stood beside Yang Mi, listening with her ears perked up. Asterisk sister honey, is this Fei Wu? Bye was shocked. It can't be a psycho, right? Yang Mi shook her head, then said, I can't understand what you're saying. You're mistyping, aren't you? Wu Yufei on the other side of the phone said hurriedly. Sister honey, it's Yufei. Don't you hang up, please oh. Wu Yufei cried out and continued. I've come to your neighborhood. Can you come out and see me? Please just see me. Yang Mi held her cell phone and looked at each other with Bye, the two of them looking puzzled. Then Bye hurriedly walked to the balcony and looked out towards the neighborhood. Honey, she's really here. Bye said with a surprised face. What the hell is going on here? Should we go down and take a look? Chapter 98, kneeling down towards Yang Mi. You deserve it. Hearing Bye's words, Yang Mi's eyes flashed with surprise. She had no idea. What was Wu Yufei up to? Becoming like a madman. But Yang Mi could vaguely sense that. In the middle of this, there must be something hidden. Yang Mi said with a nod. I'm going down now. After saying that, Yang Mi hung up the phone and stood in the doorway and said, Bye, is it true that Fei Wu is inside the neighborhood? He Bye stood in front of the window with a surprised face and said, "Yeah, look, isn't she right there?" Walking over to the windowsill, Yang Mi looked in the direction of He Bye's finger. "I only saw that not far downstairs. Carrying was wearing the same dress from the launch party, standing there alone. It was hard to see, but you could still feel a bleakness through the window. Come on, go down and have a look." Yang Mi was disgusted with Wu Yufei, but since the other party had already come to her doorstep, she had to go out and see what the other party was up to. The two of them walked downstairs and soon arrived in front of Fei Wu. Carrying wasn't wearing a mask, and looked a bit down in the dumps with red eyes. Seeing Yang Mi coming, Wu Yufei was like seeing a life-saving straw as she rolled and crawled to Yang Mi. "Sister honey, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never go against you again." Carrie Wu cried pearly. "Those videos, can you not expose them? I'm really begging you." Carrie Yang's eyes were bloodshot and her emotional state was very emotional. See the situation. Yang Mi was surprised, but still could not avoid being puzzled and asked indifferently, "Carrie Ying, what the hell are you talking about? What video exposure?" Listening to Yang Mi, Wu Yufei cried even harder, thinking that Yang Mi was still not going to let herself go, and directly kneeled in front of Yang Mi. "Honey, I'm begging you. I'm begging you." Carrie Ying completely disregards her face. At this moment to her, what face? What dignity? Far less important than living. Yang Mi was still unsure, but inwardly, she already had a guess. Looking at Carrie Ying like this, it seems like she's been caught on something. Beside him, He Bye said somewhat breathlessly, "No, tell me clearly, what did Armini do to you? You look pathetic. You're trying to pull a stunt again, aren't you?" Wu Yufei cried for a moment, and after seeing the two Yang Mi's faces filled with confusion, she then asked, "Honey, you don't know about the video?" Yang Mi shook her head and said faintly, "I really don't know what you're talking about." Wu Yufei froze for a moment and took out her cell phone to find the unpleasant videos. "Sister honey, these videos, they're all in Li Qing's hands." Wu Yufei kneeled and crawled forward a few steps, in front of Yang Mi like a dog, handing the phone up and said, "Sister honey, I know you know Li Qing, please, let me live, okay? Before it was me, I apologize to you honey sister. I will never dare again. If these things come to light, the rest of my life will be over." Yang Mi raised her eyebrows, then tapped it to look at the video on Wu Yufei's cell phone, then turned it off, because the content is just unappealing. She also really did not expect Wu Yufei's private life actually will be so messy. However, this kind of video, it would be in Li Qing's hands? Janet can't believe it, but looking at Carrie Ying, she shouldn't be lying. Thinking about it, Yang Mi was inwardly surprised. Li Qing was surprisingly able to get such a video and then use it to threaten Fei Wu. "Sister honey, please, talk to Mr. Li and spare my life, okay?" Wu Yufei knelt on the ground and wailed. She was now really scared and regretted 10,000 times inside. Beside, knowing what was going on, He Bye was first surprised. Then there was a burst of excitement inside, as well as gloating. "Good man, that's kind of grabbing this by the throat. It's already disgusting on the surface. I didn't realize it was even more disgusting behind the scenes. Oh, now you know to come begging?" He Bye is not as steady and introverted as Yang Mi, and any emotions and hatred must be displayed on the spot. He Bye sullenly looked at Wu Yufei in a condescending manner and said in a cold voice, "You should have thought of the consequences before you did those things yourself. You're pretending to be pathetic and falling on your sword right now, but you're more honorable than anyone else." Big Star Wu. In the face of He Bye's sharp words, even though Wu Yufei was unhappy in her heart, she didn't dare to have half an opinion. "I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong, just think of me as young and ignorant. I'll work as a cow for you guys from now on. Don't ever send out the video." Wu Yufei has already made plans in her heart. If she escapes this, even if she goes out to be a small netizen. Yang Mi's face was expressionless, and there was no resentment in her eyes, much less pity. "Consider yourself paid for what you did." Yang Mi simply dropped a sentence and didn't want to say anything else. Don't look at Carrie Ying, who's crying like a pear now. But then she thought that once upon a time, she had gotten someone to throw acid on her. Such a vicious and venomous woman should have been punished a long time ago. Yang Mi never showed mercy to her enemies. Having said that, Yang Mi turned toward the unit building, intending to leave Fei Wu to fend for herself. Seeing that Yang Mi doesn't give a damn, Wu Yufei hurriedly stood up and followed Yang Mi, grabbing Yang Mi's sleeve and crying and begging, "Sister honey, please, let me go, okay? I really won't dare to do it again." Wu Yufei knelt on the ground, pulling on Yang Mi's pants leg, like a rogue dead dog, and at that point, there were more and more people around, especially in the neighborhood. When he saw Yang Mi, he originally couldn't help but look at him more. After all, he was a big star, and upon seeing a woman kneeling in front of Yang Mi, More eyes were drawn to her. Hey, isn't this Yangmi? Why are you arguing with someone? What the hell? There's one on the floor? The one you're kneeling on the ground. Seems to be Fei Wu? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really Fei Wu. How did these two big stars? Many people around were talking and standing around Yangmi to watch. And many of them took out their cell phones to take pictures. And, out of nowhere, a bunch of media reporters appeared, holding cameras and mobbing Yangmi. May I ask MS? Yang, MS. Wu, what happened between you? A media reporter came up and reached for the microphone to interview Yangmi. Meanwhile, outside the neighborhood, more and more media reporters gathered. Big star carrying knelt down in front of Mimi Yang and cried and begged. Reporters know that this can definitely be the hottest melon on the internet. For unimaginable heat, all kinds of media passers-by, directly hard against the security guards, all rushed in, long guns and cannons aimed at Yangmi and Wu Yufei, clicking a shot. Seeing this, as an assistant, He Bai's face became grave. Once these media outlets have surrounded us, it's unlikely that they'll want to leave. And in case there were any bad guys in the group, inside, who attacked Yangmi, it would be even more unthinkable. He Bai had brains and vigor, and immediately kicked towards Wu Yufei on the ground. Get the hell out of here, He Bai said in a cold voice. A kick did not kick away, then added a kick. That kick landed directly on Fei Wu's face. Wow, carrying's nosebleed sword. He Bai didn't have any sympathy and added 2 more kicks before heading towards Wu Yufei to completely loosen her grip. Sister honey, let's hurry. I've already notified the security brigade. They'll be here soon. He Bai was a bit anxious, protecting Yang Mi's side, ready to deal with unexpected situations. And Yang Mi doesn't look good, either. She really didn't expect the neighborhood security guards to be posers and just let so many people come in and surround themselves. MS. Yang, may I ask what happened between you and carrying? MS. Yang, please don't go yet. You haven't answered our questions. The press is shameless. Yang Mi and He Bai 2 people, surrounded a 3 layers outside 3 layers. There are even a few male reporters. Take the opportunity to get close to the 2 people, which makes He Bai very worried. Please keep your distance. He Bai kept driving away those who got too close, but the siege was so tight that he couldn't get away at all. Yang Mi frowned, ready to call company security. Just then, not far away, a black Chevy SUV pulled in. Neighborhoods where vehicles were originally denied access. At that moment, however, the doors were wide open and 5 Audi A8s quickly pulled up behind the Chevrolet with their sirens blaring and their blinkers on. Chapter 99, a sensation all over the internet. The face of the Beijing Circle is raw and painful. The cold honking of the horn startled a crowd of journalists and eaters alike. Everyone craned their heads to see. Just see. A man in a suit slowly stepped out of the Chevy SUV. Behind the men, 5 Audi A8s came down with 20 youths in black suits. A group of people quickly walked towards Yang Mi's side. It was very dry to ruffle the surrounding reporters. Get out of the way. I hope you'll cooperate. The youth's face was expressionless, and when he encountered uncooperative ones, he directly yanked the collar and pulled it aside with one hand. Seeing this battle, the reporters didn't dare to go too far, because this group of people didn't look, well, too good to mess with. It's Wang Mian, sister honey. Brother Ching sent someone to pick you up. Seeing that it was Wang Mian, He Bai was relieved. Let's hurry. After Wang Mian came, the surrounding youths isolated the reporters, kept Yang Mi very safe, and left a path. Miss Young, Mr. Li invites you to have a seat. After walking up, Wang Mian honored. Although Yang Mi is just an entertainer, but she was the same woman who gave birth to Li Cheng and was Xian Bao's mother, so Wang Mian was very respectful. Yang Mi nodded and said, "Thank you Mr. Wang for relieving me." Saying that, Yang Mi and He Bai, both of them, walked towards the black Chevrolet, while Wang Mian followed behind. Seeing Yang Mi leave, kneeling on the ground, Wu Yufei cried even worse, climbing up to rush and stop Yang Mi. She knew that if she couldn't make Yang Mi forgive herself, her own end would be unimaginably miserable. Yang Mi, I kowtowed to you and you can't even forgive me? Wu Yufei stumbled and ran, crying and shouting as the reporters took pictures, with one shocked expression on their faces, not even a few steps out. In the next second, Wu Yufei's eyes went black. Snap! An oncoming slap hit Wu Yufei's face hard. MS. Wu, please behave yourself. Wang Mian's junior brother stopped Wu Yufei and said with sharp eyes, don't blame us for any more stalking. Looking at the group of bodyguards, Yang Mi, under escort, got into the car, and after the luxury fleet of cars drove away from the small district, Wu Yufei was completely desperate. Wu Yufei knelt on the ground and cried out in despair. Her makeup smudged, her hair disheveled, and she rolled around on the ground like a madwoman. The reporters next to him all looked stunned. It's common knowledge in the entertainment industry that the popular actress, Carrie Ng, is a feuding enemy with Nini Young. How come all of a sudden, Carrie Ng has become like this? What happened? Some reporters went forward to ask questions, but Carrie Ng didn't give any attention at all. She was close to having a seizure. Soon, Carrie Ng's incident at Townsend's, where she knelt down to Youngmi, was posted online by the media. This matter, which can be described as like gasoline meeting fire, immediately caught fire on the internet. On the major internet platforms, the news of Carrie Ng kneeling down to Youngmi was quickly highlighted to push the flow and top the hot search. Hashtag after apologizing at the launch of Carrie Ng's new movie, the man himself showed up at Townsend's and knelt down in public to Nini Young. Hashtag shocked. Popular star Carrie Ng openly knelt down to Youngmi. What is the hidden reason? Hashtag. A series of headlines about Carrie Ng instantly dominated the internet. For just a few minutes, it just caused a huge stir online. Countless netizens were shocked to see this news. Who would dare to believe that Carrie Ng would go to Youngmi and kneel down to apologize? What the hell is going on here? If Carrie Ng suddenly apologized to Youngmi at the previous movie launch, it could be interpreted as speculation. But now what Carrie Ng is doing is completely incomprehensible. Based on the live video and pictures, it's not hard to see that Youngmi seems to be holding something big on Carrie Ng. Otherwise, Carrie Ng would never have begged for mercy. For a while, the internet was abuzz with all sorts of speculations about Carrie Ng. Meanwhile, in the Ningyi district of the Magic City, inside a single office building, this office building is none other than director Lee Won-woo's private studio, Radiant Media Inc. In the boardroom, next to a large solid wood tea house, was sitting Lee Won-woo, Arthur Chen, as well as there will be a few core executives within the company. Among them, sitting in the main seat at the front was the investor behind Radiant Media, Phone Pants. Director Lee, this drama of MS Woo's is expected to get great ratings. A company executive chuckled. Congratulations in advance to Director Lee. After the launch of the new movie, the crowd then went to Lee Won-woo's media company to discuss the next step in the release of the movie. Lee Won-woo smiled faintly. Oh, this matter? It's all thanks to Director Fong and Chen Xiao's help. In front of Phone Pants, Lee Won-woo didn't dare to take all the credit. Next, several people discussed the cost of investment in Carrie Ng's new movie, predicted profit earnings and so on. Just as the boardroom was in its happy place, suddenly, a woman pushed the door and rushed in. Director Lee, it's bad. Something big has happened. The woman was none other than Wu Yufei's agent. Sweating profusely, Fei Wu is crazy. The broker's suddenness startled everyone in the room. Lee Won-woo's brows furrowed as he froze. What did you just say? The agent gasped. Fei Wu is crazy. I don't know what got into her. She ran to Youngmi's place and apologized to Youngmi on her knees. And now the whole internet has gone crazy. The words fell. At once, everyone in the boardroom was stunned. And then they all stood up. Arthur Chen was dumbfounded and his brain almost died when he heard this news. What's going on? Arthur Chen sank his face, then opened his cell phone and hurriedly checked what new news was on the internet. Don't look. Don't know. Directly, Arthur Chen was dumbfounded. Arthur Chen was so shocked by the news on the internet that he couldn't speak very well and eventually held back a foul mouth. Asterisk in hell. What's the nuttiness? Phone Pants took a drag on his cigarette and said in a deep voice. Why Arthur? What happened? Arthur Chen said as he placed his cell phone on the table. Uncle Fong look. Wu Yufei even. Arthur Chen asked the crowd to look at his cell phone while explaining about Fei Wu. A few moments later, after reading the news on the news, everyone was nonplussed, especially Lee Won-woo. Asterisk. Director Fong, what is Fei Wu doing? 10,000 flew by inside Lee Won-woo. Carrie Ng is currently the star of her own main promotion. It's a popular artist at the moment. So why all of a sudden? Hurry up and send someone. Bring me Fei Wu. Arthur Chen's face turned green with anger and he yelled at his agent. Come on. Hurry up. The agent didn't dare to be lazy and nodded and immediately left the boardroom. The faces of the people at the scene were ugly as hell. Carrie Ng inexplicably pulling a stunt like this and kneeling down with Youngmi is beyond comprehension. Whatever the reason behind it, this is a hard slap in the face of the crowd in the entertainment industry. Lee Won-woo looked at Arthur Chen and asked, Chen Xiao, what's going on with Carrie Wu? I've felt that she's not right since the launch of the new movie. And at that time I thought it was a deliberate hype, just a bit of shameless tactics. But now, what's the deal with kneeling down and begging for forgiveness to Youngmi in public? Did Youngmi catch something on Fei Wu? Chapter 100, Mr. Chen, is it nice? After the crowd was shocked and angry at this move by Wu Yufei, they then began to wonder if there was still some secret hidden behind it. After all, normal people want to be in the heat of the moment for the sake of it anymore. It's not possible to do something so lowly. is it? Arthur Chen frowned, his face grim. How can Yang Mi have something on Fei Wu? Isn't that a joke? If it did, then there's no way Yang Mi wouldn't have threatened us with it during this time of open and shut fighting, right? The crowd murmured, and only Feng Pant's face was still calm. A pair of old eyes swept over the crowd. Feng Pant said quietly, bring Fei Wu here and let her explain herself face to face. Things have gotten so out of hand. It's only fair to call the person in question and ask what's going on. Ding dong. Just then, the cell phone on the table suddenly came the sound of a message. Chen Arthur looked at it. It was a friend verification message. I'll show you a good one. Arthur Chen frowned slightly, then nodded in agreement. After adding the friend, then the person sent a video. Staring at the screen, Chen Arthur was inexplicably a little nervous inside, always feeling that, at this juncture, a stranger adding himself and sending a video was definitely not a good thing. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Seeing that Arthur Chen's face looked a bit off, Li Wanwu asked. Arthur Chen said faintly, it's okay, a guy added me and sent me a video, I'll watch it. Saying that, Arthur Chen then clicked the video on. Picture. Carrie Ng pulled up in front of Magic City Knights in a red Ferrari. Seeing Carrie Ng appear in the video, Arthur Chen's frown tightened. Inside, there was a strong sense of ill will that made the heart intensify its beating. Even, Arthur Chen could be sure that this video must have something to do with Fei Wu kneeling down to Yang Mi. As the video continues to play, Wu Yufei followed Sister Hong into the second basement floor. The two of them were laughing and chatting in the office to discuss. A series of bombastic conversations played out from the phone. Listening to the words of these tigers and wolves, Arthur Chen's eyes widened as a wave of anger pounded to the sky. See here, Arthur Chen already knew what Carrie Ng was going to do. Solely, fast forward the video directly to the center focus section. Immediately afterward, Arthur Chen's scalp went numb and his entire body exploded, because it's outgoing. Next to them, Li Wenwu and Feng Pants, a few people, could also vaguely hear those strange sounds. Arthur, what are you looking at? Feng Pants said with a pair of deep eyes, looking towards Arthur Chen. Is something wrong? Arthur Chen didn't say anything, because he didn't hear Feng Pants speak at all. All his attention, all focused on the video. Holding the cell phone, Arthur Chen's hands kept shaking, his eyes were red, and his chest continued to rise and fall. Grass. Arthur Chen couldn't take it anymore and directly slammed his cell phone on the table with a furious voice. That's stinking. She deserves to die. Arthur Chan's sudden outburst of anger. Frightened, the large boardroom instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at Arthur Chen. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Li Wanwu looked at Arthur Chen with a stunned expression. Arthur Chen kept gasping for air. Intense indignation already etched on his face. He really didn't think that Wu Yufei had gone behind her back and done such a thing. Groove the up. Arthur Chen was already so angry that he was about to lose his mind. Dropping his cell phone and heading for the door. Wu Yufei, I'm going to get her killed. Seeing that Chen Arthur was out of sorts, Feng Pant's face sank as he stood up and said, Arthur, what's going on? Arthur Chen said without turning his head, Uncle Feng, stay out of this. In front of so many people, it was the first time that Arthur Chen had gone against Feng Pants. Bang! Feng Pants slammed the table and said with a stern gaze, come back and set the record straight. Is it just me talking? That doesn't work? Knowing that something must have happened, Li Wenwu hurriedly walked to stop Arthur Chen and persuaded him. Chen Xiao, what's going on? So impulsive. Go. You have to talk to Director Feng about everything. The bang from Feng Pants just now made Chen Arthur instantly sober up. After turning around, Arthur Chen's eyes were scarlet as he gasped for air. Uncle Feng, Fei Wu deserves to die. The video on your cell phone. Check it out. Anyway, it's come to this. Arthur Chen wasn't afraid of being humiliated. Von Pants brought Arthur Chen's cell phone over to him. The screen is shattered, but fortunately it doesn't interfere with viewing it. Seeing this so blasted, even Feng Pants, who had been as steady as a mountain, frowned fiercely. Li Wanwu came along to look at the video, as well. With that, the entire person was nonplussed, sort of understanding why Arthur Chen would be infuriated and lose his mind. If this were to fall on my head, I'm sure I'd be spitting blood, too. Carrying is so disgusting in private, Li Wenwu said in exasperation. When we bring her back, I will never let her off lightly. Feng Pants did not linger too long on the video, but instead his face became somewhat grave. This video, who gave it to you? Arthur Chen's face was grim. I don't know. The other person just friended me too. Saying that, Arthur Chen snapped to attention and his face stared. How could this kind of video of carrying get out? Could it be that the person who sent me the video is one of Yang Mi's people? Associated with the news of carrying kneeling down and begging for Mi Yang. Arthur Chen immediately understood why Wu Yufei apologized to Yang Mi at the new movie launch and then personally went to Yang Mi to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Now that I think about it. At the conference, Carrie Ng acted a bit erratically when she was about to go on stage. It was probably that time that Carrie Ng received such a video. But how did this kind of video get into Yang Mi's hands? As soon as the question was asked, the answer appeared in Arthur Chen's mind in the next second. Now the owner of the Magic City Night is Li Qing. The video was most likely recorded by Zhang Ao before and kept as a handle. As a result, Zhang Ao was later killed off when the Night of Mordor came into Li Qing's hands. These videos, naturally, came to Li Qing. There was no way for Fei Wu to meet Li Qing, so she approached Yang Mi to plead for leniency. In just a few seconds, Arthur Chen had connected all the dots and, next, from the initial anger, it became tense. Because Carrie Ng wasn't the only one who went dashing around on Magic City Night. Arthur Chen himself went quite a bit. If Carrie Ng's was photographed, then her own, surely, was no exception. Bad. Something big is going to happen. Thinking of this, Chen Arthur's cold sweat dripped down, looking at Feng Pants with eyes full of gravity and said, Uncle Feng, something really big is going to happen. Feng Pants naturally also thought of the ins and outs of the matter, raised his eyes and looked at the sweaty Arthur Chen said, You went to Magic City Night and did that too? Meeting Feng Pants' sharp gaze, Arthur Chen subconsciously gulped and lowered his head in extreme shame. Well, beside, Li Wenwu, who thought things through, likewise became nervous. His face, which was fine just now became white, obviously frightened. Feng Pants' gaze shifted to Li Wenwu and said in a low voice, You went too? Chapter 101, don't you guys like it? Li Wenwu didn't dare to look directly at Feng Pants' gaze, and only gently nodded. Feng Pants took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, then picked up the ashtray next to him and slammed it on the ground. Wow! Crystal's ashtray smashed the floor. You guys are brilliant. Feng Pants roared angrily. Well, I think you've all had enough of mixing it up. Feng Pants, who was always calm, finally couldn't stand it anymore and looked at the two with hatred, itching to smash the ashtray on the two. Chen Arthur shivered a bit and carefully looked up at Feng Pants and said, Uncle Feng, now, what should we do? Once they're exposed, I'll be finished. Feng Pants' face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water as he said in a cold voice, You asked me what to do? I think we need to let your dad handle this. Arthur Chen's gaze was startled. Let Pops come. Arthur Chen is really afraid of being beaten to death. Chen Gu, as a leading figure in the Beijing circle, coupled with a family background that was just right in red, would not be angry if he knew that Arthur Chen was doing this kind of thing and was exposed. Feng Pants said in a deep voice, I told you a long time ago. You must be restrained when it comes to things like this. You're good. Now, not to mention what you're going to do. Even I don't know how I'm going to explain it to elder brother Chen. Having said that, Feng Pants turned his head to look at Li Wenwu and said in a deep voice, I see that you're almost at the end of your ing rope, the chairmanship of Radiant Media. You don't want to sit down at all. Li Wenwu lowered his head and could only tremble in the face of Feng Pants' anger, but he still whispered, Director Feng, why didn't the other party just send me and Chen Xiao's video over? Von Pants laughed angrily. Is that something you should be asking me? Ding dong, ding dong. The words, on Arthur Chen's cell phone. The message came again. The three of them took a look and sent the same video. But this time, instead of one, there were four. The two of them, Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu, were so nervous that they didn't even have the courage to click on the video, tap away and look at them one by one. Von Pants lit up a cigarette and took a hard drag, as if suppressing his emotions. What's the use of being afraid when it's already happened? What's the use of being afraid when it's already happened? Arthur Chen took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he clicked on a video. The video opens with a straight-up explosion that, on the screen is none other than Arthur Chen in some hotel. Seeing that it was Arthur Chen and Carrie Ng, Li Wenwu hurriedly turned his head away, embarrassed to look. Arthur Chen gritted his teeth and watched for a dozen seconds, then clicked on the next video. Director Li, it's your turn, Arthur Chen said in a deep voice. Li Wenwu's heart tightened. He knew that he couldn't avoid it. In the video, Li Wenwu learns a foreign language from 3 foreign students on a night in the Magic City. Li Wenwu wanted to say something, and in his heart, he cried out that it was going to be the end of the game. Feng Pants did not say a word, pulling a black face without anger. In the next 2 videos, it's all pretty much the same. Look at all this stuff. Arthur Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. How did all this stuff get out? These hotels still want to do it. Feng Pants narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Now you should think about the consequences of these videos once they get out. Arthur Chen had a belly full of fire, but was too dumbfounded to say a word. Li Wenwu's face was grave. The other side must be trying to threaten us by sending us these videos. Young Chen, do you want to ask him what he means? Fengpan said in a deep voice. The fact that the other side didn't expose the video outright means that the other side will probably want to make some kind of deal with us. Take this video and use it as leverage. Prepare to hemorrhage. Hearing that, not only was Arthur Chen not discouraged, but there was a hint of hope in his gaze. As long as the video hasn't been exposed, I'll be fine. And regardless of the fact that the other party's demands haven't gone too far, we need to stabilize the other party as much as possible. Li Wenwu sighed, always feeling that this matter would definitely not be handled simply. At this point, the agent walked in through the door, 2 minions behind him, dragging Fei Wu. Director Feng, Young Chen, Director Li, I've already brought back the people. Looking at the tense atmosphere in the room, the agent said something and then carefully backed out. Come into the office. Looking at the gloomy faces of Chen Arthur and also Li Wenwu, Wu Yufei instantly understood that the video might have been sent to Chen Arthur. Wu Yufei only felt that her legs were a bit out of control and she almost collapsed on the ground. Honey, I'm sorry honey, I was wrong. Rolling and crawling to Arthur Chen, Wu Yufei knelt on the ground at once. I'm sorry hubby, I was wrong. A voice of husband drilled into Chen Arthur's ears, making him sick to his stomach. Arthur Chen's anger completely exploded. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Arthur Chen directly kicked Fei Wu in the face. Trough you, who are you calling husband? Don't disgust me. Arthur Chen's eyes were filled with blood. He really wanted to kill you Fei Wu right now. I'll kill you. Arthur Chen leaned down, grabbed a handful of Fei Wu's hair, and knocked it hard towards the floor. Bang bang bang. Several times in quick succession, Arthur Chen tugged on Fei Wu's hair and tilted her face up. After knocking on the floor a few times, Wu Yufei's forehead cracked open and blood flowed down her face, dripping onto the floor in crimson. Oh, Wu Yufei's dizziness, the intense pain and ache, coupled with her inner fear, made her cry a bit breathless. Chen Arthur did not feel the least bit of pity, but instead, it was not enough to relieve the hatred. Grabbing his hair and slapping it fiercely. Snap, left one right one. Bitch, you have the face to cry? Arthur Chen cursed. Did you think then that you would end up like this now? Carrie Ng was beaten up by Arthur Chen, paralyzed on the floor like a dead dog about to give out. It's hard to imagine that. In the morning, Carrie Ng, who is still a beautiful and popular star, and now it's this miserable mess. Li Wenwu pulled on Chen Arthur's arm, worried that he would make a scene and said, Alright Chen Xiao, stop fighting. It'll be troublesome if someone gets killed. Arthur Chen spat a mouthful of saliva on Fei Wu's face and said angrily, she deserved to die. I feel sick just thinking about it. I'll check it out later. You better not infect me with any diseases. If you do, I'll chop you up. Wu Yufei knelt on the ground and wiped a handful of blood, crying and wailing. No husband, I did it for protection. Hearing that, Arthur Chen, who was just about to close his hand, suddenly, his fire pranced and filled up again. Arthur Chen copied the chair and ruthlessly smashed it on Fei Wu's jade back. Clunk! Wu Yufei slumped to the ground, knocking out 2 of her teeth. If you disgust me again, I'll kill you now. Arthur Chen was almost exasperated, and all his anger was vented on Fei Wu. Wu Yufei was lying on the ground without moving, except for gasping for breath and a little wailing sound. Seeing this, Arthur Chen reluctantly withdrew his hand, and just then, the head of the company's public relations department rushed in from outside. Director Li, it's a big deal. You and Mr. Chen are on the hot spot. The head of the public relations department was sweating profusely and stood at the door with eyes as wide as cow's eggs and said, and Carrie Ng, your videos, all of them have been exposed online. Chapter 102. So all of this, was it done by Li Qing? The words of the Minister of Public Relations fell. In an instant, the entire boardroom was stunned. Even Arthur Chen, who had stormed out, froze in place, and the news was like a bolt from the blue, blasting everyone in the head. Just now, I was wondering if the other party was trying to use the video as a bargaining chip to raise any excessive conditions by sending it to himself first. I didn't realize that people send videos over just to, well, gross themselves out. The 2 of them, Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu, were frozen in the office on the spot. Grass. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and press public opinion. Arthur Chen was the first to react, and yelled towards the head of the public relations department, then took out his cell phone and went online to check it out. For just over 2 minutes, the video about Arthur Chen with Carrie Ng and Li Wenwu has been spreading all over the place, especially on the Bib hotspot. Almost more than half of the hot searches were all about the video that came out of Arthur Chen and Carrie Ng. Hashtag Arthur Chen's indecent video was out and it shocked me for a million years. Hashtag popular star, Carrie Ng, shocking video revealed. Hashtag Hashtag looking for cotton slaves has become fashionable entertainment in the entertainment industry? Hashtag famous director Lee Boon-woo, whose private life is disgusting, has been exposed in bad videos. Hashtag. A series of news headlines, one more explosive than the other. While, explicitly, the major internet platforms would not have shown the video. Netflix, there are so many channels. In the comments section, the netizens have blown up. What's going on? How did such a big melon suddenly explode? The group is spreading like crazy. You are not seen Wu Yufei behind the back of Arthur Chen to go to the Magic City night to find fun. Is really fierce. Thanks for the perks from Big Star Wu. There's more material under the covers tonight. What's the point of picking? She's the one. We'll get her out in a minute. And Lee Wun-woo, Arthur Chen, these two also play with the flowers. All kinds of royal sister. TSK. Rich people's life really dare not imagine. Various netizens spread the video by following each other's private messages in the comment section. The fire is so fast it's hard to believe. Many people are even willing to pay for it. For a moment, Arthur Chen, Carrie Ng and Lee Wun-woo. These three are completely on fire online and their personas are collapsing. And the bottom line is this. Lee Wun-woo gave Carrie Ng a huge investment in the movie. It was just about to be released, and now after the incident, it's just been blocked. Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment will go straight down the drain. Meanwhile, on the other side, the black Chevy SUV, Yang Mi and He Bye, was sitting in the back of the car, heading towards Li Qing's villa. Honey, this car seems really unusual. Sitting in the car, he was enjoying the electric massage seats for nothing, with tea in the front, more comfortable than those high-class business cars. Yang Mi was attracted by the car's interior and felt that everything in the car was unseen. When I saw this car of Li Qing's before, I didn't think there was anything peculiar about it. The exterior looks premium, but not very different from a regular car. But only after getting in the car and sitting up. It's only then that you can feel that this car is not your average luxury. Looking at the baby seat next to her, Yang Mi smiled faintly. Is this the seat of the Humboldt? Wang Mian was in charge of driving and replied, yes Ms. Yang, this was installed by Brother Ching specifically for Xian Bauer. And in every car in the house, there's a baby seat. He Bye touched it curiously and found this baby seat to be premium as well. High carbon fiber with no gaps. Honey, this baby seat is much better than the one we bought. But why haven't I seen this brand before? He Bye was too curious about the car and felt that everything was new. So she kept asking Wang Mian about it. Mr. Wang, did Mr. Li buy this seat? Wang Mian smiled faintly. Yes, and they're specially ordered from the military factory, with a much higher safety and protection factor than what's available on the market. Both of them were a little surprised that I didn't realize that a baby seat could go to the arsenal for customization. Wang Mian continued. To the right of Ms. Yang, there is a hidden refrigerator with drinks and snacks, so you can take them from there if you need them. I need to. He Bye smiled heatedly, not seeing any outsiders at all. Leaning over to Yang Mi's side and opening the refrigerator, He Bye's eyes lit up. Wow, I can't believe there's this much space in my favorite milk tea. Honey, you have one too. Yang Mi also felt new and, although there were refrigerators in cars nowadays, she hadn't seen one this fancy and with a lot of storage space. Even the big star, Nini Yang, sitting in this Chevy still feels all kinds of new. Yang Mi took a cup of milk tea, found a handle next to it, gently pulled it. Inside was a small refrigerator. Looking at the small refrigerator, Yang Mi's gaze froze for a moment and, because it's not drinks and snacks that go in here. Instead, it's all sorts of medical supplies, syringes and bandages, and refrigerated blood packs. Seeing this, He Bye was shocked. Why are there more of these in this car? In front, Wang Mian calmly said, these are spare medical items in case of emergencies. Those blood packets, they're Mr. Lee's and Henbar's. And of course there's a copy that's mine. If anything happens, these blood packets will save lives if necessary. The words fell. Yang Mi and He Bye, both of them, had been completely shocked. A car like this, presumably at the presidential level? Anyway, I've only seen it in movies. It's a first in reality. Just a little hiccup in the car. Yang Mi's curiosity towards Li Qing became heavier. What kind of person is it that can be so preachy and, crucially, has the ability to be so preachy? The baby seats are military products, and in the car all sorts of medical, protective, and, it made Yang Mi have to wonder, was Li Qing really just a simple trade merchant? Obviously, it's unlikely that. There must be more background hidden behind Li Qing. Yang Mi was even more determined. This time when she saw Li Qing, she must ask him face to face, what exactly does he do? And there's something about carrying. In Li Qing's hands, how could he have that kind of video of her? Would threatening Fei Wu with that kind of video cause more trouble for Li Qing and put him in danger? Yang Mi's heart was filled with too many doubts and her brain was occupied by question marks. But He Bai Bai didn't think so much about it. Curiosity aside, she wanted to enjoy herself now. Just now in the neighborhood. Fei Wu was so mad and there was so much media surrounding her. But it scared her. Sister honey, this milk tea is so delicious. He Bai Bai laid back on the seat and swiped his cell phone as he massaged. What did you say about that Fei Wu? Anyway? Mr. Wang, are those videos of carrying really in Mr. Li's hands? In the face of inquiries, instead of hiding, Wang Nian chose to answer positively. In my hands, to be exact. It was all Cheng's idea, too. Wang Nian's words were calm. However, when Yang Mi heard it, she was shocked fiercely inwardly. Unexpectedly, Wu Yufei was really caught by Li Cheng. Although Yang Mi also believed in Carrie Ng's words before. However, when he heard Wang Mian admit it himself, he still couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. Whether it was Li Qing's means, ability, or vigor, all of them made Yang Mi incomparably surprised. But won't there really be any serious consequences for doing so? Compared to the pleasure of having Fei Wu lose her reputation and kneel down to beg for forgiveness, Yang Mi was more worried about whether Li Cheng would be in greater danger. Threatening Fei Wu with this kind of video would undoubtedly make the entertainment industry hate Li Qing even more and make him even more dangerous. It's not such a good trip. This muddy water. Wang Mian smiled faintly. What consequences can there be? They don't have time to care about us right now. They're the ones who should be busy next. The words. He Bai Bai, who was drinking milk tea, sat up straight at once, her beautiful eyes wide and rolling. Honey look, ********, amazing news. Chapter 103, Mama Mrs. Shin Boer. Where's your father? Due to too much excitement, the milk tea in He Bai Bai's hand spilled into her neckline, and the front of it was wet, but she didn't care about it at all. Dao. Honey look at the news on your phone. Oh my god. He Bai Bai is in a state of shock. It startled Yang Mi for a moment, then exhaled a breath and said, I say, White, why are you always in a state of shock? Saying that, Yang Mi opened her cell phone and casually checked the internet to see then the person froze on the spot. This, I'll go. Yang Mi couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, her eyes wide open with an unbelievable expression. It wasn't that Yang Mi wasn't steady enough, but it was because all this news on the internet was just too bombastic for her. Arthur Chen, Carrie Ng, and Li Wenwu, exposed so many videos? Yang Mi kept sliding the page and a video about Arthur Chen's night in Mordor, along with Li Wenwu, Carrie Ng and many more. All of this information has been raked over the coals online. Yang Mi took a deep breath. It was difficult to suppress the shock in her heart. This news is definitely a shocking event in the entertainment industry. He Bai Bai marveled. I'm humanly stupid. I didn't realize that apart from Carrie Ng, Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu also have such powerful black information. Sister honey, my little sister sent me the video. Do you want to see it? My god, it's so hot. Yang Mi's heart was in turmoil. She honestly really wanted to see it, but still didn't have the heart to ask He Bai Bai for it. Ha ha, now. Fei Wu is completely finished. He Bai Bai was incomparably joyful. His heart was stormy, and he laughed. Carrie Wu's movie was just about to be released. And now, Li Wenwu is probably losing his pants. Yang Mi let out a breath and had to say that this news could be considered great news for herself. Carrie Ng is considered totally screwed. Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen, also enough to drink a pot of water. The next have their headache. In delight, Yang Mi looked up at Wang Mian in front of her and asked, Mr. Wang, these. It can't be that Li Qing did this too, right? Thinking of what Wang Mian said just now. Next, it's them who should be busy. Yang Mi just guessed that. This kind of video of Arthur Chen and the others was exposed. I guess it's also Li Qing's doing, isn't it? Wang Mian drove the car and said with a faint smile. When we arrive in a while, you can ask Brother Qing yourself. It's not here already. The car slowly drove into Huazhou Junting Villa. The doorman saluted and the door swung open. This is the second time I've come to Li Qing's residence. Still, Yang Mi felt inexplicably nervous, her heart beating faster. He Bai Bai said with a small laugh. Sister honey, you're about to meet Qing. Are you nervous? Yang Mi looked straight ahead without looking away, like she was pretending to be calm. There's nothing to be nervous about. Nothing. He Bai Bai smiled. Just pretend. Don't forget your mission this time, but ask nicely. Qing is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe we can ask for a big surprise. Yang Mi said evenly. Okay. Time to get off. After the car stopped, two young men in suits went forward and opened the car door, respectfully asking Yang Mi and He Bai Bai to get out of the car. Adjusted his breathing. Yang Mi stepped out of the car. Mama, just as soon as he got off the bus. The sound of a milky girl's voice came into Yang Mi's ears. Heads up. Not far away. Xian Bao was wearing an extremely beautiful children's clothing, stumbling towards this side originally. Yang Mi had a big, gentle smile on her face and opened her arms to greet Xian Bao. Baby. After many days, Yang Mi saw Xian Bao, and that longing and worry was all released at this moment. Holding Xian Bao and feeling Xian Bao's soft body, Yang Mi only felt her heart melt. Baby, do you want to miss mama? Yang Mi couldn't help but kiss Xian Bao and smile tenderly. Yo, Xuan Bao is white again and has gained a bit of weight. Xian Bao wrapped her arms around Yang Mi's neck, her milky face lying in Yang Mi's arms, and arched into it one by one like a kitten. Mama, Xian Bao air misses you. It's been a long time since I came to see Xian Bao air. Smelling the aroma of Xian Bao's grandmother, Yang Mi had a touch of indebtedness in addition to relief and fondness. During this period of time, besides being busy with the shooting of her new drama, Yang Mi is always on the lookout for carrying Feng Pants and the others. Even the time spent on video calls with Huan Bao was rare. Yang Mi pressed against Xian Bao, the tips of her noses touching, and tenderly said, I'm sorry baby, lately mama is too busy, but when mama's done with this bout of busyness, she will definitely spend time with baby. Xian Bao laughed happily. Mama, let's go inside. Poopy is waiting for us inside. Saying that, Xian Bao looked at he bye again and laughed. Auntie, Xuan Bao misses you too. Xuan Bao is not only cute, her mouth is also sweet. An ant called he bye froze, rushing to his side. He couldn't wait to give Henbane a kiss. My big baby, Auntie misses you so much. Sister honey, brother Cheng is really good at raising children. Look at Xian Bao, he's white and chubby, and seems to have grown a lot taller. Yang Mi smiled happily. Yeah, I also feel as if Huan Bao has grown quite a bit. Watching Li Qing raise Xian Bao so exquisitely, Yang Mi was happy from the bottom of her heart, and her gratitude towards Li Qing was the kind that came from the bottom of her heart. Several people, led by Wang Mian, came into the large living room. Seeing the opulent parlor again, he bye still couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How rich this must be. At this point, Li Qing slowly walked down from the second floor. Here, sit down. See Li Qing. Yang Mi's heartbeat seemed to speed up a little more uncontrollably as she smiled. Thanks. Sitting on the couch, he bye squinted at Yang Mi and whispered, why are you two still so polite? Like you don't know each other well. Relax. Be natural. Yang Mi coughed softly. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qing sat down opposite Yang Mi, looking at Xian Bao sitting happily on Yang Mi's lap. His heart was quite pleased. Ms. Yang, what would you like to drink? Yang Mi smiled. That. I'll just have tea. Next to the specialized tea master, the skillful technique began to brew tea. Yang Mi didn't realize that she had to go through so much trouble, and was a little embarrassed in her heart. The two sat opposite each other and the atmosphere was a bit awkward from the moment they met. Even though before she came, Yang Mi reviewed the content of the previous date in her mind. After she really faced Li Qing, there was still an indescribable feeling in her heart that was just strange. It's not a good idea to watch the two of them just stare at each other. He bye cleared his throat and laughed. Mr. Li, thank you for being able to relieve us today. Throwing out a topic, he bye gently stepped on Yang Mi's foot with her high-heeled shoes, thinking that the topic had been thrown out. So catch it. Yang Mi came back to her senses, tried to look squarely at Li Qing, and laughed. Yeah, thanks for today. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Thank you, Li Qing. Even though it was a thank you, after Yang Mi finished, she always felt that what she said was weird. Li Qing wasn't too cold and smiled lightly. It's okay, I just happened to pick you up to check on the kids. Just in time. Seeing Li Qing's smile, Yang Mi suddenly sighed inwardly with relief. And I don't know why, but it felt less tense, and the atmosphere became relaxed. And it has to be said, Li Qing was already handsome, and with this smile, he was even more comparable to a magnificent beauty. Despite mixing for so long in the entertainment industry, all kinds of handsome Yang Mi has long been senseless. However, when faced with a face like Li Qing's, she still involuntarily averted her gaze. Right Li Qing. I want to ask you, how did you handle the matter of Fei Wu? Chapter 104, the kitchen is playing a hand, and Yang Mi is happy to work. Yang Mi did not know what to talk about, so just follow the topic just now and start asking Li Qing about these things. Li Qing said gently, I assume you've seen the news online. That's how it was handled. Look at Li Qing's calm attitude. Yang Mi was a bit speechless for a moment, then pursued the question. What about Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu and the others? Those videos were exposed. Did you do that too? These were questions that Yang Mi couldn't wait to hear Li Qing answer in person. And besides that, there were still a lot of things she wanted to ask Li Qing about. After all, Li Qing hid too much, The kind of mystery that increasingly aroused Yang Mi's curiosity. In the face of Yang Mi's question, Li Qing did not smile faintly. Yes, those things. Saying that, Li Qing picked up a teacup and drank a mouthful of tea without slowing down, and continued. I know you must have a lot of questions to ask on this visit, but those wait until after dinner. Xuanbao misses you this time, so keep her company. Li Qing put down his teacup and slowly got up, then walked towards the inside. See the situation. Yang Mi was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what Li Qing meant. Had she just said the wrong thing? At that moment, the henbold in his arms laughed. Mama, you have to play with me this afternoon. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Mi was a bit overwhelmed and only came back to her senses after hearing Xianbao's voice and smiled. Good. Today Mama is not going anywhere. Just accompany Xianbao to play games. But what did your father go off to do? Does Henpal know? Xianbao pulled Yang Mi's hand towards the courtyard and milked her voice. Papa went to cook. He said today, he's going to cook rice for Xuanbao. Speaking of Li Qing cooking, Xianbao raised her head proudly, her big eyes blinking at Yang Mi. Puppy's cooking is delicious. Usually when Puppy has nothing to do, he cooks for us. Hearing that, Wang Mian, who was following behind, couldn't help but smile. Since having Xianbao, Li Qing was like a completely different person at home. Someone who had never touched a spatula before, hardly followed by a team of professional chefs and practiced in a few days. Moreover, Li Qing also enjoyed cooking because Xianbao loved to eat and would compliment him. Listening to Xianbao's words, Yang Mi smiled, not realizing that someone like Li Qing would still cook. In comparison, Yang Mi actually felt a little ashamed. A woman of her own is not very good at cooking. In that case, when Xianbao followed her before, she really suffered a lot of aggravation. Really? Puppy's that good? Yang Mi smiled. Does Humbug like Puppy a lot? Xianbao nodded without hesitation and said, well nah, Henpa loves Puppy and loves Mammy. He bye-bye stroked Xianbao's head. The little guy doesn't offend either side. After playing for quite a while, Xuanbao was tired, so she sat down on a stone bench on the garden to rest. Yang Mi wiped her sweat. Xuanbao play here with Auntie He for a while Mommy goes to the kitchen to help Daddy cook. Okay? He bye-bye froze and looked at Yang Mi with some surprise. Then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Honey, it's okay, are we all going to cook together? Yang Mi gave her a blank look and said, don't you talk nonsense, people go to cook, we didn't mention any gift, we can't just wait for dinner. Despite saying that, Yang Mi's face was already slightly red. He bye-bye laughed. What am I talking about? You're the one who's thinking about it, right? Yang Mi ignored he bye-bye and looked at Xianbao. Xianbao said happily, yes ma'am, you go help Papa, Auntie He will play with me. Mama you need to learn to cook from Papa, so I can eat Mama's cooking in the future. Yang Mi was a little surprised and smiled. Honestly Humboldt has become more understanding and knows more than before. Okay, then you play here. Yang Mi kissed Xianbao, then got up and walked towards the villa. At this point, in the kitchen, the fire was blazing. Zira, the aroma of onions, ginger and garlic and oil filled the kitchen. Even before she reached the kitchen door, Yang Mi could already smell the aroma of cooking. Phew, it smells good. Yang Mi couldn't help but mutter. I didn't realize a man like that could cook. Come to the kitchen door. Only a group of people in white chef's uniforms stood in the kitchen, washing and choosing vegetables, and the person who was in charge of the spoon was none other than Li Qing. Li Qing, dressed in a suit and hanging apron, was frantically upsetting the spoon with a pot handle in one hand and a spatula in the other. Under fire, the vegetables are constantly being tossed around in the pan and the aroma is overflowing. Watching the scene, Yang Mi couldn't help but marvel inwardly, looking at Li Qing's back, a bit out of her mind. Stepping on her heels, Yang Mi carefully walked into the kitchen. Seeing Yang Mi come in, the group of chefs first stared at each other, then they lowered their heads and continued to do their own work. Coming next to Li Qing, Yang Mi was a little nervous in her heart and gathered her courage to say, Nei, is there anything I can do for you? Without waiting for Li Qing to speak, Yang Mi continued, I'll do the dishes, chopping is fine. Li Qing glanced at Yang Mi, and didn't seem a bit surprised that Yang Mi had come. Do you cook? Li Qing stir-fried the vegetables in the pan twice and added some seasonings with a small spoon. Yang Mi blushed and laughed with some embarrassment. Not really, but I'm learning. I can play around and stuff. The words fell out of her mouth, and Yang Mi felt that she was talking nonsense. With so many senior chefs in the kitchen, where's the turn to hit the ground running? Li Qing didn't care what Yang Mi said and said lightly, go get a plate. Yang Mi nodded, then hurriedly found a plate from the side and handed it over. Li Qing served the freshly cooked dish on a plate and then added, bring it to the table first, there are 2 more dishes for dinner. Yang Mi froze, nodded dully, and headed out the door with her tray. though it always seemed like Li Qing was a bit of a make-or-break guy. However, Yang Mi did not feel any discomfort inside. Instead, even a little happy? Yang Mi didn't know if she was sick or not, but the plate was really flavorful. After putting the dishes away, Yang Mi was back in the kitchen, not at all tired. Standing next to Li Qing, Yang Mi was self-conscious enough to start washing the dishes. Seeing Yang Mi do that, Li Qing just continued to fry the food and didn't stop it. Although Yang Mi doesn't know how to fry, but the washing and choosing of vegetables is still a handful of clean and skillful work. Here, these are the washed ones. See what else you need? Yang Mi put the washed dishes to the side. Li Qing mastered the fire and faintly said, "There's nothing more you need. Aren't you too hot?" Yang Mi shook her head and smiled slightly. "It's not hot. Can I observe and learn?" Yang Mi had a bit of a sweet feeling inside that. And the kitchen's really not that hot. After all, it's just too classy. With a super hood, maintaining a smoke-free environment, and air conditioning that can be extremely luxurious. However, were Li Qing's words just now a sign of concern? Yang Mi only felt that she, this time, was considered to have the longest communication with Li Qing. Li Qing didn't care about Yang Mi stir-frying himself. It was the cucumber and shrimp specially made for Xian Bauer. Of course, the shrimp are not just any shrimp, but fresh blue dragons steamed, then segmented and sautéed with cucumber in less oil. Smelling the aroma, Yang Mi couldn't help but marvel at it. No wonder Xian Bauer grows white and chubby. So it's a good food. Can't see that you cook so well. Wan Bayer even complimented you. Li Qing smiled faintly. Henpa loves it when I cook for her. Yang Mi laughed. Yes, who wouldn't like such good cooking? At this time, the last dish finally came out of the pot, and Li Qing said flatly, "Well, bring the food over and you can eat." Yang Mi nodded and left the kitchen with the dishes full of joy. This exchange of time in the kitchen was inexplicably pleasing to young Mimi, with a pleasant feeling of enhanced relationship and greater familiarity. But in retrospect, Yang Mi always felt that he spoke a little strange. To put it bluntly, is not a little licking dog feeling. Chapter 105, First Official Chat. Yang Mi's Curiosity. Yang Mi shook her head, shaking off the thoughts rattling around in her head, and carried her meal to the dining room. Xian Bauer and He Bai, both of them, also walked in. Seeing the table full of food with the aroma wafting, Xian Bauer couldn't wait to run over. "Wow, that smells good." Yang Mi carried Xian Bauer over and laughed. "Xuan Bauer is hungry. In a moment, when Daddy comes, we'll have dinner." He Bai sat on the sofa, looking at the sumptuous meal on the table. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and then she was surprised. "Sister honey, all of this, did Qing do it all by himself?" Yang Mi nodded and laughed. "Yeah, well, it's hard to believe that I have it in me." He Bai could see that Yang Mi was in a surprisingly good mood and laughed. "So what did you do in the kitchen? Mimi? Can't be mainlining as chaperone, ha ha ha." Yang Mi glanced at He Bai and laughed. "Okay, hurry up and get ready for dinner." He Bai sked. "Honey, I think you need to get a grip." Yang Mi froze, then glared at He Bai to shut her up. "Poopy, come eat." Henbauer in her arms shouted over toward the kitchen, her little voice clear. "It smells so good." Li Qing took off her apron and smiled. "Henpa is hungry, isn't he? Come on, let's eat." Xian Bauer sat on the small chair, her big snowy eyes looking at the table and gulping. "Poopy, that smells good. Can I have some more?" Li Qing was very spoiled. "Yes you can. And remember to go for a walk after you've eaten enough to go to bed." Xian Bauer nodded seriously. "I know da. So can we eat now?" Looking at Xian Bauer like a little greedy cat, Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh. At the same time the heart is glad that Xian Bauer is really good here at Li Qing. "Start the chopsticks." He Bai first tasted a mouthful, then was filled with surprise. "Oh my god. You cook, Brother Cheng, and it smells so good too." Anyway, seeing that Li Qing was quite good at talking, He Bai didn't see any more outsiders and copied the chopsticks to start building. Yang Mi smiled and tasted a piece of fish herself, then her eyes lit up and, "It's so tender that it melts in your mouth." It was indeed delicious. Jan Mi gave a very pertinent review. Xian Bauer lowered her head to dazzle her rice, her little chopsticks not stopping even once. "Ma, I told you that Papa cooks well blah." Xian Bauer looked at Li Qing and laughed. "Poopy, from now on, will you cook for me and Mama every day?" Yang Mi froze, then smiled a little awkwardly. "Hurry up and eat." Li Qing took a sip of water and smiled at Xian Bauer. "Good, then Xuan Bauer must be obedient." Xian Bauer nodded and said very seriously, "I've always been very obedient." A warm current passed through Yang Mi's heart and she knew that Li Qing was only being so approachable and acting familiar with herself in front of her children. But even so, Yang Mi was content and happy, eating with Henbold. The kids have mom and dad with them. The scene was as warm to Yang Mi as she'd ever experienced. Even A thought bubbled up from the heart. Would it be better if this was a real family? As soon as this thought popped up, Yang Mi secretly shook her head, thinking too much, or planning to focus on eating. Dinner lasted about 40 minutes. It's only 7 o'clock when you're full. The servants cleaned up the dishes, and then a tea master made tea as an after-dinner drink. Yang Mi was starting to get a little nervous inside. It was getting late, and there was something to talk about. Little White, take Xian Bauer for a walk first, Yang Mi said with a glance at He Bye, then touched Xian Bauer's face and smiled. Xuan Bauer, would you go out with Auntie He for a while? I have some things to talk about with Dad. He Bye understood that Yang Mi wanted to have a good talk with Li Qing, so he hugged Xian Bauer and said, Baby, Auntie is taking you out to play. Mommy and Daddy want to talk about grown-up things. Xuan Bauer didn't quite understand what it meant, though, but she listened to Yang Mi and nodded her head. Okay da mama. You guys have to come and find Xian Bauer to play after chatting Yang Mi laughed. Nah. In a moment mama will come to you. After He Bye left with Xian Bauer, Yang Mi and Li Qing sat opposite each other in a slightly awkward atmosphere. A moment later, Li Qing took the lead and spoke. If you want to say something, just say it, no need for detention. Yang Mi froze slightly, then smiled. Thank you for taking care of Xian Bauer during this period of time. To be honest, I always felt that it really caused you a lot of trouble. That's coming from the heart. Yummy. After all, she gave birth to the child herself and raised it until it was 3 years old, because she was in trouble before she suddenly found Li Qing and left the child with someone else. This is something that Yang Mi has always felt guilty about. Li Qing drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, the child is not yours alone, and I'm Henbold's father as well. Yang Mi nodded, a little unsure of how to answer, and was silent for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. Honestly, sometimes when I think about it, the way things have gone, I feel like I'm dreaming about what happened between us. As she spoke, Yang Mi wanted to stop talking, but she didn't know how to continue when the words came to her mouth. About himself and Li Qing, it would be an extremely awkward thing to actually bring to the table and start. Li Qing's face was wave-free. A pair of deep eyes looked at Yang Mi and calmly said, what happened before has already happened. Whether it's the kids or you or me, there's no point in talking about what's already happened. The thing to do is to make the present, the future good. Hearing Li Qing's words, Yang Mi was silent, just holding her teacup and nodding. Although Yang Mi knew that Li Qing's character was like this, other than being close to Xian Bauer, to anyone else, he was this cool. But for some reason, inside Yang Mi, she was still a bit inexplicably lost. Feeling her emotions, Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh inside. What was wrong with her? But Yang Mi quickly adjusted and spread the conversation. Li Qing, can I ask you something? There are some questions that have actually been hiding in my mind for quite some time. For the sake of the baby, would you like to talk to me? Li Qing lit a cigarette and faintly said, you're the mother of a child. I can understand you. Ask whatever you want. Yang Mi's gaze became serious. Is it true that you've been helping me all this time? From the time I was recalled by Japa Nympho, Estee Lauder extended an olive branch to me, and Zhang Ao of Magic City Night, to now Arthur Chen, Carrie Ying and Li Wenwu have been exposed. In the face of these questions, Li Qing did not hesitate in the slightest and simply said, I did. Yang Mi took a deep breath. Hearing Li Qing admitted in person still shook her to the core. Grateful, touched, worried, guilty and curious. 100 mixed emotions came to the forefront. Looking at Li Qing, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes flickered and her gaze became even more curious as she summoned up the courage to ask the question that her heart wanted to ask the most. Li Qing, you, what exactly are you? Chapter 106, Trading Arms? Yang Mi was extremely shocked. Having asked the question, Yang Mi let out a breath, and the string that had been taut inside finally loosened. The question. It was the greatest curiosity that had always existed within Yang Mi. Now Yang Mi only felt that, regardless of whether Li Qing answered himself or not, as long as he asked, there would be no nod in his heart. Li Qing slowly inhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked calm, as if he was not at all surprised that Yang Mi asked this question, and at the same time, he did not have the intention to hide or dodge. To be precise, I'm a businessman, Li Qing said calmly. Cross-border trade, just bigger business. For this answer, Yang Mi obviously couldn't be satisfied as she continued to ask, so, what's all the trade? Can you be more specific? Yang Mi is really curious. What kind of businessman is it that is capable of so much? A man who can stir up the showbiz world by gently stretching his fingers behind his back? Yang Mi knew that Li Qing's so-called businessman was definitely not an ordinary businessman. A stall is called a merchant, and so is Old King's real estate, but they are worlds apart. Li Qing flicked the ashes of his cigarette and said, well, everything you know. I have trade. Of course, there are some you don't know about, like arms, for example. The words fell. In an instant, Yang Ni's entire body was stunned. Wow! The teacup he was just about to put down fell on the table, spilling tea. What? Arms? Yang Ni was stunned, her beautiful eyes looking at Li Qing incredulously. This news reached his ears, making Yang Mi feel like a bolt from the blue. The arms trade? What kind of big joke is this? Yang Ni's inside set off waves of shock and horror, but she knew that Li Qing wasn't joking with himself at all, and he wouldn't joke at all. After her brain briefly went down, Yang Ni was nothing but shocked. The word arms is a very sensitive word in this country. When it comes to arms, the weight is too heavy to imagine, and the fact that Li Qing had said it so breezily had already given Yang Mi a great shock. In the face of Yang Mi's shock and amazement, Li Qing just nodded his head and said without a ripple on his face, "Well, of course, arms are just the mainstay. There are some other businesses." Looking at Li Qing's calm face, Yang Ni's entire body had been too shocked to speak. Even in his heart, towards Li Qing, a trace of fear. She'd thought about Li Qing's big business, maybe some international brand, because whether Henbauer is endorsing children's clothing or Estee Lauder is approaching herself, these are international brands of daily necessities. Even if you think about it more hyperbolically, it's a large foreign trade company. But how could Yang Mi not expect that? Is Li Qing actually trading arms? It's just unbelievable and even more unimaginable. No wonder Li Qing can have so many people connections and resources, but also to Zhang Ao abolished. Overnight the Magic City night and other casino, all acquired. The background and strength of an arms dealer can be described as terrifying. Yang Mi froze on the spot. For a moment, she actually didn't know what to say. The living room fell into silence. Suddenly, Yang Mi seemed to think of something to worry about. After learning that Li Qing was involved in the arms business, Yang Mi was shocked and knew that Li Qing must have heavenly means. But, no matter what, in the country, Li Qing, this identity, is too special, too sensitive. Wouldn't it be dangerous if Li Qing waded too deep into the water because of himself, in case he exposed his identity? You know, when it comes to the arms business, definitely not of general status. In other words, Yang Mi now had no idea whether Li Qing was black or white, but black or white, none of this identity can be exposed, much less reach for this capital circle game. If his identity was ever exposed, or if he was caught on something, Li Qing's situation would be in extreme danger. In just a few seconds, Yang Mi had already thought through all the possible consequences for Li Qing. Thinking of this, Yang Mi fiercely stood up and looked up at Li Qing, her gaze becoming unprecedentedly serious. Li Qing, you can't interfere in this matter anymore. Although the entertainment circle is not much of a threat in your eyes, but the entertainment circle is not all shrimps. There is a huge chain of capital behind them. You forcibly break the balance. If your body is exposed, with the means of those old guys at the top of the Beijing circle, playing dirty, in short, you will definitely get into trouble. I don't want you to get into trouble, and I'm already grateful that you've helped me this far. Yang Mi said so many long-winded words in one breath. The gaze that looked at Li Qing changed from nervous and serious to worried as well. After a few words, Wang Mian, who had brewed the tea next to him, raised an eyebrow, then smiled. The fact that Yang Mi, a star, could say these things and have this kind of vision did surprise him a bit. Only, she was really thinking a little too much. Li Qing finished smoking a whole cigarette, crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray, picked up the newly brewed rainy day Longjing sip, blandly self-conscious said, "You don't need to think about that. What I did was only for Huan Bauer. I have owed Xian Bauer 3 years. If Xian Bauer were to be sad because something happened to you, she would even harbor a grudge against me in the future. Of course, with me, such a thing could never happen." Li Qing's tone was flat. However, Yang Mi felt a hint of dominance, or more precisely, hegemony, when she heard it. At this point, Wang Mian sat down next to him and smiled. "Ms. Yang, from what you're saying, the water in the entertainment industry is so deep?" Yang Mi said seriously. "Well, although this kind of carrying is just an entertainer, Arthur Chen and Feng Pants, their backgrounds are not simple. Let's say that Arthur Chen, on the surface, he's a rich second generation, but his father, Chen Gu, is very uncomplicated, not to mention that his mother, Chen Xiaohong, came out of those courtyards in Kyoto." Wang Mian nodded and said with a faint smile, "You know all this, but doesn't Qing know? How deep is the water of the entertainment circle? That has to be to see how brother Qing plays, even if the gang of old guys behind the Beijing circle come and deal with it all together is." Listening to Wang Mian's words, Yang Mi froze, but she wanted to speak. Li Qing looked at the time and slowly stood up and said, "When you have time, spend more time with Xian Bauer. Stay today." Young Nini paused, a dumbfounded look on her face. Ha! Chapter 107, Arraignment in the middle of the night, police cars blocking the door. Li Qing said indifferently. Henpa told me she misses you and wants to sleep with you. I'll take you back tomorrow. Yang Mi came back to her senses this time, having just been blinded for a moment and wondering what it meant to stay tonight. At this point, outside, He Bai walked in holding Xian Bao air. Honey, come on, take over. I can't take it anymore. It's wearing me out. He Bai came up for air. Xuanbauer is just too capable of running and doesn't know how to get tired. Seeing Xian Bao, Yang Mi's mood finally relaxed a lot. Walking over and holding Xian Bao in her arms, Yang Mi stroked her little head and said, "Yeah, so much sweat. Quickly wipe it off. Don't catch a cold later." Xian Bao wasn't worried at all and giggled. "It's okay da mama. I'm healthy and won't catch a cold. Just now I was playing eagle and chicken with my sister-in-law, and she could never catch me." He Bai glared at Xian Bao with a feigned ferocity and laughed. "Of course I couldn't catch you when you ran so fast, but it tired your aunt out." After saying that, He Bai stood beside Yang Mi and laughed in a low voice. "How's it going, honey? How's the conversation with your brother-in-law going?" Yang Mi glared at He Bai. "We'll talk about it tomorrow when we get back." He Bai nodded, but then froze. "Ha? Going back tomorrow? What do you mean? You're not going back tonight?" Yang Mi ignored He Bai and instead hugged Xian Bao very gently. "Baby, will you sleep with mommy tonight?" Xian Bao's eyes lit up. Her large pair of moving eyes blinked. Incomparably excited. "Really da? That's great. Xuan Bao can sleep with mama at night." Xian Bao wrapped her arms around Yang Mi's neck and was very clingy. Ever since she was a little girl, Huan Bao has been sleeping with Yang Mi. During this time, Xian Bao had long missed mama. Next to him, He Bai was a bit dumbfounded and looked at Yang Mi in surprise, saying, "Honey, is it developing that fast?" Yang Mi was confused for a moment, then glared at her beautiful eyes and said, "What is your net brain thinking? Stay with Xian Bao tonight. Xian Bao hasn't slept with me for a long time." He Bai nodded and laughed. "Ha ha, I thought it was developing so fast. What do I do then? Then I go?" Yang Mi smiled. "Let's sleep here together. Henpa sleeps between the two of us." He Bai was very excited and said, "Yes, I've never lived in such a high-class villa when I was growing up." 10 o'clock at night. After washing up, Yang Mi and Xian Bao, as well as the three of them, He Bai, lay on a bed. It had been a long time since he had slept with mama, and Xian Bao was unusually hyper and energetic. The three of them kept fighting. It wasn't until after 12 o'clock that Xian Bao got tired of playing before she flopped down in Yang Mi's arms and huffed and puffed her way to sleep. Wait until Henpa is asleep. He Bai's curiosity finally couldn't be contained, and she sidled over and whispered, "Sister honey, how was your chat with Qing tonight?" Yang Mi exhaled and said, "It's okay, I've asked what I needed to ask." When she thought of the evening, the conversation with Li Qing, Yang Mi's heart still rippled. Li Qing's identity. Although he already knew it himself, he instead became more curious about Li Qing. Arms trade. What kind of talent could do this? Li Qing was only 25 or 26 years old. At that age, could he do that? I also don't know if it's a regular trade or one of those. Yang Mi had a lot of questions in her mind, but her mood was quite a bit better. For Li Qing to be able to tell himself such news, did it mean that he was not treating himself as an outsider? In the dimness, a faint smile appeared on Yang Mi's face. He Bai asked in a low voice, "Hey, who the hell is that Qing? And before that, was he the one who was helping us?" Yang Mi tucked Xian Bao under the quilt and whispered, "Well, it was all Li Qing who helped us with our troubles before. What he is, he's in cross-border trade, and he's doing it on a larger scale." Yang Mi didn't tell He Bai about Li Qing's identity as an arms dealer, because she knows, the less people know about this kind of thing, the better. And, not letting He Bai know might also be a form of protection for He Bai. He Bai said with some confusion, "Transnational trade? That does sound awesome. Then do you know how much Qing is worth? Are there billions?" Facing He Bai's face of curiosity, Yang Mi casually said, "Well, pretty much. A couple billion is there." He Bai's eyes dilated in surprise. "Is it really that rich? No wonder. Brother Qing is capable of helping you. Sister honey, you're made a fortune." Yang Mi whispered, "Don't be ridiculous. The two of us aren't what you think we are." Saying that, Yang Mi's tone got serious as she continued, "On the contrary, I don't want him in the game. You know, no matter how capable a person is, they can't fight a circle. Do you think there's a shortage of rich people in the entertainment or business world?" A few words. He Bai became a bit dumbfounded. Yeah, no matter how good Cheng is, he's just a businessman after all. What's more, Honey wasn't facing a single enemy, but a group of. He Bai said with a sigh. "You're right when you say that. It's better not to let Qing risk his life. Moreover, he is now carrying Xian Bao, so if he really falls into danger, it will be a very dangerous thing for Xian Bao." Yang Mi nodded without saying anything. Inside, it was a mix of emotions. Only Yang Mi herself knows. The reason for not wanting Li Qing to participate was because Li Qing's identity was just too special. If Li Qing was exposed, this would be a really big deal, and he would definitely be in big trouble at that time. It's getting late. We still have to shoot a movie tomorrow. Let's go to bed early. Yang Mi said goodnight to he bye-bye, then slowly fell asleep with her arms around Xian Bao'er. The night is deep. At this time, however, Feng Pan's villa was brightly lit. In the parlor, smoke lingered, and all barred their cigarettes. Brows furrowed. Director Feng, this time, I'm afraid it's really difficult. On the sofa, Li Wenwu's face was full of sadness, and he could even vaguely see a few gray hairs. Things have been festering all afternoon. It's been all over the internet for a long time. The persona has collapsed and it's only a matter of time before they are named and criticized. As for the newly invested drama, it's even more of a no-brainer that it's not even eligible for release. And Arthur Chen was equally frowning and full of worry. Uncle Feng, right now public opinion can't be suppressed at all, and no PR firm is willing to help me. You do something. Something like this. Arthur Chen is dying of worry. When the video was exposed, all the faces were lost. How can you still have the face to hang around in the capital circle in the future? Maybe his showbiz career is over. Feng Pants drooped his eyes and said in a deep voice, at this juncture, do you think there will be any PR firm that would dare to take over your mess? There's no other way to do it now. Let's see where public opinion goes. But you too, better be prepared. Maybe the authorities will come to your door. Arthur Chen's face was stony, still holding on to a hint of luck. He said, is this so serious? I'm nothing more than a disgrace. How can the authorities be involved? Feng Pants gave Arthur Chen a hateful look and said in a cold voice, you're dashing around on Magic City nights. Do you realize that's classified as illegal? There have been quite a few precedents of what happens when a star gets caught. You still don't get it? Arthur Chen was inwardly shaken. And with that, a certain pique and a certain fan come to mind. Arthur Chen sweated. Arthur Chen has 10,000 regrets in his heart. If he had known that now, even if he was cool to death he wouldn't have gone to the Magic City night to indulge awe. And he didn't expect that damn Zhang Ao to be so unkind as to arrange hidden cameras in every room. Zhang Ao that deserves to be ed into a cripple. Arthur Chen said with incomparable indignation. Now it's this or that. Do I have to roll back to Kyoto? Feng Pants grimaced and faintly said, I've already entrusted a friend to the Magic City Security Bureau side to greet. Even if you are arraigned, it will not be a big fanfare. Try to solve it privately. Feng Pants has been mixing with the Beijing circle for so many years, and has quite a few contacts in the Shanghai circle. Arthur Chen took a deep breath and said, ugh. Just then, outside, there was a sudden siren. Then, through the window, he saw that at the entrance of the villa, there were 3 police cars with flashing lights and high-pitched sirens, startling the entire villa area. See the situation. Both Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu were taken aback. What's going on here? I can't be arraigned in the middle of the night, can I? Arthur Chen stood up from the sofa in a cold sweat. Chapter 108, Torture Away. Your connections are obviously not hard enough. Seeing the police car outside, Li Wenwu was equally panicked and looked at Feng Pants and said, Director Feng, what's going on here? In the middle of the night, why is the security bureau still coming to block the door? Arthur Chen was not in the mood to smoke, and stood in front of the window looking out, his heart pounding. What if they are really here to arrest themselves? Uncle Feng, didn't you greet him? Why is this? Arthur Chen is a bit anxious. Feng Pants had a gloomy face, with a hint of gravity in his gaze. Panic about what? Look at you with no talent. Don't act rashly yet. At this point, the more you run, the worse the consequences will be. Von Pants inwardly calculates that. You've obviously greeted yourself. But still, the vigilante side made a big deal out of coming in and arresting people in the middle of the night. This means that the person you are looking for is not hard enough compared to the other side. It's done. It's also just going to have to be a walk in the park. Soon, as Arthur Chen watched, a group of uniformed vigilantes, about a dozen of them, huffed and puffed into the courtyard, eyes on the vigilantes coming up to the parlor door. Then there was a clunk. The living room door was kicked right in. Nobody move, a sheriff's deputy yelled. Then the remaining few vigilantes rushed to Li Wenwu's side with Arthur Chen in a swift manner. Click, click, click. In an instant, so to speak, the two were put down and subdued. The two were not given a chance to react or speak at all. See the situation. Feng Pants' brows were furrowed and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. But he still didn't mess up and said in a deep voice, What are you guys doing? Breaking and entering in the middle of the night? Who gave you the right to do that? Feng Pants himself is from the Beijing circle. Plus, he is a public figure. so he is very experienced in dealing with some official people. But, nay, a couple of the vigilantes don't him at all. Director Fong. A vigilante at the head of the group slowly walked up to Fong Pants and said, I didn't recognize you just now. So it's you. I'm the deputy director of the Magic City's Huangpu branch, Wang Bin. These two men, Li Wenwu and Arthur Chen, are suspected of mobbing for undesirable activities, and I am under orders to arrest them immediately. Fong Pants' face stiffened, did not expect that the person who came was a sub-bureau, which made him somewhat inexplicably annoyed. Because, the one who greeted me just now is the director of the Wampoa division. Fong Pants said coldly, I don't know. Whose orders did Bureau Wang receive? Isn't it not a good idea to randomly break into a resident's home and arrest them just based on videos on the internet that haven't been authenticated? Hearing Fong Pants' less than friendly tone, Wang Bin's gaze immediately froze and his face went cold. Fong Pants, I doubt you're deliberately hiding these two and harboring suspects. Saying that, Wang Bin took out a paper search warrant and held it up in front of Fong Pants' face. This is a search warrant. Does Director Fong still want to check the authenticity? Von Pants huffed and puffed. He didn't expect that a precinct deputy bureau would not even give this face, and would have to mess with himself in the process. But Fong Pants didn't dare to say anything more and took a deep breath. Director Lin is at your disposal. These two were just guests in my home. And as for your comment about harboring suspects, that's a bit much. Wang Bin didn't even want to bother with Fong Pants and waved his hand. Take these two away and go back to interrogate them overnight. Hearing this, Arthur Chen immediately jumped to his feet. Who are you to arrest me? I'm a legal citizen. I'm going to file a complaint against you, and I'm going to get a lawyer to sue you. Wang Bin sneered. Whether you're legal or not, I'd have to go back and investigate to find out. Take it away. The four men racked the two of them, Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu, not giving them a chance to resist at all. Fong Pants could only stare and watch as the two were taken away. After stepping out of the villa's courtyard, coming right up to them was a large group of media reporters. It's as if these reporters were tipped off in advance. It's been guarded outside for a long time. Click. Click, click. Just after showing up, the long guns and cannons started shooting at both Arthur Chen. The flashing lights couldn't open Arthur Chen's eyes. Li Wenwu's face was ashen. It's a total loss. There's bound to be pictures of my own middle-of-the-night arrest on the internet tomorrow. The directing career. It's kind of over for good. Looking at so many reporters outside, Fong Pants didn't dare to walk out of the yard, and could only stand in the living room, coldly looking out. After the arrest of Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu, the men from the sheriff's department then began to look for Fei Wu's location. Car. Wang Bin sat on the co-pilot and asked in a deep voice, do you guys know? Where did Fei Wu go? Honestly, Arthur Chen's face turned blue as he coldly said, that, how do I know where she went? I can't wait for her to get caught sooner. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have. Li Wenwu was silent. All he could think of was how to make a living after going out, hoping that the circle would still accept him. Meanwhile, on the Magic City Bridge, at 1 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night, there were almost no pedestrians. Under the dim streetlight, a woman with loose hair was walking aimlessly. The woman was no other than Carrie Ng. After being brutally beaten by Arthur Chan, coupled with the pressure of online public opinion, Carrie Ng finally broke down. She had no idea, at all, what to do with herself. Wu Yufei was just walking aimlessly. The high heels on her feet were bleeding from the skin of her flesh, and she didn't even realize it. Think about it. The entertainment industry can no longer accommodate itself, and Arthur Chan won't make things easy for himself. After that, no more shame. Carrie Ng is disheartened. Eventually, by the bridge railing, it stopped. Early the next morning, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, early in the morning, at 5 o'clock, Wang Mian had already finished his morning exercise with Li Qing within the courtyard. It was a daily habit for both men. Brother Chang, last night the Mordor security took Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu away. Wang Mian wiped his sweat and stood next to Li Qing with a faint smile. This is going to be a complete mess in the entertainment industry. Li Qing's face was unperturbed as he slowly lit a cigarette. Lu Ian is still quite attached. Lu Ian, the very same old man that Wang Mian had visited on his doorstep before, was also the third in command of security in Magic City. Although he had retired, the students under his door were all still good, so there was no problem with the authority piece. Wang Mian laughed. Lu Ian, this old guy. The last time I got him to seize the Magic City night, the action was pretty sharp. Only this time, if we catch Arthur Chen, we shouldn't let him stay in there for too long. The charges aren't particularly strong, after all. Li Qing said indifferently. Whether it's Arthur Chen or Wenwu Li, it doesn't matter if he gets in or goes to jail. It's important to get the notoriety out of the entertainment industry first, and then give them a complete change of blood. As for this group, alive or dead, Whenever the time comes, Wang Mian's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He knew that Li Qing was trying to take a circle and completely turn it upside down. Killing is easy, but to completely change the blood of a circle requires some means, and certainly not too many. Wang Mian nodded and then said, Brother Chang, there's something I'd like to talk about. Li Qing smiled faintly. If you have something to say, when did you learn to be abrasive? Wang Mian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I mean, about MS. Young. Li Cheng didn't say anything and waited for the following. Wang Mian continued. Right now, Miss Yang's situation isn't really optimistic. Even though we're here, this is really a bit troublesome to let the other party jump like this every time. I think, simply why don't we just publicize your relationship and also the background of your identities, so that everything won't be solved. Chapter 109. They're in the 49th city. Some of the old guys are afraid they've forgotten about me. Honestly, this question has always been in Wang Mian's mind. Why go to so much trouble? Once the identity is revealed, whoever comes and whoever dies won't be solved. Li Qing slowly inhaled a cigarette, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You do have some point, but have you ever thought about how many people in the country know who I am? How many? Even if you make your identity public, is there any point? Hearing that, Wang Mian was slightly stunned, and then he figured it out in his heart. Also, after so many years, most of which were spent developing abroad, the people at home who knew they existed, other than the few above, and the ones from Kyoto, the rest are just too few. Even if you disclose your identity, it would not be very useful, and it would even lead to unnecessary trouble, making Yang Ni's situation even more awkward. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mian nodded and smiled. That's just as well. I count on having something on my hands. As he said that, Wang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly, and something seemed to come to mind in his eyes. Brother Chang, that being said, with the way things have developed to this point, it's time for the situation in Magic City to change drastically. After so many years have passed, those old guys in Kyoto are afraid that they've almost forgotten about us. Hearing that, Li Qing's gaze faintly radiated a hint of light. Distant and long, the old 49 cities slowly came to mind. The city on what was known as the roots of the imperial city was still fascinating. Li Qing took a deep breath of smoke, his face like a sunken waterway. If we make a move, it's inevitable that the pattern of the Magic City will change. And once the butterfly effect affects Kyoto, some of the old guys who don't show up will inevitably notice us now. But it doesn't matter. Going to that imperial city is just a matter of time. At this point, in the villa at the back, Yang Ni walked out holding Xian Bauer. Poopy, are you working out? Xian Bauer had just eaten her breakfast and was in a beautiful mood. In a moment Henpa is going to do exercises too. Yang Ni smiled and said after coming to Li Qing's side. It's getting late. I should get back. Xian Bauer, I still have to trouble you. Having slept here last night, Yang Ni was in an inexplicably soothing mood. Xian Bauer flopped down in Yang Ni's arms, and her grandmother said, Mama, are you going back to work? Yang Ni said gently, Yes, Mama is going to earn money and buy Xian Bauer lots of delicious food in the future. Xian Bauer was a bit reluctant, but still nodded her head knowingly and said, Ah nah, Henpa is waiting at home for Mama. Yang Ni smiled faintly, listening to what Xian Bauer said. Her heart could not help but be touched. Wait at home. Yang Ni nodded and said, Huan Bauer is so good. Looking at both Yang Ni and Xian Bauer, to be honest, there was also a kind of relief in Li Qing's heart that the child's upbringing was, quite literally, perfect. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Brother Chang, here are the car keys. Sending Yang Ni back, Wang Mian still felt that he was a bit inappropriate. Li Qing took the key and said indifferently, Come on, I'll take you back. Get in the car. Yang Mi and He Bai both sat in the back. This was the first time she had sat in a car driven by Li Qing. Along the way, the two didn't really talk much, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. For Yang Mi, instead, there was a faint warmth. Back at the house, Yang Mi sat on the sofa and stretched, her whole body finally completely relaxed. He Bai said in a long drawn-out voice as he lay directly on the sofa. It's better to be comfortable in your own home. The bed was just so soft last night. My back hurts a little from sleeping in it. Yang Mi laughed. You just aren't meant to enjoy your life. He Bai bristled. Che, you are enjoying your blessings in the future. Ah, the man is so excellent. I am really very envious to live. I have to say, living in Brother Qing's villa is really cool. It's almost like a palace. Yang Mi was speechless as she gave He Bai a glance and said, You're a mouthful. You don't have a mouth to talk. Li Chang and I, it's not what you said. In spite of what Yang Mi says, but inside there was a hint of unspoken joy. This time, Yang Mi felt that her relationship with Li Qing seemed to have become really not quite the same as before. I don't know if it's because I spent the night at Li Qing's house, or Li Qing himself drove himself back. It made Yang Mi's heart always have a kind of inexplicable joy, though she wasn't sure if the relationship had really progressed. At the very least, it was no longer as strange as it had been before. He Bai relied on Yang Mi's side and said, "Sister honey, seriously, you and brother Cheng, your relationship is really much better than before." "It's not that it's much better, it's much more ambiguous. Don't feel that way when I say that. After all, you two did have sex after all, and you gave him your baby girl." Hearing these words, Yang Mi's face turned a little red, wanting to retort, but not wanting to. Seeing that Yang Mi didn't say anything, he Bai asked again, "Sister honey, have you thought about it? Shen Bauer will grow up one day and understand things. What should you do then about you and Li Cheng?" Yang Mi was silent, with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes for a moment before she sighed and said, "Ugh, I honestly don't know. The ship will come in, and at that point, who knows how things will turn out." Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a little expectant and nervous at the same time inside. Perhaps, when the time comes, the relationship between the two will become more subtle. Of course, it could become a stranger. None of this is certain. Well, don't worry too much. Just according to the current development, it is estimated that the two of you may become a real couple by then, and it is not yet known. He Bai is very kowtowing to the CP of the two. After all, Li Qing is really a flawless person. There's also the fact that Li Qing may keep helping you next. Are you going to keep this secret from the crowd all the time? Speaking of which, Yang Mi became serious and said with a serious face, "This matter must never be known to others. If those people know, then Li Qing will be even more dangerous. To be honest, I even want Li Qing to hide. I really don't want him to help me with my business. If both of us get into trouble, Shen Bauer is also in danger." Yang Mi has a worried look on her face. The most crucial question she dared to tell He Bai. That's who Li Qing is. That was engaged in arms trade. If this matter was exposed, then the crisis that Li Qing was facing was simply unimaginable. He Bai sighed. "Ugh, it's honestly not a very good thing. But for now, in a short period of time, the entertainment industry should not dare to make too many moves. After all, Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu and their accidents are enough for this group of people to have a headache for a while." Saying that, He Bai took out his cell phone. "And I don't know what's going on online right now." The two scanned the internet for a few moments and then were amazed. "Holy, this." He Bai looked at the cell phone screen in disbelief. Wu Yufei, surprisingly dead? Chapter 110, Wu Yufei dies. The crown prince goes to the station. The Beijing circle is shaken. Yang Mi was equally surprised that the headline was unmistakable on the Bib hotspot. Hashtag at 10 o'clock this morning, a woman's body was found in the Pujiang River, identified as none other than the popular actress Carrie Ng. Hashtag after identification, it was confirmed that Carrie Ng committed suicide. Hashtag there were visible trauma to the body and beatings were suffered, but the investigation determined it was a suicide. Hashtag online. News of Carrie Ng's suicide has been making the rounds. Netizens were all taken aback when they saw this news. And yesterday there was a launch party for a new drama. The next morning, the man was dead. Of course, one can basically guess the reason for Carrie Ng's suicide. After all, that kind of video came out. All prospects, all ruined, not to mention anything else, just the loss of the movie, the breach of contract. Fei Wu couldn't afford to pay it back for the rest of her life. Coupled with the various net storms, the pressure of public opinion, cannot think naturally go. Upon learning this news, Yang Mi was inwardly overwhelmed. As distasteful and vicious as Fei Wu is, when the other person actually dies, Yang Mi still couldn't help but be moved in her heart. Of course, it's just emotion, not softness or sadness. That's what gaming is all about. It's either you or me. That's the way it goes. After lamenting Carrie Ng, Yang Mi then went online and similarly saw the hot search of Arthur Chan with Li Wenwu. Hashtag at 1 o'clock in the morning, Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu, suspected of engaging in illegal and criminal activities, were rounded up at the door of Mordor's security. Hashtag. The entertainment industry has been heavily criticized by the authorities after various videos of hashtag Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu came to light. Hashtag Li Wenwu's directing career is over, and Arthur Chan's showbiz persona has completely collapsed. Hashtag. Seeing this series of news messages, Yang Mi was inwardly overwhelmed. In just one day and one night, the entertainment industry, surprisingly, has seen so many changes. It's no exaggeration to say that, since then, the Beijing and Shanghai circles have not only suffered a great deal of vitality, but also in the minds of the people. The status of the circle has been completely shaken, and there was only one person who caused all this, and that was Li Qing. Although Yang Mi knew that Li Qing had extraordinary abilities, but the shock and surprise of seeing the big tree of the entertainment industry being shaken is still hard to contain. My God. Sister honey, the entertainment industry is going to change completely. He bye-bye put down her cell phone, her beautiful eyes staring strangely wide. I'm surprised that Fei Wu is dead. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. And looking at this current situation, these two people, Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu, are expected to end up in a pretty miserable situation. Yang Mi nodded, her gaze serious. This fight, from now on, has completely escalated to another level. I'm worried about how much trouble Li Qing will face next. The upper echelons of the entertainment industry can be controlled by capitalist bigwigs. Li Qing made such a reckless slash, breaking the rules apart. It would surely be noticed by those people. And at that time, if the entire circle of people rose up to surround them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He bye-bye said with a slight frown. Yeah, I never dared to imagine that things would come to this. It's out of our control now. Sister honey, what's our next step? What should we do? Yang Mi fell into thought and spoke a moment later. Keep filming and finish the new show as soon as possible. The rest. Yang Mi didn't keep her words to herself, because she didn't know, either, how she should face such a situation. The news of Carrie Ng's death has set the internet on fire. But soon, public opinion was stoned. People are merely shocked and emotional when they see a once celebrated star commit suicide. And then, they put it behind them. Within a few months, news of Carrie Ng will disappear into the internet and be erased from people's memories. As if the entertainment industry had never had this person, and Arthur Chan's affair with Li Wenwu. Instead, it's been festering online. The number of netizens who have blasted the two is even more numerous. The entire entertainment industry was shocked by what happened to the two. No one expected that. As the crown prince of the Beijing circle, Arthur Chan was suddenly exposed to so many fierce rumors, and was also arrested by the security forces into the bureau. This is still under the umbrella of Von Pants. Some of the capital behind it has sensed that the two sides of the game is no longer a small fight. The state of affairs has risen to another level. Whether it's the Kyoto circle or not, or the one behind Yang Mi, both sides are starting to get real. I just don't know. How far can things go next? At this point, Hongkou district of the Magic City, in the garden of the Chen family, in the backyard, under a small tea hill, Chen Xiaoguang was sitting on a bamboo chair, holding a ceramic tea bowl and sipping a mouthful of fresh tea. Beside, there sat an old friend, his face a little less relaxed, but a smile still hanging at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chen, this teacup of yours, it's quite extraordinary. The one who spoke was none other than Huai Media's chairman, Wang Lei. After getting the news of Arthur Chen's accident, as well as such a big upheaval in the entertainment industry, Wang Lei was also startled by the change in situation. Wang Lei then received a call from the big director in Kyoto, Chen Gu. In words, it's to entrust Wang Lei to set his son's affairs right. Coupled with the fact that such a big thing had happened in the entertainment industry, Wang Lei also wanted to come personally to stabilize the situation on the side of Magic City. So when he came to Magic City, he naturally came to Chen Xiaoguang first. Chen Xiaoguang laughed. Celestial green glaze. In the entire Magic City, there are no more than 3 such cups. Mr. Wang, don't just look at this teacup of mine. This tea is also top quality. Try it. Next to him, a churlish young girl poured 8 points of tea for Wang Lei. Mr. Wang, please enjoy your meal. Wang Lei nodded his head to indicate, and then picked up a slow sip, slightly bitter inlet, and then turned into a mouth full of aroma. Sweetness in the throat. Wang Lei's eyes flickered at once. Mr. Chen, this is really good tea. On the market, I've never had tea this good. Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly. This tea, can all be I hired a professional tea grower? From Jiangnan to bring the most suitable soil for growing tea, piled into a tea mountain planting. Every year, the picking is done with 16-year-old girls, while chanting poetry and using their mouths to bring down the hairy tips, after going through layers of drying and frying. Hear this. Wang Lei was greatly shocked and laughed. You really know how to enjoy yourself, Mr. Chen. If these teas were to be sold, I guess it would have to be an auction. Chen Xiaoguang smiled, shook his head, and sighed. Let alone sell it. I wouldn't even drink it myself. Wang Lei was a bit confused. Isn't that a lot of tea for yourself? Chen Xiaoguang faintly said. Mr. Wang thinks too highly of me. All of this, but it's all going into the capital. How can I have that qualification to drink this kind of tea every day? Bottom line. Wang Lei's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Even though Chen Xiaoguang spoke lightly, the amount of information coming out of these words could be too much. Send tea to the capital. Chen Xiaoguang consumed so much manpower and material resources and effort, made tea, but was sent to Kyoto. Then the status of those who enjoy these teas has been unimaginable. Similarly, This also shows side by side that Chen Xiaoguang has someone on the Kyoto side. After a moment of silence, Wang Lei smiled faintly. It seems that Mr. Chen, too, doesn't have it easy. Chen Xiaoguang laughed. There's no such thing as an easy man in this world. Right. Talk about Li Qing. You came to me this time for him, right? Chapter 111. The bigwigs of the Beijing Circle gathered in Magic City to integrate the circle. Wang Lei said as he took a sip of tea. Young Chen is in a mess right now. This hand of Li Qing's can be considered as a stranglehold on young Chen's neck. Right now, the person is still in the station. So I would like to ask Mr. Chen to operate. Of course, it wasn't my personal wish. It was Chen Gu who called me and asked me to do this favor. Chen Xiaoguang didn't say anything, slowly putting down the azure glazed teacup before speaking faintly. Arthur Chan goes in. It's nothing more than whoring. He'll be released within 15 days at the most. Do you still need me to operate? Honestly, Mr. Wang, what you mean is that you want me to join you guys and uncover Li Qing, right? Chen Xiaoguang hit the nail on the head, making Wang Lei a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Oh, what Mr. Chen said is not bad. I do have this intention. Besides, Li Qing snatched the Magic City Knight and scrapped Zhang Ao. Could it be that Mr. Chen swallowed this? Li Qing destroys the balance and ignores the rules like this. Moreover, he is only 26 years old, and he has this kind of energy wrist at such a young age. If we don't stifle him now, in case he grows up in the future, won't it be even more troublesome?" Chen Xiaoguang didn't retort and faintly said, "So, Mr. Wang, what's the idea? Tell me about it." Wang Lei cleared his throat and his face became somewhat serious as he said, "I've discussed this with Chen Gu, and I'm planning to organize a Hongmen banquet in Mordor, inviting all the big stars in the entertainment industry, and the owners of various media companies. Of course, Yang Mi must also be there. When the time comes, force Yang Mi to roll out of the circle. When Li Qing is bound to be on the spot, it's also time to talk to him head-on." Chen Xiaoguang sneered, putting down such a big capital, with the big names of the entire entertainment industry present. You're also giving Li Qing Yang Mi too much face. Wang Lei said without a smile. Once Wu Yufei died and Chen Xiao and Li Wenwu were arrested, the Beijing Circle lost face. If I don't find a scene, how can I, the chairman of Huai, still mix in the future? Also, Feng Pants and Chen Gu will come to visit you in the afternoon. Chen Xiaoguang just smiled and didn't say anything. For these people in the entertainment industry, he really couldn't think highly of them. Wang Lei said, "Mr. Chen, I know you play business, but Chen Gu, these two people, are not simple behind the scenes." Chen Xiaoguang smiled. "I know, Director Chen's family, compound background. We are all seen people, the face that should be given, I will naturally give." The two were talking. Not far away, at the entrance to the tea garden, a young boy in a suit ran towards the inside. "Dad." The little boy was 4 or 5 years old, dressed in a suit, with a sense of vision of a small adult, and after coming to Chen Xiaoguang's side, he said with a happy face, "Dad, what are you doing here?" The little boy was none other than Chen Xiaoguang's son, Chen Zihan. A few days ago, Chen Xiaoguang just sent his son to the Magic City Fu High Kindergarten. Only the child is a little less comfortable. Seeing his son return, Chen Xiaoguang had a happy look on his face, dotingly picking Chen Zihan up and smiling. "Didn't you go to school? Why are you back here? Is it the school that doesn't like it? Or the teacher didn't like it?" Chen Zihan's expression became a bit arrogant. "It was after school at noon, and I couldn't get used to the food at school, so I came back. And then there was this one teacher who I looked at really badly, so I took a lighter and burned her skirt, and she told me to call my parents. And Dad, you said." Hearing that, Wang Lei next to him was slightly stunned. "Good guy. What kind of tiger and wolf son is this?" However, Chen Xiaoguang was not concerned at all and said very normally, "Oh, I'll just give your principal a call." "So what did the teacher do to piss you off?" "You burned someone's skirt." Chen Zihan pouted with a defiant face. "I just peeked at the floor of her skirt, and she caught me about to smack me on the palm of my hand. So after class I took a lighter and burned her skirt when she wasn't looking." Chen Xiaoguang nodded and smiled lightly. "You know how to look at women at such a young age. Ha! So unproductive. If you want to see it later, there's plenty in our house for you to see. I'll talk to that teacher later and see if I can recruit him to come to the house and give you one-on-one tutoring so you can watch." Chen Zihan nodded earnestly, looking very happy. "Yeah, Dad, that's what you said. Then I'll go play first, and then we'll go eat later." Chen Xiaoguang faintly said, "Go on." The conversation between the two fathers and sons was a shock to Wang Lei. But a small child of 4 or 5 years old was actually nurtured like this by Chen Xiaoguang. If he grows up and adds the power of the Chen family, I'm afraid that another devil is going to be born. And it's still a devil that's even more evil than Chen Xiaoguang. Noticing Wang Lei's eyes, Chen Zhaoguang smiled. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Wang Lei came back to his senses and quickly smiled and said, it's okay, it's really a tiger's father. The two of them laughed and then left the tea garden and went to the restaurant to drink, waiting for Feng Pants and Shen Gu to arrive in the afternoon. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Xian Bauer, who had just finished her lunch break, was sitting in the living room watching TV. Li Cheng and Wang Mian were both holding a piece of watermelon each, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. At that moment, Lin Han walked in through the door. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang. Before and after arriving at Li Qing's body, Lin Han greeted him respectfully. Didn't disturb your rest? Li Qing smiled. No, Huan Bauer just had a good nap, and she's there watching TV. Mr. Lin, can I help you? Lin Han said. It's like this. On the side of the Fu Hai Kindergarten, Xian Bauer's enrollment certificate has already been processed. You don't have to wait until after summer vacation. You can enroll now. Hearing that, Li Qing smiled faintly. Teacher Lin has a good heart. In fact, there's no need to be in such a hurry for Xian Bauer to go to school. After all, she's still young. In fact, according to Xian Bauer's age, it was time to go to kindergarten. But Li Qing was still a little reluctant inwardly. After all, he had only stayed with the child for a short time. On the couch, Xian Bauer's eyes lit up, looking extra excited once she heard that she could go to school. Mr. Lin, can I go to school now? Lin Han smiled gently. Yeah, and it's the best school here. Xian Bauer looked at Li Qing with an expectant face and asked, Poopy, I want to go to school. Looking at Xian Bauer's big eyes of sincere expectation, Li Qing couldn't help but laugh. Fine, if Xian Bauer wants to go, let's go. Teacher Lin, after a week, just send Xian Bauer to school. From now on, you won't have to come during the day, and you can come and give Xian Bauer extracurricular tutoring at night. Lin Han nodded. Okay, Mr. Li. After learning that she could finally go to school, Xian Bauer didn't even want to watch TV anymore, and got off the couch bouncing happily. Li Qing knows that, in addition to her love of learning, Hen Bauer is looking forward to playing with her peers. She always has to make her own friends and needs to have her own socialization. Lin Han took Xian Bauer outside to write and draw. In the room, only Wang Mian and Li Qing were left. Brother Cheng, today Wang Lei and Chen Gu arrived in Magic City. Wang Mian faintly said, several people, now, have gone to the Chen family estate. It seems that this time, the gang above the entertainment industry, really can't sit still. Li Qing's face was unperturbed as he calmly said, unsurprisingly, now they're going to consolidate the circle and prepare to go head to head with me. It's good to get together to save time and effort. There was a pause. Li Qing's gaze became slightly cold as he continued. The entertainment industry, to put it bluntly, is just an earning tool for that group of people in Kyoto, and until the gazpacho is removed, the real big dish won't be on the table. Now to do. Clean up the chow first. Wang Mian nodded and then said, by the way, Brother Cheng, I've received news that on Second Mrs. side, it seems like there's going to be some movement. Chapter 112, Li Qing, has become a hot word in the Beijing circle. Hearing Wang Mian's words, Li Qing's gaze gave a slight lurch, then he faintly said, it's gotten so far that she wouldn't be unaware of it. You don't have to worry about her side. Wang Mian nodded and said, aha. 5 days passed quickly. After the heat of the matter between Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu peaked online, it began to slowly decline. Whenever a particularly explosive opinion is born, it doesn't take more than a few days for some other, even more explosive news to emerge. It looks like a diversion from the masses, which has become the law of the internet. Therefore, the netizens' attention on Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu had subsided quite a bit. Early that morning, Mordor Whampoa Security Bureau, Arthur Chan and Li Wenwu, both wearing a suit, walked out the back door. On the side of the road, 7 or 8 luxury cars had been waiting for a long time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's out. I can't believe it. Just a couple of videos and it shut me down for a week. For almost a week, Arthur Chan was a bit pudgy, and his whole body looked a few years older. Li Wenwu laughed bitterly. Luckily, Director Chen and Director Feng and the others are operating behind the scenes, or else, this didn't work out so well. Alas, Chen Xiao, in the days to come, you must take care of me. The video of the two was exposed, but because only the video, and did not catch the evidence of the transaction, coupled with a host of capital operation behind the scene, so not 15 days, the two were released. It would have been nothing more than criminal detention for up to 15 days anyway. Arthur Chen took a deep breath and said, okay, but I'm not going to help you pay what you owe. Just saying, only to see that not far away, several men in suits, got down from the car and slowly walked towards Arthur Chen's side. Seeing this man in front of him, Arthur Chen froze, and then a trace of instinctive fear arose in his gaze, because the man in front of him was none other than Arthur Chen's father. Chen Gu. Seeing Chen Gu walking toward his side with a sullen face, Arthur Chen's insides continued to tremble as fear gradually spread throughout his body. Pop! Without waiting for Arthur Chen to speak. The next second, a mouth slapped in the face. Arthur Chen covered his face and lowered his head. Dad! Chen Gu didn't say anything and threw up another slap. The slap caused blood to flow from the corner of Arthur Chen's mouth. You disappoint me so much. Chen Gu narrowed his eyes and looked at Arthur Chen and coldly said, do you have any idea what it cost me to set you straight? Chen Gu hates iron and steel. His own life of fame, the right root origin, did not expect to be corrupted by his son. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent just to create news to distract the masses. That's right. Some new breaking news that's popping up on the internet. It's all because Chen Gu paid someone to hype it up, in order to make other news and cover up his son's hotness. This shows how strong Chen Ji's networking energy is in the Beijing circle. Being slapped twice, Arthur Chen did not have the slightest complaint, nor did he dare to have one, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong. But this thing. Without waiting for Arthur Chen to finish his sentence, Chen Gu interrupted. Alright, I understand all about you. Get your ass to the car and wait. Having said that, Chen Ji's gaze shifted to Li Wenwu. Meeting Chen Ji's gloomy eyes, Li Wenwu only felt a chill at his back and didn't have the courage to look directly at him at all. Director Li, you really impressed me. Chen Ji's tone was not salty. Are you planning on dragging my son, along with you, in there for a couple years? Li Wenwu shivered in fear and said in a hurry. Director Chen. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Director Chen. You scolded me. You hit me. I deserve to die. Facing Chen Gu, Li Wenwu didn't have half a temper. This one could be considered the leader of the Beijing circle. Chen Gu didn't curse, much less make a move, and just said indifferently, your business. When we get back, a few people got in the car and the convoy drove towards the Chen Manor. An hour later, Chen Family Garden, Parlor Hall. Chen Xiaoguang's meeting room is considered to be the most standard meeting room in all of Magic City. Inside the large Chinese hall, full of carved beams and columns, full of carved screens, with a wide array of ornaments on various cabinets. There are countless collections from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. There are several yellow pear wooden chairs on both sides of the parlor, and on a small table next to it, there is tea and fruits. And at the very front, there was an 8 imperial table with an extremely imposing eunuch chair on each side. The layout is similar to that of an ancient princely mansion. Chen Gu and Phone Pants were seated relatively close to the front of the room. Arthur Chen, along with a few people from Li Wenwu, were sitting in the back. At the front sat, naturally, Chen Xiaoguang, and Wang Lei, chairman of Huai. Sitting in their chairs, all of them were silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Eventually, Chen Xiaoguang, as the proprietor, was the first to break the silence. Chen Xiao just came out. Why is everyone bitter? Chen Xiaoguang laughed. It just came out. So let's all have a good time and remove the bad luck from Mr. Chen's body. Wang Lei added with a smile. Yes, Director Chen. Who can have smooth sailing? The son is wrong. Let him change his knotted. Chen Gu was not in a good position to make a stern face and smiled. Oh, what Mr. Chen said. In this matter, I'm really thankful to Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen, or else by me alone. I'm afraid that Arthur's matter won't be easy to suppress. Arthur, why don't you thank these two uncles of yours? Arthur Chen hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully towards Wang Lei and Chen Xiaoguang. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Arthur knows he's gotten into a lot of trouble this time, and I'll be at your uncle's disposal for any future use. Facing Wang Lei and Chen Xiaoguang, Arthur Chen put his position very low, because he could know Wang Lei's identity background too well. Huai, as one of the top entertainment companies in the country, can be said to be almost a handful, star director on the screen audit and so on. All is a handful. As for Chan Chiuquang, just by looking at the layout of Chen's manor, Arthur Chen knew that this was definitely not an ordinary powerful person. Even more so than Wang Lei, who has a deeper background. Listening to Arthur Chen, Chen Xiaoguang couldn't help but have his eyes light up, not realizing that he was really speaking at a certain level. Oh, Arthur, you surpassed many of your peers by being able to say such things. Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly. It's not a bad thing to suffer a loss, and it's good to sink your teeth into it so you can go farther in the future. Arthur Chen said with a nod. Uncle Chen's teachings, I'll be sure to keep them in my heart carefully. Arthur Chen is doing pretty well, especially after hearing Chen Xiaoguang's praise. This made Chen Ji's face, only then, shine a little. Remember your Uncle Chen's words well, and don't stir up such a big mess for me in the future. Chen Gu said seriously. Mr. Chen. That's really thank you. But since we're talking about this, I'll get straight to the point. This Li Qing person. How to deal with him. Li Qing. At the mention of these two words, everyone's faces changed slightly. The name, lately in circles, has become a buzzword. Chapter 113 Zhejiang Province surprised Big Brother level character appearance. Clearing the streets. Many people already know that. The one who had always been behind Yang Mi was Li Qing, and the reviews of this young man are really mixed. Some say it's a hidden son of the world. Others say it's just a rich kid who doesn't know what he's doing. And the bigwigs have their own comments. Chen Gu continued. To be honest, I also didn't expect a Yang Mi to lead to so many things. And even more, I didn't expect that Yang Mi, a small star, had backing backers behind her. Li Qing dares to disregard the rules and break the balance like this. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, in the future, I'm afraid that there will be endless trouble in the future. Wang Lei picked up the conversation. Director Chen is right. Li Qing really doesn't have us in his sights when he does this, much less the Beijing circle. In addition, Mr. Chen, aren't you also disgusted by Li Qing? He even brought Zhang Ao down. This is in Magic City. Chen Zhaoguang smiled slightly and he heard very clearly, in and out of the words, wasn't he trying to get himself to join forces with them to get rid of Li Qing? However, Chen Zhaoguang didn't care about this bit of caution from the crowd. He's going to get rid of Li Qing. Anyway, why not take advantage of the crowd first and cut your own losses a bit? Why not? Mr. Wang, without your words, I will get rid of Li Qing. Chen Zhaoguang's gaze narrowed slightly as he faintly said, I'm definitely on the same page as everyone else. On this one, isn't Mr. Wang going to host a feast to force Li Qing to show up head-on? Wang Lei nodded. Well, it's something I'm already working on. In 2 days at the most. Listening to these words from the crowd, Arthur Chen couldn't help but get excited inside. He now hated Li Qing and Yang Mi, and couldn't wait to chop these two up right away. Chen Gu, who was on the side, spoke. However, before that, we must also let Li Qing pay some interest first, right? Chen Ji's gaze was sinister, then glanced at Li Wenwu and said, right, I almost forgot. We haven't had a good chat about Director Li. Li Wenwu's body trembled as he hurriedly stood up and said, Director Chen, I'm to blame for what happened this time. I'll do whatever you say. Things have come to a head, and there is no way back for Li Wenwu. Chen Gu snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, fine, I'll let you go to the Huazhou Junting and stab Li Qing to death. Will you go? The words fell. Li Wenwu immediately froze, then looked at Chen Gu incredulously and said bitterly, Director Chen. This, Chen Gu sneered. Didn't Director Li say just now that you should do whatever you're told to do? Do you know how much it cost me to fish you out? Your life isn't even enough to pay it back. Li Wenwu stood in the hall with a shivering, embarrassed face. At this time, Chen Zhaoguang slowly spoke. Director Li, if it wasn't for you taking Chen Xiao to the Magic City night, nothing like this would have happened. So you have an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. Director Chen's words are indeed a bit heavy. It is indeed difficult to get Li Qing killed, but to get Yang Mi, Director Li should be able to do it, right? Faced with the cannibalistic gaze of the crowd, Li Wenwu, drenched in sweat, said, Mr. Chen, I'll think of something. Chen Zhaoguang said, you don't have to think of something. I'll think of something for you. Pay for a couple of guys to set fire to Yang Mi's office when she's in Jai. Or you could just go and stab her yourself. That's not a bad way to go. Li Wenwu's eyes widened and, it's hard to believe that these words came out of Chen Zhaoguang's mouth. Chen Gu coldly said, what? Don't you understand what Mr. Chen said? Li Wenwu kind of saw it coming. These guys fished themselves out of it, clearly using themselves as a death squad. But there's nothing Li Wenwu can do about it. He knew that if he refused, or ran away, he would still end up dead. These guys are cannibals. Li Wenwu took a deep breath and said, okay, that's a thing. I'll do it. Whatever. Li Wenwu can only first solve the urgent need. As for the latter, then think of a way. Hearing Li Wenwu promise to do something, Wang Lei smiled. Director Li, if you really get Yang Mi killed, then we will also show you an escape route. So feel free to do it. After Li Wenwu left, the crowd then began to discuss the Magic City feast 2 days later. Arthur Chen and Li Wenwu unleashed, albeit in a very low key, but the word spread. There are a number of hotspots popping up all over the internet regarding the release of Arthur Chen. A host of netizens have seen these topics, shocked and somewhat helpless. Alas, after all, it is the power of capital. So big a matter. A few days of work to set things right. Though Arthur Chen won't be able to shoot a movie in the future. But people do not even need to shoot the movie directly when the curtain is not on the line. For a moment, the status and weight of the entertainment industry reteaches the crowd a lesson. As for Yang Mi and Li Qing, in everyone's eyes, I have to say, it's precarious. At this point on the other side, nearly 200 kilometers away from the Magic City, Zhejiang Province, Hangzhou City, Hangzhou in May, the weather has warmed up, but the tourists who come here to enjoy the West Lake, but is still endless. The busy, bustling street was packed with people, and just then, at some point, 2 traffic police cars slowly pulled into the crowd, with traffic vigilante riders beside them, constantly honking their sirens to clear the way. Although people didn't know what was going on, they all consciously pulled over and got out of the way. Subsequently, behind traffic policing, followed closely by a luxury version of a big black Mercedes-Benz G driving by, followed by 4 or 5 Autos. Such a convoy made many people stand on the side of the road and talk, wondering what big shot had come to Hangzhou again. Inside the big Mercedes G, in the back seat, sat a woman. The woman was young, looking 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a black suit with long, unobtrusive hair, slender, with a pair of long legs, stepping on a pair of black ascetic high heels. The snow-white and flawless back of the feet can be seen. The woman's skin is extremely white and tender, coupled with the tendons of the back of the feet near the toes exposed, and lust and valor, the most irresistible. Then there was the woman's almost demonic face, cold white skin, high nose, red and sexy lips, a pair of beautiful eyes black and shiny, the color of the god with a layer of sharp, with a pair of gold glasses. The whole person's temperament can be said to be cold to the extreme. Mr. Li, just now Mr. Ma came with a message saying that there is an investment that he would like to introduce to you. Do you think when will you arrange a meeting? Next to him, the female secretary, Wang Jingyi, said extremely respectfully, and the man she called Mr. Li. It was this woman with a cold temperament, Li Xiaoyu. Although Li Xiaoyu was only 24 years old, he had already become the chairman of the Hanhai Group, the most important investor in Hangzhou City at the moment. For Jingyi Wang, the personal secretary, Li Xiaoyu was almost a demonic genius. From coming to Hangzhou, to now becoming an investor that the officials were trying to pull in, it had only taken 3 years. No one knows how she spent 3 short years, suddenly became a newcomer in the whole Hangzhou, and even once in the whole Zhejiang province. It was a dazzling and eye-catching existence. Not to mention that no one knows that Li Xiaoyu, in addition to the investment piece, the most important, but also involved in tobacco. Put off Ma's side for now. There are more important things to do right now. Li Xiaoyu took out a box of rainbows. Her slender onion-white fingers held a cigarette, and after lighting it, she took a deep breath before the white smoke slowly exhaled from her luscious lips. The Mr. Ma in Li Xiaoyu's mouth was naturally the chairman of Penguin, with Li Xiaoyu having taken root in Hangzhou in the past few years. More and more big capital enterprises have extended the olive branch, only, Li Xiaoyu does not seem to be interested. Wang Jingyi had long been accustomed to the smoke in the car and nodded her head. Mr. Li, you said that you recently went over to Mordor. Is there any new project? Li Xiaoyu took a drag on his cigarette, his gaze ghostly with a few sharp points, and said, it's a new project. I heard that the profits of Chen's group have gone crazy recently. If we swallow it, we, Hanhai, might be able to go further. Hearing that, Wang Jingyi, the always composed secretary, froze for a moment, and the folder in her hand nearly fell to her feet. Chapter 114, Director Li, where are you going in the dead of night? After taking the folder, Wang Jingyi looked at Li Xiaoyu with an incredulous face and asked tentatively, Mr. Li, you said, to eat the Chun group? Wang Jingyi didn't dare to be sure if she had heard wrong just now. Instead, Li Xiaoyu said in a bland and self-conscious manner, well, the development of the Hanhai group up to now, although it is considered a success, but it is still a bit short of the real upper circle. To be among the top, you have to find a rival to use as a springboard. Wang Jingyi was incomparably shocked inside. One must know that the Chun Group's position in the Magic City was simply an immeasurable existence. I don't know what my own chairman thinks. What's with the sudden desire to take on the Chun Group? And what does it mean to be among the top? Now, isn't that the top? Even though there were 10,000 kinds of incomprehension within her heart, Wang Jingyi did not dare to question it in the slightest and only respectfully reminded, Mr. Li, Chen's Group is considered one of the head enterprises in Magic City, and there may be a larger capital chain hidden behind it. Shouldn't we do a little business endorsement before we take the next step? The corner of Li Xiaoyu's mouth hooked up a cold smile, took a deep breath of smoke, threw the butt casually into the teacup next to him, and faintly said, who said anything about playing business? And what the starting family has been relying on for the past few years? Aren't you aware of that? Wang Jingyi couldn't help but sweat in her heart, but at the same time, she was a little excited. From the very beginning, when she followed Li Xiaoyu's start, Wang Jingyi had seen her methods. It can be said that there is an endless stream of shady and ruthless tactics. It wasn't until this year that it was gradually tightened up a bit for the transition. But now, this female boss of his own seems to be going back to her old ways. But it's exciting. Looking at the secretary with glowing eyes, Li Xiaoyu faintly said, "I'll make arrangements for the specifics." Wang Jingyi nodded and said, "Mr. Li, we'll be at the office soon." Li Xiaoyu didn't say anything and said after a moment of thought, "Let's not go to the company first. Call the logistics department and ask him to bring some people here. Turn around and go to Mordor. I need to run some errands first." Wang Jingyi froze again, obviously a bit unable to keep up with Li Xiaoyu's thinking, but she still nodded her head. "Yes, I'll inform them right away." 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Mian's Land Rover parked outside the small courtyard on the outskirts of Magic City. Yard. Li Qing was doing crafts with Xian Bauer. When you're tired of studying and learning, it's natural to take your kids to do some outdoor activities. It's remote but closer to nature. "Poopy, do you think my clay figure looks good?" As soon as he entered the door, Wang Mian saw that Xian Bauer was living mud with Li Qing. Li Qing smiled. "Xuan Bauer did a great job of pinching it. Daddy will burn it for you later." Xian Bauer got her hands full of mud, but she didn't care at all. Instead she immersed herself in the living mud. "Boy, how come you don't call me for such a good thing as playing in the mud?" Qing. Wang Mian stood next to him and laughed, leaning down to take a shovel and stir the mud a few times, saying, "Brother Chang, second Mrs. Side, is coming to Magic City." Li Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Xuan Bauer, play a little by yourself. I'll go wash my hands." Li Qing got up and came to the water tank, washing his hands and said, "That girl is indolent. She's on fire for everything." Wang Mian laughed. "You know her temper. It's just like that. I wouldn't dare say anything about her, and I would dare to snitch on you." Li Qing let out a faint smile. "Oh, let her be. It's time to add fire to this game. I guess we're going to make some noise tonight, so go keep an eye on it and make it a little more lively on the way." How can this be allowed when Arthur Chen came out and kept hiding behind his old man? Wang Mian comprehended God in his heart and said at once, "Oh, he thinks that if he hides it, all is well. Looks like it's time to make some news tonight. Brother Chang, then I'll go ahead and arrange the manpower." Li Qing nodded and said, "Well, see that girl and tell her to smoke less." Wang Mian smiled. "Okay, I'll go first." Nightfall. Inside the Chen family villa, the lights were on. The restaurant was smoky, filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. After discussing things during the day, in the evening, a group of people, they had a party here in Chen Zhaoguang. "Mr. Chen, a toast to you. It's an honor to know you." Chen Ge raised his wine glass and said to Chen Zhaoguang, "In the future, Arthur, you take care of that too." Although Chen Ge is not lowly in the capital circle, however, in front of Chen Zhaoguang, he still lowered his posture, because he knew that behind Chen Zhaoguang, it was equally not simple, and it's in Mordor, which is sort of someone else's territory. Chen Zhaoguang was equally polite and laughed. "You're welcome, Director Chen. Young Chen is a talented man. His future surely can't be limited. To be honest, I'm really envious of Director Chen, being able to develop like a fish out of water in that part of 49 City, where the resources are such that ordinary people can't touch them." Chen Gu certainly understood what Chen Zhaoguang meant by this and smiled. "If one day Mr. Chen wants to go to Kyoto to develop, if Mr. Chen needs anything, just tell Director Feng and I." Chen Zhaoguang laughed, then looked at Li Wenwu. "Say, the person we should honor most today should be Director Li, right? Tell me, Director Li, what have you arranged for this afternoon?" Li Wenwu smiled sarcastically and said faintly, "It's not really scheduled anything close, just getting some manpower. After this drink, I'm going to make a trip to Townsend's tonight. Instead of going to Jiayoi's company, why don't we just go to Yang Mi's house?" Hearing that, Chen Ge couldn't help but give Li Wenwu a high look and faintly said, "Director Li has guts. If you had done this long ago, you wouldn't be in this situation now." Under the light, Li Wenwu's face looked a little vicissitude, and his eyes were deep. "I know I made a mistake, and this time, I'll make it right." Arthur Chen comforted from the sidelines. "Director Li, I hope you won't let us down. Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen have both said that as long as you can accomplish this, your retreat is definitely not a problem. Even if you go abroad, you will be able to ensure that you will be clothed and fed for the rest of your life." Li Wenwu smiled, with both the kind of excitement of carrying water and a sense of helplessness inside. "I won't let anyone down. Well, it's getting late, so I'll finish this drink and be on my way." After a glass of white wine is finished, under the gaze of the crowd, Li Wenwu slowly walked out of the living room and left the villa. Looking at Li Wenwu's departing figure, Chen Zhaoguang said with a disdainful smile on his face, "It's kind of a way to make this crap work a little bit." After leaving the villa, Li Wenwu took his own car and traveled to the vicinity of Thompson. In the car, Li Wenwu's beloved said as he drove the car, "Mr. Li, isn't it too risky for us to take this action? Chen Ji's gang, they're really not human. Aren't they letting you go to your death?" Li Wenwu said as he lit a cigarette. Before I send myself to death, I have to pull Yang Mi on my back as well. If it weren't for Yang Mi, how would I be in this position today? Tonight, after this job, tomorrow immediately leave the country. You have followed me for so many years. Let's go out to enjoy the happiness together, the secretary said with a serious face. Mr. Li, then let's do a big job. Driving the car, the two came to a stop not far from the Townsend. Where are they people? Why aren't they ready? After getting out of the car, Li Wenwu hit the ground running and looked around, and didn't see the gang of fighters that he had an appointment with. The secretary frowned. I'll call and ask. I was just told it was already here. Just then, a headlight suddenly came on in the darkness ahead. The two men couldn't open their eyes from the glare. What the is wrong with these guys? Li Wenwu cursed, then walked towards the front. Hurry up and get ready to work now. Do you still want your money? After walking to the car, Li Wenwu was feeling a bit wrong, because the people who came down from the car were not at all the gang of hands they had found. Where's your boss? Li Wenwu asked with a frown. It's this time of day. Why don't you get ready for work? In the face of Li Wenwu's questioning, several youths had no expression on their faces, and there was a hint of sarcasm in their gazes. The youth at the head slowly pulled a golf club from his back and smiled. Director Li, what are you talking about? The words fell. The youth swung the club violently, swinging it up toward Li Wenwu's knee. Click. Chapter 115, Going to the Dock. What are you doing? Without a hint of defense, Li Wenwu only felt that his knees instantly lost consciousness, and his lower body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Next, the sharp pain of a shattered knee surged through his mind. It's like a sharp arrow to the heart. Ah! Li Wenwu's eyes widened as he fell to his knees and howled, covering his knees. Mudbloods. What are you doing? The youth bent down and smiled faintly. Director Li, where are you going in the middle of the night? Li Wenwu realized that the group of people in front of him was not the gang of fighters he had hired at all, but another group of people. At once, a coolness went straight to the sky. You guys? What are you guys? Li Wenwu sweated coldly and shivered. You guys were sent by Li Qing? The youth smiled faintly. I don't know who Li Qing is. All I know is that our family boss is going to invite Director Li to sit at the pier. The intense pain made Li Wenwu grin and said, to the docks? What are you going to do? Let me tell you, I'm a big director. Aren't you guys afraid of making a big deal out of this? The youth laughed. Take it easy, Director Li. Go to the dock and get some fries for dinner. Here, load the trunk with the Honorable Director Li. Behind the two little brothers came up, directly tied up Li Wenwu 5 flowers, hard stuffed into the trunk. And at the moment, the secretary, who saw this, opened the car door and got in and was ready to run. But the car just started. The secretary then saw that 3 or 4 cars around him had surrounded him. Without waiting for the secretary to respond, a youth smashed the window of the car with a hammer, forced the door open, and dragged the secretary out. Don't with me, you guys don't with me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. The secretary has a strong desire to survive. He is only working for Li Wenwu. He does not want to give his life. A couple of minions held the secretary down, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her all the way to the leading youth. Brother Yang, what about this man? The little brother looked at Sun Yang and said, this should be Li Wenwu's secretary. Sun Yang casually swept a glance at the secretary and said indifferently, it must not be a good thing to be able to work as a secretary for Li Wenwu, since he has seen it all. Let him close his eyes forever. Hearing that, the secretary instantly pissed herself, and yellow liquid seeped down her pants. No, don't kill me. The secretary was on the floor and kept begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I know a lot of evidence of Li Wenwu's crimes. I can give it to you, as long as you let me live. Sun Yang smiled faintly. I don't need evidence of a crime. Send him on his way. The two youths held the secretary down dead. Another young man, next to him, copied the golf club and slammed it toward the back of the secretary's head. Pust. At first there was some response from the secretary, but soon after 3 or 4 strokes had passed, there was no sound at all. Only a puddle of blood on the floor. Sun Yang faintly said, hurry up and clean up the scene. Stuff the bodies in the trunk and haul them along to the dock. Be quick. Don't let the boss scold us. The minions simply and neatly stuffed the secretary's body into the trunk. Li Wenwu, who was tied up, was lying writhing in the trunk, and then a bloody lugubrious man pressed himself against him. By the light of day, Li Wenwu saw the secretary's face and immediately turned white with fear. eyes opened extremely wide. Li Wenwu wanted to shout out, but his mouth had long been taped shut, and in the end, he couldn't mentally bear it and fainted directly. The car was parked on the eastern outskirts of Mordor. On an abandoned dock, a group of youths got out of a car and then a chair was moved and placed on the floor, with a small four-square table in front of it. Sun Yang opened the car door and respectfully said, "Boss, it's here." A beautiful foot in high heels, slowly protruding from the car and stepping on the floor. And then it was seen that a woman in a suit stepped out of the car. The woman was none other than the chairman of the Hanhai Group, Li Xiaoyu, and Sun Yang, who opened the door, was the head of the logistics department of the Hanhai Group. "Boss, the man's in the trunk." Sun Yang was all smiles and attentive. "You sit down and I'll pour you a drink." Da. Li Xiaoyu's face was cold, and her high heels stepped on the concrete floor, making a clear and pleasant sound. After sitting in the chair, Sun Yang had the good sense to take out a cigarette and hand it over, then lit a fire for Li Xiaoyu, and opened a bottle of whiskey in his hand and poured it into a crystal glass with ice cubes. Li Xiaoyu picked up a cup and drank a mouthful of wine, then inhaled deeply. Thick smoke from the red lips evenly sped out, surrounded by hair smoke. "Bring the men here." Li Xiaoyu leaned on the seat and faintly said, "Jingyi, would you like a drink?" Assistant Wang Jingyi stood to the side and shook her head with a smile. "Mr. Li, I'd rather not drink." By now, Wang Jingyi was a bit confused inside. She really couldn't figure out why her boss brought a bunch of logistics, came to Mordor in the middle of the night, and tied up director Li Wenwu. "Didn't you say you were going to go after the Chen family? With this director? What's the connection?" Although she was full of doubts, Wang Jingyi didn't ask too many questions. She knew that the boss must have her own plans for doing so. At this point, a few juniors lifted Li Wenwu out of the trunk and threw him directly onto the concrete floor. Clunk! Li Wenwu's head hit the ground, directly waking him up from the pain. Woo, because his mouth was taped shut. Li Wenwu tried to scream for help, but could only make whimpering sounds. "Let him talk." Li Xiaoyu inhaled his cigarette and flicked the ash, saying. Sun Yang laughed, and in one fell swoop, he tore the tape from Li Wenwu's mouth and pulled his beard up by the roots, and a circle of his mouth oozed out a trace of blood. Hissed Ash. Li Wenwu had only one feeling in his body. That is, it hurts. I could no longer move my right leg at the knee. The nerves were throbbing and I was sweating from the pain. Looking at the woman sitting in the chair in front of me, Li Wenwu first stared blankly, despite the fact that his life was now in danger and the pain was lingering. In the first moment, Li Wenwu was still shocked by Li Xiaoyu's face. This woman in front of her, her face value was just too stunning, as if it wasn't like a real person, but the kind of extremely realistic AI carved out. Instantly stunning consequences, followed by an extremely cold chill, spreading from Li Wenwu's body. He could feel that this, surely, was not an ordinary person, and the ruthlessness in her body could not be concealed. Li Wenwu said through clenched teeth, "Who are you? What was the point of bringing me here?" Li Xiaoyu looked up at Li Wenwu, the glass in her hand slowly shaking. The sound of whiskey and ice cubes colliding was exceptionally pleasant. "You're Li Wenwu, Director Li, right?" Li Xiaoyu threw the cigarette but that was about to burn out at his feet, then lit one up again and said, "I've seen your videos and the content is great." Chapter 116, Playing hard to get is your ancestor in the Beijing circle. Li Wenwu's face stiffened. How could he not hear that the other party was teasing him? Wasn't that video the one where he went to the Magic City night for a quickie? Li Wenwu tightened his face to endure the pain and said, "Let's not talk about that. You didn't kidnap me here to come and say these boring things, did you?" Next to him, Sun Yang frowned, and without saying a word copied a wine bottle and swung it on Li Wenwu's head. Then he took the glass slag and ruthlessly stabbed it into Li Wenwu's face. "If you ever talk to our boss like that again, I'll send you down to the sea to feed the fish right now." Sun Yang smiled. Got it? The moment the glass pierced the cheek, Li Wenwu only felt the sensation of pain drilling into his heart. That feeling. Life is worse than death. Crap. Li Wenwu's tears came down from the pain. He hadn't expected the gang to be so ruthless, but thinking about his own knees, he was kind of looking for death by talking like that. "You, what the hell are you doing?" Li Wenwu lost his temper. Tears could not help but fall, kneeling on the ground gasping for breath and said, You have to have a reason for messing with me like that, right?" Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes said quietly, "Tell me, what were you doing in the middle of the night?" "In the middle of the night, in Townsend?" Li Wenwu froze, then his face changed as if he understood something and said, You really are Li Qing's people?" From the beginning when the plan failed, Li Wenwu wondered if he was being followed by Li Qing's people. Now that the other party was asking this kind of question, Li Wenwu was certain in his heart that it was indeed Li Qing's people. Other than Li Qing, Who else could be so protective of Yangmi? Hearing the word Li Qing, Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes slightly condensed, and in this instant, her expression moved for a moment. Answer whatever I ask you, Li Xiaoyu coldly said. Get it? After ascertaining that it was Li Qing's men, the fear within Li Wanwu flourished even more, because he thought of what happened to Zhang Ao before. Zhang Ao's hands and feet were cut off, resulting in a wasted man, and it was probably this who did it. Li Wanwu took a deep breath and said with a slightly trembling tone, I'm going to Townsend's, just passing through. As things stood, Li Wanwu still wanted to find an opportunity to maneuver around it, and maybe there would be a silver lining. Li Xiaoyu inhaled his cigarette with some disappointment, then waved his hand without any interest. Sun Yang stood up and walked over to Li Wanwu's side, with a smile on his face that looked a bit oozy in the night. See the situation. Li Wanwu sweated and instantly became nonchalant. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I'm just a director. You don't have to kill me. What good would killing me do you? Sun Yang laughed. Don't get excited, Director Li. Besides, our boss kills people only according to his mood. He never cares about what's in it for him. Come on, let's start with a great healthcare. Li Wanwu doesn't know what big healthcare is, but he knew for sure it wasn't the clubhouse kind. The minions under his command, with great understanding, brought in a wooden table. Also brought over a toolbox along with it. Sun Yang unhurriedly opened the toolbox and took out a ram's horn hammer from it in front of Li Wanwu. Li Wanwu's face was shocked, and he looked at the hammer in fear. This thing, it's not going to blow your brains out, is it? Next, under the gaze of Li Wanwu's bull's-egg-like eyes, Sun Yang took out another handful of long nails from the toolbox, then turned his head to look at Li Wanwu. Take Director Li's hand and put it on the table. Upon hearing this, Li Wanwu was immediately frightened and began to struggle. No, don't. I'll say what I went for, okay. Seeing these tools, Li Wanwu's inner defense instantly collapsed. How could he not know that this was to nail his palm to the table? That's nasty. Vicious as hell. Li Wanwu can't even believe it. How is it that in this society there are still such bold and ruthless people? Even if you're going to get yourself killed, you have to be a little more subtle, right? Hearing Li Wanwu concede, Sun Yang looked at Li Xiaoyu and waited for a sign. Li Xiaoyu sat on the chair. Apart from drinking, she was holding a knife and fork and eating a 3/4 cooked steak. Her gaze calmly looked at Li Wanwu and said, Go on. Sun Yang smiled. Okay. The little brother pressed Li Wanwu's hand to death on the table. In Sun Yang's eyes, it's no different than a pig's foot on the counter. I'll pick you out a good nail. Brand new. Sun Yang took a 10-centimeter long steel nail, and the tip end was erected on the nail cap of Li Wanwu's thumb. Seeing this scene, Li Wanwu was so scared that he peed in his pants. It's not like this nigga is stabbing the palm of his hand. It's going through the nail cap. Li Wanwu shuddered to think how much it would hurt. Without waiting for Li Wanwu to think about it for more than a moment. Next, clunk. Only Sun Yang swung his hammer and smashed it on the tail of the nail at once. At once, a large, long steel nail pierced through a fingernail, then crushed the knuckles and nailed them to the table. As the hammer fell, Li Wanwu let out a pig-killing howl. Pain. It really hurts too much. This taste was the most painful feeling that Li Wanwu had ever experienced in his life. Sun Yang enjoys himself. I didn't realize that Director Li was a wimp, but his bones are quite hard. Then, Sun Yang smashed the hammer again, and completely penetrated the nail through the table, and nailed Li Wanwu's thumb, completely on the table. Li Wanwu was convulsing in pain, tears streaming down his face, but he dared not struggle in any way because just the slightest movement in tugging on the thumbtacks hurt so much that I nearly fainted. I'll tell you anything you want to ask. Li Wanwu cried out as he knelt in front of the table. Please, stop torturing me. Sun Yang didn't pay any attention to Li Wanwu at all, and earnestly picked up a nail and placed it on the nail cap of Li Wanwu's index finger, saying, 10 out of 10. It's still early, Director Li. Clunk, clunk. Sun Yang was like doing carpentry. The work in his hands simply could not stop. Li Wanwu's 5 fingers parted. A steel nail, all the way from the fingernail cap to the table. Blood flowed on the table, and while the image looked a little sickening, but Sun Yang was enjoying himself, until all 10 fingers were nailed to the table. It was only then that Sun Yang put down the ram's horn hammer in his hand. Phew, that's quite a feat of strength. Sun Yang threw the hammer to the side. The next little brother handed up a towel, wiped his hands and said, Boss, Director Li can't stand the toss. Li Wanwu has fainted from the pain. The 10 fingers of his hands were separated and nailed to the table, and the snow-white crumbs of bone were faintly visible in the wounds. Watching this brutal scene, these employees of the logistics department of Hanghai Group seemed to have seen it all as if they were not surprised, and there was no expression of discomfort on their faces. Li Xiaoyu finished the wine in his cup, threw the cigarette he was about to finish directly into it, and said indifferently, "Wake him up, what he has to account for, make him account for it, and remember to record it. Finish these things and deal with it to the sea." After saying that, Li Xiaoyu stood up and prepared to return to the car, and just then, not far ahead of the crowd, a string of footsteps came in a dark night, interspersed with the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Noticed someone coming. Sun Yang, who was about to pack up his things. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of astonishment. "Ha!" Sun Yang stood up at once. His eyes narrowed as he stared dead ahead. Next, a man was seen, slowly walking through the night. Sun Yang frowned. Inside, there was shock along with a hint of nervousness. Before coming to the dock, Sun Yang then planted a lot of people in the dark, in order to prevent accidents. And the man in front of him, he was surprisingly unaware of it the whole time. This caused Sun Yang to be a bit surprised inwardly, and he could sense that the man in front of him had a strong aura of danger. Ta! 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 Wang Mian's pair of leather shoes walked on the concrete floor, pounding the hearts of the crowd. Hula! The minions around Sun Yang all gathered around. Sun Yang, on the other hand, drew a dagger from his waist and stared deathly at Wang Mian. "Big Boss Li, you're buzzing here." Wang Mian swept a glance at Li Wenwu and stopped to smile. Chapter 117, Concrete Tanker Arrives. Prepare to sink the sea. Li Xiaoyu, who had just turned her head, the moment she saw Wang Mian, her entire body paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, as if she had expected it. An imperceptible smile surfaced on Li Xiaoyu's face as she looked at Sun Yang and faintly said, "Stop him." When he finished, he lit a cigarette and stood quietly watching. Wang Mian closed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a helpless smile. "Just testing me with this." As the words fell, Wang Mian's body moved to stride forward. Meanwhile, the minions around Sun Yang swarmed. These juniors, all of them were the elite employees of Henghai's logistics department. All of them had undergone special and strict training, and each of them was extremely tough. Puff! In less than a second, the little brother who had rushed to the front dropped to his knees at once, immediately next to a few. Before they could see what was going on, one after the other, they were flipped to the ground by Wang Mian. Seeing this scene, Sun Yang's heart was a bit unsteady. This guy, he's a little too strong for his own good. Although he knew that this person didn't seem to be very hostile, but the boss had said to stop him. If he couldn't, wouldn't he be tarnishing the reputation of the head of the logistics department? A bite. Sun Yang held the dagger and arrived in front of Wang Mian with a flash of his body. Immediately after that, the dagger in his hand quickly stabbed away, heading straight for the vitals. The cold light of the dagger flashed. Wang Mian's face was unperturbed. He took a step out, and with a gentle hold of his big hand, he instantly clamped Sun Yang's wrist, unable to move in the slightest. How is this possible? Sun Yang struggled a few times with all his strength, but Wang Mian's big hands were like iron pincers. As if the other party used a little more force, his own wrists would be broken. Wang Mian gently pinched, and the dagger in Sun Yang's hand fell to the ground in response. "Big Boss Li, is that all?" Wang Mian smiled and walked to Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu's cold face revealed a trace of a smile as she calmly said, "Awesome, Brother Mian, you're so skilled. I doubt if you really have no opponent. My brother, he, knows I'm coming?" Wang Mian smiled faintly. "You tell me. Don't think Xing doesn't know if you sneak in here. And not that I'm talking about you. Why are you still smoking as much as before? This bad habit, you have to quit," Li Xiaoyu said without a care in the world. "Get used to it." Wang Mian glanced at her and said, "That's what your brother said. So don't come to me if you don't listen and turn around and get a lecture." Li Xiaoyu did not say anything. His face was a little helpless, smoked a cigarette and walked to Li Wenwu. Said, "Brother Mian, are you here for Li Wenwu? Any later, and he'll all go down to the sea." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu pressed the cigarette in her hand. At once, onto Li Wenwu's wound. Zira. The burning cigarette burned Li Wenwu's flesh, up a white smoke, and then extinguished it. Li Wenwu was instantly awakened by the pain, and after opening his eyes in fatigue, his entire body had been tortured. "Please, let me go." Li Wenwu looked at the 10 fingers being nailed to death, and his eyes had become lax. At the end of this great healthcare, how could he have ever imagined that he himself was once in the scenery? All kinds of stars are playthings. To now, death has become an extremely extravagant thing. Looking at the half-dead Li Wenwu, Wang Mian walked over and smiled lightly. Just letting him die lacked a bit of meaning. Li Xiaoyu raised her willow leaf eyebrows and faintly said, "That's enough. A little more spice and it's probably dead." Wang Mian said as he lit a cigarette. "Now Feng Pants and his gang, they are all dashing around in Chen's house. Call them and ask them to come and collect the people." Sure, I think. Wouldn't it be a little more exciting to give them a video? Li Xiaoyu nodded, her beautiful eyes flashing. That way, it's kind of fun. Sun Yang took Li Wenwu's cell phone from the side and walked over and said, Boss, so I called Von Pants? Li Xiaoyu said coldly. Video call? Just point the camera at Director Li when you connect. Wang Mian smiled and inhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly exhaled it before the smoke drifted away along the sea breeze. After extinguishing the cigarettes, Li Xiaoyu seemed to be having a hard time, and finally couldn't help but light another one and took a deep breath somewhat greedily. Wang Mian cannot persuade, also simply do not care. He can remember that if this female devil really crazy, it can be really like a mental illness. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Mian made a call out. Just ship the stuff. Hang up the phone. A few moments later, a concrete tanker was seen, pulling into the dock from outside. The tanker was still mixing and sparse concrete was falling out of it. Li Xiaoyu naturally knew what this was for and said, Brother Mian, you're quite thoughtful. Wang Mian faintly said, take the trunk one, put it in a bucket, seal it up and sink it. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family garden, from the departure of Li Wenwu, a few more glasses of good, high-end white wine followed in quick succession. Even Chen Xiaoguang, everyone was a bit uptight. Oh, Mr. Chen, when Li Qing is pulled out and removed, when the profits are divided. You that big head. Chen Ji's face was red with alcohol. Chen Xiaoguang was obviously full of concern. In his eyes, Li Qing had long been a dead man, and was now delayed in taking action. It was nothing more than wanting to wait for the Magic City feast to test the depths of Li Qing head-on. Look who's behind Li Qing. Oh, all that, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Right now I suggest that we just enjoy ourselves first. Chen Xiaoguang immersed himself in the crowd's boasting and laughed. Let's see. The drinks are almost gone. Why don't we play some manly items? Upon hearing this, Huai's old boss, Wang Lei's eyes glowed. Ha ha, good Mr. Chen. I've been curious tonight. Is there only good tea and wine within our Mr. Chen's manor? Von Pants smiled with his yellowed teeth showing. He, not only does our Mr. Chen have good tea and wine, he must also have good women. Ha ha. The crowd was drunk, and they all laughed along. Chen Xiaoguang had an incomparably disdainful smile on his face as he sat in his chair and laughed. Director Feng is right. There are not only women, but also women related to tea. Butler, let them in. The words fell. With that the door to the restaurant swung open and a group of women walked in with long legs. There were more than 24 of them, and these women looked incredibly young. Even after makeup and dressing up, they were only 18 or 19 years old, and all dressed in Chinese clothing, the appearance of each delicate and lovely, wearing a thin veil in front of the face, giving a sense of hidden. See the situation. Everyone was stunned, and then their gazes all involuntarily zoomed in. Excellent. Chen Arthur was the first one who couldn't help but exclaimed, and with the strength of the wine, he didn't care about his old dad, and said directly, Mr. Chen, this is much more fun for you than the Magic City night. Chen Xiaoguang smiled faintly. Just now, I said these women had something to do with tea. It's because, these women, they're all tea pickers from my tea plantation. Wang Lei's eyes lit up once again and he couldn't help but explain for Chen Xiaoguang. Can in Mr. Chen tea garden tea picking, must be after 1,000 selected, 15 or 16 years old girl, or brand new unopened, and Tang poetry and song lyrics strokes the chin as a painting to be proficient. If you accompany us for one night, Mr. Chen will have to lose a few particularly precious tea-picking girls. Mr. Chen, you've broken the bank. Chen Xiaoguang laughed. What's the point? It's just a couple of women. Here, take your pick. Everyone. A few people had been impatient for a long time, and had come forward to reach for two back. And just then, Feng Pant's cell phone rang. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, Feng Pants frowned and said in a somewhat spoiled manner, Li Wenwu, what's he doing calling at this hour? Chapter 118. A video call and everyone panicked. Li Wenwu, he shouldn't be at Yang Mi's side at this hour. Why is he calling? Chen Ji's gaze narrowed slightly as he sat in his chair and said, it's not like something's going to happen and we're going to have to wipe his ass, is it? Next to him, the drunken Arthur Chen, who had no leisure time to care about this, laughed. Dad, why don't you pick one quickly, or else all the good ones will be chosen by Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen. Ouch, that sister looks good to me. Saying that, Arthur Chen had no qualms about wrapping his arms around one of the sisters and laughed indulgently. Oh, how old is my sister? The young tea-plucking girl gave a light laugh, like a yellow Li one. Mr. Chen, my little daughter, has just turned 16. Arthur Chen laughed. 16, that's a good age. See the situation. Chen Ji's face was black with anger, especially during the day. Chen Xiaoguang had just complimented him for having some city spirit, and now he was starting to disgrace himself again. Pop! Chen Ge slapped Arthur Chen's face and said in a deep voice, "No talent." After beating up Arthur Chen, Chen Ge came to Feng Pants and said, "What's going on? Why aren't you answering your phone?" Feng Pants said with a worried look on his face, "I'm worried if there's some kind of mess that we're going to be called to deal with. This guy, Li Wenwu, has never been very reliable in his work." Chen Ge nodded, but after thinking about it, he said, "Better pick it up. Maybe we got it. I guess it's asking us for an escape route and thinking of running away." Von Pants took a deep breath and covered the screen before answering the video call, only to see the phone screen go dark. Feng Pants said in a deep voice, "Director Li, what can I do for you?" Instead of Li Wenwu's voice coming from the phone, a woman said, "Director Feng, having a good time, are you?" Hearing that it was a woman on the other side of the phone, Feng Pants immediately frowned, followed by a few people beside him also twisting their heads to look over. A silence fell over the large dining room. Even Arthur Chen, who had been drunk out of his mind, froze for a moment and hurriedly ran to Feng Pants' side, staring at the phone with a somewhat stony face. "What's going on? Why is it a woman's voice?" Feng Pants' gaze slightly condensed as he tentatively asked, "Which one are you? Where's Director Li?" On the other side of the phone, Li Xiaoyu sneered, "Director Li went to Thompson's today, didn't he?" Feng Pants' face clouded over as he continued to ponder inwardly what kind of person the other party was. Is it hard to believe that it's Yang Mi? Nope, the voice was clearly not Yang Mi's. Chen Ge couldn't help but ask from the side, "Where's Director Li? Why are you holding Li Wenwu's cell phone?" Li Xiaoyu faintly said, "You guys care so much about him, so I'll let you see him." The words fell. The crowd then saw the pitch-black cell phone screen flipped a bit, followed by a haggard Li Wenwu. In the video, Li Wenwu looks like he's lying on a table with a bloody face and a visible bruise on the left side of his face. Immediately afterward, the screen shook and, in the next second, Feng Pants and the rest of the crowd all changed their faces drastically. What's going on here? Even the always composed Feng Pants couldn't help but cry out in shock. In the video, Li Wenwu placed his hands on the table, each finger nailed to the table with steel nails. Blood covered the wooden table, and the crowd could smell that blood through the screen. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed greatly and their gazes hardened. Feng Pants said in a deep voice, "Old Li, what's wrong with you? What have you done with him?" Li Wenwu looked at his phone with a haggard face, and when he saw Feng Pants in the camera, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. "Director Feng, you guys save me. I'm being tortured to death by them," Chen Ge said in a cold voice. "Who did this to you? Where are you now?" Li Wenwu said with difficulty, I don't know this woman." At that moment, on the phone, Li Xiaoyu's voice came again. "Phone director, Li Wenwu told me everything completely. You Beijing Circle, is not living enough?" Feng Pants said with a sullen face. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Aren't you afraid of being arrested for laying your hands on someone like that?" Li Xiaoyu sneered. "Captured? You can try and see who gets caught. Chen Xiaoguang is around, right?" Hearing the other side call his name, Chen Xiaoguang, who was on the side, put down the cigar in his hand, walked to the side of the cell phone, and faintly said, "You know me?" Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "Of course, your Chen's group has been in full swing these past few years, and there are some industries that are going to put their hands into Zhejiang province. It won't take more than a few days. I'll go back to pay a visit to see how many brushes you, Chen's group, have. By the way, let Feng Pants and Chen Gu and their gang of singers wash their necks and wait for death." A word to the wise. Throughout the hall, there was dead silence. While the crowd was inwardly shocked, they couldn't help but have a trace of anger rise in their hearts. Mad. Just too mad. Chen Guo and the rest of the crowd had never seen such arrogance, torturing Li Wenwu to death, and making a point of calling the video over for all to see. It's a warning, a threat? Even Chen Xiaoguang couldn't help but frown, his pair of deep eyes gloomy and frightening. The other party knew that he was the chairman of the Chen group, but he still dared to threaten himself like this, which was really a bit arrogant. Chen Xiaoguang said with a cold voice, "Oh, if you can, don't hide behind it. I don't even know who you are." On the phone, Li Xiaoyu said in a clear and cold manner, "You'll soon know who I am. First of all, at the moment, do you want to come and save Director Li? I think I can still live if I resuscitate him." Chen Xiaoguang said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location?" Li Xiaoyu faintly said, "Eastern Suburbs Marina." After hanging up, Feng Pants held his cell phone. His old eyes looked at Chen Guo and the others, and the shock in his gaze was self-evident. This must be Li Qing's people. Feng Pants said in a deep voice. "Now, that's not good." Chen Ji's face stiffened a bit. He had just come to Magic City, and Li Qing had taught himself a hard lesson. "I've only heard that Yang Mi has a backer behind her. and that she's ruthless. Today, Chen Gu was considered to have thoroughly realized it. Since the calls are coming in, the eastern suburbs marina, you'll have to go without them. Chen Gu coldly said, call the police first. For this kind of thing, always call the police first. After calling the police, Chen Xiaoguang made a phone call, and soon 20 to 30 minions gathered in the manor, and after all of them got into the car, they went to the eastern suburb pier at a rapid pace. Chapter 119 Cement seals the heart and the pier is cordoned off by the police. Meanwhile, the eastern suburbs docks, with the roar of the concrete tanker, the half-dead Li Wenwu, began to become fearful. He looked up at the tanker's taillights with some kind of foreboding in his mind. Come on, slow down, hold it gently. Sun Yang commanded a few minions and stuffed Secretary Li Wenwu into an oil drum. Next, the tanker started dumping into the drums. Wow! Concrete of strength C40 was poured into the oil drum and soon overwhelmed Li Wenwu's secretary. A few moments later, the entire large oil drum was filled with concrete, and a couple of minions sealed it up, carried it to a boat at the dock, and pulled it out to sea. Boss, that leaves Li Wenwu. Sun Yang came to Li Xiaoyu and Wang Mian's side and said, while not forgetting to secretly look at Wang Mian, and in his heart, he always felt that this person was estimated to be very uncomplicated. Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Mian and smiled faintly. What do you think, Mian? How to handle it? Wang Mian waved his hand and laughed without much interest. You're the one who got the people here, so you can deal with it as you see fit. Make it clean. They should be here in a few minutes. Li Xiaoyu flicked the ashes of his cigarette somewhat indiscreetly and said, yeah, well, dunk it then. Sun Yang immediately understood what it meant, took out a large funnel from the toolbox, walked over to Li Wenwu, gripped his hair and tilted his face up. After inserting the funnel, the little brother beside him brought over a bucket of cement slurry and started pouring it in. Gollum! The cement paste with just the right consistency was poured into Li Wenwu's mouth in big gulps like honey and flowed down his throat to his stomach. Woo! Li Wenwu shook his head and struggled, but he couldn't move a bit because his hair was caught in a death grip. Eyes on. Half a bucket of water and mud was all poured in, and there was quite a bit of extra that kept spilling out of Li Wenwu's mouth. Well, it's almost full enough to get on the road. Sun Yang smiled with great satisfaction and packed Li Wenwu into a bucket, filling it with concrete and sealing it. Boss, it's all taken care of. Sun Yang walked to Li Xiaoyu's side and said. Li Xiaoyu nodded in a fairly satisfied manner, then looked at Wang Mian and said, I'll leave then, and on my brother's side, say something for me. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Say what? That you're a bigger smoker than you used to be? Okay, it's about time for them to come. Let's go. After seeing Li Xiaoyu leave, Wang Mian arranged for someone to clean up the scene and then disappeared into the night. 10 minutes later, 7 or 8 cars pulled up as several lights illuminated the eastern suburb of the marina. 20 or so goons got out of the car. Immediately after that, Chen Xiaoguang and Feng Pants, among others, got out of the car and immediately headed towards the edge of the pier. Where's Li Wenwu? Arthur Chen was a bit nervous and asked with wide eyes as he followed a few people. It can't be. It's already been made dead. Feng Pants said with a gloomy face. I don't think so. Since he called us over, he's probably just threatening. How can he still kill people with honor? Chen Xiaoguang's gaze was deep. For Feng Pants to say this, held a great deal of skepticism. He always felt that the other party might really be able to do it. Threaten to kill this kind of thing. You guys, look there. What's that? Chen Gu eyed the front, only to see a blue oil drum next to the pier, placed vertically. Chen Xiaoguang lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully, it seems like Feng Dong, you underestimated the other party. Seeing this oil drum, the crowd trembled inwardly, although it was not opened, but the crowd, inwardly, seemed to have guessed what was put inside there. This can't be. Li Wenwu is in there, right? Arthur Chen's face stiffened. Then he said to a few of his juniors, you guys, open it up and see what's inside. A couple of the boys went and struggled to get the lid of the oil drum open. Subsequently, the scene in front of them caused everyone to be startled, only to see a human head is standing in the oil barrel, eyes wide greatly looking at the crowd. Arthur Chen was startled, and all the alcohol in his body woke up. In the light of the lamp, the crowd could see that the somewhat frightening head was none other than Li Wenwu, and underneath Li Wenwu's head, all of it was concrete that had begun to harden. Seeing this scene, everyone's insides trembled fiercely, and their faces became incomparably stiff and unsightly. Li Wenwu really got killed. After slowing down, Feng Pants rasped incredulously. This, mad. It's just too mad. Where's the sheriff's department? Why don't they come yet? Chen Gu was equally shocked in his heart. He was genuinely surprised that the other party would have to call to specifically inform himself before killing someone. What's the difference between that and killing someone to their face? Arrogant, ruthless, domineering. For the first time, Chen intuitively comprehended that this Li Qing behind Yang Mi might really not be that easy to deal with. Compared to the crowd, Chen Xiaoguang was obviously a lot more calm, because from the time the other party warned himself, he could then sense that the other party was definitely not just a mouth breather. Otherwise, Zhang Ao wouldn't have ended up so badly before. Kind of interesting. Chen Xiaoguang squinted his eyes. The cigarette in his hand was half burned, but the ashes never fell off. At this point, with the sound of a siren, police cars from the sheriff's department, too, finally arrived on the scene. When we got out of the car, a dozen vigilantes came to the scene. Comrade Sheriff, we received the threatening video, and when we arrived at the scene, we found Li Wenwu's body. Von Pants explained the situation to the vigilante. You'll see, two professional criminal investigation magistrates, after coming forward to check, their brows explained a frown, then said, "Who are you of the dead?" Von Pants rasped. "Of course it's a friend." The sheriff nodded. Li Wenwu was kind of a celebrity. He knew him. Moreover, people like Feng Pants and Arthur Chen, who were public figures, had a relationship with Li Wenwu that everyone knew about. A cordon was set up at the scene and the coroner arrived shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, and I don't know how the media got wind of it, more and more journalists arrived, and although they couldn't get close, they set up cameras from afar, and even some were bold enough to directly turn on the live broadcast. This station is broadcasting live an extremely shocking criminal case in which a former famous director, Li Wenwu, appears to have been murdered. The reporter stood on the spot for the narration. According to reliable sources, before Li Wenwu was killed, the Beijing Circle director Feng Pants and his entourage received a threatening video phone call. The murderer notified Feng Pants and others in advance before the murder. What secrets are hidden behind this? Let's stay tuned. Reporters took photos and videos live, including Chen Xiaoguang and others, and all of them were filmed in, with more people on the scene. As the crowd watched, the vigilante finally got Li Wenwu out of the oil drum. Li Wenwu was covered in concrete, and his entire body was lying stiffly on the ground, no longer breathing. After the forensic examiner checked, he came to Feng Pants several people and said, the victim's 10 fingers were penetrated in his lifetime, and his stomach and intestines were filled with cement slurry to death. If we don't dissect the body quickly to clean it up, when the cement hardens, it'll be even more troublesome. And after an investigation, the secretary who was traveling with Li Wenwu was missing and presumed to have been killed as well. Chapter 120. Is he trying to break up the whole capital situation in the south? The words fell. The faces of the Feng Pants several people became even more gloomy. The other side's tactics, it can be described as, well, cruel and outrageous. Is this Li Qing? Chen Gu squinted his eyes, and in his heart, his understanding of Li Qing seemed a lot clearer. I've just come to Mordor on my first day. Li Qing used this tactic to threaten himself. People like that are both arrogant and crazy. If we really let the growth go on, we can't imagine the trouble ahead. Mr. Chen, I think that we're moving ahead of schedule. Chen Gu looked at Chen Xiaoguang and said, now Li Qing is no longer protecting Yang Mi, but actively attacking. Meanwhile, inside the Magic City Huazhou Junting Villa, the entire villa was basically devoid of bright light, and Hen Bauer had long since fallen asleep. There was only the living room on the first floor left. Li Qing was sitting in front of the coffee table, drinking a cup of fresh tea as if waiting for someone. After finishing a cigarette, outside the door, Wang Mian walked in. Seeing that Li Qing is still awake, Wang Mian smiled and said, Qing, still awake? Li Qing said as she leaned on the sofa. Aha, the girl went back? Wang Mian smiled slightly, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea and said, well, as usual, Miss Tu, I can't control her, but the scene was clean, no problems. And then there's the fact that I've arranged for some information to be spread, so that the group of news reporters have smelled and surrounded the place. Li Qing looked calm and said lightly, well, since the deed is done, we might as well make a scene. Saying that, a faint smile appeared on Li Qing's face as he continued, she's still the same as she always was, but it's some progress. Hanhai Group has grown to this point in 3 years. Xiaoyu has grown a lot and paid a lot. Li Xiaoyu's appearance surfaced in Li Qing's mind. It's been almost 4 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Li Qing lit a cigarette and said with a few emotions in his tone, time goes by so fast. Thinking back to when he was a child, in the city of 49, Li Qing saw that he and his sister were frolicking in a few quadrangles all day long. At that time she showed an amazing ability to get into trouble, even the most excessive time. About 10 years old Li Xiaoyu carrying a suitcase, barefoot, in the Chang'an Street was chased with a knife to cut. It's only because she robbed millions in cash at the casino and said she was going home to buy her brother something nice to eat. It wasn't until later that Li Xiaoyu ran to the compound in one breath and it took a doorman with a gun to save her life. From that time onwards, Li Xiaoyu became more and more uncontrollable, and no one could control her except Li Qing himself. Well, it's really been 4 years. Wang Mian took a sip of tea and smiled. We have been abroad before to set up business. These 2 years just come back to rest. This period of time also did not contact her. I guess she is a bit grudging to you in her heart. Or surely I would have come to see you first. Li Qing smiled and shook his head. She's a bit peculiar in nature, but she still understands. This large family of the younger members of the family, scattered in the south, will be brought together too soon and will be unfavorable to the north. This she still understands. Speaking of which, Li Qing straightened his body, and in his deep eyes, as if he had thought of something, there seemed to be a cold light flashing. Wang Mian did not speak for a long time. There was a moment of silence before he spoke faintly. Brother Chang, now the situation has opened. The big picture. Those behind the scenes of the capitalists must not sit still. When the southern provinces of these economic provinces are going to enter the chess game, at that point, it's only a matter of time before we go north. Li Qing's gaze was languid. Pondering for a moment, a smile spread across his face as he calmly said, "Before this game begins, let's kill a few people and sacrifice the flag." For in the morning, Hangzhou, Yunqi Rose Villa, in the large living room, the dark matte industrial-style decoration, even with the crystal lights on, the whole living room, there is still a somewhat depressing atmosphere. The smell of smoke wafted through the room and various bottles of wine were stacked on the marble table. On top of that, there was a faint hint of a woman's scent. Things seemed to be getting pretty heated. Li Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, her slender fingers holding the world, her left hand constantly sliding her cell phone. Next to him, Assistant Wang Jingyi poured a glass of wine and said, "The scene is all live. Sister Rain, we've really made a bit of a mess this time. Li Wenwu, after all, is a famous director in the entertainment industry. He this time, or in the face of the capital of those in the capital circle of the capital of the death of the estimated dawn, the country have to have a not small vibration." In Li Xiaoyu's house, Wang Jingyi naturally would not address Mr. Li anymore, and the two of them had a private relationship as sisters. Li Xiaoyu put down her cell phone and lifted her head, her exquisite jawline glistening with a moving luster under the light as she sneered. Those reporters, in fact, were deliberately drawn there by someone, to make a big deal out of it, to make a big noise. Wang Jingyi took a sip of wine and took out a cigarette from Li Xiaoyu's cigarette case and lit it. "Sister Rain, this person you're talking about, is that Brother Mian, right?" A trace of confusion appeared on Wang Jingyi's face, and after taking a deep drag on her cigarette, she asked, "To be honest, I'm still a little confused as to why we're getting a director. And it's also inviting this group of entertainment capitalists, which is kind of like," Li Xiaoyu added with a faint smile, "kind of like having nothing better to do." "Ha?" Wang Jingyi nodded and continued to ask, "Yeah, it's not like we have anything to do with showbiz." Wang Jingyi suddenly thought of something and said with a bright gaze, "Hey no, Chen Xiaoguang is also with Feng Pants and the others today. Chen's group, how did it get involved with the entertainment industry?" Wang Jingyi is really a bit confused. How can these two, which are not in the same circle at all, or even say not of the same class, be mixed together? Li Xiaoyu's red lips hooked into a smile. "There's a lot going on here, a lot of things, some of which even I'm not sure about. Of course, my brother wouldn't help an artist out of thin air." During this time, Li Qing helped Yang Mi and tore a big hole in the entertainment industry. Li Xiaoyu had noticed these things a long time ago, and to be honest with you, she's wondering, she knows her own brother very well, there's absolutely no way he'd help an artist for no reason, under normal circumstances, not to mention a starlet like Yang Mi. Even international superstars have a hard time trying to meet Qing, so there's only one possibility. That is, Green is going to start getting into the situation adjustment in the south. Helping to prop up Yang Mi is just a front. Start cleaning up the entertainment industry first, that's the point. After all, the entertainment industry is a good money laundering tool for the gang in Kyoto. Pulling this tool would be a way to get some interest back for that incident 10 years ago. In the event of a major showbiz shakeup, the next thing you know, there'll be capital coming in, and then the real purge, which has just begun. Li Xiaoyu kept making calculations and guesses inside. There is an uncanny clarity about every detail of how things are going, but even so, Li Xiaoyu still felt something was wrong. Even if brother wants to start straightening up, he doesn't need to use a Yang Mi as a reason, right? Besides, does he need a reason to do it? After thinking a lot, Li Xiaoyu asked faintly towards Wang Jingyi, "Do you know Young Mimi?" Chapter 121, The Nation Shakes. How dare Li Qing be so rampant? Upon hearing this coldly asked question, Wang Jingyi was stunned and looked at Li Xiaoyu with some doubts and said, "Yang Mi? Yang Mi? Isn't it just a small entertainer in the entertainment industry? But then again, Yang Mi has been in hot water with the entertainment industry lately, and before Arthur Chan and Lee Wenwu went in, including Zhang Ao of Magic City Night, it seems that they were all brought down by the backers behind Yang Mi. Young Honey Heat has been pretty hot lately. Not enough. Sister Rain, why are you suddenly asking about Yang Mi? Wang Jingyi said about the current situation. In the back of his mind, however, he felt more and more out of place. Yang Mi, the entertainment industry, Zhang Ao, including the current Chen group, all of this, seemingly unrelated, but in the middle, again, as if a large hand had forcibly twisted these together, including now, when the boss of the house has started taking on the entertainment industry. Wang Jingyi suddenly had a fine feeling of fear. Sister Rain, these things wouldn't be related to us, too, right? Li Xiaoyu said with a slight frown. There's a connection, but you don't need to know it yet because there are some things that I'm not clear on right now. Li Xiaoyu pondered inwardly. Qing broke the situation in this way, surely to consolidate the resources of the south and prepare for the group of old men who would go north in the future. And Yang Mi, the seemingly unassuming, yet pivotal point occupying there. We can only wait until we meet Qing and ask him face to face. After taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoyu said, call all the executives and shareholders for a meeting tomorrow. Next, I'm going to take on the Chun group. Early the next morning, many people have just opened their eyes and opened their cell phones after being shocked by a heavy news without any sleepiness. Hashtag at 2 a.m. Li Wenwu was murdered at the eastern suburbs pier. Hashtag the death was tragic. Hashtag someone has issued a threatening warning to Kyun Loop to kill director Lee Boon-woo in a video call. Hashtag Lee Wenwu's death. It's been all over the internet for a long time. The news is like a heavy bomb. It's making huge waves on the internet across the country. Who would have dared to imagine that? A well-known director in the Beijing circle was actually killed just like that. And in the process of getting killed, Von Pants got a video call, including Chen Gu and Arthur Chan, as well as Huai chairman Wan Lei. A group of bigwigs in the capital circle all watched as Li Wenwu was put to death. The man who killed Li Man Mo. It's crazy as hell. And the crowd couldn't help but speculate that. Who the hell are the people who did this? When that question arose, the answer followed close behind. Because there is only one person who has a deadly grudge against Li Wenwu and dares to get him killed. And that is the one behind Yang Mi. But here's the problem again. According to the authorities who questioned Fong Pants, it was a woman who called that night. Things are gradually becoming a little more puzzling. What is certain, though, is that Li Wenwu's death is definitely related to Yang Mi in showbiz gaming. 7 o'clock. Yang Mi had already finished her breakfast in the living room and sat on the sofa looking at the news on the internet, her beautiful eyes shocked. Yang Mi is a little incredulous. It's amazing how much has happened in the entertainment industry overnight. Li Wenwu, who had just been released from prison, had been made to die? My God, honey, this news is too much. He Bai couldn't help but exclaim. It's said that when Li Wenwu died, the murderer even made a special video call to Fong Pants' side, sort of in front of them, giving Li Wenwu. Learning this news, both of them were shocked. After all, Li Wenwu was considered an old rival. While this is good news, but Yang Mi was worried in her heart, because she knew that this matter, most likely, had something to do with Li Qing. After learning about Li Qing's identity the last time, Yang Mi knew that Li Qing would definitely use such ruthless tactics. But then, wasn't Li Qing himself in extreme danger? If too many eyes were on him, once he was exposed, the consequences would be very troublesome. After the surprise, He Bai sat beside Yang Mi. Her face became a bit serious and she asked in a low voice, Sister honey, do you think that Li Wenwu's death could have something to do with Brother Cheng? The internet is saying everything right now, and there's quite a bit of speculation that it was Qing who did the arranging. Yang Mi looked worried and shook her head. I don't know, and to be honest, I don't want it to be him. If he does this and is still so high profile, it's really too dangerous. He Bai sighed and said with some mixed feelings. It's hard to say, but next, in the circle, there's definitely going to be a big change. This matter has attracted official attention. Not only will the officials put pressure, once Li Wenwu dies, Fong Pants gang will surely aim all their spearheads at you and Qing. You'll become very dangerous next. Yang Mi's thoughts were a little disorganized. Suddenly such a big event happened, and it was also so high profile. She was always worried that something would happen on Li Qing's side, but to Li Qing, Yang Mi was powerless because she couldn't persuade him at all. Let's see how the situation develops first. Yang Mi sighed, a hint of sadness always hanging between her brows. A moment later, her beautiful eyes suddenly became much more determined. We've got to get the new show out as soon as possible in the meantime, and then hold a release party. Yang Mi knows she can't be of much help. However, He himself could not resign himself to this. While this stage, hurry to raise his strength up, and in the future, there might also be a ray of hope to share some of Li Qing's burden for him, and it's because of myself that these things are supposed to happen. Thinking about this, the guilt inside Yang Mi intensified. Seeing Yang Mi in this distraught state, he Bai couldn't help her heartache and comforted at the side. Sister honey, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Fat people don't come out in one breath. By the way, I heard that Xian Bauer is going to kindergarten, or the best kindergarten in Magic City. Time goes by so fast. I remember that moment when you told me you were pregnant. It scared me half to death. At that time you were fighting with Fei Wu. I was thinking at that time, how did you suddenly get pregnant? And it was still an accidental pregnancy with a stranger. If this is exposed, how can it be done? It would really feel like desperation. But now, you successfully gave birth to a lovely daughter. A flash of 3 or 4 years have passed. She is going to kindergarten. These difficulties, we are not all over. He Bai deliberately digressed to make Yang Mi feel as good as possible. Apparently the effect was also good. Mentioning that Xian Bauer went to school, a trace of a smile finally surfaced on Yang Mi's face. Yes, it's been so long, and Xuan Bauer has gone to school, Yang Mi said with some emotion. Right. It seems like it's today. At this moment Li Qing should be sending Xian Bauer to school. Chapter 122. It's time to touch it head on. He Bai smiled. Xuan Bauer is so smart. She'll definitely be great at studying in the future as well. I heard that Huan Bauer went to Fu Hai Kindergarten, right? That's the best kindergarten in all of Mordor, with international classes. Yang Mi nodded gratefully and said, yeah, maybe it's best for Xian Bauer to follow Li Qing, so I really don't want Li Qing to be meddling in this matter, He Bai said with a sigh. Sister honey, you're purely worrying about the mediocre. There are some things that you can't decide or change, so why get over it in your heart, which only keeps on imploding. Besides, Xuan Bauer is the child of both you and Chang. Well, from that point of view, you have to trust him as well. Hearing He Bai's words, Yang Mi couldn't help but ponder, as if she was in the middle of a serious thought. After a long time, Yang Mi seemed to adjust her emotions and smiled. You're right, maybe, I should really trust him. Although Yang Mi was still uneasy about Li Qing inwardly. Still, she tried, allowing herself to believe in Li Qing, to believe that he would be able to avoid the danger. After organizing her mind, Yang Mi simply packed up, then went out with He Bai and headed to the filming base. 9 o'clock in the morning. In front of the kindergarten in Mordor Fuhai, there was a steady stream of parents coming to drop off their students. Porsche, Maybach and other luxury cars are everywhere. Of course once in a while you can see the plain Audi S6. Only the license plate number that starts with 0 keeps people away from it from a long distance. At this time, the kindergarten principal Lu Chunhong is standing in the doorway. Lu Chunhong was in his 30s, wearing a black suit that was incredibly formal. At this point, a black Chevrolet SUV slowly pulled up in front of the kindergarten. Seeing the car stop, Lu Chunhong gathered a gentle smile on her face and stepped on her high heels to walk over. When the car is parked, Wang Nian got out of the driver's seat and then came to the back to open the car door. Li Qing held Xian Bauer in his arms and walked down from the car. Having just arrived in front of the car, the moment she saw Li Qing get out of the car, Lu Chunhong froze for a moment, and then her eyes couldn't help but emit a stunning gaze. God, it's so handsome. It's not that Lu Chunhong hasn't seen the world, and it's not that Lu Chunhong is horny. It's just that Li Qing's face value is something that Lu Chunhong has never seen before. Even in movies and TV dramas, it's not as good as Li Qing by 3 points. It's totally like it came out of the AI world. And it's not just Li Qing. Even Xian Bauer was extremely good-looking and cute. It's so true that a child's face is a reflection of the parent. Lu Chunhong froze for a moment, then immediately came back to her senses and then laughed. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm the director of our kindergarten. Lu Chunhong. Nice to meet you. Li Qing nodded his head and smiled lightly. Hello Ms. Lu, I'm the child's parent, Li Qing. Lu Chunhong smiled warmly. Mr. Lin Han told me about you. Saying that, Lu Chunhong gently looked at Xian Bauer again and smiled. Hi, Zuan Bayer. Hello, I'm Ms. Reuo. Xian Bauer is so pretty, and I heard from Mr. Lin Han that Xian Bauer is very smart and good at studying. Humboldt was happy to interact with others and laughed. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Li Xian. The little guy's a real charmer. Lu Chunhong led a few people and walked into the kindergarten. Mr. Li, Xuan Bauer learns very well and is much smarter than her peers. I suggest that she can be placed in the middle class. Along the way, Lu Chunhong enthusiastically explained the kindergarten, and the teachers within it. These teachers are graduates of very prestigious schools. Non 211, 985 can't get in, and to come here as a teacher, You need not only to be professionally competent and completely healthy, but also politically cleared. To put it mildly, it's a strict censorship of 3 generations. These are hard indicators, because Li Qing was introduced by Mr. Lin Han. Lin Han is also the youngest professor at Mordor University. So Lu Chunhong knew that Li Qing was definitely not an ordinary tycoon and treated it extra seriously. Sure, as for Li Qing's true identity, Lu Chunhong was unaware of it, because Li Qing didn't want people to know that once very specialization was treated, Humboldt gets special treatment, too. That would have a bad effect on Humboldt's socialization and growth. Soon, a few people came to the first floor where a class was playing a game. Intermediate 2. International class. You can see a lot of foreign kids right in front of the classroom doorway. There stood a young teacher in a floral dress. Mr. Li, this is Ms. Zhang Jiayi from our international class 2. Ms. Zhang is also the director of the entire international class in addition to the middle class. Lu Chunhong stood in the classroom doorway and smiled. Teacher Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li, the father of the newly enrolled Li Xian. From now on Huan Bauer will be in your class. Zhang Jiayi is 1 meter 7 tall, 24 or 25 years old, and has a very pleasant appearance. Hello Mr. Li. Seeing Li Qing, Zhang Jiayi similarly froze first, still stunned by Li Qing's face, and then respectfully said, "Thank you for trusting me with your child in our classroom." Having said that, Zhang Jiayi squatted down and looked at Xian Bauer and said very gently, "Hello Xian Bauer, my name is Zhang Jiayi. You can call me Teacher Zhang. From now on, the teacher will take Xian Bauer to class to learn. Okay?" Xian Bauer was not a stranger at all and said very happily, "Yes teacher, Xuan Bauer loves to learn." Seeing Xian Bauer being so polite and generous, the tip of Zhang Jiayi's heart melted and she happily said, "Xuan Bauer so good come, teacher hug." Zhang Jiayi hugged Xian Bauer, and the two of them got along well in their first meeting. The next step is to go through a series of processes such as enrollment procedures. At this point, a child huffed and puffed as he ran from the distance and came to Zhang Jiayi's side and said, "Teacher, Chen Zihan is up to mischief again. He spilled ink on your office chair." Hearing that, Zhang Jiayi froze slightly, and a flash of helplessness and exasperation flashed across her eyes. This Chen Zihan, he's really a naughty boy. Before peeking under his skirt, after being taught a lesson by himself, he even used a lighter to burn his skirt in retaliation. If not for the school because of his family background, he would have been expelled. However, Zhang Jiayi couldn't spit in front of the new student's parents and could only smile. "What's going on? The teacher will go over there in a moment." After saying that, Zhang Jiayi looked at Li Qing and smiled somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, kids are naughty. It's rare to see one as well behaved as Huan Bauer," Li Qing said indifferently. "It's a child's nature to play and make a mess." Saying that, Li Qing touched Xian Bauer's head and smiled gently. "Henpa, do you like it here?" Xian Bauer said with a very serious nod. "Aha, Poopy, Xuan Bauer will study hard and listen to her teacher." Looking at Xian Bauer's extremely serious and adorable appearance, Li Qing laughed. "Just have fun. Talk to your teacher if you're not comfortable with anything. And your watch phone, you can call your dad too." Humboldt nodded very adorably. "Well nah, POA don't worry ABA. Xuan Bauer is going to have a lesson with Mr. Zhang." Humboldt was a little impatient to get to her classroom. After all, she had seen so many children in the time she had been here in kindergarten. This is the first time Xuan Bauer has experienced such a bustle of activity around her. It's like opening the door to a new world. Li Qing couldn't help but smile, then looked at Zhang Jiayi and said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhang to take care of the child." Zhang Jiayi said with great respect, "Don't worry, Mr. Li, if there's anything, I'll communicate with you in time." "Oh yes, would it be convenient for you to leave your phone number?" Li Qing left his cell phone number behind and said a few more words before leaving the kindergarten. Step out the door. Li Qing only felt empty in his arms. The first time he sent Xian Bauer to school. To be honest, this old father of his is still a bit not quite adapted to it. It's always like there's something missing around. Huan Bauer will grow up one day. Li Qing smiled and murmured a word as he got into the car. Wang Mian sat in the front driving the car and faintly said, "Brother Cheng, on Chen Ji's side, there's movement. Just now received a message from Lu Yinbin. Said that tomorrow in Mordor, will be held a Mordor feast. Invited all the big names in the entertainment industry to the scene. On the list, there is also Yang Mi. I'm guessing that this capital circle side is trying to force you to show your face, right? From the beginning until now, outside, everyone had basically defaulted that Li Qing was the backer behind Yang Mi. Hearing this news, Li Qing was not the least bit surprised and looked out the window and calmly said, "Then let it be as they wish." Chapter 123 A reminder from above not to do too much. Li Qing's eyes were deep, and there was a hint of unfathomable sharpness in his gaze. It's time for a node in this time of gaming. After so much silence, too many people had forgotten the real rules, and it was time to meet them. Wang Mian smiled faintly. Brother Chang, I've already checked out Chun Xiaoguan's information. This guy, the bottom is very unclean. Wang Mian lit a cigarette and barred 2 mouthfuls and continued. Chan Chiuquan, 3 generations up, was once the head of the Bamboo Association in the 1950s and 1960s. Later, after the Bamboo Union left the inland, it left a branch on the mainland, and on the Magic City side, it was Chen Xiaoguan's generation that was in charge of jurisdiction. It's all washed up now, but there's still a lot of human blood on my hands. Now that the Beijing circle has joined forces with the Chen family, it's kind of consolidated the entire circle. A word to the wise. Li Qing remained calm, and even when he heard those old histories of Bamboo Union, his face did not show half a ripple. The Bamboo Union, is just the history of a bunch of old hooligans. Li Qing lit up a Fujian mountain resort, took a deep drag, and sneered. I just didn't realize that the remnants of those old rogues were still clothed and fed now, but it's just as well. It's just a matter of doing the people a favor. Wang Mian smiled. At that moment, the cell phone next to him came to call. Sweeping a glance, Wang Mian's cell phone page closed, leaning on the seat and said, Brother Chang, that old guy Lu Ian has approached me. I guess he wants to talk to you. Lu Ian, the very same old guy that Wang Mian had approached earlier to have the Mordor Knights seized. This old guy was the third in command of Mordor's law and order before, although the abdication for many years, but so many years out of the head of the disciples have a lot. So in the Magic City security management on this piece, there is still a lot of power of speech. Li Qing smiled faintly. Lu Ian, I guess he's looking for me for the matter of Li Wenwu's death. There's nothing at hand, so tell him to meet me at the small courtyard. Wang Mian picked up his cell phone, edited a message, and sent it to Lu Ian. Small yard in the eastern suburbs. In the courtyard, under a persimmon tree, Wang Mian set the tea tray on the stone table and additionally brought over a game of Go. Under the shade of the trees, the mud stove charcoal will tea boiling. A breeze came, persimmon tree rustling, bursts of tea aroma wafted, filled the entire small courtyard. Li Qing sat on the stone bench and slowly opened the Go board. From the time he had Xian Bauer, Li Qing rarely came to this small courtyard, and now that he was enjoying his leisure once again, it was a bit of a feeling of not quite getting used to it. At this point, outside the gate of the courtyard, a car engine sounded. A few moments later, a paler, raspy voice was heard. Oh, Mr. Li has made good tea again. The old man who walked in was none other than the abdicated third in command of Mordor, Lu Ian. Lu Ian said with a layer of smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Li Qing's side. I'm not even in the yard yet and I can smell the tea. Wang Mian poured the freshly brewed tea into the teacups one by one and said with a smile, You old man, you have a good nose. Hearing Wang Mian poking fun at himself like this, Lu Ian didn't care at all and sat down with a thick skin, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. His dash. What a great tea, Mr. Li. It's no exaggeration to say that I've never tasted tea this good in most of my life. Wang Mian let out a laugh. You've lost $2,000 with this bite. Lu Ian froze and said with a surprised face as he put the teacup down. Ah, this? So expensive? Then I'll have a good drink. Li Qing said with a slight smile. Elder Lu, tea is enough. Grab you some on the way out. Lu Ian was somewhat flattered and said, That's not good. I didn't even bring something for Mr. Li this time. How can I take something away again? Lu Ian is nearly 70 years old, and the entire Magic City security of the three handles retired. The eyes of outsiders do not anger the existence of self-will, but facing the 25 or 26-year-old Li Qing, he behaved with all the temperament of an old codger. Currently, there's quite a bit of awe mixed in there. A couple of teas later, Li Qing said while playing Go. Elder Lu didn't come to see me just to drink tea, I suppose? Lu Ian sat on the opposite side of the table and laughed with some embarrassment on his face. Oh, look at what Mr. Li said. You've done me a great favor. There's nothing wrong, can't I come to see you? Li Qing smiled faintly. In that case, since the tea has also been drunk, Elder Lu is busy with his duties. Why don't you please return? Lu Ian's smile paused. Then he was embarrassed. Oh, Mr. Li, I'll get right to the point then. Of course, it was not my intention to come to you today, but someone from above asked me to come to you. Li Qing was silent, waiting for the following. Lu Ian pondered for a moment, seemingly searching for a suitable opening line. Mr. Li, the matter of Li Wenwu was making a bit of a fuss right now. Previously, Zhang Ao was invalidated, and Wu Yufei committed suicide. In fact, all of them can still be justified. After all of them can find a way to say something. and the public opinion at large can be put off. But now, this matter of Li Wenwu, blatantly killing people, it's a bit too much, isn't it? Of course, it's a reaction from above, and personally I'm with you all the way. Honestly, after learning about Li Wenwu's news, Lu Yan was also shocked. He then guessed that this matter must have something to do with Li Qing. At the same time, he had to marvel at Li Qing's methods, which were just too arrogant and domineering. Hearing these words, Li Qing did not get angry, not to mention denying the fact that he killed Li Wenwu. He just flatly said, "The one you say is above, is the one who is the security hand of the Mordor authorities?" Lu Yan nodded, his face becoming somewhat serious. A handful of Lu Jingtao, Li Wenwu this matter. Lu Jingtao has not a small amount of pressure, especially if he is to be selected upward this year, which is related to his career. He seemed to have heard of you and must have investigated privately, so he found me. The words are all for me to find you to say something, so that you in the Beijing and Shanghai circles of the game. To this end, or else. Chapter 124, First invest $1 billion in Slam Chen's group. At these words, Wang Mian, who was making tea, frowned slightly and said coldly, or else what? Lu Yan laughed bitterly. Otherwise, no one would be at peace. Li Qing said with a natural look. I want to know what Lu Jingtao's original words were. Lu Yan's face was a bit tangled, and his voice whispered a bit. The exact words, or nothing good will come of it. Lu Jingtao has just been in power for a short time and cares a lot about performance, which is actually justifiable. Mr. Li, although you are noble and extraordinary, Lu Jingtao, no matter how you put it, is also a hand of the magical city's security. There are some situations. Lu Yan only knows that Li Qing has a big background, but exactly how big it was, he didn't know in his heart. Wang Mian couldn't help but sneer and said, desire for political success? Perhaps this director Lu of ours is not quite aware of the situation yet. Besides, with all the things that have happened in Mordor, what evidence is there to say that the two of us did all of this? Lu Yan was a bit unable to catch the words and laughed awkwardly. It doesn't really matter to the people up there whether there's substantial evidence or not. Li Qing said indifferently. What you mean? I know exactly, but you don't have to worry about this. Someone will talk to him. Hear this. Lu Yan was slightly stunned, and in his heart he could not help but be curious. Could the people above Mr. Li still be able to strong-arm Lu Jingtao? But it's really hard to tell. After all, Mr. Li's true identity is too mysterious. Lu Yan was silent for a moment and finally nodded and said, Mr. Li, this kind of thing is really a fight between gods and goddesses, and a retired old man like me really can't get involved. Still, there if I am needed, I will be on your side. These words were not a polite and hypocritical statement from Lu Yan, but a thought from the heart. If it wasn't for Li Qing's small favor in the beginning, he wouldn't have come this far. After a cup of tea, Lu Yan slowly got up and said, Mr. Li, then I'll go back first. You take care. The image of a 70-something-year-old man telling a 20-something-year-old young man to take care of himself was a bit off, but for Lu Yan, it was not at all out of place. After Lu Yan left, Wang Mian poured a cup of tea for Li Qing and smiled. Brother Cheng, it looks like the higher-ups have asked Lu Yan to warn us. Li Qing said indifferently. Let's break the rules and upset the balance of a city. Whether it's the economy or the administrative ecology, it's affected. The other side will definitely come to warn us without knowing. Turn around and find someone to notify Lu Jingtao. Just let him have some numbers in his heart. Wang Mian nodded. Aha. Li Qing poured a cup of fresh tea and smiled lightly. It's hard to be idle, so let's play a couple games of chess. Meanwhile, Hangchang, Zhejiang Province, inside a towering office building. This 40-story office building is the famous Zhejiang Province famous enterprise, Hunhai Group head office building. At this time, the large conference room has been filled with company executives, as well as many investors. On either side of the long conference table, it was filled with company executives and investors. One of them, a bald man, had a long scar on his face at the corner of his eye. Holding such a big meeting, does Mr. Li have something big to announce? The bald man narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Next to him, sat an extremely strong man, a man whose wrists were covered in tattoos and bruises, a proper thug in a suit. Oh, for Mr. Li to come to the meeting in person, that means that something big is going to happen. There basically doesn't seem to be a single good person in these company executives here, but as soon as you mention Mr. Li, the crowd was in a kind of heartfelt awe. Just as the room was buzzing with talk, outside the door, there was a sound of high heels. Da, da, da. The heels were crisp and penetrating on the floor, and when they heard this voice, all of them were slightly stunned, and after looking at each other, they hurriedly shut their mouths. The conference room became quiet. and then it was seen that, outside the door, Li Xiaoyu, dressed in a suit, walked in sternly with his secretary Wang Jingyi. As Li Xiaoyu sat down, everyone present, especially the executives familiar with Li Xiaoyu, were inexplicably nervous. All here? After sitting down, Li Xiaoyu first lit a cigarette and said lightly, "I've called all of you here today to tell you something. From now on, all of you, there's only one thing you have to do, eat the Chen group." The words fell. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion, and they even wondered for a moment if they had misheard. Eating up the Chen group? What kind of crazy is this? A murmur followed. What? Eat the Chen group? What's going on here? It's a bit sudden. Do we have any grudges with the Chen group? And the other party is a famous big enterprise in Magic City. Many executives and investors have been talking, looking confused and surprised. Li Xiaoyu's words could be said to have confused everyone. Chen's group was a famous enterprise in Magic City and had an extremely deep background. Li Xiaoyu's sudden proposal to eat up the Chen group without any warning made it difficult for the crowd to understand. And even more so, it was a bit unacceptable. Watching the crowd murmur, Li Xiaoyu's face was slightly cold, and her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "What's the matter? You all have strong opinions?" Bottom line, the crowd on the floor shut up and the room went quiet again. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's stunning and icy face, the crowd only felt that a sense of oppression came over them. Just then, sitting in the back, a bearded man in his 40s said slowly, "Mr. Li, it's a bit wrong for you to do that, isn't it?" The man's name is Sun Yuhua, a newly arrived investor and a shareholder of sorts. Sun Yuhua crossed his legs and pulled a face and said, "Chen Group, everyone knows about it, right? That's the top 3 enterprises in Magic City. And what kind of person is Chen Zhaoguang, the chairman of the Chen Group? Everyone here, are you really not clear or not clear? That's a bamboo union descendant, a real family property. Eat Chen. I think you're trying to drag Hung Hai into the water." A word to the wise. The people present looked at Sun Yuhua with incomparable shock, especially some of the senior executives. The look in their eyes was like, "You're a ing tiger?" However, there were a few minority shareholders who felt that Sun Yuhua had a point. "We are all here to make money. If the boss dies, won't the investment be a sure loss?" Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Not only did she not get angry, but instead her red lips hooked up a faint smile. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's blooming beautiful face, Sun Yuhua laughed, with disdain more kind of frivolity. "To be honest, the chairman of such a big company as the Hanghai Group is actually a 20-something-year-old pussy. I've invested in so many companies, and it's Hanghai Group that's the oddest." Wang Jingyi, who was standing next to her, immediately gave a cold chorus and said, "You seek death?" Wang Jingyi looked at Sun Yuhua angrily. She really didn't expect that there was actually such a person who didn't know how to die and the investors who had just joined the stock. Li Xiaoyu interrupted Wang Jingyi and slowly stood up with a smile on her face. "You're Mr. Sun, aren't you? Well said. Courageous." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu walked towards Sun Yuhua, and the sound of her high heels hitting the floor made the hearts of these patriarchal executives thump. Coming to Sun Yuhua's side, Li Xiaoyu, still wearing a smile, sneered, "Pussy, yeah, it's been a few years, so many sweeps, and you all haven't been swept in. Isn't it all because of me? The pussy?" Having said that, Li Xiaoyu pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray, followed by copying the ashtray and violently swinging it at Sun Yuhua's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sun Yuhua's head was instantly opened. The white flesh was visible to the naked eye as it flipped open, and then blood immediately flowed out. Not waiting for Sun Yuhua to react, Li Xiaoyu struck another blow to the head, the fiberglass ashtray, giving him a vicious scoop. Sun Yuhua lay down on the ground at once and fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened as fear struck everyone's heart. Dead silence fell over the conference room. Bam! Li Xiaoyu threw the blood-stained ashtray, casually, on the conference table and smiled faintly. "I say eat the Chun Group. Is there anyone else who objects?" Some of the new minority shareholders have been so scared that their legs have gone weak. This is a regular corporate group meeting. The chairman went so far, screwing people directly in the meeting, and so hard. For a while, not a single person made another comment. The bald man said as he raised his hand along with the rest of the few burly men in suits, "Support Mr. Li, right? Only by eating the Chen Group can we go further." Everyone raised their hands in agreement with Li Xiaoyu. See the situation. Only then did Li Xiaoyu sit back in her chair with satisfaction and smile. "So be it. Finance Department, first take out $1 billion to press down Chen Group's steel and movie industry. If the money is not enough, report back at any time. The rest of the departments, no matter what you guys think of, as long as you mess up Chen's eating, I'll let your class move up another rung." Chapter 125. All the bigwigs in the entertainment industry sent out invitations to Yang Mi, a Hongmen banquet. Li Xiaoyu hit a stick and gave a sweet date, which obviously worked well. A group of executives of the company all showed an excited look and rubbed their fists. The old men who followed Li Xiaoyu all knew that only if they were ruthless enough to dare to do something, they didn't have to worry about any consequences at all. Just like that, after the meeting dispersed, the entire Hanhai group, up and down, immediately took action. Meanwhile, Magic City, inside the Chen family estate, in the parlor, Chen Xiaoguang sat in the foremost eunuch chair, absently smoking a cigarette, next to Feng Pants and Chen Gu and Wang Lei. Their faces were translucent with a touch of sadness. Li Wenwu's death. Up to now, there was no statement, which made a few people's hearts very uncomfortable. The other party is so arrogant, and up to now the officials have not given an explanation. This is really a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Chen Gu frowned slightly and said, "It's hard to believe that Li Qing has a great background among the officials." Feng Pant's face was grim as he faintly said, "I don't think so. It's just that he's so clean that even if you know he did it, you can't do anything about him without substantial evidence." Chen Xiaoguang faintly said, "According to what my people have found out, Li Qing has no official background in Magic City. Li Qing, a northerner, with very little domestic information, running some trading business on his hands. He settled in Magic City only in the last 2 years. Von Pant's face is a little cloudy. Only came to Mordor in the last 2 years and then you have this energy? Then Li Qing's development speed is too scary. If there is no strong backing behind this, who would believe it?" Chen Xiaoguang continued, "I also know that Li Qing might be hiding a bigger secret behind him, but the strange thing is that my people haven't found any information at all. But I've already had someone notify the Kyoto side to continue checking Li Qing's details. Besides, tomorrow's Magic City feast. What kind of person is Li Qing in the end? Let's try and find out, won't we? Mr. Wang, Director Chen, Director Feng, how are you all arranging for the banquet?" Wang Lei, who had been silent, opened his mouth. "The banquet I have arranged, and the invitations, all sent in the name of Huai Media Company, all the big names in the circle, will all be there." Saying that, a proud smile surfaced on Wang Lei's face. "Oh, tomorrow, it's definitely the biggest party ever, in the entertainment industry, and everyone wants to see what kind of scene it will be when Yang Mi attends the banquet. So this banquet, aren't you all looking forward to it?" Chen Gu laughed and said, "With Mr. Wang's support, these things are just great." Mr. Wang smiled faintly. "Oh, it's also because of the support behind General Chen. Otherwise, where can we organize it?" The mood of the crowd only got better after the mention of the Magic City feast. It's pretty much the entire power of the entertainment industry being brought together, especially with Huai and the Chen group as backing. Li Qing, even if he's a bull with a sky-high background, a billionaire, so what? A man, even if he's great, it's also impossible to fight a circle. That's the hard truth. I've decided that we're going to make one more announcement for this banquet. At that moment, Arthur Chen, the youngest in generation, stepped forward and said, "Uncles and uncles, this banquet is actually to force Li Qing to attend and then arm wrestle him head-on. So before the banquet starts, we must create momentum, and the more momentum we create, the better. This way, everyone's eyes will focus on Yang Mi and Li Qing. The pressure will be given to them, and at that time, once Li Qing suffers a defeat, then he'll lose the adults. By the way, I'll give our Beijing and Shanghai circles a long face." Hearing the words of Arthur Chen, Wang Lei was the first to smile and said, "Oh, I think it's okay. This proposal from Chen Xiao, it's very good. It's time for us to rise to the occasion." Chen Gu was still satisfied as he looked at Arthur Chen and smiled lightly. "You can be of some use. In that case, why don't we make an announcement now? What do you all think?" Wang Lei nodded and said, "Well, while there's still time for fermentation, fire up online opinion." The crowd hit the ground running and then began making public announcements of the statement on the bib. An hour has passed. Soon, on the scarf, the release of Arthur Chen with Wang Lei and others rushed to the hot search. Wang Lei, chairman of Huai, will host the Magic City feast tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Hashtag one of the biggest feasts ever, with all the major names in the biz. Hashtag Magic City feast, the most luxurious lineup in showbiz arrives with special guest Minnie Young. Hashtag. A series of news stories made huge waves when they were posted online. All major domestic internet platforms are seizing this wave of heat, frantically pushing the flow. The crowd of netizens clicked on the relevant title link, and then saw that a series of stars, such as Arthur Chen Gu as well as Feng Pants Wang Lei, have successively released statements on their personal accounts. Wang Lei released a statement. "This is an unprecedented celebrity banquet. co-hosted by Hawaii Media and Magic City Chun Group. Welcome to the show. Chen Gu. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Chen. It's an honor to attend this banquet. Arthur Chen's homepage, releasing a statement. It's an honor to be able to participate in the Magic City feast hosted by Mr. Wang. Arthur hereby invites all of his friends to join him for tomorrow night's banquet and once again invites an old friend at Yangmi. A slew of big names in the entertainment industry released statements. And not only these guys, but more first-tier celebrities have been calling the shots. Even some capitalist bigwigs were invited to attend to participate. This Magic City feast, well, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's simply the highest specification banquet that the entertainment industry has ever seen. Watching these vloggers release their statements, netizens couldn't help but be shocked. Is the entertainment industry up to something big? Especially with the release of Arthur Chen's. That would be so much fun. Surprisingly, I directly ate Yangmi on the post and invited Yangmi to participate. That's the purpose. There's no need to guess at all. Soon, this news is getting hotter and hotter, and the purpose behind the party is gradually becoming apparent to the general public. The so-called Magic City feast is actually a hongmen banquet. It's a party on the surface. Secretly, it was an invitation to Yangmi, thus dragging out the person behind Yangmi. It seems like this time, the capital circle is trying to go head-on with the one behind Yangmi. During this period of time, whether it's the capital of the Beijing Circle or Magic City, the losses are great. The Beijing Circle is going to move for real. Otherwise Wang Lei wouldn't have parachuted into Magic City. And the most crucial thing is that the Chen Group has also stepped in to unite with the entertainment industry to deal with the one behind Yangmi. This banquet, it's definitely a good show. The internet is abuzz with discussion. All the attention, all of it, was focused on Yangmi. There were likewise a number of netizens who were worried about Yangmi. Yangmi is just an ordinary entertainer in the entertainment industry, even if there's a big brother behind her. But one man, who can fight against a whole circle, against a whole capital? Obviously too unrealistic, especially the bigwigs of Magic City's high society. They all stared up, ready to watch this hongmen banquet that was about to go up, ready to see Yangmi and Li Qing's jokes. Watching the ferment of online opinion continue to rise, Wang Lei sat on the yellow pear chair with a hint of a smile on his face and said, "He, this time, Li Qing can't even do it without stepping in." Foam Pants' old face sank slightly as he sneered. He, if he doesn't dare to come out and be a shrinking turtle, then he won't be able to mix in Magic City in the future. But, with the way he acts, he won't fail to attend this hongmen banquet. He knew it, but he had to come. This handful of young plots from the crowd made Chen Jiaguang unable to help but sigh in admiration. "Oh, I am really surprised, all of you. Although in the entertainment industry, but the means of the city, in no way worse than the capital circle." Wang Lei smiled slightly. "Oh, Mr. Chen is joking. To say 1,000 words, here in Mordor, everything is still up to you. Without your support, even if we have 1,000 plans, we won't be able to carry them out." A flurry of rainbow farts slapped Chen Jiaguang in the face. Just then, outside the door of the parlor, the butler slowly walked in, his face somewhat serious. "Mr. Chen, something has happened in the group." Chen Jiaguang raised his eyebrows slightly and calmly said, What is it?" Standing by, the butler continued, "Our steel feed project with the ZHAC City Construction Group has been cut off. On top of that, there's the cement and concrete project for the Hangzhou-Zhejiang Expressway, which has likewise been truncated. The loss of these two programs is conservatively estimated at $180 million. Chapter 126. Yangmi is worried. What should Li Qing do? As the words fell, Chen Jiaguang's face moved slightly. 180 million. Although Chen Jiaguang has money, but also did not reach the saintly point of treating money as dirt. What the hell is going on? Chen Jiaguang said with a slight frown on his brow, looking at the housekeeper with a lingering gaze. "We have been cooperating with Zhangong City Construction. How did we suddenly break off?" Shanghai City Construction Group. It can be said that the #1 civil engineering group in Zhejiang province. 60% of the project was taken. All the steel used is imported from Chen Jiaguang. So Chen Jiaguang can make hundreds of millions of dollars every year from steel alone. Now that the cooperation was suddenly cut off, it made him a bit annoyed inside. The butler whispered, "It's Hongqing's Honghai Group, chairman of the Hanghai Group. Li Xiaoyu signed a new cooperation with the Zhejiang Hangzhou City construction side. The purchase price is almost 1/3 lower than ours. In addition to ZHAC City Construction, there are other large and small business doorways that have been cut off by Hanghai Group." And the group head office side came the news. "The Constancy Group seems to be deliberately targeting us." A word to the wise. Not only did Chen Jiaguang's face become more and more gloomy, the rest of them also showed surprised expressions. "Hanghai Group? What is the other party's origin? Even dare to dig Chen Group's corner at this juncture. This is eaten bear heart leopard gall, or do not want to live. Chen Xiaoguang drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, Hung Hai Group. I've heard of this group. It seems to have risen only in recent years, right? Who's the chairman? The butler said respectfully. The chairperson of the Hung Hai Group is Li Xiaoyu, 24 years old, female. In Hangzhou, the Hung Hai Group has developed into the #1 group in Hangzhou in just 4 years, and is pivotal in the entire Zhejiang province. A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Xiaoguang's gaze, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. A woman, or a young girl in her early 20s? 4 years to develop the group to this point. Oh, interesting, that sounds a little less real. Wang Lei can't help but feel surprised that in 4 years' time he has become a leading enterprise in the province. What's hardest to believe is that the chairman of this group is a little girl? It's bull *******. The crowd's first thought was that this must be some big shot's $1,000 girl, right? It was just the titular name. Otherwise how could this be possible? Even if she had heavenly skills, she wouldn't be this powerful. Chen Xiaoguang pondered for a moment and said with a gloomy gaze, Hung Hai Group. We don't seem to have any conflict of interest with it, right? There's no grudge. Why is the other party suddenly targeting us? Losing almost $200 million at once. Is this a commercial war with me? The butler said with a nod. Okay, Mr. Chen. Should we, then, warn the other party? Chen Xiaoguang waved his hand and said, well, have someone send her a message. The Chen family's money. It's not that easy to earn. Also, check out this Li Xiaoyu and see what kind of family background she has. If she has an official background, it's better to be cautious. After the butler left, Chen Xiaoguang lit a cigarette with some contemplation between his brows. Hung Hai Group. Logically speaking, such a large-level group of companies should not be unaware of the Chen Group. It's a little hard to understand how the other side knows they do, but they still want to cut off business on purpose. Besides, one has no conflict with the other before this. Chen Xiaoguang pondered inwardly, always feeling that the matter behind this did not seem to be a simple business war, because the other side is very purposeful. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoguang's gaze condensed, as if he had thought of something, and his mouth murmured in a low voice. Li Xiaoyu, Li Qing. It's hard to believe that there's something between these two. Chen Xiaoguang has an extremely sharp mind. It was only two with the same last name, but it still caught his attention and suspicion. Seeing that Chen Xiaoguang's face was a bit off, Wang Lei was concerned. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoguang came back to his senses, then smiled slightly. Oh, nothing. Don't worry everyone. I'll take care of this myself. The most crucial thing right now is still tomorrow's Magic City Feast. 5 p.m. After a day's fermentation time. The conversation about the Magic City Feast, a Hongmen banquet, is getting hotter and hotter. Countless netizens and people from all circles have come to the attention of everyone is looking forward to this Hongmen banquet. Yang Mi and the one behind her. How to deal with it? Do you tough it out in a big circle? Or do you refuse to attend the party and be a shrinking violet? In the Ka Nympho Media Company, Yang Mi, who had just finished filming, was sitting in her office at this time with a grave expression on her face. The news of the Magic City Feast was naturally received by Yang Mi. Not only was Arthur Chen invited online, but also Pans Feng, and even Wang Lei, the chairman of Huayi Media, sent invitations to himself. All eyes online, all looking at themselves. Yang Mi was inwardly restless, and she knew that this feast was, in fact, a Hongmen banquet for herself. No, it's the Hongmen banquet on Li Qing. Janet knows that. This group of people from the Beijing circle, who had made such a big deal of organizing a banquet to invite themselves, were actually forcing Li Qing, who was behind them, to go to the banquet. It's not looking good. Yang Mi held her forehead with both hands, her heart filled with worry. If Li Qing really attends the banquet, then, he alone is facing everyone in the entire entertainment industry, including those capitals, head to head, with Li Qing's character, sharing a room with that group of high and mighty capital stars. That picture. Yang Mi didn't dare to imagine what would happen. If Li Qing's identity was exposed, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Yang Mi exhaled a breath. For the first time in such a long time, she was so helpless, she really didn't know what to do. Beside him, he similarly frowned. Sister Honey, this group of people from the Beijing circle are just too shameless. Aren't they forcing Brother Qing to show his face and then suppress it head on? I think, or we don't go. Yang Mi shook her head, a hint of helplessness coming across her face. No, do you think it will work? Things have come to a head, and it's no longer up to you or me to decide whether to go or not. Besides, if you can hide from this time, can you hide from the next? Sooner or later, you have to face it. Now I'm worried about what to do on Li Qing's side. Chapter 127, Ja Nympho Focus Youngmi. What will happen to her? In the face of young Mimi's question, he Bye is also very torn. To be honest, she was hoping that Li Qing would help Youngmi. But humanly speaking, if he put Li Qing in danger because of Youngmi, he would definitely feel bad in his heart. It's as if how it came to be is unanswerable. Thinking for a moment, Youngmi took out her cell phone and said with a firm gaze, I'll give Li Qing a call and tell him in advance. Youngmi did so, although in her heart she felt that she, perhaps, had an element of self-indulgence. But no matter what, it's still important to instruct Li Qing that, don't wait until tomorrow when Li Qing really attends the banquet, then the situation will be worse. And outside of young Mimi's office, inside Japa, all the stars are discussing this Magic City feast. What do you guys say? This time, Foam Pants and Gu and the rest of them, those big shots, are they coming for Youngmi? Nonsense. Is there any need to ask? People are inviting Youngmi online by name. The one behind Youngmi has offended the Beijing Circle to death. And this time, people clearly want to settle this game with a one-time direct second. Then we're also from Ka Nympho. Will we be implicated? It's hard to say. Let's see how our chairman handles it. This kind of big event, the chairman should consider terminating Youngmi's contract. As the big event is approaching, all the artists in Jiaxing Company are worried about themselves. After all, we're all in the same company as Youngmi. Youngmi has offended the entire entertainment industry. If Jiayoi still doesn't kick Youngmi out, then in the future Jiayoi, will there be a future? Just as everyone was talking about it, Lu Yanbin slowly walked over. Seeing the chairman come, everyone quieted down and lowered their heads to begin to busy themselves with the matters at hand. Oh, everyone seems to be looking forward to the star party tomorrow. Ha! Lu Yanbin said with a leathery smile. I know everyone cares about Miss Yang. Don't worry, tomorrow all of us, together, will accompany Miss Yang to the banquet. Tomorrow, everyone clean up well, dress nicely, go out. Can't disgrace and smear our Jianyori. After saying that, Lu Yanbin walked through the hall and went to his office. Only those present were left dumbfounded and amazed. What does that mean? The chairman is going to join hands with everyone and live and die with Youngmi? This ing. Isn't this a joke? Wow. There was another discussion in the hall. And at this point, upon arriving at the office, Lu Yanbin sat in the office chair. His hand lit a cigarette, humming a little song in a very good mood. The secretary next to him, however, had a grave expression on his face, and after thinking about it for a while, he asked cautiously, Lu Dong, don't you want to think of a way? Lu Yanbin was at a loss. Thinking of what? Why? What's the matter? The secretary froze and looked at Lu Yanbin with incomparable surprise, then whispered, Lu Dong, you don't think about it. What should we do about Youngmi? This banquet is clearly targeting Youngmi and the big money behind her. If we are still on the same side as Youngmi, that's just looking for death. Hearing this, Lu Yanbin gently smiled, not caring at all and said, oh, you say this. Don't ever think of the Curious Circle and the others as being so powerful. What can they do? It would be a shame if I kicked out Youngmi at this time. In the face of Lu Yanbin's words, the secretary was a bit incredulous and full of worry. But, if we do this, aren't we standing against the entire entertainment industry? We're in the entertainment industry, but we still have to go against it. I can't figure out how we can develop in the future. Lu Yanbin smoked a cigarette and laughed. That's good. Replace the people inside the entertainment industry. Those who are against it are screwed down. No problem. The secretary was dumbfounded to hear that. If the one standing in front of her wasn't the chairman of the board, she would have said she was crazy. Lu Yanbin waved his hand and said, well, none of that is for you to worry about. The secretary nodded, still uneasy. There's also the fact that a lot of people in the company are waiting for your attitude. If you're really dead set on protecting Youngmi, I reckon, there will be quite a few people leaving the company. Lu Yanbin said without a care in the world. Just leave. Oh yeah, you go back and edit an announcement. Just say, those who want to leave can leave immediately. No need to pay liquidated damages. Hurry up and pack up and leave. Lu Yanbin's series of tawdry operations, the secretary really cannot understand. But the secretary didn't dare to say anything more and could only obey Lu Yanbin. Okay Lu Dong. In that case, I'll go down and do something. Lu Yanbin waved his hand and said, well, there you go. After the secretary left, Lu Yanbin leaned on the sofa, a hint of an extremely disdainful smile on his face as he murmured, hey also Beijing Circle Shanghai Circle, you guys, really too long to live. In Lu Yanbin's opinion, the Beijing Circle wanted to create an opportunity to force Li Qing to come out and speak positively. That's certainly accelerating the progress of the showbiz collapse. Lu Yanbin followed Wang Mian for so long. Li Qing, what background? He did not say clearly in his heart, but also know that it's hilarious that a few capitalists want to go head-to-head with just one entertainment industry. At this point, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Li Qing was holding Xian Bauer, watching TV in the living room, waiting for dinner. Huan Bauer, how does it feel to go to school? Li Qing wrapped Xian Bauer in a very intimate manner and couldn't help but give a kiss on the fleshy face and said, "Ever miss Daddy?" Xian Bauer's big eyes blinked and she nodded seriously and said, "Well nah, Henpa misses Puppy a little, and Mama too." Chapter 128. Let them die a few deaths first. After a day of school, Li Qing had just picked up Xian Bauer and brought her home. Even if he didn't meet for a day, Li Qing felt that he missed it. After all, he had gotten used to accompanying Xian Bauer every day during this period of time. Xian Bauer snuggled in Li Qing's arms, like a sticky kitten. "Puppy, today Zuanbeier met a lot of kids at school and we had a lot of fun." Li Qing showed a kind smile of an old father. "Yeah, well, do any of the kids bully you at school?" Before that, Humboldt had stayed at home, so Li Qing is still a little worried about her interpersonal interactions. And with all the kids in school, even kindergarten, it's inevitable that there will be some friction at times. Xian Bauer shook her head and laughed. "No, the kids love me. We all play games together." "Well, but there are bad friends." Hearing this, Li Qing got serious and inquired, "Oh, then Xian Bauer say who the bad friend is. Did he bully you guys?" Xian Bauer said in a single word, "No. He's not in the same class as us. He's in the older class called Chen Zihan. Teacher Zhang dislikes him a lot because he often bullies other students and gets into fights. And sometimes he gets into fights with teachers." Li Qing frowned, not realizing that a school like Fu Hai had such bad little kids in it. But it's normal. The children who can go to school in Fu Hai are all from wealthy families. And there are individuals who are spoiled at home and naturally have a bad temperament. Li Qing said gently, "When you meet someone like that, stay away, okay? If there are any problems, tell Puppy in time." Xian Bauer nodded her head very nicely and said, "Well, Henpa knows." Li Qing smiled, having already made a mental note of these things. "Turn back and let Wang Mian arrange some people in the school. Xian Bauer's safety cannot make a little mistake." After watching the TV for a while, Xian Bauer looked at Li Qing with a serious face and said, "Puppy, is my mama going to some event tomorrow night?" Li Qing was slightly stunned. Then he realized that Xian Bauer was talking about Yang Ni's attendance at the banquet. "Your kindergartners know?" Li Qing asked patiently. Zuanbeier nodded. "Yeah, a lot of teachers are talking about it." Saying that, a flash of worry appeared on Xian Bauer's face. "They also said that Mama went to the event because someone was trying to harm Mama. Is this true?" Li Qing's gaze flickered with cold light, but it passed in an instant. Yang Ni's attendance at the Magic City Feast has been spreading all over the internet. So much so that it was all the talk in Wanbeier's kindergarten. Li Qing knew that it also had a great impact on Xian Bauer. Li Qing smiled faintly. "It won't be. Huan Bauer, don't listen to their nonsense. When Mama goes to an event, Papa will go with her. And with Papa around, no one will bully Mama." Although Li Qing didn't have much feelings for Yang Mi, the fact that Yang Mi was Xian Bauer's mother was a fact that couldn't be ignored no matter what. Moreover, in front of his children, the father has to model a responsible and accountable triad to his children. Li Qing continued, "Don't worry Xuan Bauer, tomorrow night, I'll accompany Mom." Only after hearing Li Qing's words did Xian Bauer put her heart down and looked at Li Qing very happily and said, "Then Puppy will protect Mama from now on. When Xuan Bauer grows up, Xuan Bauer protects Poa Mama." Humboldt's innocent smile. It made Li Qing feel incredibly warm inside. To him, Huan Bauer was everything. After dinner, Xian Bauer began to do the homework assigned by the school under the tutelage of Ms. Lin Han. Li Qing, on the other hand, was in the courtyard with Wang Mian, sitting on a chair idly looking at the moon. Brother Chang, on Ms. Yang's side. What did she say? Wang Mian said as he lit his after-dinner cigarette and took a comfortable drag. The Magic City Feast, now rumored to be hot all over the internet. Li Qing rippled and faintly said, "During the day, young Mimi called me once and told me not to attend." Wang Mian smiled. "Ms. Yang is worried about you, that your identity will be exposed and you will be in danger, right? Brother Chang, I actually think that Miss Yang is really quite nice." Li Qing calmly said, "Well, Xian Bauer grew up with her. Her three views are very positive, and she's well behaved, which means that there's no problem with Yang Mi's people." Wang Mian couldn't hear whether Li Qing was sure of Yang Mi or something else. He just smiled faintly and stopped chatting on this topic. "So what do you plan to do, Chang?" Wang Mian said. "Isn't the purpose of the capital circle to get us out of the way?" Under the moonlight, Li Qing's gaze was deep and distant, and the corner of his mouth curved into a playful arc. With such a high sense of anticipation, wouldn't it be a bit unintelligent not to go? Honestly, I think the meal at the honk would be extra flavorful. Wang Mian laughed and said with some excitement inside. That's what I think. And this honker's banquet is definitely going to be more interesting than they ever thought it would be. By the way, on Xiao Yu's side, she's waging a commercial war against the Chen group today. In 1 day's time, the Chen family lost nearly $200 million. Mentioning Li Xiaoyu, Li Qing smiled and said, "This girl, still so eager. Tomorrow night, I guess this girl is going to make a scene." Wang Mian Shan laughed. "Hey, I won't be able to control her when the time comes. I'll still need you to step in." Li Qing waved his hand indifferently. "I won't care at all. These old guys in the capital circle want to touch each other head on so badly. So let him die a few deaths tomorrow first." The Magic City feast continues to ferment, with big names from all over the country landing at the Magic City airport. Even a lot of big star directors who are vacationing abroad, after receiving invitations from Wang Leichenggu and others. It also immediately ended its vacation and took a flight to the magic capital of the country, because the people know that this banquet is not as simple as just partying and eating. Instead, they want to consolidate the energy of the entire entertainment industry to suppress Yang Mi and the mysterious big brother behind her. This banquet is a matter of honor for everyone in the Beijing and Shanghai circles. The time came quickly to 6 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Downstairs of Jayapoi Media Company, led by Lu Yanbin, all the star artists above the third line in the company, all wearing exquisite makeup and bright dresses, gathered downstairs, ready to take the bus to the Magic City feast. Of course, the one who got the most attention was Yang Mi. Yang Mi wore a long red dress with exquisite makeup and was gorgeous, especially the incomparable figure, concave and convex, a pair of long legs, stepping on a pair of hateful heights. The whole person exudes a kind of ice-clear queen's temperament. "Wow honey sis, you're just beautiful today." He bye-bye on the side couldn't help but marvel. "It's not proper heroin." Yang Mi was smiling, but it was still evident that she was harboring a very heavy heart. "You're the only one who can talk. Well, we should get going." The fellow artists, although they praised Yang Mi on their lips, no one actually wanted to get too close to Yang Mi. To put it mildly, Yang Mi is like a plague to other artists right now. Everyone knew that tonight, this grand banquet of the entertainment industry was here to target Yang Mi. I don't know what the chairman thinks, insisting on a united front with Yang Mi. Isn't this a proper search for death? Many artists have already thought about taking the opportunity of attending the party to find new big trees as much as possible. Chapter 129, The Stars Gather at the Hongmen Banquet. MS. Yang, you don't have to worry. You should eat and drink when you go. Lu Yanbin said with a calm face and a peaceful smile. Nothing will happen. Yang Mi squeezed out a smile and looked at Lu Yanbin with some guilt. Thank you Lu Dong. Actually, you could have let me go on my own. After all, this is my own matter, and has nothing to do with Jai. Hearing this, Lu Yanbin hurriedly said, MS. Yang, you're wrong. What do you mean it has nothing to do with Jai? We Jia Nympho has always been united, determined not to bow down to the all-abominable capital. The company lives and dies with you. So don't worry. Lu Yanbin was sweating inside. He was appointed by Wang Mian to come to Japa Nympho to be the chairman of the board of directors. And this is the time to really show loyalty. Furthermore, when Mr. Li comes, all the problems, they won't be problems anymore. Yang Mi was inwardly touched. She knew that in this, it must be Li Qing who had greeted her, but it was already very difficult for Lu Yanbin to do so. Looking at the business car that just pulled up, Yang Mi had some mixed emotions inside, anticipation and worry. To be honest, she didn't want Li Qing to come to this banquet to stand up for herself because it would be dangerous. But for some reason, Yang Mi also quite wanted to be able to see that Li Qing would appear in front of her at this time. This complex psychology left Yang Mi unsure of what to do with it. Honey, let's get in the car, he bye-bye said as she took Yang Mi's hand. Yang Mi nodded and followed the company brigade, ready to get into the car. And just then, not far ahead, a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles slowly approached this way. 4 Land Rover executives, 3 Hummers, plus a black Chevy SUV. The convoy stopped, and a strong aura then came over the crowd. Seeing this image, a group of artists and stars who were just about to get into their cars stopped and looked at the vehicles with incomparable amazement. Lu Yanbin, who was standing on the side, immediately stared blankly. That SUV, he could recognize it too well. Isn't that Mr. Li's ride? Sister honey, isn't this Qing's car? Looking at the SUV Chevrolet, he bye-bye was incredibly surprised. It's not, by any chance, here to pick you up, is it? Yang Mi was similarly stunned. That was indeed Li Qing's car. Immediately after that, Yang Mi became nervous inside. Such a big row, really came to pick up herself? What the hell is going on here? Without waiting for Yang Mi to react, he only saw the Chevrolet car. from which Wang Mian stepped down, and then walked towards the side. Ms. Young. Coming in front of Yang Mi, Wang Mian smiled faintly. You guys are getting ready to go to the party, right? Go in Green's car. Green will go with you. Hearing Wang Mian's words, Yang Mi giggled inwardly. Sure enough, Li Qing had come to pick himself up. A wave of warmth and emotion flowed through Yang Mi's heart, but immediately afterward, Yang Mi was more worried. Mr. Wang, didn't I tell Li Qing everything and not let him? Without waiting for Yang Mi to finish her sentence, Wang Mian smiled. Ms. Yang, I can't say anything about this. Everything is arranged by Brother Qing. Brother Qing has arranged everything for the trip, so you don't have to worry. In the face of Wang Mian's firm and irresistible tone, Yang Mi could only nod weakly, but still whispered uneasily. Where's Wanbao? Wang Mian said. Shen Bauer is attending kindergarten, and Brother Qing has arranged for someone to specialize in protection, so don't worry about that. Come on, Ms. Young, get in the car. Following Wang Mian, Yang Mi and he Bai walked up to Li Qing's car. Subsequently, with a line of people in sight, the caravan set off again, until the caravan traveled away. Lu Yanbin straightened his waist that had been slightly bent just now, inexplicably excited in his heart. Mr. Li is really going to make a personal appearance, and this time, it's going to be a really big scene to see. And the rest of the group of artists were shocked that this is the backer behind Yang Mi? It looks as if it's awesome. The crowd was full of anticipation as they were discussed and started to travel to the location of the Magic City Feast in a commercial vehicle. 6:30 in the evening. In the Jinghai district of Magic City, outside the Carlton Manor, there was already a collection of luxury cars. Carlton Manor, while not the largest ballroom in the Magic City, but it is the most luxurious in Magic City, bar none. When you enter the estate, the first thing you see is a European-style castle, and it was in the castle that the banquet was to be held tonight. Outside the gates of the manor, a steady stream of luxury cars were parked outside. Ferraris, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Cullinan and so on. On either side of the long red carpet at the entrance, 2 rows of young security guards in suits, all with headsets, stood straight. Feng Pants and Chen Gu, as well as Arthur Chen and the others, were at the door to greet the guests who had come to the banquet. Oh, Director Feng, Director Chen, long time no see. Fan Xiaobing, who just got off the bus, with an evening gown and delicate makeup, came with incomparable enthusiasm and smiled. Came a little late, sorry about that. Next, behind them, Su Zhang, Zhao Weiwei, and Su Ku, as well as a host of other big-name celebrity directors, all stood at the doorway, greeting both Feng Pants and Chen Gu. Oh, wherever, you've all come at the right time. It's still early, please come inside. Everyone. The people met and exchanged pleasantries. Everyone had a polite face, but no one was in a hurry to go in. Everyone was unspoken, standing outside, just to see when the star of the day, Yang Mi, would arrive. It was nearing 7 o'clock, and basically everyone who was coming to the party tonight had arrived, including those popular traffic stars, Flower Quinn and others, also came to the scene. With all the stars tonight, and so many capitalists, for some stars, there is a great opportunity to climb higher than just watching the show. Looking at his watch, Arthur Chen frowned, then sneered. Young Mimi won't be coming, will she? Our Miss Yang's row is really big. I personally invited her on the scarf. Next to him, the famous mage singer, Flower, laughed. Yang Mi knows she's not a good person and she's not well liked, so she definitely won't be coming. Practitioner Quinn said. Chen Xiao, your status, why bother caring about Yang Mi? Yang Mi is probably hiding at home watching live TV right now. Nini Young has a vendetta against the entertainment industry. So these people who are on Arthur Chen's side have already said directly and explicitly about Yang Mi's disparaging remarks, and there is no need to hide them slightly. Hey, look, that looks like Jiayoi's business car. Someone in the crowd, I don't know who, said. Everyone then looked away. Chen Ji's gaze narrowed slightly. It was really the business car of Jia Nympho Media. Oh, Yang Mi really dares to come. Arthur Chen sneered. That's a minute late. When the Nympho commercial car stopped, Lu Yanbin walked down with a group of artists. Along the way, not many people greeted Lu Yanbin, even though everyone knows he's the big boss of Info. But the situation now, with Jiayoi dead set on protecting Yang Mi, it's the equivalent of making an enemy of the entertainment industry. Lu Yanbin's surface scenery, after tonight, sleeping on the streets or not to say. Some of the famous stars were just giving Lu Yanbin a nod of the head. With Lu Yanbin coming along, the crowd realized that it seemed like there was no Yang Mi in the crowd. In other words, Yang Mi, you really don't dare to come? Oh, Lu Dong is here. Seeing Lu Yanbin walking towards him, Foam Pants revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and said with a leathery smile, "Where's Ms. Yang from your company? Why haven't we seen her here?" Chen Gu and Arthur Chen stood on the sidelines, all of them smiling and laughing. For a while, a single gaze with hostility and disdain was all cast on Lu Yanbin. Looking at Foam Pants and Chen Gu both, Lu Yanbin pretended to be stunned and frowned. "Who is your honor?" Lu Yanbin laughed in mock embarrassment. He, I don't pay much attention to the entertainment industry after I acquired Jia Nympho, and I don't really recognize some of the lesser-known characters." Hearing this, Foam Pants and the others' faces immediately sank. It was obvious that Lu Yanbin was insulting himself, but on this occasion, in front of so many people, Chen Gu couldn't say anything too unpleasant, and just sneered. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's drink a few cups tonight. Lu Dong will naturally recognize everyone, and must be very impressed." Lu Yanbin laughed indifferently. "Ha ha, really? Then I'll be sure to have a few more drinks with a few of you later." Having said that, Lu Yanbin was standing on the red carpet at the entrance of the manor, as if he was waiting for someone. Arthur Chan sneered. "Dong Lu, who are you waiting for? Since Ms. Yang doesn't dare to come, let's go in and eat." But it's really boring. The words. Not far away, a convoy traveled. The three Hummers drove in front of them, traveling quickly on the Chen's Manor's internal road. The front nets of each car were fitted with police lights, especially the one in the lead, which slanted its body directly to cut off the luxury cars along the entire road. And after dropping the window, the driver inside stretched out his white-gloved hand to signal the traffic to stop. The car behind them, meanwhile, was slowly approaching the entrance to the estate. Chapter 130, Director Chen. Losing a son in old age would be sad. Some of the celebrities who traveled in Maybachs and various supercars were all a bit miffed to see such an overbearing convoy. But when the crowd saw the license plate of the Chevrolet SUV, they were the ones who kept their fire down. The license plates have no words on them, and some only have 3 asterisks. Such a special license plate. The crowd had never seen such a strange license plate. Not even on television. Doorway, Fan Xiaobing, as well as Guantong and other first-tier stars, likewise revealed a flash of astonishment. This fleet of cars is really a bit arrogant and overbearing. The open road car is on an internal road. It was going 60 or 70 miles per hour just now. You know this is the Chen family's estate. Who is this? Is it possible that some big shot is here? Guess so. Look at the license plate on the car in the middle. Have you seen it? Never seen it before. It's not public service or military. Is this some kind of special person? The crowd of stars were talking. Arthur Chen and Foam Pants, on the other hand, had their gazes slightly condensed and their faces turned grim, especially Foam Pants. Seeing this convoy, a sense of ill will inexplicably rose within him. The convoy traveled until it came to a slow stop in front of the crowd. 24 youths then got out of the car and came to the door to stand in 2 rows, clearing an unoccupied field. Immediately following, Wang Mian opened the car door, and in the back seat, the 2 of them, Li Chang and Yang Mi, slowly walked down, seeing Yang Mi and a youth coming down, and the 2 stood together in what looked like an unusual relationship. Everyone at the scene all froze, revealing astonished faces. Yang Mi actually did come to the banquet, still came with a youth. Many people couldn't help but feel incomparably stunning after seeing Li Qing's appearance. This youth, he is so handsome, versus Li Qing. The surrounding fresh meat of the popular entertainers in the entertainment industry is simply bleak. And the aura on Li Qing's body was also very different. That powerful aura that radiated from the inside out. Walking along with Yang Mi, the star bosses around them have become self-consciously quiet as they walk by. When Li Qing and Yang Mi walked over, a murmur immediately set off around them. Who is this? Can't it be the rumored Li Cheng, the one behind Yang Mi? He's really here, but it looks so handsome. What exactly is the relationship between Yang Mi and Li Qing? It doesn't look like it's very common. Why do I get the feeling that the 2 are like lovers? Maybe they're both married. Feeling the murmurs around him, and the astonished gazes that, Yang Mi was both worried inwardly, yet she had an indescribable little feeling of arrogance. Like, the feeling of others being surprised that their man is good. Yang Mi knew that although she was not in that kind of relationship with Li Qing, but tonight, in the eyes of outsiders, himself and Li Qing might be a couple or husband and wife. Yang Mi's inner thoughts were uncertain, and soon the 2 of them walked to the entrance of the manor. At this point, Foam Pants and Chen Gu, among others, all had their eyes narrowed slightly, almost to a slit. Several people have seen Li Qing's picture, so from the moment Li Qing got out of the car, several people's faces changed. He had really come after all. Oh, Ms. Yang, finally I've waited for you. Arthur Chen greeted him and pretended to be enthusiastic. Ms. Yang, this one beside you is boyfriend, or husband? Facing Arthur Chen, Yang Mi didn't want to take care of him at all. From the very beginning, it was Arthur Chen who helped Fei Wu to fix herself up. Nowadays, they had already torn their faces apart, so Yang Mi didn't intend to act anymore and directly said in a cold voice, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Arthur Chen's face stiffened. He didn't expect that in front of so many people, Yang Mi would be so disrespectful. However, Arthur Chen did not show his anger to his face, but instead looked at Li Qing and sneered. "Mr. Li, it's not easy to meet you. During this period of time, Mr. Li is a big celebrity. I just don't know Mr. Li, come today. Is there a mental preparation?" Arthur Chen's tone was calm, but anyone could hear the heavy threat in his words. The words fell. Wang Nian slowly walked up in and stood in front of Arthur Chen, with a smile on his face. "Chen Xiao, sometimes the words are too dense, but it's not good for you. So young, it would be a shame to die young, huh?" Bottom line. At once, Arthur Chen's face darkened. Beside Feng Pants and Chen Gu and the others, all of their faces also sank. The people around us were even more astonished that no one expected that Wang Mian would speak so bluntly and arrogantly. That's a complete and outright death threat. Or in front of so many showbiz top streams, so many people on the scene, and so many reporters, how dare he say such things? For a moment, Arthur Chen didn't know what to say, especially when he looked at Wang Mian's cannibalistic gaze, a trace of fear, watching his son suffer. Chen Gu naturally wouldn't let anyone go and walked up and coldly laughed. "What do you mean by that? We are all Sinisters. Do you take pride in your vulgarity and rudeness? Or are you just looking for presents here?" Wang Mian glanced at Chen Gu and laughed. "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Director Chen. It's not easy for you to actually talk about manners and morals as well. I don't mean anything by what I say. I just don't want you to go astray and lose your son in old age." Wang Mian was still sharp and threateningly undisguised. Even the crowd of onlookers felt a bit indignant inside. That's like leaving everyone out of the loop. For a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. And just then, in the manner, Wang Lei slowly walked over. "Oh, what's the matter? You just met and you're having a bad time?" Wang Lei stood in the middle of the two sides and laughed. "We're all friends. What can't we say? Let's talk about it at the table later. It's getting late, so let's all hurry inside." Having said that, Wang Lei looked at Li Qing and smiled with a warm face. "Mr. Li, Wang Lei, feel honored to meet you. It's really better to be known than to be seen. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so young and to have something to do at such an age. It's really a fearful future generation." Wang Lei's words. It sounded like a compliment to Li Qing, but in reality, it was completely a tone of elders speaking to their juniors. Li Qing didn't show any revulsion and just smiled lightly. Mr. Wang is joking, just knocking off a few bedbugs. It's not considered fearful." Hearing that, Arthur Chen's eyes were rounded and his face was filled with indignation that he couldn't hide at all. Wasn't the bedbugs Li Qing was talking about the people of the capital circle? Many people around, including those traffic stars, were casting hostile gazes towards Li Qing's side. Wang Lei's face didn't change. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "You really know how to pull hatred. This banquet hasn't even started yet, and you have offended everyone. Let's see how you'll end up when the party starts later." Looking at both sides with some saber rattling, Yang Mi looked at Li Qing with some worry, then unconsciously pulled Li Qing's arm and said, "It's time for the banquet to start, so let's go in first." Li Qing calmly said, "Aha." The two of them then skipped Wang Lei's figure and walked towards the manor, Chenjiazwang Garden. Inside the first luxurious and large castle at the entrance, is the banquet hall of the Magic City Feast. Upon entering, all find their places according to their invitations. It's basically just people of whatever status, sitting with similar people, and the class difference is obvious. But those who mix with the entertainment industry have long since adapted to this kind of differentiation. After walking in, Yang Mi realized that she was still gently holding Li Qing's arm, and her face couldn't help but blush slightly as she let go of her hand. Although the two had been married long before, but that was all an encounter many years ago. After all, now that she was up close and personal again, Yang Mi was still a little girlishly shy. "Li Qing, thank you." Yang Mi stood beside Li Qing and whispered. Li Qing always looked ahead, his face calmly saying, "After you're seated in a few minutes, it's time to eat. No need to be nervous. Whatever happens tonight, you'll be fine." Of course, that's what Huan Bauer explained. Hearing Li Qing's words, Yang Mi's nervous heart was filled with emotion, and a sense of adoration. This was the first time Li Qing had said something like this to her. Walking together with Li Qing, the two of them, although their statuses were very different, but to outsiders, they had to say that they were indeed a pair of talented men and women. Li Chang and Yang Mi, at a table with Wang Lei and a few others. Sitting directly across from him was none other than the owner of this banquet manor, Chen Zhaoguang. Chapter 131, The Hongmen Banquet begins. Li Qing is too arrogant. Seeing Li Qing arrive and take his seat, Chen Xiaoguang didn't show much enthusiasm and attention, but just smiled and said flatly, "Oh, Mr. Li is here. I really didn't expect that." Ms. Yang had already found a partner. It's kind of a big news in the entertainment industry, huh? Although Chen Xiaoguang's expression was not rippling, his gaze was always fixed on Li Qing. Just now, Li Qing was outside. Chen Xiaoguang had understood it all, and to him, Li Qing was playing dead. In the face of Chen Xiaoguang's words, Yang Ni didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. She was just silent. Yang Ni didn't take care of herself, and Chen Xiaoguang didn't get angry, so she just looked at Li Qing. The atmosphere was a little tense, with a hint of embarrassment. At this time, Wang Lei, who was next to him, slowly stood up after holding a microphone. Hey. After the audition, the whole room quieted down, and Wang Lei opened his mouth and smiled. Guests, first of all, welcome to be able to attend the Star Exchange banquet hosted by myself. It's an honor for Wang to have you all here in his busy schedule. Furthermore, let us all thank Mr. Chen for being able to attend this banquet and for also providing you with such a beautiful environment in the manor venue. As the words fell, Chen Xiaoguang slowly got up and greeted toward the crowd. A round of applause followed. Next, Wang Lei looked at Yang Mi and Li Qing again and said, "There's one more thing to announce. It's big news for our circle. Our Yang Mi, Miss Yang is finally out of singles, and Mr. Li is really a talented couple." The gazes of the crowd were all directed towards the side of both Yang Mi and Li Qing, with a flash of surprise on their faces. I didn't realize that. Yang Mi is really evening out the big bucks. After Wang Lei said so deliberately, many people thought so in their hearts. But for some actresses, this boyfriend that Yang Mi found is really enviable. Handsome and rich, and looks like his status is not ordinary. It's the point where people are too unaware of what's good for them, and it's hard on the entertainment industry, which is different from being a death wish. Hearing Wang Lei's words, Yang Ni's expression wavered a bit. She knew that Wang Lei said this in front of everyone, just wanting to expose her private life just to make herself the object of attention of everyone in the entertainment industry. But Yang Ni didn't come forward to clarify. Li Qing likewise didn't say anything, and didn't even look at Wang Lei with his eyes. Such a calm reaction from the two was unexpected from Wang Lei, and he even felt a little embarrassed. Wang Lei continued, "It's getting late. The food and drinks are served. Tonight's Magic City Feast officially begins." Bang bang bang. As Wang Lei put down the microphone, salutes sounded around him, colorful ribbons flew, and a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere unfolded completely. The party officially started and everyone started interacting and drinking with their old and new friends, pulling business and talking about projects and picking up girls. This way, after Wang Lei sat down, he smiled at Chen Xiaoguang, Feng Pants and Chen Gu. "Mr. Chen, let's start too." Chen Xiaoguang nodded and smiled. "Mr. Li is a guest from afar. Let's first toast Mr. Li." Arthur Chen smiled heartily, stood up and poured Li Qing a full glass of white wine, and then poured himself a drink, laughing. "I'm sorry Mr. Li, I can't drink wine with this recent cold. Won't mind? I'm dry." "Mr. Li, it's up to you." Saying that, Arthur Chen tilted his neck and finished off the drink in his cup, then sat down gazing straight at Li Qing. It was obvious to all. Arthur Chen was trying to deliberately screw Li Qing, and it was also a kind of obedience test at the drinking table. Yang Ni's face was a bit unsightly. She really couldn't stand to see this kind of underhanded behavior from Arthur Chen. Yang Ni was just about to say something when Li Qing's hand gently patted the back of her hand, signaling to be at ease. Yang Mi retracted the words she was about to say, and then glanced at Li Qing with a worried expression. "Mr. Li, your wine is all full." Arthur Chen sneered. "Why? Are you too cold to drink, too?" Li Qing's gaze narrowed slightly, a faint smile hanging on his face as he looked straight at Arthur Chen and faintly said, "To be honest, I'm really disappointed." Arthur Chen froze, then stared at Li Qing and sneered. "What does that mean, Mr. Li?" Li Qing carelessly lit up a cigarette and faintly said, "We all know in our hearts that this was supposed to be a Hongmen banquet. I would have thought that you all would have used some tactics that would have made it to the stage, but I didn't realize that it would take a dude to put on a show of jumping the shark. I am so disappointed in you. No, in your Beijing and Shanghai circles." A word to the wise. The faces of the people present all changed. Even Chen Xiaoguang's face was somewhat moved by this. With these words, Li Qing. Not only did Chen Gu and the others hear it, but many of the star bosses at the surrounding tables. Everyone put down their chopsticks and turned their heads to look at Li Qing, a chilling look in their gazes. For a moment, the atmosphere was instantly tense, and Li Qing was like a target. Hearing Li Qing taunt himself like that, Arthur Chen's face was red with anger. and his face just couldn't hold his face. Li Cheng, are you drinking or not? Chen Arthur's face sank down, slowly stood up and propped his hands on the table, his eyes staring deathly at Li Cheng and said, with so many people here tonight, I advise you, don't give face, don't take face. When it came down to it, Arthur Chen simply tore his face off, and anyway, there were so many people behind him to support the scene. As soon as these words came out, all the people around were shocked for a moment by Arthur Chen's bluntness. Subsequently, a host of Flow Star artists, including some of the second generation of the Capital Circle, had secretly shouted their approval. Good job, young Chen, you didn't lose any points. I think tonight, Li Cheng and Yang Mi won't be able to walk out. Hearing the words of Arthur Chen, Li Cheng's face remained calm, only his eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill came blazing through his body, gradually spreading around the crowd. Arthur Chen smiled coldly. What? No talk? Li Cheng, behind the scenes holds so many sinister means, tonight in front of so many people. How dumb. Li Cheng, you've really let me down. The more Arthur Chen spoke, the more excited he became. Having been nearly screwed over by Li Cheng before, now he could finally vent his anger to his face. Li Cheng smiled faintly, then threw the cigarette butt in his hand, directly into the wine glass. Your words, they are too dense. Barta. At this point, the chopsticks in Wang Mian's hand, who was sitting next to him, suddenly broke into two. Wang Mian slowly stood up and then slowly walked over to Arthur Chen's side in front of the crowd. Chapter 132. Chen Xiaofeng died and the two of them were wasted on the spot. Seeing Wang Mian slowly walking towards him, Chen Arthur straightened up, his gaze condensed, and his heart inexplicably tensed up. Chen Gu and Feng Pants and the others, likewise, their complexions became slightly sharper, and even quite a few people next to them, slowly stood up and surrounded them. Arthur Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and despite feeling Wang Mian's sense of oppression, he still sneered. You're Li Cheng's lapdog, aren't you? I know you. The Zhang Ao under Mr. Chen is thanks to you, right? Speaking of Zhang Ao, Chen Xiaoguang, who was as steady as a mountain, had a slight flash of his eyes and looked at Wang Mian rather playfully. The people around us looked a little surprised, too. Is this the young man who wasted Zhang Ao? Wang Mian had a smile on his brow, but his demeanor was stern. Then, in the next second, Wang Mian violently kicked Arthur Chen in the stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Arthur Chen flew backwards in response. The magnitude of Wang Mian's force caused Chen Arthur's feet to instantly leave the ground, and his body went airborne, slamming into the chair next to him. The scene came out of nowhere. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Wang Mian actually dared to make a direct move on such an occasion, and Feng Pants and Chen Gu and a few others immediately stood up, their eyes widening as they looked at Wang Mian, full of shock. In front of so many people, he dared to do it directly? Only Chen Xiaoguang and Wang Lei were the only two people who still looked calm and remained seated in their original positions. You seek death. Feng Pants couldn't bear it anymore and immediately slapped the table and roared. What do you think this place is anymore? Snap. As soon as the words fell, they were followed by Wang Mian's slap, which was fast to the point of blurring. On Feng Pants' face, the slap contained a tremendous amount of force. Von Pants' head was all tilted over, and a yellowish incisor in his mouth flew right onto the table. The hint of blood on it stained the clean white tablecloth and stung. I'm sick of people interrupting when I'm educating people. Wang Mian smiled lightly, not caring about the gazes of the people around him, and walked straight to Arthur Chen. Chen Xiao, sometimes talking too closely is really bad for you. On the ground, Arthur Chen covered his stomach with a pained expression. That kick just now made his internal organs turn over, and he almost saw too much milk. Mudbloods. Arthur Chen gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, then wanted to call for action, but without waiting for everyone to react, Wang Mian's body moved once again. Wang Mian reached out and grabbed Chen Arthur's collar, lifting him up in one go and flinging him so violently that Chen Arthur was as weightless as a paperman and fell onto the carousel table with a thud. Immediately following, Wang Mian grabbed the dinner fork on the table and stabbed it violently towards Arthur Chen's palm. Pust! The stainless steel dinner fork directly pierced through the palm of Arthur Chen's hand, and blood clamored out. Ah! Chen Arthur's eyes instantly rolled round, and there was pain and even more fear in his gaze. An intense pain quickly traveled from his hands, impacting his brain, causing Arthur Chen to howl out uncontrollably. Ah! Arthur Chen's body was instantly weak, and he flopped to his knees, but his hands remained on the table, the inhuman pain so intense that he couldn't move a muscle. At the sight of this bloody scene, instantly, everyone stood frozen on the spot, not daring to make a single sound. No one could believe that Wang Mian would dare to lay such a cruel hand. Taking a steel fork, he wasted one of Arthur Chen's hands on the spot in front of the showbiz crowd. The scene. Feng Pants steeply stared with wide eyes, and the pain from the slap he had just received suddenly became oblivious. Chen Gu even stood up violently, his eyes looking at this scene with dead eyes, and he couldn't stop shivering anxiously. As for Chen Xiaoguang and Wang Lei, both of them, their faces likewise sank violently as they looked at Wang Mian in disbelief. Chen Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and frightening. He also didn't expect one of Li Qing's men to be so arrogant and cocky. This doesn't take itself seriously at all. Looking at Arthur Chen, who was moaning in pain, Wang Mian said with a hint of a smile still hanging on his face, "Oh, young Chen, are you comfortable now?" Saying that, Wang Mian bent down again, intending to strike. "You're looking for death." At this time, Feng Pan steeply let out a furious cry, his eyes scarlet red, and said, "Li Qing, today, do you want to die here?" Li Qing looked indifferent and sipped his hot tea unhurriedly, not caring in the slightest about Feng Pan's anger. Only Yang Mi was trembling with fear and nervously held Li Qing's hand. Wang Mian glanced at Feng Pans with an indifferent expression. "Old man, I almost forgot. Your words just now were quite dense." Meeting Wang Mian's indifferent gaze, Feng Pan's heart thumped and he couldn't help but tremble. Even though Feng Pans has seen a lot, but for someone as ruthless and completely reckless as Wang Mian, he was really a bit terrified. As he watched Wang Mian walk towards him, Feng Pans gave a cold shout. "What do you want?" Wang Lei also couldn't help but say angrily, "Wang Mian, do you really want to die?" Hula! At that moment, on the second floor of the banquet hall, a group of youths dressed in hoots and hollers rushed down, all holding sharp and compelling machetes in their hands. 40 or 50 people surrounded the entire banquet hall and, including the gate, all of them were blocked. In a split second, all the star bosses present at the banquet all stood up and watched the scene nervously. Even many of the capitalist bigwigs became stony-faced, their gazes cloudy. I didn't realize that this Hongmen banquet had moved for real. How many years have I not seen such a scene? In the 80s and 90s is quite normal. Nowadays society, really no one dares to play like this. Many bigwigs murmured. Their breathing became a bit rapid, all watching this drama with rapt attention, just how far it could develop. Although the scene is explosive, but the whole audience is not a person dares to take out a cell phone to shoot the. Whoever is unintelligent in this situation can imagine the consequences. These fighters were arranged in advance by Wang Lei and Chen Xiaoguang, each as a trained veteran. Looking at Wang Mian being surrounded, the two of them, Feng Pans and Chen Gu, then found some backbone. However, Wang Mian only gently swept the crowd, his expression not moving in the slightest. "Oh, the main course, is it finally starting?" After saying that, Wang Mian moved once again, only to see Wang Mian's figure flicker and arrive behind Feng Pans with a gasp. "What are you doing?" Not waiting for Feng Pans to cry out in shock, Wang Mian pressed his big hand on Feng Pans' head and violently smashed down towards the glass turntable on the table. Clunk! Whoa! With a loud bang, the tempered glass turntable instantly shattered apart. Von Pans' entire face was all but dead on the table. After Wang Mian removed his hand, all the plates and cups next to him were greeted by Feng Pans' head. Rarely, only after a few seconds did Wang Mian stop. Von Pans slumped on the table, blood slowly seeping out from under his face and wetting the tablecloth. As for the people, there was no longer any movement. Whether they were dead or alive was unknown. The scene. Everyone at the scene had their scalps tingling. When the fighters saw this, they were all stood at a loss for words, completely intimidated by Wang Mian's aura. Even Chen Xiaoguang couldn't help but stand up, his eyes staring at Wang Mian with a deadpan stare, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. For a while, the scene unexpectedly fell into a dead silence. Snap! A moment later, it wasn't until Li Qing lit a cigarette and heard the sound of a lighter that the crowd snapped out of their fear. Chapter 133, Surrounded by Fighters. What else can he do? Wang Mian's violent behavior made everyone at the scene feel chilled. It's no longer ruthless. It's playing for keeps. Many teenage stars, seeing such a violent scene, were so scared that they cried out. Even some of the investment bigwigs couldn't help but be shaken, with layers of fine sweat on their palms. This party tonight is definitely not going to end well. Yang Mi's pair of slender jade legs were shaking a bit nervously. Her face was bloodless as she looked at Li Qing. She couldn't believe that Li Qing would take action against the capital circle so directly. And even more so, she didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation she would face next. Despite Yang Mi's inner fear, nervousness, and trepidation, a sense of security inexplicably rose within her when she looked at Li Qing's unruffled side face. Chen Xiaoguang's brows were locked tightly. His eyes were deep as if he wanted to see through Li Qing. But the more he looked at it, the more Chen Xiaoguang felt a sense of dismay and amazement within him. It was because Li Qing never seemed to appear worried from the beginning to the end. It was as if, in his eyes, these things were nothing at all. At this time, Chen Gu could no longer hold back and picked up the cup and threw it at Wang Mian, roaring loudly. What the are you all waiting for? Get on with it. At that moment, the next 20 or so fighters swarmed up, machetes in their hands greeted upwards in unison. The original luxurious and elegant Magic City feast was completely thrown into chaos, and the real Hongmen banquet finally revealed its true colors. Wang Mian, however, did not panic at all. With a flash of his body, he dodged a knife, then grabbed the man's wrist and gently folded it. It clicked, the wrist snapped, and the knife tumbled to the ground. Bang bang bang, a couple of shots, Wang Mian fist to meet, feet powerful. Not a moment has been put down a dozen people. The fighters fell to the ground, either with broken wrists or broken, and lay wailing. The remaining group of fighters all looked at Wang Mian with horrified gazes and were hesitant to come forward with their knives. Wang Mian's stance was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. The scene is at a standstill. The star bosses on the sidelines were even more shocked over and over again as the crowd began to fall into a bit of a panic. What's the point of eating? They're all starting to cut people with knives. If this keeps up, there has to be a death. By then, everyone present would be in serious trouble. A couple of slightly older old foxes stood up and said weakly, "That, Mr. Chen, Mr. Wang, I suddenly remembered that there's something else on the company side, so I'll excuse myself for a moment. Yes, there's something on my end as well. Mr. Chen, I'll go back first. Next to those popular stars, Fan Xiaobing, Guantong and Kuan Kuan Hua Hua, likewise each found their own reasons and intended to leave. Chen Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Guys, it's still early. I don't think we've all had enough. Stay and eat for a little while longer." A dozen youths with machetes blocked the gate, and their eyes had a chilling stare at the crowd. Chen Xiaoguang continued, "Some of you who want to make calls on your cell phones, don't bother. The signals have all been blocked. No one leaves until this party is over tonight. After all, we're all in the same boat. We should be united." When these words came out, the crowd's faces froze. After seeing Chen Xiaoqing's ruthless gaze, the people who were about to leave just now sat back down. "Mr. Chen, do you still want your men to continue?" Wang Mian carelessly lit a cigarette, slowly sucked a mouthful of it, and then breezily said, "If it's going to continue, I guarantee that the next one lying on the ground will definitely be Mr. Chen." Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang's eyes flickered, obviously hesitating a bit. Wang Mian was very strong, ruthless and decisive, and was indeed a very dangerous character. However, Chen Xiaoguang didn't panic, but sneered, "Li Cheng, I admit that this brother of yours is very capable of fighting, but in today's society, all you can do is fight, and the only thing you'll end up doing is going in and stepping on a sewing machine. What your brother did tonight, don't think about getting out for 20 years. Li Cheng smiled faintly. "Then Mr. Chen can try. How about calling the security bureau? Of course, before the law and order comes, I'll make sure Mr. Chen closes his eyes as well." Chen Xiaoguang was slightly stunned, then his face was a bit ironic. He didn't expect that in such a situation, Li Qing could still be so arrogant, and arrogantly calm. Chen Gu supported Chen Arthur and looked at his son's pierced palm, his eyes scarlet with indignation. "Mr. Wang, things have come to this point. What else do we have to wait for?" Wang Lei's complexion stared at Chen Xiaoguang before he said, "Li Qing, you openly committed murder at the banquet. We were forced to defend ourselves. This is the only way. Pull up to the second floor and deal with it." With a command, more than 30 thugs with machetes in their hands surrounded both Li Qing and Yang Mi. "See the situation." Wang Mian came to Li Qing's side, his sharp eyes constantly surveying the surroundings, his right hand always hidden behind his waist, ready to strike. In the big banquet, everyone is a social figure, but at this time is all shocked by this scene. Behind the capital is violent and bloody. Gaming returns to the primal struggle at the end of the day. As if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person. It's really hard to imagine that. In this present society where the rule of law prevails, these so-called upper-class people still use such ruthless and barbaric ways to settle things. I see that this farce is coming to an end. A couple of capitalist bigwigs sitting in the corner whispered, "Let's hurry up and finish. We should leave afterward. We'll get into trouble if we keep it up." He, Li Qing tonight, is definitely not going to live? Of course, Chen Xiaoguang and Wang Lei will definitely not let him die here. Li Qing made his own death. So many people from the Beijing and Shanghai circles are here tonight. He even dared to play this kind of tactic. It's only normal that he died. Just then, the door of the banquet hall, but suddenly there was a loud bang. Boom! It was like being hit by something. The door to the solid wood ballroom was then slowly pushed open. The group of fighters guarding the side were all startled, and then they all stepped aside, staring at the doorway with their steel swords. Just see, under the gaze of a young woman, dressed in a black suit, walked slowly in on high heels. Beside the woman, There was also a man in his 40s, with gold-framed glasses and a compelling aura of wealth emanating from his body. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhaoguang turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing slightly as his gaze clouded over. This woman who suddenly barged in seemed as if she looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall specifically where she had seen her before. Chapter 134, This Brother and Sister. Heavenly Demons. The man next to the woman, on the other hand, was a man who couldn't help but amaze the crowd. Why is he here? And who is this woman? I don't know, but it doesn't look simple. And it's definitely not an ordinary person to have old Ma traveling with him. The crowd couldn't help but be amazed that the man following the woman was none other than Ma Tang of Penguin Big Factory Inc. This is one of the top entrepreneurs in the country. Just who is this young woman beside the old horse? And the crowd could clearly sense that Ma Tang was beside this woman with a feeling of subordinates following their superiors, which was really a bit inscrutable. As the woman slowly walked this way, from outside the banquet hall, a group of youths stood neatly in 2 rows and followed the woman in, a total of 70 to 80 people. Mr. Li, it seems like you've come at a bit of a bad time by bringing me here. Seeing this battle in the banquet hall, Ma Tang sweated a bit. And what's more, what are we doing tonight when it's a showbiz extravaganza? Li Xiaoyu sneered. Of course I'm here to trash the place. What else would I have called you for? Mr. Ma, you shouldn't be afraid of this little scene, right? Ma Tang's old face stiffened, and his brain cup overheated a bit. Smashing? My Mr. Li, you're not kidding, are you? Ma Tang, as Penguin's Grand Master, has been working with Li Xiaoyu in recent years. It's been staying in Hangtown again for a while. Yesterday, he was agreed by Li Xiaoyu to come to the banquet together tonight and discuss the matter of the cooperation project. Ma Tang thought that Li Xiaoyu wanted to come to see the so-called Beijing-Shanghai Hongmen banquet, plus it was also for the sake of cooperation, so he followed along to see the fun. Anyway, with his own identity, even if no one invited him, no one would say anything if he came. However, Li Xiaoyu's words just now made Ma Tang instantly confused. Come to smash up the place? Whose house is being trashed? Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly. No kidding, really, if Mr. Ma regrets it, go out and turn left. The car is sitting there, Martin said with a couple dry laughs. Mr. Li is joking. It's all at this point. Can I still leave? Ma Tang had a bitter feeling in his heart. I didn't expect that I would actually be pitched by this Li Xiaoyu. Of course, this wasn't the first time he'd been punked, and Martin seemed to be getting a little used to it. The reason why arch to Li Xiaoyu cooperation is Ma Tang no. Li Xiaoyu background is absolutely not simple. Only 24 years old, hands on the grasp of so many resources. 3 years of time jumped to become a famous enterprise in Zhejiang province. Almost the entire Hangzhou economic lifelines in the hands. Such a supreme heavenly pride. Of course, had to be befriended. Yo, Mr. Ma, why are you still here? Seeing Ma Tang walking, Wang Lei hurriedly got up and went forward to greet him. Mr. Ma, are you here too? Wang Lei could certainly see that Ma Tang had come and was definitely not watching the fun. After all, he had brought quite a few people with him. With that, Wang Lei looked at Li Xiaoyu again and said, and this young lady is? Martin said faintly. Mr. Wang, I'm here today, all with Mr. Li. Oh yeah, let me introduce you guys. Without waiting for Ma Tang to finish, Li Xiaoyu interrupted. No need for introductions. I'll just introduce myself. Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette. Cold and beautiful face. In the smoke. Looks more moving. Like a cold on the ferry. The face value is even more directly hanging all the showbiz stars present. Even Fan Xiaobing, who was not far away, couldn't help but marvel. Even if she was at the peak of her face value, for this young woman, she still had to avoid her. Li Xiaoyu stood in front of Wang Lei. Her beautiful eyes were slightly cold, and her gaze was somewhat hair-raising. After sensing the hostility, Wang Lei calmly smiled lightly. Ha, Mr. Li, introductions? Li Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but violently backhanded a slap, directly throwing it on Wang Lei's face. Snap, it was a slap in the face, and it was a loud one. At once, it jerked the face of this chairman of Huai Media, crookedly. Then, Wang Lei's nosebleed gushed out. At this scene, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. What about? Can it be that this woman is Li Qing's savior? Ma Tang was even more startled. He did not expect. Li Xiaoyu said, smashing the scene. Is this smashing the scene? The other party is the old president of Huai. Ma Tang finally realized why Li Xiaoyu had brought so many people with her. Yang Mi, who was on the side, was even more incomparably shocked. Internet bigwig Ma Tang also came, and it seems that he still occupies the field for Li Qing. Once again, Jan Min is blown away that the perception of Li Qing was once again refreshed. She wondered what other hidden background this man beside her had. Similarly, Yang Mi was also more worried inside, because the bigger the matter became, the greater the risk of Li Qing's identity as an arms dealer being exposed. Regarding the crowd's reaction, Li Xiaoyu did not care at all and faintly sneered. Let me introduce me, the chairman of Honghai Group, Li Xiaoyu. Wang Lei was suddenly slapped in the face and was first confused for a moment. Then his eyes widened in anger and he stepped forward to hit back. Asterisk 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 in hell. You're in dead. Before Wang Lei could take 2 steps forward, Sun Yang, who was behind Li Xiaoyu, dodged forward to block and kicked Wang Lei out. A media boss who also dares to seek death in front of our boss? Sun Yang, as the head of the logistics department of Honghai Group, did not put anyone in his eyes except his own boss. Dressed in a suit, the manly Wang Lei rolled several times on the ground and lay at Chen Xiaoguang's feet, covering his stomach. Wang Lei's face was extremely painful. Mr. Chen Xiaoguang was finally sullen. Tonight's state of affairs had completely exceeded his imagination. How could he not have expected that everyone who came seemed to disregard him, and he even suspected that these people really didn't know who they were? Clunk! Chen Xiaoguang shot up, his eyes gazing at Li Xiaoyu, a killing intent seeming to emanate from his gaze. Li Xiaoyu, chairman of Honghai Group. Chen Xiaoguang finally remembered who this young woman in front of him was. Isn't that the same woman who stole business from her own engineering program? Chen Xiaoguang was still thinking before. He had no grievances with Honghai Group. How could the other party suddenly attack his industry? Now it seems that his suspicions were completely correct. Li Xiaoyu, sure enough, is related to Li Qing. You guys, aren't you going too far? Chen Xiaoguang coldly said. Know this place. What is it? Li Xiaoyu didn't give a damn about Chen Xiaoguang. Instead, she slowly walked to Li Qing. Her beautiful eyes were moist. There were waves of light flickering in her gaze, and her emotions became a little excited. Li Qing's eyes also became gentle and a smile appeared on his face as he said, Xiaoyu, you're here. A beautiful smile blossomed on Li Xiaoyu's face, and her voice was gentle as she said, Brother, it's been a long time. Seeing Li Qing at the moment, a scene from the past kept surfacing in Li Xiaoyu's mind. The old days of Kyoto, those days in the courtyards, the compounds, the forbidden city streets. Li Xiaoyu didn't notice herself. Her eyes were already a little hazy. Li Qing smiled. Silly girl, I thought I told you to smoke less. Li Xiaoyu smiled, then said as she placed the cigarette behind her, I've smoked very little. Brother, will you go out again this time when you come back? Li Qing said indifferently. I'm not going out until things are settled up north. Hearing that, Li Xiaoyu was in a good mood and wiped her hazy tears, returning to her former appearance. That's what you said. It's time to settle what happened in the old house before. Having said that, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Yang Mi next to her. Yang Mi, as a star in the entertainment industry, Li Xiaoyu had naturally seen it, but in person, it was the first time she had seen it. Although the identity of Yang Mi is not bright, but there is a say, but in terms of face value and temperament, it is still good. Li Xiaoyu didn't greet, but she didn't resent it either. She knew that there must be something between her brother and Yang Mi, but this was not the time to ask about it. When they heard the two of them catching up, the people around them were astonished and murmured. Ma Tang was also inwardly shocked that, unexpectedly, Li Qing, who had waged war on the entertainment industry during this time, was actually Li Xiaoyu's older brother. Li Qing's reputation was very loud. After all, there were already several people in the Magic City's entertainment industry who had died in his hands. Li Xiaoyu is also the chairman of the Honghai Group, and the same exceptionally ruthless. A lot of business is hands stained with blood snatched. These two siblings, what kind of demons are they? Chen Xiaoguang stood there. His heart was already furious. He was directly ignored? Good. Chen Xiaoguang pulled Wang Lei up from the ground and then coldly said, No wonder. So your brother and sister. Call the manor, all of you. Come in. Chapter 135, The Chen family is furious. Penguin's old boss stands up to Li Qing. Chen Xiaoguang's words fell, and soon outside the banquet hall, a group of youths dressed in black suits emerged from all over the place, walking towards this side of the banquet hall. The youths were carrying an incomparably sharp short sword in their hands, each with a solemn expression and a murderous aura in their gaze. There were 120 people in this group. All of them were Chen Xiaoguang's fighters that had been raised in the manor over the years. They are not only bodyguards, but also Chen Xiaoguang's hands. Business turf, are relying on these people, hard to grab. Hoo. More than 100 people rushed into the banquet hall, and the entire banquet hall was blocked off. Li Qing, you won't be able to walk out tonight. Chen Xiaoguang's eyes were dull, looking terribly gloomy. And Mr. Li, let's settle old scores and new ones together. After more than 100 people poured into the hall, the large banquet hall instantly became full. All the star bosses, stood up with fear in their hearts. What's this about? Fan Xiaobing and Guantong, a few big stars, showed scared faces and said with some disbelief, "One can't, on an occasion like this, just kill someone, can one?" At the Magic City Feast, there are hundreds of star performers from the entertainment industry here tonight, as well as some investor bosses. This kind of occasion, Chen Xiaoguang and Li Qing, two people, actually directly play this kind of social means. Really unbelievable. This kind of scene is only found in movies and TV dramas. I didn't expect it to correspond to reality today. See the situation. Li Xiaoyu's gaze condensed fiercely. Then she sneered. Chen Xiaoguang, I see that your Chen family's path has come to an end. Do you really think this is still the bamboo link from the 50s? Chen Xiaoguang said sorrowfully. Oh, it seems you even made a point of investigating me. Knowing my background, how dare you come to seek death like this? You guys, cut off Li Qing's legs and arms. And as for this woman, you guys line up to get comfortable and cozy, and just throw her into the Whampoa River afterward. Hearing that, everyone, all breathing nervous, Chen Xiaoguang, this is to play really. Some of the small stars who had never seen a big scene were even so scared that they were about to cry out. Had they known this, who would have come to this banquet? This is not a banquet. It's clearly going to turn into a bloody slaughterhouse. Only some of the capitalist bigwigs were still calm, but they still looked at Chen Xiaoguang with a grave gaze. It seems like Mr. Chen wants to get it over with. Li Qing will really have to explain himself here today if he makes a mess. I have to have not seen such a scene for more than 10 years. 15 years ago in the Hong Kong Olympics. At that time the Hong Kong circle is not the most favorite to engage in these. At that time, a lot of artists were screwed to death. I didn't realize that Chen Xiaoguang and Wang Lei, the gang, would still dare to mess around these days. Oh, what's wrong with messing around? All the electronic items at the scene are shielded. No one dares to videotape. Even if Li Qing is dead, he's dead. And who dares to talk about this kind of thing outside of everyone? Despite Li Xiaoyu's arrival of 40 or 50 people, but compared to the manpower prepared in advance by Chen Xiaoguang, it is still quite a bit worse. And if you really want to fight to the death, you don't have to guess who will lose and who will win. More than 100 people gradually approached towards the two Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu, and Sun Yang stood beside Li Xiaoyu and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, things are a little rough tonight. In a real fight, I reckon I can get a dozen or so people killed without a problem, and I'll escort you and Mr. Li out when the time comes." Saying that, Sun Yang glanced at the two of them, Li Qing and Wang Mian. He was surprised to find that the two were extraordinarily calm without a hint of panic, especially Li Qing. His gaze was bland, his face didn't have half a ripple, just staring calmly at Chen Xiaoguang, as if he was looking at a jumping clown, while Wang Mian's eyes were slightly narrowed and his gaze was sharp. His right hand was always placed at the position of his back waist. Sun Yang couldn't help but have a bold guess inside. "Mr. Chen, do you really think I don't exist?" At that moment, Ma Tang stepped forward and said with a sullen face, "What age are you still daring to engage in this? If you really want to play, why don't I play with you?" The moment of truth. Ma Tang's words caused the group of fighters to hesitate. This one, a veritable heavyweight. Chen Xiaoguang are slightly stunned. Just now in the heat of anger almost forgot. There is a Ma Tang here. Ma Tang, a well-known domestic entrepreneur, the bright side of the ranking, can be ranked into the top 10 internet giants. The influence can be said to be unquestionably crushed everyone here. With such a business giant here, it really made Chen Xiaoguang a little hesitant. If something happens to Martin in his own place, no need for Penguin Group to step in. The local officials would have to level themselves. The rest of the crowd, including Wang Lei and Chen Gu, also had gloomy faces, especially Arthur Chen, who still had a dinner fork stuck in his palm and could only be temporarily bandaged to stop the bleeding. Arthur Chen was in pain and his anger was so intense that he couldn't wait to have those thugs chop up Li Qing and Wang Mian right now. But nay, how could a character like Ma Tang appear on such an occasion? It was hard to believe that Ma Tang and Li Qing were also related, or else how could he have followed Li Xiaoyu here? Everyone in the room had these questions within them. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xiaoguang still chose to calm down first, and told the following fighters to be at ease. "Mr. Ma, how can someone like you follow and get involved in this matter?" Chen Xiaoguang faintly said, "You should know that this is a matter between Li Qing and the entire entertainment industry, as well as a personal vendetta against me, so there's no need for you to take sides, right? In the middle of this, you are not involved." Chen Xiaoguang hit the nail on the head, analyzing the spot for Ma Tang. No matter from which angle, this matter, Ma Tang really has no reason to get involved. But Ma Tang was cold. "I came with Mr. Li. Mr. Chen thinks this matter has nothing to do with me." When it came down to it, Ma Tang had to stand on Li Xiaoyu's side. Even regardless of the partnership, Ma Tang was very confident in his acumen in reading people. As far as we can see, Li Qing's identity background is far more than just being a rich man. And Li Qing is obviously more mysterious than Li Xiaoyu. For two people to grow to this point in their 20s, there must be a heavenly background behind them. Even aside from that, it wouldn't do for Qin Zhaoguang to do so in front of his own face. How can one still stand in society if word gets out in the future? Ma Tang said in a deep voice. For my sake, tonight, let it go. Chen Zhaoguang's face was green and purple as he looked at Li Qing and hated his teeth. Just let it go? Chen Zhaoguang narrowed his eyes at Ma Tang and sneered. Chen Xiao's palm was wasted on the spot, and Director Feng is still unconscious on the table. Whether he is dead or alive is yet to be known. And Mr. Li came up and slapped Mr. Tu Wang. Tonight in front of these many people, if I just let it go, then in the future, won't the Beijing circle become a joke? Even if I'm not the one to say all this, you should have a little bit of it in your heart. Mr. Ma, right? The corners of Ma Tang's mouth twitched, and his expression became a little grave. Honestly, Chen Zhaoguang is right. After all, these two, Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu, had gone too far. Seeing Ma Tang begin to hesitate, Chen Zhaoguang's cold and gloomy gaze once again looked at Li Qing and said, Li Qing, are you only going to hide behind a woman? Or hide behind Mr. Ma and be a shrunken head turtle? If that's the case, then why don't you just kneel down and apologize? And I promise to let you go. Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes condensed, and she said in a clear and cold manner, Chen Zhaoguang, I think it's time to sew up your mouth. It's really a bit disgusting to have a mouth full of. At this point, Li Qing waved his hand and pressed Li Xiaoyu down, then slowly stood up and looked at Chen Zhaoguang contemptuously. Mr. Chen, do you mean that the two of them, young Chen and Director Feng, have been dealt with a bit too lightly? Don't worry, I'll give you guys a chance to have a funeral before this party breaks up, including you. Mr. Chen, it won't be too far from that day. Chen Zhaoguang's face was somewhat unable to hang on to his face, and immediately glared angrily. Well, this is your own death. All of you, get on me. I'll take the blame if anyone gets killed. Chapter 136. He, surprisingly, moved his gun. With a command, nearly 200 fighters before and after, like a tidal wave, madly rushed towards Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu, and Ma Tang, who was standing in front of him, also revealed a panicked look in the face of such a situation, as he immediately took out a cell phone from his waist and shouted, Stop it! I have a special satellite phone here with a special connecting channel with the State Department. Even your shielding equipment can't shield him, as long as you guys dare to move. The moment I press the button, within 10 minutes, all the police forces in Magic City will come here. If you don't believe me, you can try. When Ma Tang rebuked them like this, the thugs were really intimidated, and they looked at Chen Zhaoguang, waiting for the next order. Chen Zhaoguang's face was ugly. He really didn't want to make a grudge against Ma Tang, and even more so, he didn't want tonight's incident to go to the officials. That's not good for anyone. Chen Zhaoguang asked in a deep voice, Mr. Ma, there's no need for this between us. Is it worth it for a Li Qing? Ma Tang took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also torn. Could he do this for Li Qing? Could it be worth it? After all, it was still unclear whether Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu's identity and background were worth such a climb now. But Ma Tang had been tricked by Li Xiaoyu, and now there was no other way back. And anyway, things had gotten to this point. Best case scenario, it would just fall apart tonight, and when they left behind themselves, their grudges they would take care of on their own, and then they would have nothing to do with themselves. Ma Tang took a deep breath, and his gaze under his glasses was very sharp as he looked at Chen Zhaoguang. Let's not talk about whether it's worth it or not. What you're doing right now is illegal. If I, as a people's entrepreneur, let it go, is that not justifiable? Is there any responsibility and morality then? When these words came out, Chen Zhaoguang all froze. He really didn't expect Ma Tang to be able to say something like that. People's entrepreneurs, responsible ethics? This crowning words, so that Chen Zhaoguang listened to the extreme nausea. Your internet factory is how to do up. The heart does not have a little bit of force number, but it had to be said that Ma Tang's kind of words, in this kind of occasion, couldn't really be picked out half the time. Chen Zhaoguang was momentarily dumbfounded by the dislike, and after thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Mr. Ma, you really shouldn't get involved in this tonight. You should know that those who really have deeper backgrounds than your penguin group can't be counted on two hands. Since you're going to call the police, try it, and in 10 minutes, see if I can get these two off the books. Ma Tang raised his eyebrows, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and Chen Zhaoguang was so arrogant that he dared to kill someone even after he had threatened himself like this. Ma Tang guessed that Chen Zhaoguang's background must be more than just a simple relationship with Bamboo Union. Li Qing's expression was always calm, making Chen Xiaoguang inevitably feel a bit weak, and he couldn't guess what Li Qing had to rely on. Chen Xiaoguang bit and said with a big wave of his hand, "All of you, hula!" This time, the beaters really moved. Hundreds of fighters swarmed forward, waving the machetes in their hands and rushing forward. At the same time, almost in an instant, the people Li Xiaoyu brought with him also all protected over, pulling out machetes from their suit jackets and slashing against them. Moment. The entire banquet hall was thrown into real chaos. The swords were glowing and blood was pouring out, and some of the stars who were close were splattered with blood. Holy, get out of the way. Asterisk 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 murder murder murder. Are they crazy? How dare they? Some of the flow fresh meat, seeing this explosive scene, were so scared that their tears went wild and they rolled and crawled to hide under the table. Even the top names and directors, all of them couldn't help but have their scalps tingling as well. Good man. A real fight, or a firefight between the two sides. Fan Xiaobing and Zhao Weiwei, and a host of other actresses, lost their colors, carried their long skirts and hid in the corner. The usual awesome and bombastic directors of the Beijing circle also ran far away for fear of being accidentally injured and cut. Ma Tang was also taken aback. Chen Xiaoguang's vigor was simply beyond his imagination. A dozen or so personal bodyguards immediately shielded Ma Tang to the side. Outside is 100 people firefight. Machete collision sound when the table wine cups overturned a floor. Bloodstains all over the place. Li Xiaoyu frowned slightly. This situation tonight was a bit of a surprise to her as well. Chen Xiaoguang and Wang Lei. These guys are really bold. She didn't have the slightest fear though. None of this was a problem as long as her brother was there. Yang Mi stood beside Li Qing, her face all a little white, her delicate hand nervously grasping Li Qing's hand. But Yang Mi didn't flinch for a second, and even restrained her instinctive fear and blocked her body in front of Li Qing. Feeling Yang Mi's clenched hand, Li Qing gently pulled her back to his side, and this series of physical contact made Yang Mi feel an unprecedented sense of security. Li Qing slowly walked forward, his gaze slightly chilled, looking at Chen Xiaoguang as if he was looking at a dead man. I'll admit to underestimating you a bit, and underestimating your loyalty as a dog for those people in Kyoto. Chen Ge supported Arthur Chen, his eyes jumping with excitement as he smiled grimly. Li Qing, I'll see how long you can remain calm. You deserve to die today. You're pretending. Keep pretending. Bang! Suddenly, in the banquet hall, there was a gunshot. The group of fighters were all startled and froze in place. The originally chaotic hall instantly became silent. Chen Xiaoguang looked like he had been electrocuted, his body stiffening in place, his expression incomparably tense as he looked directly in front of him. Just see. Wang Mian held a pitch-black pistol in his hand, pointing it squarely at Chen Xiaoguang's head. Mr. Chen, you really dare to make a move. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful sneer. Anyone who moves again, I'll kill him. Wang Mian's move shocked countless people at the scene on the spot, including Chen Gu and Wan Lei, who were similarly stunned and stood in place with unprecedented gravity. Guns. He actually moved the gun. The people were all incredulous. Let's not talk about how he managed to get past security and bring in a gun. The question is, how dare he bring a gun to an occasion like this? And in public. Shooting. Shots were fired. And the state of affairs then was completely different. Chen Xiaoguang's gaze was grave. A layer of fine sweat seeped out from his forehead. This feeling of his life being controlled in someone else's hands made his heart beat extremely fast. Wang Mian, don't mess around. Wang Lei panicked and shouted in a hurry. Do you realize the consequences of what you're doing? Wang Mian sneered. And as if he was reckless, he turned his gun and fired a shot at Wang Lei's leg. Bang! Chapter 137, How dare you make an arrest? Li Qing, you've played it off. The moment the shell casings popped out, only to see a bloody hole popping up on Wang Lei's thigh. Then he paralyzed on the ground at once. Ah! Wang Lei covered his thighs. The intense pain made his forehead veins bulge, staring with wide eyes and wailing loudly. Ah! Help me! Ah! Spare Wang Lei, who has seen a lot of wind and waves. This is the first time he has been hit by a gun, and his fear is even more than the pain. Jingle bell, on him. The shell casings fell to the ground with an ethereal and pleasant sound that struck everyone's heart as if they were ringing a death knell. Wang Mian's decisiveness and ruthlessness still exceeded Chen Xiaoguang's scope of anticipation. The crowd had thought that Wang Mian had fired the first shot just to shock and force Chen Xiaoguang to stop. But how can he not dare to imagine that he actually dared to fire a second shot and directly dry-waste Wang Lei's leg? Yang Mi was even more taken aback by the... It was hard for her to imagine that the usually easygoing Wang Mian would be so crazy. Yang Mi looked at Li Qing in fear, but on Li Qing's face, there was no half-wave. Chen Xiaoguang cold sweat soaked his back. This is kind of a real game tonight. Even kind of played out. Are you crazy? Chen Xiaoguang said with wide eyes. This will kill you. Do you realize that you're pointing a gun at the chairman of Huai Media, an entrepreneur in the entertainment industry? Wang Mian returned to Li Qing's side and smiled faintly. Dead people. Mr. Chen, are you also afraid that people will die? Now, how else do you want to play? Being pointed at by Wang Mian with a gun, Chen Xiaoguang didn't dare to be tough and said in a deep voice, Tonight, that's it. In full view of everyone. The people representing the Beijing and Shanghai circles tonight have sort of conceded. No way. Who would have thought that there's no one sane around Li Qing? They're all crazy. Li Qing, what do you think? Chen Xiaoguang forced himself to calm down, but the sweat on his face couldn't stop dripping. I'm afraid that if things go on any longer, no one will be able to wrap it up. Li Qing lit a cigarette and slowly inhaled it, rippling. Now, would it be a little late for you to start thinking about closing? Mr. Chen, from the beginning of the feast until now, from the beginning to the end, Li Qing barely had half a bit of emotional fluctuation, and even didn't raise his eyelids when such a fierce armed fight occurred. Such a reaction. It had to be scary inside the crowd. Li Qing was really impenetrable, hiding too deeply. Chen Xiaoguang had a hard time imagining what exactly Li Qing had left in his backhand. Just then, all of a sudden, outside the doors of the banquet hall, a siren broke the silence of the scene. Then more and more sirens went off and got louder and louder. Hearing sirens, it was only then that the onlookers in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. The sheriff's department. Finally, many capital bosses wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed out as if they were relieved to be safe at last. Chen Xiaoguang, who was pointed at by the gun, suddenly showed a smile on his face and said with his hands holding up his head, Li Qing, tonight, it's still you who lost. As Chen Xiaoguang slowly crouched down, outside the banquet hall, a group of heavily armed vigilantes crashed through the doors and rushed right in. Nobody move. Drop your weapons and crouch down with your hands on your head. The vigilante who led the charge on the door, a pistol in his hand, shouted, Everyone, hold your heads and crouch down. Bang bang bang. After firing 3 shots, all the star bosses present immediately crouched down with their heads in their hands, all huddled together. The vigilantes that rushed in, there were 60 to 70 of them. Obviously Mordor had used a large amount of police force to deal with this incident, and all the vigilantes are armed with a series of riot control weapons such as pistols, bulletproof vests and blast shields. Seeing this battle, the scene hitman did not hesitate to throw the steel knife in his hand on the ground, holding his head and crouching down. Very honest. Chen Gu and Wan Lei, as if they had seen the light of day, did not care about face anymore and wailed loudly, Comrade Vigilante, he's got a gun in his hand. When the head vigilante saw Wang Mian, he said with a condensed expression, Put the gun down. Wow. All the vigilantes surrounded Li Qing and Wang Mian, and the blackened muzzles of their guns were aimed at Wang Mian and Li Qing. This scene scared Yang Mi. Don't shoot. There's been a misunderstanding. Yang Mi subconsciously blocked in front of Li Qing and said with a panicked expression, Never shoot. The way things were going had scared Yang Mi. She never thought that Li Qing would resist like this. Although Yang Mi was incredibly touched inside, she was more afraid and worried. The head vigilante frowned, still pointing his gun at Wang Mian and said, Put the gun down or we'll have to take emergency measures. Without changing his face, Li Qing glanced at Wang Mian and gently raised his hand. Wang Mian let out these cold smiles. Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect that you would call the police yourself. Wang Mian threw his gun on the ground and stood straight there. Chen Xiaoguang laughed. Li Qing, this time, I'll see how you end up. Even dare to bring a gun. You really dare to die. The vigilantes raised their guns and aimed at both Wang Mian and Li Qing, then took out their handcuffs and stepped forward with the intention of holding them down on the ground. But before the two vigilantes could make a move, they saw Li Qing's icy cold gaze cast over, like a sharp arrow, which instantly sent chills down the two men's spines. This kind of eyes and aura allowed these vigilantes, who had experienced quite a few actual battles, to clearly feel the killing aura. I advise you, put the gun down. Li Qing looked at the other party with a face as if it was sinking, and said indifferently, You do realize that pointing a gun at me is a dangerous thing to do. The vigilante leading the group froze. He didn't expect that the dangerous man was so arrogant. Oh, all I know is that your personal bodyguard was illegally armed and caused the shooting. The vigilante leading the group was named Zhang Yong, the director of the Mordor Municipal Security Bureau, which was the first hand of the Jinghai District Security Bureau. Zhang Yong said in a cold voice, If you dare to resist, then don't blame me for not being polite. Take it down. Take it away. Wang Mian took a step forward and his face sank as he said, Who dares? See the situation. Everyone froze. Even Chen Xiaoguang was a bit confused. This Li Qing too are crazy? Not even the sheriff's department. Chen Xiaoguang was ecstatic inside. Now that the conflict has shifted, leave it to the sheriff's department and save yourself the trouble. Humph, comrade vigilante, he's resisting arrest. Why don't you hurry to suppress it by force, or else the lives of our people will not be safe. Chen Ge added fuel to the fire. Who knows if Li Qing has a gun? He's just a dangerous man. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong, who was leading the team, had his face frozen up and came to Li Qing's body to tackle him. Facing the oncoming blow, Li Qing did not panic as he gently pulled Yang Mi into a safe position, and then gazed straight at Zhang Yong without the slightest hint of avoidance. That stance of confidence to the extreme caused Zhang Yong to be a little surprised, causing his movements to stall for a fraction of a second. Almost in synchronization, Wang Mian's body moved as well, with a flash to block in front of Li Qing, followed by a quick swing of his fist. Zhang Yong was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to dare to resist in such a situation. In the heat of the moment, Zhang Yong swung his fists at each other. Bang! There was a muffled sound as the two fists clashed. Immediately after, Zhang Yong felt like his fist was hitting a wall, and an incomparably rigid force unexpectedly came down his fist to his arm. Zhang Yong had to hurriedly take a few steps back to dislodge the force. Fist paroxysms of pain. Arm tingling. Zhang Yong's face was a bit gloomy. As the director of public security of Jinghai district, he had received very strict fighting training. In this punch just now, he had used at least 80% of his strength, but with a random punch from the other party, he was surprisingly difficult to parry. It's really not ordinary. Zhang Yong's ugly face. This is really a bit humiliating. Their battle's so big, but also with a gun. The other side is so arrogant and arrogant. Don't you dare attack a peace officer. Zhang Yong drew his gun and once again pointed at the two Wang Mi and Li Qing and said, I'm warning you for the last time. Resist again and I'll kill you on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhaoguan couldn't help but say with a smile on his face, Li Qing, I don't know if you're really crazy or what. This time you're completely finished, without me even having to do it. Armed, shot, arrested. Chen Zhaoguan couldn't think of anything else Li Qing could do to close the deal. It's not just Chen Zhaoguan who thinks so. Everyone in the room was thinking the same thing. Li Qing's aura of calmness and stability like a mountain was indeed overbearing to the extreme. But if you want to play hard to get, then you have to suffer the consequences. Li Xiaoyu glanced at Li Qing and whispered, Brother, do you want me to make a call? Li Qing waved his hand and smiled. I am. When do I need you to worry about it? There will be people who can't sit still and be calm. Zhang Yong simply could not understand what Li Qing was saying, and immediately ordered a few security officers to go forward to suppress by force. And just then, a man's voice suddenly came from the door. Stop! A high-pitched voice was heard, and the crowd turned their heads toward the entrance to the banquet hall. Chapter 138. The matter escalated once again, fearing that the entire magic city would be alarmed, only to see an old man in his 60s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with an incomparably serious face walk in. Behind the old man were two middle-aged men in their 30s with briefcases, looking like senior cadres. Seeing the old man walking towards him, Zhang Yong was first stunned, then his eyes were astonished. Teacher? Elder Lu, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Lu Yian, the previous third in command of the magical capital's security. Although Lu Yian had retired a long time ago, but his hands had once brought many students, and now he still had an extremely high level of authority. Zhang Yong, one of Lu Yian's more outstanding students. Xiao Zhang, why don't you put the gun down? Lu Yian was filled with seriousness and trepidation, as well as a hint of anger. Li Cheng and Wang Mian, two people, were actually held by the security forces with a gun pointed at their heads, which is to stab the sky off. In the face of halfway out of Lu Yian, Chen Zhaoguang and others' face slightly changed. This old man has long retired. How to still come to meddle in this? In the face of Lu Yian's instructions, Zhang Yang was somewhat baffled and said, What do you mean, teacher? He's a dangerous man. I was called by several entrepreneurs and brought them here urgently. You see, he was wounded with a gun. Lu Yian glanced at the gunshot wound on Wang Lei's leg, as well as the injuries of both Arthur Chen and Feng Pants, and his face froze. I didn't expect Mr. Li to make such a big deal out of it, so no wonder Zhang Yang drew his gun, but Lu Yian still said, Put the gun down first. There's a misunderstanding here. Besides, they're not holding guns right now. What are you doing? In the face of his former teacher, Zhang Yang is still a bit of awe inside, and after tangling again and again, he waved his hand of the road. Everyone put your guns down. After putting down his gun, Zhang Yang looked at Lu Yian and said, Elder Lu, what brings you here? Zhang Yang cannot help but suspect that he learned the news completely received a phone call, and Lu Yian has long since abdicated. This point is exactly at home huffing and puffing. How did you suddenly appear here? Could it be that Li Qing is related to Lu Yian? Lu Yian said in a deep voice, If I hadn't come, I'm afraid the night would have been a mess. Saying that, Lu Yian walked over to Li Qing and took a deep breath and said, Mr. Li, I seem to be a little late. Lu Yian is also in an awkward position, because Li Qing's illegal behavior is already an indisputable fact. After all, Wang Mian shot with a gun. Everyone saw it, and the victim, Wang Lei, was here. Even if Lu Yian said the sky, it was still the truth. Lu Yian sighed. Commiserate and come back with us for the investigation. Li Qing smiled faintly. Old Lu, it's not too late if you can come. Lu Yian lowered his head, even somewhat afraid to look directly at Li Qing's gaze. The reason why he was able to come tonight was because Lu Yian had long known that Li Qing would be attending the Magic City feast, and guessed that with Li Qing's character, he would definitely stir up the storm at this grand banquet. So Lu Yian has been waiting for news at home. If something happens he can also immediately come over. And so it came to this. Only what happened was far beyond Lu Yian's expectations. Director Zhang. Who is this elder Lu? When someone came to stir up trouble, Chenga naturally felt dissatisfied and jumped out to say, hurry up and take the murderer down. What are you waiting for? Is it hard to believe that your Mordor policing effect is so inefficient? Zhang Yong's face was a bit ugly. The people present were all public figures. Just a little bit of wrongdoing on your part could bring the darkness to the magical city of law and order. Elder Lu, no matter what, I have to take the people away, Zhang Yong firmly said. After all, the fact that he committed the crime is irrevocable. Lu Yian smiled faintly. There is helplessness and self-deprecation. People retired. That is how it is. Still, Lu Yian said, Xiao Zhang, you can't be reckless when handling a case. Shouldn't you ask how many of these knife-wielding thugs at the scene belong to Chen Zhaoguang? How many are Wang Lei's? As soon as Chen Zhaoguang heard this, his face immediately sank. This old guy, he's clearly here to do something bad. Chen Zhaoguang glared at Wang Lei. Wang Lei, of course, knew exactly what he should do, and immediately covered his thighs and said indignantly, what do you do for a living? Seeing as you're supposed to be retired. What? Do you have law enforcement powers? If you don't have law enforcement power, hurry up and leave. Don't delay Director Zhang here to handle the case. The people on the scene saw this and understood that the old man who came was a retired leader who was related to Li Qing, and Zhang Yong was a student of this old man. Yo, this is lawlessness by virtue of having connections, right? A couple of stars led the charge. Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant and dares to take a gun. So he's got connections. Alas, that's how the world is. You can be lawless if you have connections. That's just it. Those present were all from the entertainment industry, so they naturally embraced the group and stood on the same front as Chen Zhaoguang's few people. Hearing all this yin and yang, Li Xiaodu's angry face is cold. He can't wait to bring people to directly cut this group of people. Li Qing's face wore a hint of a smile, as if he was watching a joke. His heart couldn't make waves in the slightest. Such a tactic was just too childish. Zhang Yong took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yian and said, Teacher, this situation is not to be taken personally, so don't blame me. Take it all away. Hooting and hollering, a group of vigilantes came up and were about to hold down Wang Mian and Li Qing's shoulders. Bang! Just then, there was a sudden gunshot from behind the crowd. The gunshot was extraordinarily loud and moved, sending a shiver down Zhang Yong's spine. Who fired that shot? Zhang Yong looked around and shouted nervously. If someone goes off, it could be a problem. Li Qing looked at the door with a distant gaze and smiled faintly. The 9-5 automatic rifle. The great leader finally spared himself. The words fell, only to see that the banquet hall was directly opened wide, followed by a group of personnel with special warfare steel helmets, holding blast shields and automatic rifles, rushing in unison. This is the special security unit? Zhang Yong murmured with a shocked face. The special security group is only authorized to issue orders at the provincial level. Could it be? With the crowd watching, only to see a middle-aged man in a vigilante uniform, striding in with an imposing face, the badge on his shoulder making everyone jolt. Chapter 139, Special Vigilante Group on the spot. Just how much more background did Li Qing have? This is the one with the highest security in Magic City? Seeing the man's shoulder emblem, all the star bosses revealed shocked faces in disbelief. How is this possible? How did he come? This is the real hand of law and order, Lu Jingtao, and it actually startled him? Bad. This is a real mess tonight, the crowd murmured. All of them tensed up inwardly, but they were also more and more looking forward to the scene. What exactly would it turn out to be like? Yang Mi is even more incomparably scared that, where has she ever seen such a big scene? With all the shooting and the sheriff, and now even this special policing. Continuing on, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Li Qing, especially since Li Qing's identity was still so sensitive. Yang Mi was regretting to the extreme inside at this moment. Had she known this, she would have preferred to be a shrunken head turtle or quit the entertainment industry on this, rather than putting Li Qing in such danger. But now, it's too late to say anything. Yang Mi held Li Qing's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, and looking at Li Qing's tall stature standing in front of him. Somehow, Yang Mi's eyes reddened slightly and even grew hazy. This man really gave too much. Yang Mi felt that she could not repay in this lifetime. A decision rose within Yang Mi. If Li Qing was really captured, she must find a way to let Li Qing escape, even if she took the blame herself. Yang Mi's thoughts churned. Leader, what brings you here? Zhang Yong rushed over to greet him, looking a bit flustered. Lu Jingtao glared coldly at Zhang Yong with his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Can I not come when something so big happens? If I don't come, you're going to be in big trouble." Being severely reprimanded by Lu Jingtao, Zhang Yong inwardly 10,000 don't understand. What did he do wrong? But Zhang Yong cannot dare to contradict. This leader is the first person of the Magic City security. He is 3 levels away. Lu Jingtao looked at Li Qing, but his face didn't look much better. Then he looked at Chen Xiaoguang and the rest of his party and coldly said, "Are you guys trying to rebel in the boundaries of the Magic City?" With these words, at that moment, Chen Xiaoguang and the others were in a cold sweat. Rebellion? It's such a big hat to come up here. You can't wear this hat. Chen Xiaoguang looked at Lu Jingtao with a cloudy expression. He really couldn't figure out which side the other side was on, so he tried to say, "Leader, Li Qing, he's armed and hurt people. We're the victims. How could you?" "Shut up." Lu Jingtao didn't give Chen Xiaoguang a chance to speak at all and coldly interrupted. "As far as I know, you're the one who gathered your thugs and surrounded the entire banquet hall, trying to murder Mr. Li, right? And Wang Lei, Chen Gu. You guys, in a sense, can I convict you of intentional homicide?" Lu Jingtao's words caused the entire hall to become chilly. Since Lu Jingtao entered the door, his aura can be said to be crushing, and his speech is even more domineering, not giving anyone a chance to explain. Also, in the eyes of Lu Jingtao at this level, what boss chairman? In exchange for the usual, see his qualifications or not, the entire hall is surrounded by special security. Even everyone, they were controlled, and all the electronic devices in their hands were confiscated. The current situation is a complete one-trick pony. Lu Jingtao alone has the final say. Chen Xiaoguang also did not dare to talk back. Originally his own identity is sensitive. He did not dare to easily offend the Magic City security positive handle. Lu Jingtao gazed at Li Qing, then slowly walked away. After arriving in front of Li Qing, Lu Jingtao narrowed his eyes as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Until then, Lu Jingtao had understood Li Qing, and tonight, it was also someone who had given him a special greeting. Now that you see Li Qing in reality, Lu Jingtao couldn't help but be inwardly surprised because he was just too young. At this age, to have such a great energy, the underlying strength behind it, was truly terrifying. "Mr. Li," Lu Jingtao faintly said, "I hold some responsibility for what was caused tonight, but I'll take care of it. I hope that Mr. Li, in moderation, will never do anything to make things difficult for me afterwards." Although there was reluctance in Lu Jingtao's tone, but still, it shocked everyone in the room philosophically. He's, like, compromising with Li Qing? The meaning of these words, even if it is a little cute, can also understand that Lu Jingtao was blatantly trying to protect Li Qing. More importantly, it was still a low-posture way of speaking that went on to communicate with Li Qing. This is intriguing. Yang Mi was likewise incredibly surprised. Standing beside Li Qing, she could sense that the great leader in front of her seemed to have been entrusted by someone and had to lower his posture in front of Li Qing. Yang Mi once again refreshed her knowledge of Li Qing, and she became more and more curious as to how much more Li Qing had to hide. Is all this because of his status? Yang Mi didn't dare to think about it, and certainly couldn't imagine it with her class contacts. Just as Yang Mi's thoughts were racing, Li Qing, who had been silent, spoke up. "It's only natural that I wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary if you could handle the situation at hand. Surely there has to be a proper investigation into a few of their rebels, right?" Li Qing's words are calm. The face of the provincial leadership is not the slightest bit afraid. That kind of likeness is not pretending. Lu Jingtao froze slightly. The tone of Li Qing's speech made him really uncomfortable. Anymore, he's the leader of a policing hand. He's a youngster talking in the tone of an educated subordinate. But Lu Jingtao didn't dwell on it, but turned his head to Wang Lei, who was shot, and said in a deep voice, "You guys, do you know what Mr. Li is? How dare you take a knife with intent to murder?" Wang Lei bared his teeth in pain and said with some indignation, "That's biased, isn't it, leader? No matter what your status, you can carry a gun and shoot people? It can't be, like, a privilege, can it?" Lu Jingtao snorted coldly. "Well, look what this is." Saying that, Lu Jingtao flung a red book in front of Wang Lei's several people. Chapter 140. He, actually, had that layer of identity. Wang Lei received the red book with a confused face and frowned. What is this? Lu Jingtao said impatiently. Can't read it yourself? Chen Xiaoguang came over and took the small red book and opened it. Then he saw that on top of the book, there was a picture of Wang Mian. Continuing to look down, Wang Lei's gaze was astonished and even a little frightened. Because this book, it's a document, and underneath Wang Mian's photo, it was written Special Recruitment for the Defense Armed Forces Department of Jinghai District, Magic City. Looking further down the list of specific positions and ranks, there are only 2 words on the document, confidential. Wang Lei and Chen Gu. A few people then suddenly understood why Lu Jingtao was on Li Qing's side, and why Wang Mian dared to bring the gun on his body and dare to shoot at himself. It turned out that the bodyguard beside Li Qing actually had this layer of identity. Wang Lei suddenly felt that he had been fooled by Li Qing all along, and now it seemed that he was a ing clown. Chen Xiaoguang, on the other hand, glanced at Li Qing with extreme incredulity, and the smile on his face became more and more embarrassing. Wang Mian is just a bodyguard beside Li Qing. Then what is Li Qing's status? The more Chen Xiaoguang thought about it, the more he had a feeling of fine-tuning his thoughts. As of now, Li Qing might really be someone from the department, so wouldn't he really be looking for death with these behaviors tonight? Are you done? Bring it here when you're done, Lu Jingtao said in a cold voice, then brought the red ID book over. Now you know. What have you done? A few people sweated coldly and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything else. Lu Jingtao faintly said, this matter is of great importance. You must keep it a secret and absolutely not allow it to leak out. Otherwise, I can suspect you of collaborating with the enemy. Another big hat on the head. Chen Xiaoguang's mind was on the verge of collapse. It can't be helped. No matter how powerful the people are, they can't fight the officials. Chen Xiaoguang had to be honest. Yes, leader. We will absolutely keep our mouths shut, even if the crowd had 10,000 disobedience in their hearts. At this time, they didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Lu Jingtao can even put words to this point. Definitely not scare people. Arthur Chen gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. He hated to kill Li Qing in his heart, but right now, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Alright, all of you come with me to the station to cooperate with the investigation, Lu Jingtao faintly said, but don't even think about pulling any more tricks, or else, you'll all be in for a rude awakening. Honestly, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, there are a lot of departments involved. You can understand that, right? Chen Xiaoguang nodded. I understand. Mouth said so, but Chen Xiaoguang inwardly cannot help but complain. Lousy understandable? Anyway, at the moment, what you say is what you say. Lu Jingtao coughed twice and raised his voice. That's it for tonight. All these people involved in the fights and brawls, take them all back for examination. Secondly, everyone involved in the party tonight is going to the station to be investigated. Take it all away. At the word of command, all the security personnel on the scene began to take the crowd out in an organized manner. Chen Gu called an ambulance and prepared to send Arthur Chen and Wang Lei, as well as Feng Pants, to the hospital for treatment in a while. A little later, I guess all 3 of them would have become disabled. Dad, are we really just going to let this go? Arthur Chen covered his hand in agonizing pain and whispered with incomparable indignation. This is so unfair. Chen Ji's face was as black as charcoal. Impotent rage and suppressed voice said, so what else? Who would have known that Li Qing was even related to the defense of the Armed Forces Department? His bodyguards are armed. Honestly, if Li Qing really wants to pursue this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen, as well as me, won't be able to escape tonight. Arthur Chen inwardly hated that, being pierced through the palm of his hand, and still had to beg for mercy. At this point, Feng Pants had pretty much woken up as well. The head was wrapped in several layers of gauze, but there was still blood seeping out from inside the gauze, which was enough to see how hard Wang Mian had hit at that time. Totally to the death. Feng Pants was stunned and looked at Chen Gu with a dumbfounded expression and said, Old Chen, what's going on now? Chen Gu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, don't ask yet. I'll tell you later. The group headed out. At this point, Lu Jingtao came to Li Qing and handed the red document to Wang Mian, saying meaningfully to the two, someone went to a lot of trouble to wind you up tonight, carrying a gun privately and daring to shoot in public. Am I, a Zhang Yi of the Mordor Security Bureau, too out of your league? Lu Jingtao obviously had some feeling that Li Qing did not put him in his eyes, but it was not good to show too much resentment and could only whine a little yin and yang. Li Qing's expression remained unchanged, and he just smiled faintly and said, could it be that what happened tonight was not exactly what you wanted? Lu Jingtao froze, then said with a slightly condensed gaze, what do you mean by that? Li Qing didn't play dumb either and said calmly, Chen Xiaoguang is deeply rooted in Mordor. A few years of sweeping up evil has not been swept away, and now that you've just taken this seat, you're eager to pull out this nail. aren't you? Lu Jingtao's eyes narrowed as he asked. So, what are you trying to say? Li Qing looked straight at Lu Jingtao's gaze and sneered. You should know in your heart what I want to say. Uprooting the Chen family, solidifying political performance, killing chickens to warn monkeys, and of course the most important point you mustn't forget, removing harm from the people. After hearing Li Qing's words, Lu Jingtao only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. This young man, his heart is too deep. Lu Jingtao's inner waves. He can never contact Li Qing, not to mention that he has not revealed his thoughts, just a photo face. This young man actually penetrated his own mind. Lu Jingtao had to look at Li Qing squarely again. This young man's mind was not like the surface 20-something years old, even more frightening than those old foxes. Lu Jingtao gave Li Qing a deep look. Then a smile appeared on his face. You're hiding it pretty well. Saying that, Lu Jingtao took out a box of special cigarettes and handed one to Li Qing, then lit it himself and said, So you knew I had intentions in that regard. Is that why you were reckless tonight? What if I'm not on your side? Li Qing nonchalantly took the cigarette, lit it up and took a drag, slowly spitting it out before smiling. Whether you stand or not, which side you stand on, doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing tonight. With one sentence, Lu Jingtao's face stiffened again. It had to be said that Li Qing was very deep and had a deep background. But this man, he was just too crazy. The madness made Lu Jingtao's teeth itch a little. Ha, you've got some nerve, Lu Jingtao said as he walked parallel to Li Qing and headed out. I know you're not simple, but don't forget, this is in Mordor. I don't mean to suppress you. After all, your identity I don't dare to suppress. I just want to say a word from the heart. Don't stir up the wind and waves too much. Sometimes, it's easy to capsize yourself. Li Qing didn't care about Lu Jingtao's advice. Some people deserve to die. Chapter 141, Killing in Public. He is simply evil. Lu Jingtao was speechless. He didn't want to argue with Li Qing and couldn't. Walking out of the banquet hall, Feng Pants and Chen Gu, among others, had already arrived at the entrance of the manor. A host of stars were ready to get in their cars and head to the sheriff's office to be investigated and have their statements recorded. As Li Qing and Lu Jingtao slowly walked towards both Lu Yin and Zhang Yong went forward to greet them. Zhang Yong is very surprised. Did not expect Li Qing this age. Can talk with the Magic City security positive handlight? And the relationship between the two sides looks very unusual. Zhang Yong was very regretful in his heart, but he was pitted by Qin Zhaoguang and these people. If he had stood on Li Qing's side earlier, he might have been able to get the leaders to pay attention. Seeming to see Zhang Yong's mind, Lu Yin faintly said, You, do things too impetuous? Remember in the future, do not do anything in a hurry. Zhang Yong nodded. Yes teacher, I remember. Lu Yin laughed. I know what's in your mind, but, this official, how big is big? Xiao Zhang, I've stepped aside, so naturally I have to put myself in the right position. But you have to put yourself in the right position even more. Mr. Li will have to develop a lot of things in Magic City in the future, so your opportunity will come later. Zhang Yong lowered his head and said seriously, I thank you for your teaching. The student will always remember it in his heart. At this time, Lu Jingtao and Li Qing walked over side by side. Yang Ni Wang Mian and the others, as well as a group of special operations personnel, all followed behind. Oh, Elder Lu is teaching students again. Lu Jingtao laughed. Lu Yin waved his hand and said, just criticizing him for his shortcomings. And this thing tonight, chapter rushing. Lu Jingtao interrupted. That's it for tonight. Turn the page. Lu Yin naturally knew what it meant and didn't go any further. Looking at Li Qing standing in the doorway, Chen Zhaoguang and the others' gazes were slanted with both hatred and a hint of scorn. Tonight, there was no doubt that Chen Zhaoguang's group had lost miserably. This banquet really reduced the Beijing and Shanghai circles to a laughingstock. Li Qing, it's true that I was careless tonight. Chen Zhaoguang squinted at Li Qing and said in a deep voice. But going forward, it's all hard to say. Seeing that Lu Jingtao was here, Chen Zhaoguang naturally didn't dare to make any more waves. But tonight he lost so much face and suffered heavy losses that he couldn't just let it go. Chen Gu coldly said, Li Qing, you are indeed surprising, but you should know that there is a world beyond man. It would be unwise to go against the grain. Lu Jingtao's face sank and he snorted coldly. I'm still here. What? Do you guys really want to go in there for a couple years? For this kind of two-party power game, although Lu Jingtao is in a high position of power, he still needs to be restrained. After all, no matter whether it was Li Qing or Qin Zhaoguang and these people, the forces behind them could not be underestimated. People are connected in a network. Without adequate preparation, a fish out of water is bound to cause big trouble. Li Qing stepped forward and said with a calm demeanor, Director Chen, don't be so impatient. I will reunite your family. Sure, one of you counts. I'm in Mordor. If you want to die, Just come. Li Qing lit a cigarette. One person stood opposite Chen Zhaoguang and all the others. That kind of extremely confident arrogance emanated from his bones, and could not help but make people tremble inwardly. Chen Zhaoguang and Shen Ge stared at Li Qing in death. This level of arrogance was something they had never encountered before. For a while, everyone present in the entertainment industry all looked at Li Qing with an enemy-like gaze. There, Lu Jingtao cannot stand to see how they are also law enforcement leaders. This group of people actually want to fight in front of their own face to kill. What is the behavior? I'm telling you, whoever it is that makes too much of a mess, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Jingtao glared at Chen Zhaoguang. Especially you. Chen Zhaoguang pressed down his evil anger and could only lower his head and said, I know. That's when the ambulance arrived. Arthur Chen looks like he's seen a lifesaver. One's palm, at last, can be saved. Dad, I'll go over first. Arthur Chen covered his bandaged hand and ran toward the ambulance. Just in time for the sheriff's department car to arrive. And with the sheriff's deputies watching over them, the crowd all started to get into the police car and follow them back to prepare for trial. And just then, suddenly, on the inner road of the estate, a car violently rushed out and came straight towards Arthur Chen. Bang! Chen Ge watched as Arthur Chen, who hadn't even gotten into the ambulance yet, was suddenly knocked out. Boom! The car overturned on its side to the side of the ambulance, while Arthur Chen had already been knocked over a dozen meters away and smashed heavily on the ground without moving. This scene, which happened too suddenly, so much so that Chen Ge and the others were too late to react. Standing in place, Chen Ji's breathing suddenly stopped for a moment, and his entire body froze on the spot, his brain buzzing and going blank. After being confused for a few seconds, Chen Ge shouted out, Son! Ah! Chen Ge looked like he was crazy and hurriedly ran that way, but the extreme excitement made his legs and feet a little unsteady, and he didn't run more than a few steps before he fell to the ground, and then rolled and crawled towards Arthur Chen. Chen Zhaoguang's complexion hardened. This sudden scene caused a cold sweat to break out on him. Immediately following, Chen Zhaoguang violently turned back towards Li Qing. How could there be an outside car on the interior roads of the estate? And going so fast? Obviously, this was deliberately arranged by someone to target Arthur Chen. And who else could be behind this but Li Qing? Li Qing! Chen Zhaoguang's eyes flushed with blood. He couldn't believe it. Li Qing was arrogant to the extreme. In front of the security bureau, he dared to use this kind of tactic. Li Qing looked indifferent, unable to see the slightest hint of anything. Don't look at me like that. I told you, there's one that counts. Looking for death, and I'll make it happen. Lu Jingtao's face sank violently. Standing behind Li Qing, he actually felt a hint of tension. This young man was too ruthless, more so than he had imagined. He now finally understood what Li Qing had said about letting Chen Ji's family go down for a reunion. I didn't realize it was in motion now. And, still, to his own face, Lu Jingtao looked deeply at Li Qing, but didn't say anything, because if one questioned Li Qing now, it would be equivalent to admitting that this was really Li Qing's doing. Rush to the rescue, Lu Jingtao ordered. Notify the Magic City Central Hospital to open a rescue channel immediately. The paramedics on the scene had their hands full. Chen Ge knelt beside Arthur Chen, his eyes scarlet and his whole body trembling. At this moment, Arthur Chen's head was shattered. His neck was broken at 90 degrees. His limbs were crushed and fractured, and his bone crumbs were exposed. The paramedic arrived on the scene and just looked at the scene, symbolically feeling for a pulse before shaking his head. It's hopeless. Chen Ge froze and knelt in place as if he hadn't heard the doctor's words. He couldn't accept that his son, who was alive and well 1 second and about to go to the ambulance, was in this state the next. Chapter 142 Arthur Chen dies in front of everyone. Chen Ge knelt on the ground and roared out a million pains. My son! Wang Lei and Feng Pan stood aside, looking at the tragic situation in front of them. The two were drenched in cold sweat and could not speak. The crowd looked at Li Qing. By now, we all know in our hearts that this is definitely not an accident, but someone's deliberate arrangement. Li Qing! Chen Ge stood up violently, his eyes filled with blood. I'll kill your whole family. Arthur Chen's death had completely made Chen Ge lose his mind. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Li Qing. Chen Ge rushed towards Li Qing without a care in the world, but was quickly stopped by the crowd. Old Chen, calm down. Feng Pants grabbed Chen Ji's arm and yelled in his ear. Can you avenge Arthur's death by rushing up there now? If you get yourself into this, then how can you avenge Arthur's death? Calm down. Chen Ge didn't listen to advice and struggled madly. Calm down. My son is dead. How do you expect me to calm down? Wang Lei said as he endured the pain of his leg injury. But what proof do you have? And with all the leaders of law and order, what can you change? Chen Ge was desperate. He had never been so desperate. That feeling of helplessness, and then he wanted to die. But just let it go? Chen Gu collapsed to the ground at once, crying in grief. Could it be that my son died in vain? Chen Xiaoguang came to Chen Ji's side and pulled him up from the ground and said, people can't come back from the dead. What you need to do now is to think about how to avenge Arthur, instead of being a disgrace like a puddle of. Chen Xiaoguang mixed flavors, indignation and hatred. Tonight, the entire magic circle of the upper class is considered to lose face. The celebrity bosses who hadn't gotten on the bus yet had seen Arthur Chen's death. The crowd couldn't help but be emboldened. Li Cheng, it's just too vicious. What the hell is he from and how can he be so bold? This is a murder in front of the first hand of the security bureau. There were a number of artists and owners present who had already decided that this is a game that one can never participate in. It can really kill you. He even killed the big young man of the capital circle when he said he would. So wouldn't he be even more reckless in his treatment of the rest of the people? At this point, in the eyes of the crowd, Li Cheng, Wang Mian and Yang Mi, Li Xiaoyu and the others slowly walked over. Chen Gu and the others looked at Li Cheng with indignation. Li Cheng, I won't rest until I die with you. Li Xiaoyu inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and flicked the ashes in the direction of Arthur Chen's body. Such bad luck. Just went out and got hit by a car. Director Chen, I'm sorry for your loss. Hurry up and have another one while you're young. Chen Ji's eyes widened in anger. You, put. A mouthful of blood surged up from Chen Ji's chest and instantly spurted out in his mouth. Old Chen, how are you? Foam Pants hurriedly supported Chen Gu, fearing that something would happen to him as well. Doctor, where's the doctor? Hurry up and help. The sun had just left, and the old man was pissed off and spitting blood. The Chen family could no longer be described as miserable. Li Cheng swept a glance and faintly said, don't worry, your life, someone will take it. Tonight, it's just the beginning. Having said that, Li Cheng led the crowd towards the outside. Chen Xiaoguang squinted his eyes and kept looking at Li Cheng's back, not knowing what he was thinking in his gaze. Get in my car. Lu Jingtao came from the back and said to Li Cheng, I have something to say to you. Li Cheng didn't answer and just said to Wang Mian, take them to the villa. I'm going out. Li Xiaoyu said with some uneasiness, brother, I'll go with you. Sun Yang, you go to the villa with brother Wang Mian. Lu Jingtao was a bit angry, but somewhat helpless. He said, I'm not going to do anything to your brother. I'm not a bad person. Li Xiaoyu faintly said, you don't have that either. Lu Jingtao's face turned red as he was disliked by Li Xiaoyu. He was the leader of the Magic City Security Bureau, but he was disliked so much by such a little girl. However, he also knew that the girl in front of him was not simple. She was the current chairwoman of the $10 billion asset, Hong Hai Group. I guess it's also a tough character. After all, it's Li Cheng's own sister. Lu Jingtao said, your men can't leave. They have to go back and be investigated, and being involved in a fight is a crime. Li Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Cheng. Alright, do as you're told and go back with Wang Mian. Li Xiaoyu took a deep drag on his cigarette and flicked the butt on the ground. Okay, brother, come back early. Before leaving, Li Xiaoyu did not forget to give Lu Jingtao a deep look. That kind of heavy threat and warning, making Lu Jingtao feel uncomfortable all over. Get in the car. Lu Jingtao and Li Cheng, both sitting in the back of an Audi A6, followed by the front and back, all the cars of the Special Security Group. Oh, MS. Li is your sister? Lu Jingtao said as he smoked a cigarette. I don't think she's a provincial either. You guys are really alike. Li Cheng smiled faintly. It's all because I'm spoiled. Lu Jingtao looked out the window and smiled. You can't get used to this without being able to do it. Li Cheng leaned on the seat without the slightest bit of restraint and said, where are you planning on taking me? The sheriff's department? Lu Jingtao faintly said, go to my house. I think we should talk about what happened about you, and about Chen Xiaoguang. Soon, more than an hour later, the car stopped downstairs at Lu Jingtao. Lu Jingtao as a high cadre, the residence is naturally a single two-story small house. Make yourself comfortable. There are no outsiders here. Saying that, Lu Jingtao took out half a bottle of wine from the refrigerator and took out 2 wine glasses and put them on the table. Mr. Li, a drink? Li Cheng smiled. Yeah. Lu Jingtao sat across from Li Cheng and poured a full glass of wine and said, tonight, you've gone too far. Arranging for a hitman to run Arthur Chen over in front of so many vigilante cadres. Mr. Li, aren't you ignoring the rules too much? Being asked this by Lu Jingtao, Li Cheng did not look any different, but calmly picked up the wine cup and said as he took a sip of wine, Office Manager Lu, when we speak, we have to talk about evidence. You're making up random stories. That's not the way of a vigilante. Hearing that, Lu Jingtao raised his head and looked at Li Cheng's complexion, becoming serious and said, Mr. Li, I am trying to have a serious conversation with you. You're directly breaking all the rules and balances when you do things like this. Think about it. If you play like this today, and they play like this tomorrow, and in the end everyone plays like this, can I continue to work as a security leader? Besides, doing something is too eye-catching. If it attracts attention from above, do you think you can carry it with your background? Lu Jingtao wasn't clear about Li Qing's background, only knowing that he had connections above him, but in his knowledge, no matter how good your background is, if you play like this, no one will be able to protect you. Li Qing inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said without changing his face, "You're thinking too much. These guys can't make any waves. Even if you kill Chen Xiaoguang, it's still a ripple." Lu Jingtao froze. He realized that Li Qing was really shocking. How dare he say such things? Lu Jingtao took a sip of wine and said with a solemn expression, "To hear you tell it, these people were never in your sights from the beginning, so you're ultimately behind these people?" Chapter 143. Lu Jingtao shocked. "Li Qing, are you crazy?" Li Qing didn't deny it and blandly said, "Leader Lu wouldn't really think that Chen Xiaoguang relies on the remaining shade of the former Bamboo Union? Oh, the Bamboo Federation is nothing more than a bunch of hooligans with no great skills themselves. What really allowed him to put down roots in the Magic City and stand for so many years was the North." Lu Jingtao was shocked and looked at Li Qing with an astonished expression. "Your purpose? Those people in Kyoto?" Li Qing smiled faintly. "Why are you so interested in my business?" Lu Jingtao froze, then said, "I'm just curious as to what kind of animosity you have with the entertainment industry and it involves the Kyoto side." Saying that, Lu Jingtao seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Mr. Li, do you think those very special families really exist in Kyoto? For example, the lineage?" Asking this question, Lu Jingtao felt a bit middle-aged. The lineage. In the modern world, it really sounds like the kind of feeling inside a novel. Li Qing, however, nodded unapologetically and said, "Aha. The so-called lineage is actually those families that accumulated raw capital in the past, where several big families linked together and monopolized all kinds of resources to keep growing. It's like the Samhung group and the kimchi country next door. To put it nicely, it's a lineage, but to put it cruelly, it's just a bunch of old guys with heavy capital in their hands." Lu Jingtao was a bit mesmerized by what he was hearing, and at the same time, he became more and more curious that Li Qing, at this age, actually knew so much. So from the side, it seems that Li Qing's origin is, well, not simple. Lu Jingtao took a deep breath and said, "I thought I was near the top of my exposure when I sat in this position, and I didn't realize it was just that." Li Qing smiled. "There are a lot of things that will be more than you realize." "Well, is that what you called me here to wonder about?" Lu Jingtao said with a sigh. "Not really. I just want the magic capital to be quieter. And you guys are really overstepping the rules by making a scene like this." Li Qing took a sip of wine. "Get rid of Chen Xiaoguang and I'll push you to another level." Hearing these words, Lu Jingtao was violently stunned. A flash of shock flashed across his gaze as he looked incredulously at Li Qing. If any other young man had said this, Lu Jingtao wouldn't even want to ignore him, and would even tell him to get out on the spot. But for some reason, coming from Li Qing's mouth, Lu Jingtao actually had a feeling of conviction inside. Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, that's not a good thing to say." Li Qing smiled. "Believe it or not, it's up to the leader to decide." Lu Jingtao hesitated. He had to say that the conditions Li Qing had opened were really tempting. A moment later, Lu Jingtao said, "Chen Xiaoguang has been sucking the blood of the people of Mordor for the past few years. It's time to pull out this poisonous thorn. But, Mr. Li, there are some things that you can't make too difficult for me. Like tonight." Li Qing flicked his cigarette ash and said, "Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. You're just doing the people a favor. Don't feel pressured." For Lu Jingtao, Li Qing didn't send him a favor to say that. Rather, it's for later. When he went to the roots of that imperial city, on the southern side, he needed a few people to stabilize his roots. So Lu Jingtao was one of the good candidates. Of course, Lu Jingtao understood all this. "Mr. Li, I have another question. Of course you can answer it back or not." Lu Jingtao asked. "That is, what kind of grudge do you have with the Kyoto side? Why is the entertainment industry even involved?" Referring to the question, Li Qing straightened his body, the cigarette in his hand draped around his fingertips, his gaze ghostly. "The entertainment industry is just a lead-in. And of course there are some personal grudges. As for the side of 49 City, it was many years ago. It's not good for you to know now." Lu Jingtao did not continue to ask and said, I understand." After finishing a cigarette, Li Qing slowly got up and said, "Okay, it's getting late, so I'll head back if there's nothing else." Lu Jingtao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll have my secretary take you back. I have to take care of tonight's business. Just to remind you, Chen Ge won't rest so easily after Arthur Chen's death. Don't forget that Arthur Chen, his mother, is from Kyoto and comes from an uncomplicated background. Li Qing didn't reply and got up and walked out of the living room. Looking at Li Qing's figure walking out, Lu Jingtao let out a breath, really not knowing whether it would be a blessing or a curse next. Anyway, one thing was certain. The next Magic City would definitely not be peaceful. At this point, the other side, Wang Mian had already brought the two of them, Li Xiaoyu and Yang Mi, to the Huazhou monarch court. Walking in the garden of the villa, Li Xiaoyu looked around and casually lit a cigarette and said, "It's not a bad place to live. It's better than my place. I feel like you guys haven't contacted me for the past year or two, so you've been enjoying yourselves here on net." Hearing Li Xiaoyu snicker, Wang Mian laughed. "Yeah, well, you're coming, and we're both going to lose our clear days." Li Xiaoyu, who was walking in front of her, smiled, then paused and turned her gaze towards Yang Mi. "By the way, before we get to that, what's going on with you?" Li Xiaoyu's gaze was slightly condensed, looking a little sharp under the streetlight. For this woman, Yang Mi, Li Xiaoyu was 100% sure that her relationship with Li Qing was definitely not simple. It's intuition from a woman, Yang Mi said with a slight wince. This question of Li Xiaoyu, Yang Mi really didn't know how to answer it for a while. After all, it was really not good to talk about her relationship with Li Qing. Wang Mian took over the topic and said, "This, to put it mildly, is a bit complicated. Ms. Yang is not an outsider. Perhaps you'll find out in a moment." Listening to Wang Mian's words, Li Xiaoyu felt somewhat puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. The group walked into the villa's living room and Li Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and exhaled a cigarette. "Finally, we're home." In the next second, Wang Mian came and snatched the cigarette from her hand, then pressed it into the ashtray. "No smoking in the house." Li Xiaoyu froze, then her beautiful eyes glared at Wang Mian. "What? My brother's new rules?" Wang Mian coughed. "Ahem. This one can't really be smoked. Mama, you're back." At that moment, a little girl's voice came from the hallway not far away. Li Xiaoyu froze, then followed the voice and looked. Just a little girl in pink bunny pajamas, barefoot and sleepy, standing there. Yes? Li Xiaoyu was dumbfounded and looked at Wang Mian with a puzzled face. Chapter 144. Li Xiaoyu confused. She became an aunt? Why are there children? Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Mian with a shocked expression, then asked with some surprise. "Mian, you're not having a baby, are you? I haven't seen you in 2 years, and you've got a family?" Wang Mian had a black line on his face. "You can't be serious. How imaginative." The two were talking. Xian Baoer rubbed her eyes and stumbled towards Yang Mi, jumping into Yang Mi's arms at once. "Mama, why are you back so late?" Yang Mi smiled slightly, then was a little heartbroken. "Henpa, why are you still awake?" Embracing Xian Baoer, Yang Mi gently kissed her. "Will mommy carry you back to bed?" Xian Baoer shook her head and asked with great concern. "Where's Puppy? Why didn't Puppy come back with mama? By the way, mama, did you go to that whatever party tonight? Did they bully you?" Looking at Xian Baoer's face of concern, Yang Mi's heart was warm and touched. "Xuan Baoer, don't worry. With daddy here, no one will bully mommy. Daddy's got some things to do. He'll be back in a minute. Go to bed and be good." Hearing the two conversing, Li Xiaoyu froze again and turned her head to look at Yang Mi with some surprise. "This kid, it's Yang Mi's kid? The big star is quietly having a baby, and that's a pretty deep hide. However, who is the father of the child?" Suddenly, a bold speculation sprouted in Li Xiaoyu's heart, and this speculation gradually turned into certainty in Li Xiaoyu's heart. It's hard to believe that the father of this child is. Li Xiaoyu was very sharp inside, and combined with all the previous doubts, that answer was basically determined in her heart. No way. This is so unbelievable. How could his oldest brother get married to Yang Mi and have a child? This, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. "Yang Mi, is this your daughter?" Little children were present, and Li Xiaoyu, who had always been cold to outsiders, was quite soft in her tone. Yang Mi laughed slightly. "Well, her name is Li Xian." "Li Xian, quickly call auntie." Yang Mi habitually asked Xian Baoer to call her aunt, but on second thought, this generation is not right. "No, you need to call your aunt," young Mimi corrected. "Xuan Baoer, this is your aunt. Oh, hear this." Li Xiaoyu's entire body instantly stood up from the sofa and looked at Yang Mi with a shocked look. "What? The child's last name is Li and he calls himself aunt." This, Li Xiaoyu's inner conjecture was confirmed. Li Qing actually had a child with Yang Mi. Li Xiaoyu couldn't believe that it was true. With what she knew about her brother, marrying and having children with an entertainer, this was something that was simply not possible. Because these two sides, they're not even from the same world. However, even if Li Xiaoyu couldn't believe it in her heart, she had to face the facts in front of her. In a flash, a lot of things Li Xiaoyu understood. No wonder, when brother took on the entertainment industry, he started with Yang Mi. No wonder brother would go against the entire entertainment industry for Yang Mi, even toppling the pattern of Magic City. In addition to creating momentum in the south to facilitate future north, I did not realize that the main reason was that Yang Mi had a daughter with her brother, and by the looks of it, the kid is over 3 years old, right? Then brother and Yang Mi too, is not a long time ago. Brother Mian, what the hell is going on here? Is this true? Li Xiaoyu was too shocked. Such a big thing, she only realized it now. Wang Mian smiled. Well, really, don't ask me about the specifics. You can ask brother Qing yourself when he returns. Li Xiaoyu was a bit confused, then looked at Yang Mi again and said, that gay seeking for an answer, letting Yang Mi know that this matter could not be hidden. Auntie, hello. At this time, Xian Bauer greeted Li Xiaoyu in a very well-behaved manner. Hearing that grandma's aunt, it immediately made Li Xiaoyu's heart tremble. That feeling, lovely, warm, affectionate and other complex feelings, like it had never existed before, but suddenly rushed out from Li Xiaoyu's heart. Li Xiaoyu looked at Xian Bauer in a bit of a daze for a moment before revealing an extremely gentle smile. Henpa, hello. Looking at Xian Bauer, Li Xiaoyu became more and more fond of her, even though it was the first time she saw her. For some reason, Li Xiaoyu liked it, and even felt a bit of motherly love. Li Xiaoyu looked at Xian Bauer with a pair of bright eyes. That's when she realized that Huan Bao and Chang, they are so much alike. Whether it was the nose or the eyes, they all hid Li Qing's shadow. It was really the first time Li Xiaoyu had seen such a beautiful little girl. It wasn't surprising. After all, Li Cheng and Yang Mi's face value, both of them were overwhelming. Feeling that Li Xiaoyu wasn't difficult to get along with, Xian Bauer also became intimate. After all, small children more or less look at people's behavior. Auntie, you're so beautiful, more beautiful than all those big stars. Xian Bauer's cute face raised a warm smile and said in a milky voice, Mama, is Auntie a big star too? This boast, Li Xiaoyu's heart was instantly destroyed and melted. Being praised by a child for being beautiful, Li Xiaoyu simply couldn't top it, let alone the fact that this was her own brother's child, a relative who called her aunt. Xuanbauer, you're so cute and you're so pretty. Li Xiaoyu was full of love and said with an open embrace, here, Auntie, hug. Li Xiaoyu carried Xuanbauer from Yang Mi's arms in one go, causing Yang Mi to be a bit stunned. She was worried just now that Li Xiaoyu looked as if she wasn't getting along well, if she would give herself a hard time or something, or if she didn't like Xian Bauer, but now it seems purely and simply that I was overthinking it. Li Xiaoyu held Xian Bauer in his arms, feeling Hen Bauer's milky and soft. That feeling, it was just too much to bear. Before coming into contact with Humboldt, small children for Li Xiaoyu, that is simply unimaginable. Children are simply a woman's nightmare. It's the chains that bind women. Women are not worse than men. Suits and dresses to transport the tent to kill and escape. Li Xiaoyu hand to hand. But the moment she took Henbold in her arms, especially looking at her cute plump face, oh, my god, how can kids be so cute? It smells so good. Want to kiss? Love to kiss. Li Xiaoyu's red lips kissed Xian Bauer's plump cheeks, leaving a faint lip print. It seemed that because he didn't have much experience with kissing, he left a bit of drool on Wanbayer's face. Humboldt wiped it off. Grandma said, Auntie is wearing too much lipstick. Looking at Xian Bauer's adorable appearance, Li Xiaoyu giggled for a while. Ha ha ha, Auntie will apply less in the future. Looking at Li Xiaoyu in this state, Wang Mian was a bit surprised. Is this her? Xian Bauer liked Li Xiaoyu, but it was a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Auntie, you're smoking. Choking. Li Xiaoyu froze, and then he remembered that he smelled quite a lot of smoke. Li Xiaoyu looked worried and guilty, and hurriedly apologized. It's Auntie's fault. Auntie won't smoke anymore. Saying that, Li Xiaoyu hurriedly returned Xian Bauer to Yang Mi and said with some embarrassment, Honey, it's better if you hold it. Yang Mi smiled and said tenderly after hugging Xian Bauer, It's getting late. Xian Bauer, go back to bed and sleep, okay? Kids can't stay up all night. Xian Bauer's big eyes were blinking as she kept looking at Li Xiaoyu. She was a little curious about this aunt who had come out of nowhere. However, hearing her mom's words, Henpol nodded her head obediently. Okay de mama. I'm going back to sleep and sleep. Will mama sleep with Wanbayer? Yang Mi said with a smile. Mommy and daddy still have a few things to do. After we're done, we'll sleep with Schwanbauer, okay? Humboldt was very happy. I'll go back to bed then. After coming down, Xian Bauer went back to the bedroom alone and well behaved. When Xian Bauer left, Li Xiaoyu once again looked at Yang Mi, and her expression became a bit cold. Want to, go out and talk? Wang Nian coughed and intentionally reminded the voice. Go out and talk about anything. Just talk here. Li Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Nian. What are you worried about? It's not like I'm going to do anything. Besides, what are you listening to when we women talk? Yang Mi said as she took a sip of water. Mr. Wang, then we'll go out first. After saying that, Yang Mi looked at Li Xiaoyu and smiled. Go. Under Wang Mian's gaze, the two walked out side by side. Alas, Brother Qing, you can hurry back, and then do not come back. Really want to go out of the way. Wang Mian was worried if the two women would have any conflicts, but looking at just now, things are okay. Chapter 145, What Sister Honey? Just call me sister-in-law. The two came outside and found a random stone bench in the garden and sat down. Alone. The atmosphere was inexplicably a little awkward. Li Xiaoyu was the first to ask. You and my brother, when did you get together? Can you tell me what's going on? The two of you? Yang Mi blushed slightly and said after a moment of hesitation. Actually, the two of us aren't together. Hearing that, Li Xiaoyu froze for a moment, then frowned slightly and said. What? What do you mean by that? What's up with that Xian Bauer? Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Is it possible that my brother still has an affair outside? He's not that kind of person, and even if he was, he wouldn't be in contact with an entertainer. Yang Mi was torn. She simply didn't know how to explain to Li Xiaoyu that she was with Li Qing. However, this was something that had to be faced after all, and even if he didn't say it himself, Li Qing would definitely tell Li Xiaoyu. Yang Mi took a deep breath, as if gathering courage, and said, Actually, the two of us, it was an accident, and then there was Huan Bauer. 4 years ago. 10 minutes later, Yang Mi told all about herself and Li Qing in one breath. That's the way it is. After all these years, after telling Li Xiaoyu about these things, Yang Mi inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, as if she was much more relaxed. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, like a large melon eater, looking at Yang Mi with a face full of unbelief. It's Li Xiaoyu, who used to be capable, was at a loss for words at this moment. It's a little too magical and a little too outrageous, by the sound of it. But Li Xiaoyu knew that Yang Mi surely wouldn't lie about something like this. There was no point in lying. Yang Mi said as she exhaled. I actually think it's outrageous, but it is what it is. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's face in silence, Yang Mi's heart is also a little uncomfortable. After all, she is Li Qing's sister. Perhaps to see their own identity with the Li family is too big a difference. Actually, I also think that secretly giving birth is a bit not so good, Yang Mi said in a somewhat low tone. But I don't want to let go of this child. And now I brought her to father because of the matter of the betting agreement I made in the first place. Then I didn't expect that things would develop to this point. After saying that, Yang Mi slowly raised her head and realized that Li Xiaoyu's pair of big beautiful eyes were looking at her somewhat deeply, which caused her to faintly freeze. Mistress Honey, it must have been hard for you to give birth to this child despite all the pressure. Li Xiaoyu sat a little closer to Yang Mi, gently holding Yang Mi's hand, her tone gentle. I never meant to dislike you, much less blame you. On the contrary, I admire you. You really are much stronger than the average woman. Sister Honey, it's been hard on you all these years. Maybe the same women. When Li Xiaoyu learned that Yang Mi had raised Shinbao alone for 3 years, a touch of heartache rose within her. Not only did she feel heartbroken for Xian Bauer, but she also lamented Yang Mi's lack of ease. Although Li Xiaoyu is in the upper echelon, but she could still empathize. Yang Mi is a woman who is not relying on a man to get her foot in the door in the entertainment industry and is raising a child in secret. The pain of being pregnant in October and being orphaned and widowed for 3 years can be understood. Seeing Li Xiaoyu treating herself this way, Yang Mi was a bit dazed. She really didn't think that Li Xiaoyu could understand herself and think differently for herself. Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Li. Yang Mi was a little touched inside and smiled. Luckily it's all in the past. And now that Li Qing has helped me so much, I honestly don't even know how to thank him. Li Xiaoyu took Yang Mi's hand and said with a serious face, just call me Xiaoru. So should I call you sis or sister-in-law? A hint of a smile surfaced on Li Xiaoyu's face, causing Yang Mi to blush and somewhat embarrassed. Better call honey. Li Xiaoyu laughed. Sister-in-law, let's go back. You haven't had a good rest after coming back for so long. It's so late. Saying that, Li Xiaoyu pulled Yang Mi up and walked towards the villa. Being called sister-in-law, Yang Mi flushed and was inwardly embarrassed. But in her heart, she was inexplicably a little happy. In the living room, Wang Nian had a sad face and was a bit distracted as he sipped his tea. This ninny won't lose her temper and get into a fight with Ms. Yang, right? Wang Nian frowned slightly and muttered to himself. No, I have to go and take a look. In case something really happens, Brother Qing won't be able to explain when he comes back. Wang Nian was really uneasy about Li Xiaoyu. Her nature is uncertain. When she is stable, and when she is crazy, she is like a dog. Except for Li Qing, no one can cure her. And just as Wang Nian got up and was about to go out, when he looked up, he saw Li Xiaoyu walking and holding Yang Mi's hand. The two were talking and laughing and looked like good girlfriends. What's the situation? Wang Nian froze, then asked with a smile. Finished talking? Noticing Wang Mian's questioning eyes, Li Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Yeah, well, chat's over. It's late. I'll let my sister-in-law go to rest first. After saying that, Li Xiaoyu gently let go of Yang Mi's hand and said, Sister-in-law, you go to bed first. I'll wait for my brother to come back. Yang Mi's face was slightly red. Obviously she was a little uncomfortable with this title. She wanted Li Xiaoyu to change her title, but she couldn't very well open her mouth. By the time Yang Mi returned to her room, only then did Li Xiaoyu's face gradually change back to its original appearance with coldness. Wang Mian laughed. Looks like you two had a nice chat. I was just worried that you would give Ms. Yang a hard time. Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly. To be difficult? Brother Mian, you think too little of me. Sister-in-law suffered for so many years and raised Xian Baoer all by herself. Don't say it's difficult. I think this is what our Li family owes to others. Honestly, if it was normal to hear that Li Qing had found a showbiz artist, Li Xiaoyu had long been unhappy. But when she saw Xian Baoer and knew about Yang Mi's affair with Li Qing, Li Xiaoyu's mindset changed. Besides, duty and responsibility. This is what the Li family must do. As for Yang Mi's details and whatnot, Li Xiaoyu was quite relieved because Wang Mian would definitely investigate clearly. Hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, Wang Mian was a bit surprised, and then laughed with some emotion. In these few years, it seems that you have indeed grown quite a bit. As he was talking, there was a sound of an engine outside the door. Wang Mian faintly said, Qing is back. Li Xiaoyu's gaze condensed slightly as she sneered. He's finally back. I'll have to ask him about this. Li Xiaoyu walked out. Wang Mian didn't follow. After all, he didn't want to get involved in this. After Lu Jingtao's driver dropped off Li Qing, the car turned around and left. Li Qing slowly walked towards the villa, and within a few steps, he saw that not far ahead, Li Xiaoyu was walking towards this side with stern steps. A somewhat helpless smile appeared at the corner of Li Qing's mouth. This girl, it seems, already knows these things. Xiaoyu, haven't you rested yet? Li Qing said with a smile on his face. It's getting late. Go back to bed early. Li Xiaoyu sneered. Brother, don't be a thief, okay? What's the rush of sleeping? I have something to ask you. Li Qing knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid this tonight. Young Nini should have told you all about it. Li Qing kept calm and said. So what else do I have to say? Li Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. What's with the attitude? Brother? I meant to ask you, what are you going to do with my sister-in-law? Li Qing's calm gaze immediately flashed a flash of surprise, as if he didn't expect Li Xiaoyu to address Yang Mi in such a way. Sister-in-law? Li Xiaoyu coughed twice and said, Ahem, isn't it? Shouldn't you be called sister-in-law when she gave you such an angelic and beautiful baby girl? Brother, you're not thinking of denying it, are you? In front of Li Qing, it was only Li Xiaoyu who dared to speak so freely. Li Qing smiled somewhat helplessly. It's not what you think. Li Xiaoyu's face straightened as she narrowed a pair of beautiful eyes and said, If you're going to do that, then I'm going to have to tell Big Brother and Gramps. Chapter 146, with his identity. It's hard for us to move him. At the mention of his big brother and the old man, Li Qing's complexion changed slightly, and his gaze visibly moved for a moment. Things really aren't what you think they are. Li Qing's tone became serious. And then there's that side of the family. You can't contact them right now. Li Xiaoyu's eyes were a bit lost, but she didn't refute Li Qing, and only sighed. Ugh, I know this. I don't need you to instruct me. That sister-in-law thing, but it's the truth. Avoidance, but really not your character. I know that my brother has his own plans, but can you tell me about them? Li Qing said indifferently. As the situation stands, have you thought about the consequences if an ordinary person gets involved? Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu froze, but then realized what it meant. Although Li Qing did not make his words clear, but Li Xiaoyu knew that this ordinary person, who else could it be but Yang Mi? That would indeed be dangerous. Li Xiaoyu said with a slight frown. Although those people in the entertainment industry can't make it to the top, after tonight it will definitely make those people behind the scenes take notice. That's when this game will really go up a notch. Saying that, Li Xiaoyu seemed to have found something wrong again and asked, but if you and your sister-in-law come out together tonight, isn't that the same as announcing to the public that the two of you are in a relationship? Even if you and Yang Mi haven't formed that kind of relationship yet. Brother, in the eyes of outsiders, you're a couple or a couple. This game of chess, sister-in-law is in the game. Li Qing's expression remained calm as he slowly lit a cigarette. People in the entertainment industry will think that I have an extraordinary relationship with Yang Mi. But do you think that those old foxes in Kyoto will believe it? Li Xiaoyu snapped out of it. Something she hadn't really thought about. This group of people in the entertainment industry, such as Feng Pants and Chen Gu, plus Chen Zhaoguang, this group of them didn't know anything about Li Qing. It was natural to believe that Li Qing and Yang Mi had an unusual relationship, But those old guys in Kyoto could be too concerned and knowledgeable about Li Qing. They would never believe that with Li Qing's status and position, how could he have a close relationship with a showbiz artist? In their eyes, Yang Mi was just a reason Li Qing used to break the pattern, an excuse to send out troops. Those old guys in Kyoto didn't believe it, so Yang Mi and Xian Bauer were naturally safe. As far as the entertainment industry believes, it won't affect anything, and those guys won't live more than a few days anyway. After thinking about these things, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but look deeply at Li Qing. This brother of his own, always skillful, extremely deep in the city, and seems to be more sophisticated and calm than before. Maybe brother has been through too much these past few years. Li Xiaoyu exhaled and said, I understand, brother. But Li Xiaoyu still felt somewhat that Li Qing still hadn't told himself the answer so he continued to ask. So, all that aside, what are your thoughts on her, brother? What are your plans for the future? Li Qing fished out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiaoyu and said, have a cigarette. You don't have to pretend in front of me. I know you won't be able to quit this. After placing the cigarette in Li Xiaoyu's hand, Li Qing patted her shoulder. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Good night. Having said that, Li Qing skipped over Li Xiaoyu and walked straight towards the villa. Li Xiaoyu looked at the cigarettes in her hand and stood frozen in place, then followed up closely and said, who said I'm going to smoke? I'm not. I have to sleep with Xian Bauer tonight. I can't have the smell of smoke on me. Brother, tell me what you think. Brother. Li Qing's figure disappeared on the second floor of the villa. Li Xiaoyu couldn't say anything, and was a bit stifled. She didn't press on with the question, though, because she knows that Li Qing will always put some important things buried in the heart. Before things are not done, anyone will not guess through. Even the closest people around him wouldn't know what was really going on in Li Qing's mind. No matter what, the Li family has also added a mouthful of people. Brother has finally lived up to the old man's expectations. A smile appeared on Li Xiaoyu's face, especially when she thought of Xian Bauer's adorable little appearance. Her heart was sweet. Walking up to the door of Yang Mi's room, Li Xiaoyu wanted to go in, but felt that it was not too good. After all, the two people only knew each other. Even if they were family, it was still a little awkward. Thinking about it again and again, Li Xiaoyu thought that it would be better not to sleep with Xian Bauer tonight, and to cultivate feelings in these next few days first. You have to be competent as an aunt. Might as well go out and have one first. Yard. Li Xiaoyu has no sleepiness. Quietly sitting on a stone bench in the garden, tilting her head up, she can see a round of bright moon. The breeze is gentle, and the cigarettes are lingering between her onion-white fingers. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Meanwhile, inside the Magic City Center Hospital, the downstairs is filled with vehicles, large and small. Young men in suits stood on either side of the third-floor emergency room hallway. As soon as the doctors took a look at this formation, they knew that those who came to the hospital today were definitely not ordinary people. Outside the emergency room, the two of them, Chen Xiaoguang and Chen Gu, stood outside with a bunch of minions waiting behind them. Snap! Chen Gu lit a cigarette and sat on the chair in the doorway with his eyes lifeless. His eyes dried up from crying tears, leaving only reddish blood. Director Chen, it's over. I'm sorry for your loss. Chen Xiaoguang also lit a cigarette, and the two of them just smoked. Although Arthur Chen has been confirmed dead, but Chen Gu at that time Chen Gu crazy general want to resuscitate. The hospital also had to follow the meaning of Chen Gu, symbolic resuscitation, but also can let the family have a heart buffer. Beyond that, Feng Pants and Wang Lei, both of them, had also entered the operating room. These two men were not lightly injured, especially Wang Lei, who was shot once and his life was even in danger. Chen Xiaoguang took a deep drag on his cigarette. Tonight's events had completely exceeded his expectations. How could he not have thought that Li Qing would actually break the game like this, ignoring the rules and having a deep background? Director Chen, pull yourself together. People can't come back from the dead. Chen Xiaoguang said, what we should do right now should be to let Li Qing express his condolences as well. After Chen Gu extinguished a cigarette, he lit another one immediately afterward and said, I know, Arthur can't just die in vain, but I really don't know how to tell his mother. Chen Xiaoguang frowned slightly. Chen Ji's wife, Chen Xiaohong, is no pushover. Chen Xiaohong came from an extraordinary background, growing up in a large compound in Kyoto, where both her grandfather and grandfather had carried guns and accomplished a great deal. Chen Gu has gotten to where he is today in the capital circle. In fact, to a large extent, Chen Xiaohong helped a lot. Chen Xiaoguang was vaguely excited in his heart. If Chen Xiaohong knew that her son was killed by Li Qing, oh, that doesn't even need to be done by myself. Li Qing will naturally have to die. After all, over in Kyoto, people have really big backgrounds. As powerful as Li Qing is, can he fight with the compound? Director Chen, fire can't be wrapped in paper. Notify Madam earlier. Chen Xiaoguang sighed. I'm actually responsible for something like this happening. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Chen Ge took a deep breath, and after a pack of cigarettes went down, the person had calmed down quite a bit. You don't have to say something like that, Mr. Chen. We're all on the same page now. Li Qing is the enemy of all of us? But the energy and identity displayed by Li Qing tonight is really hard to figure out, especially that bodyguard beside him, who was actually specially recruited by the Armed Forces Department. Saying that, Chen Ji's gaze gazed up as he gloomily said, then wouldn't Li Qing's identity be linked to the barracks? If it's really that kind of status, it will be difficult for us to move him. Chapter 147, Secretly Killing, can't let him spoil the big picture. Although right now Chen Ge really wanted to kill Li Qing regardless, but after calming down, the scruples remain. Tonight, Li Qing's performance, identity background is very tough. Even the Magic City security hand Lu Jingtao are very respectful to him, and the hand in which Arthur Chen died, Lu Jingtao and a group of security personnel can be at the scene. The fact that Li Qing dared to be so arrogant meant that there was a special identity behind it. Chen Zhaoguang's face was also a bit cloudy. If Li Qing is really linked to the barracks, it won't be good. Mr. Chen, if Li Qing's identity is really that special, do you have any good ideas? Chen Ge was now bent on avenging his son's death. What if we assassinate him? Chen Zhaoguang's gaze flashed with a touch of viciousness. Assassination. That's a good one indeed, but it's also the riskiest one. If Li Qing was really from the barracks department and was assassinated here. Anti-corruption requires evidence, but anti-terrorism only requires lists and coordinates. When the time comes, not to mention the huge chance group, I'm afraid everyone involved tonight won't escape. Sure, this was only if Li Qing's identity was indeed bullish enough, but if he wasn't who we thought he was, then it wouldn't be so hard to do. Chen Zhaoguang was lost in thought. The details of tonight's scene filtered through his mind. In the middle of the day, Chen Zhaoguang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly narrowed his eyes, erupting a glint of grim cold light. Oh, why did Director Chen decide that Li Qing's identity was inside the barracks? Is there a possibility that the book of papers that Lu Jingtao showed us tonight is a fake? With these words, Chen Ge, who had originally lowered his head, suddenly raised his head violently and looked at Chen Zhaoguang with a somewhat shocked expression. Do you mean that Lu Jingtao just created a temporary document in order to get Li Qing out of this kind of scene? This question from Chen Zhaoguang gave Chen Ge a feeling of enlightenment. From the beginning to the end, he thought about a lot of things but never went to suspect that Lu Jingtao, as the hand of security in the Magic City, would have a hand in this. Chen Zhaoguang said with a cunning face, tonight Lu Jingtao is very obvious that he is on Li Qing's side, and his attitude towards Li Qing. It's really intriguing. It seems like he has a kind of awe towards Li Qing, which means that Li Qing's identity is indeed very big. But it shouldn't have anything to do with the armed forces. To be honest, Wang Mian's what's-his-name special appointment document, with Lu Jingtao's strength, he can just get it. He's just helping Li Qing out of his trap. Hearing the words, Chen Ji's face became even more grief-stricken. A fake ID to get out of a shooting charge? Chen Ji's voice was trembling a little. It will allow him, the murderer of my son, to escape with his life. As an entertainment capital, Chen Ge has always squeezed others and used people energy shortcuts to create difficulties for others. But I didn't realize that. For once, one has experienced that powerlessness of being capitalized and suppressed. After the grief, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ji's mouth. It's really true that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Immediately afterward, Chen Ji's face grimaced once again. But I can't let it go like that. Since he's not from the barracks, we don't have to take a lot into account. Mr. Chen, Li Qing must die. Chen Zhaoguang smoked a cigarette and nodded. He is bound to die. You don't need to say that. Li Qing is determined to subvert the entire pattern of the magic capital this time. Not killing him will definitely spoil my big plans. Saying that, Chen Zhaoguang's complexion vaguely blossomed with a hint of arrogance and confidence. Besides, he's not the only one with a background. Tonight's news will always be released. And when the time comes to draw the attention of the Kyoto side, someone is bound to help us get Li Qing killed. That's right. Director Chen, don't forget to tell madam that you're sorry for your loss. Chen Ge looked stunned. He knew that Chen Zhaoguang was trying to borrow his wife Chen Xiaohong's hand to take a shot at Li Qing. He's not repulsed, though. His own wife will be furious if something happens to his precious son. By then, the compound's people will only have to move their connections a little. Li Qing wouldn't have felt good. Gentlemen, isn't it inappropriate to smoke here? Right at this moment, behind Chen Zhaoguang, came a man's voice. The two men turned their heads to look at only to see Lu Jingtao, who was leading a group of vigilantes over. Chen Zhaoguang hurriedly got up, extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said, I'm sorry leader, It's just hard to feel bad about Arthur having such an accident. Chen Gu also put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at Lu Jingtao with a somewhat unconvincing gaze. I didn't realize that my own son was dead and still holding on for dear life? Lu Jingtao sneered. If Mr. Chen is having a hard time, he can go out and smoke, but smoking in the hospital is firmly not allowed. Condolences to Director Chen. Chen Zhaoguang smiled faintly. Oh, what Leader Lu said. Although Chen Gu was disgusted with Lu Jingtao, he still did not dare to go too far on the surface, and basic respect still had to be given. Nodding his head. What the leader said. Lu Office. I suspect that my son was intentionally murdered. I hope that Lu Office will investigate clearly and let the murderer behind the scene to face justice. Hearing that, Lu Jingtao frowned and said coldly. You mean, someone deliberately arranged for someone to drive over Arthur Chen? Chen Gu nodded and said, definitely. And I suspect that it is Li Qing. Chen Gu knows that Lu Jingtao will definitely not look into anything, and even if he does, he won't be able to find out. After all, Li Qing did things cleanly and wouldn't leave any evidence behind. But Chen Gu is still going to sue. Only in this way can Lu Jingtao help Li Qing. Way more. So many eyes watching you. Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice. You have the right to be suspicious, but don't say anything without proof. I'll look into the matter of Arthur Chan, and I'll let you know the results of the investigation when the time comes. But before that, you're going to have to come with me. You really think it's okay to gather a crowd tonight? Chen Zhaoguan laughed. Good. We'll definitely cooperate with the office of Lu. Chen Gu glanced at the emergency room with extreme reluctance. His son is still splicing in there. However, personal matters are no better than the law. And Chen Gu followed Lu Jingtao to the police station. Early the next morning, many stars and directors, all of them walked out from the security bureau. After a night of scrutiny, everyone became emaciated. The review was no big deal. Just a signed non-disclosure agreement, and the deletion of cell phone recordings and videos from the party. The purpose is also to prevent the matter from becoming a big deal and causing a public reaction. Fan Xiaobing and Guantong and a few others walked together, yawning. For the first time in my life, I've been in there all night. Trapped. Flolet Quinquin said with some aggression. I didn't expect that attending a party would actually get me sent to the station. I have to say that last night was a big deal. Without waiting for Quinn to finish, an icy look from Fan Xiaobing instantly shut him up. No one should discuss what happened last night. Don't draw fire. Next. The entertainment industry is going to change. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Fan is sharp and, last night, Li Qing set the table with those bigwigs from the Beijing Circle. Even the magical city security, as well as entrepreneurs like Ma Tang, came to support the scene. This time, the Beijing-Shanghai Circle. I'm afraid I've really kicked the can down the road. I really don't know what kind of good luck Yang Mi had, that she could climb up to a powerful family like that. Fan Xiaobing lit a cigarette and couldn't help but sigh. If one were 15, no, 10 years younger, one might be able to take down a character like Li Qing as well. It's just a pity that the birth was not in the right time, and the years have not been kind to me. A group of showbiz artists each left in their agent's car. Everyone kept their mouths shut about last night, just when everyone had basically dispersed. A Rolls-Royce, followed by 7 or 8 Land Rovers, slowly parked at the intersection not far from the sheriff's department. Mrs. Chen, we're here, the old butler on the co-pilot's side, very carefully, said, those celebrity bosses, basically, have all left, and it looks like last night's incident, which the officials intentionally suppressed, didn't fester. Sitting in the back of a Rolls-Royce, it was a woman in her 30s, Chen Zhaoguang's wife, Yang Shiyun. Yang Shiyun was dressed in a tight-knit dress. Her figure was concave and convex, especially below her swan neck, which was unusually exaggerated. A pair of slender legs wrapped in a layer of flesh silk that looked incredibly smooth, and thin-heeled tenno heels gave the whole thing a sense of contrast. Yang Shiyun is 35 years old, but the skin is very well maintained, white and smooth and elastic, and an original face is very delicate. The eyes, in particular, were notoriously foxy and seductive. Why hasn't Chen Zhaoguang come out yet? Where's the lawyer? Yang Xiyan glanced at the old housekeeper and said coldly, wasn't the scapegoat already found before last night? Chapter 148, call my son's kindergarten teacher here. I'll educate her myself. The old butler said with his head bowed. Please don't worry, Mrs. Chen. Mr. Chen has already made arrangements before, and it should be out soon. It's just that something happened in it, so there was a bit of a delay. Just saying, only to see that inside the security bureau, Chen Zhaoguang, who was wearing a suit, walked out side by side with Chen Gu. One night's arraignment. Chen Zhaoguang faced vicissitudes of a lot, and Chen Gu is even more emaciated. Coupled with the son's death under the heavy blow, the whole person looks a few years older. The hair is graying a bit. Under the arrangement of Chen Xiaoguang, the blame for last night's mobbing didn't settle on 2 people. Instead, it was all taken down by a few others. Sure, this is a scapegoat arranged in advance by Chen Xiaoguang. The benefits have been given. $20 million for one person and 10 years in jail. It works out to $2 million a year, and a large number of people rush to take responsibility for the crime. Director Chen, take my car and go back. Chen Xiaoguang faintly said. I know you're in a difficult mood, but you have to rest and need to calm down. If you collapse at this point, how will Arthur's revenge be avenged? Chen Ge had a cold face, as if he was tireless. My son is still lying in the morgue. I need to see him. Chen Xiaoguang did not continue to persuade, lit a cigarette and said, okay, I'll have someone take you back. At that moment, Yang Shiyun walked down from the Rolls-Royce. Da, da, da. Yang Shiyun's high-heeled shoes struck the ground, sending out a burst of pleasant sounds. However, to Chen Xiaoguang's ears, it was a bit distracting. What? Dressed so colorfully to celebrate my entrance? Chen Xiaoguang coldly said. There were a couple of scapegoats that temporarily backfired. Luckily they were squashed. You remember to deal with them. Yang Xian said calmly with a smile on her face. Are you angry with me? It's not just that I took a loss last night. Chen Xiaoguang's gaze was fixed. Outside. You'd better watch out. Yang Xian hastily stopped her voice and coughed twice. Ha, got it. Those few disloyal scapegoats have been chopped up and buried in the backyard tea mountain. Hearing that, Chen Gu couldn't help but tighten his heart, and the look in his eyes toward Yang Xian clearly flashed with a hint of surprise. I didn't think that a woman who was so beautiful and enchanting on the surface would be so ruthless. Yang Xian turned her head to Chen Gu and said with some sadness, I heard about your son, Director Chen. I'm sorry for your loss. Chen Xiaoguang added an introduction. This is my wife, Yang Xiun. Chen Gu nodded his head in greeting and said indifferently, Thank you Mrs. Chen for your concern. Yang Xiun said seriously, I know how Director Chen feels. I'll have someone take you to the hospital. Chen Gu nodded and didn't say anything more, then got into the car. Only Yang Xian and Chen Xiaoguang were left standing in place. Sweep your body. Yang Xian received a string of mahogany branches from the old housekeeper, which had lush green leaves on it, and then swept it over Chen Xiaoguang. I've heard people say they have to get rid of their bad luck when they just come out of this. Honey, last night was hard work. Chen Xiaoguang didn't give her a good face and said indifferently, Okay, what about the things I told you to look into? Yang Xian laughed and said, Say it in the car. When they came to the car, the two sat in the back, and the driver had the good sense to get out of the car and switch to the butler to drive. Seeing this, Yang Xian lit a cigarette and said, When did you become so cautious? The current situation, as far as it goes. Chen Xiaoguang sneered and said, As for that, what happened last night? Do you know? Yang Xian calmly said, I heard something about Li Qing's brother shooting his gun out in public. And then there's the fact that Arthur Chen was killed by a car in front of all the people at the end of the party. Saying that, Yang Xian raised her eyebrows lightly, her beautiful eyes burning as she said, Honestly, this youth is a character. I would like to meet him. To be able to do such a shocking thing in last night's scene, our magic city. I'm afraid we haven't had such a character in decades, right? Chen Xiaoguang laughed coldly. Enough of this nonsense. What's the status of the investigation? Yang Xian flicked his cigarette ash with some interest and said, Checked. Including the Jinghai District's Armed Forces Department. I also found someone to ask. Wang Mian, that document is indeed true. Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang's face sank fiercely. His worst fears were still confirmed. If Wang Mian is really from that kind of department, then Li Qing identity will be even more tricky. Yang Xiun paused and smiled lightly. But don't you worry about that ID yet. It was just last night. Chen Xiaoguang glared fiercely at Yang Xiun. Next time you speak, can you do it in one breath? Yang Xiun smiled faintly. Oh, you're giving me a chance to finish. Chen Xiaoguang didn't pay any attention to Yang Xiun and said with a cohesive gaze, In that case, it really was Lu Jingtou who gave Wang Mian a temporary document. This means that Li Qing is not from the barracks, and his identity has nothing to do with the Armed Forces Department. Yang Xiun said as she smoked a cigarette. So, what are you going to do next? After determining that Li Qing didn't have that special status, Chen Xiaoguang's heart brightened up quite a bit, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Snap! Light a cigarette. Chen Xiaoguang countless comfortably relied on the seat, one hand resting on Yang Xiun's rather silky thighs. What else can we do? Of course it's to let Li Qing die in Magic City, since he's such a deadbeat. I'm sorry for last night's party if I don't get him. Yang Xiun sneered. I didn't expect that a young scion would be able to stir up such a big storm in the huge Magic City. Even our Chen family was affected. When next time, take me to meet Li Qing. I'll see what's so mysterious about him. Chen Xiaoguang didn't pay attention to Yang Xiun and took a deep breath of smoke and said, Where's Zihan? Did you send him to school? Speaking of Chen Zihan, a trace of coldness surfaced on Yang Shiyun's face, and she said somewhat conspiratorially, "Oh, how old is our precious son? Let him go to school. In the past 2 days he told me that the teachers in the school are not good to him. I sent him up today. Or I sent him myself, for good measure." Upon hearing that his son had been wronged, Chen Zhaoguang raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Teachers treat him badly? What teacher at school would dare treat my son badly? Yang Xiyan crossed her legs and held Chen Zhaoguang's hand and said, "I heard it was one of the directors of the international section. Some kind of Zhang Jiai. Our son is more lively. And last time he ordered the teacher's skirt up. The other party may have been harboring a grudge against Zihan." Chen Zhaoguang coldly snorted. "It's really anyone who dares to go over my head. As I recall, it was our son who peeked under the teacher's skirt, wasn't it? In this case, you call Principal Fu Hai and ask that teacher, Mr. Zhang, to come to our house in the evening to give our child a tutorial, and I'll let our son have a good look." Yang Shiyun laughed, not caring in the slightest, and said, "Fine, but I won't spare you if you try to steal it." Chen Zhaoguang coldly glanced at Yang Shiyun and said, "I'm teaching my son. You stay out of it. Alright, you worry more about your son's matters. I'll keep a good eye on Li Qing's movements on my side." Yang Shiyun faintly said, "Okay, but there's one more thing to remind you of. That sister of Li Qing, Li Xiaoyu, has been blocking our family's business. Find an opportunity to get rid of her first." Chen Zhaoguang nodded. "She's all yours." The Magic City feast was a big deal last night. The showbiz world is in a state of flux. But on this morning, there was no news put out. Even some of the media outlets haven't released any news about it. It's almost impossible to find any searches online about last night's feast. Obviously, the storm was silently pressed down by a large hand. But everyone understands that it's only a matter of time before the news breaks. After all, paper can't hold fire. By then, maybe it will really shock the nation. Inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, early in the morning, after breakfast, Xian Bauer packed her book bag and prepared to go to school. "Xuan Bauer, Auntie gives you a small gift." Li Xiaoyu walked out from within the living room, holding an extremely well-packaged tome. "It's a canonical book. I don't know if Xuan Bauer likes it." Li Xiaoyu doesn't know much about children. However, she still wanted to express her feelings towards Han Bauer and make more emotional contacts. Yang Mi stood in the doorway holding Xian Bauer and smiled. "Look what your aunt brought you." Xian Bauer's big eyes blinked. She had a pretty good impression of Li Xiaoyu and smiled cheekily. "Good morning, Auntie." Li Xiaoyu was full of joy. "Good morning. Humboldt is leaving for school and Auntie has a little present for you." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu handed the books to Xian Bauer. After getting the book, the colorful cover immediately attracted Xuan Bauer's loving gaze, and after flipping through a few pages, she let out an incomparably joyful laugh. "Wow, Humboldt loves this picture book. Thank you, Auntie." Xian Bauer was very good at saying thank you, which made Li Xiaoyu's heart incomparably happy and satisfied. The sound of an aunt was more than a little engrossing to her. "Sister-in-law, are you sending Xuan Bauer to school?" Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Yang Mi laughed. "My identity is a bit inconvenient, so I can only let Li Qing send the child." Li Xiaoyu laughed. "It seems my brother, as a father, is quite competent. Hey, it just so happens that I don't have much to do. Why don't I go drop the kids off?" Chapter 149, Kindergarten School Bullies. Bullying. Hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, Yang Mi smiled a little tangled. It wasn't that she was uneasy about letting Li Xiaoyu send her child, just thought that it would be too much trouble for people. But Xian Bauer was beyond happy and agreed. "Yeah, Auntie, you can take me to school." Li Xiaoyu's expression brightened. "Xuan Bauer is so good." Li Xiaoyu carried Xian Bauer over, and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He didn't send this book for nothing. At this time, Li Qing walked over and looked at Li Xiaoyu and couldn't help but smile faintly. "What? You got a free day?" Li Xiaoyu said somewhat smugly. "I can be idle every day as long as Xuan Bauer is happy to follow me around." "Brother, I'm going to drop the kids off. Any later and I should be late." Looking at Li Xiaoyu, who likes Xian Bauer so much, Li Qing also had some indescribable joy in his heart. "Okay, drive slow on the road." Li Qing readily agreed. And this was just the right time for Xian Bauer and Xiaoyu to enhance their relationship. Looking at this large family, Yang Mi stood off to the side, the smile on her face getting warmer and warmer. It felt so good to her. Soon, Li Xiaoyu's Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped right in front of the entrance of the Fu Hai Kindergarten. Greeting the child at the door was none other than the international classroom teacher, Zhang Jiai, who was also Xuan Bauer's main class teacher. "Good morning, teacher." As soon as she stepped out of the car, Xian Bauer greeted Zhang Jiai in a very well-behaved manner. "Teacher, I'm not late, am I?" Zhang Jiai smiled very gently. "No, oh, Henpa arrived 10 minutes early. It was great." Li Xiaoyu parked her car and stepped out of it on a pair of high heels, dressed in a suit. Li Xiaoyu's already stunningly cold face looked even more stunning with a layer of heavy makeup. I can't tell you how many parents and teachers have been attracted along the way. There was no way. Li Xiaoyu was just too beautiful. However, the aura on her body was difficult to approach, always giving people a feeling that they were not to be messed with. Mr. Zhang, right? Hello, I'm Xian Bao's aunt, Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu faintly said. Subconsciously, he then fished out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to scatter them to Zhang Jiai. Zhang Jiai was first stunned for a moment by Li Xiaoyu's facial aura. Then he waved his hand back and forth. Thanks, I don't smoke. Li Xiaoyu reacted in a hurry. These instinctive habits were hard to change. Oh, sorry, Zhang Jiai said with great respect. Hello Ms. Zhang. I didn't expect Xian Bao's aunt to be so young as well. Li Xiaoyu said. Xuanbao is in school, and I still have to trouble the teacher to communicate with me in time if there are any problems. This is my business card. Mr. Zhang, take it. Receiving Li Xiaoyu's business card, Zhang Jiai glanced at it, then her gaze flashed with a flash of surprise. It says Hanghai Group Chairman, Li Xiaoyu, so young, actually is the chairman of the group, and Hanghai Group is a relatively famous listed company. Zhang Jiai also heard of. I didn't expect to see it in person today, Zhang Jiai said very respectfully. Don't worry, Mr. Li, Xian Bao is very good with us. You don't have to worry at all. And Xian Bao, this child is also very well behaved. Teachers and students, everyone loves her. Xian Bao tilted her face and looked at Li Xiaoyu as her grandmother said. Auntie, don't worry about Xian Bao. Quickly go back. Xian Bao is going to class. Li Xiaoyu touched Xian Bao's head and doted on it. Okay, Aunt knows. Then you have to listen well. Oh, in the afternoon, Aunt to pick you up after school. After the two men had exchanged greetings, Li Xiaoyu then drove off. Xian Bao also walked into the school with Zhang Jiai and headed towards the classroom. Xuan Bao, why isn't your father here today? Holding Xian Bao's small hand, Zhang Jiai asked with concern. Did Xian Bao finish the homework left by the old book last night? Xian Bao nodded her head obediently and said, Teacher, I finished it yesterday in class. I just met my aunt yesterday when she came back, and today she's here to take me to school. Look, teacher, this is a new book my aunt bought me. Xie Chang enjoys communicating with her children. After taking the book in Xian Bao's hand and looking at it for a few moments, he was then somewhat surprised to find that this book, a canonical work of the Magic City Library, if you buy it, it's at least a few thousand or even tens of thousands, and you can't buy it without some connections. However, when she thought of Li Xiaoyu's identity, Zhang Jiai wasn't that surprised. The content of this book is very good. It is good to read more, to learn well. Zhang Jiai returned the books to Xian Bao. Alright, teacher has to go to another class to check it out. Xian Bao, go back to the classroom to play with your good friends first. Xian Bao was very happy to hug the books and return to the classroom. Li Xian. As soon as she entered the door, a little girl in a cartoon children's outfit ran towards Xian Bao with an excited face. Li Xian, you're finally here. Let's go play the cardboard game. The little girl's name was Zhang Susu, a good friend that Xian Bao had just met in the past few days, and the two were quite close. Seeing Zhang Susu, Xian Bao hugged her happily. Hey, so come with me. I brought a book. Let's read it together. Zhang Susu was very curious, her big dull eyes twinkling as she said, Really duh. Yeah, my mama brought me a lot of snacks. Let's eat together. Xian Bao laughed playfully. Yeah, thanks Sue. Right, let's go get Mike and the guys to watch it with us. Mike is also in the class, and since it's an international class, there are quite a few foreign kids in the class as well. Although Xuan Bao has just been here for a few days, she is very good at getting along with the kids and everyone loves her. So the cohesion piece, there's nothing to say. Not for long. The class of a dozen or so children came together under the leadership of Wan Bear. Wow, this book is so beautiful. Li Xian, did your father buy this for you? A very fair-skinned foreign boy was very envious and spoke fluent Chinese. Let's start on page 1. Xian Bao said with some small pride. Hey, my aunt bought this for me. Zhang Susu was not stingy, and took out bags of pure natural beef jerky from her cartoon book bag and gave everyone a share. Let's eat and watch. A group of children surrounded Henbauer and started reading books. The atmosphere in the class was very good. Even the other very playful and uninformed children took out their books to look at the drawings. After reading a dozen or so pages, the time came to go outside so the kids could go out and play games. This is a very favorite part of Henbauer. Let's go out and make a game of it. Xian Bao said with an expectant face. How about playing yesterday's game? Party Wars? Yeah. Zhang Susu and the other group of children nodded their heads. They enjoyed going out to do games under Xian Bao's leadership. Xian Bao put the books away very carefully, and then ran out with a group of children. A group of people started a game in the sandbox outside and There were also a lot of children from the middle and older classes, and it was a very lively scene. After playing for half an hour, the Xianbao few were also a bit tired. Let's go over there and wash our hands. Huanbo led the way. Everyone go back and take a rest and drink some water. You can't gulp water right after exercising. Oh. A group of children nodded their heads very seriously and said, got it. Let's go over there and wash our hands. Looking at Xianbao leading a group of children in a well-organized manner, Zhang Jiayi and a few teachers couldn't help but smile. Xianbao just came a few days ago. This has become a small leader in your class, and everyone listens to her. Teacher Zhang, you're saving a lot of heartache here. Zhang Jiayi laughed. Yeah, I wondered about that too. The kid carries himself with a sense of leadership. It's also safe for children to play along with Henbold. Don't look at Henbold's age, but he knows a lot. This way. Zuanbei went to the sink with Zhang Susu and many other good friends. As I passed around the corner of the hallway, I heard a small child crying. Ooh-hoo. Hearing the cries, Huan Bauer walked over with her best friend. All that could be seen was a tall boy who was cornering a little girl. The little girl's hair was a mess. A trickle of blood was running from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were teary. I told you yesterday. Hurry up and pay the protection money or I'll beat you up every time I see you. The taller boy is in the older class, named Chen Zihan. The little girl fell to her knees and cried. I don't have that kind of money. Ooh. Chen Zihan snorted coldly and went up to slap him. Snap. As a boy in the older class, his strength was already not small. Plus Chen Zihan was originally stronger than other small children. A slap directly to the girl's nose bleeding. You can't afford to go to this school? Chen Zihan was furious. Don't you know? This is an aristocratic school, and poor people like you come to school here? Chapter 150 Principal Eccentricity and the Power of Capital. A few of Chen Zihan's little followers beside her chimed in. That's right. What kind of poor guy is also in our class? Pay $100 a day or get out early. Saying that, several people kicked at the girl without sympathy. The girl fell to her knees and wailed, not daring to fight back at all, nor having the strength to do so. Chen Zihan, who let you bully your classmates? Xianbao rushed forward and stood in front of Chen Zihan and shouted, I'm going to tell the teacher to expel you. Zhang Susu was a little scared because Chen Zihan was a notorious bad boy in school, always liked to bully his classmates, even the teachers. He was also famous for setting a mess. Zhang Jiayi's skirt on fire before, but seeing Xianbao come forward, Zhang Susu and several other children also came forward in a very righteous manner. That's right, Chen Zihan, you can't bully your classmates. That's so bad. How could you? Chen Zihan's face was a little less than impressive. He didn't even put this small group of children in his eyes, and was incomparably condescending. You're Li Xian, aren't you? You're good looking, but you're just too nosy. I'll hit her. What can you do? Believe it or not, I'll even beat you guys up? Saying that, Chen Zihan walked forward with a fierce look on his face. Frightened, Zhang Susu and the other children unconsciously stepped back, but Xianbao still didn't show any weakness and gathered her courage to say, it's wrong for you to bully your classmates, and you'll be punished for hitting them. Chen Zihan sneered. Punishment? I'll take my chances with a beating. With that, Chen Zihan stepped forward and raised her hand towards Xianbao's face. Faced with Chen Zihan's sudden attack, Xianbao was startled, but she reacted quickly and dodged Chen Zihan's attack before retreating backwards. Because Li Qing taught her, if you are bullied by your classmates and you can't beat them head on, don't try to be brave, but protect yourself first and then go to your teacher and family. Chen Zihan hit the air and became even more angry. Little ninny, how dare you hide? I'll beat you to death. Everyone get on me. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Don't look at Chen Zihan. He's only in the older class, 5 years old, but he's a lot more mature than his peers. Plus, I don't usually watch a lot of those bad movies, so I talk and act in a very small society way. Stop. Just then, Zhang Jiayi and a few teachers ran over. The little brothers who were about to go forward to make a move immediately wimped out when they saw the teacher coming. What are you guys doing? Zhang Jiayi said with some anger. Who told you guys to fight? Xianbao pointed at the little girl in the corner and said, Teacher Zhang, look at Chen Zihan, he's bullying a classmate. He's injured her. Zhang Jiayi looks away. Only a little girl was huddled there in the corner, blood dripping from her nose and the corner of her mouth. Her hair was a mess, and her body was shivering. Seeing a child being bullied like this, Zhang Jiayi's fire immediately came up. A kindergartner who was so hateful can't imagine what kind of homeschooling is going on. Chen Zihan, Zhang Jiayi said icily, get your ass over here. Seeing that it was Chen Zihan who was leading the bullying, the remaining few teachers casually grabbed two of the fighting kids and took them aside, fleeing the scene. In the school, almost all the teachers know that Chen Zihan's family is very unusual, so they don't dare to control this child. No doubt the mess was handed over to Zhang Jiayi. Teacher, He's still trying to hit Huan Bauer, Zhang Susu sued. All of us saw it. Zhang Jie helped the injured little girl up, her face full of heartache. The little girl's name is Qin Numo, a little autistic, and her father is seriously ill. The family has fallen, relying on her mother to work alone to earn money. If it weren't for the fact that I paid tuition last semester and had a spot, I'd probably have left this noble school a long time ago. Zhang Jie understands the situation and has usually been taking care of Qin Numo. Now that she sees her being bullied like this, her heart aches and tears come down. How can you bear to bully your classmates like that? Zhang Jie's eyes were red. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. It was hard on her heart. How could a 5-year-old boy be so cruel? Chen Zihan, however, said with a defiant face, looking at Zhang Jie with small gloomy eyes, "Big deal. I'll just pay her back." Hearing that, Zhang Jie couldn't stand it anymore and walked over and twisted Chen Zihan's ear. "Is that what your parents taught you?" Chen Zihan, who had her ears twisted painfully, bit down on Zhang Jie's white arm. "Ah!" Zhang Jie yelped in pain and subconsciously wanted to slap Chen Zihan, but thinking of the school rules that one could not hit a child, she held back. After letting go of Chen Zihan, Zhang Jie saw a row of indentations on her arm, slowly oozing a layer of blood. "You! How dare you bite the teacher?" Zhang Jie was furious, but she couldn't do anything about it, so she could only yell, "I'm calling your parents. You're not welcome here." Chen Zihan stared at Zhang Jie with a deadly gaze, then looked at Xian Bauer grimly. "Then you fight." At that moment, Principal Lu Chunhong walked over. Lu Chunhong is in her 30s, wearing a cheongsam. Stepping on high heels, young woman sense came over. "What's going on?" Seeing the principal approaching, Zhang Jie walked with Qin Momo and said with incomparable seriousness, "Principal Lu, I suggest that Chen Zihan be expelled. His nature is too bad. He bullies his classmates and hits them very hard. There's no way to discipline a kid like that." Lu Chunhong glanced at Zhang Jie, followed by a look of anger. "So excessive. Everyone go back to class. I'll take care of things here." The group of kids saw the principal arrive and left. Schwanbauer and a few of the remaining children also returned to the small group and continued their games outside. Zhang Jie was furious. "Principal Lu, call Chen Zihan's parents. They must be held responsible for this matter." Lu Chunhong ignored Zhang Jie and instead walked over to Chen Zihan with a gentle face. "What's up, Zihan? Tell me what's going on." Seeing Lu Chunhong with this attitude, Zhang Jie froze. What was wrong with the principal? Chen Zihan looked at Zhang Jie in a very gloomy manner and said, "She twisted my ear and put her hands on me." When Lu Chunhong heard this, her face instantly sank and she turned her head to look at Zhang Jie and said, "What's wrong with you? Our school has emphasized over and over again that teachers are not allowed to hit children. Can you afford to do that if the parents come looking?" Hearing these words, Zhang Jie's entire body froze on the spot, inwardly angry and unable to speak. A kind of strong aggression rose from her heart all of a sudden. Zhang Jie's body trembled with anger. "But he's gone too far," Lu Chunhong said in a cold voice. "He's a kid. You're an adult. And besides, you're a teacher, and you're bothering with a kid about this?" Lu Chunhong touched Chen Zihan's head and said gently, "All right, you go back to class and stay there. I'll take care of this." Having said that, Lu Chunhong turned her head to Zhang Jie and said, "Come to my office. I need to talk to you." Chapter 151, Forcing Kindergarten Teachers to Tutor at Night. What kind of subterfuge is that? Zhang Jie felt that Principal Lu was too biased, but she didn't dare to say anything and could only follow Lu Chunhong to the office. "Teacher Zhang, your behavior today will really bring big trouble to our school. You know?" In the office, Lu Chunhong sat on a chair with a serious face. "Teachers lay hands on kids. You're in big trouble this time." Zhang Jie lowered her head and didn't say anything, tears welling up in her eyes. She was so aggravated, and now there was a stabbing pain in her arm. Zhang Jie raised her head and said, "Headmaster, I accept the criticism for what you said, but Chen Zihan bullied his classmates like this and disobeyed the teacher's discipline. What do you think should be done? Won't the parents come and make a scene if he hits someone else's classmate like that? Chen Zihan is so nasty at such a young age. It's totally a problem with family upbringing." "Shut up." Without waiting for Zhang Jie to finish her sentence, Lu Chunhong interrupted. "The parents behind the child are also for you to comment on? I'll fix the Chen Zihan matter. I remember that child Qin Mermo. Her family is in a very poor condition, right?" Zhang Jie nodded and said, "Well, that child Qin Mermo. To be honest, I feel a bit sorry for her. Her father is seriously ill and her mother is running the whole family by herself." Lu Chunhong said flatly, "Turn around and I'll compensate their family with a sum of money, so that Qin Meima can quit school." Hearing that, Zhang Jie was instantly shocked, her eyes widening as she looked at Lu Chunhong in disbelief. "Principal, what do you mean by that? The one who made the mistake was obviously Chen Zihan. Why did you withdraw someone else? Qin Meima, from school?" Aren't you being a little black and white? Lu Chuanhong's face sank. Zhang Jiai, how do you talk? Lu Chunhong, originally cocked a pair of jade legs, suddenly put down, stood up, his body gaze coldly looked at Zhang Jiai, said, I'm like this, but it's also for Qin Meima's good. You've been in our school for so long, don't you understand that all these students have backgrounds that can't be offended? Especially Chen Zihan. Zhang Jiai retorted, probably any student who comes to our school is not from a family with a background. Why are you so biased in favor of Chen Zihan? Zhang Jiai really wanted to say, you're taking money from people, aren't you? But she hadn't had the courage to say that. Lu Chunhong snorted coldly, there's no outsiders in this office, so I'll be upfront with you. Do you know who Chen Zihan's parents are? His father is the chairman of the Mordor Qin Group. His mother is the chairman of the Mordor Construction and Engineering Group. For his background conditions, who do you think can compare to him in our school? If his parents know that you made a move on Chen Zihan because of Qin Momo, do you think there will still be good fruit to eat? Not only will Qin Momo not be able to get the compensation, but she will even end up worse. A word to the wise. Zhang Jiai was shocked. He didn't expect that Chen Zihan's family background was so big. She wanted to retort something, but she realized she was powerless to do so. In this society, there is not so much fairness to speak of, and very often you know it is unfair, but you have to bow down for the capital. Seeing Zhang Jiai's ugly face, Lu Chunhong sneered, do you know, now, why I'm biased? I'm already defending your face as a teacher by not telling you to pack up and get out. Don't cry, don't ever sell yourself short to me, and realize that I've made you a director and given you a salary of $40,000 a month, and that's already making your life good enough. Zhang Jiai's face was red. Her anger and aggression made her body unable to stop shaking. She wanted to cry, but she was not even qualified to cry. Lu Chunhong said faintly, right, just now it was that Li Xian, who confronted Chen Zihan to come, right? Speaking of Xian Bauer, as if she had touched Zhang Jiai's nerves, she suddenly looked up and said, Headmaster, we can't let Chen Zihan bully people anymore. You can't be biased. Xian Bauer, she just came to the school. She has a good relationship with her classmates, and the kid is very obedient. Lu Chunhong smiled. You're pretty much siding with the kid. Li Xian was recommended by Mr. Lin Han, and to have the youngest professor of Mordor University recommending him, I'm sure this kid's background isn't simple. I'll try my best to keep them from clashing. You keep an eye on Li Xian. Don't let her cause trouble. It's not good to be so fond of being a leader at such a young age. Zhang Jiai bit her lips, listening to the unpleasant words. All the disobedience in her heart could only be turned into helplessness. A few moments later, Lu Chunhong came to Zhang Jiai's side. Her jade white hand gently patted her shoulder and said, Little Zhang, I know you've always worked hard. In fact, I'm saying this to you today because I want you to do a good job. Just in time. Here's a good job that will make you more money. Zhang Jiai's face doesn't change. A slap in the face and a sweet date. She'd gotten used to that a long time ago. Lu Chunhong continued. Chen Zihan's parents told me. He said he wants you to go to Qinzhaoyuan after work to tutor Zihan for a payment of $1,500 an hour. How's that? Principal Willow is treating you okay, isn't she? The words fell. Zhang Jiai immediately winced. Her first reaction was that this was definitely not a good thing. Zhang Jiai refused. I don't have time after work. Thank you Principal Lu for your kind words. I appreciate it. Zhang Jiai's been at this school for so long. She's had her fill of melons. For example, which young kindergarten teacher, who goes to which child's home as a tutor, is actually being adopted? Even this has become an unspoken rule in the noble kindergartens. It's nothing new to run into some powerful parents who can't even sue you for crying out loud, even if they're overbearing. And to think that Chen Zihan's character is so bad. What kind of parents are imaginable? His family has power and influence, and he has to make up for his own evening classes. Lu Chuanhong's beautiful eyes were cold. You refuse such a good job? However, it's not up to you. The fact that the other general manager Chen can let you go and tutor Zihan is because he thinks highly of you. If you hit someone today and they sue you, your career is arguably over straight away. Think about the lesser of the two. Zhang Jiai could no longer hold back her tears. She was aggrieved and helpless. He came to the magic city alone. Up and down so many years finally mixed out a person, but in front of the absolute capital, is still only at the mercy of others. Lu Chunhong didn't half sympathize, and was even a bit disgusted. Mr. Zhang, I've seen your kind a lot. Do you think you're well equipped in terms of your abilities? Leaving our Fu High School, you are nothing. This is a heavenly good opportunity. You should know how to cherish it and seize it. Lu Chunhong kept brainwashing Zhang Jiai. After all, he had received $1.5 million from Mrs. Chen, and the other party had told her that as long as she got this done, there would be countless benefits in the future. Meanwhile, On the other side, Xian Bauer went back and was still discussing about Qin Momo with the kids outdoors. It was also at this moment that a child in the class huffed and puffed and ran towards Xian Bauer's side. "It's no good, Li Xian. Your books have been torn up." Sun Liangyun almost shouted through his throat. "Li Xian, go back quickly. Your books are being torn apart." Hear this. Xian Bauer, who was still listening to everyone's discussion, froze, then hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" While saying that, Hen Bauer ran towards the classroom side. "Who tore up my books?" Sun Liangyun panted. "It seems to be that Chen Zihan from the big class. Several of them, all in our class." Soon, Xian Bauer and a small group of friends came to the classroom, and then a few people saw that the classroom, Chen Zihan is holding Xian Bauer's new book, which has been torn into several parts, and there are a few small children who have thrown it on the ground and stomped on it vigorously. Seeing this scene, Xian Bauer first froze, followed by her entire body instantly turning red in the eyes. "Give me back my books." Henbol charged forward, despite everything, and slapped the boy closest to her, then snatched the book fragment from her hand. A group of children, including Zhang Susu and Mike, were equally furious and went up and started grabbing books. But after all, a group of children in a small class is too weak in front of the big class, and they were knocked to the ground in a couple of blows. Chen Zihan took the remaining half of the books and teasingly looked at Xian Bauer and laughed. "You're Li Xian. I told you to mind your own business, and you dare to sue the teacher for badgering me. I'll teach you a lesson this time. I won't beat you today. Next time, I'll beat you to death." Saying that, Chen Zihan took out a lighter from his pants pocket and directly put the Xian Bauer book and lit it in front of the class. Chapter 152. Xuan Bauer cries. Books sent by her aunt are burned. Looking at the books being burned by the fire, Xian Bauer wanted to rush forward to grab them, but was stopped by Zhang Susu and Sun Liangyun, a few good friends. Although the children were very righteous, they were ultimately small children, and when faced with a school bully like Chen Zihan, they were scared from the bottom of their hearts. A few people stopped Xian Bauer, also because they were afraid that she would rush up and suffer losses and injuries. Looking at the burned books, Xian Bauer inwardly experienced anger, aggression, and helplessness for the first time. "Wow!" Zuanbayer sat down on the floor, holding half a page of the book and cried out, "You can't burn my books. My aunt bought them for me. My aunt bought this for me." Ooh! Looking at her aunt's gift that she had just given to herself this morning being destroyed, countless grievances welled up inside her, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling down her face. Watching Xian Bauer cry out in aggravation, Chen Zihan's face overflowed with a bright smile. "Ha ha ha, you know how to cry. What else can you do but cry?" Xian Bauer cried out for a while, then wiped her tears and got up from the ground and roared, "I'll fight you." Without waiting for the children around her to react, Xian Bauer rushed towards Chen Zihan. "You returned my aunt's books." Seeing Xian Bauer rushing over, Chen Zihan met him, and with his strong body, he pushed Xian Bauer to the ground at once. Huan Bauer sat on her butt and wailed. She's only 3.5 years old, and the first time she's been bullied. She simply can't handle it inside. There were a few young teachers outside the classroom, taking students, and a few of them saw what was going on over here, but no one wanted to meddle. "Do you guys want to take care of Chen Zihan? This kid is too vicious in nature," a teacher said. The teacher next to him, however, bristled and coldly grunted, "Who cares, who cares? You guys don't know. The last time I cared, I was mean to Chen Zihan for 2 sentences. Principal Lu fined me half a month's salary." That's right, just now the international class teacher, Zhang Jiai, was called to the office, presumably to be expelled. A group of teachers discussed. Everyone did not want to care about Chen Zihan. This child is infamous, but the family background is extremely strong. And there is Lu Chunhong as a protective umbrella to protect. No one dared to provoke, for fear of getting into trouble. Inside the classroom, Xian Bauer was helped up by Zhang Susu's few people, her eyes tearful, but Chen Zihan remained unforgiving. "I'm going to beat you up today so that you Kobans will learn a lesson." Saying that, Chen Zihan walked forward and was about to prepare to make a move on Xian Bauer, and just then, a young man rushed in from outside and, in a flash, he arrived in front of Xian Bauer. "What do you want?" A bellowing cry. The man was 1.8 meters tall, with stern features, and a pair of sharp eyes condescendingly looking at Chen Zihan in death. The man who suddenly appeared in front of him scared Chen Zihan into a shiver, especially with that look in his eyes, causing him to stand still, not daring to move. Because of that look, Chen Zihan had only seen it in his own father's eyes. "Hen Pa, how are you?" The man came to Xian Bauer at the first time, hurriedly checking whether Xian Bauer had been harmed or not, and even a layer of fine sweat came out on his forehead in a hurry. Xian Bauer was a bit dazed, as she didn't recognize the man in front of her at all. The man's name is Zhang Chong. He is the eyes of Wang Mian arranged inside the kindergarten, and also Xian Bao bodyguard. Zhang Cheng is usually in the capacity of a janitor, and usually hangs around the kindergarten, keeping an eye out for any suspicious strangers that might be a threat to Xian Bao or something like that. But Zhang Cheng usually doesn't touch Xian Bao too much, because Wang Mian had explained that Xian Bao's normal school life mustn't be affected. Not to mention Xian Bao's specialness. Always make sure that Humboldt is just like a normal child so that she can have a better experience and a good normal. So Zhang Cheng did have some negligence towards the children in the school. After all, he didn't expect that a 4 or 5-year-old child would be a bully. And he didn't expect that the teachers at Fu Hai Kindergarten, the best kindergarten in the Magic City, would be so irresponsible. Xian Bao had only been here for a few days, and this had actually happened. If I hadn't heard some kids fighting and rushed to check it out, I don't know what horrible things would have happened back there. Zhang Cheng knew that he wouldn't go back without a beating. Xian Bao was a bit frazzled, but still stammered, "Uncle, I'm fine." After checking, Zhang Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily Xian Bao was only sitting on the ground and had not been harmed. Zhang Cheng turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he glared fiercely at Chen Zihan. If the other guy hadn't been a kid, he'd have wanted to get out on the spot before he did. "Where's your teacher?" Zhang Cheng said in a deep voice. Chen Zihan is a little scared. Although he was naturally evil, he was after all just a 4 or 5-year-old child, and he still wimped out when he encountered a ferocious adult like Zhang Cheng. "You, what are you doing?" Chen Zihan stepped backward, her eyes looking at Zhang Cheng with fear, as if a sheep had met a wolf. At this point, outside a group of teachers trotted in, seeing a man suddenly appear here. A few of the teachers panicked a bit. "What's going on?" A teacher, pretending to be unaware of the situation, hastily asked, "Who are you? Aren't you the janitor at the school and what are you doing here?" Seeing the teacher come to his side, only then did Chen Zihan become less scared and snuggled up to her teacher, her small eyes looking at Xian Bao and Zhang Cheng with some venomous resentment. "Teacher, he tried to hit me just now." Hearing that, the teacher looked at Zhang Cheng with a serious face. She knew that Chen Zihan lied, but in the current situation, it was better to try to defend Chen Zihan. After all, this man was just a janitor. "Do you realize what you're doing?" a teacher said in a hushed voice. "Get out of here. Can you be held responsible for scaring the kids?" The teacher was worried, thinking that this is a big deal today, and if Chen Zihan told her parents, the kindergarten wouldn't be turned upside down. Zhang Cheng smiled coldly and held Xian Bao in his arms gently. "Don't be afraid, Xian Bao. I'll call Mr. Li right away." Xian Bao's big eyes twinkled a few times. She could hear that the uncle in front of her, who was protecting her, should be known to her father. Saying that, Zhang Cheng looked at the few teachers in front of him and said with a gloomy gaze, "What do you do as teachers? Do you not care if kids fight and get into arguments?" The teacher looked at him, speechless. However, one of the teachers stood out and pointed at Zhang Cheng. "What are you? You just committed an assault on a child. We're calling the police on you." Several teachers did not dare to offend Chen Zihan, so they immediately shifted the conflict to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng didn't pay any attention to these teachers at all, but took out his cell phone and called Wang Mian. Something like this happens. Zhang Cheng as a bodyguard could not handle such a thing, and the matter could only be reported to Xian Bao. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Cheng, a rough man, tried to coax Xian Bao as much as he could. "Xuan Bao, don't be afraid. With uncle here, they won't dare bully you. I've told Mr. Li that your father will be here soon." Chapter 153 Peaceful? You can try. Only after hearing this did Xian Bao rub her eyes and wipe away her tears. "I'm fine, uncle. Thank you, uncle." Looking at Xian Bao being so understanding, Zhang Cheng was even more heartbroken. But after all, this matter belonged to a conflict between children, and he, the bodyguard, could only protect Xian Bao from harm, and on other matters, he would have to let Mr. Li deal with it personally. At that moment, the school security team hooted and hollered and rushed in. When Zhang Jiayi and Lu Chunhong heard the news, the two of them also rushed over from the office. "What's going on here?" Lu Chunhong was inwardly terrified when she heard that someone had made a move against Chen Zihan. "Who is this man?" When Zhang Jiayi saw Xian Bao's teary eyes, she knew that Chen Zihan must have bullied her and hurriedly ran to Xian Bao's side to pick her up and coax her. But it was blocked by Zhang Cheng. "I'm sorry, you can't go near the baby right now." Zhang Cheng's expression was stern as his gaze swept over everyone. In this situation, Zhang Cheng looked at every teacher and felt that they were not good people. Zhang Jiayi was shocked and said, "You, who are you?" "I'm Xian Bao's teacher," Zhang Cheng said in a deep voice. "You're a teacher, so where have you been instead of watching the kids?" Zhang Jiayi wanted to explain. However, it was interrupted by Lu Chunhong, who recognized Zhang Cheng as the school cleaner and coldly said, "You're Zhang Cheng, aren't you? What are you doing here if you're not doing your job properly? The teacher will handle the child's business, so get out of here." Zhang Chang's behavior just now, for Lu Chunhong, was simply like a dangerous molecule. In case something happens again, then this kindergarten of hers could no longer be run. The security guards in the Fu Hai kindergarten stood in the classroom, ready to clamp down on Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong directly ignored the group of young security guards and coldly said, "Henpa's parents will be here soon, and we'll deal with the matter then. I'm just trying to keep her safe right now, and at the same time, I don't want to be forced into a confrontation where an innocent person gets hurt." The 7 or 8 security guards frowned. Could they not understand that this meant looking down on themselves? Hearing that, Lu Chunhong and a group of teachers then somewhat understood that this man in front of him, it seems that he is specialized in protecting this child Li Xian. Is it hard to believe that it is arranged by Li Xian's family? But it's normal when you think about it. Children who can go to school in Fu Hai kindergarten, their families are not ordinary background conditions. It is normal to be able to hire bodyguards. Lu Chunhong's expression was uncertain. If this matter became a big deal, she was a bit bad. Chen Zihan's family background she knows. If the parents really came, then I'm afraid, today this is really not good to deal with. But this kid, Li Xian, seems to have a strong family background as well. But even if it's stronger, it's still not as strong as Chen's group and Mordor construction, right? Lu Chunhong had already made up her mind that no matter what happened, she must stand on the right side and stand on Chen Zihan's side. As for Li Xian, then don't blame the principal for being heartless. Who made Chen Zihan's family well-born? However, we should try to put this matter to rest. After all, if both parents did come, they might make a big deal out of it. Lu Chunhong said to the security guard, "All of you get out. I'll take it from here. Except for Ms. Zhang Jiai, all of you go back and watch your classes." Several teachers rushed away from the scene as if liberated, fearing that they would be unlucky enough to share any more responsibility. Lu Chunhong touched Chen Zihan's head and said gently, "Zihan, be good. Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you with Principal Lu." Chen Zihan said as she hugged Lu Chunhong's thigh. "Teacher, he just tried to hit me. You can't spare him." Zhang Chang's eyes were glazed over. This child in front of him was truly bad to the bone. Lu Chunhong came to Zhang Chong and faintly said, "Since you're the bodyguard arranged by Mr. Li, I'll call you Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhang, it's actually normal for children to fall out with each other. Between us adults sometimes, we fight over trivial things, let alone children. They don't know any better, don't you think so? Zhang Chong did not take a stance, only his face was somewhat indifferent as he waited for Lu Chunhong to follow. Lu Chunhong continued, "I'll have Zihan apologize to Li Xian, and books I'll personally buy her a new copy. This matter, it ends here. You call Mr. Li and tell him not to come, or it won't look good for everyone." At the mention of books, Shen Bauer flopped aggressively in Zhang Chang's arms with tears in her eyes. But that book, it was a gift from my aunt. Zhang Chong gently patted Shen Bauer's back, walked over to Lu Chunhong, and sneered, "Is everyone unattractive? Are you unattractive, or are his parents unattractive?" Lu Chunhong said faintly, "Mr. Zhang, Zihan's father is taking care of the Chun group and her mother is taking care of the Magic City construction group. The two chairmen are usually very busy. That's clear enough. Just about straight up. Zihan has a deep background. Don't be ignorant." Lu Chunhong looked at Zhang Chong with a very serious gaze, almost right in his ear, and whispered, "I'm kind of giving you a big break by letting you rest. After all, it wasn't much of a big deal in the first place." Zhang Chong was on the verge of being infuriated and laughed as he looked sharply at Lu Chunhong and said, "Rest in peace. You can let him try and see if it's Mr. Li who's begging for rest in peace, or your so-called Dongchen. I guess 5 more minutes and Mr. Li will be here. You don't have to say anything else. Just tell Mr. Li when the time comes." Chapter 154, When Auntie's Pissed Off. Kindergarten. Dangerous. Zhang Chang's words made Lu Chunhong froze. Then her face pulled down. She completely did not expect Zhang Chong to be so ungrateful. "Mr. Zhang, you have to think carefully," Lu Chunhong reminded once more. "If Zihan's parents come, then this matter, when the time comes, will really not end well. I'm doing this for your sake. Why don't you appreciate it?" Zhang Chong ignored Lu Chunhong in the slightest and said as he sat on the stool holding Shenbao, "Thank you Principal Willow for your kind words. I can't make the call on this matter. We still have to wait for our Mr. Right home to come." Seeing that Zhang Chong doesn't appreciate it, Lu Chunhong's heart is a little unsettled. It seems that today this matter, really want to make a big deal. She wasn't worried, though. Anyway, when Chen Zihan's parents came, Li Xian's parents only had to beg. Lu Chunhong didn't have the good sense to say, "Okay, since you have to, I won't stop you. Zihan, call your mom and dad and tell them to come to school." Chen Zihan's small eyes twinkled, and the trace of pride and complacency surfaced again on her face. "Humph. My dad is here and he won't spare you for sure." Saying that, Chen Zihan looked at Xian Bauer wistfully. "Your name is Li Xian, and I will not return your books." Xian Bauer said unwillingly. "That's what my aunt bought me, and my aunt will teach you a lesson." "Ha!" Chen Zihan bristled with disdain. "Is your family as rich as ours?" When it came down to it, the two kids barreled up, and Lu Chunhong didn't stop them. It was all just a joke in the end anyway. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, Li Xiaoyu was wearing a suit and leaning on a recliner with sunglasses, a pot of tea steeped beside it. Gurgling, "Who dash?" Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, Li Xiaoyu leisurely said, "It's been a long time since I've been this free." Behind him, Assistant Wang Jingyi was a bit curious. "Mr. Li, that Mr. Li is your own brother?" Last night's incident was considered a deep shock to Wang Jingyi. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyu's previous move against the Chen group was actually to help Li Qing. In a short period of time, Li Qing's reputation could be considered very loud, especially since he was at war with the entertainment industry and still had an incestuous relationship with Yang Mi. Wang Jingyi also did not expect their boss and Li Qing and this relationship. Before this, she followed Li Xiaoyu so many years, but never heard of a brother. Li Xiaoyu faintly said, "Well, I didn't say that before. There are a lot of things that you don't know yet." Wang Jingyi's eyes flickered as she nodded. "Then from now on, are we going to be immortal with the Chen group?" Li Xiaoyu said very bashfully. "Immortality? Chen's group isn't qualified for this. It won't be long before the Chen group becomes the springboard for the Hanghai group. Our group, it's time to take it to another level." Wang Jingyi took a deep breath and, "That sounds, well, just a little bit crazy." Still, she was more excited and thrilled inside. 3 years of time, under the leadership of Li Xiaoyu, Hanghai group did not know how many steps up, all the way to destroy. By now, it's finally time to take a higher step. Mr. Li, for our Hanghai group to be able to come this far, isn't it also with Mr. Li's help behind it? Wang Jingyi couldn't help but be curious about Li Qing. After all, this young man was just too mesmerizing. For that matter, Li Xiaoyu just smiled and said, "You think that the Hanghai group is strong?" Wang Jingyi smiled. "Of course, Hanghai group has become a famous enterprise in Zhejiang province in 3 years under your leadership, and even Ma Tang, the chairman of Penguin Group, has begged to cooperate with you. If this isn't strong, I really don't know what is." Li Xiaoyu's gaze was calm, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "These are in my brother's eyes, at best, to give him a beating. You just asked me if I set up the Hanghai group with or without my brother's help behind the scenes, and I can say that if I were to seek my brother's help for this point, then my brother would have me doing laundry and cooking at home." Hearing that, Wang Jingyi was filled with shock and stood frozen in place for a long time without saying anything. Li Xiaoyu's words were just too informative. It was so big that Wang Jingyi could no longer imagine how awesome Li Qing's identity background was. "I didn't expect Mr. Li is actually this powerful." Wang Jingyi was deeply shocked and said, "After last night's incident, I'm afraid that next, our Hanghai group will have to go all out in the battle." Li Xiaoyu took a sip of tea, then flicked his cigarette ash and said, "Well, you don't have to worry about any of that. It's just the beginning." Just saying. At this time, Wang Mian hurried over from outside, his face somewhat serious. "Brother Mian, what's the hurry to go?" Li Xiaoyu snorted. Wang Mian said, "I'm going to find Brother Qing. Something happened to Hen Bauer at school." As soon as I heard that something had happened to Huan Bauer, Li Xiaoyu instantly sat up from the recliner and casually threw the cigarette butt in his hand at his feet. "What's going on?" Li Xiaoyu stood up and frowned slightly. "What happened to Henpa?" Wang Mian paused and said, "There was a bit of conflict between classmates and the school favored other students. I'll talk to Brother Qing first." Wang Mian recounted the matter briefly, then turned toward the villa. And Li Xiaoyu, who heard about this, her entire body exploded. What the hell is this kindergarten teacher doing? Wow! Li Xiaoyu didn't hold back and lifted the tea table with her hand, and the celadon teacups fell to the ground and shattered all over the place. Li Xiaoyu's pair of beautiful eyes clouded over as she coldly said, "No, I'm going over there now." It so happened that at this time, Li Qing also walked out from the villa, his face slightly sullen, and his footsteps were much faster than usual. This was the first time Li Qing had shown obvious anger. Yang Mi beside her had a worried look on her face. She was anxious when she heard that something happened to Xian Bauer, but she was still worried that Li Qing would impulsively make another mess. "Li Qing, don't be in too much of a hurry. Let's go and see what's going on first." Li Qing's face was expressionless, but his gaze was terribly gloomy. "Well, Wanbeier is protected now, and don't worry too much, she's not harmed." Being comforted by Li Qing, Yang Mi was vaguely touched inwardly. "Brother, I'll take care of this. Li Xiaoyu stepped forward, forcibly suppressing her anger, and her gaze was even more lingering. It's not convenient for you to go to kindergarten, brother. You can just stay home with sister-in-law. After saying that, Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and turned toward the outside. Jingyi, get Sun Yang and drive. Wang Mian hurriedly pulled Li Xiaoyu aside and said, don't you add to the confusion. Li Xiaoyu's gaze went cold. I didn't add to the chaos. Whoever dares to bully Xian Bauer, I'll get him killed. And at that moment, Li Qing spoke. Finish up after school and you pick up Huan Baoer and come back. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu froze, then turned around and left. Wang Mian, on the other hand, was helpless. Brother Chang, if she goes, I guess the Fu Hai kindergarten will be gone. Yang Mi also looked at Li Qing with a bit of worry. Li Xiaoyu is nice, but just does things. It's a bit scary. Li Qing coldly said, let her handle it. If the kindergarten is gone, then we'll open another one. He knows Li Xiaoyu's nature. Xuanbauer books were burned, and that books were Li Xiaoyu's gift to the children. So no matter what, she, as an aunt, would never be at peace until she vented. Of course, this was with the understanding that Henbold was not injured. If something really happened, Li Qing was afraid that he would directly bring people with guns to directly surround the kindergarten. Chapter 155. Being young is no reason for you to bully people. Sun Yang drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Li Xiaoyu sat in the back row. The car sped all the way. Safe conditions traffic lights directly ignored. At this point, Fu Hai Kindergarten. Xian Bauer sat on a small chair while Zhang Chong stood by his side, his gaze always on alert. Even the teachers are uniformly not allowed to come near. Lu Chunhong, on the other hand, was sitting on the opposite side of the table, wrapping Chen Zihan in her arms and doting on her. Principal, did you call my parents? Chen Zihan was a bit impatient. He was bored of staying here all the time. Lu Chunhong said with a nod. Zihan, don't worry. Your mom and dad have something to do. They'll be here later. Having said that, Lu Chunhong looked at Zhang Chong and said with a somewhat disdainful tone, you guys take the blame for this today. Don't blame me for not warning you before. After this matter is over, Li Xian will apply for withdrawal. Hearing that you're not allowed to go to school, Xian Bauer's gaze was a bit dim, although she didn't like Chen Zihan and this principal, but a lot of the kids at school get along well. Uncle, did Xuan Bauer do something wrong? Xian Bauer looked at Zhang Chong with an aggrieved face and said, but it was clearly Chen Zihan who burned my books. Zhang Chong comforted. Don't worry Huan Bauer, you haven't done anything wrong. Chen Zihan laughed wistfully. Li Xian, just wait, my mom will definitely beat you up when she comes. Chen Zihan has always been spoiled by his mother. The last time because of a child quarrel, Yang Xian came without saying a word, directly smacked the other side. The other parent had to bow and bend over to apologize. Repeatedly doing this had made Chen Zihan form a habit. This time, the same is true. Xian Bauer was a little scared, especially because the atmosphere of the scene was tense, and both parents had to be called over. So Xian Bauer always felt that she had intruded on the world as if she was in a big trouble. After all, she was so young that many children think the sky is falling when they break a bowl. Zhang Jiayi let the other children study on their own, her heart pounding. The atmosphere of the scene made her a little nervous too. Da, da, da. The silence of the classroom was broken by the sound of a high-heeled footstep, coming from far and near. Hearing someone approaching, Lu Chunhong subconsciously turned her head to look. The crowd then saw that a tall, cold-looking woman walked in. The woman was none other than Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu was dressed in a black suit, and her originally stunning face was painted with heavy makeup, making her even more love-cold, especially those beautiful eyes, with a chill lurking in their gaze that one would not dare to approach. Seeing Li Xiaoyu walk in, Lu Chunhong was first stunned. She was also stunned by Li Xiaoyu's face. Immediately after that, a kind of chilling sensation hit Li Xiaoyu. From the moment he entered the classroom, that kind of overriding aura made Lu Chunhong feel bad inside. Auntie! Xian Bauer's gaze blossomed and she cried out childishly. What brings you here, Auntie? Seeing Li Xiaoyu, Xian Bauer got down from the small chair and ran to him, pouncing on Li Xiaoyu's arms at once. I'm sorry Auntie, the books are broken. Seeing her loved ones, Xian Bauer's inner aggression was once again released, especially when she thought of the books given by her aunt. Her heart was even more sad and she directly cried out, oh, Auntie, I want to go home. Looking at Xian Bauer crying with pearly blossoms, Li Xiaoyu's heart was about to break. This is her precious niece Ah. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly hugged Xian Bauer and gently patted her back to coax her. I'm sorry Xuan Bauer, Auntie came late. Baby don't cry oh. How can the books be broken? Auntie and then buy Xuan Bauer a new book. Xian Bauer, who bullied you? Tell Auntie. Auntie will not spare her. Xian Bauer pointed at the remnants of the book on the ground with tearful eyes. Chen Zihan and several older classes burned my books. Zhang Susu and a few other children also added in a hurry. Yes, it's Chen Zihan. They're bad. They bully a lot. And he had to hit Li Xian and push him down. Xian Bao's little friends, one by one, stood out and said, which made Xian Bao's heart warm. And for the first time, she also felt that the original friendship was also so beautiful. Hearing these words, Li Xiaoyu's face gradually turned grim, and following the direction that Xian Bao was pointing to, only on the ground, the books were torn into several pieces, and most of the rest were charred, with less than half remaining. Seeing this, the fire in Li Xiaoyu's heart rushed up in a flash. Even the slightest urge to kill had sprung up. Xian Bao was a treasure in the palm of her hand to her, and even more so, the jewel of the Li family. It was hard for Li Xiaoyu to imagine that a group of 4 or 5-year-olds could be so vicious. However, she still tried to restrain the anger within her and faintly said to Wang Jingyi, "You take Xian Bao home first. I'll take care of things here." Wang Jingyi knew what it meant, and I'm afraid that the next picture is not suitable for children to see, so as not to leave a psychological shadow. "Xuan Bao, Auntie will take you home. Mom and Dad are waiting for Xuan Bao at home." Wang Jingyi gently picked up Xian Bao. She was very fond of this child. Xian Bao looked at Li Xiaoyu with some worry and weakly said, "Auntie, when will you accompany Xian Bao home?" Li Xiaoyu said with a doting smile, "Soon de. Xuan Bao go back first, don't let Mom and Dad worry." Xian Bao nodded obediently, and was then taken out by Wang Jingyi and left the school. After Xian Bao left, Li Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Jiayi next to her again and said, "All the other students, except these ones, take them out." 2. Zhang Jiayi was slightly stunned and wanted to say something, but seeing Li Xiaoyu's somewhat intimidating eyes, she didn't dare to say anything more and could only nod her head. Well, led by Zhang Jiayi, all the children in the classroom walked out and headed to other classes, and the few small children standing beside Chen Zihan, seeing this scene, were also a bit scared and planned to sneak out after the big group. "You guys, stand there." Li Xiaoyu's gaze condensed as she coldly said, "Who told you to leave?" Although Li Xiaoyu's voice wasn't loud, it scared these kids, and they stood there dumbfounded, not daring to move. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chunhong just stood on the side, not daring to let out a single fart. She almost forgot that she was the principal of this kindergarten. Li Xiaoyu stood in the classroom with an aura that completely crushed Principal Lu Chunhong. "You're Chen Zihan?" Only after the rest of the children had left the classroom did Li Xiaoyu turn her head, look squarely at Chen Zihan, and slowly walk towards her. Seeing this, Lu Chunhong also came back to her senses, walked up and squeezed out a smile, saying, "You're Xian Bao's aunt. It's actually nothing. It's normal for children to play around." Li Xiaoyu sneered, "Really? You're Xian Bao's teacher?" Lu Chunhong smiled, "I'm the principal, and I see this as a matter of letting them apologize to each other and forgetting about it. There's no need for both parents to negotiate. Zihan is busy at home and can't come for a while." Lu Chunhong still wanted to let Li Xiaoyu put things to rest, and this woman didn't look like a good person, so as not to make things worse. Li Xiaoyu ignored Lu Chunhong and instead walked over to Chen Zihan and just looked at him. Meeting Li Xiaoyu's gaze, Chen Zihan was a bit scared, but with Lu Chunhong by his side and his parents coming over immediately, he raised his courage and said, "Don't be mean to me. My mom will be here in a minute. My family is rich, you can't afford to mess with them." Snap! Before Chen Zihan finished speaking, Li Xiaoyu's slap had already come to his face. A crisp slap resounded throughout the classroom. The strength was so great that Chen Zihan fell to the ground at once. Li Xiaoyu was furious and didn't care if you were a child or an adult. 5-year-olds already understand that they have to be punished and suffer consequences for doing wrong. Seeing this scene, Lu Chunhong was startled. Then she froze on the spot. She hadn't expected at all that this woman would take a swing at a child. "Whoa dash! Whoa whoa!" Chen Zihan got up from the ground and wailed. The slap had blindsided him. Ever since he was a child, no one had ever dared to hit him, even if Mom and Dad hadn't moved. Immediately afterward, only to see the left side of Chen Zihan's face, an unmistakable handprint oozing blood, swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 156, Principal Lu. "If you want to die, just say so. Are you crazy?" Lu Chunhong instantly panicked inside, and hurriedly tried to pick Chen Zihan up, but before she could get close to Chen Zihan, Sun Yang next to her directly blocked her way. "Principal Willow, my boss doesn't like people meddling before he handles things." Lu Chunhong was slightly stunned. Obviously she didn't expect Li Xiaoyu to be so overbearing. Do you know what you're doing? Get out of my way. I'm telling you, none of you are leaving today, and you'll all be held responsible for what happens." Li Xiaoyu's gaze was biting cold. A look of impatience appeared on his face, and he backhanded Lu Chunhong's face with a slap. Snap! A buzzing sound came from Lu Chunhong's ears. She covered her face and looked at Li Xiaoyu with a shocked face. as if she couldn't believe that this woman was so ruthless, not only hitting her child, but even daring to do it herself. You better shut up when I'm doing my job. Li Xiaoyu squinted at Lu Chunhong and said coldly, Sun Yang, keep an eye on Principal Lu, don't run around, lest you fall and break your arms and legs. Meeting Li Xiaoyu's eyes, Lu Chunhong trembled inwardly and couldn't help but feel fear. This woman, doing overbearing things completely exceeded Lu Chunhong's imagination. For a while, Lu Chunhong actually stood still, not daring to take half a step forward. Sensei, oh. Seeing that Lu Chunhong didn't even dare to come and stop it, Chen Zihan was instantly scared out of her wits, covering her face and crying, don't you come any closer, I'm going home to tell my mom. Li Xiaoyu leaned over and grabbed Chen Zihan's collar as she looked at him coldly and said, no need to go home and tell them. I'll just wait here until your parents get here. Lu Chunhong was terrified. She was really afraid that Li Xiaoyu would do something out of the ordinary again. If anything happens to Chen Zihan, that's a consequence she can't afford. Lu Chunhong couldn't care less about image and yelled, what are you doing? Let go of Zihan. What are you bothering with a child? Lu Chunhong tried to step forward, but Sun Yang lifted her onto the table with a big wave of his hand. You want to get killed? Lu Chunhong wanted to stop Li Xiaoyu, but she didn't dare to move forward, so anxious that she was about to cry. Li Xiaoyu sneered, competing with a child, that's something you can really say. Snap. After saying that, he slapped again, smacking the other side of Chen Zihan's face. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his face quickly swelled up, symmetrical with the other side, much like a pig. Ah! Chen Zihan cried even louder as he kept struggling with his cries and roars. You let go of me! Let go of me! Lu Chunhong was also anxious and shouted, you're done! You're totally done! This has nothing to do with me. When Chen Zihan's parents come, you'll take all the blame. Li Xiaoyu simply ignored it, and the more Chen Zihan struggled and flailed, the more it upset her. No end? The slender white jade hand swung out a slap once more. Snap! With more force than once, Chen Zihan's nosebleed spiked out. Lu Chunhong's eyes widened. She only felt that this woman in front of her was completely insane. You're crazy, Lu Chunhong shouted. His mom is the chairman of the Magic City Construction Group. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, the response was still a loud slap. Snap! Lu Chunhong growled through clenched teeth. I'm telling you, you're dead. His father is the chairman of the Chen Group. Do you know what happens when you offend the Chen Group? Hearing that, Li Xiaoyu's movements paused. She looked at Lu Chunhong with some surprise. Chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Xiaoguang? That's quite a coincidence. Oh, Chen Zihan, Chen Xiaoguang. Li Xiaoyu looked at the bruised and swollen Chen Zihan, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. I told you how a child could be so bad to the bone. So your father is Chen Xiaoguang. Then this is not unusual. Seeing Li Xiaoyu stop, Lu Chunhong's heart was finally relieved. It seems the woman isn't afraid of anything. Ha! Now you know you're scared. But it's already too late. Lu Chunhong said with a gloomy gaze. Don't run away either. When Dong Chen arrives, this isn't over. Li Xiaoyu didn't say anything and slowly loosened Chen Zihan's collar, followed by a slap hand. Snap! Chen Zihan was jerked to the ground again. Lu Chunhong was about to bleep a few more words, but was instantly dumbfounded. What is this? Completely angry? Li Xiaoyu sneered. If your parents don't give an explanation for coming today, I don't think you should go back either. Chen Zihan was slapped so many times that she knelt on the ground and cried without breath, her nose blood staining her white school uniform. He couldn't say a word. Even his cries were hoarse, and it was obvious that his whole body was confused. After beating Chen Zihan, Li Xiaoyu's anger was lifted a bit. However, it was far from over. Turning her head, Li Xiaoyu coldly looked at Lu Chunhong and said, what else were you going to say? Meeting Li Xiaoyu's sharp gaze, Lu Chunhong shivered, so frightened that she didn't know what to say. She could sense that the woman in front of her seemed to have come from an uncomplicated background, too, and judging by her reaction, she should know about the Chen clan and not be afraid of it at all. Lu Chunhong in her panic. It is hard not to. He really kicked the iron plate? Without waiting for Lu Chunhong to think about it, Li Xiaoyu had already arrived in front of her and raised her foot in high heels and kicked it. Bang! Puff! Lu Chunhong fell down next to the table and chairs, and the nearby table and chairs smashed into a large area. Lu Chunhong covered her stomach, her expression twisted in pain, unable to speak in pain. Next to her, Zhang Jiai, who was the international class teacher, had long since been scared silly at this point. Seeing such a scene shocked and terrified her beyond belief. She hurried to Li Xiaoyu and tried her best to persuade her. Li, don't be impulsive. You can't hit anyone else. This can't get any bigger. Although she had already made a big deal out of it, Zhang Jiai was still afraid that Li Xiaoyu would do something even more unpredictable. Even she wondered if there would be a scene. Li Xiaoyu waved her hand indifferently. It's good to make a big deal out of it. The bigger the better. It's not true that he's a child, but at the age of 5, he should know what he's doing. I will, today, teach Chun Xiaoguang a lesson. And you, as class teacher, you have a responsibility you can't escape. We'll talk about you later. With that, Li Xiaoyu's gaze reached out to the remaining boys in the older classes. Besides Chen Zihan, there are a few of you, right? Saying that, Li Xiaoyu casually pulled a chair and sat on the podium. The few children who had befriended Chen Zihan were shivering in fear. Where had they experienced such a thing? One by one, they had long been shivering and crying uncontrollably. Lu Chunhong endured the severe pain and stood up, even though she was afraid of Li Xiaoyu. But at this time, she could not care much. Her anger was on top of her head, and she said angrily with red eyes, I've called the police, and the sheriff will be here soon to arrest you. And what about our school security guards? Call them and tell them that there are dangerous people inside the school. Li Xiaoyu lightly laughed and ignored it. Sun Yang, you handled those people in a while. Zheng Chong, right, Principal Lu to you. Lu Chunhong froze, obviously not understanding what Li Xiaoyu meant by this, but she understood in the next second. Zheng Chong had been waiting for this moment for quite some time, and he couldn't wait to copy a wooden chair and violently swing it at Lu Chunhong. Bang! Lu Chunhong fell to the ground in response to the sound. This time, directly swinging her arm broken. Ah! Lu Chunhong knelt on the ground, covering her arm and screaming in pain. Zheng Chong stood in front of Lu Chunhong and said extremely calmly, until our Mr. Li is done with things, I want you to be honest and watch here. Otherwise, I might kill you. Chapter 157, call the person with the most background in your family to pick up the child. Wang Zhengchong's indifferent eyes were extremely lethal, even causing Lu Chunhong to forget about the pain for a moment, her entire body being dominated by fear. Lu Chunhong really felt that this person really dared to kill. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Chunhong's tears flowed and a painful dullness occurred, but she didn't dare to make any other movements for fear of suffering. The teacher, Zhang Jiai, was even weaker in her legs. She could hardly imagine what kind of person this aunt of Xin Bauer was. It's completely unreasonable and it's just so overbearing. However, Zhang Jiai unexpectedly had a trace of inexplicable pleasure within her heart. A few moments later, Sun Yang walked in from outside the door, patted the dust on his body, stood beside Li Xiaoyu and said, Mr. Li, the security guards outside have been resolved. No one will disturb now. Zhang Jiai was shocked again. And who is this guy that the school security guards were put down so quickly? It is important to realize that the security guards at Fu Hai Kindergarten are not old men, but professional security personnel who have undergone systematic training. Li Xiaoyu looked at these pitiful children without half a bit of sympathy. Don't look at these 4 or 5-year-olds. They look harmless, but they are really bad. Sometimes more bad than adults can imagine. If you don't stop it at a young age, then when you enter middle school, you might be harming other students. Li Xiaoyu faintly said, Sun Yang, pull down their pants and make them kneel here. Sun Yang, who was the head of the logistics department of the Hanhai group, froze when he heard this from his own boss, and his gaze was a bit confused, thinking if he had heard it wrong. However, Sun Yang immediately returned to his senses and walked towards a few children. See the situation. Lu Chunhong knelt on the ground, her face full of panic. You can't do this. Please, count on me. Will you? You really can't take the blame for this. Can't it be that you only know how to vent your anger and don't think about the consequences? Don't you think about Xian Bauer? Lu Chunhong is this scared. She thought that Li Xiaoyu would at most offend the Chun Zihan Chen family, but she didn't realize that she would have to go after the other 4 or 5 children. Which one of these kids didn't come from a tremendous family background? If something like this happens to their child at their own school, then the Fu Hai Kindergarten will really have to close down. Li Xiaoyu said indifferently. You're saying that their families are all rich and have big backgrounds and I can't afford to mess with them, aren't you? It's these rich and well-heeled ones I'm hitting. Sun Yang, do it. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yang lifted Chen Zihan up in one go as if he was lifting a chicken, stripped off his clothes in a few seconds, and made him kneel on the floor. Next, the rest of the few, all of them, too, were all naked and kneeling on the cold floor tiles. There was a lot of crying in the classroom. Where had these 4 or 5-year-olds been bullied so much? It was always them who bullied others on the basis of their family's connections and money. Hearing these cries, Li Xiaoyu only felt upset and said in a cold voice, Don't even cry. Anyone who cries again, I'll sew her mouth shut. Hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, the child who had been wailing just a moment ago instantly tranquilized. One by one, they were trembling with fear, tears streaming down their face, but they just couldn't bear to cry out, including Chen Zihan. Li Xiaoyu recklessly lit up a cigarette and slowly inhaled it. Just looking at these kids, Lu Chunhong knelt there with the child, not daring to move a muscle. To her, the woman in front of her was nothing short of a she-devil, who did things without considering the consequences. Li Xiaoyu looked at these children, the corner of her mouth curved up in a playful arc. Don't say I didn't give you guys a chance. Principal Willow, give them your cell phone and tell them to call their parents. Use all their connections, and I'll see how good it can be. Be here in 20 minutes or I can't guarantee these kid parts all the way. The words fell. Lu Chunhong froze on her knees for half a day. She looked at Li Xiaoyu incredulously, as if she couldn't believe that Li Xiaoyu was actually so wild. A guy who's going to arm wrestle the parents of these kids? Lu Chunhong didn't know exactly where Li Xiaoyu got his backing. However, this is good for Lu Chunhong. Lu Chunhong's eyes were filled with blood, and a touch of viciousness rose even more in his heart. Oh, that's what you said yourself. Which of these kids' backgrounds isn't big and scary in Mordor? Let's see how you end up. Lu Chunhong endured the pain in her arm, took out her cell phone, and took the lead in calling Chen Zihan's mother. Probably because the person on the other end was busy and didn't pick up the phone, Lu Chunhong hurriedly talked to the other child's parent. Again. Soon, the call was answered and a man's voice came from the other side. Ah, Principal Willow, what can I do for you? I'm a bit busy right now, Lu Chunhong said in a hurry. Hello Director Wang, you should hurry to come to school now. Your child. Lu Chunhong was very emotional, and her tone could not be controlled with a bunch of crying. And as soon as the other man heard that it was about the child, he became serious. What's wrong? Did something happen to Ruoyun? At this time, Sun Yang came and took the phone in Lu Chunhong's hand as soon as he could and handed it over to Li Xiaoyu. Holding the cell phone, Li Xiaoyu directly opened the speakerphone and faintly said, Your son got into trouble at school. He's here on his knees now. You have 20 minutes. I don't guarantee he'll be back on his feet if he's late. Having said that, Li Xiaoyu directly hung up the phone. Principal Willow. Next, keep fighting. Before he could return the cell phone to Lu Chunhong, Wang Ruoyun's dad called back. Li Xiaoyu paid no attention and still hung up the phone. Lu Chunhong took the phone shakily and then began to contact the other children's parents. Li Xiaoyu just sat on the chair, looked at his watch, and waited unhurriedly, not forgetting to say to Lu Chunhong, aside from Chen Zihan, what are the backgrounds of the parents of the rest of these 4 children? Tell us. Lu Chunhong slightly stunned, thinking that this woman is also no bottom. Want to understand in advance, have a psychological preparation? But it was too late. Lu Chunhong cleared her throat and said as if she were announcing her home. That kid just now. His name is Wang Ruoyun. His father is a famous director in China. Li Xiaoyu interrupted without any interest. Talk about something else. Lu Chunhong paused in some surprise, then continued. That child's name is Zhang Fu, and his father's name is Zhang Hanlin. Saying that, Lu Chunhong's voice deliberately raised quite a bit. It's from Huangpu district in Magic City, the serious second-in-command of the district. Li Xiaoyu was still breezy, with no ripples on her face. Lu Chunhong continued. Son Hao. Father is Sun Nanyang, head of the office of the Jinghai District Defense Armed Forces Department. Zhang Xiaoxiu. Father Zhang Wangwei, deputy director of the Inspection Bureau. After saying this, Lu Chunhong's body straightened up quite a bit. It was as if the background of these people's identities gave her a lot of backbone. It's true. After all, behind these kids, there is a real official background with real power. Li Xiaoyu tortured their child so badly. Offended is not just a department. Once people come, Li Xiaoyu must eat and walk. Lu Chunhong's gaze flashed with a hint of viciousness. She couldn't wait to see Li Xiaoyu's miserable end. Chapter 158, Parents Scared Less. Is she the murderess? After hearing these words from Lu Chunhong, Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and there was no lack of more interest in her gaze. Well, it's no wonder that a bunch of 4- and 5-year-olds do things so recklessly. Li Xiaoyu inhaled a mouthful of smoke and smiled with narrowed eyes. So it's a rich and powerful old man backing up his family. It should be said or not. These kids have a family background that has the capital to let loose wherever they are placed. Don't look at just some deputy bureau chiefs, but Mordor is not an ordinary city, and is not a low position in the first place. To be realistic, for the average person, the chief of their local police station is a ceiling. Lu Chunhong took a deep breath and looked at Li Xiaoyu with a tentative gaze and said, You, then, still want to call? Li Xiaoyu smiled coldly. Of course, come on. First call that second-in-command of the Whampoa district. What's his name? Zhang Hanlin, right? Lu Chunhong was in an apprehensive mood. To be honest, he hadn't even met the second-in-command of the district, and had only heard it revealed by the child's mother. However, there is no other way at the moment. If these kids get on their knees, it will be a real waste. Summoning her courage, Lu Chunhong picked up the phone and called. Soon, The phone was connected and Lu Chunhong said very respectfully, "Hello, is this Zhang Fu's father? Mr. Zhang?" On the other side of the cell phone, a middle-aged man's voice came, very magnetic. "Oh, it's Principal Ryu. Hello, what can I do for you?" Lu Chunhong glanced at Li Xiaoyu fearfully. The current situation. She really didn't know how to explain to the other party. Li Xiaoyu nonchalantly took the cell phone and faintly said, "Vice District Zhang, right? Your son bullied and got into trouble at school. I helped you educate him. Come and collect him in person in 20 minutes. Listening to Li Xiaoyu's words, Lu Chunhong inwardly shivered violently and looked at her with incomparable astonishment. Jesus, this is talking to a deputy district? If she hadn't been there, Lu Chunhong couldn't have imagined that a woman in her early 20s dared to talk like that to a person at the level of deputy district of Mordor. Doesn't he want to be in the ING business anymore? On the other side of the phone, there was silence for a moment, and it was obvious that Zhang Hanlin was also a bit confused. After a moment, Zhang Hanlin's tone became somewhat serious and said, "Which one are you?" Li Xiaoyu faintly said, "Of course I'm the parent of a bullied student." On the phone, Zhang Hanlin remained calm and said, "Where is my son? Tell him to come and talk." Involving his own son and bumping into such nonchalant parents, Zhang Hanlin also had to put down his work at hand and took it seriously. However, Li Xiaoyu didn't want to talk nonsense and said directly, "Your son can't answer the phone. He's kneeling next to it. 20 minutes. But of course, you can go on about your business if you want your son to waste his legs on his knees." With these words, at that moment, Zhang Hanlin on the other side of the phone violently stood up from his office chair. He's in a bit of a state of disbelief. How dare a parent do such a thing to his own son? And that's with the knowledge of who you are. On the phone, Zhang Hanlin's tone became a bit gloomy. "This lady, do you know what you're doing?" Li Xiaoyu flicked his cigarette ash and sneered, "Don't tug on me here. You're out of time." After saying that, Li Xiaoyu unceremoniously hung up on him. Then he threw the cell phone to Lu Chunhong. "Go on, Principal Willow. Speed things up. Look at the kid's swollen legs. Lu Chunhong is sweating like a pig." The conversation between Li Xiaoyu and Zhang Hanlin just now had scared her entire being silly. The other party is the second in command of the Wanhua district. "You're doing this. Anyway, it's a complete mess." At the same time, Lu Chunhong couldn't help but suspect that this woman really had something to rely on. How else can you be so hardened and not see any panic at all? Lu Chunhong did not dare to delay. Rushed to the remaining two children's parents to call. The process is still Li Xiaoyu to answer the conversation. Soon, after making the call, Li Xiaoyu sat down on a chair and patiently waited for these people to arrive. These 5 children in front of them, kneeling naked on the floor tiles, their heads bowed and crying, but not daring to cry out. Chen Zihan's face was already swollen high, with a bruised and swollen nose, somewhat half dead. Li, can you send the child to the infirmary for treatment first?" Lu Chunhong said worriedly. I broke my arm. I need to go to the hospital too." Li Xiaoyu sneered. "The show is about to start. Why is Principal Lu in such a hurry to leave? Since Principal Lu is so close to Chen Zihan, then you should go over and accompany Chen Zihan." Lu Chunhong froze. I'm this." Without waiting for Lu Chunhong to react, Sun Yang came and grabbed her by the hair and dragged her hard. "Principal Lu, kneel down, and maybe our boss will be kind and release you as well." "Of course, you can try if you're not honest." Lu Chunhong was trembling with fear. Before those parents with powerful backgrounds came, she didn't dare to have any resistance at all. Because Li Xiaoyu really dared to lay his hands on him. She's cool enough to smack a kid, let alone an adult. However, what makes Lu Chunhong very puzzled is why she called the police. How come the security officers have not yet come? Lu Chunhong looked up at Li Xiaoyu, a terrible speculation rising within her. 5 minutes later, the dead silence of the classroom was suddenly disrupted by the sound of footsteps. Just the doorway. A man, nearly 50 years old, came in with hurried steps. Seeing the man, Lu Chunhong's eyes immediately lit up, then immediately stood up and ran over. "Ah, Director Wang, you're finally here." Lu Chunhong cried, "Pear blossom with rain. The appearance is extremely miserable road. You're finally here. If you don't come, not only will I be killed, your child won't be able to keep it." The man who came was none other than the father of the eldest class child, Wang Ruoyun, Wang Haiban. Wang Haiban is a director in the entertainment industry, not a small reputation in the Magic City. 51 years old this year, to have children very late. Wang Ruoyun is his only baby son. Wang Haiban frowned. As early as the phone call he knew that something had happened to his child at the kindergarten. "What's going on, Principal Willow?" Wang Haiban said in a deep voice. "Your arm is..." Lu Chunhong whimpered. I was beaten up. You should see your child." When Wang Haiban turned his head, his entire body was suddenly dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, Wang Haiban stormed out. Who the did this? Looking at his son kneeling here, Wang Haiban simply exploded. This is the son of his old age, the family's only single-handed baby son. Now I can't believe I'm being beaten up and kneeling here. Director Wang, what a great temperament. Li Xiaoyu sat on the podium and lit a cigarette and said indifferently, did you know that your son burned my niece's books? Wang Haiban didn't care about Li Xiaoyu at all, but ran over and was about to pick up his son. You're looking for death. Son, don't be afraid. Daddy's coming. Li Xiaoyu's gaze condensed, and with a snap of his fingers, he flicked the cigarette on Wang Ruoyun's body. Get up and I'll break your legs. The cigarette butt landed on Wang Ruoyun's shoulder and burned a blister at once, and the pain made Wang Ruoyun wail, but she just didn't dare to get up. The fear of Li Xiaoyu was already deep in his bones. Wang Haiban's eyes widened angrily, and he turned his body to ask Li Xiaoyu to walk over quickly, but just after taking a step, Wang Haiban's steps stopped. When he got a good look at Li Xiaoyu's face, Wang Haiban's heart nearly went into arrest. Li, Mr. Li, Wang Haiban instantly flames, replaced by a body full of fear. That fear is the fear of death. Chapter 159 Director Zhang. It's all a misunderstanding. Standing in front of Li Xiaoyu, Wang Haiban was trembling. He was able to determine that the woman in front of him was the very same woman who stood beside Li Qing that night at the Magic City Feast. Chairman of Hanhai Group, Li Qing's sister, Penguin Chief Ma Tang's collaborator. No matter which title, it was not something that Wang Haiban dared to offend. Li Xiaoyu's gaze narrowed slightly as she faintly said, you know me, Wang Haiban said as he bent over, not daring to raise his head. Li, Mr. Li, I've seen you at the last dinner party. Wang Haiban's legs began to tremble. He was very clear that Li Xiaoyu's methods, and most importantly, her brother Li Qing, that was a ruthless person who really dared to kill. Wasn't it Arthur Chen, the crown prince of the capital circle, who died at his hands? Wang Haiban is dumbfounded. How could her own son have offended her? Li Xiaoyu didn't have much of an impression of Wang Haiban and faintly said, know what your son did? Wang Haiban is sweating like a pig. Seems like, burned your niece's book. Saying that, Wang Haiban's head was like pounding garlic and kept apologizing. I'm sorry Mr. Li, I'm sorry Mr. Li, I was uneducated. It's my fault. Mr. Li, I'm willing to take my son's punishment instead. Wang Haiban was on the verge of tears. He was really scared. Li Xiaoyu waved her hand without any interest. Go, kneel with your son. Wang Haiban froze and looked at Li Xiaoyu with some surprise. In front of so many people, and you're in your 50s, you're going to kneel there? It's a bit of an insult. It's even more humiliating in front of your own son. However, meeting Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes, Wang Haiban didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly came next to his son, flopping down and kneeling on the ground. Do not kneel? That's not a joke. People even dare to kill the son of Director Chen. Pinch their own death is not the same as pinching an ant. The waves cannot be the scene. It can kind of make everyone look silly. A few children who had just felt that they were saved, their hearts instantly became cold, and even Wang Ruoyun raised his head and looked at his old man with incomparable surprise. Isn't Pops rich enough to handle anything? How come today he actually knelt with himself? Wang Haiban glanced at his son, his eyes full of hatred. I thought to myself, you've kicked the iron plate, but you still have to drag me. Go back and wait for the beatings. And Lu Chunhong, on the other hand, he stood still and did not dare to move, his pair of beautiful eyes staring in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Director Wang, what are you? Lu Chunhong's brain is down. Isn't Wang Haiban a famous director worth several $100 million? How come he just kneel down for others? Lu Chunhong took in a deep breath of cool air, and the gaze she looked at Li Xiaoyu again was filled with shock, followed by fear. Lu Chunhong knew that it was possible to make Wang Haiban afraid to this extent. That Li Xiaoyu, I'm afraid it's really an iron plate. Miss Li oops Miss Li, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Chunhong changed her face and said good words to Li Xiaoyu. Ms. Li Xiaoyu interrupted impatiently. Keep her quiet. Sun Yang for Lu Chunhong itself is very disgusted. This kind of cheap can still be a kindergarten director. I really do not know how many children have been harmed. Principal Willow, don't cry yet. Sun Yang walked to Lu Chunhong, grabbed her hair and slapped her on the ground. Then, he raised his foot and kicked Lu Chunhong in the face. Shiny leather shoes, viciously kicked in Lu Chunhong's face full of hyaluronic acid. The back teeth were spat out. Lu Chunhong was lying on the ground wailing in pain, her mouth continuously spitting out blood. Looking at Lu Chunhong's miserable, Wang Haiban kneeling on the ground even more afraid. This ing really beat to death. No mercy Li Xiaoyu said with an indifferent expression. Kneel there. Lu Chunhong didn't dare to disobey, even though the pain was unbearable. she still gritted her teeth and crawled to Chen Zihan's side. Kneeling with him, only a flicker of venomous resentment flickered in his eyes. Li Xiaoyu looked at his watch. 14 minutes to go. Looks like it's going to have to be the rest of those guys that are trying to be late. Well, then, it's idle anyway. Sun Yang, get a stick. Sun Yang nodded and walked to the door to take the mop and break it off at once. Mr. Li Xiaoyu took the wooden mop stick, weighed it, and casually remained in front of Wang Haiben. I thought you were uneducated, so I'll give you a chance. Educate your son, by the way, and educate those few until I'm satisfied. Wang Haiben's old eyes froze and his face turned white. Educating your son? It's a clear case of letting yourself get your hands dirty and punch someone. Wang Haiben took the mop stick, and his hands kept shivering and this precious son of his, not to mention beating, usually he can't even spare a few words to yell. What? Director Wang can't let go. Then I might as well let Sun Yang take over for you. Just as Wang Haiben was hesitating inside, Li Xiaoyu's words were like a pot of cool water that woke him up. Wang Haiben immediately clenched his teeth. It's a beating anyway. Can't be cheap for outsiders. As long as you can't die. As long as you can get through this. Whatever. Wang Haiben's old eyes glared, copied the mop stick and stood up, pointing at Wang Ruoyun and roaring. You unfilial son. I'll educate you today. Bang! Wang Haiben tentatively hit Wang Ruoyun's ass with a stick. Wang Ruoyun wailed in pain. Wang Haiben's heart ached. This is his own son. However, there is Li Xiaoyu's supervision of the sentence. Wang Haiben did not dare to slack off at all, playing up his son than his mother to work more conscientious. Bang! Bang! A stick, solidly hitting Wang Ruoyun's back. Wang Haiben heart meditation. Son hit in your body, pain in my heart 7 or 8 sticks. Wang Haiben also became more and more skillful, and he realized that beating his son didn't seem to be that difficult. But Wang Haiben, in order not to let his son suffer so much, so got clever, and each time the stick landed in a different part of the body, this was able to prevent repetitive injuries. And then, Wang Ruoyun's butt, back, shoulder blades, crotch, all swollen. None of it was spared the stick. Apparently, Wang Haiben had overestimated his control of the force. Looking at my son, who was crying uncontrollably, Wang Haiben's heart is like a knife. Son, don't blame dad. Dad is also the first time to beat you. Not much experience. I'm not experienced. I'll get good at it later. After hitting a few more sticks, Wang Haiben stopped his movements, then looked at Li Xiaoyu with a scared expression, as if asking, isn't it enough? Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly and waved her hand. Well, almost okay. Wang Haiben was instantly relieved and said, thank you, Mr. Li. Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and smiled lightly. Don't be in a hurry, Director Wang. I haven't finished my words yet. The rest of the kids, you educate them along the way. Wang Haiben's hand shivered. This, Mr. Li, this isn't too good. After all, this isn't my child. I don't have the authority. Li Xiaoyu inhaled a cigarette and exhaled slowly. I'll give you that power. 8 minutes to go. They want to be late. They're going to pay. Do it, Director Wang. After fighting for so long, I believe you've realized something about teaching children. Wang Haiben is in a cold sweat. If you beat your own son, the big deal is to go back to the hospital and coax him. But the rest of these kids, their family backgrounds are so big it's scary. Either from the Inspection Bureau or the Defense Armed Forces Department. And one is a big shot at the level of Deputy District of Whampoa. If you hit it yourself, you're not hitting a child. You're interrupting your own future. Seeing Wang Haiben's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu's gaze condensed and her tone was icy cold. When I say fight, you fight. Or do you think you've lived long enough? Wang Haiben's body trembled violently. He didn't want to die. Holding a mop stick, Wang Haiben came behind Zhang Xiaoshu. Zhang Xiaoshu's father is the deputy director of the Jinghai District Inspection Bureau, which is considered to be a slightly worse family background in this. However, Wang Haiben was still scared to death. After all, he was a director. Offending a director of the procuratorate. What was it if not looking for death? But in the face of Li Xiaoyu's oppression, Wang Haiben could only harden his heart to educate this child. Xiaoxiu, don't blame Uncle Me. Wang Haiben took a deep breath, then swung his wooden stick towards Zhang Xiaoshu's back. Stop! Suddenly, the door to the classroom was kicked in and a bellowing cry came out. Hula! 3 or 4 young men in suits rushed in, followed by a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. Bang! However, it was still too late. The stick in Wang Haiben's hand swung solidly on Zhang Xiaoshu's back. Zhang! Director Zhang! Looking at the man who came in, Wang Haiben was petrified on the spot, and the stick in his hand banged down on the ground. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 160, Iron Head? I'll try it with a mop stick. Whoa! Taking a stick from Junction, Zhang Xiaoshu instantly howled. and seeing his son in this miserable state, Zhang Guangwei's eyes instantly became red, and his fire pranced up. As the deputy bureau of the Jinghai District Inspection Bureau, he had never seen anyone go so overboard with himself. Wang Haiban, what the hell are you doing? In the heat of the moment, Zhang Guangwei burst out and roared in a deep voice. What the hell is going on here? While angry, Zhang Guangwei was still a bit confused. 4 or 5-year-olds, all kneeling on the ground, and a Chen Zihan with a swollen nose. What's more, the principal, Lu Chunhong, followed the children to their knees. The appearance was miserable, and it was obvious that he had suffered a beating. At this time, Lu Chunhong was as if she had seen a life-saving straw, and hurriedly climbed up and came to Zhang Guangwei's side and begged, Director Zhang, that's her. She's a dangerous person. Me and the kids, we were beaten by this woman. Zhang Guangwei frowned and ignored Lu Chunhong, turning his head and shifting his gaze to Li Xiaoyu. This woman sitting on the podium watching the fun is clearly the perpetrator of this farce. Zhang Guangwei glared fiercely at Li Xiaoyu, but right now he just wanted to pick his son up and dress him first. Xiaoxiu, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Zhang Guangwei let out a deep grunt, then walked over to Zhang Xiaoxiu and tried to pick up his son, but at that moment, Li Xiaoyu spoke up. He can't get up yet. Seeing his father coming, Zhang Xiaoxiu naturally came to his feet and stood up and ran towards Zhang Guangwei. Daddy, save me. Oh. Zhang Xiaoxiu was almost scared to death. Having just received a stick, he thought he would be killed. But before he could run a few steps, Sun Yang met him with a slap in the face. With a pop, he smacked Zhang Xiaoxiu to the ground. Afterwards, Sun Yang dragged him back with an expressionless face. Mr. Li said to keep kneeling. If you don't behave, I'll break your legs. If you don't believe me. Sun Yang squatted on the ground with a harmless smile on his face, but in Zhang Xiaoxiu's eyes, it gave him the creeps. Zhang Xiaoxiu knelt on the ground, trembling, her face white with fear. Seeing this, Zhang Guangwei froze, then burst into a rage. This man, too, is too arrogant. No, it's lawlessness. You, how dare you? Zhang Guangwei was a bit incredulous about the scene just now and was shivering with anger. Okay, you give weight. I won't send you guys in today. Saying that, Zhang Guangwei came to his son in a furious manner and said in a cold voice, Get thee up. Zhang Xiaoxiu knelt on the ground and looked at Li Xiaoyu in fear, then at Sun Yang. After that, he shook his head and chose to kneel honestly. Zhang Guangwei froze, and then he was almost furious. His own son, who was so frightened that he didn't even trust himself. Zhang Guangwei was both angry and had a feeling of hatred as he reprimanded. What are you afraid of? Stand up for me. What are you afraid of with me backing you up? They wouldn't dare touch you. Snap, snap, snap. A sound of clapping and applauding came from behind Zhang Guangwei. He turned his head to look at the only Li Xiaoyu, slowly stood up from her chair, a cold smile hanging under her stunning face. What a way to have the old man's back. Zhang Xiaoxiu, truly worthy of being a good son educated by Director Zhang. Seeing Li Xiaoyu get up, Wang Haiban immediately knelt beside his own son very sensibly and lowered his head pretending not to see this. Wang Haiban had seen Li Xiaoyu's power with his own eyes. People are backed by Li Qing. Even the Magic City security hand are polite 3 times. You a district inspection bureau, or a deputy bureau, pretend what big-tail wolf. This is not funny. Wang Haiban kneels in a very humble way, but he does not feel that this is undignified. Life is the most important thing. Dignity. Can it be food? Or can it save your life? Zhang Guangwei squinted and frowned slightly, because they were all parents in the same class. Zhang Guangwei was aware of Wang Haiban. Although Wang Haiban can't claim to have a privileged background, he's at least a well-known director and an upper-class person. A public figure like him, in his 50s, doesn't have the decency to just kneel on the ground? It's hard to believe that this woman is a big deal. Although Zhang Guangwei is furious, he is not a little cute, still able to examine the situation. Otherwise, how to climb to this position? This lady, my son, and them, you did all these things? You, by what right? Zhang Guangwei said with a gloomy gaze. Ta. Li Xiaoyu stepped on a pair of high heels and slowly walked towards Zhang Guangwei from the podium. On what grounds? Oh, are you kidding me? Well, why don't you ask your son? What gives him the right to be a bully? Why should I burn someone else's books? He's got an old man with a tough enough background? Zhang Guangwei frowned tightly, his eyes glaring at Li Xiaoyu, wanting to say something but was momentarily speechless. Li Xiaoyu stood in front of Zhang Guangwei, but her pair of peach blossom eyes were sharp and incomparable, and her fair face raised a cold smile of disdain. But your son isn't the only one with a background. Zhang Guangwei was a little bit angry with the feeling of not being able to catch his breath, but he still forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry that this happened. 2. and I recognize that I'm responsible. But he's only a 5-year-old after all. It's normal for kids to fight amongst themselves, right or wrong aside. It's already illegal for you, an adult, to do that, isn't it? Li Xiaoyu gasped and laughed. Right or wrong aside? Director Zhang. Right and wrong aside. What the hell is there to talk about illegal or not? Zhang Guangwei's face stiffened. He had wanted to test the other party's origin, but he didn't expect that the other party was really a bit difficult to deal with. He said the wrong thing in a fit of pique, and he was immediately caught by the other side. Zhang Guangwei coldly snorted. If my son has done something wrong, there are teachers to discipline him, and there are me to discipline him, but it's not your turn, and the fact that you have caused an offense by hitting someone is undeniable. I don't know what kind of background you have come from. There are surveillance cameras all over this classroom. You can't hide from this responsibility. Li Xiaoyu didn't care and said indifferently. So what? What do you want? Zhang Guangwei said in a deep voice. I'll take my son to the hospital first, and then, we'll settle the rest of the score together. Zhang Guangwei brought two youths, who looked like they should be public officials, to Zhang Xiaoshu and said, Son, Dad's taking you home. Li Xiaoyu said coldly. Director Zhang, I advise you, don't harm your son. As the words fell, Sun Yang arrived in front of Zhang Guangwei's several people with an overwhelming aura. I'm sorry, but your son can't get up right now. Sparing Zhang Guangwei, who was quite deep in the city. The situation today was too much for him to bear. Being in a position of authority, he is already a superior person, and now the parent of a kindergarten student dares to threaten him like this. Is this trying to go against the grain? Zhang Guangwei's gaze stared fiercely. I'm taking my son with me. What? You dare to take on a public official? I can tell you responsibly that you can't afford the consequences of making a move on me. Li Xiaoyu came in front of Zhang Guangwei and just looked straight at him. The sneer on her face was put away and her eyes were extremely indifferent. Director Zhang can try if I dare to make a move. Zhang Guangwei sneered, not caring in the slightest about Li Xiaoyu. A pussy can still turn against the sky. Two public officials stepped forward to push Sun Yang out of the way. But the next second, bang bang, one man, one punch, lay straight on the classroom floor. Sun Yang sneered. I told you, if Mr. Li won't let the boy get up, he'll have to stay on his knees. Zhang Guangwei was incomparably surprised. Then he turned his head to look at Li Xiaoyu, the corners of his mouth twitching. You actually dare to make a move against a public official? Zhang Guangwei was shocked that Li Xiaoyu was so arrogant while at the same time. The person was also infuriated. Where has he ever been so humiliated? It's unbearable. I'd like to see how you're going to make a move on me. Zhang Guangwei pointed at Li Xiaoyu's nose and chided. Turning around to personally pick up Zhang Xiaoshu, Li Xiaoyu's gaze sank. This deputy commissioner is more headstrong than one might think, but a head iron, that needs to be really hard. Li Xiaoyu threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out with one foot, then copied the mop stick and cleanly swung it on Zhang Guangwei's head. Bang! The mop stick broke in two at once. For a moment, the entire classroom was silent. Even the children who were crying were frightened into silence. Chapter 161. Even if your son is the crown prince, he still has to be beaten. Li Xiaoyu's move could be said to have stunned everyone. Except, of course, Sun Yang, especially Lu Chunhong, who was standing not far away from Zhang Guangwei, and in the last second was expecting Zhang Guangwei to save the day. But she never expected that in the next second. Li Xiaoyu swung a stick at Zhang Guangwei's head. Is this crazy? Ta, ta, ta. The classroom was incredibly silent. Only the blood on Zhang Guangwei's head, dripping to the ground, struck everyone's heart. Zhang Guangwei's brain buzzed and went blank. The whole person froze in place, as if he hadn't felt the pain yet. He didn't think that this twat would actually dare to make a move against himself. After slowing down, Zhang Guangwei covered his head, and a pained expression spread across his face. Turning around, a pair of bloodshot eyes, incomparably shocked and angry, looked at Li Xiaoyu. You seek death. Zhang Guangwei was completely anxious as he yelled. Do you realize what you've done? Well, I want you to go to jail for the rest of your life. The sheriff's department. Why haven't they arrived yet? With that, Zhang Guangwei took out his cell phone and prepared to urge. Li Xiaoyu's expression remained calm. Her gaze darkened as she looked at Zhang Guangwei and indifferently said, Director Zhang's official authority is really big. If you say jail, I have to go to jail. Zhang Guangwei took out his cell phone and started contacting various departments. He swore that he couldn't let this woman have a good ending today. Otherwise, he's been working as a prosecutor for so many years for nothing. And just then, outside the door, a man in his 50s hurried in with a group of people in their 30s. Old Zhang, what are you doing? The man who came in, wearing an executive jacket, walking very capable and with a kind of majesty, at a glance is the system of people, And the position is not low. The several middle-aged men around him, all wearing an executive jacket, also moved quickly over and snatched Zhang Guangwei's cell phone. Zhang Guangwei looked over. Then his gaze flashed with a flash of astonishment. Zhang. Vice District Zhang. The person who came was none other than Zhang Fu's father, Zhang Hanlin. Zhang Hanlin is the second in command of Huangpu District. Zhang Guangwei shouted excitedly as if he had seen a savior. Vice District Zhang, please save me. If you come any later, I'm going to be killed. Saying that, Zhang Guangwei pointed at Li Xiaoyu and continued. This woman is a dangerous person. You see how the principal has been beaten up. And what's even more heinous is that she's not even sparing these children. Zhang Guangwei said with righteous indignation, not saying anything at all about the causes and consequences of the matter. Anyway, just get rid of Li Xiaoyu first. Zhang Hanlin looked towards the children kneeling on the ground. His face slightly sank. To be honest, the scene was a bit unexpected for him as well. Zhang Hanlin looked deeply at Li Xiaoyu, his heart vaguely trembling. This woman in front of me, who looks like she's only 23 or 24 years old. I didn't expect to have the guts to do something so ruthless. Before coming, Zhang Hanlin was originally furious that his own son could still be kidnapped at the kindergarten, so he directly talked to the security bureau side. But then they were dumbfounded. The phone call from the Magic City's law and order hand, a provincial bigwig, went directly to Zhang Hanlin's private cell phone. Leave a message, teach your son well. And it was revealed that the other party was Li Qing's man. Zhang Hanlin's heart instantly understood. These days he had long heard that Li Qing's existence had caused a disturbance in the entire entertainment circle, and even involved several human lives. He wouldn't dare to make a scene in such a godly fight. At this time, Zhang Guangwei next to him still kept on rambling. Zhang Vice District, look at our children. They are only 4 or 5 years old, and they are suffering such torture. This woman is seriously violating the law and hitting public officials. Zhang Hanlin took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Guangwei with a somewhat gloomy gaze and said, Old Zhang, you're also a handful of years old. Are you still so unstable in your work? Suddenly being reprimanded. Zhang Guangwei froze for a moment, not understanding at all what exactly this vice district meant. Zhang Hanlin faintly said, things I already know. It's true that the child did wrong, and you and I have to admit that we were so busy with our official duties that we neglected to educate the child. Look at them. How bad is their nature now? If they don't take care of them, and if they get into trouble in the future, do you think you, as a small deputy bureau of inspection, can really cover it? Even if you can peddle, you can't, or I'll be the first to do you down. A reprimand in the face. Those present were once again confused. Lu Chunhong had a dumbfounded look on her face, standing dumbfounded and not knowing what to do. What the hell is going on here? Come on, your son is still on his knees there and you're not even a little bit upset about all the phony you're saying here? Until now, Lu Chunhong was already completely confused and couldn't see the situation. But there was one thing she had already established. This aunt of Xian Bao's had a strong background. By now, Lu Chunhong inwardly 10,000 regrets. If she was soft, begged people, maybe things will not come to this point. But now, say anything, it's too late. Zhang Guangwei, on the other hand, was even more confused and didn't pop out a fart for a long time. What do you mean by that? Zhang Guangwei did not understand. Zhang Hanlin, in the end, what is the situation? How not to stand on their side? Don't forget, your son is still kneeling there. Vice District Zhang, available at. Zhang Guangwei is going to say something else, but it was interrupted by Zhang Hanlin. You've really been in this seat for nothing. Zhang Hanlin looked angry, and there was a hint of hatred in his gaze toward Zhang Guangwei. Zhang Hanlin walked to Zhang Guangwei's side, his gaze slightly sunken, and said in a low voice, if you want to stay in the bureau, do everything I say. Bottom line. It made Zhang Guangwei's heart stutter and almost jump to his throat. Having said that, even if Zhang Guangwei was stupid, he could hear and understand that the woman in front of him had an extremely large background. Otherwise it would be impossible to make Zhang Hanlin say such things. Zhang Guangwei didn't say anything, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't care less about his headache now, and carefully followed behind Zhang Hanlin. Zhang Hanlin slowly came in front of Li Xiaoyu and nodded slightly. I've long heard of Mr. Li, and today, when I see him, it's indeed the same as the rumors outside. Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, rather playfully. Oh, I still have rumors out there. Zhang Hanlin smiled. Everyone saw Mr. Li's grace at the Magic City feast. It's just that I didn't expect that we would meet in such a setting today. It's just a bit awkward. I've taught my son poorly. I'm at fault. I still hope that Mr. Li can forgive my canine son. Zhang Hanlin spoke very steadily and with a hint of elegance, making people sound very comfortable. It's not at all the same level as Zhang Guangwei's style. Zhang Guangwei, who was following behind, was still shocked to hear these words. The second-in-command of Huangpu district actually put his posture so low in front of a woman in her early 20s. To put it bluntly, even in terms of age, Zhang Hanlin could be Li Xiaoyu's father. But there was one thing that Zhang Guangwei noticed, and that was the Magic City banquet. He had heard of this matter, but he didn't know much about it because he didn't have a high level of authority, and now it seemed that this woman did have a background. Zhang Hanlin's humble appearance, but Li Xiaoyu was a few eyes high on him. Finally, someone who knows something. I forgive this time, but what about next time? Li Xiaoyu said coldly. Vice District Zhang, there's always education to be had. One look at Wang Ruoyun and you'll know what to educate. Zhang Hanlin walked over and looked at Wang Haiban, who was kneeling on the ground, and then glanced at his son, whose back was all red and swollen. Even his buttocks were swollen. Director Wang, how do you educate? Zhang Hanlin asked very seriously. Got any props while you're at it? Wang Haiban sweated. Did not expect to be able to have a day. The vice district can also ask for their own way of teaching children. Wang Haiban trembled. It's the mop stick smack. Chapter 162. Three great leaders smoking their sons together. A wonderful scene. Zhang Hanlin raised his eyebrows. This is a bit too ruthless, but on second thought, when I was a kid, I got beat up a lot harder than I do now. He's slacking on disciplining his son, and look how he's been spoiled by his mom. Zhang Hanlin gritted his teeth and said towards the secretary next to him, give me the belt you're wearing. The secretary froze, a little surprised. District Zhang, what are you? Zhang Hanlin glared with his eyebrows. Cut the crap and give it to me quickly. The secretary didn't dare to be slow, so he drew out his belt and handed it to Zhang Hanlin. Getting the belt, Zhang Hanlin had a serious look on his face and tugged hard. Pow! The belt rattled and oppressed. Zhang Fu, who was kneeling on the ground in fear, was shivering. Dad, I know I'm wrong, don't hit me, okay? Ooh, Zhang Hanlin said in a cold voice. Not beating you? Why don't you say so when you bully others? After saying that, Zhang Hanlin came behind his own son, swung his belt and swung it on his back. Snap! The belt draws on the back sound crunchy, scaring Zhang Guangwei. Now, that's quite a fight. Belt whip, can be much more painful than the stick. A belt down. Zhang Fu's back meet eye visible speed. Swollen up a long one. It looks scary as hell. I told you to bully and burn other people's books. Zhang Hanlin glared and reprimanded fiercely. You're just a few years old, and you're already ganging up on people and causing trouble in school? Snap! How could I give birth to a scum like you when I've spent half my life being clean and honest? Zhang Hanlin more and more angry. Their own book family, strict family style. I did not expect their son's character is so bad. Today could be considered to have made him lose face. And even more so, he almost offended the big man. While beating and cursing, Zhang Hanlin looked at Zhang Guangwei again and nonchalantly said, what are you waiting for? Your son is worse than my son, and you don't want to educate? If you don't want to educate, I don't think you should be the deputy director. Zhang Guangwei was dumbfounded. If you beat him up like that, you'll kill his precious son. He didn't dare delay at all, though, and took off his leather shoes in preparation for the educational mode. Zhang Xiaoshu was terrified. He was a bit confused. Wasn't he still going to protect himself just now? Why did he change the wind direction now? Dad, you can't hit me. I'm wrong, Dad. Dad. Zhang Xiaoshu kept wailing. Zhang Guangwei was unambiguous, and the sole of his shoe slammed up. You little. I'll educate you well today. That's it. Two men. One with the sole of a shoe and one with a belt. The great leader demonstrates on the spot what it means to be a father and a son. This scene, Lu Chunhong scared all over the body trembling, and even completely cannot feel their arms face pain. She clearly realized that she, today, had really kicked the bucket. Even the vice district came. Have to be in front of Li Xiaoyu Lo. This woman's background. How big it must be. Li. Mr. Li. I was wrong, Mr. Li. Lu Chunhong came to Li Xiaoyu with tears streaming down her face. Can you spare me for the sake of my broken arm and lost teeth? Li Xiaoyu showed no mercy and said indifferently. Principal Willow, right now things aren't finished, so put it aside. Besides, aren't Shen Zihan's parents not here yet? So maybe, there's still hope for you to turn the tables. Lu Chunhong froze and blurted out. Yeah, but she immediately shook her head back and forth. No, I really realize that I'm wrong. Mr. Li, you just take it as a kindness. I still have to open a kindergarten after all. Lu Chunhong cried miserably, but Li Xiaoyu only felt sick. Oh, whether it's open or not is another story. Just as the two great leaders were educating their son to the depths of the water, there was a sound of a car engine from outside the door. 3 military jeeps, parked directly on the kindergarten small playground. Getting out of the car, it was a big black-faced man who was 6'9". The big man, covered in camouflage, was Sun Hao's father, Sun Nanyang. Sun Nanyang is the director of the office of the Jinghai District Defense Armed Forces Department, and after receiving the call from Lu Chunhong, he came to the kindergarten in a rage. Let's see who's so rampant that they dare to bully my son. Sun Nanyang was very short-tempered, his pair of deep eyes burning with rage, and he rushed into the classroom with 7 or 8 good men from the Department of Defense and Martial Arts. Nobody move. I've got orders. You've got dangerous elements here. As soon as he entered the door, Sun Nanyang bellowed with an incomparably powerful aura. But the next second, his entire body froze, only to see in front of him, a row of children kneeling there, crying and screaming, while 2 men were carrying out the family law. What made Sun Nanyang even more shocked was that these 2 people, weren't they Zhang Guangwei and Zhang Hanlin? We all work in Magic City. We're not in the same system, but we know each other. Sun Nanyang was instantly dumbfounded and incredulous. You guys, what is this? Seeing the director of the Defense Armed Forces Department arrive, Zhang Guangwei revealed a bitter smile. Come on, hurry up and join us. Zhang Hanlin stopped the belt in his hand and came over with a sullen face and said, Director Sun, you just came now? And with so many people, why? What do you want? Sun Nanyang was confused for a while. Zhang Hanlin at least is the deputy district of Huangpu district. How this performance? Not quite right Sun Nanyang coldly said. Someone threatened me on the phone that if I didn't show up in 20 minutes, I was going to be missing some parts on my son. So I brought someone to see if there really are any dangerous people in this kindergarten. Saying that, Sun Nanyang shifted his gaze to Li Xiaoyu and said with narrowed eyes, That's you? Sun Nanyang walked towards Li Xiaoyu, and with a height of 1 meter 9, he stood in front of her with a sense of condescending pressure. However, Li Xiaoyu was not the least bit afraid, and even had a hint of contempt in her eyes. It's me. What's the problem, Director Sun? There's no need to look at me like that. If Director Sun doesn't have time to educate his children, I can talk to that side and let you resign and go home. That way, you'll have more time to bring up your children. Sun Nanyang was choked for a moment. The aura of the woman in front of him could not be suppressed at all. At this point, Zhang Hanlin came and said with a serious face, Director Sun, if your son has done something wrong, as a father, he should be disciplined. Sun Nanyang froze. How come Vice District Zhang also sided with this woman? It's hard to believe that her background is really quite big. Vice District Zhang, even if my son did something wrong, it's not her turn to educate him, is it? Sun Nanyang's gaze was bitter. His temper was already short-tempered, and now that his son was being bullied and the other party was threatening him, it was really hard for him to swallow this breath. Sun Nanyang said with a cold snort, I don't care. I want a statement today. Besides, she's already breaking the law by assaulting the principal. Zhang Hanlin's face sank as he said, You want to try and see if I, a deputy district, can stop you? Sun Nanyang, are you out of your mind? Zhang Hanlin is furious. This head iron thing. How to rush to find death. Sun Nanyang's face turned blue. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid of Zhang Hanlin, although the two aren't in the same system. But in terms of rank and power, 3 Sun Nanyangs are no match for Zhang Hanlin. Vice District Zhang. Sun Nanyang couldn't pull his face down and tangled. It wouldn't have made sense. Looking at Sun Nanyang who recognized death, Zhang Hanlin only felt a pain in his brain. Come on. What's going on? Wait until you're done educating your son. Now he's still young and can still be saved. What will you do if he grows up and still bullies people based on his family's superiority? With these words, Sun Nanyang didn't know what to say when asked. He looked at Li Xiaoyu with a ghostly gaze, and in his heart, he also understood that this woman was not a good person, and it was estimated that her background was heavenly. Zhang Hanlin continued, Okay, listen to me. I won't let you suffer. What? An old man like me talking, and you still think you don't have a leg to stand on? Zhang Hanlin said the words to this point. Sun Nanyang is no longer ignorant. Then it really becomes the case. Sun Nanyang took a deep breath and lowered his head. Okay, I know Vice District Zhang. I'll finish the fight before I say anything else. People Zhang Vice District are personally down to beat his son. He, the director of the Department of Defense and Armed Forces, is supposed to be a soldier in charge, and the education of his son cannot be more ambiguous. Bring me the arms. Sun Nanyang said in a deep voice. I'll educate you today. You sinner. Taking the armed belt, Sun Nanyang stood behind Sun Hao. Furious. The big daddy, who was 1 meter 9, stood behind him, and Sun Hao was scared to pee. Oh father, I will never dare again. Sun Nanyang coldly said. You can't just say it. I have to make you remember it. Snap. Sun Nanyang is much more ruthless than Zhang Hanlin, and he really smokes. Li Xiaoyu glanced at Zhang Hanlin and faintly said, Deputy Zhang, you start too. Zhang Hanlin nodded inside helplessly. taking the belt and continuing back to educate his son. 3 big leaders, beating up their son together. This scene is rare to see in 100 years. At this point, outside, there was another sound of an engine. A smile surfaced on Li Xiaoyu's face. Looks like the main event is about to begin. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, only a man and a woman walked in. It's none other than Chen Xiaoguang and his wife, Yang Shiyun. Chapter 163, Construction Group. Is it great? Where's my son? As soon as he entered the door, Yang Shiyun said with a cold and pretty face, and immediately afterward, the two families froze in the doorway. Even Chen Xiaoguang was stunned, only to see that in the classroom, a row of children were kneeling there, and there was also an old man in his 50s, similarly kneeling there. Beyond that, there were also a few leaders that Chen Xiaoguang recognized, holding belts and sawls in their hands. Chen Xiaoguang was dumbfounded. What is this? Immediately afterward, Yang Shiyun saw her son kneeling there in a very tragic appearance. That little face, swollen like a pig's head. Mom! At this moment, Chen Zihan was like seeing a savior, climbing up from the ground and running towards Yang Shiyun. But in the next second, he was lifted back by Sun Yang next to him and scolded in a deep voice. Who told you to get up and kneel here? Seeing her parents arrive, Chen Zihan wasn't so scared and opened her mouth to bite Sun Yang's arm. Li Xiaoyu's face sank as she walked over and threw a slap on her face. Snap! This slap made Chen Zihan's eyes become much clearer. Wow! Chen Zihan cried again, kneeling on the ground and wailing. Daddy, help me! They're going to kill me! See the situation. When the mother of Yang Shiyun immediately on fire, in front of their own face slaps on mouth, which who can stand? Yang Shiyun rushed forward and made a move on Li Xiaoyu, but immediately, Chen Xiaoguang pulled his arm. Wait! Yang Shiyun froze wrongly and said in a cold voice, what are you pulling me for? Only Chen Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes and looked ahead with a very gloomy face. I said who was so bold. So it was you. Of course Chen Xiaoguang knew Li Xiaoyu. This was the Chen family's great enemy. It's just that Chen Xiaoguang didn't expect that his own son would actually be in a kindergarten with Li Xiaoyu's niece, and that something like this would happen. This is really wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoguang's gaze flashed a touch of sinister, and something seemed to have occurred to him inwardly. Li Xiaoyu's niece? Could it be? Is it Li Qing's daughter? Mr. Chen, you're a little late. Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and stood next to Chen Zihan, scaring Chen Zihan so much that she knelt on the ground and shivered. You, as a father, should know what your son has done, shouldn't you? Yang Shiyun understood that the woman in front of her knew Chen Xiaoguang. Chen Xiaoguang coldly said, Shiyun, let me introduce you. This is Li Xiaoyu, the chairman of the Hanghai Group. Hearing this name, Yang Shiyun's face instantly sank, a name that she knew all too well. Recently, a lot of the Chen family's business has been cut off by the Hanghai Group, plus what happened at the Magic City feast. Li Cheng and Li Xiaoyu's names had long resounded throughout the entire Magic City. You're Li Qing's sister? Yang Shiyun coldly said, her inner fire rushing up at once. You seek death, cutting off his own family's business and now beating his own son so badly that he's kneeling here on his bare ass. Yang Shiyun hated her teeth. At this time, Zhang Hanlin walked over with a serious face. Mr. Yang, watch what you say. We're still here. Yang Shiyun slightly stunned, just now anger on the head, have forgotten that there are still a few leaders present. District Zhang, you're here too? Yang Shiyun frowned, somewhat unsure of what to say. You guys are? The situation at hand is a bit puzzling, Zhang Hanlin said in a deep voice. I've been standing here for so long before Mr. Yang saw it. When a son makes a mistake, of course he should be taught a lesson. What? Is Mr. Chen trying to avenge his son's death? Zhang Hanlin put his words in his mouth. For him to say something like that in his position, that means that this is going to be big. Chen Xiaoguang walked forward and extended his hand in greeting. Zhang District, you say this, a son being bullied by an adult. You say I, as a father, can't be angry. Talked a little heavy just now. Zhang Hanlin level is not low. On the scene, Chen Xiaoguang also have to give face. It's just that what Chen Xiaoguang doesn't understand is that Zhang Hanlin, Zhang Guangwei, plus one son Nanyang. These are all leaders in the system. He actually went soft on Li Xiaoyu, and even personally took on the task of educating his own son. This, then, is very intriguing. Yang Shiyun also saw this. It was obvious that the relationship behind Li Xiaoyu was very hard, but she couldn't care less. Whoever bullied her son had to pay the price. Or else how else could she be the boss of the Magic City Construction Group? It doesn't get out enough to be laughed at. Son, get up. Yang Shiyun skipped Zhang Hanlin and came in front of Chen Zihan. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Li Xiaoyu and said, stand up. No one can touch you while mom is here. Chen Zihan raised her head and tried to stand up, but after looking at Li Xiaoyu's chilling eyes, her legs went weak with fear. Seeing that her son did not dare to stand up, Yang Shiyun's face was red with anger and hatred. What are you afraid of with me here? Get thee up. Saying that, Yang Shiyun bent down to pull Chen Zihan up, but a jade hand was holding down Yang Shiyun's shoulder. Mr. Yang, I told you, he can't get up, Li Xiaoyu said as he held a cigarette in one hand and pressed Yang Shiyun's shoulder with the other. Your son made a mistake, and as a mom I can't educate. I can do it for you. Yang Shiyun first froze, and then she violently raised her head, a murderous gaze erupting from her eyes. Take your hands away. Li Xiaoyu remained calm and sneered. Mr. Young, get out of the way first, and I'll loosen my grip. Yang Shiyun's chest was heaving with anger. She really hadn't seen one as arrogant as Li Xiaoyu. You seek death. Yang Shiyun violently opened Li Xiaoyu's hand, then raised her hand and slapped Li Xiaoyu in the face. Only, Yang Shiyun's movements were still too slow, and Li Xiaoyu dodged it with a slight dodge, followed by a backslap. Snap! The slap landed solidly on Yang Shiyun's face. Yang Shiyun stood in place, a beautiful pretty face completely confused. She looked at Li Xiaoyu incredulously, as if she couldn't believe that the other party dared to directly take action against herself on this occasion. If Mr. Yang doesn't listen again and his face breaks, it won't be good. Li Xiaoyu laughed slightly, not putting Yang Shiyun in her eyes at all. Your son bullies others. You don't care. Of course I educate for you, or I'll give you a chance to educate your son, just like a couple of the leaders did, by taking the belt and educating him personally. After being slapped, Yang Shiyun's face was on fire. After living for more than 30 years and being in a high position, not to mention slapping, others dare not even say a single heavy word. Now, it was by a woman in her early 20s, who was taught a lesson on the spot. Yang Shiyun covered her face, her eyes incomparably venomous and resentful. The bodyguards behind her, who also reacted at the first moment after seeing their boss injured, rushed forward and were about to make a move on Li Xiaoyu. What for? At that moment, a bellowing cry came, only to see Sun Nanyang, who was holding an armed belt, walk over. As the chief of staff of the Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces, Sun Nanyang was also considered to be a person in the barracks. All for what? Sun Nanyang, who was 1 meter 9, stood in front of Yang Shiyun and the others and said with a deep face, do you think we don't exist? Still want to make a move? Believe it or not, I'll do you all in? With an order, several warriors brought by Sun Nanyang, after taking out their riot batons, surrounded several people. The scene was tense for a while. Yang Shiyun's face was extremely ugly. This situation was too suffocating for her. Present are the leaders of the Magic City system, although the level is not too high, but the people do not fight with the officials. This sentence is not for nothing. Chen Zhaoguan came and took a look at Yang Shiyun's red face, her eyes drooping eyelids, her gaze somewhat appalling. Director Sun, you're being biased, aren't you? You don't care if Li Xiaoyu makes a move. We're defending ourselves and you're arresting us. Vice District Zhang, you saw all this. What? Does it mean that the law is tilted to the side of whoever has the biggest background? If that's true, then what is the point of the existence of the entire legal system of Mordor? Chapter 164, Mr. Chen, guns were found in your car. Hearing Chen Zhaoguang's words, Zhang Hanlin was also slightly stunned, completely not expecting Chen Zhaoguang, who started out as a black. It's amazing that you can say the same thing about equality under the law. Sometimes hooligans playing with culture can be a bit tricky. Zhang Hanlin is also a little hard to do. He knew that the two men, Chen Zhaoguang and Yang Shiyun, were so influential in Mordor that they could even affect the local economy. This kind of person treats it so well that he, a deputy district, has to be careful. Mr. Chen, I think we should call it a day on this matter today. Zhang Hanlin did the balancing act from the center and then looked at Li Xiaoyu again. Mr. Li, the child has done something wrong. The punishment is also punished. How can there be a degree? I think it's better to leave it like this. We can't interfere with the other kids' regular classes either. Yang Shiyun held a wet towel to her face and sneered. Just let it go? District Zhang, do you want to see what my child has been beaten up to? I'm not going to make it difficult for you. A few of the leaders will take the child and leave first. I'll handle things with her separately, so you can pretend you didn't see it. Zhang Hanlin's face didn't look too good anymore. Just pretend you didn't see it? Mr. Yang, that's too easy for you to say, isn't it? Take us for what? Zhang Hanlin's tone was very nonchalant. When Yang Shiyun said something like that, it was obvious that she didn't put herself in her eyes. He can look down on himself. After all, his rank is not too high. But don't forget that public officials represent the country. Seeing that Zhang Hanlin was angry, Yang Shiyun also realized that what she had said had crossed the line, so she hastened to add, Zhang, difference misunderstanding. We just want to settle the case privately. we will definitely not do anything that crosses the line. For a while, the two sides were at a standstill. Zhang Hanlin is very difficult to do. He is on the side of Li Xiaoyu, but in the way of identity and cannot be too obvious. The two sides are not oil lamps. Honestly, either side. It wasn't something he could afford to offend. Zhang Hanlin passed a look to Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu understood that the old man couldn't hold out any longer. A couple of liters. You can take your sons and go. Li Xiaoyu renewed a cigarette and faintly said, go back and educate yourself. And if I catch you in the future and deal with it, it won't just be the kids. Zhang Hanlin inwardly sighed in relief. Li Xiaoyu was letting him leave, and he really couldn't hold out any longer. Still, Zhang Hanlin had to do some superficial work. If you have any problems in private, you must deal with them peacefully, and I've informed the security bureau that there should be absolutely no use of force. Understand? After saying that, Zhang Hanlin hurriedly picked up his own son. Looking at the swollen piece of his son's back, his heart hurt so much. Mr. Li, then we'll leave first. I have to take my son to the hospital. All three of them, Zhang Hanlin and Zhang Guangwei, headed out with their children. Wang Haiban, who was kneeling there, also raised his head and trembled. Mr. Li, so, can I go then? Li Xiaoyu waved her hand, and Wang Haiban, as if relieved, climbed up and fled the scene with his son in his arms. He didn't dare to stay for a minute in this godforsaken scene. Soon, of the children at the scene, Chen Zihan was the only one kneeling there. At this time, Lu Chunhong also came to the bottom. She was beaten so hard by Li Xiaoyu, naturally harboring a grudge. Mr. Yang, she slapped Zihan a full dozen times, Lu Chunhong said with teary eyes, and broke my arm. Hearing that her son had suffered so much, along with the fact that the people in the system were gone, Yang Shiyun instantly erupted and backhanded Lu Chunhong first. What are you doing for food, you punk? Yang Shiyun coldly swept a glance at Lu Chunhong. It's that you're dead, and my son shouldn't be hurt. Things have come to a head. Everyone is torn. No one will no longer state the words on the top. How the heart thinks how to do. After slapping Lu Chunhong, Yang Shiyun immediately said in a deep voice, what are you all waiting for? Beat this to death. I'll take care of anything that goes wrong. With a command, the dozen or so bodyguards that Yang Shiyun brought with her rushed towards Li Xiaoyu in unison. And just then, bang! There was a sudden gunshot from the doorway. The sudden blast scared the bodyguards. Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Shiyun both subconsciously looked back, and then their faces tensed up, only to see the doorway. A security officer was holding up a gun, with a few wisps of smoke coming out of the muzzle, and it was obvious that he was the one who fired the warning shot just now. Chen Xiaoguang frowned tightly. He did not understand. This is in the end which is a mess. So the vigilante also with a gun law enforcement it? Immediately after that, a large number of vigilantes rushed in, taking out their guns and aiming them at Yang Shiyun's bodyguards. Said, freeze, all hands in the air. At this scene, Yang Shiyun's group of bodyguards also wimped out, holding their heads and crouching on the ground. As the bodyguards were subdued, outside, a middle-aged man slowly walked in. After seeing the man's face, Chen Xiaoguang's heart sank hard, and an unpleasantness rose up. The man is exactly Lu Jingtao, the Magic City security hand. Without exaggeration, the Magic City of stability and security. He alone can say. Chen Xiaoguang knows very well that Lu Jingtao is on Li Qing's echelon. With his arrival, the scales immediately tilted towards Li Xiaoyu. However, Chen Xiaoguang remained calm and squeezed out a smile on his face and said, oh, Lu office, law enforcement with guns. What's this all about? Lu Jingtao's face was like a sinking water, and after coming in front of Chen Xiaoguang, he faintly said, Mr. Chen, Mr. Yang, as famous entrepreneurs in Magic City, you are too disappointing. Yang Shiyun's eyes stared as she stepped forward and asked, Leader Lu, what do you mean by that? Yang Shiyun also know Lu Jingtao, to her status position. The Magic City many big leaders basically have dealt with. Lu Jingtao said with a sullen face, I received a report of a person parking illegally in the kindergarten, which is seriously disrupting the safety of the children, as well as the normal order of the school. Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoyu. Trying to use this kind of rhetoric to trip himself up was too low. Chen Xiaoguang laughed unhurriedly. Oh, then I'll have the driver drive out right away, and there will be absolutely no disruption. Li, go take the car outside the school. No illegal parking. The driver immediately headed outside, but was stopped by Lu Jingtao. Wait, Mr. Chen, I haven't finished talking yet. Chen Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes, feeling that there was something else behind him. Lu Jingtao continued. A sheriff's deputy was planning to forcibly move your car a few moments ago, but inadvertently found contraband, 264 pistols, under the seats of your car. Saying that, A white-gloved sheriff's deputy came up with a package of clear bags containing 2 black handguns. Lu Jingtao's face was extremely serious. Mr. Chen, I hope you can give a clear explanation. Chapter 165, Setting a Course, Taking them all away. The sudden scene caused Chen Xiaoguang to be a bit stunned for a moment. Concealed carry? Chen Xiaoguang didn't remember that he had put a pistol in the car. Even though he has it, he would never be stupid enough to keep it in his car. Chen Xiaoguang frowned. It was obvious that this was someone deliberately framing himself. Yang Xiyun sank her face, her gaze looking at Lu Jingtao, and said seriously, "How is this possible? How could we carry a gun? We don't even have one of those. This must be someone deliberately setting us up." Lu Jingtao's face was unsightly as he asked in a deep voice, "What you mean, Mr. Yang? Is that I put the gun in your car and set you up?" Chen Xiaoguang said in a hurry. "Leader, that's not what we meant. I mean, surely someone else put the gun in our car. And as for who, I think we all know that in our hearts." Saying that, Chen Xiaoguang's gaze looked at Li Xiaoyu grimly, transmitting a hint of a hateful look that could not be killed. Li Xiaoyu didn't care at all and sneered. "Mr. Chen came to the kindergarten and even brought a gun with him. This is worthy of being a famous boss in Magic City. Going out with a gun. TSK. I've heard that Mr. Chen has some connections with the Bamboo Union from the 1950s and has a strong social organization. So it seems that these rumors really aren't false." Chen Xiaoguang shuddered inwardly. Li Xiaoyu, in the face of Lu Jingtao, these security leaders deliberately said these things. It is obvious that they want to let the other side notice their own. Coupled with the recent anti-corruption and anti-black winds are tight, which makes themselves very dangerous. Chen Xiaoguang coldly said, "Li Xiaoyu, rumor mongering is responsible." Lu Jingtao interrupted the two and stepped forward. "What's really going on in the matter is something we still need to investigate. You two, come with me." Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun's two faces were a bit gloomy, not expecting Li Xiaoyu to have left such a hand. Although Chen Xiaoguang knew that he was falsely accused, there was no way out. This kind of thing could not be left to himself. Chen Xiaoguang swept a glance at Li Xiaoyu, then looked at Lu Jingtao and said, "So what are you going to do about my son being beaten up like this?" Chen Xiaoguang decided that even if he went in for tea, he had to drag Li Xiaoyu with him, and this grievance could never be let go. Lu Jingtao said unhurriedly, "I received a report that Lu Chunhong is suspected of accepting money and threatening her people to tutor, and making some financial deals behind the scenes. I'll look into this matter." Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang slightly stunned. How Lu Jingtao's answer is a bit of a donkey's mouth, but Chen Xiaoguang immediately reacted. Lu Jingtao was talking to himself. After all, he had sent millions to Lu Chunhong, and had asked his son's kindergarten teacher to tutor him at home at night. Lu Jingtao is likely to have his own handle in his hand, which is knocking himself out. His son's matter do not look deeply into. After figuring this thing out, Chen Xiaoguang laughed coldly. "Okay, I'll admit it. The son doesn't teach the father. Li Xiaoyu, we are all parents. I hope that your child, someday, can't be in trouble." After saying that, Chen Xiaoguang walked over to Chen Zihan. The heart stung as he looked at his son, who was bruised and swollen. "Get up. I'll take you to the hospital first," Chen Xiaoguang said in a deep voice. Chen Zihan, however, still did not dare to get up, and he carefully looked towards Li Xiaoyu, fearing that he would receive another beating. Lu Jingtao looked at Li Xiaoyu and said, "Okay, things have gotten to the point where it's almost time for you to go. There's someone out there waiting for you." Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly and slowly walked towards the outside, pausing in front of Yang Xiyun as she said, "Mr. Yang, keep a good eye on your son. Don't make a fool of yourself one day and really make a fool of yourself." After saying that, Li Xiaoyu casually threw the cigarette into Yang Xiyun's pocket and then left straight away. The cigarette burned in Yang Xiyun's pocket, emitting a pungent smoke that scared her so much that she hurriedly took off her jacket and threw it on the ground. Yang Xiyun was so angry that her face turned red, and she didn't know what to curse even if she wanted to. Seeing this scene, Lu Jingtao directly chose to ignore it, while a trace of helplessness flashed through his gaze. Then, Lu Jingtao looked at the miserable Lu Chunhong. "You're the principal of Fuhai, aren't you?" Lu Chunhong nodded, crying, "Oh great leader, why did you let her go? She had my arm broken and my teeth kicked out." Lu Chunhong was about to suffocate to death. After living for more than 30 years, this was the first time she had been bullied so badly. Even if she goes through the legal process, Lu Chunhong still wants to bite Li Xiaoyu, but Lu Jingtao turned a deaf ear to her words. When he came, Wang Mian had already submitted Lu Chunhong's criminal information, although Lu Jingtao didn't know how Wang Mian got it. But after reading what Lu Chunhong did, Lu Jingtao was almost infuriated. This sexy-looking principal, behind her back, often coerced kindergarten teachers to tutor at the homes of wealthy parents and then engage in some sort of dysfunctional relationship from which she in turn profited. This has happened no less than 10 times since Fu Hai opened. Lu Chuanhong's profit from this is conservatively estimated to be in the tens of millions. If this is sentenced, I guess I won't have to get out for the rest of my life. Lu Chunhong, you also follow along to be investigated. Lu Jingtao said. I've received a report that you are suspected of coercing multiple kindergarten teachers to engage in inappropriate transactions, and that you have embezzled and taken bribes. Go. Hearing these words, immediately, Lu Chuanhong's entire body froze, and then she hurriedly denied it. Leader, did Li Xiaoyu tell you? Don't listen to her. She totally slandered me. Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice. Who reported it has nothing to do with you, and you don't have to weasel out of it. I have the evidence here. Cuff them and take them away. 2 vigilantes came and put a silver bracelet directly on Lu Chunhong. Watching all this, the teacher, Zhang Jiai, had long since panicked. How could she not expect that Xian Baoer's aunt could expand things to this extent? There goes the principal. Seeming to see Zhang Jiai's worries, Lu Jingtao said, You're Mr. Chang, right? Someone will be meeting with you in a few minutes, and school will just go on as usual. Zhang Jiai nodded. She knew that from now on, Fu Hai Kindergarten was going to be completely changed. After walking out of the classroom, Li Xiaoyu relit a cigarette and headed out with Zhang Cheng. You're quite the old smoking gun. Not far away. Wang Mian was wearing a suit and was standing there smiling. All taken care of? Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly and walked over to Wang Mian and said, I knew it was you. No one else would use a trick as underhanded as that but you. Where did you get the gun and put it in Chen Xiaoguang's car without a word? Wang Mian lit a cigarette and smiled lightly. This gun thing? Good to get. As for the rest, don't ask. Let's go. Brother Qing and Xian Baoer are waiting for you at home. The two walked out of the kindergarten and got in the car at the entrance to leave. And at this point, Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun, both of them, were also under Lu Jingtao's custody, ready to get on the car and head to the security bureau to be investigated. Before getting into the car, Chen Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes and kept looking at Wang Mian in the doorway. Li Qing, well played tactics. Yang Xiyun, on the other hand, had a face of venomous resentment. This drama today was really hard for her to accept. She also didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with, beating up her son and putting herself on the spot. However, just as she was getting into the police car, Yang Xian took out her cell phone and sent a message, then deleted the traces and turned her phone off. Chapter 166 The news of the death reached Kyoto and the city shook. Car. Li Xiaoyu sat in the co-pilot, leaning back on the seat in incomparable relaxation after smoking a cigarette. My hands are a little sore from pumping people in kindergarten just now. I heard you smoked Chen Xiaoguang's son pretty badly. Driving the car. Wang Mian smiled. And by the way, it made a fool of the system. Li Xiaoyu said in a breezy manner. Not much. Just let them take the whip and educate their sons by hand. To be honest, those little brats just owe it to themselves to clean up. Only a little bit of people, so capable of bullying, do not teach them a lesson. In the future, when they grow up, they are also a danger to society. Where's Henpa? How is she at home? Li Xiaoyu's main concern right now is Xian Baoer. She, as an aunt, is simply more worried than her own mother. Wang Mian laughed. Don't worry, Xuan Baoer is staying at home with Chang. It's fine. Huan Baoer has been worried about you. That's why she asked me to come and take a look. Li Xiaoyu faintly said. So you put the screws to Chen Xiaoguang? Wang Mian waved his hand casually. Something in passing. Li Xiaoyu skimmed her lips and said. To be honest, this bit of action doesn't do any substantial damage to Chen Xiaoguang. At best, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass for him. Wang Mian was unimpressed and smiled lightly. You can't just look at the surface of a problem. What do you think a person like Chen Xiaoguang cares about the most? Li Xiaoyu said. It's nothing more than financial power and honor. Li Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something and raised her eyebrows. You mean, trying to discredit him through this incident today? This seems like it won't do much good. Wang Mian said without haste. If you can think of this, Brother Qing has naturally considered it as well. But Brother Qing's intention, it's not that simple. When the time comes, you'll know. The so-called creating a situation to create momentum are not overnight. This nail of the Chen family is not far from being pulled out. Just saying. Wang Mian looked in the rearview mirror and saw that a police car had been following him. Oh, someone is following us. This great leader Lu of ours. It seems that he is not at ease with us. Wang Mian turned on the double flashers and slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Li Xiaoyu sneered. It's not going to be to lecture me. Wang Mian smiled. Anyway, I didn't do anything illegal. After the car stopped, Lu Jingtao got down from the driver's seat and walked towards Li Xiaoyu and the two of them. The office of the Lord Lu himself is driving. Ha! Wang Nian went up to say hello. At least it is also a hand of law and order. How not to give some face? Lu Jingtao faintly said. I came alone, and there are some things that aren't easy to talk about in a crowd. Upon hearing this, Wang Nian knew that Lu Jingtao must have something to tell himself. Come to the other side of the car. Lu Jingtao looked deeply at Li Xiaoyu and said, do you realize you almost got sent in today? What a lot of trouble I've gotten myself into. Li Xiaoyu was totally unconcerned and said as he lit up a cigarette. Honestly, if it weren't for the law, they'd have buried my niece for bullying her so much. These words almost made Lu Jingtao spit out blood in anger. He is at least a provincial security leader, but he said such asshole words in his face. Li Cheng, the siblings, are really the same. Lu Jingtao snorted coldly. Do you realize that I'm sitting in my office with my phone ringing off the hook? To have the Deputy District of Whampoa, the Director of the Defense Armed Forces Department, and the Deputy Director of the Inspection Bureau personally beat up a child is really something. Wang Nian just smiled faintly and just stood by and listened, not saying anything. It's normal for leaders to whine a little. Seeing that neither of the two people themselves, Lu Jingtao also stopped complaining down, and the words turned. Okay, let's get you guys down to business. You guys are considered to have completely offended Chen Xiaoguang to death today, and according to the couple's nature, they won't swallow this. Li Xiaoyu coldly said. It's long since been an unending relationship, so what can he do? Lu Jingtao blared at Li Xiaoyu and then continued. My men just noticed that a couple of cars have been following you guys, so be careful lately, don't get caught in the gutter. Things like killing people and getting rid of goods. Chen Xiaoguang really dares to do it. Wang Nian thought to himself. Coincidentally this is something I am also good at. Then nodded and said. Thanks for the reminder, but don't worry leader, I'm prepared. There's a matter that requires a favor from the Lu office. Lu Jingtao said with some displeasure. Have I done you guys enough favors? Say, what's the favor? Wang Nian smiled. In fact, it's not a big favor. It's just to let Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun, these two people, hide inside for a few days and investigate more. Lu Jingtao's gaze flickered as he narrowed his eyes and said, what's on your mind again? But don't do anything out of the ordinary again. Arthur Chen's death will soon be paper thin now, and the Chen family in Kyoto has come to put pressure on the officials to investigate clearly. Wang Nian had a harmless look. As we all know, Arthur Chan was totally unlucky to be run over by a drunk. The Kyoto side wants to investigate, so let them. Lu Jingtao took a deep breath. Why are all the people around Li Qing so big-hearted? You're not afraid to find out what's going on? Lu Jingtao said. Let's hope it doesn't track you guys down. That thing you just said is also a bit difficult to handle. After all, it's not like there's any substantial evidence, and within 24 hours, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xiaoguang will be released. Wang Nian smiled faintly. What if on those two guns, there are fingerprints of Chen Xiaoguang? Hearing that, Lu Jingtao's face instantly sank, and his pair of eyes were incomparably deep as he looked at Wang Nian, and then revealed a gaze of astonishment. You even took Chen Xiaoguang's fingerprints? Lu Jingtao inwardly could not help but feel shocked. Wang Nian's tactics can be said to be desperate enough. There really wasn't a simple person around Li Qing. Wang Nian said as he waved his hand repeatedly. You say that? I didn't put that pistol there. I'm just giving the leader a heads up. Lu Jingtao smiled coldly. Just know it in your heart. Alright, that's all there is to it. Be careful to keep a low profile lately. Arthur Chen's death has set off quite a shock. I'll go back first. After seeing Lu Jingtao off, the two of them, Li Xiaoyu and Wang Nian, also got into the car and prepared to go back. Meanwhile, the news about Arthur Chen on the internet has gradually been broken. After all, paper can't wrap fire. The news of Arthur Chen's death at the Magic City feast instantly exploded across the internet, becoming the focus of countless netizens. This news, like a heavy bomb, exploded in the entire entertainment circle. The crown prince of the capital circle, surprisingly, died suddenly, and it was still in the banquet hall, in front of the Chen family estate that he was hit by a car and killed. Officials claim a drunk driver unintentionally broke in and hit the gas as a brake, which led to this tragedy. But anyone who understands knows that this is not a simple matter at first glance. Chen Jiayuan, that kind of place, the average car can drive in? Don't even think about it. Behind this, someone must have deliberately arranged it, and the only person who could arrange such a thing, who would dare to lay hands on Arthur Chen, is him. All along, Li Qing, as the mysterious only supporter behind Yang Mi, gave the crowd the impression of having a heavenly background, and the death of Arthur Chen made the crowd even more shocked by Li Qing's ruthlessness and open-mindedness. In front of all the bigwigs in the entertainment industry, and even in front of Arthur Chen's father, Chen Gu, to kill him, that's just not normal arrogance. Kyoto, inside a villa in Chaoyang, the living room was a mess. Tens of millions of dollars in antique vases broken all over the place. Even the TV cabinet was smashed to pieces. On the couch sat a woman with long, loose hair, her eyes vacant and looking extremely tired. The woman was none other than Arthur Chen's mother, Chen Xiaohong. Just half an hour ago, Chen Xiaohong received the terrible news that Arthur Chen had died in Mordor. The news came as a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire Chen family to its core. Chen Xiaohong couldn't believe or accept that her own son, who was alive and kicking, just died in Magic City, or at a banquet. At this point, the personal assistant walked in slowly and very carefully. Ms. Chen, is it time for the flight? Chen Xiaohong said in a low voice. The assistant froze, then lowered her head. Miss Chen, Elder Chen asked me to come and talk to you. Don't be impulsive for now. The things involved behind this matter are too big. Chen Xiaohong looked up at her assistant, trying desperately to suppress the grief and anger in her heart. Bigger? Can it be bigger than my son's life? Go to the airport. I'm going to Mordor right now, and whoever it is, I want him to pay for it. Chapter 167, the Chen family's old man sent word that he couldn't antagonize Li Qing. Chen Xiaohong is on the verge of an outbreak. She's been through a lot over the years, but this time, it hit her too hard. As her only son, Arthur Chen would soon officially enter the entertainment industry and take over the Chen family business in the future, with an unlimited future. But now, it's all in vain. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive that it was a little difficult for the assistant to breathe, but he gathered his courage and said, Mr. Chen, Elder Chen said that he asked me to make sure to stop you from going to Magic City today, and asked me to take you to him. Elder Chen, also known as Chen Xiaohong's grandfather, Chen Gui. Suffice it to say, in the Chen family, as long as the old master was around for a day, the Chen family was the old master's say-so. After all, Elder Chen carried a gun at a young age and made great achievements, laying a solid foundation for the Chen family business. Or else, where could Chen Xiaohong, or even her father, have gotten to where he is today? Hearing the assistant's words, Chen Xiaohong frowned. What does the old man mean by this? Can I sit still while my son dies? The assistant sweats. Mr. Chen, listening to the meaning of the old man's words, young Chen's death is too much involved behind the scenes. The other side, the power is strong. Chen Xiaohong coldly said, just that Li Qing? I don't care what the other guy is. Killing pays. During this period of time, Chen Xiaohong naturally knew something about Li Qing's battles with the entertainment industry, but she was far from expecting that things would actually come to this. Li Qing, by himself, overpowered the entire entertainment industry while also fighting with Chen Zhaoguang of Magic City. So it seemed that Li Qing was indeed no ordinary person. But even if his status is hard, Chen Xiaohong will not even let go of Li Qing. Then the background. Even if you look at the whole of Kyoto, then Chen Xiaohong family hard, one hand can count over. At this point, Chen Xiaohong's cell phone rang. When he opened it, it was none other than his own father. Chen Xiaohong answered the phone. Dad, what happened to Arthur? I don't believe it was an accident. On the phone, Chen Xiaohong's father, Chen Yong, said, I know, but the old man knows about it, and the old man seems to know something inside. The old man knew you'd be impulsive, so he sent me to call you and tell you to come to Compound 6. I'm already here. The old man and the rest of our family are here, so why don't you come on ahead, and we'll talk about what's going on here. Chen Xiaohong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, good. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiaohong simply packed up her things and headed to the 6th compound. Kyoto No. 6th compound. Inside a detached two-story villa. In the large living room there was a long conference table, filled on both sides with people, oohing and awing. How could such a thing have happened? Arthur's death was certainly no accident. That punk Xin Ge can't even protect his son? I heard that there is someone called Li Qing, who was Yang Mi's husband, with a big background. Arthur just offended him. Second brother, please say less. When something like this happens, brother-in-law must not feel comfortable in his heart either. Sitting on either side were people from Chen Xiaohong's mother's extended family. Chen Yong, as the oldest, was even more annoyed in his heart when something like this happened to his grandson. Sitting at the front of the conference table was an old man with a head full of white hair, precisely the Chen family's old man, Chen Gui. Chen Gui is already 97 years old, full of grooves, a head of white hair, but the spirit is not bad, only the eyes always filled with a touch of misery. The death of his grandson in Magic City. Chen Gui's heart was equally sad, but at nearly 100 years old, his mindset was naturally different from ordinary people, and he remained calm. All right, all of you, knock it off, Big Brother Chen Yong said with a gloomy face. I called you all here today about Arthur. Xiaohong will be here in a moment. The ones sitting on the edge of this table are all from Chen Xiaohong's great-uncle's uncle's generation. Although Arthur Chen is only a grandson, It's pretty much an inverted situation for Chen Gu. So to Chen Xiaohong's great uncles and uncles, Arthur Chen was like his own grandchildren. Arthur Chen suddenly died in Magic City. How could the Chen family not be anxious? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Chen Xiaohong stepped on a pair of high heels and walked in without saying a word. Seeing Chen Xiaohong come in, the crowd, which was still murmuring just a moment ago, gradually became quiet. Especially Chen Xiaohong's cold and funereal-looking face made the atmosphere in the room inexplicably tense. Xiaohong, you're here. Chen Yong couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw his daughter's haggard face. Come sit down. After Chen Xiaohong walked in, she nodded to her uncles and great-uncles as a greeting, then walked over to Chen Gue and whispered, Grandpa. Chen Gue sighed, his throat hoarse. Well, sit down and let's talk about Arthur. After Chen Xiaohong took her seat, the faces of everyone present became serious. The first to speak was Chen Xiaohong's uncle. Xiaohong, I know about Arthur's matter. This matter? It must be that Li Qing's doing. What do you want to do? Uncle will help you. Chen Xiaohong's uncle, Chen Guowei, is a famous entrepreneur in Kyoto, with connections all over the world. For so many years, Chen Guowei has handled a lot of things, big and small, in the Chen family. Chen Xiaohong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag and said, what to do? Of course, is to kill Li Qing. Find out exactly what Li Qing's power background is. I'll make his whole family bury Arthur with him. Chen Xiaohong's eyes were bloodshot, tears constantly swirling inside but never dripping down. Chen Yong said in a deep voice, I found someone to check this Li Qing. This person has been engaged in international trade abroad before, and only came to Magic City in the past 2 years. As for the rest of the information, it hasn't checked out yet. Chen Xiaohong raised her eyebrows in question. Can't find out the information? Chen Yong nodded and said with a somewhat grave expression on his face, to be honest, not being able to find out information is far more frightening than finding out. I also called everyone here today to tell you not to be impulsive right now. The back of this matter is far from simple. Dad, do you know something? Chen Yong looked at his old master, Chen Gue. Chen Gue sat on a chair, holding a smoking gun in his hand, bearing it and smoking in silence. Seeing that the old man didn't squeak, the young juniors below, one by one, were anxious and on fire. Sister Xiaohong, I think we should just pay someone to do away with that Li Qing. The man standing to the side was none other than Chen Xiaohong's younger brother, Chen Yubin. Chen Yubin always outside, do or some dirty work, although the reputation is not good, but do things is really ruthless. Even kidnapping and killing this kind of work have done. Chen Yubin coldly snorted. Whatever his background, it's not easy to get him killed. I'll find a few brothers to drive to Magic City to kill him, and Arthur's revenge is avenged. When these words came out, many elders glared hard at Chen Yubin. Chen Yong said with a gloomy face, Nonsense! What kind of society is this nowadays? And you're still doing this? Chen Yubin was very unconvinced. Uncle, you're retired from officialdom. I know you resent this sort of thing, but don't forget how Arthur died. Didn't people just get someone to drive over my brother? I call that doing unto others as they do unto me. All right, all of you, stop it. Just as the crowd was arguing, the old man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. None of you can interfere in this matter. With these words, everyone was stunned, including Chen Xiaohong. All of them looked at the old man Chen Gue with a puzzled expression. Dad, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you don't care? How can you not care when something happens to a family? Chen Gue said with a sullen face. Because you guys, you can't manage and you can't take this. Behind Li Qing's back, you can't find out, and it's even more beyond your imagination. Taking a shot at him is detrimental to our entire Chen family, and it might even cost a few lives. Chapter 168. The Chen family's old man put out the word that he couldn't act rashly. Chen Gui's words caused Chen Yong and the rest of the crowd to be startled, followed by astonishment coming from their eyes. Chen Gui, as the Chen family, followed the army in the early years to travel around the world, carrying a gun to fight what battles have not seen. But now, it was being so scornful of a young junior? This is truly amazing. Chen Yong's brows were furrowed and his expression was quite grave as he said, Dad, do you know something? What exactly is Li Qing? Could it be that this Li family is also from the same origin as us? Listening to Chen Yong's speculations, the rest of the people's expressions became cloudy. You're from the same family as the Chen family? Wouldn't that also be an open service meritorious family? If that's the case, this is a real problem. Not to mention, if you really want to fight hard, you're bound to lose both of them. All of us here are people of status. Who would dare to do this until they are forced to? Chen Gue said with a hoarse throat, his tone carrying some helplessness. If we had the same origin as us, it would have been better, and I wouldn't have been so likely to stop you from taking revenge. But Li Qing's heritage is far deeper than our Chen family. Saying that, Chen Gui's pair of dim old eyes couldn't help but darken a lot as he sighed in a low voice. If I were 40 years younger, maybe I'd just come to my door with a gun and ask for a statement. But now, our Chen family has flourished and is so big that we can no longer be left to our own devices. When you do anything, you have to consider the interests of the whole family. If you take in a few more people for the sake of one, it's just not worth it. When he was young, Chen Gui was all dead and bloody. But once a person has a big family and has money and power and status, it is the same as having a soft underbelly. In everything you do, you have to weigh the pros and cons. Listening to Chen Gui, Chen Yong and Chen Guowei and the others were all shocked. There's just so much information in those words. To be able to make the old master jealous, to make the entire Chen family have to weigh the pros and cons, then the identity of the other party. In the end, how big must it be? Most importantly, how old is Li Qing? Only 26, right? Such a junior has so much energy now? This had to make the crowd suck in their breath. Chen Yong took a deep breath and said, Dad, then this Li Qing, where exactly is he from? Among the several compounds in Kyoto, there are only a few that can be on par with our Chen family. I've never heard that there's a Li family, Chen Gui said in a deep voice. You guys, don't think too highly of yourselves. To put it bluntly, I've only made a few achievements to get the Chen family today. It's not exactly brilliant. In this matter, there is no need to discuss it any further. Let's finish Arthur's funeral early and leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohong was the first to say no. Arthur Chen is her son. Now that your son has been killed, you're just going to let it go? It's too much of a ing loser. Bang! Chen Xiaohong slammed the table and stood up violently, her face grim. What do you mean just for now? If my son is dead, then he's dead. Isn't my son's life a life? You don't dare to care. So don't stop me. Cousin Chen Yubin helped out. That's right. We all have two shoulders and one head. Who's afraid? Grandpa. You guys are afraid of getting involved. I'll go to the Magic City with my sister to meet him. On the side, Chen Guowei's face sank and he said in a cold voice, What for? How do you talk to your grandfather? Yubin, sit down. It's not your turn to talk here. Chen Yubin is still afraid of his old dad, wanting to retort a couple of sentences but still sitting down honestly. Chen Guowei looked at Chen Xiaohong and said, Xiaohong, I know it's hard on your heart right now, and the uncles and uncles, it's just as hard. But the old man said so. I think we still have to think about it. We can't rush into it. The more critical the moment, the less you can panic. What do you say, big brother? Chen Yong finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, extinguished it and then immediately renewed another one. Said, Old master, just get it straight. What exactly is Li Qing's origin? My grandson is dead. Your great-grandson. Can you really bear this breath? Chen Yong is in his 60s. Arthur Chen was brought up by him when he was a child. And now that the man is dead, how can he just let it go? Seeing that the juniors were all eager to give it a try and their hearts were extremely high, Chen Gui just sighed. Know anything about oil? The Li family used to be in the oil trade. Then something changed and the Li family retreated. Don't look at Li Qing as just a junior, but with what I understand, Li Qing is the middle beam of the Li family against the wall, and he alone can hold up a lineage. The words fell. A silence fell over the hall. Chen Yong and Chen Guowei, several people, their gazes all became shocked. Oil? Isn't this kind, usually, officially controlled? To be able to engage in this kind of trade, then this Li family, the origin is really unfathomable. Even Chen Yong, who was previously in a high official position, found it a bit unbelievable. Even if a family is strong, there has to be limits. No wonder, even the old man was afraid of Li Qing's background. A silence fell upon the parlor, and the juniors, who had been staggering just a moment ago, also became quiet. Kidding aside, anyone who could play in the oil business in those days had a background that was through the roof. As for Chen Xiaohong, besides being shocked in her heart, she didn't know what to say for a while. How could she not have thought that his own son, who would actually provoke such a person? Chen Gui said hoarsely, That's all I know. Now even though the Li family has been retired for many years, I'm not sure what the roots are really like. So, it's better not to antagonize Li Qing without knowing the situation clearly. I've said my piece, and to be honest I won't live long enough to see what happens to you guys, so weigh yourselves. Having said that, Chen Gui slowly got up and walked towards the outside on his crutches. Seeing this, Chen Yong hurriedly followed up to support, while making a wink towards Chen Xiaohong, signaling her to stop mentioning this for now, lest she make the old man angry. After all, as long as the old man is around, the Chen family's position in Kyoto was as stable as Mount Tai. Wait until Chen Gui leaves. Chen Xiaohong sat on the chair, not saying a word, and the tears in her eyes finally couldn't help but slide out. Inside her heart, it was just too suffocating. The feeling of having your son get killed and not being able to do anything about it yourself is worse than death. Chen Guowei came and patted Chen Xiaohong's shoulder and said, Xiaohong, let's put this aside for a while. We have to think long and hard. Isn't Chen Guo still in Mordor? I heard that he has a good relationship with the Chun group, so we can let them try how deep the water is in the Li family before we make a decision. Chen Xiaohong said with a cold voice. Thanks uncle, I know. Chen Xiaohong wiped a handful of tears, then got up and carried her bag, leaving the compound in a very stern manner. Mr. Chen, someone is looking for you, just outside the compound. The assistant greeted him and said, the other party seems to be here for the matter of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiaohong walked towards the car and coldly said, who? The assistant said carefully. I'm not sure, but seeing as he's not an ordinary person, he's about the same age as Chen Xiao, he should be a second generation. In Kyoto, there are many second generation. Chen Xiaohong doesn't care at all. Not right now. Take me to the airport. I need to go to Mordor now. The assistant took a deep breath and could only nod, opening the door and preparing to drive to the airport. And just then, a jeep with a security license plate slowly stopped in front of Chen Xiaohong's seat. Then a youth got out of the car. The youth was about 1 meter 8.5 tall, a suit very bored. The whole body exudes a kind of elegance, but also with a few sharp. Seeing the license plate of this car, Chen Xiaohong's eyes slightly condensed. Kyoto security can be equipped with this kind of off-road vehicle. The level is afraid to the ministry. This youth obviously couldn't have that weight. Presumably this was a second-generation official. Chen Xiaohong faintly said, I'm going down there, so wait in the car. Chapter 169, Mysterious Youth. Capital Family? After getting out of the car, Chen Xiaohong didn't walk over to the car, but stood right next to it. The youth smiled slightly and slowly walked towards the side. Hello, Mr. Chen. The youth extended his hand. Extremely polite. My name is Yu Hui. Chen Xiaohong did not extend her hand, but calmly said, I don't think we know each other. Do we? Yu Hui withdrew his hand and smiled lightly. Oh, don't you recognize it now? Saying that, with that, Yu Hui's expression became slightly more serious. I've heard about young Chen. What does Mr. Chen plan to do? Hearing that, Chen Xiaohong's face changed slightly, and she looked at Yu Hui with some caution and said, Who are you? A friend of Arthur's, or? Yu Hui smiled faintly. I can't say I'm a friend, but we can, perhaps, be friends. Chen Xiaohong could sense that this young man in front of her was definitely not simple. It wasn't through his car that I learned of his background. Rather, you can feel it in the talk. Usually people in their 20s age, including those second generation in Kyoto, would be very nervous to see themselves. But this youth in front of him actually gave himself a feeling of being equal or even imperceptible. Chen Xiaohong faintly said, Friend? Just say it straight. Yu Hui lit a cigarette and handed Chen Xiaohong a cigarette in the process and said, Although we haven't crossed paths and are meeting for the first time, we have a common enemy, Li Cheng. Hearing this, Chen Xiaohong's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she lit her cigarette and said, How? Yu Hui smiled faintly. Li Cheng and we have a grudge, and I know some things about the Li family, so I came to find Mr. Chen today to discuss and see if Mr. Chen has any desire to cooperate. Chen Xiaohong was inwardly lost in thought. The youth in front of her, who had suddenly come to her door, seemed to know a lot about herself, and this feeling of being exposed made Chen Xiaohong's heart very uncomfortable. However, Chen Xiaohong didn't show it, and only faintly said, To cooperate, at least I need to know who I'm cooperating with, right? Yu Hui smiled slightly. That's true. Here's my business card. My house is in Dianhai District, compound number 2. If Mr. Chen is interested, he can come to me. I'm always welcome. Chen Xiaohong said as she accepted the business card. Okay, but I don't have time at the moment, so I'll contact you when I get back. For an ally that was sent to her door, Chen Xiaohong did not turn away. The likelihood of the other side taking advantage of themselves is high, though, but after all, dealing with someone like Li Qing, how could an extra force not be a bad thing? After saying that, Chen Xiaohong was ready to go back to the car, but at that moment, Yu Hui's words came from behind him. Mr. Chen, there's something I have to remind you of. Chen Xiaohong paused and sidled up. How? Yu Hui faintly said. Sometimes hate can blind a person and make them lose their mind. This is a very scary thing, especially when the other party is Li Qing. Hearing that, Chen Xiaohong was inwardly uncomfortable and even a bit disgusted. From the time the news of Arthur Chen's death spread, everyone's first thought was not revenge, but all persuaded themselves to calm down. Is the Chen family really that bad? A Li Qing, a young man in his early 20s, carries so much weight? This made Chen Xiaohong very upset. Still, she restrained her negative emotions and slowly turned around and said, What do you mean by that? Is it because you think that there is a certain gap between me and Li Cheng? Murder pays for murder. That's the bottom line. Yu Hui laughed, a hint of contempt in his calm. It's not that there's a certain gap. It's a world of difference. Li Cheng is far stronger than you can imagine regardless of his background or his city. You're undoubtedly giving away your head for nothing if you go like that. I have a proposal. Why don't you stay in Kyoto for now, and let your husband, Chen Gu, and Chen Xiaoguang fight it out, and the two of us, take care of the behind the scenes. This way, you will have a clear perception of Li Qing, and by the way, you can also get to know me well, and get to know the Yu family, which is an opportunity for you. The tone of Yu Hui's speech, which had the flavor of teaching people to do things, made Chen Xiaohong a little uncomfortable, but upon closer examination she realized that what he said did make sense. Chen Xiaohong had to admit to herself that she had, indeed, lost some of her sanity as her hatred got the better of her. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaohong re-examined Yu Hui and said, "It does make some sense when you put it that way. Then tomorrow sometime, I'll come find you." Yu Hui smiled. "Any time. Wait until Yu Hui is gone." Only then did Chen Xiaohong slowly get into the car and sit in the back row. The assistant asked, "Mr. Chen, still going to the airport?" Chen Xiaohong lit a cigarette and looked out the window in deep thought. "Not going yet. Turn around and help me check the license plate number of that car just now. And by the way, check the Kyoto Yu family." At this time, Magic City. After leaving the kindergarten, Wang Mian drove the car, constantly changing routes midway, but in the rear-view mirror, there were always two cars, following far behind. It seems that Lu Jingtao reminded me well. There is indeed a dog following me, Wang Mian said very calmly. Chen Xiaoguang has arranged someone in advance to try to get at us. Li Xiaoyu looked ahead with a peaceful expression. Should I have someone cut them off? Wang Mian smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not time yet. Go back first. They're just stepping on the spot this time. They won't go after us." Li Xiaoyu nodded, then suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, turn around. I'm going to the provincial map to get some books." Soon, the two of them returned inside the Huazhou Junting Villa. Upon entering, Li Xiaoyu then saw that Li Qing was holding Xian Baoer and was standing in the doorway for a walk. Yang Mi was following by her side. The family of three was very comfortable. "Auntie," when she saw Li Xiaoyu walking towards her, Xian Baoer instantly twinkled her big eyes and struggled to get off Li Qing. "Auntie, you're back." Li Cheng placed Xian Baoer on the ground and Xian Baoer farted towards Li Xiaoyu. Seeing that Xian Baoer liked Li Xiaoyu so much, Li Qing couldn't help but have a pleased smile appear on his face. Yang Mi also smiled. She was very kind to Li Xiaoyu now. "This very personal aunt is really nice." "Ouch, I dropped treasure, you can slow down. Don't fall." Li Xiaoyu hurriedly went forward to welcome them, her face smiling out of happiness. Holding Xian Baoer in his arms, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but kiss her. "Xuan Baoer, look what auntie has brought you." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu took out the books in her hands, a brand new set of books. Xian Baoer's beautiful eyes lit up as she screamed out in excitement. "Wow, auntie got a new one." "Thanks auntie, love you." Xian Baoer compares her heart to Li Xiaoyu, causing Li Xiaoyu's heart to melt. "This munchkin is too adorable." Xian Baoer held the books lovingly, but soon said with some guilt, "Auntie, Xuan Baoer will definitely take good care of them in the future." In the kindergarten, the books were burned, and Wan Baoer still has some sadness in her heart. Li Xiaoyu was heartbroken and touched Xian Baoer's head and said, "It's okay de Xuan Baoer, when you're done reading auntie will buy it for you. We have plenty at home. Auntie has a whole library." Xian Baoer's eyes widened in incomparable surprise. "Wow, auntie is amazing." Li Xiaoyu hugged Xian Baoer and laughed. "Auntie's great, isn't she? Do you like auntie?" Xian Baoer nodded heavily. "Love it." Holding Xian Baoer in her arms, Li Xiaoyu arrived in front of Li Qing and Yang Mi and smiled. "Brother, sister-in-law." The kindergarten side of things have been dealt with. Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xian both have gone in. Hearing this title, especially since Li Qing was still around, Yang Mi's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but she didn't say anything and just smiled gently. "Thank you Xiaoru." Whether it was Li Qing or Li Xiaoyu, all of them made Yang Mi feel incomparably warm and touched, and during this period of time, it was as if Yang Mi had found the feeling of a real home. Li Xiaoyu laughed lightly. "What's the point of being polite to me? Sister-in-law, we're all family." Yang Mi was a little embarrassed and bowed her head slightly, smiled and didn't say anything. Li Qing then calmly said, "There was a tail following you on the way back, wasn't there?" Li Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Well, I was about to talk about this matter." This time it made Chen Xiaoguang angry. "I guess I want to kill people's heart." Seeing the two discussing business, Yang Mi reached out her hand to receive Xian Baoer. "Xiaoyu, give me the child. You guys talk. I'll take Xuan Baoer back to her room to drink some water." Li Li Xiaoyu smiled and placed Qian Baoer in Yang Mi's arms. Huan Baoer, go play with mom. I have something to say to your father. When Yang Mi had taken Qian Baoer back to her room, it was only then that Wang Mian came up and said, Brother Cheng, next. I'm afraid Chen Xiaoguang will hit Qian Baoer with his idea. After all, this is something that the other side already knows about. Chapter 170, once a person gets the urge to kill, he can't stay. The matter of Li Qing having a daughter was known by Chen Xiaoguang, and the other party would definitely try to do everything they could to come after Li Qing's family. Anyone with a bit of a brain could have thought of that. Li Qing's gaze slightly condensed as he said in a chilling voice, it's time to get rid of him. As long as there was a threat to Qian Baoer, no matter who it was, they could only die. This is Li Qing's bottom line. Wang Mian nodded. Both Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun are currently under investigation at the sheriff's department. The people they've arranged will probably be looking for an opportunity to make a move on us soon. Brother Cheng, should I make the first move? Li Qing's face was calm, but his gaze was deep. Based on this alone, the Chen family's illegal behavior is still sitting on the wrong side of the law, and it needs to be added to the fire, so that the Magic City's law and order will have to take notice of Chen Xiaoguang. Borrowing Lu Jingtao's hand to pull out the Chen group is also considered a favor to Lu Jingtao. Lu Jingtao's rank, although not much in Li Qing's eyes, but in the Magic City is also very powerful people. In the future, when he enters the capital, the situation on the southern side, relying on one person, or a few people, is far from enough. Therefore, Li Qing needed to build up his side of the force as much as possible. Lu Jingtao, a good candidate. Listening to Li Qing's words, Wang Mian pondered. Let the Magic City security have to pay attention to the Chen group. Wang Mian said with a flickering gaze, does Brother Qing mean that he wants me to make a big deal out of this, and then use public opinion to pressurize the officials to conduct a thorough investigation of the Chen group? This is indeed a good way. I'll find a way to get some evidence of the Chen family's crimes, as long as the public opinion is loud enough. By then, even if Chen Xiaoguang has backers, those backers won't dare to protect him. Getting evidence of the Chen family's crimes is easy for Wang Mian, but uprooting a regional corporate bigwig is far from simple, because behind a conglomerate, I don't know how many people are involved, and once they are uprooted, then there will be great chaos. Wang Mian knows that Li Qing does not like to clean up this kind of mess, so it is prudent to create momentum first, so that those big umbrellas behind the scenes know what to do and avoid unnecessary trouble. Li Qing took a drag on his cigarette and continued, as for the two, Chen Gu and Feng Pants, just deal with them. Chen Arthur died. This game is considered to really rise a height. The momentum has risen. The Kyoto side must have already paid attention to the attention over, so at this point, there's no need to hide the insignificant little people. Just pinch them, Li Xiaoyu faintly said, but it's going to take a snake to draw it out. Li Qing smiled faintly. At this point, the snakes are so desperate that they no longer need to be drawn. Li Xiaoyu nodded, then asked again. There's also one thing that's a bit puzzling, and that's the Chen family in Kyoto. How come they haven't reacted at all until now? According to Chen Xiaohong's nature, she's afraid that she would have killed her way to the Magic City long ago, but right now, there's no movement at all. This is a bit perverse. Chen Xiaohong's background is beyond the reach of Chen Xiaoguang. Someone with that kind of energy shouldn't normally be this quiet, and it was her own son who died. Li Qing's gaze narrowed slightly as he said with a calm expression, the Chen family in Kyoto, that 90-something-year-old master is still alive. He knows some things about our family, so he definitely won't let his own juniors come to die. Of course there's another possibility, and that is, the descendants of those old guys have already approached Chen Xiaohong, wanting to use Chen Xiaohong's hand to get rid of me. Killing a man with a borrowed knife is the gang's best trick. Listening to Li Qing's analysis, Li Xiaoyu instantly brightened up, and at the same time, she had to admire Li Qing's city, which seemed to be deeper than before. Well, these things are trivial. Li Qing laughed slightly, seemingly in a good mood. More than that, enjoying life is the top priority. Go prepare some barbecue materials. Tomorrow night, we'll have a picnic in the yard. Hearing these words, Li Xiaoyu froze slightly and looked at Li Qing with some surprise. 1 minute you're discussing the situation, the next you're enjoying life. Is this still my real brother? In Li Xiaoyu's impression, Li Qing never seemed to relax for a moment. Even when he was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, he gave off a very oppressive sense of tension. But now, Li Qing had obviously changed a bit. He was deeper in the city, but he was also closer to the fireworks. Wang Mian laughed. Yeah, I'll cook and grill. Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Mian with a distrustful expression. True or false? Why don't I just hire a professional chef? Wang Mian grunted. I'm a master at roasting meat. When I used to trade in the Black State, I used to fight a lion to roast the meat, and it smelled so good. Li Qing smiled. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Li Xiaoyu took a drag on his cigarette and skimmed his lips. Since Brother Mian is so awesome, I'll be waiting to eat. Cold cases of beer by the way. Having lived a fast-paced life, Li Xiaoyu also likes it. The family is happy to get together, gathered around the fireplace, chatting and drinking. Just think about it and feel happy. On top of that, it's a great way to hold Henbauer, an outdoor activity that she's sure to enjoy. Li Qing smiled. Li Xiaoyu was always an overgrown child in his eyes. However, the words turned around, and Li Qing faintly said, "But be prepared. Perhaps it will be more lively than expected." Li Xiaoyu first froze, then frowned slightly and said, "Brother, are you saying that they might strike it this time?" Li Qing said quietly, "There's no need to be wishy-washy. I've got it all set up, just so you're prepared." Li Xiaoyu's gaze was cold. "If they dare to make a move at this time, then I'll get their whole family killed. Not a single one of them, old or young, whether it was Xian Bao or Yang Mi." In Li Xiaoyu's heart, they were all family, the closest of kin. Don't blame yourself for being ruthless if the other side chooses to do it while this family is gathered. Wang Mian patted Li Xiaoyu's shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, it won't keep you from eating the roast." Jinghai District. Inside Feng Pant's villa, the original Solomon Grand red lacquered gate was covered with white paper. Even the security guard standing guard had a small white flower pinned to his chest. The whole villa, up and down, was steeped in grief. "Old Feng, actually you don't have to be like this." In the living room, Chen Gu a small chair, next to a table of incense, with the urn of Arthur Chen on it, and photos of the hundreds of flowers swarmed together below in a spectacular scene. Feng Pants, still wearing a bandage on his head, said with a tired face, "Oh old Chen, I have always regarded Arthur as my own nephew. Now that he's gone, it's only natural for my Feng family to organize a funeral." Saying that, Feng Pants patted Chen Ji's shoulder and was worried. "Old Chen, you can't go on like this. The body will not be able to handle it." In just 2 days, Chen Go had lost 7 or 8 pounds and his hair had turned quite white, with red eyes and a withered-like face. It looked a little scary. Chen Go said with a hoarse throat, "I know, don't worry about it. I heard that today 2 people, Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun, were brought in for investigation by the vigilantes because of the possession of guns in their cars." Von Pants nodded. "Well, it should have been posed by Li Qing, but there's also a big news. Li Qing has a daughter who goes to the same kindergarten as Chen Xiaoguang's child. Coincidentally, today, this is because the 2 children had a conflict in the school. Then the parents of the 2 sides only confronted each other. I heard that in the end, Lu Jingtao also went there, and the matter was not small." Hearing these words, Chen Gu, who had been wilting, jerked his head up in spirit. "What? You said Li Qing has a daughter?" Feng Pants, smoking a cigarette, old eyes narrowed into a doorway, said, "Well, for what it's worth, it's probably the child with Yang Mi, named Li Xian." "What? You have an idea, old Chen?" Chen Gu gritted his teeth, the blood in his eyes increasing as he said indignantly, "Li Qing killed my son. Killing pays for life. It's only a matter of time before I kill him. But before that, I'll let him taste the pain of losing his child as well. Li Xian, I want this little brat's head to honor my son." Chen Ji's hatred attacked his heart, and he couldn't wait to grab Li Qing's daughter right now, wipe her neck with a knife and cut off her head, and put it in front of Arthur Chen's urn. Chapter 171. No one can influence baby girl to eat barbecue. Looking at Chen Ji's near crazy state, Feng Pants had a worried look on his face and said in a deep voice, "Old Chen, this has to be discussed in the long run. Both Mr. Chen and Mr. Yang are in the security bureau. Anything has to wait until the 2 of them come out. Otherwise, with the 2 of us, it would be too difficult to bring down Li Qing." After everything that's happened, Feng Pants was well aware of the gap between himself and Li Qing. The other side has strong connections and is extremely deep in the city. If Chen Gu could think of taking revenge on his daughter, then he must have prepared in advance as well. Von Pants was shrewd and said after his brain had thought it over, "Old Chen, over there in Kyoto, have you heard from them?" Chen Ji's eyes dimmed a lot and said as he took a drag on his cigarette, "Chen Xiaohong already knows about this, but I don't know why, but her people haven't come yet. To be honest, with Arthur gone, my relationship with Xiaohong might not matter in the future." Chen Gu is considered to have joined Chen Xiaohong's family. Back then, Chen Gu was considered to be a famous handsome boy in Kyoto, and he was also well educated and good at things, so he chased Chen Xiaohong in less than half a year. After the 2 got married, Chen Gu relied on Chen Xiaohong's family history and instantly made a name for himself from the Beijing Circle until now he became the #1 director in the Beijing Circle. However, the relationship between the 2 became much colder after marriage, especially as each had their own business to be busy with. The good thing is that with Arthur Chen as his son in the middle, the 2 relationships were tied together. But now, with his son dead, or dead in front of him, Now, Chen Xiaohong would absolutely hate herself, hating herself for being useless and not protecting her son. Feng Pan said in a deep voice. Don't think too much. Xiaohong was probably too upset to reply to you. Maybe by now, the Chen family is already on their way here. Feng Pans inwardly hoped that the Chen family in Kyoto would come earlier. After all, Chen Xiaohong's background is very deep, coming from the compound. If they get Li Qing to death, Li Qing will never be able to hold out. This is a 100% thing. When the time comes, he or she can stay out of the way and reap the benefits afterward. Just then, Chen Ji's cell phone rang and opened it to see that it was Chen Xiaohong who had called. Hey, Xiaohong, did you come to Mordor? After picking up the first sentence, Chen Ge asked directly. On the phone, Chen Xiaohong, however, was silent for half a day before slowly speaking. I can't get through right now. The son's ashes will be sent back to Kyoto when revenge is avenged. As the words fell, Chen Ge froze, not reacting at all to what exactly Chen Xiaohong meant. Your son is dead and you're not coming to Mordor? Chen Ge frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't come? Chen Xiaohong said as she suppressed her emotions. There's something on this side of the family. And for my son, I'll arrange for someone to go to Mordor. Chen Ge, you're the one who didn't watch over your son. Arthur's revenge. Can you take revenge or not? Chen Ge pressed his dissatisfaction and said, I'll kill Li Qing with my own hands. You said arrange for someone to come. Arrange for what? Chen Xiaohong paused, then coldly said, Slayer, after you're done, take your son's ashes and come to the capital. Having said that, Chen Xiaohong then hung up. Chen Ge sat in his chair, holding up his cell phone in a bit of a daze. He always felt that there was something wrong with Chen Xiaohong. Normally, according to Chen Xiaohong's nature, shouldn't she immediately use her family's connections to pressure the Mordor security to thoroughly investigate her son's car accident? Moreover, Chen Xiaohong would definitely bring someone to Mordor in person and directly find Li Qing face to face. But now, Chen Xiaohong gave Chen Ge the impression that she was intentionally not showing her face. The feeling was foreign to him, even psychologically unpleasant. However, Chen Ge quickly gave himself a mental note that perhaps it was precisely because of Chen Xiaohong's special family background that, so this kind of thing was inconvenient, and it was likely that the Chen family was afraid that something would happen and wouldn't let her come to Mordor. Otherwise there wouldn't have been an assassin arranged. Thinking of the killer, Chen Ji's gaze flashed with a cold light. The killers that the Chen family looked for, that would not be ordinary killers, to the extent that the Chen family's kind of big family would spend a lot of money to hire professional killers through some special channels. Chen Ge put away his cell phone, looked at his son's urn with a burning gaze, and murmured, Arthur, I'll have them down with you in a minute. Hearing the conversation between the two just now, Feng Pants couldn't help but say with some concern, Old Chen, over there in Kyoto, is something wrong? Chen Ge looked indignant. I don't know. I guess it's because the matter is too big and the Chen family doesn't want to show their faces for fear of damaging their house of cards. Chen Ge's heart resentment is very big. The son is dead. Chen Xiaohong sighed. Even a word is not put. It is not possible that this mansion, there is no a little affection? Feng Pants patted Chen Ji's shoulder and comforted him. Old Chen, people's identities over in Kyoto are all very sensitive. This kind of thing definitely needs to be done securely. And didn't Ms. Chen say that she's already arranged for someone to come over? Chen Ge took a drag on his cigarette and a cold smile spread across his face. She's using me as a gun, leaving me alone if something goes wrong. But it doesn't matter. I'll avenge my son's death myself. Saying that, Chen Ge looked up at Feng Pants with a burning gaze. Old Feng, you and I have been friends for so many years. You have to help me with this. Hearing that, Feng Pants shuddered inwardly and instantly felt bad. Old Chen, you say that? Let's discuss what's going on. Von Pants said in a serious voice. Tell me what I can do to help you. And I will. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Chen Ji's expression. When the assassin arrives, the two of us, do away with Li Qing and her woman, including his sister. I'll have Xiaohong give us a sum of money afterward, along with the property I transferred earlier, and we'll go straight overseas. As soon as the words left his mouth, Von Pants inwardly exclaimed that he was crazy. Is this a favor? This nigga made me play for my life. To be honest, Feng Pants hated Li Qing to the bone, but with things having developed to this point, he no longer had much heart for revenge. Li Qing's background was too hard. If he continued to gamble in this game, he would definitely not end up well. Chen Ge was an example. Feng Pants only wanted to follow behind and shovel some mud, and then pull back in the end to reap some benefits. But Chen Ge even wanted to make himself sell his life, which was no good. However, Feng Pants didn't reject it very bluntly, but instead kindly reminded him, Old Chen, you have to stay calm now. Li Qing isn't that easy to deal with. I think we'll wait for Chen Xiaoguang to come out and we'll do it together. Besides, Li Qing will definitely be on the defensive. At Feng Pants' words, Chenggu didn't care at all and said in a cold voice, "Old Feng, what a time for you to be cowering. No matter how defensive Li Qing is, he's still a human being. Do you think the assassin from Kyoto is a vegetarian? No matter how powerful Li Qing is, a single bullet can still kill him. Old Feng, just tell me if you'll do it or not." Chenggu had fallen into a frenzy. Feng Pants hesitated and said after silently lighting a cigarette, "Old Chen, this can't just be done. You said you're going abroad. What about after you leave the country? In case the Chen family directly cuts off contact with you, how will we brothers live the rest of our lives?" Chenggu was slightly stunned, and he knew that Feng Pants was starting to back off. However, Chenggu didn't force Feng Pants, and just said lightly, "Old Feng, there's no need to hide this friendship between us. I'll make a deal with you. I have $300 million of savings in foreign countries. Over the years, you also have a lot of it. After avenging my son's death, the two of us get away with it for the rest of our lives. Isn't it good? Besides, Old Feng, do you think Li Qing will let you go?" It wasn't until the last sentence that Feng Pants' eyes moved. Yes, according to Li Qing's vindictive nature, could he have a good ending? It's impossible to get out of this game halfway through. You let me think about it. Feng Pants barred his cigarette and sat in front of Arthur Chan's ashes in deep thought. In the middle of the day, Feng Pants opened his mouth. "If you're going to do it, you're going to do it. Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Shiyun have also arranged for people. In that case, let's find the right time to strike with their assassins. Just kill Li Qing's whole family and do the exit formalities early." Chen Gu sneered. "Old Feng, you can rest assured. The formalities I have long been done, just in case Li Qing found out. I also purposely went through the relationship, absolutely confidential. Once Li Qing and the others are dead, we'll retreat immediately." Early the next morning, inside the courtyard of Washukunjin, Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu, several people started to prepare the materials for the barbecue early, and the little one followed behind and was busy. Li Cheng and Wang Mian stood in front of the living room, both of them holding cigarettes in their hands, slowly burning. Brother Cheng, the two old guys, Chen Gu and Feng Pants, have already completed the procedures for leaving the country. Wang Mian flicked his cigarette ash and said, "Looks like this barbecue today doesn't want any peace and quiet." Watching Xian Bauer having fun, Li Qing had a kind smile of an old father on his face. Nothing is as important as Xuanbauer being happy. It won't hold up the barbecue. Wang Mian nodded. "Well, Brother Cheng, a few of the brothers doing things in the Black State have already arrived, and they're expected to be here soon." Chapter 172, The Other Side is Bloodthirsty. They're using guns. Poopy, come over here and help Mama skewer the meat. As the two were talking, Xian Bauer stood not far away and waved her hand, her voice bright. "Can you bake, Poopy?" Looking at the adorable Xian Bauer, Li Cheng went and laughed. "Of course I will. I'll bake it for Xian Bauer later." Sitting on the outdoor chairs, Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu were both seriously skewering meat. Don't look at Yang Mi as a big star, but dry work is not at all ambiguous. Skewering meat fast, bright stainless steel stick rubbing hands over. Li Qing couldn't help but remind. "Watch the hands." Yang Mi froze slightly, then a smile appeared on her face. "Well, don't worry." Although the two did not communicate much, Yang Mi was feeling a concern, and there was an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Li Xiaoyu smiled. "Yo, my brother knows how to care. That's rare." Li Qing didn't say anything and held Xian Bauer in his arms, doting on her. "Xuan Bauer, Papa will have something to do later and go out for a while. You stay here and play with Mommy and Auntie, okay?" Li Qing said very gently. "I'll bake you some meat when Daddy gets back." Xian Bauer's big eyes lost it, but immediately recovered their twinkle when she heard about eating barbecued meat. "Yeah, then Puppy needs to come back soon. Otherwise Xuanbauer will be fed by her aunt." In the past few days, Li Xiaoyu was pampering her every day, and as long as Xianbauer wanted to eat, she would be the first to get a whole bunch of them over. Li Qing smiled. "Yeah, I'm sure Daddy will be back soon." Wang Mian walked behind Li Qing and whispered, "Brother Cheng, everyone has arrived," only to see that at the entrance of the villa, a group of youths in suits stood there, and among them, there were also a few foreigners. Li Cheng nodded and put Xianbauer down, then slowly walked towards the crowd. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyu and Yang Mi looked at each other coincidentally. Yang Mi's expression clearly became a bit grave. She could feel that something seemed to be happening next. Li Xiaoyu passed over a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Nothing will happen. It's all in my brother's arrangement." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu waved her hand towards Sun Yang next to her and said, "People are brought here, right? There can't be any accidents in this today. Understand?" Sun Yang's face was unprecedentedly serious and earnest, and licked the corners of his mouth in excitement. "Boss, don't worry, I got all the good guys this time." Sun Yang lowered his voice and said, "It's all brothers with lives on their hands, and they do clean work. Li Xiaoyu nodded calmly. Well, remember to come over for a barbecue when you're done. Sun Yang smiled. Thanks boss. After saying that, Sun Yang turned around and left. Yang Mi heard the conversation between the two just now very clearly, and her face couldn't help but be a little worried. Xiaoyu, is there something big going on? It can't be them trying to get back at us, can it? Yang Mi knew in her heart that when Arthur Chen lost his life, Chenggu would never just stop. Li Xiaoyu consoled while getting the barbecue materials. Don't worry sister-in-law. Let's play in peace. My brother will take care of those things. You don't know him. He'll be fine. Li Xiaoyu has 10,000 trust in Li Qing. Besides, this group of people in the entertainment industry, how capable can they be? At this moment, Li Qing had already arrived in front of the crowd. Qing, the leader, a middle-aged man with bronzed skin, was more than 1.7 meters, but exuded ruthlessness between his eyebrows. The man's name is Jin Bo, the #1 junior under Wang Mian's hand, always staying abroad in charge of trade. Of course, being able to do business in some war-torn countries, Kimball is naturally not your average punter. Li Qing nodded. Did you bring your stuff? Kimball said with his head down. Bring it on. A couple of streets along the way. Have people ready. These brothers are good, tight-lipped, and won't break a word even if they die. Li Qing said indifferently. Well, take some of the men and go out in 3 cars. The rest, ambush the villa and beyond. Remember, no need to leave anyone alive this time. Jin Bo's complexion shook as he said in a deep voice. Yes, brother Cheng. Wang Mian drove into the Chevrolet SUV, the glass all raised. And in the meantime, he drew a pitch-black colored pistol from under the seat, and screwed on the silencer with a nimble movement. No other reason. What if the shooting is too loud and noises Cheng? The car slowly started and drove straight towards the countryside after leaving the villa area. Brother Cheng, do you think it would be too obvious for us to draw the snake out of its hole like this? Wang Mian said as he smoked a cigarette and held the steering wheel with one hand. I don't know if they'll be able to stand it. Li Qing closed his eyes and calmly said. It won't. Even if they know it's a snake charmer, they'll still do it. After all, this is a rare opportunity, and Chen Xiaoguang's people have long been impatient to wait. Wang Mian nodded. The car made its way towards the small suburban compound, the perfect place for them even if they did. On the road, Wang Mian didn't notice any suspicious vehicles, but just as the car drove into the countryside, 3 cars came up behind it. Ha! Finally, Wang Mian smiled slightly. His right hand slowly took the pistol and loaded the bullet. Then with a foot on the gas, the car accelerated, and the cars behind them coincidentally accelerated and fiercely chased after Wang Mian. In the rear-view mirror, he only saw a car behind him drop its window, and a pitch-black gun barrel stuck out, shooting at Wang Mian's car. Bang bang bang! The bullet hit the back window with such precision that several extra dots were made on the thick glass. Li Qing sat inside the car, listening to the bullets hitting the window no different from the rain, without raising his eyelids. Brother Cheng, these guys are sulking. Wang Mian's face was calm and unperturbed, and the car's speed had already come to about 150 mph. Fasten your seatbelt. After saying that, Wang Mian made a sharp brake and instantly came to an extreme drift, and the whole body directly turned around. It was also at this instant that Wang Mian's pistol stretched out of the car window that had fallen in advance and pulled the trigger frantically. Bang bang bang! In a second or so, Wang Mian fired 5 shots in a row. The other driver's seat and the passenger side of the car was instantly blown up, and the car lost control and crashed into a tree. After turning the car around, Wang Mian continued to step on the gas. Li Qing sat in the back seat and lit a cigarette. His eyes were incomparably calm. Not even half a wave. Dang! The remaining 2 cars saw the situation and hurriedly suppressed Wang Mian's fire, but the bullets hit the car without any pain at all, at most leaving a trace of bullet marks on the glass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize this car was bulletproof, an assassin said with a grimace. This young Shiyun didn't even make that point clear. Another one of the assassins said. Cut him off with a hard bump. This $10 million bill must not be lost. This group of people was arranged by none other than Yang Shiyun. Yang Shiyun, as the chairman of the construction group, spends a lot of money to hire a group of assassins in order to deal with Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu. The purpose is to use such unconventional means in a situation of necessity. Only, the killers didn't realize that their opponent was so bad to take down, put up a fight and crash through. The killer driver pressed the gas pedal to the floor, intending to cut off Wang Mian's car hard. Chapter 173. What gunshots? That's firecrackers. It's starting to get deranged. Wang Mian smiled and parked the car directly on the side of the road. A loud bang was heard immediately afterward. Boom! Outside the car window, a Hummer that had taken a shortcut over hit the sedan solidly at 100 yards. The minivan was instantly slammed into the waste, half of the body tumbling over a dozen meters before it managed to stop. Immediately after that, the people on the Humvee came down, 2 youths each carrying an MP5 submachine gun in their hands, aiming a volley of shots at the sedan behind them. Tada! The windshield was instantly swept away, and blood could be vaguely seen splattering. The gunfire soon stopped. Cheng, it's over. Wang Mian got out of the car and opened the door for Li Cheng. Li Cheng just finished smoking in his hand, and after remaining in the ashtray, he slowly got out of the car. Another Hummer pulled up next to it, and after getting off, 4 youths in suits came to Li Cheng, one of them carrying a package in his hand, which contained bulletproof plates. If ever anything happens to the boss, then the bodyguard will be the first to block it with his body and hold the purse up. Brother Cheng, Brother Mian, are you alright? Kimball said with his head down as he walked in. The neighborhood surveillance was removed prior to this and no evidence will be left behind. Li Cheng nodded, then walked straight towards the car that had hit the tree. The minivan was riddled with bullet holes, and there was basically no chance of survival for the people inside. However, Jean Bo did not dare to be careless and immediately took out his gun and walked in front, after opening the car door. As expected, the 2 killers in the driver's seat and the passenger side were bright red and dead with hate. In the back seat, one assassin had 4 or 5 bullet holes in his chest, while the other was still gasping for air. Jean Bo raised an eyebrow and lifted his gun to hit him in the center of the eyebrow, then said towards the few brothers behind him, "Go see if the other killers are dead through and through. Check them clean and make sure there are no survivors." A few people cleaned up the mess, and that's when the cell phone in the Slayer's pocket rang. Jean Bo wore gloves and brought the phone over, placing it in front of Li Cheng and said, "It shows employer." Li Cheng smiled slightly. "Answer it." Kimball pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. A woman's voice then came over the phone. "How did it go?" Li Cheng said indifferently. "Mr. Yang, you can still make phone calls inside." Very tactful. On the other side of the phone, the other party was silent for a moment, then hung up the phone. Wang Mian smiled and said, "Guess that old Yang Xian is freaking out. Brother Cheng, let's go back." The home side is also buzzing. Feng Pants and Chen Ji's people have shown up. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhou Junting Villa, in the garden, Shen Bauer sat on a small bench, looking at the burning charcoal fire with unusual curiosity. "Xiao Yu, why isn't Li Cheng back yet?" After preparing the barbecue materials, Yang Mi was a little worried. Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly and brushed a few skewers of meat with oil and placed them on the charcoal fire. "I'll be back soon, don't worry sister-in-law. Let's play first." Seeing Li Xiaoyu so relaxed, Yang Mi was quite relieved and watched the meat skewers being grilled with moist oil. "Xiaoyu, you still have this craft. Barbecue." Yang Mi only ate from the outside. Like their own grill, she is still the first time to experience. Cannot help but be very curious. Li Xiaoyu laughed. "When I was a kid my brother used to take me to little cooking sessions. And back then I used to steal the chickens and ducks that were kept in the compound, slaughter them and process them, and my brother would take care of roasting them for me." Hearing this, Yang Mi couldn't help but smile in surprise. "Ha, it can still be played like that. But how do you butcher a chicken or duck thing?" Yang Mi couldn't imagine that a young girl as stunningly beautiful as Li Xiaoyu really dared to kill chickens and slaughter geese when she was a child. That image is so contrasting. Li Xiaoyu turned the roasted meat around and said in a breezy manner, "How do you slaughter it?" "Harm. A knife wipes the neck and bleeds it. Then hot water plucks the hair and then opens it." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu didn't feel too good and laughed a little awkwardly. It's not really that hard. It's mostly that grilling is a technical skill. You see, I almost forgot to sprinkle the cumin." Li Xiaoyu was afraid that if he said any more, he would scare this gentle and quiet sister-in-law of his, so he quickly changed the topic. Yang Mi, however, was sitting on the side, looking at Li Xiaoyu. Froze for 2 seconds. What she just said was too graphic. I can't imagine that a beautiful girl would do this kind of work. Yang Mi suppressed the surprise in her heart and smiled. "From what you've said, I'm kinda curious about what happened when you guys were kids." Li Xiaoyu's always cold and pretty face rarely became slightly red. "Ahem. I actually learned it all from my brother. Sister-in-law, don't look at my brother who is usually quite high and cold, but in fact he is just cold on the outside and hot on the inside. His character, too, has something to do with the changes in our family." Talking with Li Xiaoyu, Yang Mi became more and more curious about Li Cheng, but she didn't know why this was. She obviously didn't like gossiping, but Li Cheng, on the contrary, had a kind of magic like hooking her curiosity. Yang Mi was a bit curious. A change of heart? Is something wrong? Li Xiaoyu's expression paused. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a faint cold light, as if she had suddenly thought of something outrageous. Seeing this, Yang Mi also froze and said in a hurry, "I'm sorry Xiaoru. It's just me talking too much." Only after hearing Yang Mi's words did Li Xiaoyu come back to her senses and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I'm not mad at you. Don't get me wrong." Li Xiaoyu squeezed out a smile and said, "It's just a reminder of something bad that happened once. But well, it's all in the past. Never mind, let's not talk about it. It's about to be roasted. Sister-in-law, you can taste my handiwork." Yang Mi nodded. She knew that Li Qing's family must have suffered something bad in the past. Honestly, she wanted to understand, but didn't seem qualified to. However, the meat that Li Xiaoyu roasted was very fragrant, and Yang Mi was getting a little hungry from smelling it. "Wow, auntie smells so good." Xian Bauer, who had been staring at the roasted meat, came down from the bench and squatted beside Li Xiaoyu, a pair of big eyes looking straight at the roasted meat. The little guy was greedy. Li Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Hey, is it the ant that smells good? Or is it the roast?" Xian Bauer blinked and said casually, "It all smells good." Looking at the dumb Xian Bauer, Li Xiaoyu was so happy that he took out a meat skewer without chili and handed it to Xian Bauer. "Xuan Bauer, be careful. It's hot. Blow on it before you eat it." Xian Bauer's mouth was watering. Having grown up so much, this was the first time she had eaten a kebab. In the little one's world, she was shocked how there could be something so flavorful as barbecue, and those mall restaurants couldn't compare to the barbecue. Just when Henbauer couldn't help but take a bite, in front of and behind the yard. However, there was a noise. Bang bang bang. The sudden burst of noise made Xian Bauer freeze. Yang Mi, on the other hand, even directly raised her head and looked at Li Xiaoyu with some shock. The sound just now, if I'm not mistaken, seemed to be a gunshot. Li Xiaoyu looked at Xian Bauer and then at Yang Mi, signaling her not to panic. Yang Mi's entire body tensed up. For the first time she felt that her life was in danger. "Xiaoyu, should we take Xuan Bauer inside?" Yang Mi whispered as she forced herself to gather the roast. "Is something wrong?" Li Xiaoyu calmly jerked a skewer of meat and smiled. "It's okay, let's just get on with it." Xian Bauer listened with her ears perked up and a curious face. "Auntie, what's that noise outside?" Li Xiaoyu laughed. "There are firecrackers going off outside. Listen to how loud they are." Xian Bauer was puzzled. "Aren't firecrackers for New Year's?" Li Xiaoyu explained patiently. "No duh. Firecrackers aren't only for New Year's. You can set them off if you want to during the week." Upon hearing that firecrackers could be set off, Henbauer was more energized. "Auntie, let's go set off firecrackers after we eat too?" Chapter 174, Thermal Imaging plus Sniper Rifle? "What kind of bodyguard is this?" Li Xiaoyu froze, then stroked Xian Bauer's head and said, "Yeah, but wait until Puppy gets back. He's going to bake you some more." Xian Bauer nodded heavily. "Why isn't Puppy back yet?" "I miss him," Li Xiaoyu said gently. "Be good. It won't take long to get back. Let's eat first, and Auntie will teach you how to roast the meat." Meanwhile, outside the walls of the villa, the other side all have guns and look professional. "So everyone be careful," Sun Yang said as he took a pistol and concealed himself behind a tree. The boss said no survivors. Just now, a couple of plainclothes, masked men destroyed the surveillance and quietly tumbled in through the outside of the courtyard wall. A wave of fierce gun battles ensued between the two sides, but fortunately Sun Yang and the others were prepared for it and there were no casualties. Bang bang bang, a few more gunshots rang out, and several assassins kept approaching Sun Yang's side. There are special cover, special responsible for the attack. Obviously, this group of killers' professional quality is not low, is trained professionally. "Brother Yang, these guys are not simple. We already have brothers injured." Over the intercom, one of the minions said seriously, "Why don't I take a couple of guys and flank them?" Sun Yang took a deep breath and said after changing the magazine, "There's no rush. When they get closer, get them one by one." Sun Yang's heart cannot help but be a little surprised. Really did not expect these killers, even chose to attack in broad daylight. It's a total no-holds-barred approach. Not far from the backyard wall of the villa. In addition to the two just hung up, the remaining total of 7 killers, dressed in work clothes, all masked, holding pistols with silencers, and there are also 2 with miniature submachine guns, very well equipped. The intelligence is not accurate. The other side's bodyguards all have guns, and they seem to have prepared for it. An assassin said with a stern gaze, "Did the employer lie to us?" The assassin at the head of the group said in a deep voice, "It is estimated that the employer does not know that the other side is so strong, but the price is high, a total of 40 million. It. Dry this single out of the country to dash for a period of time is also enough. Find a way to take out these bodyguards first, then go and do those guys on the profile as soon as possible. Don't forget, there's also a little girl that the employer said to keep alive to take to Kyoto." The assassin's boy behind him reloaded a pike clip and nodded. "Don't worry, Chief. We've got to hurry. We won't be able to run away when the vigilantes come. I'll suppress the fire first. You guys rush." As the words fell, The assassin behind him dodged and rolled to the side, getting up and picking up his miniature submachine gun and blasting away at Sun Yang and the others. Tada! The remaining 6 assassins rushed towards the front yard of the villa at extremely high speeds, and were able to take the opportunity to counterattack while constantly dodging. 3 of Sun Yang's juniors were hit and fell in a pool of blood. It shows how professional these killers from Kyoto are. These bodyguards have guns, but they're not very good. An assassin fired 2 shots in a row, hitting 2 people and then had already arrived at the entrance of the front yard. As long as they entered the front yard, then basically not far from completing the mission, the assassin at the head of the group said in a deep voice, "Second dagger, when you go in, take out the one called Li Xiaoyu first, hurry up." The assassin named Second Blade nodded, his expression cold as he prepared to cross the last line of defense of Sun Yang and the others. But just then, bang! Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot not far away. The lead assassin's expression snapped. The shot wasn't a pistol, or a submachine gun. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a sniper rifle. And from his experience, the sniper rifle wasn't a small caliber. Also at the same time as the gunshots rang out, the Second Blade, who rushed at the front, only felt a huge thrust coming from his chest, and his entire body was directly impacted and laid on the ground. Immediately after that, Second Blade felt a huge heat flow in his chest, blood gradually overflowed from his chest, and then, his body became colder and colder, and he soon lost consciousness. 2 daggers. The lead assassin was shocked and then shouted, "There's a sniper! Watch out everyone!" The words have not yet been spoken, only to hear sniper fire again. One of the assassins behind him was shot in the head, spilling his brains all over the place. The slayers' faces became incredibly grave. In this villa, these bodyguards surprisingly had the presence of professional snipers and were using these large-caliber sniper rifles above 7.62. Obviously, still underestimating the difficulty of this target. Mission failed. Withdraw. The leader of the killers gave the order to retreat. The only way to retreat in such a situation was to retreat. Money compared to life. It was obvious that life was more important. If the sheriff's department surrounded the place later, they couldn't escape even if they had magical powers. The remaining 5 assassins began to pull back, throwing smoke bombs and retreating in turn. Tada! At that moment, more heavy gunfire came through. The assault rifles fired wildly at point-blank range, and in an instant the 3 assassins had their heads shot off at point-blank range in turn. The leader of the killers was shocked, and a heavy fear rose in his heart. There's only one way to get an accurate hit with smoke grenades, and the other team has thermal imaging. At this time, the head killer's heart was already full of remorse. Had he known this, he would rather not have this money, nor take this mission. The other party even had thermal imaging, assault rifles, sniper rifles and all these things. Obviously not ordinary bodyguards, more like well-trained mercenaries. Damn, what the hell is the target? The head killer was sweating. This was the first time in his nearly 10-year career that he had ever been in such a situation. The target's security system was just a little too impressive. This damn thing wasn't this outrageous even if it was the richest man's bodyguard specs. With no time to think, the 2 remaining assassins ran as fast as they could, constantly maneuvering through the smoke with the intention of avoiding the sniper rifle's lock. But unfortunately, the actual combat is completely different from the movie and TV drama. No matter how to position simply cannot get rid of the sniper's prejudgment. Bang! One of the assassins was instantly shot in the head and slumped right to the ground. Now, only the head assassin is left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In this situation, he knew he wouldn't be able to run away. But he didn't want to die just like that. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wanted to survive as long as possible. Otherwise wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't spend a single penny of the money that had existed overseas for so many years? Clunk! The leader of the killers threw the gun straight out of his hand and dropped to his knees. That's right, he's going to surrender. Bang! Despite the killer's surrender, the sniper still fired, hitting the killer in the leg. Killer gritted his teeth and fell to his knees in great pain. Don't kill me. I can tell you information about my employer. In order to save his life, the killer had to do this. The so-called professionalism was nothing in front of his life. The killer's eyes were closed for a long time, and the other man didn't shoot himself in the face. He gave a small smile, which meant that he had made the right bet. The smoke is slowly clearing. Sun Yang led a group of brothers with their guns and surrounded them. Brother Yang, I didn't expect Mr. Lee's bodyguards to have snipers. A junior was surprised. It would be a bit of a struggle to deal with these killers if it was just us. Sun Yang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but his face was not relaxed. If it wasn't for those bodyguards, it would have been a bit of a long shot with just myself and this group of brothers. At this time, the bodyguards that Wang Mian had gotten from the outside also came over from a short distance away. 10 men in all. all dressed in work uniforms, body armor, and bullet hangers, each carrying an assault rifle. Not much different from the mercenaries in the movie. As Sun Yang and the others looked, a trace of astonishment rose in their hearts. How can a private individual have this kind of bodyguard group in the country? This kind of specification? Even those high-ranking officials and the richest people don't have the right to have it, right? Then what is this Mr. Lee's identity? Sun Yang couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. The identity of his own boss's brother was really a mystery. Come to the killer. Sun Yang walked to those mercenaries and smiled slightly. Thanks bro. Thanks to you guys. Otherwise it's really up in the air for us alone. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed bodyguard, smiling at each other, said humbly, we're all working for Mr. Lee, it's only right to help each other. Your security equipment, however, does need to be updated a bit. Mr. Lee will be here soon. Let's interrogate this killer first. Although this bodyguard was a foreigner, he spoke Dragonese very fluently. Sun Yang nodded and walked up to the killer, narrowing a pair of eyes and staring sharply at him. Tell me, who sent you? Chapter 175 Raising Mercenaries in a Villa. Is this an ordinary target? Killer dropped to his knees, using his own belt to tie his thighs tightly to stop the bleeding, and gritted his teeth. Where is Li Qing? I want to see Li Qing. I hold some very important information here, and I will only speak to your master. Sun Yang frowned. This killer was really arrogant. Bang! Sun Yang lifted up and kicked the killer in the face, then pulled out the dagger on his waist and ruthlessly pressed it against the killer's neck. You'd better hurry up and talk, or I'll send you on your way right now. I'm telling you, what you did today is enough to kill you 10 times over. The killer looked at Sun Yang with a cold smile on his face, not the least bit fearful. If you kill me, do you think it can be afforded if your master misses useful information? I'm useful now, so you can't kill me. Hearing the killer's such an arrogant tone, Sun Yang's face sank and the dagger in his hand slowly got to the killer's face. You're really arrogant. Okay, then I'll leave you a dog's life for now. Saying that, Sun Yang slashed the blade hard, pulling a deep gash across the killer's face. Blood hollered out. Ah dash. The killer who had his flesh cut open let out a dull howl, trying to struggle but being held down dead by Sun Yang. Let's give you a lesson first, and when Mr. Lee comes, I hope you won't regret it. Sun Yang gave the killer 2 stabs, still not relieved in his heart, but he had no choice but to stop. When Mr. Lee comes in a while, it won't be a matter of 2 knives. At that moment, the gringo bodyguard next to him said, Yang, Mr. Lee is here. It should be in the front yard by now. Front yard at this time. Auntie, why are the firecrackers gone? Xian Bauer was sitting on a small bench and was holding a skewer of fragrant meat, eating with her mouth full of oil. Li Xiaoyu grilled a few skewers of non-spicy lamb kebabs for her individually, and the fragrant Xian Bauer couldn't help but get completely high. It was the first time in her life that she had ever eaten such flavorful grilled meat. It was beyond her small world's knowledge. The firecrackers have been set off. Let's have barbecue. Li Xiaoyu wrapped Xian Bauer in his arms and laughed while grilling the meat skewers. Sister-in-law, how's my handiwork? Yang Mi's face was still a little nervous, but she still squeezed out a smile and said, this is truly the best barbecue I've ever had. Bar none. But Xiaoyu, over there in the backyard, what's the situation? When will Li Qing be back? Just now the sound of gunfire has not stopped. Yang Mi heart cannot help but be a little afraid. After all, the gunfight is happening right next to them. Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Don't worry sister-in-law, my brother is back. He should just be at the door now. The words, just outside, a black Chevy SUV slowly pulled in, followed by a couple Hummers. As the car approached, Yang Mi clearly saw that on the body and windows, there were small circles that were clearly bullet marks. Yang Mi's heart thumped. Li Qing is in danger outside? However, Yang Mi's mood relaxed in the next second, only to see Li Qing coming down from the car without any harm. Poop! When she saw Li Qing get off the bus, Xian Bauer's eyes instantly lit up with big eyes, and she ran over with the big meat skewer in her hand. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, all daughters are close to their fathers. Sister-in-law, my brother is back. Now you should be relieved. Yang Mi nodded, a hint of shyness in the softness of her brow. Xian Bauer stumbled in front of Li Qing, holding up the large meat skewer in her hand and said, what have you been doing, Puppy? Why are you only back? Li Qing picked Xian Bauer up and gently kissed Xian Bauer's cheek and laughed. Does the baby miss its daddy? Xian Bauer's big eyes kept flashing as she held the meat skewer up in front of Li Qing and shook it. Puppy, Auntie grilled me some meat. Try it. It smells good. Li Qing nonchalantly took a bite, and he had to say that Li Xiaoyu's handiwork was really good, with that flavor of his own back then. Wang Mian stood beside Li Qing and faintly said, Brother Cheng, the people are all in the backyard, and there's a live one. Li Qing ignored it and just hugged Xianbao with a face full of tenderness. Xuanbao will play with Aunt and Mom first. Dad will go to the backyard first. There's something to take care of. Be a good boy here and wait for Daddy to come and grill a great big kebab for Huanbao. Xianbao snuggled into Li Qing's arms and said in a milky voice, Poopy, then will you come back soon? I miss you. From the start of the barbecue until now, Xianbao had been waiting for Li Qing to play with her, so she was rather clingy when she saw Li Qing. Li Qing kissed Xianbao and said with incomparable seriousness, Dad's a man of his word. He won't be back for more than 5 minutes tops. Seeing Li Qing's promise, Xianbao then reluctantly got off his body and returned to Yang Mi. Yang Mi stood up and walked towards Li Qing's side, looking at Li Qing with a gaze that was still a bit shy, and whispered, Is something wrong? Were you in danger out there just now? After caring about Li Chang, Yang Mi's face became slightly flushed, now that her concern for Li Qing was somewhat hidden. This concern comes from the heart. Li Qing gazed straight at Yang Mi and after a moment of silence, he faintly said, Well, but it's all worked out. Why don't you play with the kids? I'll be right over after I take care of things. Yang Mi nodded and said, Okay, be safe. I'll wait for you here with Xianbao. Yang Mi gathered Xianbao in her arms and watched Li Qing and Wang Mi and several people head to the backyard. Reflecting on the conversation between the two just now, layers of ripples rose in Yang Mi's heart, and for some reason, an unprecedented feeling of sweet happiness. It always feels as if his relationship with Li Qing has become a little more subtle. Backyard. Killer gritted his teeth as he endured the pain in his body. There's no point in you torturing me. I'm just getting paid to do a job. I can give your master useful information in exchange for one of my lives. It's a good deal for you. Sun Yang narrowed his eyes, the dagger in his hand still dripping with blood. If you have something to say it to our Mr. Li, who is here, only a short distance away, dressed in a black suit. Li Chang walked over with a straight body and a stern pace. Beside them, there are also 7 or 8 youths, expressionless, at a glance as the hand stained with human life of the ruthless. Mr. Li. Sun Yang bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, Hello Mr. Li. Mr. Li. The rest of the bodyguards bowed in greeting. Li Qing came straight to the killer and said indifferently, Are the rest dead? Sun Yang nodded. Mr. Li, there were 10 assassins in total, and all of them were killed except him. See Li Qing. The killer looked visibly stunned. He didn't expect this such a mysterious target to be a young lad, to be so young, to have this kind of status, this kind of strength. Then his background is simply unimaginable. Sure enough, that old Chen Xiaohong still punked herself. All she said was that the target was a rich kid in international trade. But now it seems, where is this rich kid? It's nifty that it's a top bigot, isn't it? They keep mercenaries in their own villas. Killer took a deep breath and said coldly, Hello Mr. Li, I would like to exchange a message for one of my lives. What do you think? Chapter 176, Finish the barbecue and send Director Chen on his way. Listening to the conditions that the killer said, Li Qing was expressionless, not a single bit of interest, casually pulled out the pistol from Wang Mian's waist, and pulled the trigger at the killer's head. Bang! One shot, and the killer's head spattered with blood and lay upright in the garden. Li Qing wiped his hands and put the pistol back into Wang Mian's hands. Seeing this, Sun Yang could not help but tremble inwardly, truly a little frightened by the Li Qing just now, though he's killed people, too. Li Qing's movements, however, were just too sharp, and there wasn't a single expression on his face, even if it's teasing, anger, none of it. It's completely emotionless as it is. Such a state was the point that terrorized Sun Yang, because this kind of killing without waves, without the slightest emotion, can only mean that the killing is too much and has been completely accustomed to it. Brother Chang, after investigating, these killers are all from Kyoto. Jin Bo stood beside Li Qing and carefully said, and these killers have varying degrees of calluses on their tiger index fingers, so it's obvious that they've all been professionally trained. This time the other side is out for blood. Under Li Qing's calm gaze, the slightest hint of cold light was chilling. The other side is a double pull this time. Yang Xian looked for killers against himself, and then there was another wave of killers who came directly to the villa in broad daylight, aiming straight for his family. This game of chess, played to this point, Li Qing had run out of patience. Give Chen Gu a call, Li Qing said indifferently. Wang Mian took out his cell phone and found Chen Ji's private number and called it, pressing the speakerphone. In a few moments, the other person answered the phone. Hello? On the phone. Chen Ji's voice was cold and wary. Li Qing stood next to the cell phone and calmly said, Director Chen. On the other side of the phone, when he heard Li Qing's voice, Chen Gu was first stunned, and then he immediately grimaced. Li Qing's voice was something that Chen Gu could not forget until he died. Chen Gu frowned fiercely. How could Li Qing call himself at this hour? There was only one possibility. and that was that the assassin he had arranged had failed. Li Cheng, something wrong? Chen Gu coldly asked in a tentative manner. Why do you have time to call me? Li Cheng sneered. Director Chen is very bold this time. I received the person from Kyoto. Very good. I think it's time for Director Chen to go down and reunite with his son. I hope Director Chen will be ready. After saying that, Li Cheng directly hung up the phone, then slowly walked towards the front yard, finished the barbecue and sent Chen Gu on his way. Wang Mian nodded and said, Brother Cheng, don't worry, I'll arrange it. Sun Yang, take someone to clean up the backyard. Clean it up. After saying that, Wang Mian followed Li Cheng to the front yard. In the front yard, Li Cheng's arrival made Xian Bauer excited, jumping around and asking Li Cheng to join the barbecue brigade. Li Cheng changed his previous indifference and replaced it with an incomparably warm smile. Baby, Daddy's going to grill you a skewer. Your aunt learned her craft from Dad, Li Xiaoyu said with a smile. My brother's not keeping a low profile at all now. Sister-in-law, try my brother's handiwork too. He grills really good meat. Yang Mi was a little embarrassed, but she mustered up a small amount of courage to say so in the midst of the hilarity. Really? I'll have to try it then. Li Cheng didn't say or laugh, but the skewers in his hand kept rolling on top of the charcoal fire, and the aroma quickly spread out. And you can't just eat meat. You have to combine meat and vegetables. Li Cheng was very focused and said while grilling the meat, Pass me that eggplant. Yang Mi froze slightly, then hurriedly handed over the eggplant. What else do you need? Li Cheng seriously flipped the skewer and said, Cooking oil, vermicelli, and chili sauce. Yang Mi retrieved one piece from the box and put it next to Li Cheng. Seeing the two barbecuing, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile on her face. Hey, what a blessing. Schwanbauer, do you see mommy and daddy in love? Schwanbauer didn't know what ennui meant, but she understood that it probably meant better. Xian Bauer said as she chewed on a piece of meat and nodded her little head. Well, they're in love. The word love, in Xian Bauer's mouth, was very comical, causing Li Xiaoyu to laugh. And Yang Mi was already blushing, so she hurriedly carried Xian Bauer over and gagged her little mouth with a bunch of meat. Eat up, no talking all the time while you're eating. Yang Mi hurriedly gagged Xian Bauer's mouth. I don't know if it's from the fire or what, but her face was very dry and hot. At this point on the other side, inside the villa of Feng Pants, wow, a $2 million vase was casually thrown to the ground and smashed to pieces by Chen Gu. Asterisk. These losers, Chen Gu roared angrily, a fine layer of sweat already breaking out on his forehead in a hurry. That call from Li Cheng, it sent Chen Gu into a panic. Having sent so many professional assassins, they hadn't been able to take down Li Cheng, who would definitely not let himself go next. What kind of bull assassin Chen Xiaohong arranged? So many people didn't even touch a single hair of Li Cheng's family. Chen Gu stood in the living room and said in a deep voice, It looks like Chen Xiaoguang's side has failed as well. Now, we've completely pissed off Li Cheng. On the side, the corners of Feng Pant's mouth twitched straight up. If you're mad, why are you smashing my antique vase? Lighting a cigarette, Feng Pant's face became a bit gloomy and said, Old Chen, when it comes down to it, we are considered to be the first to misbehave when we make a move against Li Cheng's family. According to Li Cheng's style of behavior, he'll definitely lay his hands on us next. Chen Ji's heart was pounding, and he was honestly more flustered than anyone else right now. The killers that Chen Xiaohong had arranged to come over were all extremely professional, having spent tens of millions of dollars to hire them. All had guns in their hands, even submachine guns. With specs like that, it's surprising that it failed. Chen Gu panicked internally. If this didn't kill him, how else could he fight? Feng Pants finished a cigarette and squinted at Chen Gu and said, Old Chen, what should we do now? Does your wife know about this? Chen Ji's face was ironic, his gaze cloudy and uncertain. Looking at the urn of Arthur Chen in front of him, his heart was all unwilling, but there was not the slightest solution. After a moment, Chen Gu finally made up his mind and said fiercely, Run for it, right now. We can only hurry up and get out of here. Saying that, Chen Gu violently stood up and looked at Feng Pants with incomparable seriousness and said, Li Cheng will definitely kill us next. We have to hurry. And even if I avoid Li Cheng, those assassins I've arranged, I might be in a bit of trouble if I really have to look into it. Why don't we just move overseas now? Hearing Chen Ji's words, Feng Pants' eyes lit up as he waited for these words. Things have come to this point. Feng Pants long ago did not want to get involved. Fight also cannot fight. The Kyoto side of the people do not care about their own, so simply might as well just run away and leave the country and take the money and get away with it for the rest of my life. Good. Then we need to move now. The sooner the better. Feng Pants said with a grave expression, and I suggest that the two of us split up to avoid the worst. Chen Gu nodded heavily. Well, I'll go to the airport. You go to the docks. We'll split up and meet up abroad. Chapter 177. The ashes filled the sky. Fong Pants twitched the corners of his mouth, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. You go to the airport and I'll go to the docks. Nice shot. But Fong Pants didn't say anything. Anyway, it was close to the pier and the pier was more hidden. Airports are more dangerous instead. Good. Then it's a deal. Von Pants said. Remember to bring your bodyguards and pack up and go your own way. The two of them briefly discussed the matter. And then Chengu took a small broken car and left Fong Pants' villa. In order to ensure that the operation was covert, Chengu intentionally changed several locations, from the south side of Magic City all the way to the north side, constantly changing routes. On the way, Chengu held Arthur Chen's ashes and was always on edge. But fortunately there were no accidents. There's no following vehicle, is there? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire Magic City sank into the night. Chengu finally felt a little more at ease and said as he sat in the back seat of the commercial car. A few more route changes in a few minutes, then onto the highway straight to the airport. The driver, who was Chen Ji's head bodyguard with strong detection and counter-detection skills, looked around in the rearview mirror and said, "Don't worry, Director Chen. It didn't follow us. We circled around Magic City and changed 3 cars in the middle. Even if it's a secret presidential trip, it's nothing more than that." Hearing this, Chen Ji's heart relaxed even more. The tightness of the day had made him very tired. Caressing Arthur Chen's ashes, Chengu lit a cigarette and sighed. "Son, father is incapable. This revenge can't be avenged, but your mother will avenge you. In heaven's name, bless father to go abroad safely, and when he does, he will also give you a place in the ground." Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Chengu looked at his brightly lit cell phone, and a message came from Fong Pants, already on the way, arriving at the pier in an hour. No need to reply. I'll dispose of my phone after sending this message. Chengu turned off his cell phone and said to the driver, "Get on the highway and head for the airport at full speed. Alert the vehicles behind you and tell them to follow." The driver nodded and said, "Okay, Director Chen, sit tight." The car accelerated, and soon after getting on the highway, it went up to 180. "Director Chen, expect to be at the airport in half an hour." The driver faded. "You can rest assured, even if Li Qin catches up now, he won't be able to stop him." Chengu coldly said, "Shut the up." Chengu had his passport and everything ready to go, and immediately went through the border crossing when he arrived at the airport. 10 minutes later, the car was about to pull out of the highway intersection, and just then, the driver, however, frowned hard. Just off to the side off-ramp, a Hummer sped off to merge onto the main road, quickly overtaking the commercial vehicle. The driver's mind grew vaguely nervous as, for some reason, he always felt as if something was going to happen. Boom! The driver kicked the gas and increased his speed again, intending to pass the Hummer. The car came up to almost 200, parallel to the Hummer, and it was a little difficult to pass. And that's when the Hummer's window suddenly fell down. Seeing this, the driver's heart suddenly stopped. Subconsciously hurriedly lowered his head and stepped on the brakes to slow down. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of fire erupted from the Humvee window. Bang bang bang! Several shots were fired in quick succession, and the bullets pierced right through the glass of the commercial vehicle. The sudden scene directly stunned Chengu. What's going on here? Chengu was shocked and terrified. He didn't think that the other party would choose to take action against him on the highway. Squeak! The car kept drifting in a state of sharp braking, the tires dragging a long dark mark on the ground. Boom! Out of control. The car ended up hitting a railing next to the highway. At this point, the vehicles that were following behind to protect Chengu, seeing the situation, braked sharply to stop and surrounded the commercial vehicle for protection. "Get out of the car and get the boss out," one of the bodyguards shouted over the intercom, then prepared to open the door and get out of the car. The next second, the sedan he was in was knocked out of the way by a large SUV. The car rolled 7 or 8 times one after another on the highway before coming to a stop, and the people inside basically had enough. Not only this one, but the remaining 2 security sedans were also knocked out by the vehicles behind them all of a sudden. 3 or 4 big Hummer SUVs, crushing these sedans, all without much serious damage. Then, from the Humvee, Kimball, wearing a mask, stepped down carrying a pistol. Neon said to thwart it. Kimball said faintly, "You guys check it out. Don't leave any survivors. $10 million ahead after this job. Come to the business car." Kimball opened the driver's door and then saw the driver slumped over the airbag with his head broken and bleeding. What are you doing?" The driver opened his eyes with difficulty and reached toward the passenger side for his cell phone. Kimball raised his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. He then opened the backseat door and yanked Chengu inside out violently. Puff! Chengu was thrown to the ground, still holding Arthur Chen's ashes in his arms in death. "Please let me go." Chen-gu was scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground and constantly begging, "I'll give you money. I'll never go against Mr. Lee again. Please, give me another chance." Chen-gu is really afraid of death. This time, he directly lost all his dignity, and as long as there was a glimmer of hope of surviving, he would not give up, but the reality is harsh. Bang! Jinbo raised his gun and aimed a shot at Chen Ji's leg. The knee was instantly shattered by the bullet and blood flowed onto the highway. "Ah!" Chen-gu wailed in pain. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I really don't dare. My son is dead. Let me live." In the face of death, Chen-gu realized that he had really overestimated his courage. Kimball sneered, "Director Chen, don't you think it's a bit too late for you to say that now?" Saying that, Jinbo slowly crouched down and took Arthur Chen's urn from Chen Ji's hand. Chen Ji's expression froze, and then his face became even more flustered. "What are you doing? Give it back. Give me back my son. Don't. Please, give me back my son." With intense fear and panic, Chen-gu cried out, but Kimball doesn't give a damn. Looking at the glazed urn, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Yo, young Chen's specs aren't low." Saying that, Jinbo swept a glance at a few minions and smiled. "Which one of you is the better shot?" "Boss, I'm a good shot," a lanky youth with an assault rifle said. Kimball laughed and took the urn and weighed it in his hand. "Then you're in good hands." After saying that, Jinbo violently threw the urn up, which was 5 or 6 meters high. At the same time, the youth also instantly raised his gun, aiming at the urn and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet was discharged, and a precise hit was made. The glazed urn shattered at once, and Arthur Chen's ashes scattered in all directions in the air under the powerful impact. Jinbo tilted his head, the corners of his mouth curved up. This is truly thwarting. As for Chen-gu, who was kneeling on the ground, looking at the black sky, the person had completely frozen. Chapter 178 Great Director Chen of the Beijing Circle. Go well. In the night, Arthur Chen's ashes were raised high in the air, some of the finer powder blowing away with the wind. Although Chen-gu couldn't see the ashes, the larger crumbs soon landed on Chen Ji's face. Wow! A shower of ashes, sprinkled on the ground and the car, clattered. I don't know if it was because the ashes narrowed his eyes or the pain in his heart was unbearable. Chen-gu knelt on the ground and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. "Ah!" Kneeling on the ground, Chen-gu yelled as if he were crazy, cupping a bit of ashes from the ground and smearing it on his face as if he were attached to his son. At this moment, Chen-gu had no more fear inside, and all he had was regret. Regret! How glorious he once was, reigning supreme in the entertainment industry, wealthy and free, sought after by millions of people, and with a son he was proud of. But now, there's nothing. Director Chen, is there anything else to say? Jinbo said as he held his pistol and looked at Chen-gu with a cold gaze. "If there are no words, I'll send you on your way now. Time is precious, and you'll be reunited with your son sooner there." Chen Ji's eyes were red, looking at her son's ashes for a few moments before she froze back to her senses, and a desperate smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect to end up like this. It's really miserable. Before I die, can you tell me what Li Qing really is? I want to know how far I am from him myself," Kimball said with a slight smile, taking a rifle from his sidekick and loading it with a bullet. "Oh, you're not qualified to know your status. Of course, it would be your honor to die at the hands of Mr. Lee." Chen-gu revealed a bitter smile, not realizing that on the verge of death, he didn't even deserve to know the identity of his opponent. Give a pain in the ass. Chen-gu closed his eyes. Jinbo raised his rifle and aimed the cold muzzle at Chen Ji's forehead. Next, with a gunshot, Chen-gu fell straight into a pool of blood. The famous director of the Beijing Circle, the leader of the entertainment industry, completely ended his life. Close up the team. Everyone pack up and leave the country overnight. Don't cause trouble for Brother Mian and Mr. Lee, Kimball said faintly. And then there's a bonus that everyone will receive when they get back to the Black Continent. Alright, move. In the darkness, the crowd left the scene before sheriff's deputies and paramedics could arrive. On the other side, Magic City Eastern Suburb docks. A slow start on a medium-sized cruise ship was heading out to sea. Having been driving at full speed for half an hour. Cabin. Foam Pants sitting on the sofa, a cigarette in his hand puffing clouds. Very comfortable. Finally, out of the misery, Foam Pants took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and took a sip of his drink, saying, 2 more hours to the open sea, right? Bodyguard Ding Xian ate a piece of sashimi and smiled. Well, the ship is modified and fast. When we get to the open sea, we'll be completely safe. Change to a big cruise ship that goes straight to Old America, and has an escort on board. Foam Pants nodded his head in a fairly reassuring manner. These arrangements, in fact, he had prepared them a long time ago. In the entertainment industry, Many big stars or directors with status and power will secretly arrange to go abroad. After all, there has to be an escape route after tax evasion or trouble. Originally, Pants thought he would never use these in his life. As it turned out, I didn't expect the day to come so soon. These things cost Pants $30 million. I don't know what's going on over at Old Chen's side. At this point, he should be on the airplane, Pants said as he took a sip of his red wine. Speaking of which, Old Chen is really miserable. His son is dead, his revenge has not been avenged, and now he has to hide in a foreign country. Ding Xian smiled and said, Director Feng, you're the innocent one when all is said and done. For the sake of Director Chen, you are also exotic. Pants sighed. He and I have always been old friends from the capital circle, and we've carried everything together over the years. Li Qing bullies people too much, and I'm not entirely doing it for Old Chen, but I'm also thinking of taking the heat for myself. It's just that I didn't expect that Li Qing had such a deep background. Ding Xian sighed and didn't say anything, and a moment later faintly said, I'll go out and look. There were a dozen bodyguards on the boat besides Pants, all with guns. With these people, Pants' heart can be a little more stable, regardless of the use or not get. Anyway, must have. Li Qing. Li Qing. Next you'll be fighting those old men in Kyoto. When I go over there, I'll find a big ocean horse first, and for the rest of my life I'll see when you, Li Qing, get played to death. Pants simply lay directly on the sofa, in a slightly intoxicated state, making his body very relaxed, and gradually drifted off to sleep with his eyes closed. I don't know how long I've been asleep. Pants felt a slight headache and opened his eyes in a daze to find many people standing in the cabin. Was it a dream? Pants looked at Ding Xian in a trance, and next to Ding Xian, there was a familiar youth. As his sight became clearer and clearer, Pants saw the youth's appearance, and his heart stuttered, almost jumping into his throat. Li Qing. Pants sat up violently, looking at Li Qing in front of him with a face full of horror, as well as Ding Xian and Wang Mian. Pants' breathing became rapid. He was incredulous and even wondered if he was still in a dream. Otherwise, how could Li Qing and the others be on their own ship? Oh, Director Feng woke up from his nap? Wang Mian poured a glass of red wine, took a sip, and splashed the remaining half of the glass directly on Pants' face. Wow! Pants was much more awake, and his heart was filled with fear, causing his body to constantly shake. He was sure it wasn't a dream in front of him, but was real. And in just a few seconds, cold sweat soaked the back of Pants. How did you guys get on the boat? Pants stood up, his gaze terrified and his speech a little slurred, before he fiercely looked towards Ding Xian, his old eyes narrowing deeply. You, betray me? Ding Xian sighed and smiled. Director Feng, I'm sorry. Pants hated his teeth and sank in an angry voice. What the were you thinking? Out of the country lousy take you to eat and drink, spend endless money. You would betray me? You've been with me for 8 years. Pants unbelievable. Ding Xian from a very early time to follow his own. Even say a dead soldier is not too much. I didn't expect to betray myself at such a juncture. Ding Xian sneered. Director Feng, who would have a problem with money? Besides I don't want to go abroad and spend the rest of my life in a foreign country. Pants was sweating. He knew that he would not be able to run away now. He immediately changed his face and looked at Li Qing with a humble face. Mr. Li, please let me go. I really don't have any deep hatred with you. I admit my mistake. I'm sorry. It was all because my old bones were guilty of being blind before that I suppressed Miss Yang. Li Qing just looked at Pants with a smile on his face, not saying a word. Looking at Li Qing's smile, Pants only felt creeped out, and the sweaty hairs on his back stood up. Mr. Li, I really didn't arrange those killers. That was all arranged by Gu. Pants said hastily. Oh yes, there's also Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun. They've arranged assassins to kill you too. But these things really have nothing to do with me at all. And these were all Chen Ji's ideas. I even persuaded him, but he wouldn't listen. Mr. Li, please beat me and scold me. Leave me alive. Okay. Pants throws all the pots and pans all over Gu, who is now on the plane anyway. Chapter 179, the incident has become a big deal, and people from above arrive. Li Qing took a drag on his cigarette and said lightly, Gu is dead. What I'm doing now is letting you old brothers go down and reunite. Pants froze for a moment, then was surprised. What? You said, old Chen is dead? Wang Mian smiled and took out his cell phone to pull up Chen Ji's image on the highway. Seeing the photos and videos on your cell phone, Pants' pair of old eyes widened tremendously, and his legs went limp. He couldn't believe that Li Qing had arranged for someone to kill Gu directly on the highway. It's no longer considered an assassination. It's an explicit killing. Arrogant, flamboyant and ruthless enough. Pants was considered completely convinced. In his entire life, He had never encountered such a ruthless person like Li Qing. Puff! Fong Pants directly kneeled on the ground, tears directly soared out of his eyes, looking extremely pitiful as he cried, "Mr. Li, be generous and spare my dog's life. Will you, please? I'm willing to be a cow for you." With that, Fong Pants cowed out on the ground without hesitation. The bang bang bang! Von Pants knocked loudly, his forehead hitting the floor solidly, and within a few moments a gash cracked open and the floor was a crimson red. Snap! Fong Pants had just finished kowtowing to one, and when he raised his head, it was blocked by an iron lump. "All right, I can give you a hard time for being so pious." Li Qing held a pistol in his hand, the dark muzzle pressed against the back of Fong Pants' head. Von Pants has been sweating for a long time. Under extreme fear, it made him his pants. "Ah, don't kill me. Those people in Kyoto won't let you go," Von Pants hissed in desperation. "And the Shantou Chamber of Commerce, they definitely won't let you go either." Without waiting for Fong Pants to finish, Li Qing pulled the trigger. Blood spilled all over the place. Li Qing returned the gun to Wang Mian, got up and walked out towards the outside. "Burn it." Wang Mian followed behind and smiled. It's such a relief to have this ship just up to the high seas, but on Chen Ji's side, it might cause quite a commotion. Chen Gu was shot on the highway, something that would surely shake the country once it came to light. Li Qing threw the cigarette butt on the deck and said in a breezy manner, "Someone will take it upon themselves to squash it for us." Wang Mian nodded and said, "Fong Pants mentioned the Shantou Chamber of Commerce before he died. Should I check it out and find out in advance? As far as I know, the Shantou Chamber of Commerce is the #1 chamber of commerce in the south, and it's pretty much filled with famous and wealthy businessmen from all over the country, and there are 32 bosses from the world's top 500 alone." Li Qing didn't have much emotion on his face as he calmly said, "There's no need to worry about it. They haven't moved a bit since we built up the momentum. They're just still waiting to see what happens. If they really want to get along, they don't mind, and the more people who play this game, the better anyway. Okay, it's getting late, time to go back." Following the passageway hitched to the deck, Li Qing walked to another ship. At that moment, Fong Pants' assistant, Ding Xian, walked over. That Mr. Wang, I'll go with you." Ding Xian stood behind Wang Mian, the appearance of humble as a dog. Just now he was all in the eyes. Kill Fong Pants when Li Qing did not even blink. You can't be this calm even if you're killing a dog. The reason why he was able to betray Fong Pants was also Ding Xian's own choice. During this period of time, Ding Xian had been paying attention to the game between the Beijing Circle and Li Qing, seeing that Fong Pants was getting worse by the day. So Ding Xian planned that he might as well take Fong Pants' head in defect to Li Qing and Wang Mian as a pitch. After all, a good bird chooses a tree nest in. Hearing Ding Xian's words, Wang Mian paused in his steps and smiled sideways. "You do have a bit of a mean streak," Ding Xian said with a smile on his face. "Oh, it's an honor to be complimented by Mr. Wang. Why don't you give me a chance to work under your hand? Don't worry, I will do my job well." Wang Mian nodded thoughtfully and laughed. "I'm not done talking. You're so ruthless it's unsettling." For this kind of person, Wang Mian only had antipathy. "If you can betray your master today, can you say if you'll backstab me next time? Loyalty is something that some people really aren't born with and don't acquire. Even if I don't betray you now, that's just not enough leverage. Once he has enough leverage, he is bound to betray. It's an iron law." Seeing Wang Mian's attitude, Ding Xian instantly panicked and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Wang, I really sincerely want to be with you. I betrayed Fong Pants because he really isn't a good person. I've long seen him as a bad person. This kind of rotten person. I've put up with it for a long time." Wang Mian smoked a cigarette and smiled lightly. "Unfortunately, I'm no good either. Take matters into your own hands." After saying that, Wang Mian left Fong Pants' cruise ship, followed by a few gunshots from behind him. On the ship, Li Qing sat on a chair on the plywood, and the sea breeze blew coolly against his face. Von Pants' ship has turned into a ball of flames. As it drifted away, the fire slowly turned into a candle flame in the night and eventually died out at sea. Meanwhile, on the Mordor and Yen highway, the intersections at both ends had been cordoned off. 7 or 8 police cars stopped at the intersections with their lights flashing, and the highway was completely closed. Chen Ji's death scene, ambulances, fire trucks and vigilantes were all on the scene, even from the defense of the armed forces. Leader, the scene is very tragic. Plus Chen Ji's vehicle, a total of 4 cars. All were hit and scrapped. No one survived. At the scene, a district security bureau chief reported to Lu Jingtao, looking very nervous. After all, the section of the highway, belonging to his jurisdiction, now out of such a big thing, he has an unshirkable responsibility. Lu Jingtao stood not far from the scene, looking at Chen Ji's corpse with a frown. The smoke in his hand was about to burn to his fingers and still did not realize it. Lu Jingtao had expected Chen Gu to have an accident, but he didn't expect that the death would be so high profile. Even if you die in a car accident or some other accident, at least public opinion will be silenced. But now, people were shot on the highway, and it wasn't just Chen Gu who died. None of his 7 or 8 bodyguards were spared. That's a little too ruthless. No doubt. Leader, this matter, how should we report it? The district director on the side was trembling, unable to get his head around it at all. Shall we hurry up and squash it? Lu Jingtao lit up a cigarette and took a sharp drag and said, press it down? Do you think it's possible? A high-speed car crash and shootout in Magic City, all kinds of rifle fire, and a famous Beijing circle director being shot in the head, all of which can be captured on surveillance. How can it be suppressed? Lu Jingtao all suspected that this top hat of his own. I'm afraid that it will be shifted. Li Qing, why am I confused to work with you? Lu Jingtao deeply inhaled a mouthful of smoke, stood by himself and murmured in a low voice, his mind constantly pondering how in the end this matter should be dealt with. Although Lu Jingtao had been serving as the first hand of the security bureau in Mordor, this was the first time he had encountered this kind of incident. After thinking for a long time, Lu Jingtao finally came to a decision and slowly opened his mouth. Report it truthfully. You can't press it. If it gets any bigger, none of us can afford it. Lu Jingtao is very powerless inside, and can only secretly pray. Li Qing, you seek your own luck. I can't protect you in this file. And just then, an Audi A8 came quickly from the highway, with 2 defense ministry cars in front of it to clear the way. Seeing the license plate of Audi 001, Lu Jingtao was stunned, and then he hurriedly dropped his cigarette and ran over. Chapter 180, Magic City 001 puts out word to suppress the incident. In the Magic City can use 001 license plate, and also Audi A8, hanging exemption plate, in addition to that real power hand, no one else. Lu Jingtao hurriedly ran and came to the car and bent over to open the door. Leader, what brings you here? Lu Jingtao model is very respectful, with a hand gently blocking the eaves of the car for fear that the leader touched his head. You slow down. Getting out of the car. A man in his 50s, hair a little gray, but full of spirit, wearing an executive jacket, majestic and stern. The man's name is Sun Yulo, the head of a city in Mordor, a real power. And Mordor is not an ordinary city, so Sun Yulo's level is 2 levels higher than the leaders of the same name. In ancient times, that would be a feudal official. After what happened, if I don't come, I won't have to do my job. Sun Yulo's face was gloomy and frightening. The scene was far more tragic than he had imagined. Come and report back. Sun Yulo lit a cigarette and came to the scene with a quick pace, lifting his hand to rip off the cordon and striding in. Behind them, 7 or 8 soldiers from the Defense Armed Forces Department, automatic rifles in their hands, followed Sun Yulo at all times. Lu Jingtao followed closely behind and reported in a deep voice. Leader Sun, a total of 4 vehicles were intentionally hit and encountered gunfire. 10 victims at the scene, all dead at the scene, all with gunshot wounds. Said these, Lu Jingtao's forehead began to drip sweat. Happened this kind of thing, this security hand, is considered a serious dereliction of duty. Sun Yulo's brows furrowed as he walked over to Qin Ji's body and squatted down to lift the white cloth to take a look. Seeing this, Lu Jingtao rushed forward and said, Leader, you'd better not read this. Sun Yulo ignored Lu Jingtao in the slightest and said with a cold snort, I also worked as a detective. Chen Gu was shot in the center of his eyebrow and a large hole leaked out of the back of his head. His death was unusually gruesome. So mean. Sun Yulo put down the white cloth and stood up, saying, Have your men blocked off the highway yet? We mustn't let the murderer get away. If you let anyone go, you'll be the first to be executed as the Director of Public Security. Lu Jingtao nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will catch the murderer. Currently all the highways in the entire Magic City are barricaded and the whole city is blocked and searched. Even if they go up to the sky, I'll still be able to catch them. Lu Jingtao speaks beautifully, but in reality, he has no confidence inside. He was all too aware of Li Qing's methods. If Li Qing dared to do this, he must have made all the preparations long ago. Lu Jingtao sighed. He had no thoughts of cooperating with Li Qing at all now, and was filled with only self-preservation. In order to protect themselves, there is only to report this matter. Let the people above come down to manage it. They really do not want to get involved in the game between them. It's just too deadly. Leader, should we report this? After all, the matter is too bad. The impact is too great. If we don't report it now, and it gets blown out later, will we? Lu Jingtao asked tentatively, but without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sun Yulo. It can't be reported yet. It's suppressed. As for the consequences, you don't have to worry. Just do your best to handle the case and leave the rest to me. Lu Jingtao froze, completely not expecting the leader to say this. Press it down? How do you squash a hot potato? A mess like this? Is it possible that the leaders are afraid of affecting their performance? Lu Jingtao a little puzzled. According to reason, out of such a big thing, no one dares to press down and not report, or later by the above no. That is to bear a huge responsibility. Under the night, Sun Yulo took a deep breath of smoke and said in a deep voice, "There's something I want you to ask you." Lu Jingtao's body was stunned, and he said with a straight face, "Leader, you ask." Sun Yulo looked at the district director next to him, and the few warriors. Lu Jingtao understood what it meant, and immediately waved his hand at the district security director and said, "You go keep an eye on the scene. Spread out." Only when everyone had left did Sun Yulo coldly say, "Who, in your experience, could have done this?" Lu Jingtao said with a tangled look on his face, To be honest, this is still under investigation. The other party came at Chen Gu. We're lining up who has a grudge against Chen Gu." The more Lu Jingtao said, the more he was weak. He had a suspect inside, but he didn't dare to say it. But Sun Yulo's next words did make him break out in a cold sweat. "Let me ask it another way then. Are you close to Li Qing?" Sun Yulo spat out a mouthful of smoke, slowly turned around and looked at Lu Jingtao with a somewhat sharp gaze and said, "It's well known that Li Qing is fighting Chen Gu and those others in Magic City. I just asked you if you had any suspected murderers. You never answered positively. Are you trying to protect Li Qing?" LOL. Hearing that, Lu Jingtao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect at all that Sun Yulo knew about these things. Their own cooperation with Li Qing, but also just verbal, and it is private. Just say so many sentences together to get rid of harm for the people. But these, how can Sun Yulo know? Lu Jingtao's palms were already full of cold sweat, and he thought for a moment before answering with a bit of a stutter. "Leader, what do you mean by this? I know Li Qing as a person, but there is no relationship in private, and it's not true that Li Qing has a grudge against Chen, but everything has to be about evidence, and I don't dare to say anything before I find out." The words fell. Sun Yulo, who had always been unsmiling, actually had a hint of a smile on his face. "Oh, you're good at talking. All right, let's leave it at that and notify the family of the deceased. Remember, don't break the news. Let the network regulators hit the ground running. News posts about highway accidents, all deleted off the shelves, repeatedly sent directly blocked the account." Lu Jingtao lowered his head and said, "It's the leader." "But leader, there's something I still want to say," Sun Yulo said with a raised eyebrow. "What is it?" Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice. "Chen Gu is a public figure, and his background in Kyoto isn't simple. If the Chun family directly makes a big deal out of things in Kyoto, then when the time comes, we won't be able to suppress it." Sun Yulo faintly said, "It's not for you to worry about. All right, I'll deal with him personally over there. Just guard the scene. I'll go first." Sun Yulo came and went quickly. Watching the leadership seat left, Lu Jingtao heart this is a sigh of relief, but the heart always feel where there is something wrong. Sun Yulo's attitude is really a bit confusing. Lu Jingtao always felt that Sun Yulo seemed to know Li Qing very well. Did the two have any relationship? Thinking about it, Lu Jingtao head is a little big. Li Qing background mysterious. Before the Magic City feast, but also a certain big brother a phone call to their own here, asked to be sure to stand on the side of Li Qing. Now it seems that this great leader of his own may also have half a foot in this game. Lu Jingtao decided not to think about it. The state of affairs has developed to the present. It is no longer under his control. Now Sun Yuzhong is on the floor, just in time to cover for himself. At this point, on the Audi A8, Sun Yulo sat in the back seat with a somewhat gloomy expression. It's true that it's a bit difficult to handle when something like this happens to Chen Gu. Get off the highway and turn around. Go to the eastern outskirts of Mordor. Sun Yulo opened his eyes and faintly said, "Let those men from the defense of the armed forces go back." Hearing this, the driver was slightly stunned, but without asking a single question, he changed his navigation and continued driving. Chapter 181 Li Qing's connections. Just how strong can they be? After the car got off the highway, Sun Yulo asked the driver to turn the car around and drive towards the eastern suburbs of Magic City. Meanwhile, Guazhou Junting Villa, under the pavilion in the front yard, Brother Chang, Jinbo and the others have already left the country. Wang Mian poured a cup of tea for Li Qing and said, "All the clues, they've been dealt with. Currently the highway at the scene of the incident has been completely blocked." Lu Jingtao personally led the team, and there was an old man who went to the scene. Li Qing picked up his teacup, slowly sipped a mouthful of rainy day dragon well, and faintly said, "Sun Yulo can't sit still. I don't blame him. It's kind of a big deal in this country." Wang Mian laughed. "Sun is probably sweating in a hurry. I don't think it will take long for him to call you." Li Qing calmly said, "Lu Jingtao's phone call will grab Sun Yulo before he does." As soon as the words fell, Li Qing's cell phone rang. Opening the cell phone page, The caller information was none other than Lu Jingtao's private number. Wang Mian couldn't help but smile. That's really speaking of the devil. Answering the phone, Li Qing faintly said, "Leader Lu, why are you free to call me at this late hour?" On the other side of the phone, Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice, "Li Qing, are you playing dumb with me? This is too big a deal, do you know? What did you tell me before? Things should never cross the line." Li Qing's gaze slightly condensed as he flatly said, "What do you mean? Lu office? Why is your words a little hard for me to understand?" Lu Jingtao froze, almost choked by Li Qing, and then said in an anxious tone, "Chen Gu is dead. Dead on the highway. Shot dead. Did you know about this?" Li Qing sneered, "Leader Lu, don't be intimidating. I've always been a good citizen. You know that." Lu Jingtao was a bit speechless, because Li Qing was simply pretending to be confused, but there was nothing he could do about it. This kind of thing was not meant to be said in the open. Lu Jingtao was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I've come to inform you that this matter has alarmed Leader Sun, who came to the scene in person just now, and, it seems, knows you well. I am now under pressure to enforce the law impartially and will investigate it closely." Lu Jingtao said this. The implication is to remind Li Qing, if he himself investigates your head, do not blame me, because I was also forced. Li Qing sipped a mouthful of tea and laughed. "Well, good luck solving the case. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Get an early night." Having said that, Li Qing then hung up the phone. Next to him, Wang Mian said with some amusement. It seems like Lu Jingtao was truly frightened. Li Qing's gaze was calm, as if this matter was really not a big deal in his eyes. "Come on, let's take a trip to the eastern suburbs." Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. "To the small courtyard? This old man, Sun Yulo, wouldn't be coming at this point." Li Qing put out the cigarette butt and slowly stood up. "He'll come." The two left the villa and drove straight to their small home in the eastern suburbs. An hour later, at 12 o'clock in the morning, in a small courtyard in the eastern suburbs, on the stone table, the stone pot boiled. Red oil and chili peppers spread over the surface, hot and fragrant. There's nothing like a fondue snack in the middle of the night. Sitting on the stone bench, Wang Mian put fresh slices of beef and mutton into the pot, as well as a variety of seafood, and he couldn't help but drool at the sight of it. In order to always be able to eat the freshest ingredients, Wang Mian has people who specialize in purchasing, no matter what the season or time of year. Just a word and they will get the ingredients in the shortest possible time. For example, cows and sheep are freshly killed. Seafood must be live. Anyway, there's plenty of money. Hot, hot, hot. Li Cheng and Wang Mian both have a sesame sauce dish. Freshly cooked slices of meat dipped in small ingredients. Steaming, taking advantage of a few wisps of cool night air in the middle of the night, melt in your mouth. Hot and spicy aroma stimulates the taste buds. At that moment, a sound of an engine's engine came from outside the small yard. Obviously a car had parked outside the yard. Li Qing chucked a slice of mutton into his mouth, then wiped the corners of his mouth with a paper napkin and faintly said, "We have a guest." Wang Mian smiled. This old man really knows how to pick his moments. The words. Between the small courtyard gate, an old man in his 50s, wearing an executive jacket slowly walked in, followed by a youth who looked like a bodyguard. "Who is it? Wrong door?" Wang Mian pretended to frown and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing in someone's house in the middle of the night, old man?" The one who walked through the door was none other than Sun Yulo. Hearing Wang Mian's words, Sun Yulo's old face immediately sank. "Wang Mian, it's only been a few years since I've seen you and you don't recognize me?" Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, then said with a surprised look, "Mr. Sun, I didn't expect it to be you who came to visit. Why did you suddenly come here?" "Leader Sun, come on, sit down." Sun Yulo gave Wang Mian a deep look and walked over with a stern face, standing opposite Li Qing. Only after a moment of silence did Sun Yulo slowly speak. "Li Qing, the two of us, we must have not seen each other for 3 years, right?" Sun Yulo in an executive jacket, back head white, wearing a pair of glasses, the body of the big official temperament is very oppressive. Li Qing, on the other hand, didn't even raise his eyelids. See, something to talk about. In the middle of the night, Sun Yulo immediately froze, almost choked to death by Li Qing's words, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back. Sun Yulo took a deep breath, glanced at Li Qing, and faintly said, "Can I sit?" The youth next to Sun Yulo was inwardly surprised to see the two conversing like this. These two youths, who were only 25 or 26 years old, were talking to their leader like that? This was the first time he had seen it. The point is, the leader doesn't seem to dare to be angry at all, and goes along with the other side. The relationship is really intriguing. Seeing Sun Yulo put down his stance, Li Qing then smiled faintly and said with a bland expression, "Elder Sun, Have a seat. Sun Yulo sat on the stone bench, swept his eyes at the stone pot, and laughed. You're quite composed, and you're still in the mood for fondue here. Li Qing revealed a faint smile and ate a slice of meat without haste. Why are you not in the mood? Sun Lao is talking a bit inexplicably. Busy with official business. Is there something that elder Sun came to me in the middle of the night? Sun Yulo sneered. You're still pretending to be confused with me. You guessed I'd come here to find you. That's why you're in the small courtyard, right? Sun Yulo swept a glance at the stone table, somewhat less satisfied. Where's my share? Li Qing smiled faintly. When you're old, eating hot pot tends to make you hot. Wang Mian laughed from the side. Exactly. And besides, I don't see anyone going to someone's house for dinner and coming empty-handed. Being given a yin and yang by the two. Sun Yulo was a bit angry, but he couldn't get angry because he knew Li Qing very well. This person was like this. You really couldn't do anything about him. Hey! Sun Yulo sighed helplessly, his old face pulling a long face as he twisted his head to look at the youth. Xiao Zhang, bring over those 2 jars of wine from the trunk. Not a moment later, a young man carrying 2 altars of wine came over, put on the table at the same time. Cannot help but think, their own leadership in the end to see who are secretive, and see 2 juniors younger than themselves, actually take such a good wine. 28 years old wine. Daughter read, I saved 2 jars, didn't bother to give my daughter to accompany her out. Sun Yulo said with a twitchy face. Now, I can eat, right? Li Qing said indifferently. Bring Sun Lao a set of bowls and chopsticks, and 3 small bowls. Got it. Wang Mian took out the dishes from the house with a smile on his face. I know old Sun likes to eat oil dishes. It's all ready. Hearing Wang Mian call himself old Sun, Sun Yulo's eyebrows were twisted twice. Now this young man, really unqualified. No matter what, he is a big leader. Really do not give any face? Elder Sun, eat the meat, freshly killed fat sheep, flown in from Mengkong. Just as Sun Yulo was counting on Wang Mian's disrespect, he was suddenly pulled back to his senses by Wang Mian's words. Then he saw Wang Mian using his mail chopsticks to fish himself several slices of cooked mutton, hot and aromatic. Sun Yulo's stomach grumbled, thinking that this young man, in fact, still a little quality, just not much. Chapter 182, The Chen Family. Xing Xing, stiffening a hand? Sun Yulo wanted to say something else, but looking at the lamb that was brought to his mouth, he chose to shut up. Well, it tastes good. A mouthful of meat flavor made Sun Yulo feel better. Still, you guys will enjoy yourselves. I can't get more than a couple of days off twice a year. Wang Mian laughed. Sun leader is talking about jokes. Right. We are a grassroots. How can we compare with you as a big official? Sun Yulo's old face darkened as he coldly snorted. Wang Mian, you kid less yin and yang me here, and you have the nerve to talk about straw men. Right. Let's get down to business. You guys should know about the freeway thing tonight, right? Sun Yulo took a sip of wine and glanced tentatively at Li Qing. Li Qing said with a calm expression, I arranged it. Snap. Sun Yulo was just about to pick up a piece of meat when he heard this, and his chopsticks fell on the table with a jolt. Sun Yulo looked at Li Qing with incomparable astonishment. To be honest, he had long guessed that Chen Ji's death had something to do with Li Qing, but he didn't expect at all that Li Qing would just so blatantly admitted it to himself, and the bodyguard next to him similarly stared, his heart setting off 10,000 waves. Such a big thing happened tonight, and it was this young man in front of me who did it, and he admitted it with aplomb. Right in front of the leader? The bodyguard's palms were a little sweaty. These 2 youths in front of him, what kind of people are they? Will they pose any threat to the leader? Thinking to himself, the bodyguard quietly placed his right hand on his back waist, so that he could immediately draw his gun if necessary. Wang Mian laughed. Don't be so nervous, little brother. Sun Yulo waved his hand towards the bodyguard and said, why don't you go out and wait? We have something to talk about next. The bodyguard nodded and somewhat uneasily swept a glance at Li Qing and Wang Mian before slowly leaving. Don't worry, that's one of my own who's taken knives and bullets for me. After waiting for the people to leave, Sun Yulo then put down his chopsticks and looked at the two with an extremely serious face and said, Li Qing, I'm not joking. This matter, did you really do it? You do realize how much of an uproar this is going to cause? Li Qing lightly laughed. Elder Sun, when have you ever seen me make a joke? Sun Yulo's expression was quite grave. Li Qing saying this meant that this was really his doing. Not that I'm talking about you, but are you out of your mind? What the hell were you thinking? Sun Yulo said with an anxious face. Chenggu was shot on the highway. Once something like this is exposed, the entire Magic City will have to suffer with you. Even the nation must be shaken. I just wondered. Chenggu is just a showbiz director. Do you have to make such a big deal about it? With your strength, you can hold him down by casually using some of your connections. Li Qing remained unperturbed and said as he lit a cigarette. He deserved to die, so he had to die. Do you know that this morning, Chen Gu arranged for assassins to go to Huazhou junting? Sun Yulo was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised. Are you saying that Chen Gu arranged for assassins to assassinate you? Wang Mian sneered. It's not just assassinating Qing, but also Xiao Yu and Zuanbei. You should know, old son, that there's no need to talk about the consequences of laying hands on your family. Sun Yulo's brows were furrowed and his gaze was gloomy as he said, Chen Gu is simply crazy. Is that girl Xiao Yu okay? When Li Xiao Yu was mentioned, a headache-inducing girl came to Sun Yulo's mind. Speaking of which, Li Qing's father was still considered Sun Yulo's nobleman. If not for the fact that he had taken care of him a few times earlier, he wouldn't have had his current achievements. 11 years ago, when Sun Yulo was still serving in Kyoto, he was often tortured by Li Xiaoyu. Every time that girl got into trouble, she would let Sun Yulo clean up the mess. Then later, Sun Yulo was innocently implicated during the crackdown, and it was only through Li Qing's connections that he landed safely in Magic City. Thinking back, Sun Yulo's emotions were a bit complicated. Indeed, given Li Qing's temperament, it wasn't wrong for Chen Gu to die as he even acted to lay hands on his family. No, who's Humboldt? Sun Yulo suddenly reacted. This was the first time he had heard this name. Henpa? Sun Yulo looked at Wang Mian with a skeptical look. You're having a baby? Wang Mian laughed, then carefully glanced at Li Qing and said, would you believe me if I said, it's Qing's precious daughter? The words. Sun Yulo's old eyes suddenly glazed over and he almost stood up, looking at Li Qing with incomparable astonishment. Ha, Li Qing. You have a child? Li Qing flicked the ashes of his cigarette and faintly said, is it that rare? A daughter, who was 3.5 years old. Sun Yulo's face was shocked and his eyes were full of incredulity. What's going on? Li Qing actually has a child? In his understanding, this Li Qing guy was not a normal person at all. He was a complete demon. All kinds of fields were at the top, and his connections were so big that they were terrifying. In a way, Li Qing's depth alone was even deeper than his family. The most crucial thing was that Sun Yulo was also not clear about Li Qing's entire bottom card, and this was the most damaging point. Just such a demonic young man who got married and had children so early? For a while, Sun Yulo was still a bit hard to calm his inner shock. It's incredible. Sun Yulo lit a cigarette and smacked his lips. I can't believe it's 3.5 years old already. I just realized that. Saying that, Sun Yulo could not help but be unusually curious. Who is the child's mother? Convenient to say? Sun Yulo was curious about Li Qing, and more than a little curious about this whole private life thing. Li Qing said without any concealment. Yang Mi. Sun Yulo was shocked again. This news is a bit more explosive than Li Qing having a child. The baby's mom is Yang Mi? Sun Yulo reconfirmed. The one from the entertainment industry? Li Qing nodded without saying anything. Wang Mian said from the sidelines. Alright old son, don't gossip at your age. You can't plug your mouth even if you drink. Sun Yulo blankly glanced at Wang Mian and couldn't suppress her curiosity to ask something else, but she was interrupted by Li Qing. There's a lot going on in there, and it's not good for you to know too much about it. Sun Yulo swallowed and coughed twice and said, well, congratulations on the baby. You too, don't even give me a word. I'll meet you every other day. At least I'll pack a big red envelope. Li Qing smiled faintly and said, elder son has a heart. After learning these news, Sun Yulo let out a long breath, feeling somewhat like a dream. After slowing down, Sun Yulo took a sip of wine. Since that's the case, then Chen Gu really deserves to die. Doing it to a child, a man like that deserves to die. And besides, he wasn't much of a man in the first place. Wang Mian ate a mouthful of meat and laughed. The face gets pretty fast. You're not afraid of the repercussions of the incident now? Sun Yulo huffed and said in a deep voice. The impact is naturally great, but I will try to carry it off. Li Qing, you have to be careful too. Chen Gu is dead. There's still Chen Xiaohong, the Kyoto side. That's the hardest to deal with. Li Qing said with an air of indifference. Yeah, how many people over in Kyoto will have trouble sleeping if I don't die? At this point, Sun Yulo's cell phone rang. Out and about. Sun Yulo has 2 cell phones, one for public and one for private use. The caller's cell phone is none other than a private cell phone. Sun Yulo's old eyes narrowed slightly. Coming to the phone at this point in time was designated as not a good thing. Upon answering, a somewhat mellow voice came from the opposite side. Elder son, it didn't bother you, did it? Sun Yulo frowned slightly and faintly said, which one are you? On the phone, the old man said in a deep voice. I'm Chen Yong. Chen Gu is my son-in-law. Chapter 183, Kyoto. A great power comes out of a courtyard. Sun Yulo's face changed and he put down his wineglass and looked at Li Qing, then pressed the speakerphone and said, I'm sorry about Mr. Chen. Director Chen. My condolences. Chen Yong could give himself this call. Sun Yulo knew that the Chen family in Kyoto already knew about Chen Ji's death. As for how Chen Yong could find his phone, Chen Yong used to be at the level of the hall. And besides, the Chen family is a big family, so it is not difficult to get his own personal contact information. Chen Yong's voice was hoarse. Leader Sun, this matter, shouldn't we give a statement? Sun Yulo said in a serious manner. I'm looking into this matter, and have utilized the entire police force, and will post a notification if I have any news. On the phone, Chen Yong coldly asked, Great Leader Sun, I can give you a clue. Li Qing, this matter was done by him. You can investigate him properly. Sun Yulo glanced at Li Qing and Wang Mian, then took the phone and said, You can't talk nonsense without evidence. I'll investigate this matter closely. It's getting late. Take an early rest, and say hello to Elder Chen for me. Chen Yong said in a somewhat nonchalant tone. Hang on a second. I'm not done talking. In this matter, if we can't find the murderer, then I can directly petition in Kyoto. When these words came out, Sun Yulo's face immediately sank. That's a threat. No doubt. You're not making any sense when you say that. Get it any way you want. Sun Yulo coldly said, but I have to remind you, today, in Huazhou Junting, which is Li Qing's villa there was an assassination, and there are clues that the assassin is from Kyoto. Someone is pointing at Chen Xiaohong, so you should be prepared in advance. Having said that, Chen Yong on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment before he said hoarsely, Oh, thanks for the reminder. Something without proof. Maybe someone spreading rumors. Having said that, Chen Yong then hung up. In the Kyoto 6 compound. Hang up the phone. Chen Yong, sitting on the sofa, old face gloomy. In addition to the rest of the Chen family, most people are present. The face are a little embarrassed. Just half an hour ago, the Chen family received news that Chen Go had been shot. Upon learning the news of Chen Ji's accident, for a moment, everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. The other party's tactics were too ruthless and arrogant. How dare you play like that at home? It's almost more outrageous than making a movie. Chen Yong's face was gloomy and his voice was hoarse. Xiaohong, Li Qing was assassinated in the morning. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Chen Xiaohong's eyes were slightly red, obviously having just shed tears. She wiped the tears from her eyes and then returned to her old cold demeanor. This is something I don't know. Li Qing suffered an assassination. Why ask me? Chen Xiaohong didn't change her face and didn't show any sign of lying. Chen Yong said in a deep voice. I spoke to Sun Yulo just now and he told me. Said it was a reminder. More like a threat. This old man. I never saw him so high-flying before when I was in office. So this really has nothing to do with you? Chen Xiaohong's face was icy cold, and her gaze was not to be questioned. I never arranged any of this. It's probably Chen Zhaoguang, or Chen Gu. Saying that, Chen Xiaohong couldn't help but reveal a cold, bitter smile on her face, as if she was laughing at herself. My son died before the 7th day of his life, and now my husband is dead, so I'm really suffering. Our Chen family has lost 2 lives, and we don't even dare to take revenge. Listening to Chen Xiaohong, the rest of the people in the living room, their faces were more or less hanging. Chen Yong said in a deep voice, Xiaohong, Arthur and Chen Ji's revenge. This is something that must be avenged. Just not now. On your grandfather's side. I'll talk to him again. Chen Xiaohong lit a thin cigarette and sneered. No, Dad. And don't bother everyone. Let's leave it at that. After saying that, Chen Xiaohong carried her bag and headed out. Chen Yong was worried that something might happen and barked from the back. Xiaohong, you mustn't be impulsive. We all didn't say we wouldn't take revenge. We just need to think long and hard about it. Chen Xiaohong paused in her steps, her smile somewhat miserable and icy. I'm a woman's family. How impulsive can I be? Coming downstairs, Chen Xiaohong drove out of the No. 6 compound in a Bajaj. A little over half an hour later, Chen Xiaohong's car was parked in a courtyard house in the 2nd ring road of Kyoto. The vermilion gate with a golden door ring and 2 young adults standing at the entrance. Ms. Chen, right. Yu Xiao is waiting for you inside. The youth opened the door respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. Upon entering the compound, Chen Xiaohong crossed her bag and swept her gaze slightly cold. This courtyard before and after the 2 courtyards, the decoration is very luxurious. With the ancient king's residence is not much different. This lot so big courtyard, conservative estimate is not less than 400 million. Of course, the average person can't buy it even if they have the money, and it takes a very hard doorway to get it done. With a maid leading the way, Chen Xiaohong arrived inside a small tea house. As soon as she entered, Chen Xiaohong saw a youth sitting in front of her making tea. The youth was none other than the one he had met earlier downstairs in the compound. Yu Hui. Chen Xiaohong knew that Yu Hui had an extraordinary background, so she simply planned to come to him for an interview to discuss cooperation against Li Qing. Ms. Chen, you're here, please have a seat. Yu Hui was wearing an aristocratic purple suit and a pair of gold glasses. Very elegant. His slender and long fingers held the teapot and gently poured a cup for Chen Xiaohong. Have some tea, Ms. Chan. Chen Xiaohong sat down. There was no smile on her face. After all, she had just become a widow, and she could not avoid sadness in her heart. Ms. Chen, what made you think of coming to see me tonight? There was no smile on Yu Hui's face, and there was even a sadness Dao. Miss Chen, I'm sorry for your loss. Director Chen's matter. I hope you can look on the bright side. Chen Xiaohong sat down and said with her head slightly lowered. You shall. Thank you. If you hadn't told me, perhaps Chen Ji's matter would have been hidden from the Magic City side for a long time. It was Yu Hui who told Chen Xiaohong about Chen Ji's death. Yu Hui faintly said, this little thing, can't talk about thanks. Sister Chen, we still have a long way to go between us. Chen Xiaohong took a sip of tea and said, and thank you for one more thing. It's fortunate that you dissuaded me from going to Mordor at that time. Otherwise tonight, perhaps I would have accompanied old Chen on the road. Chen Xiaohong is now a little scared when she thinks about it. If he was bent on going to Mordor to avenge his son at that time, then on the highway again tonight, he would definitely be as miserable as Chun Gu. Yu Hui smiled slightly. You should thank yourself. You're the one with a cool head. I'm just a reminder. It's nothing. Yu Hui spoke gently. Not only did he not have a bit of a stance, but every word made Chen Xiaohong feel comfortable. The more this happened, the more Chen Xiaohong felt that Yu Hui's family background was even more terrifying. The last time I saw that Kyoto Security Bureau car, it had to be the level of a feudal official to sit in it. And Yu Hui, at this age, dared to sit in a private car in a dignified manner. This meant that Yu Hui's background was only higher than the Chen family. Besides, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Chen Xiaohong pursed her red lips and faintly said, thank you. At this point, there were a few knocks on the door from outside. You shall. It's me. Yu Hui sipped his tea. Come in. A man in his 40s, wearing an executive jacket and carrying a briefcase walked in and stood not far in front of Yu Hui, looking very respectful. Yu Hui smiled. Don't mind Sister Chen. He's not an outsider. He's a law professor from the Magic City University of Political Science and Law. Usually there are quite a few connections within the system, and this time when Chen exported the matter, he was the one who notified things. The man smiled down towards Yu Hui. Yu Xiao fallaciously praised me. I'm nothing more than Yu Xiao's eyes. It's because Yu Xiao rewarded my face that I'm considered a professor. Hearing this, Chen Xiaohong was a little surprised that a professor from the Magic City University of Political Science and Law was so humble to Yu Hui, completely acting like a lapdog. At least he's a professor at the University of Political Science and Law, so his social status is considered upper class. You know that once a law professor in Handong, into the body is a green cloud. Chen Xiaohong was inwardly surprised, but didn't show it. In that case, I'd like to thank this professor as well. The man laughed evenly and shook his head. You mustn't be polite. Ms. Chun. You shall. Sun Yulo of Mordor, guessed about Miss Chen hiring an assassin and knocked on the door to remind Mr. Chen Yong Chen. Chen Xiaohong frowned. A flash of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes once again. This, he knew all about it? Chapter 184, A Law Professor is Just a Dog's Life. Chen Xiaohong had the feeling that she was being watched. That things that happened to her were not known to her, but others knew about them first instead. The professor is very well informed. Chen Xiaohong expressionlessly sipped her tea and faintly said, you do have a wide range of doors. You shall. I feel that I have a feeling that I'm being watched. It's not just myself. It includes our entire Chen family. Yu Hui smiled. He knew that there was something in Chen Xiaohong's words. Ms. Chen misunderstood. I'm also doing this so that we can work better together. Only by always knowing the movements of Li Cheng and the situation in the magic capital can we have a greater chance of winning. Chen Xiaohong nodded gently. Thoughtfully, the chances of winning are only greater. So, in Yu Xiao's hands, there isn't much certainty? Yu Hui always had a smile on his face and replaced it with a fresh pot of tea. You can't say 100% of anything, and I'm talking about a greater chance, maybe from 98% to 99%. The confidence in Yu Hui made Chen Xiaohong feel inexplicably at ease in her heart, and her conviction to avenge her husband and son became a little stronger. As an aside, hearing these conversations between the two, the professor of political science and law was visibly nervous, thinking, is this something he can listen to? You shall. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back to Mordor first. I have class tomorrow. The man bowed his head with immense respect. Yu Hui swept a glance at the man and laughed. Almost forgot. You're still here. Okay, you go back. The man sighed in relief and said with a bow towards Yu Hui, bye Yu Xiao. The man turned around and headed out of the room, but before he could take 2 steps he was stopped again by Yu Hui. Prof. Zhang, you just said that Sun Yulo of Mordor has intervened in this matter? Yu Hui said carelessly. The man turned and nodded. Yeah, It's a big deal. And I have a lot of friends who won't disclose it to me. And I paid a lot of money for the information. Yu Hui nodded thoughtfully. Oh, in that case, you can't really leave. After saying that, Yu Hui reached out and grabbed a pistol from beside his seat and fired a shot at the man without hesitation. Bang! Before the man could react, a bullet pierced his brow, splattering the back of his head with a trail of blood. Puff! The man lay straight on the ground, too dead to be penetrated. And Chen Xiaohong was also startled. The whole person stood up at once, looking with a face of fear. What are you doing? Chen Xiaohong's heart pounded, her gaze filled with fear and nervousness. One second they are talking and laughing. The next second they directly shoot and kill people. Such a scene. Who encountered not confused? Not afraid? Yu Hui gently lowered his gun, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. Sister Chen, don't be afraid. It's my brother who did something rash. The matter between your Chen family and Li Qing has already reached Sun Yulo. Who is Sun Yulo? That's a real power hand in Magic City. Now that he knows the assassin is from Kyoto, it's very bad for you. And Prof. Zhang knows all of this and paid for the information. So he's, sort of, already been exposed from the side. If I don't kill him, and if he's caught, then you and we could be in a passive situation. I do things without allowing a single uncontrollable factor to exist. So, I had to endure the pain to dispose of him. It was just a bit sudden in the way I did it. Scaring Sister Chen. My brother made amends to my sister. Saying that, Yu Hui slowly walked to Chen Xiaohong's side and held Chen Xiaohong's arm in an extremely elegant manner. Sister Chen, let's sit down and pour you a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Chen Xiaohong's brain was a bit blank, and after sitting down, she couldn't help but look back at Professor Zhang again. Her insides creeped out. Chen Xiaohong was also considered to have completely refreshed her perception of Yu Hui. This youth is just too ruthless, outwardly elegant, quiet and cultured. Just a layer of skin on his surface camouflage. In reality, unusually ruthless. Kill a law professor. Simply like killing a dog. After a moment's reprieve, Chen Xiaohong drank a mouthful of tea and calmed down a bit and opened her mouth. He's a Mordor law professor no matter what. Won't you get in trouble if you just kill him? Hearing this, Yu Hui slightly froze, then laughed. It's just a professor. What could be the trouble? Ms. Chen, don't worry. These things, say they can be wiped away. The death of a professor won't have a single ripple. Old Chi, come in and carry it away. As the words fell, an old man wearing a tang suit and in his 50s walked in, glancing at the body on the ground. The old man bent down and grabbed his arm with one hand, then dragged it out with ease. Then two more youths came in with dampened rags to wipe away the blood. Chen Xiaohong was greatly shaken inwardly, and it was more of a horrifying feeling. Yu Hui's background seems to be deeper than expected. Only the Yu family in Kyoto, Chen Xiaohong has not yet found out. It is reasonable to say that such a powerful family should not be able to find out. If you can't find out, it only means that the family's power has become so big that it's unimaginable. Just like Li Qing, isn't it the same that the Li family hasn't been able to find out? Miss Chen, what's on your mind? Seeing Chen Xiaohong a bit dazed, Yu Hui asked with a smile. Don't get too nervous. Dead people are perfectly normal. More people will die later in this game. Certainly not on our side. Returning to her senses, Chen Xiaohong took a deep breath, and her nervous and frightened mood finally calmed down quite a bit. So, what do we do next? Right now, Sun Yulo wants to investigate the source of that group of assassins. In a short time, it's not good for us to make another move, Yu Hui said calmly with a breezy face. Sun Yulo, on the phone, was merely warning your father to watch his words. As for checking the killer, that's impossible. Even if anything is found out, it's all on Director Chen's head. But now that Director Chen has. Sorry. Chen Xiaohong shook her head, some sadness in her gaze, but not much. It's okay. People can't come back from the dead, and the living must always move on. Yu Hui said. I'm relieved that Sister Chen can think this way. As for what's next, don't forget that Chen Xiaoguang and his wife are still around. I'll use some connections to get them both out in the next couple days. Saying that, Yu Hui lit up a cigarette, his gaze flashing a touch of depth. Sister Chen, do you know about the Shantao Chamber of Commerce? Chen Xiaohong's beautiful eyes flashed. The Shantao Chamber of Commerce? You mean the biggest chamber of commerce in the south? Yu Hui added. It's the largest chamber of commerce in the country. Chen Xiaohong said with a somewhat puzzled expression. What does this have to do with the Shantao Chamber of Commerce? Does it mean that you have an acquaintance in the Shantao Chamber of Commerce and you want to pull the chamber into this game? Yu Hui smiled and shook his head. Pulling the Shantao Chamber of Commerce into this game? I don't have that kind of weight yet. But all we need to do is set up a situation that will completely involve the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. You know Feng Pants, right? He has someone in the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. And it's not a small portion. It has some say. If the death is handed to him, after my operation, the game will get bigger and bigger. After hearing this, Chen Xiaohong was already a little afraid to imagine it inside. Yu Hui's ambition was so great that he really wanted to bring the Shantou Chamber of Commerce into the picture. Realize that the people in the Shantou Chamber of Commerce are all super rich, and even have some influence in the world. The more famous ones in there, like Li Kaxing and Ma Tong, all belong to the Shantou Chamber of Commerce. And in the Shantou Chamber of Commerce, there were many others who were stronger than them. Chen Xiaohong exhaled a breath, her beautiful eyes transmitting a flickering gaze and said, "You mean, through the layout, let Li Qing die at the hands of the Shantou Chamber of Commerce and kill him with a borrowed knife? And what is the relationship between Feng Pants and the Shantou Chamber of Commerce? There's also the fact that you just said that you passed the news of the death to that person. Are you saying that Feng Pants is now dead?" Yu Hui faintly said. "Well, Director Chen went and so did Pants Fang's downfall. The one from the Shantou Chamber of Commerce is Feng Pants' godfather." Chapter 185, Those Blasted Things at the Swato Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Yu Hui's words, Chen Xiaohong couldn't help but be confused for a moment. Von Pants' godfather? Feng Pants is in his 50s and has a godfather. How old does his godfather have to be? Chen Xiaohong mixed in the entertainment industry. For the recognition of godfather, this kind of thing is not surprising. Our female stars recognize some capitalist big brother godfather. Who does a 50-something-year-old director like Pants Feng recognize as his godfather? Godfather? Are you sure? Chen Xiaohong said with some incomprehension. So how old would you say the one in the Shantou Chamber of Commerce has to be? Yu Hui smiled and said, Shan Shi Chang, from Dongguang, 28 years old. Chen Xiaohong's beautiful eyes froze, somewhat incredulous. Good lord, a 50-something-year-old man recognizing a 20-something-year-old youth as his godfather? Even if the other party is rich, why should he take an old man as his godson? It's quite a rarity, Yu Hui said with a smile. Shan Shi Chang has multiple businesses in northern Burma with tens of billions of dollars in assets. And to be honest, a man like him doesn't lack anything. But he only has one preference. He likes mainland actresses. Especially the big red stars, the national goddesses and royalty, the kind that tower over him. That's his particular fetish. It's kind of similar to the plutocrats in the stick country. Feng Pants is seizing on this point of the other party and constantly giving away women to obtain the title of righteous son. Over the years, Feng Pants has actually been very unclean in his private life, smuggling antiques, women, and even packaging some stunningly beautiful netizens to take out under the pretext of traveling, then staying in northern Burma or southern Thailand in refugee for good. So Von Pants has a great father-son relationship with Sun Yikeng. A word to the wise, Chen Xiaohan's entire body was stunned. She really wouldn't have known about these things if Yu Hui hadn't said them. Even Chen Gu, I'm afraid, didn't know that Feng Pants had such things in background behind him. Sister Chen, isn't it, like, surprising? Yu Hui smiled faintly. All of this, it's really nothing, and when you really get into that circle up there, there's a lot more blown up than that. Shan Shi Chang is just a small part of the Shantou Chamber of Commerce. Chen Xiaohong let out a breath. The information she had gotten from Yu Hui here tonight was just too big. So big that it was a little hard for her to digest. Likewise, this was also a side reaction to the fact that Yu Hui's height was really not something she could compare to. Chen Xiaohong barely suppressed the shock in her heart and exhaled a breath, saying, in that case, you're quite certain to draw the fire of the Shantou Chamber of Commerce to Li Qing. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaohong couldn't help but feel a little more excited and confident inside. The Shantou Chamber of Commerce, a group with a resource background so powerful that it was perverted. If they really turned their knives on Li Qing, then even if Li Qing had heavenly skills, they were afraid that it wouldn't help. Li Qing was stronger and more ruthless, but he was just a man. He had a gun. But others also had guns. The game had reached this point. Moving a gun wasn't too much. After all, Yu Hui had just casually killed a law professor with a gun. Chen Xiaohong lit a cigarette and tried to calm down. So do you recognize this Sun He Strong? Or anyone else in the chamber? Yu Hui nodded and said, sort of some friendship. There was a shipment a year ago that was sent into the mainland after it was approved through my channels. That said, he owes me a favor. There's also another thing. Chen Xiaoguang is actually considered one of my people. Chen Xiaohong's shock continued in her heart. It's amazing that someone like Sun Yikeng owes him a favor. Yu Hui became more and more immeasurable in Chen Xiaohong's mind. The fact that Chen Xiaoguang was Yu Hui's man was also something Chen Xiaohong hadn't guessed. Yu Hui narrowed his eyes and faintly said, many years ago, I planted a few people in Mordor to train them up. For now. Of course the situation now, quite a bit earlier than I thought. Li Qing's vigor. Great, Chen Xiaohong said in a deep voice. That is to say, you started laying out your plans a long time ago, just to deal with Li Qing? This is a big game of chess. Chen Xiaohong's gaze was haunted. Although Yu Hui was only 26 or 27 years old, 10 years younger than himself. His city and experience were far from being comparable to his own. It is, perhaps, a matter of class difference. It's like many college students who graduated from famous universities. In the eyes of ordinary people have seen a wide range of insights, but compared with the real nobles, even the insights of junior high school students are far more than college students. Early the next morning, inside the Huazhou monarch court, after breakfast, Yang Ni carried Henba for a walk in the yard. The two of them, Li Qing and Li Xiaoyu, followed behind. Brother, was last night's matter handled properly? Did that old man Sun Yulo really promise that he would help keep it down? Walking next to Li Qing, Li Xiaoyu asked with some worry. With all this commotion, I guess the Kyoto side will really take notice. Li Qing calmly said. The Kyoto side. I guess they got the news from this side last night. They've planted a lot of eyes in the south over the years in order to prevent me. Also, before Feng Pants died, he talked about the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. At the mention of the Shantao Chamber of Commerce, Li Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Feng Pants is so related to Shantao Chamber of Commerce? Li Qing said indifferently. Regardless of the relationship, what is certain is that Kyoto will use the Shantao Chamber of Commerce to deal with me. The borrowed knife trick. They used it once 10 years ago. Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes were glazed over as she coldly said. Ma Tang is also from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. I can bring him in and ask. There's still a partnership between us. Li Qing nodded. Well, today Yang Ni will be attending the pre-promotion of her new drama. So you accompany her for a bit. Li Xiaoyu froze slightly, then smiled faintly. You're not going when your sister-in-law is so important? Okay, I'll go. Don't worry, I'll find someone to keep my sister-in-law safe. For Li Xiaoyu calling Yang Ni's sister-in-law, Li Qing seemed to have become numb and didn't care. Aha! At this time, not far away, Wang Mian walked over. Qing. Arriving in front of the two, Wang Mian smiled with a frown on his face. One thing, Li Xiaoyu said somewhat breathlessly. If you have something to say, when did Mian become a pussy? Wang Mian huffed, thinking, you really don't think of yourself as a woman. Brother Cheng, the two of them, Chen Xiaoguang and Yang Xiyun, have come out of the security bureau. Wang Mian said with a more serious face. Chen Xiaoguang sent someone here to ask you to go to the Chen family garden, saying that there is something to talk about. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu's cold light flashed. Is this going to be another Hongmen banquet? Wang Mian sneered. I guess it's trying to make a final struggle to the death. Li Xiaoyu faintly said. That's all the more reason not to go, when we're being cute. What? Right, brother? Li Xiaoyu looked at Li Qing. Instead, he found an unreadable smile surfacing on Li Qing's face. Since we've been invited, let's make the trip. Wang Mian, drive. After saying that, Li Qing walked towards the outside of the villa, followed closely by Wang Mian. Chapter 186, Mr. Li is afraid of poison and doesn't dare to drink? Looking at Li Qing's departing figure, Li Xiaoyu's eyes flashed a trace of worry, but then there was nothing to be uneasy about. Anyway, brother does things, all have his reasoning. Coming beside Yang Mi, Li Xiaoyu smiled gently. Sister-in-law, you're going to the new drama launch today, so I'll accompany you. Just as well, I'll watch Henbauer. Shen Bauer plopped down in Yang Mi's arms and said very happily. Really, auntie? I want to go. Mama didn't let me go just now. Yang Mi explained with some embarrassment. I didn't want to take her because I was afraid of danger. After all, the situation is a bit tense right now. Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly. I'm here. There's no danger. It's just the right time to take the little one out for some fresh air. Sister-in-law, just relax. Yang Mi revealed a warm smile and nodded. Alright, then I'll trouble Xiaoyu. In the Huazhou Grand Court state these days, Yang Mi already feel here. There is a kind of home flavor. Family companionship is no better than this. As her cell phone rang, Yang Mi looked at the phone, and it was none other than her assistant. Bye. Who was calling? Honey, you didn't contact me for so many days. I thought you didn't want me. On the phone, Bye pretended to be angry. Don't even want sisters when you have a man, do you? Sister honey, hurry up and get ready. You're going to attend a new drama promotion in a while. Yang Mi smiled faintly. I know. When we meet, I'll treat you to a big meal. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family villa, under the tea mountain in the backyard, Chen Xiaoguang sat on a bamboo chair and drank tea, with little expression on his face, looking a little cold and tired. Yang Xiyun, who was sitting next to her, was full of hatred and narrowed a pair of beautiful eyes and said, Zhao Guang, do you really want to make peace with Li Qing? What the hell were you thinking? Brain dead? It's been a couple of days. Yan Xiyun has been staying in the security bureau for investigation. She has never been so aggrieved in her life. Yang Xian lit a cigarette and said with a cold look, Li Qing beat up our son, and in the meantime, has continued to eat away at our group of companies. Do you know that my construction group is already going through an economic crisis? That, Li Xiaoyu, join forces with Ma Teng to eat a third of my project. Negotiate peace? In my opinion, we might as well get him killed today. Listening to Yang Shiyun's constant complaining, Chen Xiaoguang raised an eyebrow, his face grimacing for a moment, obviously somewhat impatient. I know everything you're talking about, Chen Xiaoguang coldly said. Li Qing has wasted my minions and eaten up a dozen of my entertainment venues. I want to kill him too. But do you know that just last night, Chen Gu died on the highway. All 10 bodyguards were shot, including Chen Gu. It is said that Arthur Chan's ashes were raised. Chen Gu is dead, and Feng Pants is nowhere to be found, but presumably, dead as well. Hearing this, Yang Shiyun, who was originally filled with anger, froze, and then looked at Chen Xiaoguang with a look of incomparable astonishment and said, "What did you say? Chen Gu is dead? This was last night?" Chen Xiaoguang lit a cigarette and nodded in a deep voice. "Well, it's just that the news was suppressed, and I didn't know about it until I came out this morning." Yang Shiyun was a little incredulous. Just how bold is Li Qing to play such a big game? Arranging for a gunman to kill someone on the highway is a provocative law in this country. It's no longer a matter of breaking the red line. It's a matter of taking the red line completely out of context. Yang Shiyun asked himself that he would never dare to do such a thing. So what does the Chen family in Kyoto say now? Yang Shiyun said with a gloomy face. When Chen Gu dies, Chen Xiaohong of the Chen family won't do anything? Chen Xiaoguang sneered. I don't know. At least until now. I haven't heard any movement from the Chen family, and the officials haven't made any moves. Doesn't that, in any way, indicate Li Qing's identity background? Yang Shiyun wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. Knowing this, Yang Shiyun's desire for revenge disappeared by a large margin. For a while, neither of the two stopped talking and the atmosphere fell into silence. A moment later, Yang Shiyun's beautiful eyes were slightly cold as she frowned and said, "So that's it? This is too much of a wimp." The corner of Chen Xiaoguang's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, as if he was brewing some kind of plan. Forget it? Of course it won't just be forgotten. When have I, Chen Xiaoguang, ever suffered such a dumb loss? I'm just saying that right now is not the time. I'm alive and have more important things to do. Speaking of which, my life has long since ceased to be my own. Looking at Chen Xiaoguang flooded with a bitter smile, Yang Xiyan looked at Jean with some doubt. Why is that a little hard for me to understand? Chen Xiaoguang lightly laughed and shook his head. There are things in it that you don't know, and I'll let you know when the time is right. Now we can't touch Li Qing head on. Someone will take over this game for us next. What we have to do is snipe and fish. Chen Xiaoguang was somewhat secretive, arousing Yang Shiyun's curiosity. The two have been together for so many years, and to be honest, Yang Shiyun really feels that she has never completely looked through Chen Xiaoguang. It's like, Chen Xiaoguang seems to have another identity. But seeing that Chen Xiaoguang said so, Yang Shiyun didn't ask and just said, when Li Qing comes later, are we going to concede? Even if we admit defeat, will he let us go? Chen Xiaoguang took a deep breath. He knew that with Li Qing's nature, he would never just let himself go. If Li Qing is really excessive and negotiations can't go on, you can test Li Qing. Chen Xiaoguang's eyes flashed with a fierce color. You can't kill him in the open. You might be able to do it in the dark, and if you really want a fish to die, he might not be afraid. Yang Shiyun nodded, looking somewhat grave. I know. At that moment, the butler came over. Mr. Chen, Mr. Yang, Li Qing is here. Yang Shiyun's gaze condensed and she immediately asked, how many of him came? The butler said, Li Cheng and Wang Mian. Just the two of them. Yang Shiyun snorted coldly. He's got some nerve. Come on, go over and talk. Inside the manor, inside an elegant room, Li Cheng and Wang Mian sat across from Chen Xiaoguang. Seeing Li Qing's real person for the first time, Yang Shiyun's beautiful eyes could not help but flash through a trace of surprise. There was no other reason. Li Qing was simply too young. She really couldn't believe or imagine how this young one had so much energy. If we let him grow any longer, it's simply horrible. The two sides met. No one spoke. The atmosphere was a little stiff. After all, we were all fighting enemies before this. A moment later, Chen Xiaoguang took the lead in breaking the stiff situation and smiled. Mr. Li, for you to come here, it really makes my humble abode look bright. Come Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, let's have tea. Saying that, Chen Xiaoguang personally got up and poured tea for the two. Mr. Li, try it. This tea is grown in my estate. The hand of a world-class tea breeding master. Chen Xiaoguang's gesture was surprisingly humble. Even Yang Shiyun froze. She'd never seen her husband stoop so low to others. It was embarrassing to say the least. He had only sent someone to assassinate Li Qing, but now both parties were sitting at a table drinking tea. It was ridiculous. Li Qing didn't have any expression on his face, still looking cold to the core. Wang Mian laughed. Mr. Chen, what kind of drama are you trying to sing this time? Meeting Wang Mian's teasing gaze, Chen Xiaoguang forced down his inner anger and squeezed out an awkward smile. Yang Xiyin frowned and coldly said, Mr. Li wouldn't be afraid that there is poison in this tea and wouldn't dare to drink it, would he? Chapter 187 Li Cheng, if you move, I'll shoot. As the words fell, Chen Xiaoguang hurriedly reprimanded Yang Xiyun. How do you talk to Mr. Li? Saying that, Chen Xiaoguang smiled at Li Qing. Oh, Li is not very good at talking, don't be offended. Li Qing didn't pay the slightest attention to Yang Xiyun, but instead picked up his teacup, carelessly took a sip, and faintly said, not bad. Chen Xiaoguang smiled. Mr. Li is flattered. Snap. Li Qing put down his teacup and opened the door. Say what you have to say. Mr. Chen called me here. If it's just for tea, then let's stop here. Seeing Li Qing being so blunt, Chen Xiaoguang hurriedly said with a compensatory smile, oh Mr. Li is so straightforward in nature. In fact, I invited Mr. Li to have a seat at my home this time, just to discuss what's going on between us. Wang Mian played with his teacup and smiled playfully. What? Does Mr. Chen want to set up another Hongmen banquet to settle the score? Chen Xiaoguang waved his hand repeatedly and smiled with him. No, don't misunderstand. Mr. Wang. Previously, I was blind to the fact that I had eyes and bumped into Mr. Li, so I'm just making a special trip this time to make amends to the two of you, and between us, it's all a misunderstanding to put it bluntly. The words fell. The butler came in from outside holding a box. Clunk. The box was placed on the table and it was obvious to feel the table shake. The butler then opened the box, only to see a golden light flickering in the box, with a noble aura. Chen Xiaoguang laughed. Mr. Li, this is a bit of yellowtail. No respect. Here are some jadeite ancient jades. I hope Mr. Li likes them. Chen Xiaoguang is also considered to have made a great deal of effort. Looking at these yellow fish alone, one has 200 G. There are about 20 of them, starting at 300 W. Of course, these are just a bit of a small gift. The real big head is the ancient jadeite below. These, however, cost Chen Xiaoguang 8,000 W, all the best of the best, carved by the world's masters. Seeing these gifts, Li Qing's expression didn't change half a bit, like he really couldn't raise half an interest. Especially when he saw those small yellow fish, Wang Mian couldn't help but smile. These things, to be honest, his own family has mines abroad. Li Qing lit a cigarette and smiled lightly. Is Mr. Chen short of money lately? Bottom line. It immediately caused the smile on Chen Xiaoguang's face to stiffen for a moment. That is, well, insulting. But what Chen Xiaoguang didn't know was that these things were truly insulting to Li Qing. Mr. Li, this is just a small token of appreciation, Chen Xiaoguang said with a forced smile. I just thought, admit my fault to you. There's no deadly enmity between us. There's no need to make a scene, or simply you make an offer. What can I do so that you will be able to hold your head high? After Chen Xiaoguang finished saying these words, his heart was as hard as if he had been stabbed with a knife. It's so suffocating. If it wasn't for the sake of the greater good and saving his life for the time being, Chen Xiaoguang would not have said anything to lower his head with Li Qing, even if it's a runaway. But Chen Xiaoguang knew that he could not run away at all, because his life had been locked on the Kyoto side. Li Qing slowly inhaled a cigarette and said as he leaned on the seat, since Mr. Chen wants to talk about peace, and seeing as you have a good attitude, I'll reluctantly make an offer. Cede the Chen group and the construction group, and the two of you are never allowed to appear in Magic City. Do that and I promise I will never touch you. The words. Without waiting for Chen Xiaoguang to react, Yang Xiyin couldn't help but slam the table and coldly said, Li Qing, don't go too far. Yang Xiyin's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light as she stared dead at Li Qing and said, give these two up. What's the difference between that and taking our lives? Chen Xiaoguang's face was also gloomy. You're giving away the Chen group and the construction group? Are you kidding me? It's indeed no different than asking for your life. Chen Xiaoguang also did not expect. Li Qing is so difficult to deal with. It simply did not want to let go of their own right. Mr. Li, this joke, it's not funny. Chen Xiaoguang lowered his voice and said, I'm holding a sincere attitude. Mr. Li, you're talking about this. It's not the attitude of talking about things. Li Qing flicked the ashes of his cigarette and smiled lightly. Mr. Chen, you're the one who wants to negotiate. Not me. The only chips you have that are worth anything are the two syndicates. Otherwise your life, it's worthless. The corners of Chen Xiaoguang's mouth twitched, his hands shaking with anger. Li Qing, there's no deep hatred between us. Besides, your sister ate 1/3 of my profits and is about to clog up the construction group. After all this, can't you leave me a way out? Li Qing's expression remained unchanged, and he said without a ripple, from the moment you sent the assassin, you were doomed to not have to negotiate. All right, I've said my terms, so think about it. Having said that, Li Qing stood up and left his seat to head outside. Chen Xiaoguang's eyes gradually flushed with blood. This nail of Li Qing's, it had to be said that it was really too hard and sharp. Snap! At this point, Yang Shiyun fiercely stood up, holding a pitch-black pistol aimed at Li Qing. Li Qing, if you don't give a living, then the big deal is that the fish is dead. Yang Xiyan loaded the bullet and aimed it at Li Qing's back heart. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoguang was also startled, completely not expecting his wife to be so reckless. He only said to test the waters. That's not how he tested the waters. However, Chen Xiaoguang didn't stop him. He wanted to see, was Li Qing really not afraid of death? Taking a step back, if Yang Shiyun shoots, Li Qing dies, and Yang Shiyun is arrested. He can't lose his own interests. Li Qing paused in his steps and glanced sideways at Yang Shiyun and said, if you really have the guts, then shoot. After saying that, Li Qing didn't pay any attention to Yang Shiyun at all and walked straight towards the door. Wang Mian glanced at the two Yang Xians and just smiled, then followed Li Qing towards the outside. Yang Shiyun gripped the pistol, her palms were sweating, and her hands were trembling when she had made up her mind to have all the courage in the world. Li Qing, you forced me to do this, Yang Shiyun said through clenched teeth. Big deal. One of my lives for both of yours. Li Qing's steps remained non-stop. Shoot if you want to. No need to pump yourself up. As soon as you pull the trigger, it's all over. Chapter 188 Yang Mi's new drama launch. Unexpected guests. Yang Xiyan held up the compact pistol, but it felt like it weighed dozens of pounds, weighing down her wrist and gradually falling. Walking out of the doorway, Li Qing suddenly paused and said with his back turned, by the way Mr. Chen, your tea is good. I had it in Kyoto. Hearing that, Chen Xiaoguang first froze for a moment, not understanding what Li Qing meant, but soon, Chen Xiaoguang seemed to have thought of something, and his complexion changed violently. Even his pupils shrunk into pinpricks, and until Li Qing disappeared from view, Yang Shiyun didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. Yang Xiyan didn't know why on earth she was so scared. It was clear that if he pulled the trigger, Li Qing, the man, would disappear from this world forever. But this one little gesture just never had the courage to make. Who dash? Yang Xiyan lowered her pistol and let out a long sigh of relief. Soaking wet in just a few seconds, Chen Xiaoguang walked over and took the gun in Yang Shiyun's hand and said in a deep voice, it's a good thing you didn't shoot. Yang Shiyun's gaze was a bit disheveled, and her pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk suddenly went limp on the chair. If we fire the gun, our Chen family will be completely finished, right? Chen Xiaoguang shook his head and looked down at his tie and said, let's see if there's an extra dot. Yang Shiyun was puzzled, then she looked down at her white shirt, only to see that on it, there was a red spot the size of a small grain of rice, which was hard to see without looking closely. Yang Shiyun touched it with her hand and realized that the red spot had come back to her palm. She realizes that it's not dirt, but laser. Chen Xiaoguang said with some hijacking, if you had made one more move just now, the two of us would have been cold today. Yang Shiyun was a bit incredulous and powerless. How the hell did he do that? Having snipers planted on their estates without a word. Yang Shiyun couldn't even comprehend, even if she thought about it, how on earth Li Qing had done this. Chen Xiaoguang's face was grave, and his mind kept echoing the words Li Qing had said when he left. Did you hear Li Qing say just now that he had drunk this tea in Kyoto? Chen Xiaoguang said with a frown. You know, the tea from our estate is supplied to those people in Kyoto. Yang Shiyun was violently stunned, then his face was astonished. You mean to say that Li Qing's identity? Surprisingly, he's from that circle? Chen Xiaoguang took a deep breath and said, looking at Li Qing's means and background, 8 or 9 is not far off. What should we do next? Yang Xiyan said with a breathless look at Chen Xiaoguang. Do we really have to assume the worst? Chen Xiaoguang inhaled a deep breath of smoke and said, no, next, someone will help us with our troubles. We just need to wait and see what happens. Do our defense well not to clash head-on with Li Qing, and we'll be able to survive this game until the end. The way things have developed to this point, it's no longer something we can control. It's completely a case of the gods fighting and the little ghosts suffering. Yang Shiyun's bright eyes said with some doubt. Let's get this straight. Who the hell can help us? Chen Xiaoguang faintly said. No, the Shantao Chamber of Commerce? Yang Shiyun raised a willow leaf eyebrow. What happened to the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the country? You mean, there won't be someone from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce to help us deal with Li Qing, right? How is this possible? We are not even on the same level as the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Is it possible that you have friends inside? Chen Xiaoguang laughed to himself. I can have friends inside? You really think the world of me. This has nothing to do with me. But Fong Pants' godfather, who is in the Shantou Chamber of Commerce, and now that Fong Pants is dead, the other side definitely won't just let it go. Alright, there are a lot of details in this that you don't need to know right now. Knowing too much is bad for you instead. Just be careful for a few days, and tell your construction group to tighten up. After saying that, Chen Xiaoguang walked out of the room. Listening to what I just said, Yang Shiyun's face was complicated. She now increasingly felt that Chen Xiaoguang was somewhat unfamiliar. She wondered where Chen Xiaoguang had gotten all this information from. But one thing is certain, Chen Xiaoguang seems to have a close relationship with the Kyoto side. Meanwhile, in the Jinghai district of the Magic City, inside a large stadium, Jiayoi Entertainment and Yang Mi were organizing a promotional meeting for the release of a new drama. And on the third floor of the gymnasium, in a room facing the Yang Mi launch, a man was sitting on a sofa, playing with a delicate and compact pistol in his hand. The golden pistol is very personalized with large and small jewels. The man was in his 40s, with yellow to black skin, three-dimensional features, and deep eye sockets that revealed a hint of ruthlessness, especially with the cheeks sunken in on either side of his face. It was obvious at first glance that he was a tough guy. Boss, you called me here. Is there something you want to order? Next to the man, a woman in an evening gown was standing there respectfully. The woman was no one else but the big star of the capital circle, Fan Xiaobing. Fan Xiaobing had an outstanding figure. Her body was concave and convex under the slim evening dress, especially the snow-white skin of her thighs that was hidden, so tender that she wanted to pinch out the water. Ms. Fan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sean. The assistant laughed. Mr. Sean is the biggest investor in our capital circle. This time he came to inspect the development of the entertainment industry and came over to sit down. Mr. Sean doesn't have any acquaintances here, so he asked Miss Fan to come over and accompany Mr. Sean. After all, Miss Fan's seniority is very deep. Fan Xiaobing smiled slightly. Of course she understood the meaning of this, and also understood that this good general manager in front of her came from a great source, otherwise it wouldn't be the biggest investor in the capital circle. Hello Mr. Sean, my name is Fan Xiaobing. Fan Bingbing's been around for years. She's good at dealing with the big boys. Walking up and sitting down next to the man without the slightest inhibition, she lifted the sober and gently filled the man's glass. Mr. Goodness, please. Smelling the faint aroma of Fan Xiaobing's body, the man finally put down the pistol he was playing with in his hand and smiled. I know you. Fan Xiaobing was a famous actor 10 years ago. I didn't expect that even now. You still have the same elegance. Your face is not lost, and you have added a little more flavor. I'm a man of two passions. One is guns and the other is beautiful women. Stars. Chapter 189. I heard that you are good at playing musical instruments. Try playing a trumpet. Hearing this, Fan Xiaobing was slightly stunned, completely not expecting this boss. It was also too straightforward. How can you say something like that directly? For a while, Fan Xiaobing blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed and unable to speak. Good, Mr. Sean, with your words. Bing Bing is a bit at a loss as to what to say. Fan Xiaobing didn't dare to reject it directly and smiled euphemistically. The man raised an eyebrow and said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, "Oh, don't understand what that means, do you?" Saying that, the man slapped Fan Xiaobing in the face, then picked up a butterfly knife and placed it on her face. The sudden slap made Fan Xiaobing shiver in fear, especially when she felt the icy coldness of the butterfly knife, and the person was about to cry. The man appeared to be a little excited. National goddess, the peak of face value in the movie and television industry. It would be a shame if she was disfigured. Fong Pants had been hiding you back then. I asked for you several times and this rebellious son wouldn't give it to me. Hearing this, Fan Xiaobing froze and she was in a bit of a trance. What did this man just call Von Pants? A bastard? Fan Xiaobing didn't dare to move, afraid that the butterfly knife would cut her face, and choked. Mr. Sean, can you put the knife down first? Do you know Director Fong too? The man released the knife and smiled. Of course I recognize it. The assistant next to him sneered. Ms. Fan, this Mr. Sean is Director Fang's godfather. The man grinned. It's just a pity that this godson of mine is dead, and I've come here today for him. Taking care of a few mainland actresses, by the way. I didn't expect Ms. Fan to not give face. The assistant came to Fan Xiaobing's side and whispered in her ear. This heavenly opportunity you have to seize, and fly high in the future. But if you refuse, I'm afraid you'll die in the streets tomorrow. Upon learning these news, Fan Xiaobing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, simply unable to believe it. Immediately afterward, a wave of fear rose within her, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on her smooth and beautiful back. Von Pants' godfather? Such a young man as Fong Pants' godfather? And, Von Pants is dead? When did this happen? Suddenly learning about this huge amount of information, Fan Xiaobing received a huge shock inside. Fan Xiaobing was a little disbelieving, but felt that the man didn't look like he was pretending. At this time, Fan Xiaobing's cell phone rang, and she opened it to see that it was none other than the boss of the company she had signed up with. After answering, Fan Xiaobing's face grew paler and paler, her eyes filled with astonishment. I know boss. Hang up the phone. Fan Xiaobing lightly bit her lips and looked at the man. Incomparably humble. Sean. Mr. Sean. It was Bing Bing who was unintelligent before. Can you give it another chance? The man laughed out loud. Sure. You get out. The assistant nodded, realizing that he couldn't interrupt the man's pleasure, and on his way out, he didn't forget to add that he said, Ice. Take your chances. Fan Xiaobing's heart went cold, understanding what was going to happen next. Moments. The man lit a cigar and took a deep breath. Who dash? Fan Xiaobing said with her head down. Can Icy leave now? The man laughed. This mainland showbiz stars looks high up, but no matter how big the wrist, in fact, behind the scenes are all the same. Sure, but there's something I need you to do. The man sneered. Yang Mi is at the conference right now, right? You go with Sun help her later. Invite Yang Mi and ask her to come up here. Fan Xiaobing's gaze froze. Did Mr. Sean mean that he had eaten himself and was going to go after Yang Mi again? Today is the launch of Yang Mi's new drama. At the launch party, get Young Mimi up here? This genus is too crazy. However, thinking about the identity of General Manager Sean, Fan Xiaobing wasn't surprised. This was a person from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce, and he had some weight in the chamber. Fan Xiaobing said carefully, Mr. Sean, you may not know that Yang Mi actually already has a famous woman. From what I hear out there, there's a daughter. But Yang Mi's husband, he seems to be very powerful. Fan Xiaobing has seen Li Qing's skill before. In the Magic City Feast, he was a ruthless man who was able to crush the entire Beijing and Shanghai circles. The man smiled faintly. That's even better. That's what makes a woman like that so tasty. As for her husband, I know Li Qing well. Secretary Sun, this matter is left to you to do. By the way, take Bing Bing. Assistant Sun Wei nodded respectfully. Yes, Mr. Goodness. Don't worry. In an hour, Yang Mi will definitely come up. After saying that, Assistant Sun Wei turned his head toward the downstairs. Fan Xiaobing followed behind with some inexplicable worry in her heart. Downstairs, Yang Mi is standing on stage, doing a promotional presentation for a new show. A number of stars from the industry were present to support the event today. During this period of time, everyone had seen the fight between Li Qing and Feng Pants and the others, and it was clear that Li Qing was overwhelmingly victorious. So after seeing Yang Mi's backer was powerful, the stars within the circle also took the initiative to offer their attentions. Beyond that, the chairmen of several international brands were also present. For example, William Lander, chairman of Estee Lauder, and Jacqueline, CEO of Bon Pint Children's Clothing, all sat in the first row to support Yang Mi. Multiple entrepreneurs, not only foreign, but domestic and others. For example, Penguin chief Ma Tang, Pinyin founder Huang Zhang and a number of other top entrepreneurs, all present. The scene was so grand that even Yang Mi on the stage couldn't help but be excited. She knew that she was able to have such a scene entirely because of Li Qing. Thinking about this, a warm current flowed through Yang Mi's heart, along with a little bit of pride. This scene is unparalleled in domestic celebrity launches. My God, Yang Mi is so big. Yeah, even someone like Mr. Ma was there, and Estee Lauder and the others. Now I finally know Li Qing's weight. This is just too awesome. No wonder he doesn't put everyone in his eyes. So envious. How is Yang Mi so lucky to marry into such a powerful family? A crowd of stars cast surprised and envious gazes and murmured. Under the stage, Li Xiaoyu was sitting in the last row, quietly watching Yang Mi's speech on the stage. I have to say, Yang Mi is pretty and nice. Li Xiaoyu was now more and more satisfied with his sister-in-law. But of course more so, it was still because of Xian Bauer. Auntie, my mama is so pretty duck. Xian Bauer sat on Li Xiaoyu's lap, her big, cute eyes, looking at her mama with unblinking eyes. So many people duck, and none of them are as pretty as mama. Li Xiaoyu smiled. Isn't that right? Mama is the most beautiful woman in the world. Xian Bauer nodded, then twisted her little head and said seriously, Auntie is as pretty as mama. One sentence caused Li Xiaoyu's heart to blossom and she couldn't help herself. Xuan Bauer, have you eaten honey in your little mouth? How can it be so sweet? Li Xiaoyu kissed Xian Bauer. Xuan Bauer listened attentively to Yang Mi's speech. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was more of a covert observer of the surroundings to ensure that Yang Mi and Xian Bauer were absolutely safe. Suddenly, not far from the last row, a man caught Li Xiaoyu's eye. The man is a stranger. Next to him sits Fan Xiaobing. And when she locked eyes with Li Xiaoyu, Fan Xiaobing's complicated eyes made her feel a hint of strangeness. Although he had only swept a glance, Li Xiaoyu was extremely keen to notice that Fan Xiaobing's state was not right, and that the man beside her might be a bit of a problem. Chapter 190, What a wild dog that dares to bark. Auntie, what are you looking at, ducks? Seeing that Li Xiaoyu didn't look at Yang Mi, Shen Bauer asked with concern. So many people applauded when Ma finished her speech. With the applause from the stage after Yang Mi took a bow, Li Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Well then, your mom is very popular." Saying that, Li Xiaoyu also started to clap, and Shen Bauer, who was sitting in her arms, kept clapping her hands, happy for her mom. After the sensitization launch, many celebrities have come to congratulate us. Mimi, here's to your new drama being a hit. Star Guantong smiled warmly. I'll be tuning in on time. I wish Sister Honey's new drama a big hit and a big sale. Although Yang Mi knows that these people are just superficial, but the real world is like that. When you're successful, it's all good people around you. Yang Mi didn't have any shelf and responded enthusiastically one by one. Thank you all for your support. And let's all work together to work together. Yang Mi didn't care that they hadn't been on her side before, but remained calm with everyone. This makes many stars can't help but be moved. Yang Mi, this pattern? Really big. No wonder people can marry a good man like Li Qing. William Randall and the others also came over, nodding their heads in respect toward Yang Mi. MS. Yang, congratulations, and may the new drama be a hit. Several chairmen of international brand companies stood very humbly in front of Yang Mi, and those who didn't know thought that they were subordinates meeting their leaders. This made Yang Mi a bit flattered and quickly smiled. Thank you, bosses, for your support. Seeing these bigwigs arrive, the rest of the stars had the good sense to stand aside and be quiet. MS. Yang, just now we learned from director Luz that the next movie is self-directed by you, so a few of us discussed it and wanted to invest. Jacqueline said very gently. I hear you're making a big sci-fi movie. The three of us, each investing $100 million to sponsor your shoot. As the words fell, Yang Mi froze, somewhat unable to believe what she was hearing. One person investing $100 million? This is no joke. Yang Mi looked at the several people with an astonished face and said in disbelief. But, I haven't even written the script yet. I just had this idea. Jacqueline smiled. What does it matter? Many greatnesses are born from an idea. We believe in MS. Yang's ability. MS. Yang mustn't feel pressured. Take a step back. Even if the proceeds from the release are bad, we won't care. We just appreciate your ideals. Jacqueline emotional intelligence is very online. Put the words very beautiful. Japa Nympho chairman Lu Yenbin are a little touched. As for the other stars, they have long been on the sidelines with their jaws dropping and their inside screaming. Yang Mi, this is too heavenly, isn't it? The script hasn't even been written yet and the $300 million investment is here? Besides, what script could be worth that much? And for people like Jacqueline and William Randall, what money or not, getting along with Yang Mi is the most important thing. Don't forget that behind her is Li Qing. Yang Mi was a little overwhelmed by the investment, which made her feel a little weak. MS. Yang, since several bosses have said so, then you should agree. Lu Yenbin laughed. Thanks a couple of bosses. Yang Mi was a bit confused, but still nodded. Very touched. Thank you, bosses. I will make a worthy movie. After the excitement, Yang Mi was inwardly incredibly happy, because after getting these investments, she would be able to make her mark. MS. Yang, we'll hit your private account with the investment amount later. Jacqueline smiled. If there's nothing else, we'll leave Miss Yam alone. Goodbye, MS. Yang, we'll leave first. Young Mi sends in 2 steps. Take care everyone, and be safe on the road. After a few bigwigs left, the stars who were watching the show, one by one, left the venue with astonishment. The crowd knew that in the future, the entertainment industry, they were afraid that Yang Mi would be the only one to dominate. Lu Yenbin stood next to Yang Mi and smiled. MS. Yang, congratulations. Yang Mi said with a slight nod. Thank you, Lu Dong. If not for the care of Lu Dong, I would not have this achievement today. Lu Yenbin said with a smile. It's all due to MS. Yang's outstanding ability. It doesn't have much to do with me, so don't be modest. Lu Yenbin has been smiling, and said that this company is your daughter's. Sooner or later will be your. Soon. The people in the live venue had basically left the venue, leaving only Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu and the others. Sister Honey, congratulations. From actor to director, a step to jump the dragon door. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Yang Mi. Turn your head and look, only to see that not far away, Fan Xiaobing and a man were slowly walking towards themselves. Yang Mi smiled faintly. Oh, compared to Sister Fan, it's not even close. Fan Xiaobing has always been a big sister in the entertainment industry, even if it is Yang Mi, she has to give face. Fan Xiaobing laughed and walked over to Yang Mi and said, Mimi, let me introduce someone to you. This is Secretary Sun. His boss, Mr. Shan, is the entire Beijing circle, the biggest investor. In terms of investing money, William Lander and the others are nowhere near as good as Mr. Good. Sunway smiled kindly and laughed. Ms. Yang, seeing the real person today is truly amazing. Temperament and talent, very extraordinary. For Fan Xiaobing's sudden introduction, Yang Mi still carried a precautionary mentality, but it wasn't a good idea to be too aloof, and she politely smiled. Hello Secretary Sun. Sun Wei grinned. Hello Ms. Yang. First of all, congratulations today. To be able to shoot such a good work. Sun Wei politely said a few words. The gaze then unceremoniously sized up Yang Mi and smirked. Ms. Yang has a really good body. Both young and with that young woman feeling. Just kidding. Ms. Yang mustn't mind A single sentence immediately caused the smile on Yang Mi's face to freeze, and then her expression became cold. This person in front of me is really disgusting. Yang Mi directly ignored Sunway and said to Fan Xiaobing, is it something that Fan introduced me to Secretary Sun? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Having said that, Yang Mi turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Yang Mi with this lofty and icy attitude, Sunway's smiling gaze flashed a hint of sinister, then made an extremely rude move and walked up and directly grabbed Yang Mi's arm. Ms. Yang stay, I do have something to say. Suddenly being pulled, Yang Mi subconsciously swung her hand violently, instantly breaking away from Sunway's arm, and said in a cold voice, Secretary Sun, don't you think that's uneducated? Yang Mi turned around and looked at Sunway with a very hostile gaze. Sunway was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yang Mi to react so much. This gesture was too high, right? Sunway thought to himself that you are a ing artist, behind the scenes, but it is just a rich man's put aside to give me what to pretend to be high and cold? Ms. Yang, didn't your boss tell you to watch your mouth? Sunway's face didn't look too good. With his status, it was the first time he was pointed at by a person and scolded for being uneducated. If it wasn't for the good general, he would have wanted to slap him on the spot. But if he breaks his face, Mr. Good will not like it, and he will not be in a disadvantageous position. What kind of wild dog dares to make its presence felt here? Just as the two were at a standstill, a woman's voice, ghostly, came from a short distance to the side, only to see Li Xiaoyu holding Xin Baoer and walking over with a grim face. Chapter 191 Shanchao Chamber of Commerce. Is it great? Hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, Sunway's face instantly darkened. Which one of these death-seeking ES dared to call himself a wild dog? These stars of the domestic entertainment industry, have no one educated them all these years? They are all so arrogant. Sunway twisted his head around and saw a woman, holding a child standing in front of him. Immediately following, Sunway's entire body was stunned and his gaze was like a torch. For a moment, he thought the woman in front of him was a bit unreal. Amazing. Sunway couldn't think of any other adjectives. This woman in front of me is so beautiful. If we bring her up with us, won't Mr. Good be overjoyed? And then we can reap another big favor for ourselves. Maybe even Chief Goodness can recognize his godson if he's happy, just like Fong Pants did back in the day. At a mere glance, Sunway had already begun to imagine himself being rewarded by the good chief. Returning to his senses, Sunway narrowed his eyes and said, Girl, cursing is responsible. Haven't seen you in showbiz. Fresh out of the gate? Li Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Yang Mi and said, Sister-in-law, do you recognize this man? Yang Mi shook her head with a cold face. Not recognizable. Then she looked at Sunway and said, Secretary Sun, what exactly do you mean? If it's okay, please leave immediately. Sunway laughed. Just now Li Xiaoyu called Yang Mi sister-in-law. I did not think that the two had this relationship. It's good to have that relationship. Sunway didn't hide it anymore, didn't pretend, and directly showed his cards. It doesn't mean much. My boss invites you to sit on the third floor. Of course, not for nothing. $500 million at the bottom. And to promote you as the first person in the entertainment industry. The status is definitely much higher than her. Hearing this, Fan Xiaobing couldn't help but darken her gaze, and was quite jealous in her heart. I was just forced to hand it over, and I got nothing out of it. But Yang Mi was directly able to rise to the top of the green clouds. Is he really old? Seeing Yang Mi's face getting colder and colder, including Li Xiaoyu's gaze was even staring at herself like she was cannibalistic. Sunway thinks, these ladies have too big an appetite. 500 million and still pretending? So he decisively raised the stakes, and money was the last thing his own boss needed anyway. Oh, there's no outsiders here, no videos, so let's just talk openly, and we all know in our hearts anyway. Tell you what, I'll buy Jai over and give it to MS Yang so you can capitalize on it directly, Sunway said lightly. Plus, $1 billion. As the words fell, the gaze of Fan Xiaobing beside her envied the water. This was too extravagant. She remembered that when she was at the peak of her face value, she could only get $30 million for serving capital once. Yang Mi is now coming up with $1 billion and the company. That's too expensive. And when Yang Mi heard this, she shivered a little in anger. Yang Mi's cold eyes stared, her pretty face slightly green, lightly biting her red lips to spit out a word. Get out. She, who never swears, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Sunway froze. He didn't anticipate Yang Mi to have this kind of attitude. Young Mimi, don't feel like. Before Sunway could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a force slam into his face. Snap. A crisp, loud slap rang out high in the empty hall. Crisp and translucent. Sunway was dumbfounded by the slap. His eyes were straight up, and the right side of his face was on fire. Where did you come from to spread your wildness here? Li Xiaoyu held Xian Bauer with one hand and backhanded another slap, sending Sunway's glasses flying. Blood was drawn from the corner of Sunway's mouth as he looked at Li Xiaoyu with a face full of shock. Not fear, but shock. Sunway was hard to believe. As if he didn't dare to imagine that there were still women in this world who dared to take action against themselves? Although he is the dog leg of the good general, but he is also the top dog leg. In the country even the high officials and rich people have to be respectful to him. How dare a pussy slap herself in front of so many people? Even if you're beautiful, this is no way to be spoiled. Sunway wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile on his face, "Oh, a freshly minted skank who had to get killed." Saying that, Sunway directly stepped forward and stretched out his beating hand to fan over. But suddenly, the wrist was suddenly held by a large hand. Sunway looked up and saw that it was a large, thick man who was staring intently at himself. But Sunway wasn't afraid. It was just a small bodyguard. Get lost. Do you know who I am? And you dare to block me? Sunway said with great impatience. Hold my hand again. Then you won't need this hand for a while. Sun Yang laughed. Yeah. After saying that, Sun Yang's 5 fingers exerted force and fiercely folded. Click. Sunway's wrist was instantly broken hard. Ah! The inhuman pain made Sunway's eyes widen and his mouth open wide as he howled in agony. Nima. Ah! Sun Yang still clutched his wrist and shook it from side to side. The wrist tendons completely disconnected. Sunway fell to his knees in pain, his eyes full of grimaces, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He looked at Li Xiaoyu with incomparable shock. This woman was so ruthless. You, how dare you? Ah! Sunway was in pain and couldn't speak well. Seeing this scene, next to her, Fan Xiaobing's face went white with fear. This is the secretary of Mr. Shan. Mr. Shan, that is the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Even his own boss Wang Jun have to kneel to serve the people. Yang Mi was also a little worried, but after following Li Qing through so many things, her mind had long been much stronger, so her face didn't fluctuate much. Just behind him, he had been terrified. This woman was too ruthless, but it's really good. Li Xiaoyu stood in front of Sunway. Her eyes did not contain a trace of emotion, and she looked at Sunway as if she was looking at a dog. Which hand just grabbed the arm? Sunway showed his teeth and said angrily, "You seek death. Do you know who I am? My boss is Shan Shichang, from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. You move me now and I'll send you to the park to be sold as pork." Li Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, narrowing her eyes as her red lips picked out a cold smile. Oh, the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. No wonder. It came so fast. Sunway couldn't understand what Li Xiaoyu meant, and one threatened to move the backstage. At this point, next to him, Ma Tong walked over and stood beside Li Xiaoyu, his face a bit gloomy. All right, Mr. Li, this person is not simple behind the scenes. Don't aggravate the conflict. Li Xiaoyu glanced at Ma Tang and said, "You know that, Mr. What's his name?" A fine layer of sweat broke out on Ma Tang's forehead. "You forget. I'm also from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Shan Shichang, I also have to call him Brother Chang in the Chamber of Commerce, and it's up to him to decide whether or not he'll take me on." Ma Tang panicked, thinking that everything can happen to him. Last time it was the Magic City Feast. This time it meets the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Ma Tang is very afraid that this matter involves himself, and offending Shan Shichang can really kill people. Li Xiaoyu said in a salty manner. Even Mr. Ma is so scornful. It seems that this Mr. Shan really does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 192 Broken Hand. With a saw. Hearing the conversation between Ma Tang and Li Xiaoyu, kneeling on the ground, Sunway became even more arrogant and forced himself to endure the pain viciously. Now you know who you're messing with, don't you? Ma Tang, you are also a member of the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Hurry up and have someone let me go. Ma Tang's old face was dark. This damn sure pulled on himself. However, when he saw Li Xiaoyu's gloomy and cold pretty face, where did he still dare to persuade to release the people, and directly treated them as air people and stood honestly at the back. Li Xiaoyu waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's waste that hand of his." Sun Wei's eyes glared as he roared, "Don't you dare." Click. Sun Yang did not hesitate to break Sun Wei's wrist. Ah! As Sun Wei howled in agony, both of his hands were completely wasted as he knelt on the ground struggling like a dead dog. He regretted that he hadn't brought more people with him, or this wouldn't have happened. "Boss, what about him?" Sun Yang looked at Li Xiaoyu and said. "Killed?" Sun Wei shivered. "Are all these people so damn ruthless? When did someone so awesome exist in the entertainment industry?" Li Xiaoyu faintly said. "Cut off both hands and throw them out." The venue dispersed, the scene would have been less crowded. Coupled with what happened just now, all the outsiders all ran away in fear, so Li Xiaoyu wouldn't have any scruples. Sun Yang nodded and grabbed Sun Wei's hand and pressed it to the ground in death. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Sun Wei was completely flustered. Even if he was usually more powerful, when he encountered such a ruthless person who said it was useless. Sun Yang sneered. "What for? Didn't I just say all that? That said, weren't you arrogant at first? I still like your attitude from earlier." With that, Wang Nian pulled a dagger from his waist. Pust! The dagger pierced right through Sun Wei's right hand directly. The blood came out in a whoosh. "I didn't take an axe, and I can't do it dry with a dagger, so I'm going to trouble you to put up with it." Sun Yang laughed, a smile that looked completely perverted to Sun Wei. Sun Wei's tears flowed out from the pain. "Brother, don't be impulsive. Never be impulsive." Sun Yang laughed. "I'm not impulsive. This was all well thought out before I decided to take your hand." Hands up. Click. The dagger didn't cut off Sun Wei's wrist directly. Instead, it stuck deep in the middle of the bone. Sun Yang frowned slightly and said in a serious manner, "Secretary Sun is really hardcore. Not bad." Sun Wei had already lost his strength from the pain, was covered in sweat, and almost fainted. Li Xiaoyu hugged Xin Bauer and turned her head to turn her back. "Auntie, you're okay." Xin Bauer was a bit scared, although she didn't see the picture. The screams let her know that something very terrible must have happened. Li Xiaoyu gently patted Xin Bauer's back and smiled very gently. It's okay, baby, don't be afraid. Oh, Auntie is teaching these bad people a lesson. They're going to bully Mom. Do you think they should be taught a lesson?" Xin Bauer said with certainty. "Well, Auntie is right in her lesson. Bad people have to be punished." Li Xiaoyu smiled faintly and looked at Sun Wei coldly. "A child knows such a thing, and I'm being merciful by not killing you outright." Sun Wei's lips turned white and he tried his best to shout, "Mr. Good, Mr. Good." Sun Yang sneered. "The master behind you. He's not too scared to come out, is he? Since it's not coming out, I'll move on." Saying that, Sun Yang held the dagger and kept cutting back and forth, using it as a saw. "Almost done. Don't sharpen the knife." And just then, on the third floor, a man's voice came. The crowd looked up to see a man in a suit, in his 30s, standing on the third floor looking down. Sun He Strong? Seeing the man, Martin immediately recognized this man upstairs is none other than Shan Shichang of the Shantao Chamber of Commerce. Ma Tang would not remember wrongly. Back then, when he was initiated in Dongguang, he had even honored this guy with tea. Li Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows, her cold eyes flashing. "Your son He Kang?" Meeting Li Xiaoyu's gaze, Shan Shichang's face froze and his gaze was dumbfounded. He exclaimed inwardly, "In all the years I've spent in northern Maine, I've kidnapped so many beautiful women, but I've never seen one so beautiful. Not to mention the fact that there was a young me next to her, who was also a stunningly beautiful national goddess-level beauty." Goody Strong was excited, his wolf eyes bubbling with hunger. "That's right, I'm Sun He Strong." Saying that, with a smile on his face, Shan Shichang trotted down the stairs with a group of people hooting and hollering. After coming down, Shan Shichang did not even look at Sun Wei, and walked straight towards Li Xiaoyu and Young Mi both, with light in his eyes. "Mr. Good, help me, Mr. Good." Seeing his boss coming over, Sun Wei cried out in incomparable misery, the bloody white bones of his wrists clearly visible. "Mr. Good, Mr. Good." Sun Wei's miserable cries, but Shan Shichang was as if he didn't hear. Lifting his leg and stepping over Sun Wei, came to Li Xiaoyu. Shan Shichang's gaze was very aggressive, staring straight at Li Xiaoyu without the slightest concealment. "That's wonderful." Goody Strong laughed. "You should be Miss Li. I've long heard that Miss Li is stunningly beautiful, and it's only at today's sight that I see the materialization of stunningly beautiful. A beautiful person and a ruthless heart. Just perfect." Li Xiaoyu didn't pay the slightest attention to Shan Shichang, slowly handing Xin Bauer over to Yang Mi before looking at him with a burning gaze and coldly saying, Compliments are not necessary. Your men can't behave. I'll educate them. Does good always see a problem with that? In the face of Li Xiaoyu's forcefulness, Shan Shiqiang did not have the slightest anger, and was even very happy to say, "Ha ha, of course there's no problem. Ms. Li is pretty and says what she wants." Shan Shiqiang's gaze never left Li Xiaoyu and Yang Mi, looking at the two from left to right, his heart itching to do so, whether at home or abroad. The women Shan Shiqiang has played over the years, a day to change one is not the same, but like Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu, he had never encountered them. A national goddess, a mainland entertainment star, and by the looks of it, a young woman with a baby. The buffs are stacked. The other was cold and stunning, ruthless in her methods, and unapproachable in her high spirits. Shan Shiqiang's greatest hobby is to conquer all kinds of women. This kind of perverted mentality is something that Sun Hikang was born with. When he was in middle school, he ruined many students and even teachers with his family background. By now, ordinary beauties had long since failed to satisfy him, and meeting Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu today had sort of rekindled his desire for a challenge. Ms. Li, Ms. Yang, my men were unintelligent and made you too angry. I'm here to make amends. Shan Shiqiang had a smiling face, not even a hint of anger could be seen. It made even Martin frown, and such temperamental people are usually very scary, because this kind of person has a characteristic that is extreme. Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes flickered, also somewhat unable to see through which play Shan Shiqiang was playing, so she coldly said, "Since Mr. Shan wants to apologize, why don't you personally educate Secretary Sun and let me see the sincerity? Otherwise, we can't make it good today." Chapter 193, Extreme Lunacy. The epilepsy of the good and the good and the good and the good and the strong. Li Xiaoyu was aggressive and didn't give Shan Shiqiang any face. All she did was reach out and hit the smiling man. "You're not laughing, so I'll force you. See how long you can laugh." However, Shan Shiqiang was not the least bit uncomfortable and was completely obedient to Li Xiaoyu. "Of course, I will personally educate without a mess." Li's words. Saying that, Shan Shiqiang walked up to Sunwei and smacked his lips as he looked at his bloody wrist. TSK, Secretary Sun has suffered. Sunwei's tears flowed and he cried, "Mr. Goodness, you have to help me. I'm going to die of pain. My wrist." Sun Yang, who was holding the dagger, smiled faintly. "Mr. Goodness, the bloody scene suggests that you should recuse yourself." Sun He Strong waved his hand and laughed. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. This brother is quite ruthless in his methods. I like it. However, this dagger of yours keeps getting stuck in his bones. It's hard for me to watch, so why don't you make it painful? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sunwei people are stupid. It is difficult to not their own boss, to take their own parts to coax women? Sun Yang said as he looked at Shan Shiqiang. "So, Mr. Goodness, you're coming?" Sunny Strong chuckled. "I'll do it if I can. I'm still quite experienced in this area." After saying that, Shan Shiqiang took Sun Yang's dagger and violently pulled it out of Sunwei's wrist bone. Sunwei wailed in pain. Li Xiaoyu and Ma Tang several people, all of them frowned and stared at Shan Shiqiang. This guy, what the hell is he going to do? Under the gaze of the crowd, Shan Shiqiang threw the dagger aside and held half of Sunwei's wrist and said, "Secretary Sun, I've wronged you. When I install an Iron Man prosthetic for you later, I guarantee you'll work better than your original one." Saying that, Shan Shiqiang's originally smiling face steeply changed. A touch of viciousness crossed from his deep eyes. A big hand twisted hard and clicked. The wrist, which was half broken, is now fully broken. Blood sizzled out with a clatter, and snow-white bone scraps were exposed so that tendons could even be seen. This scene scared Yang Mi, so she hurriedly covered Xian Bao's eyes and turned around, and Ma Tang nearly vomited. This was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene. At the same time a wave of fear rose in his heart towards Shan Shiqiang. "It's so hard. It's not hard anymore. It's kind of sick." Sunwei's eyes were wide and bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. This pain made him want to die. Such torture is not as comfortable as a knife. "Oh, they say that breaking bones connects to tendons. Secretary Sun, your tendons are quite flexible. It's not easy to do." Shan Shiqiang took the dagger and without hesitation, he cut Sunwei's tendons and skin, and just like that, the entire bloody hand was in his hands. At this scene, the crowd present, except for Sun Yang and Li Xiaoyu, the rest of them almost vomited, their faces turning white. Sun Hikang, however, was all smiles, as if this kind of thing was a pleasure for him. Clunk! Shan Shiqiang threw one of Sunwei's hands, very casually, in front of Li Xiaoyu and smiled. "Ms. Li, are you satisfied now?" Li Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at Shan Shiqiang. She wasn't so much frightened by the scene as she had an unsettling feeling about this perverted behavior of Sun Hikang. It's like being a lunatic. However, crazy Li Xiaoyu had seen a lot of crazy people. It's quite satisfactory. The way General Goodness handled it. It's quite special. Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette, and the air was mixed with the flavor of blood and tobacco, giving people a strange feeling that could not be described. Shan Shicheng similarly lit a cigarette and laughed. Look, we both have the same hobbies. Li Xiaoyu was a bit speechless. She didn't want to talk to this kind of crazy person at all, and turned her head to look at Yang Mi and said, Sister-in-law, you guys go ahead. I'll take care of it here. Yang Mi was very worried. It wasn't that she didn't trust Li Xiaoyu, but the person she encountered this time was really perverted and completely different from a person. What's more crucial was that this person seemed to have a big background. Someone from some Shantao Chamber of Commerce. And even Ma Tang was very afraid of him. Xiaoyu, let's go together. Yang Mi said as she walked over to Li Xiaoyu. Anyway, it's settled. Li Xiaoyu stared at Shan Shicheng obliquely and said indifferently, Okay, I'll take you back first. With that, the two of them turned and headed outside. Right now this situation is really no longer necessary to stay. After all, Xin Bauer is still here. But at that moment, Sun He Strong spoke up and called out to the two. Gentlemen, don't go yet. It's not a good time to go, is it? Shan Shicheng took a deep drag on his cigarette, and led a group of people to hoot and holler and surrounded several people. He then came around and walked over to Li Xiaoyu, smiling playfully. Your business is settled. But now, isn't it time to talk about mine? Shan Shicheng spat out a mouthful of smoke towards Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu, staring Yang Mi and hurriedly covering Xin Bauer's nose. What do you want? Xin Bauer was also a bit scared and instinctively shrank in Yang Mi's arms, but then poked her head out and gathered her courage. Go away, big bad guy. Don't bully my mama. Look at the cute kids. Sun Hikung seems to be getting even more excited. Aya, this child is so cute. It's worthy of being born from Yang Mi. I was thinking how wonderful it would be for the two of us to have a child. These words immediately made Yang Mi furious. Get lost you. Yang Mi took a step backward, her body shaking with anger, and angrily rebuked. Get out. For the sake of the child, Yang Mi can really go to hell. And without any nonsense, Li Xiaoyu's cigarette in his hand snapped his fingers and instantly landed on Shan Shicheng's collar, falling in along with his suit. Then he stepped forward quickly and slapped Sun Hikung across the face. You seek death. Snap. This slap Li Xiaoyu used enough force to directly whip down Shan Shicheng's tiger teeth. Ma Tang, who was beside him, shuddered in fear and he knew that this was bad. And with that slap, this was not going to be a good day. Sun Haichang was dumbfounded by the slap, and he looked at Li Xiaoyu in surprise, letting the cigarette burn on his chest to the point that a hole was burned in his white shirt. But he didn't care. It was as if he had no pain. And then he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Shan Shicheng spat out his bloodied tiger teeth and laughed excitedly. You're a tough enough. I like it. Li Xiaoyu frowned. Are the people of the Shantao Chamber of Commerce all ing psychopaths? She wondered if the guy was high on drugs. Sun Yang, so up this mouth. Immediately, Li Xiaoyu couldn't tolerate this pervert, especially with a mouthful of filth that made her sick. Cut it open with a knife, then sew it back on. Sun Yang's face crossed and he took out a dagger and went forward to stab towards Shan Shicheng's stomach. He couldn't wait to fend him off directly. It was also at this moment that the two strong men beside Shan Shicheng fiercely blocked the front and drew a silver-white soft sword from his waist to stab at Sun Yang's throat. Chapter 194, So Crazy. Just to force the rightful owner to appear? Sudden sword speed is very fast. Sun Yang pupil shrinks like a pinprick. Powerful inertia he violently forced to twist his body to avoid. Nonetheless, Sun Yang's face was still cut with a bloody scar. Touching his face and looking at the blood on his hands, Sun Yang gazed ahead and said in a deep voice, Boss, you guys head out first. In that moment just now, Sun Yang could feel himself brushing shoulders with death. These two bodyguards of Shan Shicheng were obviously not normal people. The speed and power were stronger than the killers who came from Kyoto before. Li Xiaoyu also saw that the other party was strong, but she didn't panic. Instead, her eyes flashed with a cold light and said, Settle these two. Sister-in-law, I'll walk you out. Li Xiaoyu wasn't worried about his own situation, but considered Yang Mi and Xian Bauer. Once the conflict intensified, these two would affect his rhythm. Shan Shicheng stood aside, absently smoking a cigarette. Don't be in a hurry to leave first, Ms. Li. It's not too late for us to leave after we've finished our business. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, the gym has been sealed off by my people, including communications. As long as you and Yang Mi kneel honestly before me, I can promise that I won't kill the boy. Ma Tang was shocked. He didn't expect Shan Shicheng to play so big. This stadium is near the center of the city, and there are still a lot of people and reporters outside after the star launch. How dare he violate the red line of the law so recklessly in broad daylight? Mr. Shan, let's all not be impulsive. Martin mustered up the courage to step forward and said, "This is a public place. If you really do this, someone from the sheriff's department will be here soon. And then, there will be more trouble. This is not the north of Maine, so I hope you're careful." Looking at Ma Teng, Shan Shichang frowned, then his eyes sparkled and said, "I said, why do you look so familiar? Oh yeah, I remember. You're Ma Teng, Mr. Ma, a famous entrepreneur on the mainland. I remember you are also a member of the Shantou Chamber of Commerce, right?" Ma Teng said with a sullen face. "I'm honored that Mr. Goodness remembers me. We are all members of the Shantou Chamber of Commerce. How about we stop here for now? And as for the other matters, how about we wait to go out and deal with them in private?" Although Ma Teng was afraid of Shan Shichang, but in the country, he is not a vegetarian. After all, the financial power and influence is there. Sunny Strong chuckled. "I'm a little scared by what Mr. Ma said. I know it's domestic, but I'm going to do it. What can you do? By the way, your penguin group. I see the operation of the general. How about cooperating with me? How about laundering money for me? If you promise, I will let you live today." Ma Teng's face stared. He then reacted. This person in front of him was completely crazy. He even had to reason with him? "You two, get this eyesore first." Goody Strong faded. "Let's leave the guns alone. We still have to respect the domestic red lines." The two bodyguards nodded and looked at Sun Yang with extremely cold faces. The tall man was holding a soft sword and was slowly approaching Sun Yang. The extremely swift strike just now was dodged by Sun Yang, which honestly made him a bit surprised. The other short man, on the other hand, was slowly taking out two military spikes from his back waist, staring at Sun Yang with a sharp look on his face, and was moving to one side silently. Sun Yang's gaze was like a torch as he held the dagger in his hand and blocked in front of Li Xiaoyu and Yang Mi's few people. Swish! Suddenly, the tall man violently stabbed out his soft sword, heading straight for Sun Yang's heart, and Sun Yang, who had long been prepared, reacted quickly by swinging his dagger to block. Dang! There was a crisp bang, and sparks popped out from both sides against each other. At the same time, the short man stepped forward quickly with his military spikes in hand and stabbed Sun Yang's waist in the side. Sun Yang's eyes condensed, a whip leg kick away from the military spikes, followed by a body flash dagger block. But just as he was about to turn his body to defend himself head-on, he saw the soft sword lifting up from his chest to slice across his throat. In an emergency, Sun Yang jumped up and spun his body in the air to avoid it, then hurriedly tightened his body to make a counterattack with his dagger. Dang! Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the three had exchanged hands a dozen times. Their speed was extremely fast, ordinary simply could not see. Sun Yang's forehead was sweating a little. These two bodyguards were really powerful. Every move was a killing move and unpredictable. However, Sun Yang wasn't a vegetarian and could always make a counterattack while defending. Pust! The tall man's soft sword cut through Sun Yang's chest, while Sun Yang's dagger also left a deep bloody gash on his arm. Bang! With another kick, Sun Yang fended off the military jab and kicked the shorter man a few meters away with a side kick. It didn't take long for the colors to hang between the two sides. The three people's fight. Watching the Yang Mi, several people's heart jumping. This can be much more exciting than the movie, as long as a mistake will immediately open the seat. For a mere 2 minutes, Sun Yang's chest, wrists, and arms were all stabbed and cut. Blood dripped down his wrist to the floor. The two bodyguards were similarly colored, but their injuries were obviously much better than Sun Yang. Looking at Sun Like's state, Li Xiaoyu's gaze became serious. She didn't expect that Shan Shichang's bodyguards were actually so tough. However, Li Xiaoyu was not half flustered. Holding a cigarette in her slender jade hand, her beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she looked at the several people. "Oh, Ms. Li, I didn't expect your little brother to be good with his hands," Shan, she said with a strong smile. "But I like it, because the stronger the resistance now, the worse the death will be later. Just like you will be later." Listening to Shan Shichang's filthy words, Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes coalesced, and the murderous aura in his eyes seemed to overflow as if it was going to condense into substance. "Mr. Shan, I will let you know what it means to beg for death," Li Xiaoyu said with a slight narrowing of her pair of pretty cold beautiful eyes. "Sun Yang, there's no need to force it. Let's go. I'll see who dares to stay by force." Sun Yang tore a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped the wound on his arm tightly, and by the way, used the cloth to tie the dagger to his hand in a deadly manner to prevent it from falling off. "Boss, that's just where it's at. I'll personally sew his mouth shut when I'm done with these two guys." Sun Yang's brows furrowed and the nerves of his entire body tensed up. It's been a long time since I've encountered a battle of this level. Sun Yang practiced martial arts at the age of 8, until he entered the army at the age of 19, was selected into the Ace Field Army, retired from the army until now has experienced countless battles. Except for gunfights, It's really extremely rare to meet an opponent like today. After saying that, Sun Yang's figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand was as fast as lightning, aiming straight for the two men's throats and hearts. Shan Shichang also seemed to be interested. He hadn't seen such a strong opponent for a long time and laughed. If either of you two can cut his head off, I'll give him $100 million on the spot. I'll do what I say. Both sides collided again. And just then, suddenly, a loud noise came. Boom! There was a loud bang that made all the people on the scene freeze. And then they saw that the gates of the sports hall were slammed open by a Humvee, which then drove straight up not far from the crowd. Seeing this scene, both sides stopped what they were doing and looked toward the Humvee. Sun He-strong narrowed his eyes as well, and the smile at the corners of his mouth seemed to grow even wider. Oh, the main man has finally arrived. Chapter 195, kill two people first, then we'll talk about you. Click. The door of the car opened and the two youths who got off were none other than Li Cheng and Wang Mian. Seeing the two, Sun He-strong looked so excited that even his smile became more and more perverted. Ms. Yang, this is your husband, right? Yang Mi didn't say anything, but carried Xian Baoer to Li Qing's side and said, sorry to get you in trouble again. When Li Qing came here, Yang Mi had a lot more security in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt a little guilty, as if every time she encountered something, she always had to trouble Li Qing to solve it. Li Qing glanced at Yang Mi and was silent for a moment before saying, is everything okay? Yang Mi slightly lowered her head and lightly bit her red lips and said, it's fine. It's just that this guy is difficult and downright psychotic. Wan Bayer is all freaked out. The fight and bloody scene just now, although Xian Baoer didn't see it, just hearing the sound made her unable to help but be scared. But Xian Baoer forced herself to be strong again and kept holding back from crying out. This is a bit of a rare occurrence for a 3.5-year-old, Li Qing said with a gentle gaze. Wan Baoer is not afraid. Daddy is here. Xian Baoer's eyes were welling up with tears, but the little one remained strong and said, I'm not afraid. Poopy, they're going to bully Mama and Auntie. They're all big and bad. Li Qing touched Xian Baoer's head and warmly said, then Daddy taught them a lesson. After saying that, Li Qing glanced at Yang Mi, and his soft gaze made Yang Mi feel at ease. You be careful. That Sun He Kung, he seems unusual. Yang Mi couldn't help but warn. No, let's call the police. With so many things happening recently, Yang Mi really doesn't want to cause more trouble, and is even more worried that Li Qing will fall deeper and deeper if he continues like this. Especially Li Qing's sensitive identity was like a stone that had been resting in Yang Mi's heart. Li Qing, however, did not care at all and said lightly, it's not up to you, just look after our kids. Hearing that, Yang Mi froze slightly, the words causing her heart to suddenly stutter. Only then did she nod. Weakly, I'll watch the kids. Li Xiaoyu came to Li Qing's side and briefly told him what had happened, and immediately afterward, he saw Li Qing's expression suddenly turn cold, although he didn't show an unusually angry look. That indifference, especially the look he gave to Shan Shichang, was murderous, with a kind of contempt for human life. So you're Li Qing, ha, it's really a late bloomer, Goody Strong said with a smile. At the age of 20 or so, to be able to make such a big storm, and to have a beautiful, cold and stunning sister, is really a winner in life. But I love destroying people like you. Shan Shichang does not put Li Qing in the eyes in the slightest. The only thing that is somewhat suspicious, Godson Feng Pants, and Chen Gu, really died in the hands of this kid? A word to the wise. Li Qing still didn't show any anger. Only a cold smile was hooked on his face. Do you think saying crazy things like that makes you seem more ruthless? Wang Mian smiled with the same contempt, but it's just to bolster his own courage. I guess. Brother Chang, I'll take care of these two first, and then a little bit more to accompany Mr. Good to have some fun. Sun Yang, come back. Sun Yang obediently retreated back, protecting Li Xiaoyu and Yang Mi's side. Mian, get him. Sun Yang said with a kind of indignation. This mother ****************************************************** has got a mouth on him to the core. Without waiting for Sun Yang to finish his sentence, Wang Mian's figure had already moved. Wang Mian's body flashed, and within a breath, he arrived in front of the taller bodyguard, and then he swung his fist violently. Seeing this, the face of the bodyguard with the soft sword in his hand was shocked. This kind of speed of Wang Mian was something he had never seen before. Swish! The soft sword swung up again and stabbed towards Wang Mian's neck. Wang Mian stared intently at the bodyguard's movements and dodged them with a slight tilt of his neck, while at the same time a punch was thrown at his chest. Bang! A dull sound. The taller bodyguard only felt as if his chest had been hit by a sledgehammer, and his entire body lay on the ground at once. His sternum fractured and his chest cavity turned over. Pust! In the next second, he felt a hot stream coming up in his throat before a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Oh, it's just this kind of stuff. Wang Mian laughed softly. I thought you could be more advanced. Mr. Goodness. After saying that, Wang Mian stepped on the bodyguard's chest. Pust! The bodyguard on the ground sprayed out another mouthful of blood. His chest had completely collapsed. His heart had been stomped out by Wang Mian, and he died on the spot. Die for me! On the side. The short man's 2 military spikes disliked Wang Mian's waist directly, which could be considered extremely vicious. Wang Mian remained unperturbed. His legs fired like springs, and the whole person instantly pulled up more than 2 meters in place and landed heavily behind the short man. Before the short man with the army spikes could react, a large, warm hand landed on his shoulder. The short man was shocked. He was completely afraid to imagine that someone could do this. Slow to a crawl. Practice in your next life. Wang Mian closed his 5 fingers, and his powerful finger force directly crushed the short man's shoulder hard. Click, 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 click. The bones were pinched by Wang Mian. Ah! Suffering from severe pain, the short man let out an extremely agonizing howl, and stabbed backward with the military spike in his hand, intending to fight Wang Mian to the death. But before the military thrust could be extended, Wang Mian's palm pinched the back of his neck. Click! 1 pinch is all it takes. In a matter of seconds, these 2 strong-as-hell bodyguards both went to their deaths. The scene. Apart from Li Xiaoyu and Li Qing, everyone, including Shan Shiqiang, were all shocked, especially Sun Yang. He felt simply appalled. When he fought desperately, he was only 50-50, but Wang Mian's first strike was a second. What kind of demonic figure is this? And just such a person was only acting as a bodyguard in front of Li Qing. This brother of his boss. What kind of god is he? Ma Teng's heart trembled in his heart, and his legs and stomach shivered with nervousness. This nigga, in the gym club, just killing people? That's crazy. That's one crazier after another. If the law and order come, how will this end? Nervous and at the same time, Ma Teng had a hint of inexplicable curiosity seducing him. He was really looking forward to it. Li Chang and Shan Shiqiang, these 2 crazy people. Who would actually win? Shan Shiqiang's smiling face flickered with a hint of stiffness, but it passed in an instant, and he still laughed and said, well, good. Honestly, when I first got the news that Von Pants had died at your hands, I was a little skeptical about the veracity of what happened. Doubt if it's that group of old foxes in Kyoto. Are they deliberately provoking and borrowing my sword to kill their opponents? However, now I don't doubt it. You do have the ability to take out Feng Pants and Chen Go with more ruthlessness. Shan Shiqiang stared at Li Qing dead on, like a hunter looking at his prey. It's been a while since I've met a tough guy like you, but just what I need. A domestic life that's not too boring. Sun He Strong clapped his hands together and a footstep came from upstairs immediately afterward. Then they saw that more than 20 men in suits, carrying tanged swords, walked down. Hala dash. A group of people surrounded Li Qing. The leader of the group, a few juniors, took out a pistol from their arms and aimed it. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun was aimed right at the center of Li Qing's eyebrow. Sun Hikung smiled brightly. You killed my godson. It's not too much to ask for one of your lives. Of course, you could also choose to keep your wife and sister with me, and I might consider thinking about just keeping your legs and keeping your life. After saying that, Shan Shiqiang took his little brother's pistol, clicked the bullet to load and aimed at Li Qing. Chapter 196 Stabbing through the palm of the hand. Still arrogant. Brother, look out. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly blocked in front of Li Qing, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes as she really couldn't fathom Shan Shiqiang's nature. The man was completely insane, and the consequences were unimaginable if one of the wrong muscles actually shot him. Li Qing grabbed Li Xiaoyu's arm and flicked it, throwing her behind him and said, just keep an eye on the girls. Don't worry about things here. Facing the muzzle of Shan Shiqiang's gun, Li Qing didn't dodge or avoid it, and couldn't even see the slightest bit of fear. Wang Mian, on the other hand, slowly placed his hand in front of his eyes, his gaze fixed dead center on Shan Shiqiang's hand. The atmosphere became frozen for a moment, and Ma Tang and a few others didn't dare to breathe. They knew that Sun Hikung, the madman, would surely dare to shoot when pushed. After looking at Shan Shiqiang for a moment, a faint smile surfaced on Li Qing's face and said, don't hold it up if you're afraid to shoot. I was really high on you. Shan Shiqiang's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. I'm curious as to where you get your backbone. You're just really not afraid to die? Li Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as his eyes stared. You can try shooting. Shan Shiqiang's face changed abruptly, a touch of viciousness rising. I'll give you one chance. Kneel down for me. Otherwise, I will really kill you. Don't ever challenge my patience. Oh yeah, I forgot you're not afraid to die. So, Sun Hikung suddenly turned his gun around and aimed it at Yongmi and Xian Bao'er. If they both die, you should be in a lot of pain. Seeing this, Sun Yang was shocked and gave up his life to block in front of Yongmi and the two of them. If they really shot, even if he died, He definitely couldn't let them get hurt. And right at that moment, Wang Mian, who had been staring at Shan Shichang, burst out as if he were a sharp arrow poised to strike. Whoosh! At the same time, Wang Mian pulled the dagger from his waist and flung it out. Pust! The dagger went straight through Shan Shichang's palm. The pistol fell to the ground at once. Ah! Shan Shichang screamed in pain and was just about to make a resistance, but he was already choked by Wang Mian. At the sight of this scene, Sun Hikung's bodyguards are all panicking. I didn't react just now, but my own boss was tackled? Anyone moves again and I'll snap his neck. Wang Mian's gaze was slightly cold and said that his murderous eyes were chilling. The bodyguards stood in place one by one, incomparably honest, and they had no doubt about Wang Mian's words. After all, Wang Mian had just killed 2 people before this. Hiss dash! Shan Shichang's brows were furrowed as he closed his eyes to endure the intense pain. Then he took a deep breath before slowly opening his eyes and looking at Wang Mian. Don't pinch so tight. It's not too much to ask for a cigarette to save my breath. Sun He forced her pained expression to loosen and a smile actually spread across her face. Just a little grim. He slowly pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, and with his dagger-plugged hand, he pressed down hard on the lighter and lit the cigarette. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed this flavor. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of smoke, Shan Shichang seemed to be in less pain, his eyes still glancing at Yang Mi and Li Xiaoyu. Wang Mian slowly pulled the dagger out towards the outside and sneered. Mr. Good is really hardcore. Without saying a word, the intense pain made Sun Hikung's face stop shaking, but True didn't say a word, still wearing a smile. How much do you think this one hand will cost you? Wang Mian pulled out the dagger all the way and then pressed it against the place where the aorta of Shan Shichang's neck was. It doesn't cost anything to kill you, but it's too unprofitable to slaughter you just like that. Trust me. I have a million specialties for stiff upper lip. Wang Mian gently slashed. The sharp dagger separated the skin of Shan Shichang's neck, and blood slowly oozed out. In this case, as long as there is a little deviation in the degree of Wang Mianli, or if Shan Shichang has any movement, then it will directly cut the aorta and directly fountain. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, especially those bodyguards. If Sun Hikung really died just like that, then they wouldn't be able to live either. And Ma Tang is equally cold and sweaty. It would be unwise to kill Shan Shichang in this place. Let's not talk about how strong Sunny Strong's background is. Killing someone in this kind of stadium is a clear provocation to the laws of the country. And there are so many witnesses and material evidence at the scene. Not to mention Li Qing, Wang Mian had absolutely no chance of surviving. Shan Shichang looked at Wang Mian and smiled. What are you hesitating for? Do it. One little push and I'd be dead by your hand today. Wang Mian's eyes became dark as he sneered. You're thinking too cheaply of just dying. And just then, outside the gym, there was a sudden burst of sirens. Goody Strong laughed. If you don't do it, you won't have a chance. The words fell. Outside a group of vigilantes rushed in, many of them armed with pistols, and immediately surrounded the crowd. Drop your weapons and don't be impulsive. The sheriff's captain leading the group roared. Everyone drop your weapons. The smile on Sun He Strong's face became even wider. See, you were given a chance and it didn't work. In the face of Shan Shichang's repeated provocations, Wang Mian did not feel half angry, but instead felt somewhat amused. Mr. Sun, your kind of agitation is too backward. What children play with becomes a treasure in your hands. Wang Mian put the dagger down and looked at Shan Shichang with great disdain and smiled. Shan Shichang was still smiling, but his eyes were crossing a trace of anti-indignant hatred, and although it flashed by, it was still captured by Wang Mian. Hands up and crouch down with your heads in the air, the sheriff's captain shouted. Or don't blame us for being rude. Seeing this, Shan Shichang's bodyguards threw away the guns in their hands and crouched on the ground. 3 or 5 security officers came forward to surround Wang Mian, wanting to go forward to use force to subdue Wang Mian. Put down the knife in your hand quickly. A vigilante rushed up and aimed his gun at Wang Mian, looking very fierce. Put it down. Sun He strongly covered her hand and wrapped a few strips of cloth around it in agony. Comrade vigilante, he killed someone. You tried to kill me just now. So you guys hurry up and take coercive measures. Wang Mian smiled bashfully. I was only acting in self-defense. At this point, Li Qing slowly walked over and looked at the vigilante captain and said, you can access the surveillance. The vigilante took one look at the body on the ground and then his face changed, realizing that the nature of the incident was different. The security captain glared at Li Qing and said very nonchalantly, did I ask you a question? Stand here honestly and come back with us later to be investigated. Li Qing smiled lightly, not putting the vigilante captain in his eyes in the slightest, but slowly walked toward Shan Shichang. Don't move. Freeze. The sheriff's captain looked cold and immediately shouted. Since you're not cooperating, you two hold him down. The 2 sheriff's deputies at his side lowered their guns, went up and made a move with the intention of forcing it. But before he could get close to Li Qing, Wang Mian's arm blocked with force, and he flipped the two vigilantes to the ground. Chapter 197, Mr. Good. Why don't you smile? Don't you dare attack a peace officer. The sheriff's captain growled with wide eyes. Arrest them, take them away forcibly, or shoot them if you can't. There were dead people at the scene, and a lot of people with guns. So the sheriff's captain knew that this wasn't just an ordinary brawl and fight, but probably a major case. And the two sides were definitely not ordinary people. So he didn't dare take it lightly. And from the current situation, the one with the hand injury looks more like the victim. Sheriff's Captain Wang Xiong made a short analysis. Looking at the four vigilantes about to make a move, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and sneered. If you don't want to get out of these clothes, or don't do anything rash, don't ever doubt what I say. Just as Wang Mian was talking, Ma Tang came up and said, Leader, there is indeed a misunderstanding in this matter. I hope you don't hurt good, innocent people until you get to the bottom of this. The sheriff's captain squinted at Martin. Innocent good guy? Murdering someone with a sharp weapon and resisting arrest. How does that look like an innocent good guy? The sheriff's captain was about to reprimand the dismissal, but in the next moment he snapped to attention. Wait, this person in front of me seems a bit familiar? You're Mr. Ma? The sheriff's captain asked with some disbelief, all of his previous harshness fading quite a bit. Martin said with a nod. I'm Ma Tang, chairman of Penguin Group. After hearing that, the sheriff's captain was alarmed and his face was visibly tense. He didn't know Shan Shichang, much less Li Qing, but he had seen pictures of Ma Tang as a nationally recognized entrepreneur, and he was more than aware of Ma Tang's weight. The sheriff's captain was a little confused as to how he had only just seen such a heavyweight present. Mr. Ma, what's going on here? The face of the security captain eased a lot. Ma Tang, this kind of figure that can influence the economy of a party. He did not dare to offend easily. In case the investment in the whole city is delayed because of a small matter, then he should not be in the system. Martin said faintly. It's out of your hands. It's better to call your big leader. Hearing that, the sheriff's captain was a little unsure of what to do for a moment, but eventually, under reflection, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll report it up the chain of command. Li Qing had arrived in front of Shan Shichang with a very calm expression. It's unwise to call the police yourself and play the bitter game. Shan Shichang's gaze froze slightly as he took a drag on his cigarette, then continued to laugh. But your brother has killed. That's indisputable. And I was so badly hurt that it was impossible for him not to die. And self-defense doesn't hold up because my gun. That's all fake. Of course, you've only lost one of your brothers. That price is far from enough. I'll torture you slowly so you can see with your own eyes that your woman, your sister, gives me children and raises them to adulthood. That's the greatest pleasure. And as for this injury of mine, it's really nothing. Son, he forced a creepy smile and Ma Tang, who had heard all this, had a feeling of fine-tuning his mind. The man was crazy for real, but smart for real, as if he'd been calculating from the start. It's just too scary, but soon enough, Sun He's strong smile tightened considerably, and, because he realized that there was no change on Li Qing's face, he couldn't find even a little bit of anger. It was as if, standing in front of him, was not a person at all, but a cold-blooded, heartless machine. Anger, brutality, isn't scary. What's scary is when a person doesn't have any emotions. Sonny Strong knows this well, and such people are in a state of complete calmness at all times. He knew that this opponent of his, he was afraid that he still had a backhand. Sun He forced a netherworldly smile. I'm curious, aren't you angry at all? No desire to kill me immediately? For the crazy words of Shan Shichang, Li Qing did not do anything, just lit a cigarette and said lightly, what you say is nothing but a waste of imagination. I'm not really in the habit of getting angry with losers. Li Qing flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and his palm slowly gripped the injured hand of Shan Shichang. However, I usually respond a little bit to some of the threats. With that said, Li Qing's 5 fingers steeply fired. Click. In an instant, Shan Shichang's palm instantly folded in half and was flattened by Li Qing's pinch. The various joints of the palm were immediately crushed. Sun Hei-chang let out a muffled grunt, his face twisting a bit as he trembled. At the same time, a pair of deep eyes stared at Li Qing dead on. If his gaze could kill, Li Qing would have been filled with 1,000 holes. Not a word. Ha! Good patience, Mr. Goodness. Li Qing revealed a faint smile, looking at Shan Shichang with eyes filled with contempt, as if he was a joke. Shan Shichang's breathing became rapid, and the intense pain made his entire arm start to become numb. What are you doing? Stop it. Seeing Li Qing make a move, the vigilante captain looked startled and then roared. Stop what you're doing right now. Saying that, the vigilante captain ignored Ma Tang and rushed towards Li Qing. And just then, the vigilante under his hand, but suddenly came to the vigilante captain and whispered, "Team Wang, the leader is here." The security captain Wang Xiong said in a cold voice, "What leader? Can't you see I'm on the case?" The vigilante lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look in the direction behind Wang Xiong, and whispered, "Well, it seems to be Lu Mode." Wang Xiong frowned and subconsciously glanced back, then his entire body froze on the spot. Not far away, Lu Jingtao, the handler of security in Magic City, was heading this way with a special security team. Seeing this real power in Mordor, forcing himself to endure the immense pain, he lit up another cigarette, then took several puffs on it. Only then did the twisted face ease up quite a bit, revealing a miserable sneer. "Li Qing, Li Qing, you still couldn't hold back and made a move on me. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed in you." The more Shan Shichang spoke, the more he became a bit maniacal, and in the end, he even laughed out loud. "I'm a little impatient for you to be taken away today. Even if you spend 2 days in there, that's enough. Your woman, I'll take care of for you." Li Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his grip slowly twisted. The sound of bones being twisted and broken made all the vigilantes present lift their hearts. Sometimes too much bull **** can be really tiresome. Li Qing gripped 2 of Shan Shichang's fingers and violently exerted force to instantly crush the fingers to pieces. Then with a hard twist, the snow-white bone ballast pierced through the skin and was exposed. Li Qing, Lu Jingtao's eyes widened, obviously startled by this scene, and he hurriedly shouted, "Go separate the 2 of them." Li Qing gazed at Shan Shichang and smiled lightly. "Chief goodness, is it strong?" Saying that, only to see Li Qing suddenly give a forceful tug. Under the gaze of the crowd, 2 of Shan Shichang's fingers were actually pulled off by Li Qing in a hard manner. Shan Shichang finally couldn't hold back the pain and roared out with a 10,000 twisted expression, the intense pain causing him to fall to his knees and wail continuously, looking at his 2 missing fingers, with some taut tendons still showing where the bones were broken. Shan Shichang's entire body was trembling. He couldn't believe that Li Qing had ripped off his finger with his bare hands, and in front of so many vigilantes. Where did he get the guts? Is it hard to believe that he really got carried away with his anger and dug his own grave? Snap! Li Qing threw those 2 fingers on the ground and then stepped on it, saying without a trace of emotion on his face, "Mr. Son, compared to the expression on your face right now, I still prefer you to wear a smile. Also, less drugs. The stuff in your cigarettes can kill you if you do too much of it." Chapter 198, Conspiracy and Young Conspiracy Double Stacked. "Li Qing, how do you play?" The 2 broken fingers of Shan Shichang were trampled on the ground by Li Qing. "Hey, son," he strong roared in pain and anger. "What are you guys doing? What are you waiting for? Can't you see what he's doing?" Lu Jingtao's face was grave. He had just received the news that there was a suspected conflict at the Yangmi launch site. Lu Jingtao knew Li Qing's nature, so he rushed here without stopping, and now it seems that something has really happened. "Li Qing, that's enough," Lu Jingtao said in a deep voice. "Men, keep an eye on a few of them." Several special vigilantes came to Li Qing and Wang Mian and surrounded the 2 of them with serious expressions. Lu Jingtao then hurried over and looked at the scene, his brows furrowing even further into a ball. "Nothing else? The scene is dead. Whatever it is, if a life is lost, it's a big deal. Wang Xiong, what the hell is going on?" Lu Jingtao waited for Wang Xiong and said, "Hurry up and call the paramedics and get the injured to the hospital." Wang Xiong was just about to explain what happened at the scene, but was interrupted by Li Xiaoyu, who was at the side. "Leader Lu, let me tell you what's going on." Li Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and came to Lu Jingtao and said coldly, "It's a simple matter of goodness always trying to force." Li Xiaoyu spoke in detail about the causes and consequences of the incident. The words fell. Lu Jingtao's face looked at Li Xiaoyu with some skepticism, and then at Shan Shichang. Li Xiaoyu added, "If the office doesn't believe me, you can ask Mr. Ma, who has been present to watch." Ma Tang's heart shivered. "Nima, this is pulling on himself again." Complaining was complaining, but Martin had to stand up and be matter-of-fact. "Leader, Mr. Li is right. Indeed." Lu Jingtao glanced at Shan Shichang. He also did not expect that this person was actually from the Shantao Chamber of Commerce, and it did not look like a good thing. If it's really like what Li Xiaoyu said, Shan Shichang wanted to lay his hands on Yangmi and Li Xiaoyu, and it was already good enough that Li Qing didn't kill him directly. "So, you're the real victims and he's the abuser?" Lu Jingtao said in a serious manner. "That's right, isn't it, King Bear?" Meeting Lu Jingtao's cold eyes, Wang Xiong shivered. How could he not see that Lu Jingtao was clearly on Li Qing's side? It's only natural that you should know better when your own bosses are standing up for themselves. "No, that's right," Wang Xiong said with a change of face. "I didn't find out the truth of the matter just now. Plus Mr. Li didn't explain, so I almost wronged an innocent and good person." Hearing that, covering his hand, Shan Shichang, blood is almost spewing from his eyes. These vigilantes, changing their faces faster than turning over a book. However, Shan Shichang did not show his anger and dissatisfaction, because he now needed to leave the scene in a hurry. After all, Li Qing had already found out that in his cigarettes, there was flour. To be honest, Shan Shichang did not expect. How did Li Qing know? Was it just a guess, or did he smell it? It's just a bit outrageous. Forcing himself to endure the pain. Son, he said as he stood up strongly. Regardless of the cause of the incident, the fact remains that Li Qing he caused serious injury to my person. His brother also killed 2 of my brothers. It's all there for all to see. Lu Jingtao's gaze was slightly grave as he slowly looked at Li Qing and Wang Mian, as if he wanted to hear a reliable explanation. At this time, Wang Xiong suddenly stepped forward and said, "Leader, he killed someone. In fact, in self-defense." Wang Xiong saw that things were going to be reversed, and his own leader was helping Li Qing, so he had to behave himself. Because the other party was threatening with a gun and both of the other party's bodyguards were armed with sharp weapons, Wang Nian was forced to kill back. Shan Shichang coldly glanced at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice through clenched teeth, "Oh, our guns, they're toy guns, they don't pose a threat to people." Wang Xiong froze for a moment. He did not expect Shan Shichang to be so sinister. The gun is fake? A sheriff's deputy came up with a pistol and didn't look too good. Team Wang, all these guns are really just models. Lu Jingtao, on the contrary, did not panic and said, "The guns are fake, but the military spikes and soft swords your bodyguards use, those are real." So he killed someone, and it was indeed self-defense. Shan Shichang had already seen the favoritism and laughed coldly. Office Manager Lu, as the hand of law and order in Mordor, of course whatever you say is what you say. My lawyer, though, has all of this on tape. Just now, you saw with your own eyes that Li Qing inflicted personal injuries on me, including Li Qing's brother making a move on me, but I didn't put up a single bit of resistance. These are indisputable facts. Leader Lu, sometimes the future and personal relationships can be weighed. Having said that, Shan Shichang picked up the finger on the ground, a flash of viciousness and anger in his eyes, followed by a cold smile. I need to go to the hospital now for an appraisal. Li Qing, trust me, sometimes bullying comes with a price. That's a price you shouldn't be able to afford. Having said that, Sun Hikang was escorted by a group of bodyguards and headed outside. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little tricky about what Shan Shichang had said. Yes, what Sun Hikang said is indeed indisputable. Li Qing did it, Wang Mian did it, and this kind of criminal behavior requires legal responsibility. It's basically inescapable. Even if there is money and power and connections, once the fermentation goes out, the officials will only act impartially. Sun Hikang played a really tough enough trick by taking one of his own hands to fight and fish. The average person can't really do something like this without some mental illness. Lu Jingtao looked at Li Qing and faintly said, "You and Wang Mian, you have to come with us." In this case, Lu Jingtao knows that the identity of Shan Shichang is not simple. If he is biased again, I am afraid that this seat will not be stable, so he can only do things fairly. Li Xiaoyu's expression became a bit tense. I have to say, Sun Hikang played this one tough. Although it would not cause harm to Li Qing's person, the impact was huge. If we do go through the legal process, as long as Sun Hikang doesn't accept financial compensation and sign a letter of understanding, then Li Qing and Wang Mian will go to jail. By that time, the two of them will be completely passive, and Shan Shichang will then pressurize them, even mobilize the Shantao Chamber of Commerce, and unite with Kyoto to pressurize them together. Then both Li Qing and Wang Mian will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years. Yang Ni was even more worried and flustered. Her mind kept deducing how to break this game, but soon she was dead in the water. He couldn't think of a way to do it himself, and even if he did, with his own strength, what could he do? However, Li Qing, who was on the side, was not half flustered and smiled lightly. What Sun Hikang said was just his own imagination, not the truth. With these words, at that moment everyone all froze for a moment. Even Lu Jingtao frowned a little, thinking, what nonsense are you talking about? How is it not true when you saw you hurt someone yourself? Sun He strongly covered his palm. His eyes returned to their previous insanity, and he suddenly bent over and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Li Qing, are you broken and dead? Saying that, Sun He said as she strongly pinched the 2 bloodied fingers and held them up in front of herself. You were over the top when you stomped on it just now. It's okay, I'll get it back from Yang Mi and MS. Li when you're in the station.